Chapter 1, Little Master. In the clean and minimalist open kitchen, a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted man with a tall and robust build wore a white tank top, skillfully stir-frying vegetables in the pot. Suddenly, his phone beside him rang. He glanced sideways, noticing the caller ID showing, Little Master. Chu Tian turned down the heat, wiped his hands on the apron, and promptly turned on the speakerphone before the call went halfway through. Hey, darling, what's up? Big bro is cooking right now. Are you almost home? The other side of the line was somewhat noisy, it sounded like outside. Bro Chu, I won't come back for dinner today. A crucial client has suddenly invited me to eat, and I can't turn it down. You go ahead and eat without waiting for me. I'll be back later, don't wait. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian paused his cooking movements. Didn't you say you wanted to try my cola chicken wings? I made a lot for you. Are you sure you won't come back? On the phone, the younger man spoke in a coquettish tone. Honey, you know very well that I can't make it back. Why do you tempt me intentionally? Save some for me. I'll eat when I get back tonight. Hearing his little master pouting at him, Chu Tian couldn't help but smile faintly at the corner of his lips. He turned off the heat and while taking plates from the cabinet, chuckled, alright, big bro will save them for you. Remember to come back early. Oh, I know, bro Chu, I'll hang up first. Gimme a kiss. Kiss your butt, act properly if you're going to see clients. Oh then I'll hang up. Pay attention to safety, don't drink alcohol. Chu Tian poured the fragrant cola chicken wings into a plate, tirelessly reminding his little master, if you do drink, remember to hire a driver or call me to pick you up, alright? The little master replied laughing, I understand, Miss Boss, no need to worry, I'll be good. The man smiled, good, go do your thing. After the call ended, the man looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup he had already cooked beside him, a hint of helplessness crossing his eyes. He placed the steaming plate of cola chicken wings aside and carried other dishes to the dining room to eat by himself. At 8:30 in the evening, Chu Tian had just finished exercising. His white tank top was already drenched in sweat, revealing his solid and full-bodied frame. Below his strong chest muscles, his handsome six-pack abdominals were slightly visible. With such a top-tier body and looking so ruggedly manly, Chu Tian naturally never lacked admirers, both male and female, who came after him like flies to honey. But things changed when he took in an arrogant yet spoiled young master. Once this young master rose to power, he clung on to Chu Tian tightly, which made those fervent suitors around him calm down a bit. As Chu Tian walked out of the fitness equipment-filled room, he happened to meet Zuchen Yang who had just returned. Upon seeing his partly visible impressive figure, there was a noticeable flicker of shadow in his gaze. Chu Tian looked up, surprised to see his lover return. After catching his burning gaze, a slight smirk crept across his lips. He deliberately pulled up his tank top to wipe the sweat from his neck, brazenly exposing his abs. True enough, the young master's eyes darkened further. Chu Tian approached him with a grin, darling, you're back. Did you eat well outside? I've eaten. Zuchen Yang's eyes remained fixed on his chest. Though he was a bit of a germaphobe and didn't appreciate sticky sweat, even though he craved for the person in front of him, he restrained himself from wrapping his arms around and kissing fiercely. Instead, he said to Chu Tian, big bro Chu, hurry up and take a shower. What's your rush? Chu Tian laughed, I kept the cola chicken wings for you. Should I warm it up for you? Zuchen Yang shook his head and whispered hoarsely, we'll have that later. Go take a shower first. Zuchen Yang had urgently left on a business trip, and they hadn't seen each other for a month. Hardly waiting for Zuchen Yang to come back for a reunion meal, he was called away by clients again. The 2 young adults met with a spark of passion, expressing adult longing appropriately. Zuchen Yang's eyes grew fierier, and his breathing became rougher. All these indications clearly showed how much he desired this testosterone-laden man. Chu Tian abruptly tore off his sweaty white tank top and roughly wiped the obvious beads of sweat from his body. He knew he stank of sweat, and at this moment, this young master who hated sweat probably already started feeling annoyed inside. He slowly sauntered to the young and handsome master, teasingly lifting his chin with his clean fingers as if playing with a dog, darling, want to take a shower together? What do you think? Zuchen Yang, in his impatience, nudged Chu Tian's waist with his phone, urging, hurry up. Look at your dog-like eagerness, why so rushed? Chu Tian moved his waist slightly, dodging the disruptive phone, then headed knowingly towards the bathroom with Zuchen Yang trailing closely behind. Both of their steps were rather hurried. By the time they reached the bathroom door, Chu Tian had already stripped down to a pure black bullet-shaped underwear that accentuated his impressive physique. He turned on the hot water and gestured to the dazed Zuchen Yang standing behind him, still daydreaming. Quickly take off your clothes. Your suit can't get wet. Zuchen Yang held out his arms, wife, help me undress. The young master had been indulged by Chu Tian beyond limit and would freely utter affectionate words. Hey, so the young master doesn't mind my sweat now? Chu Tian casually ruffled his hair back, revealing his full and broad forehead which made him appear particularly energetic and handsome. The young master gazed straight at him, with eyes akin to how a dog looks at a bone. Chu Tian was already very accustomed to this wolfish gaze. He was undeniably handsome, big eyes, double eyelids, a tall nose bridge, thin lips, sharp gaze, rugged and defined facial features. He also had an excellent figure, a carefree yet considerate personality despite his roughness. He was quintessentially a northern man. This incredibly manly man happened to have no interest in women, causing great discord between him and his family. To avoid constant discomfort with one another, Chu Tian moved alone to a strange city where no one knew him and lived an unrestrained life. He thought he would be lonely forever. That all changed when he met Zuchinyang on a stormy night during Chu Tian's 27th year. There he was, standing alone in the rain, looking heartbroken as if abandoned by the entire world. Zuchinyang's eyes were watery, filled with confusion and helplessness, just like a homeless stray dog. Chu Tian, moved by pity, took him in. Anyone who has picked up stray cats or dogs knows that getting along with temperamental ones can be very challenging. Zuchinyang clearly came from a wealthy family, unable to do any housework, picky about food and clothing, having a large temper, and being extremely domineering. Chu Tian, not exactly a patient person, nearly snapped after caring for him for a week. Fortunately, the young master knew how to charm and show weakness. Understanding Chu Tian's cold exterior but warm heart, he always managed to make Chu Tian abandon the idea of kicking him out. In fact, Chu Tian decided to keep Zuchinyang partly due to their shared feelings of loneliness. The young master was also pitiable. Right after graduation, against his family's wishes, he wanted to be with his senior in college, even running away from home. But he was met with abandonment, as his lover left alone for a faraway place. And that's when he was picked up by Chu Tian, who carefully cared for him, encouraged him to rise again, and supported his entrepreneurial journey until, at the age of 27, he had built his own business, becoming an exceptionally bright new star in commerce. Between the two of them, it was the young master who confessed first. After cohabiting for a year, Chu Tian already had favorable feelings towards Zuchinyang, but considering various issues, he still refused him. The result? The young master threatened to stop eating and drinking, and within a single day, Chu Tian gave in. Thus, the two have been together for 5 years and romantically involved for 4. Chapter 2, Trust Crisis. Little Master's mother had always opposed Su Chenyang being with a man, but recently, she seemed to have changed her mind and suddenly agreed, even arranging for the two of them to get engaged. This unexpected open-mindedness came as a surprise to both of them, and their engagement caught them slightly off guard. Still, it was a good thing to have parental blessings, though they hadn't planned to get married so soon. After discussing, they decided to follow Mrs. Su's arrangements. Their engagement ceremony was set for next month, and their relationship would advance even further. Chu Tian walked over with a smile, completely ignoring the fiery gaze the little master fixed on him, calmly reaching out to take off the expensive custom-tailored suit he wore. How did the business trip go this time? It went well. Su Chenyang stared straight at the man's rounded Adam's apple, his eyes unblinking. Chu Tian chuckled as he undid the shirt buttons. Of course, with you, the big boss going personally, the other side must have already gotten enough leverage. He tilted his chin, signaling Su Chenyang to lift his hands, which Su Chenyang obediently followed. But still, as the boss, these kind of business negotiations should be handed over to your employees. If everything requires your personal intervention, then why spend money hiring such a large group of people? Kindness doesn't train soldiers, you know that. I do. It's just that they couldn't negotiate it through. Moreover, our company has just begun gaining a reputation, the order volume is surging. If at this critical juncture we cannot secure the new production line, and the goods can't be delivered to the dealers in time, wouldn't the company be the one to suffer losses? That's true too. Chu Tian pinched his handsome face gently. Our little master now understands how to consider the bigger picture. Su Chenyang looked down at the man who knelt before him removing his suit trousers, and there was a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Indeed, since I am marrying you, I can't remain a carefree young master forever. Chu Tian laughed and scolded him. Forget it, you didn't say that it's big brother marrying you. Besides, your mom only agreed to let us get engaged. Actually getting married will still require more persuasion. If we can get engaged, we can get married. I'm independent now, they can't control me anymore. Yes, our little master now stands tall. In the future, big brother relies on you for protection. Chu Tian didn't expose how much of his parents' covert support had been crucial to his current success. He, like the parents of the little master, merely hoped that the little master could stay happy, enjoying the joy that comes with a man achieving success. After helping Su Chenyang out of his clothes, Chu Tian lightly patted his shoulder. You go clean up first, I'll hang your suit properly. Alright, come quickly. Understood. Chu Tian hooked his neck, exchanging a passionate kiss with him. Only then did Su Chenyang obediently step under the shower head. Chu Tian finished his tasks and returned to the bathroom. As soon as he pushed the door open, he was pulled inside by an eager hand, and with a bang, the bathroom door closed again. The splashing water mingled with panting breaths that roused the blood, refusing to quiet down. The two spent a long while in the bathroom, then returned to bed where they continued their tryst, until midnight, when a month-long yearning was finally relieved. Afterward, Chu Tian lay against the headrest with a trail of kisses on his body as he smoked, while Su Chenyang hugged his waist, resting on his chest catching his breath. Both were so exhausted that they didn't have the energy to speak. Chu Tian smoked one cigarette, then held his little master closely and drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chu Tian woke up to find Su Chenyang already up, an uncommon occurrence. It was Saturday, didn't this little master love to hug him and sleep late on weekends? Rising and putting on a comfortable cotton robe, he stepped out of the bedroom and saw Su Chenyang dressed formally, preparing to leave. He paused momentarily, taking out his phone to check the time, 9:30 a.m. Isn't today Saturday? Where are you dressed to go? Chu Tian descended the stairs slowly. Su Chenyang replied while tying his shoes, Chu Gu, I forgot to tell you yesterday, I've got quite a few things to handle these days, might be busy and unable to keep you company. Chu Tian furrowed his brows, that busy? No time to rest even on weekends? No choice. The company is developing well right now, so it's inevitable to be busier for a period. Once everyone gets used to the current pace, it'll settle down. What about tomorrow? I wanted to bring you to try out the suits for the engagement dinner. Su Chenyang embraced Chu Tian tightly around his sturdy waist, leaned in and kissed him. Tomorrow I'll definitely make time to accompany you, Chu Gu, I'm leaving first. He looked like he was in a hurry, so Chu Tian had no choice but to swallow his words, then go ahead and work, be careful on the way. Are you coming back for lunch? I won't be back. I'll eat at the company, and probably not tonight either. I'll call you later. Alright then, don't overwork yourself too much. We don't need to earn money by pushing ourselves too hard. You don't worry, I'm young, this amount of workload won't tire me out. Su Chenyang patted Chu Tian's round, plump buttocks, I made breakfast for you, go have it quickly. I'm leaving now. Alright, go ahead. Su Chenyang left hurriedly. Chu Tian sighed and returned to the dining table. As expected, he saw the half-burnt toast that the young master had baked for him. He shook his head with a smile, not rejecting the young master's cooking skills, and sat down to finish all the breakfast prepared. After eating, he went back to his study, turned on the computer, and started writing today's portion. He was a very popular online novel god author. These years, through several works that became immensely successful, his copyright fees were enough to let him enjoy life leisurely until the end, more than enough to support an aloof young master, hence, he could speak with such confidence earlier. The intermittent tapping sound on the keyboard continued until 1:30 p.m. Chu Tian hadn't realized how time flew if it weren't for the rumble in his stomach. He picked up his phone to check the time, and since it wasn't worth making another meal, he stood up and walked to the kitchen to look for something quick to eat. As he opened the fridge, the phone rang. Chu Tian took out his phone, the caller showed as Little Sheep. Little Sheep was named Shan Yang, a boy who was particularly cute. He was also one of the friends Chu Tian met after moving to this city. Shan Yang was a romantic zero, a passive homosexual. After finding out about Chu Tian's sexual orientation, he drooled all over himself and volunteered himself, wanting to consummate their relationship internally. However, Chu Tian simply didn't like his type and refused him gently. Even after being rejected, Shan Yang did not give up easily, vowing to wait until Chu Tian saw his goodness, until later when Chu Tian had Su Chenyang, he painfully agreed to step aside and be Chu Tian's good girlfriend. Later, Chu Tian found out that he always liked someone, just couldn't get them. While looking for food in the fridge, Chu Tian clicked on the answer button. Hey, Shan Yang, what made you think of calling me on a weekend? A sweet voice came from the other side of the phone. Big brother Chu, what kind of talk is that? Have I ever forgotten you? You are my best girlfriend. Chu Tian smiled, taking out the uneaten chicken wings with cola flavor from yesterday. Stop being cheeky, tell me, why do you want me? There was silence from the other end of the phone, then when he spoke again, his tone was slightly off. He asked, Big brother Chu, how is your relationship with your young master lately? We're doing well, didn't you already receive our engagement invitation? Chu Tian closed the fridge door and asked, why ask all of a sudden? Not really, I was just asking. Shan Yang remained silent for a moment after saying that. Chu Tian has known him for a long time and understands him well. This guy was straightforward usually, rarely speaking hesitantly, typically only when encountering difficult matters. Chu Tian placed the chicken wings with cola flavor aside and asked, Little Sheep, did you encounter any problems? Tell me straight if you have any troubles, I will definitely help you. I'm fine, stop worrying unnecessarily, Shan Yang laughed, his tone becoming a bit low. Big brother Chu, where was your young master last month on the 18th? You mean Su Chenyang? Chu Tian was somewhat surprised. He went on a business trip to Shao City last month. Is there anything wrong? Oh, so that. Silence followed again on the other side of the line. Chu Tian, as a writer, had a strong ability to associate things. Instantly, he understood why Shan Yang was being elusive. Leaning against the counter, his gaze lost somewhere far away, he spoke softly, no problem, Little Sheep, say what you want to say directly. Being hesitant isn't like you. Then I'll just say it directly. Alright, say it. On the 18th of last month, my friends and I went to Shao City, and we saw Su Chenyang with a very handsome man, Big brother Chu. They seemed pretty cozy together. Really? Could it be a misunderstanding? Chu Tian's first reaction upon hearing this was still unwillingness to believe. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it and put it in his mouth. Chen Yang has been pretty good these years. We are going to get engaged next month. He shouldn't be up to anything else. Besides, he was on a business trip. When you saw him, he must have been with a client, hence your misunderstanding. Brother Chu, you really do trust him. Su Chenyang's unwavering trust made Shan Yang hesitate somewhat. He wasn't sure if he should continue speaking about what he had seen. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. Between partners, trust is the foundation. But I know you too, if you didn't believe that there's an 80 or 90% chance this matter is true, you wouldn't have made this call to me. He took another hard drag from the cigarette. Speak up, what else did you see? Chapter 3, Ex-Boyfriend. Brother Chu, I thought it was just me being too suspicious before, so I didn't bring it up with you. But I just saw Su Chenyang and that man again at the rotating restaurant in Rhine Tower. Dan Yang gently reminded him, Brother Chu, that revolving restaurant is a famous internet celebrity couples restaurant. The themes inside are all for couples. If it was a business dinner, no one would choose this place, right? Chu Tian exhaled a puff of smoke and asked lightly, it's a lover's restaurant, so who did you go there with? Brother Chu. You're focusing on the wrong thing. Dan Yang fumed, let me tell you, the atmosphere between Su Chenyang and that man is way too flirtatious. I know your relationship has been great these past few years, but a man's heart can change quickly. Don't get duped blindly. You two are about to get engaged, you really need to figure this out first. What you're saying? Aren't I a man too? Chu Tian was still confident in Su Chenyang, even though the young master was somewhat willful usually, he probably wouldn't do something like have multiple partners. Seeing that he was still joking around, Dan Yang knew Chu Tian definitely wasn't taking it seriously. Dan Yang said helplessly, Brother Chu, why aren't you anxious at all? Let me tell you, that man is incredibly handsome, even someone like me, a pure bottom, might want to switch sides for him. You need to be vigilant. After listening to his words, Chu Tian actually felt a tiny bit of unease creeping in. After all, Dan Yang had an extremely picky taste. For him to give such high praise, that person must indeed be ethereal beauty. In that case, surely you took photos, right? Could you send them over please? I'll confront him properly later. What do you think about that? Sure, I'll send it to you now. Dan Yang paused, then said, Brother Chu, you are an exceptionally good man. If Su Chenyang truly changes his feelings for you, then he's blind. I have plenty of high-quality handsome guys here, if anything, I'll introduce some to you. We shouldn't mourn over bastards, understand? Don't worry. Chu Tian smiled, am I that fragile? If he truly changes his heart, that only shows our fate has run its course. Brother Chu isn't someone who forces things. Stop worrying unnecessarily. Instead, you haven't told me yet, who went to the couple's restaurant today. Brother Chu, why are you so gossipy too? Dan Yang's earlier arrogance changed into shyness, no one, just a friend I've known for not long. Friend? Chu Tian tilted his head, lightly taking a puff of his cigarette, didn't you say that restaurant was only for couples? So, are you still keeping secrets from Brother Chu? It's not that. Dan Yang's voice became much softer, I just, agreed to give it a try with him. That's a good thing, your standards are so high, whoever made you willing to give it a shot must be quite decent, right? He, is okay. Dan Yang's tone carried a hint of melancholy, Brother Chu, I just feel that I should move on as well. I don't want to keep waiting for him anymore. You're right, in this world, anyone can live without anyone else. At least now, I feel like I've recovered. That's good to hear. Dan Yang, you're very cute and kind-hearted. You deserve happiness. Follow my advice, give it a serious try this time, and stop locking yourself in the past. Okay, Brother Chu, rest assured. Since I agreed to give it a try with him, I'll take it seriously. Dan Yang's tone lightened somewhat, as for you, how about it? Want me to go check if Su Chenyang and that male fox spirit have something going on? Huh, forget it. If it turns out to be a client, it'd leave a bad impression. Just send me the picture first. I'll find out what's going on by myself. Alright then. If that person is really a homewrecker, you must let me know. I'll tear him apart for you. That's enough, stop rambling. Send it over first so I can take a look. Alright, it's sent. After hanging up the call, Chu Tian placed the cigarette in his mouth and opened WeChat. A beautifully filtered photograph, comparable to a magazine cover, appeared immediately before his eyes. The restaurant was truly worthy of being called a lover spot. Those twinkling little fairy lights, vibrant red roses, elegant violins, plus the two men sitting opposite each other who weren't less handsome than stars or models, the atmosphere was bound to be flirtatious. Chu Tian shook his head with a smile. The photo was taken from the side, showing only the side profile of Su Chenyang and that man. The side profile of that man was indeed beautiful, and his beauty wasn't effeminate but androgynous, a beauty that made it hard to distinguish between genders. Especially under the glow of those tiny ambient lights, his side face was enough to make Chu Tian glance a few extra times even though he tried not to. And Su Chenyang's gaze towards him was undeniably tender. The smile on Chu Tian's face faded slightly as he saved the picture, deciding to discuss it with Su Chenyang tonight. They were about to get engaged. If Su Chenyang really had changed his feelings, then this engagement ceremony must be called off immediately. It would be embarrassing to grow old being laughed at by others. He slipped his phone back into his pocket and reheated the chicken wings in a can of soda using the microwave. This amount of food definitely wouldn't be enough for him, so he found a package of frozen dumplings, just about to cook them when his WeChat pinged again. Pulling out his phone, he saw Dan Yang's message, "Brother Chu, I managed to capture another photo from the front. Take a look, this guy is seriously dangerous." Chu Tian slowly opened the image and, upon seeing the man's clear frontal features, the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground instantly. This person, Chu Tian recognized him, 5 years ago, on Su Chenyang's phone. Back then, the young master had been recently dumped by his lover and was in an extremely low mood. Even after quite some time had passed, he still often gazed silently out of the window for long periods. His appearance at that time could be described as utterly hopeless. Chu Tian had been very curious about who could captivate this little young master, who always got what he wanted, to such a state. It wasn't until one day when he accidentally tapped on Su Chenyang's phone screen and saw the man standing under the sunlight, shining brighter than the sun itself, that he immediately understood why the young master felt the way he did. But that was 5 years ago. Now, the young master belonged to him. To see that man reappear by the young master's side meant something, and Chu Tian would be lying if he said he didn't care. Ding! The microwave gave a crisp notification sound, but Chu Tian stood rooted in place, unmoving. He stared at the photo for a long while, then opened his contact list and dialed a call to Su Mother. Chapter 4, Lies. The phone rang for a moment before it was answered. "Hello, Xiao Chu, is there something you need?" Chu Tian walked out of the kitchen and lit another cigarette before he asked, "Auntie, I want to ask you, didn't you always disagree with me being with Chenyang? Why did you suddenly change your mind?" There was a pause on the other end of the phone before they responded. "You called just to ask this?" Chu Tian took a drag from his cigarette and looked down at the weeds between the bricks. "Auntie, this question is quite important to me. Please answer me truthfully. What's going on? Did you have an argument with Chenyang?" Su Mother's avoidance made Chu Tian even more certain of his suspicion. "Auntie, I'll be straightforward. Chenyang's ex-lover is back, do you know about this?" "This." "Auntie, Su Chenyang is currently having dinner with that person at a couple's restaurant. There's no point in hiding it anymore." Upon hearing this, Su Mother sighed, "Sigh, Xiao Chu, don't overthink it. In my eyes, only you are the most suitable partner for Chenyang. Don't worry about Yi Han, the fact that he left Chenyang for 1 million yuan tells us what kind of person he is. I've been keeping this hidden from Chenyang. Once I tell him about it, based on Chenyang's proud nature, I believe he will definitely not have anything further to do with him." Chu Tian chuckled slightly, "Is that so?" "Yes, Xiao Chu, don't worry. Your engagement party is already set up. If Yi Han has any sense of shame, he should retreat gracefully." "What if he doesn't?" Su Mother's tone was full of the arrogance inherent in upper-class people. "If he still doesn't step back, then I'll make sure he can't survive in Beijing. Xiao Chu, Auntie promises you, Yi Han will never enter our Su family." At that moment, Chu Tian fully understood the true purpose behind the engagement banquet. He asked with a smile, "Auntie, both Chenyang and I are grown men, there's really no need for all this formalities about an engagement. We might as well just have a wedding, we're tired of all the hassle anyway." Dry laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Hee, what's the rush, child? The invitations are already sent out, and it can't be changed now. You two are still young, lifetime decisions need some time to adjust and mature. No need to rush things." "You're absolutely right, Auntie, I understand." Chu Tian smiled and stopped pursuing the topic. Su Mother noticeably relaxed. "Alright, I'm doing a beauty treatment and won't talk too much. As for Yi Han, rest assured, Auntie will handle it properly." After hanging up the phone, Chu Tian stared at the blackened screen of his mobile phone and couldn't help but mock himself with a laugh. He had thought that his charm had convinced this picky rich woman, only to find out he was merely a fence used to keep wolves away, someone intended to be discarded after use. Unconsciously, he loosened his grip as the cigarette in his hand had burned down completely, scorching his fingers. Ouch! Staring at his reddened fingertip, his gaze gradually grew deeper, lost in thoughts unknown. His stomach growled again, reminding him of his hunger. Glancing at his phone, it was almost 3 o'clock. He returned to the kitchen and opened the microwave oven. The chicken wings inside were cold. He reheated the chicken wings, boiled water, and cooked a few dumplings. While waiting, he couldn't help but take out the 2 photos that Dan Yang had sent him and examine them repeatedly. That man named Yi Han really was very handsome. He remembered when he first found Su Chenyang, this guy would cry every 2 or 3 days, like a dog that had been abandoned, looking pitiful. Back then, Su Chenyang must have loved him dearly. But what about now? Chu Tian tapped open Su Chenyang's number but hesitated to press the call button. What would he say if he called? Ask him if he was together with his ex-boyfriend again, if his old feelings were reignited? Ask him why he lied and deceived him? Chu Tian scratched his hair and put his phone aside. Talking on the phone wouldn't do, he needed to see it with his own eyes. After eating, he tidied himself up briefly and drove to Su Chenyang's company. When he arrived, the receptionist immediately recognized him. During Su Chenyang's early entrepreneurship period, he often worked day and night, and during that time, Chu Tian would come every day to bring him food. Most of the old employees at the company knew who he was. "Brother Chu, how come you're here?" The receptionist greeted him warmly. Chu Tian flashed her a smile. His expression was filled with genuine carefree confidence and charm, which, combined with his mature and handsome face, made the receptionist's heart race uncontrollably despite knowing he was the boss's boyfriend. "I'm here to see Chenyang, is he available now?" "Did the boss not come to work today?" The receptionist replied without hesitation. "Oh, right, it's the weekend today." "Look at my forgetfulness." Chu Tian didn't reveal a single emotion, he smiled and waved. "He must be at home then. I'll head back. Sorry for disturbing." "Oh, okay." The receptionist watched as the man left with an effortlessly charming air that made her heart race despite knowing he was the boss's boyfriend. Suddenly, she remembered something. Wasn't the boss living with Mr. Chu? How could Mr. Chu not know that the boss wasn't working today? And he even came all the way here to look for him. Oh, had she just said something wrong? Chu Tian personally went to verify Su Chenyang's lie, and in that moment, he no longer held on to any false hope. If there was nothing going on between Su Chenyang and Yi Han, then there would be no reason for him to lie to himself. But he lied. Based on the information provided by Dan Yang, they might have been together the entire past month, including the day he returned. Even though Chu Tian knew he had prepared a whole table of food waiting for him to come home, Su Chenyang still chose to be with Yi Han. That much meant he liked Yi Han this much. He only slept at home after returning and then rushed off to see him the next day. Chu Tian sat in the car for a long time, the car full of choking cigarette smoke, until the cigarette box became empty. Only then did he finally take out his phone and call Su Chenyang's number. The phone rang once before being hung up. In this situation, it generally meant Su Chenyang was in a meeting. He usually called back after a while. Chu Tian didn't wait this time but instead called again immediately. The phone rang for what seemed like forever and was about to be disconnected when it was finally picked up. "Hello, Brother Chu, what's wrong?" Chu Tian carefully listened to the other end of the phone and discovered it was very quiet. He asked, "Where are you?" "I'm in a meeting at the company." Su Chenyang sounded very natural. His reaction made Chu Tian feel somewhat restless. The bastard was lying so naturally. How many lies had he told him before, yet Chu Tian believed him every time. He took a heavy breath and said sternly, "You get back now, I need to talk to you." "But I'm in the middle of a meeting, I can't leave." TCH, if he hadn't just left his company, he might have actually believed him. Chu Tian tightly gripped the cigarette box, suppressing the pain in his chest, and coldly stated, "I don't care what meeting you're in, get back now. I give you 1 hour. If you don't come back within this hour, you will never need to return." Su Chenyang was surprised by this sudden irrational tantrum and hesitantly replied, "Wife, what's wrong? Why are you so serious suddenly? Has something happened? Wait until you come back to find out." "That's it." Chu Tian directly hung up the phone. Su Chenyang stared blankly at his phone, unsure why he felt uneasy inside. After stepping out, he saw Yi Han waiting outside. Seeing him come out, Yi Han asked, "What's wrong? Your expression looks off. Did something happen?" Su Chenyang glanced at his phone. He was somewhat concerned about Chu Tian's tone and decided to go back to check on him. He looked at Yi Han, "Senior, sorry, I have an emergency at home. I might need to leave first." Yi Han smiled upon hearing this, "It's fine. If you have things to do, go ahead and leave. Thanks for spending time with me these past days. My mood has improved a lot." "It's nothing." Su Chenyang looked at him, wanting to say something but ultimately decided against it. Chu Tian only gave him 1 hour, and it would take more than 10 minutes to walk from where he parked. Time was quite tight. He briefly reminded Yi Han to go back early and then hurriedly left. Yi Han watched as Su Chenyang's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, determination gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 5, Standoff. When Chu Tian got home and opened the door, he was still somewhat nervous. The anger from being deceived by his lover had not yet subsided, and he worried that as soon as he saw Su Chenyang, he wouldn't be able to help grabbing him and punching him. But the silence in the room told him that Su Chenyang hadn't come back yet. He glanced down at his watch. He called Su Chenyang around 4:10, and now it was 5 o'clock, leaving only 10 minutes until the 1-hour deadline he set. His arms fell lifelessly as he closed the door and leaned against it. His heart began beating faster and faster, like it was about to leap out of his chest, filling his ears with nothing but his own heartbeat. Shit, it's not me who made the mistake, why am I so anxious? He straightened up, went to the couch, and abruptly sat down, resting his arms on the edge. He quietly listened to the ticking of the watch. 10 minutes, long enough for Chu Tian to quickly review their 5 years together. During those 5 years, he and Su Chenyang were rather sweet together, which is why they agreed to get engaged so fast. But comparing their 5 years to the 3 years Su Chenyang spent with his ex-boyfriend, he wasn't very confident about whose relationship was heavier in significance. He didn't have a great temper, he was relatively gentle with others, but somewhat short-tempered with family. He usually spoiled the young master, but if the other really pissed him off, he would definitely lose his cool. Fortunately, although the young master caused trouble here and there, he always knew his limits and never crossed Chu Tian's bottom line. They had formed an unspoken understanding over these 5 years. Although they did have ups and downs, they had never mentioned breaking up even once. Yet, just as they were about to get engaged, this young master decided to give him a big surprise, without a word. Annoyed, he patted his trouser pocket, hoping to find a cigarette to smoke. However, it was empty. He then remembered that he had already finished the cigarettes in the garage of Su Chenyang's company. He stood up, intending to grab another pack. Just as he turned around, he locked eyes with Su Chenyang, who had just walked in. The two exchanged no words, until Su Chenyang spoke first. "Brother Chu, I'm back." Chu Tian irritably clicked the lighter, then walked to the storage cabinet and took out a new pack of cigarettes. With a "ka" sound, Chu Tian lit the cigarette but didn't turn around immediately. Instead, he rested his hand on the cabinet and smoked while gazing at the view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Su Chenyang placed his keys into the key tray and started taking off his shoes while covertly looking at Chu Tian. He could already sense something was off with Chu Tian's tone during the phone call. When he returned home, the tense atmosphere suffocated the entire room. Being fully aware of Chu Tian's temperament, Su Chenyang thought that if Chu Tian had vented his anger on him, whatever wrong he might have done could usually be smoothed over with a bit of affection. However, something seemed off today. Chu Tian, with his back toward Su Chenyang, looked far too calm. He clearly appeared angry, but he didn't blow up. This filled Su Chenyang with an unsettling premonition. "Brother Chu, did you call me back in such a rush because something important happened?" Su Chenyang walked behind Chu Tian and tried to put his arms around Chu Tian's waist. Chu Tian turned his body slightly, skillfully breaking free from the embrace. He slowly exhaled the cigarette smoke from his mouth but didn't speak right away. He simply stared through the haze of smoke at the person he had loved for 5 years. The acrid smell of the cigarette made non-smoker Su Chenyang uncomfortable. He fanned his hand a bit and complained softly, "Didn't I tell you to smoke less? Have you been secretly overdoing it recently?" Chu Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chenyang, as though trying to see straight through his eyes and deep into his soul. For a brief moment, Su Chenyang almost flinched but managed to hold his ground. How could he still look so composed after telling such a whopper lie? Was this still the naive young master he thought Su Chenyang was, who only knew how to act cute and rely on others? Was he truly as trustworthy and completely loyal as he imagined? At this moment, Chu Tian suddenly felt how unfamiliar this person standing before him had become. "Brother Chu, what's wrong with you? You rushed me back in the middle of my meeting and said such harsh things, but now that I'm here, you won't say a word. That's terrifying, you know." If he hadn't brought up the meeting, it might have been better. As soon as the meeting was mentioned, Chu Tian burned with rage again. This guy had nerves of steel. Did he really think his simple fibs wouldn't be uncovered? He violently crushed out his cigarette in the ashtray and glared furiously at Su Chenyang, making Su Chenyang instantly tense his whole body. "Meeting? What meeting are you talking about? What's the agenda, who's in attendance, and can I see the meeting minutes?" His words immediately sent Su Chenyang into a cold sweat. He forced a calm smile. "Brother Chu, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" Chu Tian also smiled. "Su Chenyang, I've known you for 5 years, always thought of you as a trustworthy person. Never expected you'd be such a good liar, hiding so deep." He pointed his finger at Su Chenyang, whose face had changed. "Damn it, just one production line, why would the big boss like you need to travel personally to negotiate? You're probably off somewhere meeting an old lover, great job." Su Chenyang had initially held a flicker of hope that Chu Tian had only realized he hadn't gone to work today, but now that Chu Tian was speaking so clearly, it seemed obvious he already knew about last month's incident and had solid evidence. If Su Chenyang kept denying it, things could only get worse. He tightly grabbed Chu Tian's arm and quickly said, "Brother Chu, hear me out. I didn't intentionally lie to you, it's complicated." Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, sneering. "Wow, when did infidelity even have complications attached to it? It's not infidelity. Don't make it sound so disgusting, we didn't." So it's already us. Should I back off then and let you two have some space?" Chu Tian usually spoiled Su Chenyang greatly, rarely talked back to him this harshly, and certainly never mocked him with sarcasm. This left Su Chenyang feeling quite uncomfortable. "Brother Chu, don't say things like that. It's true I shouldn't have done this, but I really have my reasons. Let me explain everything, okay?" His expression was earnest, and his gaze toward Chu Tian carried both sorrow and, yet strangely no guilt. Chu Tian was internally hesitant. Could it be that he had misunderstood? He brushed off Su Chenyang's hand and leaned against the storage cabinet, lifting his chin lazily. "Then tell me, what exactly is your complication?" Su Chenyang obediently let his hands fall by his sides and gazed hopefully at Chu Tian as he began recounting the truth step by step. Last month, I truly did meet my senior from school, but I didn't know he was there until I got there. As he spoke, he attempted to hold Chu Tian's hand. Chu Tian looked at him twice but did not pull away. This indulgence inevitably emboldened the young master further, leading Su Chenyang to wrap his arms around Chu Tian's waist, cooing near his ear. When I arrived, that production line was the best match after our team's discussions. We offered a reasonable price, but the other party insisted on personal face-to-face negotiations. I originally thought it was their intentional provocation, but you know how things have been ever since that picture went viral online. Our company's order volume skyrocketed. Without support from new production lines, the company would be in danger. That's why I decided to go. Nervously glancing at Chu Tian, his voice dropped lower. Only when I got there did I find out that the factory owner was actually the friend of my former senior. He'd seen the picture online and learned about my news, and wanted to meet me. Chu Tian stared coldly at him. Surely he went through all this trouble just to catch up, right? Not exactly. Su Chenyang found himself intimidated by Chu Tian's piercing eyes, so he cheekily kissed Chu Tian's eye, forcing him to close them. Though he hated to admit it was undeniably true that Su Chenyang had him wrapped around his little finger. After the kiss, when Chu Tian opened his eyes again, they had softened noticeably. Impatiently, he shoved him slightly. Stop trying to act cute and continue explaining. Oh. Su Chenyang innocently blinked before continuing. When I saw my senior, I was also very surprised. He first caught up with me, asking how these years had treated me. I told him I was doing well. Then he apologized to me, saying it was his weakness that caused him to give up on our feelings back then. He hoped I could forgive him. So. Did you forgive him? Su Chenyang blinked once more. I did forgive him. Chu Tian lost his composure. Tisk, you're really magnanimous. Back when he dumped you, you were as wretched as a dog, moping around me every day with that look like life wasn't worth living. You couldn't eat or sleep properly. If I hadn't carefully nurtured you back then, you might have developed anorexia. But look at you now, you healed so fast and forgot the pain, and when he returned, you immediately forgave him. Chu Tian pointed his finger at Su Chenyang and yelled, Su Chenyang, I've misjudged you. Who would have thought you're such a cheap person? Hey, honey, don't be mad, just let me finish explaining. Su Chenyang grabbed Chu Tian's fingers and said pitifully, I told my senior that I already have someone I love and we are about to get engaged. I'm very happy now, so there's no point dwelling on past matters. Look at what kind of person you think I am. Chu Tian's tone softened a little. If you've made everything clear, then why did you two spend a whole month together? Hearing this, Su Chenyang's expression became even more aggrieved. After my senior learned that I already have someone, he suddenly lost control of his emotions and scared me. His friend later told me that my senior had suffered from severe depression because of what happened before, and his condition was very bad. He hoped I could help counsel him since he wouldn't sign the contract and kept delaying things, so I had no choice but to agree. Chu Tian frowned upon hearing this. If he's sick, he should be taking medicine and receiving treatment. Are you saying you can cure him just by talking? Do you think you're some kind of miracle drug? I know, but my senior's condition is indeed not good. It's possible that it's all because of me, so I felt that I at least share some responsibility for this. That's why I deceived you. Su Chenyang looked guiltily at Chu Tian. Honey, I swear I only wanted to help my senior through this difficult period. I didn't plan to do anything with him. You must believe me on this. Chu Tian stared at him for a while before asking, were you out having dinner with him last night? And today too, were you still with him? Su Chenyang lowered his head, too afraid to speak. Chu Tian shoved him away forcefully, turned to walk to the window, and stood in silence with his back to Su Chenyang. Su Chenyang followed quietly, whispering behind him, honey, I know I was wrong. I originally intended to come back and see you after our month apart, you don't know how much I missed you. But my senior suddenly called me, saying many disheartening things. I worried he might do something stupid, so I went to persuade him. Chu Tian didn't turn around, and today? Did he also want to do something foolish? Not exactly. My senior said he wants to overcome this illness, so he decided to face life positively and try to find joy in living again. However, he has no friends in Beijing right now, so he hoped I could accompany him to go out and explore a bit. Chu Tian turned to look at him, and the disappointment in his eyes caused Su Chenyang's voice to grow quieter and quieter until, eventually, he dared not say another word. Chenyang, you're the young master of a wealthy family, and your mother has high expectations for you. I'm sure she never intended to raise you into a naive fool. There's no way you couldn't see Han's real intentions. Even so, you chose to lie to me repeatedly, going to specifically accompany him. Su Chenyang remained silent. Chu Tian crossed his arms, glaring coldly at him. Speak up. What are your thoughts about him? And are we even getting engaged or not? Give me a straight answer. Chapter 6, A Stranger Lover. Of course we need to order. Brother Chu, you've already agreed to be my wife, don't try to go back on your word. His unwavering attitude made Chu Tian feel a little better, and his tone softened slightly. So tell me, what do you plan to do with your ex-boyfriend? His illness won't get better anytime soon, surely it's not okay for him to demand your company every time he's upset. Let me make this clear, there's no way I'm that generous to let my person tangle up with their ex-lover. I find it extremely unpleasant. Su Chenyang looked up at him pitifully. Brother Chu, what do you think I should do? You're asking me. Chu Tian was seething with anger, and he kicked Su Chenyang's knee without hesitation, forcing him to stumble backward. Brother Chu. Su Chenyang's lips quivered. Chu Tian interrupted immediately. You shut up. Su Chenyang, are you out of your mind? Look at you, still clinging on to your ex like this, and you have the nerve to ask me what you should do. All I want is for you to cut ties with him cleanly, ideally never speaking again. Can you do that? I'm not clinging to him. Besides, didn't I already tell him that I'm getting engaged? When I visit him, it's just because I'm worried about him having an accident. Su Chenyang defended himself quietly. Chu Tian laughed angrily. What? You seem so proud of yourself. Do you expect me to praise you instead? Should I even present you with a banner for being the most touching ex-boyfriend in China? Su Chenyang remained silent, keeping his head down submissively as if letting Chu Tian vent all his frustration on him. This guy was always like this. Even though it was him who made the mistake, he would act like a long-suffering housewife during arguments, making others think Chu Tian was irrationally throwing a tantrum. Chu Tian hated his behavior more than anything, but now he simply didn't want to talk anymore. You're not talking, right? Fine. Then stop wasting your breath. With that, Chu Tian turned and walked away. Su Chenyang quickly grabbed his arm. Wife, where are you going? Arguments are one thing, but we definitely can't run away from home. Do you think you deserve it? The one who messed up wasn't me, and besides, this is my house. Why should I leave? Chu Tian brushed off his hand and headed straight for the second floor. Su Chenyang hurried after him, saying as he climbed the stairs, Brother Chu, don't be angry. I don't want to keep entangled with my ex either, but he has depression and very negative thoughts. He doesn't have many friends in Beijing. What if something happens to him? How could I ignore him if I know he plans to do something stupid? Chu Tian stopped and looked back at him. That's true, I completely understand, it was the person you loved passionately in the past. Now, since he's dying for your sake, how could you possibly neglect him? But I don't understand why, if he had friends keeping him company in Shao City, did he come back to this unfamiliar place called Beijing after reuniting with you? This, how would I know? Humph, do you really think Master Su wouldn't know? After growing up around clever people, are you actually happy deep inside about this? With a cold laugh, Chu Tian walked into their bedroom, pulled open the closet they shared, and started throwing Su Chenyang's clothes onto the bed. Brother Chu, I haven't done that. Hey. What are you doing? Why are you throwing my clothes? While Chu Tian kept throwing, Su Chenyang kept picking them up and hanging them back, until after a few rounds, Chu Tian completely lost it. He threw the clothes on the ground fiercely, grabbed Su Chenyang by the collar, and said through gritted teeth, Su Chenyang, I've seen through it all, you care so much about him, then why don't you go openly find him? Don't pull this depressive disorder nonsense any longer. Su Chenyang hastily explained, Brother Chu, I've already told you, I haven't done anything like that. Can you stop worrying so much about him? Do you think I want to worry about him? In a rage, Chu Tian slammed his fist against the wardrobe. The violent collision sound and the obvious dent in the wardrobe forced Su Chenyang to wisely close his mouth. After smashing the wardrobe, Chu Tian's anger didn't decrease one bit. In fact, seeing how mad he was, this young master still thought he was just playing pretend and continued putting on a pity-seeking act. And somehow, Chu Tian also realized he was his own fool. He knew Su Chenyang was blatantly overstepping his boundaries, yet he would still grow soft-hearted because of his pitiful eyes. He let out a long sigh, and when he spoke again, his tone was less confrontational, more like an elder patiently guiding a naive younger one. Chenyang, I know you have a soft heart, but you can't keep repeating the same mistakes once you've been hurt. Even if he is sick, so what? Even if he has a terminal illness and is going to die, so what? How does it relate to you? Even if he has no friends, doesn't he have family? Is it your responsibility as his ex-boyfriend, someone he abandoned, to take care of him and safeguard his life? Brother Chu. Su Chenyang looked at him, disappointed. How can you say such cold-hearted things? It's partially because of me that the senior suffered from this disease. I just don't want any tragedy to happen. Why can't you consider things from my perspective for once? Because of you. Chu Tian stared at him in disbelief. Su Chenyang, are you 3 years old to be so naive? Just because he said it's due to you, you believe him? Can someone who abandoned you possibly get depression because of you? What has he been doing all these years? Why didn't he come back sooner? Just after you, the most handsome CEO, became popular online and publicly came out, did he suddenly show up? Su Chenyang, have you never doubted any of this? Su Chenyang's expression turned sour, he wasn't showing that pitiful look anymore. Instead, he frowned with visible displeasure on his face. Brother Chu, you don't know Senior well. He isn't that kind of person. You've probably been reading too many novels and overcomplicating people. Chu Tian paused momentarily before lowering his head and bitterly smiled. Su Chenyang frowned, asking, "What are you smiling about?" "What am I smiling about?" Chu Tian looked up at him, his arm muscles tensed as they gripped Su Chenyang's collar, revealing an ugly vein bulging on his forearm, a clear sign of suppressed emotion. Looking into Su Chenyang's eyes, his voice carried heavy disappointment. "Su Chenyang, you're right, it's my mistake, I misunderstood your morally upright ex-lover. It's not exactly what I mean." Su Chenyang reached for Chu Tian's hand but got shrugged off. Chu Tian released Su Chenyang's collar, bent down, picked up the clothes scattered on the floor, and handed them to Su Chenyang. "Su Chenyang, I've nothing more to say. My stance is very clear, if you want to continue with me, you need to cut ties completely with your ex. If you're thinking of reconciling, then our relationship will end immediately, and the engagement party should also be cancelled by your mother as soon as possible. I don't want to walk into an engagement while wearing a green hat. Go home and think this through clearly." Hearing the implications in his words, Su Chenyang finally panicked. "Brother Chu, what do you mean? Are you breaking up with me?" "Humph, did I say that?" Chu Tian clarified calmly. "I simply asked you to choose between your ex and me, yet you jumped to the conclusion that I'm breaking up with you. Su Chenyang, I guess your feelings toward me are now clear enough." Chu Tian pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, his demeanor so calm it made people uneasy. Su Chenyang sensed something wrong was about to happen. He grabbed Chu Tian's phone hastily, eyeing it cautiously. "Brother Chu, what do you plan to do?" A glance revealed that Chu Tian had opened the chat box with his mom. "Brother Chu, what do you intend to tell my mom?" His gaze grew sharp, not the harmless demeanor he always exhibited in front of Chu Tian. This unmasked gaze was unfamiliar to Chu Tian, who couldn't help but chuckle. "What do you think I'm planning to do?" "Brother Chu." The tone in Su Chenyang's voice abruptly cooled. "I'll deal with the matters between Senior and me. I don't want my mom to interfere. She's always had prejudices against him, and her intervention could worsen his condition. I hope you understand." Chu Tian's smile froze on his face. No matter how much he calculated, he hadn't foreseen Su Chenyang saying this to him. They'd been together for 5 years, not 5 months. Naturally, Chu Tian believed Su Chenyang knew him inside and out. Though he wouldn't claim to be exceptionally noble, he considered himself decently forthright. Yet, he never expected Su Chenyang to misjudge him so. So you think I would tattle to your mom, letting her handle your ex-lover for me?" Su Chenyang's gaze remained wary. "I didn't say that, but I only hope my mom knows nothing about Senior. Brother Chu, can you keep this a secret?" Chu Tian gazed into Su Chenyang's eyes and felt suddenly deflated. Look at how much protection he's offering and still faking innocence with him. Isn't this meaningless? The person before him made Chu Tian feel increasingly alien. He never imagined the little dog he'd nurtured for so many years would bare its teeth for the person who had cast him aside. His heart suddenly clenched, and the sharp, intense pain almost made him unable to straighten his back, but he gritted his teeth and bore it without showing a single sign of weakness. Right now, he had only one thought in mind. "Chu Tian, you need to hold it together. You're 32 years old. If today the words of some young kid wound you, that would be so embarrassing." Chapter 7, Let's Break Up. Chu Tian straightened his back and walked out of the house. As he passed by Su Chenyang, he coldly said, "Su Chenyang, rest assured, I won't do anything as cowardly as that. There's nothing more to say between us. Right now, take your things and disappear from my home. I'll let your mother cancel the engagement ceremony, and you can inform your own friends." "Brother Chu." "No." Su Chenyang threw the clothes in his hand and grabbed Chu Tian's hand. "Brother Chu, I know you're really angry, but we agreed that no matter how mad or how much we argue, we should not casually mention breaking up. Take those words back immediately." Chu Tian turned around and looked at him coldly. "How am I supposed to take back what has been said? I'm not Doraemon, able to go back and change my words. And it's not something I said lightly. Since you still care about your ex-lover, I'll grant you that wish and save you the trouble of lying constantly, nor do I want to be in such a sorry situation anymore. I really haven't." Before Su Chenyang could finish, Chu Tian cut him off without wanting to listen. "Forget it, I don't want to waste my breath on you. There are plenty of men with 2 legs. It's not like I wouldn't function without you. I have no time for nonsense with you." These words seemed to hit a nerve with Su Chenyang. He suddenly tightened his grip, causing Chu Tian to frown. Chu Tian struggled against him. "Let go of me. I don't want to have any lingering contact with an ex. Hurry up and pack your stuff and get lost. I'm not leaving." After shouting loudly, Su Chenyang pulled Chu Tian into his arms forcefully and held him tightly. His tone became pitiful when he spoke again. "Wife, I'm sorry. Please don't say things like that. I don't want to break up with you, and neither will you find anyone else. Don't give me that crap. We're done, stop calling me that." Chu Tian resisted. His resistance made Su Chenyang extremely anxious. He hadn't expected their argument to escalate to such severity. This was the first time in 5 years they had mentioned breaking up. Chu Tian had once said that broken mirrors cannot be mended easily, so they must be very cautious about using the word breakup. It was only to be brought up when one truly felt there was no way forward in their relationship. Once someone mentions it, their feelings would be irreversibly over, and he would never consider going back. Because of this rule, no matter how unreasonable Su Chenyang was being, he dared not mention breaking up. Never did he expect Chu Tian to initiate it. Chu Tian's serious expression while saying those words remained vivid in Su Chenyang's memory. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became, his head even beginning to feel swollen. Instinctively, he confined Chu Tian within his embrace to prevent any opportunity for departure. How can we be unrelated? You said break up, but I didn't agree. Everyone knows we are getting engaged, you can't go back on it. Do I need your consent to break up with you? Let me go. No. As long as I don't agree, you can't break up with me. With a trembling voice, he pleaded tearfully by Chu Tian's ear, Brother Chu. Don't be like this. I feel terrible. You think I don't? My heart hurts too. Who's to blame for this? While criticizing silently in his heart, Chu Tian pinched Su Chenyang's wrist outward forcefully. Ah! Although Su Chenyang screamed in pain, he still refused to release his grip. After all, Su Chenyang was someone Chu Tian cherished for many years. He couldn't bring himself to truly harm him. He let go helplessly and stared at the exquisite crystal chandelier hanging on the ceiling, feeling deeply sorrowful inside. Brother Chu, don't leave me. I'm wrong. I won't see the senior student anymore, I promise I won't ever see him again. Please don't break up with me. Tears from Su Chenyang soaked through the thin cotton shirt onto Chu Tian's back, causing him to clench his fists tightly. Brother Chu. I love you. There is no one else in my heart. Please believe me. Chu Tian always considered himself to be a laid-back person. He thought he would certainly adhere to his bottom line, safeguarding his dignity, and in case of betrayal, he would turn away gracefully without any attachment. But 5 years of life is no short period of time. Loving Su Chenyang had become his habit, part of his daily life. He had even planned to keep loving him for the rest of his life. Now, to let go suddenly, he realized that he wasn't as resolute as he had imagined. Look, the young master shed a few tears, and already his defenses were breaking. Brother Chu. Please say something. Quickly tell me that what you just said were harsh words. We won't break up, all right? The wavering heart of Chu Tian softened further upon hearing Su Chenyang's plea, growing weaker and more uncertain. Su Chenyang noticed the softening of Chu Tian's attitude and immediately seized the opportunity, hugging him and trying to pull him toward the bed. This was the most standardized ending of their arguments, fighting by the head of the bed and making up at its foot, as it always had been. Chu Tian was dragged a few steps by him but forcibly stopped when they got close to the bed. He turned around and looked at Su Chenyang. Chenyang, I have one question for you, and you must answer me truthfully. No lies. Okay, ask away, I won't lie. Su Chenyang said while still trying to push Chu Tian onto the bed. Chu Tian pushed him off directly. I want to know, did you do anything with Yi Han? I didn't. Su Chenyang hastily denied it, Brother Chu, I really just wanted to help him, not see him make foolish mistakes. I never thought of getting back together with him. My heart is only with you, truly. It seemed he was scared Chu Tian wouldn't believe him, so he quickly pulled out his phone, found Yi Han's number, and said to Chu Tian, Brother Chu, if you don't believe me, I'll call my senior student now. You can ask him yourself whether I've been good or not. You go ahead and ask. He handed the phone over to Chu Tian, looking extremely calm, showing no signs of guilt. Chu Tian glanced at the number and, surprisingly, pressed the dial button. Su Chenyang's hand shook subtly. Brother Chu, you're really calling. Didn't you tell me to call? What's wrong? Are you nervous? I'm not. It's just that I didn't expect you to truly doubt me. Su Chenyang hadn't anticipated that Chu Tian would actually make the call. More importantly, he had no idea what Chu Tian would say to Yi Han. Though he knew for sure he hadn't cheated, he still felt quite uneasy, his hand trembling as he held the phone, yet he dared not take it back. He realized that when Chu Tian said earlier about wanting to break up, he had been completely serious, and right now, there was no sign of him relenting. If this call failed to satisfy Chu Tian, their relationship would indeed be over. In the past 5 years, Chu Tian's dedication toward him had been unmatched, and Su Chenyang enjoyed their current life fully, having no desire to part ways with Chu Tian. Dialing. Dialing. The phone rang, but there was no response. Su Chenyang let out a quiet sigh of relief. No answer was good, answering the call would have been far too awkward. But alas, fear brought reality, and just as Su Chenyang relaxed, a clear male voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, Chenyang, is everything alright? Su Chenyang blinked rapidly, staring anxiously at Chu Tian, too terrified even to breathe. Chapter 8, A Conversation with Yi Han. Chenyang. Why aren't you saying anything? Su Chenyang coughed dryly twice under Chu Tian's gaze. Ahem, that. Senior, What's wrong with you? Su Chenyang stuttered for a long time, not knowing what to say. Chu Tian's mouth curled at the corner, and he directly said to Yi Han, Hello, I am Chenyang's lover. My name is Chu Tian. I wonder if Chenyang has mentioned me to you. Yi Han seemed momentarily stunned, then politely said, "Hello, I am Chen Yang Sr. He did mention to me that he has a lover, and they are getting engaged next month. Congratulations to both of you. Oh, it's good that he mentioned it. Thank you for your blessing." Chu Tian glanced sideways at Su Chenyang, then continued, "The reason why I am calling you today is that I want to discuss something with you." Yi Han sounded somewhat surprised. "Please go ahead." Every word Chu Tian spoke now was not discussed with Su Chenyang beforehand. Su Chenyang anxiously held his phone, watching Chu Tian with an anxious heart ready to burst out. Chu Tian stood relaxed with his hands in his pockets. "Originally, I didn't intend to be so abrupt, but today I found out that Chen Yang lied to me, saying he was going to work, only to go meet you instead. And before, when he said he went on a business trip, my friend saw you two together. Normally, I've always trusted Chen Yang. But now, he keeps lying to me because of you, which has shaken the foundation of our trust. This matter is quite serious, we almost broke up over this, making me very unhappy. We are all men, so let me speak plainly. There was a relationship between you and Chen Yang in the past. As the current partner, I don't want my person to be entangled with his ex-lover, especially one who parted ways abnormally. I hope you can understand and cooperate." Yi Han probably didn't expect Chu Tian to be so straightforward, and remained silent on the other side. Su Chenyang also didn't anticipate Chu Tian being this direct. Concerned that Chu Tian's words might aggravate Yi Han's condition, he attempted to stop Chu Tian from continuing further. Chu Tian directly snatched the phone from him and continued, "Of course, I've also heard about your situation from Chen Yang. It's definitely hard for someone to be alone in Jingcheng. Chen Yang won't be able to accompany you anymore. Luckily, I have many friends here. How about letting me organize a gathering sometime, and help you make more friends?" After a while, Yi Han finally spoke, but he asked Su Chenyang, "Chen Yang, was this call your idea?" Under Chu Tian's icy gaze, Su Chenyang ultimately spoke into the receiver, "Senior, sorry, Chu doesn't like me contacting my previous partners. I think it's better not to as well." So. He didn't dare to be too explicit, yet his meaning was clear enough. From the other end, Yi Han replied, "I understand your intentions. Sorry for causing trouble. I'll make myself disappear." Saying that, he hung up. Looking at the disconnected phone call, Chu Tian smirked lightly, then tossed the phone to Su Chenyang. Su Chenyang caught the phone with both hands and looked down at the pitch-black screen, seemingly lost in thought. Chu Tian knew from his expression that he wasn't happy. "What, do you disapprove of my straight talk?" Su Chenyang slipped the phone into his pocket and slowly shook his head. "Since it's been said, let's leave it at that." "Humph." Chu Tian laughed coldly. He was unsatisfied with young master's performance. He could feel that Su Chenyang still couldn't let go of Yi Han. This phone call today would be ideal if it convinced Yi Han to back off, but if Yi Han had ulterior motives towards Su Chenyang, it's unlikely that he'd fade away quietly. Chu Tian has always been honest with himself. He clearly knows that he doesn't want to break up with Su Chenyang because he truly loves this precious little young master he's cherished for so many years. Therefore, even though he's hit a bottom line, he still wants to give them another chance. But only once. If Yi Han intends to take Su Chenyang back, he eagerly awaits his next move. He also wanted to clarify Su Chenyang's direction before their engagement. Inside the bedroom, the atmosphere between the two was somewhat stiff. Chu Tian no longer wanted to talk to Su Chenyang. He turned around and started walking out. "Big brother Chu." Su Chenyang stopped him from behind. "What?" Chu Tian turned back, his tone unusually cold. Su Chenyang hesitated and asked, Are we back together?" Chu Tian smiled and asked him, "Do you want us to reconcile?" "Of course I do." Su Chenyang approached and grabbed his hand. "Big brother Chu, didn't you say you were going to try on your suit?" "It's still early, let's go now." "Early my ass, it's almost 6 already. I didn't even have a proper lunch, and now I'm starving." "What? Why didn't you eat?" Su Chenyang blurted out unconsciously. "Why do you think?" Chu Tian became irate at the mere mention of it, as all sorts of images flashed through his mind, pictures of Su Chenyang having an intimate dinner with Yi Han in a couple's restaurant. He flung off Su Chenyang's hand and glared furiously at him. "You lied to me about going to work but ended up dining out with your ex-lover at a couple's restaurant. Do you really think I can still eat anything?" Su Chenyang didn't expect that he knew even this detail, feeling an uncanny coincidence. This made him upset, so he questioned Chu Tian instead. "Brother Chu, have you been spying on me?" Upon hearing this accusation, Chu Tian kicked him again lightly but with restrained force. "You sure have quite the imagination. Why would I bother to spy on you? You take me for some bored rich man who has nothing better to do." "I don't believe you," Su Chenyang retorted, "so how do you know even this?" "How do I know? Let me tell you," Chu Tian tapped on his chest with his finger. "We know someone who happened to see you hanging out with your old lover. That person assumed you were cheating on me. When they called me to warn me, I firmly denied it, claiming there was no way you'd be with anyone else, saying that you must have been out entertaining clients. And then what happens? I find out later that you deliberately embarrassed me. That was just normal eating out. The restaurant was decided on impulse. At that time, we searched for the nearest restaurant nearby, and it just turned out to be that place. I had no idea it was a couple's restaurant either. His self-righteous manner only infuriated Chu Tian further, making him laugh derisively. Oh, so now it's my fault for scolding you, is it? Didn't you notice the decor of that restaurant before entering, or even after you went in? Su Chenyang immediately felt guilty after hearing this and his voice grew weaker. Well, since I was already there, I couldn't just walk away, right? Anyway, we were just having dinner, and where we ate shouldn't matter, should it? You, just shut up. Chu Tian deeply inhaled, clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles crackling audibly. I might not be able to hold myself back from beating the living daylights out of you. Tall and muscular, Chu Tian's body was genuinely built, which was far different from Su Chenyang's refined demeanor as a young gentleman. Though in their intimate relations, Su Chenyang was usually on top, this was only because Chu Tian always conceded whenever he acted cute. If it came down to brute strength, the young master would have no chance against Chu Tian at all. Now, with anger rising in him, Chu Tian's muscles tensed like those of a leopard ready to pounce on its prey. Even someone like Su Chenyang who wasn't easily intimidated trembled under the intensity of Chu Tian's gaze. But as the one loved by Chu Tian, Su Chenyang showed absolutely no fear. The young lord had a strong sense of security in himself, regardless of how angry Chu Tian was or how fierce his eyes looked. Boldly, Su Chenyang hugged the fuming Chu Tian tightly around his waist and began murmuring sweet words into his ear. Honey, I know I've made a mistake, but please don't be so mean to me. There's no way you'll hit me, so stop trying to scare me. Chu Tian detested being taken for granted. Grasping Su Chenyang's chin fiercely, he growled threats. Who said I won't beat you if you keep screwing around and seeing others? Do you believe me or not? Grinning impishly, Su Chenyang leaned forward and planted a kiss on Chu Tian's lips, then smirked teasingly. I don't believe you. My honey loves me too much to ever hurt me. Honey, I'm hungry too. The food at that restaurant tasted terrible anyway. Your cooking is the best. I didn't get to eat yesterday's cola chicken wings. Can you make them again? Every word of Su Chenyang was pushing buttons, yet the spoiled young lord cared little. People without affection often need delicate consideration when speaking or acting to avoid offending others. But Su Chenyang, despite knowing Chu Tian was still angry at him, continued his coquettish behavior unfazed. After years of familiarity, Chu Tian naturally understood what kind of person the young lord was. In truth, his unbridled confidence stemmed entirely from Chu Tian's overindulgence of him. This left Chu Tian slightly exhausted. Their relationship had gone through an unprecedented crisis. At this moment, Chu Tian wished deeply for his beloved one to say something to calm his troubled heart, to rebuild the shattered trust between them. Yet, it seemed that the young lord chose to overlook his disappointment completely. It was obvious that he expected him to swallow his feelings like before, then continue indulging and loving him as usual. There are no wings, and I don't feel like cooking today. Let's order takeout. He gently pushed Su Chenyang away. Takeout is so unhealthy. How about we go eat outside? I don't want to. You can eat if you want. Chu Tian turned and went downstairs. Chapter 9, One Chance. Chu Tian was genuinely angry this time. Although the two hadn't broken up, his trust in Su Chenyang had already been shattered. Moreover, the wary glance Su Chenyang had once given to Yi Han as if guarding a secret lingered in Chu Tian's mind like a splinter, leaving him constantly uneasy and unable to let it go. What was worse, Su Chenyang continued to act as carefree as ever. The more Chu Tian ignored him due to his anger, the more Su Chenyang clung to him, seeking affection and attention. Chu Tian hid away in the study to type, and Su Chenyang simply grabbed a book and sat on the couch in the study, reading casually. Chu Tian typed a few sentences in frustration, only to delete them repeatedly, unsure himself of what nonsense he had written. Su Chenyang, however, remained calm and relaxed, leisurely turning the pages with his long legs crossed. Tossing the keyboard aside irritably, Chu Tian decided to step out to the garden for a cigarette. Just as he rose, Su Chenyang set down the book and stood up too. Where are you going, elder brother Chu? Where do you think? I'm going out for a smoke, Chu Tian shot back disdainfully. Su Chenyang frowned. Why are you smoking again? Didn't you promise me that you'd cut back? How many have you had today? Ignoring his question, Chu Tian walked past him. I know my limits. If you don't like the smell, then stay away. His coldness was evident, even laced with an undertone of impatience. Though Su Chenyang kept looking at Chu Tian didn't spare him a single glance as he brushed by. Watching him walk alone toward the courtyard, Su Chenyang felt suddenly abandoned, just as he had once before, a pain and despair he never wanted to feel again. Clenching his fists tightly, he shouted loudly after Chu Tian's retreating figure, I'm following you. Not only did he follow, but he also forcefully pinned Chu Tian within his embrace. Chu Tian held a cigarette between his lips but made no move to light it. He allowed Su Chenyang to hold him tight, yet he could not feel the same connection they used to share. A tangible rift now existed between them. Su Chenyang shared the same sensation. He whined into Chu Tian's ear, elder brother Chu, we've made up, haven't we? Why are you still being so cold to me? Chu Tian stared blankly at the grass in front of him, his voice hoarse. Chen Yang, I once told you, a broken mirror cannot be remade whole. That's why I've always been so careful about nurturing our feelings. But your behavior today, honestly, it's hard for me to get over. Brother Chu. I've realized my mistake. Sure, I lied, but I never betrayed our feelings, they're intact. Don't punish me further. Su Chenyang tightened his grip around Chu Tian's arms. Chu Tian chuckled dryly. Chen Yang, no matter how big your mistakes were in the past, I could forgive you easily because you never crossed my line. And I love you. But this time, you've truly crossed it. I don't care whether you rekindled something with Yi Han or not, when you lied to me for him and showed concern for him, it made me extremely uncomfortable. The calmer Chu Tian's tone grew, the more afraid Su Chenyang became. Though usually mischievous, Su Chenyang was confident in Chu Tian's feelings for him. In other words, Chu Tian's boundless indulgence and overt favoritism gave him the confidence to act as he pleased. But now, Chu Tian seemed distant to him, almost alien. Even as he embraced him, Su Chenyang felt like he had been shut out. He finally understood that today's events wouldn't be easily forgotten. Elder brother Chu, I admit my actions were wrong, but I lied because I feared making you unhappy. You know I've only dated twice, and both times weren't good. The first one failed miserably, and the second time was all about you giving in. I admit I need to learn more. You can point out all my flaws, I'll correct them. I swear I won't make the same mistake again. Begging pitifully, Elder brother Chu, please turn around and look at me. Kiss me. Chu Tian placed his hand over Su Chenyang's fingers that circled his waist and gently pulled them off, simultaneously turning to face Su Chenyang. Su Chenyang, towering at 186 centimeters tall, was a centimeter taller than Chu Tian, clad in a perfectly tailored business suit that showcased his handsome features worthy enough to grace any magazine cover. This shining star, currently the hottest president in the industry, now hung his head like a guilty puppy, casting innocent, mournful eyes upward, hoping for another chance from his master. This was the look that Chu Tian found hardest to resist, and both of them were fully aware of it. Chu Tian held Su Chenyang's gaze for nearly a minute before eventually sighing in resignation. Ah! He leaned in for a quick kiss on Su Chenyang, intending only a light peck. However, Su Chenyang firmly grabbed his head and deepened the kiss into a passionate French one. Su Chenyang was an adept kisser, kissing him was truly an enjoyment. Chu Tian wasn't one for restraint either. Men, after all, are driven by desire. Once the moment felt right, any discomfort he harbored faded into insignificance. He returned the kiss with equal fervor. The faint stubble on the man's chin slightly prickled him, while the subtle scent of tobacco mixed with an intense, reserved heat filled his senses, a potent, irresistible male aura that had Su Chenyang utterly enthralled. His breathing became erratic. As Su Chenyang's hands began wandering, Chu Tian abruptly pushed him away. Desire and possession blazed clearly in Su Chenyang's eyes as they locked onto Chu Tian. Chu Tian smiled arrogantly, since I've agreed to give you another chance, I'll also try my best to get over this. But the condition is your behavior must convince me we're worth continuing. Today, I can set everything aside, but remember, there won't be a next time for my tolerance. Got it? Su Chenyang encircled Chu Tian's waist, tracing the powerful muscles of Chu Tian's torso and abs possessively. The raw masculinity emanating from Chu Tian made him crave more. He nodded obediently. I understand, elder brother Chu. I'll behave. Don't you want to reward me? His eyes darkened, displaying an aggressive side not often seen. Chu Tian, in the prime of his youthful vigor, naturally responded under such intense scrutiny. He curled his lips in a sexy half-circle, his jawline accentuating his wild and unrestrained demeanor even further, an allure that made Su Chenyang ecstatic beyond words. Overwhelmed by the urge to conquer such a man, he couldn't wait to hear Chu Tian repeat his name endlessly. He yearned for the sound of Chu Tian yielding, declaring him as his own. Brother Chu, let's go inside, he urged, pushing Chu Tian gently from behind. TCH, control yourself. Chu Tian maintained his playful demeanor, allowing himself to be guided into the house by Su Chenyang's nudge. Chapter 10, Incoming Call. Take it easy, old man here can't keep up. Don't be silly. Elder brother Chu is in his prime, still young. Hiss. Are you a dog? Yes, if I'm a dog, then you're my bitch, am I right? You son of a bitch, where did you pick up those dirty words? Shut up. You should shut up, my dear wife, and focus. Their argument ended yet again with a fight starting at the bedhead and making peace at the bedside. The next day, they slept until noon. After a simple lunch, Chu Tian and Su Chenyang went together to try on their formal attire. They visited a member-exclusive 100-year-old store, where all clothing items were handmade to order. Even wealthy individuals found it challenging to make purchases here. Their engagement announcement was suddenly suggested by Su's mother, so preparations were a bit rushed. Thankfully, the Su family had significant influence, so their suits were hastily but meticulously crafted in advance. Neither Chu Tian nor Su Chenyang were particularly picky about clothes, and the craftsmanship of the century-old store lived up to its reputation. They tried on their outfits, were satisfied, and took the suits home. Trying on the outfits took them less than half an hour, so since they had come out specially, they decided to invite friends along to play some golf. Just as they sent out the invitations and started driving toward the course, Su Chenyang received a call. When the phone rang, Chu Tian instinctively glanced at the screen. The caller ID showed who general manager. Chu Tian didn't recognize this person, but the number was traced back to Shaoxing City, which sparked his interest somewhat. Su Chenyang continued driving without showing any intention to answer. Chu Tian questioned him, "Why don't you answer? Is this who the production line owner you met on a business trip?" "Yeah, I'm driving now. I'll call him back later." "What if it's urgent? Should I answer it for you?" Chu Tian moved to grab the phone. "No need, you're not familiar with work matters. I'll call him back later." Su Chenyang nonchalantly slipped the phone into his pocket. "All right then," Chu Tian resumed sitting straight, staring ahead silently. The phone soon stopped ringing. An uncomfortable silence engulfed the car. Su Chenyang subtly glanced at Chu Tian with his peripheral vision, his face didn't betray any emotion. At this moment, the phone rang again. Su Chenyang fished out his phone and saw that it was Hu general manager calling once more. He hesitated a little. Ordinarily, if there wasn't something urgent, people wouldn't call twice in a row. They were after all partners, given the new production line had just been put into operation, if there were problems, they would indeed be tricky to handle. After pondering, Su Chenyang decided to answer the call. "Hello, General Manager Hu, I'm driving right now. Is there anything urgent?" I'm currently out with my beloved." "What do you need to say?" Chu Tian turned his head to look outside the window, striving not to care about this phone call. He told himself it was likely just a business-related call, and eavesdropping on one's partner's phone conversation was quite uncouth. However, Su Chenyang's hesitation and evasiveness made it impossible for him not to mind. Previously, their calls in the car were always answered on speakerphone. Su Chenyang had never avoided him, whether it was for business or personal matters. But this time, he took the call directly. "What? It shouldn't be, are you overthinking things?" This sentence certainly didn't sound like work-related news. A feeling of unease gradually arose in Chu Tian's heart. This unease made him extremely repulsed. Through the reflection in the glass, Chu Tian carefully observed Su Chenyang's expression but couldn't discern it clearly. He simply turned his head, only to see Su Chenyang turning his head to look at him as well. "All right, I understand. I'll check it immediately." Chu Tian looked at him without speaking, but in his heart, he already knew what this call was probably about. As expected, Su Chenyang parked the car by the roadside and then looked at him nervously. "Brother Chu, the general manager who is the senior student's friend in Shaoxing City, said he called the senior last night and noticed something wrong with his emotions. Today, when trying to reach him, he couldn't get through." Chu Tian's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "So what?" Su Chenyang held his hand and hesitated before saying, "Brother Chu, general manager who is worried that the senior may have despaired. He entrusted me to check on him. Do you think I should go?" Chu Tian smirked coldly, "If I say no, will you not go? After all, it's a human life." Su Chenyang stroked the palm of his hand and asked cautiously, "How about we both go together? We can take a look, and once we confirm he's fine, we'll leave." Chu Tian said nothing. Su Chenyang shook his hand, "Honey, I know you're not so heartless. Let's take a look, shall we? This way, we'll feel better too." Chu Tian pulled his hand back and turned his head toward the window. "Do as you wish. You previously invited friends to play golf, now if you're going to stand them up, explain it yourself." "It's fine, we'll just take a quick look and return afterward. It's just a matter of arriving a bit late, they won't mind." Once Chu Tian gave in, Su Chenyang immediately turned around and drove back. On the road, Su Chenyang tried very deliberately to strike up a conversation with Chu Tian. However, since Chu Tian had no patience to accompany his act, he directly said, "Focus on driving properly, why so many words?" Su Chenyang immediately fell silent. When they arrived at Yihan's building, Su Chenyang made a call to Yihan, but no one picked up on the other end. Chu Tian stood behind him with his hands in his pockets. "There's a lock on the unit door. How will we get in without anyone opening it?" Su Chenyang said, "Wait here for a moment." Chu Tian watched as he walked to the parking spot and opened the car door, taking out something from inside. It wasn't until he came closer that Chu Tian recognized it clearly. It was a set of keys. Su Chenyang's eyes flickered nervously, unwilling to meet his gaze, yet he still laughed aloud. "Wow, you even have the keys. So how many times have you been here?" "Not like that, you misunderstood." Su Chenyang swiped the card to open the building gate while hastily explaining, "These keys are kept by the senior for backup purposes. He tends to forget his keys frequently, so he left a set with me in case of emergency." Humph. Chu Tian wasn't letting him off easy. This scheming, even a blind person should be able to see it. "Don't tell me you don't understand it. How could someone like Su Chenyang, a wealthy young master, fail to comprehend such schemes?" Though unclear about his mindset at the time when he accepted these keys, he now understood that under no circumstances did he want this matter to provoke Chu Tian's anger. He quickly assured him, "Brother Chu, it's my mistake. I'll return the keys to him later. Please don't be mad." "Well, isn't it supposed to be a life and death situation? Hurry up and go upstairs to take a look." "Oh. Chapter 11, Can It Be Trusted? When they arrived at Yihan's door, Su Chenyang used the keys to unlock it. As soon as they stepped in, a strong smell of alcohol hit them. "Senior, are you here?" The room was pitch dark as all the curtains were drawn shut. Following the alcohol odor, they made their way to the couch where Yihan was found sleeping soundly. "Senior, wake up," Su Chenyang shook Yihan's shoulder. Yihan showed no reaction. Concerned, Su Chenyang supported him and checked his forehead. His temperature was normal, so he let out a sigh of relief. He gave another nudge. "Senior, wake up. Are you alright?" At last, Yihan stirred. With heavy eyes half opened, upon seeing who was there, he threw himself into Su Chenyang's arms, sobbing quietly while asking, "Chenyang, is that really you? Am I dreaming or have you finally come back to me?" "Senior." Su Chenyang didn't expect this sudden behavior. Even without turning around, he could feel Chu Tian's sharp gaze piercing through him. Quickly pushing Yihan away, Su Chenyang loudly said, "Senior, clear your head. Mr. Hu sent me over because he was worried about something happening to you. Why did you drink so much on your own?" Apparently not fully sober yet, Yihan once again hugged Su Chenyang regardless. His eyes closed tightly, but his hands clutched firmly onto Su Chenyang's clothes as he murmured brokenly, "Chenyang, it was my fault back then. I abandoned you due to pressure from your mother. I was too weak. Over the years, I've regretted it constantly. Chenyang, I've never stopped thinking about you." His voice trembling with emotion, Yihan held Su Chenyang forcefully. "I know you're getting engaged, but I can't bear it. You once promised me that if I needed you, you would always be by my side. You said you loved me most of all. I ask you now, does that still count?" "Senior, you're drunk, stop talking." Su Chenyang tried to push him off again, but in vain. Desperately, he turned to Chu Tian for help. Chu Tian stood nearby with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. "Chu, don't just stand there watching. Come help me. He's gripping too tightly, I can't get him off." Only then did Chu Tian approach solemnly. As Chu Tian neared, Yihan's eyes unmistakably flickered. Taking a glance at the mess of scattered empty bottles, and then glancing at Yihan's fine-featured face, Chu Tian smirked. "This is the first time I've seen someone look this good after drinking excessively." Hearing this, Su Chenyang also bent down to look at Yihan but remained silent. "So, what's your response to his question earlier?" "Huh?" A piercing glare shot from Chu Tian's eyes. "What do you mean, huh? Stop feigning ignorance. Answer quickly." It was at this moment that Yihan opened his eyes. His gaze seemed lost, like he was still somewhat intoxicated, though his pale pink lips stubbornly pursed together. His eyes stared fixedly at Su Chenyang. Tension gripped Su Chenyang as every fiber of his body stiffened. He hadn't expected himself to fall into such a complicated situation. Did he know Yihan's intentions? He definitely had an inkling, given Yihan's hints, overt and subtle alike, and the way their interactions resumed just as they were before, none of it left doubt regarding Yihan's reasons for coming back. Yet, Su Chenyang deliberately ignored these signs. Back in the day, he adored Yihan immensely, he had even come out publicly to his family for Yihan's sake. But when it mattered most, Yihan abandoned him under the weight of parental pressure. Naturally, Su Chenyang harbored deep hatred for Yihan. In fact, he had vowed to make Yihan ruefully regret leaving him. This resolution drove him to forsake the comforts of his familial legacy and launch his own startup company. He wanted to show Yihan that he wasn't just some pampered rich kid who couldn't survive outside the family circle. Rather, he was entirely capable of building a stable home together with Yihan. Being picked up by Chu Tian during his most disheartened phase was sheer coincidence. At the time, Su Chenyang felt utterly hopeless, as if the entire world had cast him aside. However, Chu Tian's unwavering care and companionship helped him climb back out of the abyss. To be honest, Chu Tian didn't initially fit Su Chenyang's preferences. Su Chenyang always preferred men like Yihan, those with handsome appearances. By contrast, Chu Tian was more masculine and rugged, a mature man Su Chenyang hadn't intended to form a romantic relationship with. But Chu Tian treated him exceptionally well, cooking, doing laundry, chatting and providing emotional support. With a straightforward personality, Chu Tian spoke his mind, which eliminated any guesswork for Su Chenyang, making their interaction relaxed. Although Chu Tian wasn't conventionally attractive, he exuded his own kind of charm, his deep, contained gaze occasionally softened, creating a faint sparkle when he glanced at others. It was as if there was a magnetic pull drawing Su Chenyang's eyes towards him repeatedly. He also realized Chu Tian's affection for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so patient and indulgent toward him all along. Originally, Su Chenyang didn't plan to address their growing intimacy and preferred to maintain their ambiguous relationship. However, Chu Tian's charm was too great. There were always people around him trying to get closer with ulterior motives, one after another. At first, Chu Tian refused them all, but later, he actually started considering going out on dates with some of them. Su Chenyang realized Chu Tian was planning to give up on him. Although he still had feelings for Yihan in his heart, he wasn't willing to just let Chu Tian go to someone else. So, he confessed his love to Chu Tian. Chu Tian's rejection didn't bother Su Chenyang at all. He knew what Chu Tian's weakness was, he enjoyed seeing Su Chenyang appear pitiful and fragile. Thus, Su Chenyang didn't mind putting on a show for him. As long as Chu Tian stayed by his side, treating only him this well, he didn't care how it looked. Sure enough, once Su Chenyang started acting pitiful, Chu Tian cancelled his plans to date others. That's how they officially became lovers, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these years, they lived happily, so happy that Su Chenyang thought continuing like this forever would be fine, even though there was still a lingering figure in the back corner of his heart. Still, he was willing to try and gradually let it go for Chu Tian's sake. Therefore, when his mother suddenly stopped opposing his relationship with a man and even suggested an engagement between him and Chu Tian, he agreed without much hesitation. Just as everything seemed settled, Yi Han returned. Looking down at Yi Han's face, which had grown increasingly refined and handsome, Su Chenyang felt uncertain. What he had originally wanted was exactly what was happening now, Yi Han crying and apologizing, regretting having left him behind, begging him to reunite. With all of Yi Han's actions playing into his hands, Su Chenyang didn't know how to proceed next. He looked up at Chu Tian helplessly. Chu Tian's expression remained calm, as if saying, "If you tell me I've been honest, I'll leave you without hesitation." Su Chenyang knew full well that Chu Tian would indeed do that. Even though this man doted on him, Chu Tian still held principles of his own. He would never display vulnerability to Su Chenyang the way Yi Han did, not even when pinned beneath him, because Chu Tian's eyes always retained a wild defiance, as if telling Su Chenyang he had never truly been subdued. Su Chenyang reached out and hooked his neck, forcefully turning Chu Tian's head for a passionate kiss. For a moment stunned, Chu Tian quickly took control, gripping the back of Su Chenyang's head for a deep kiss. This kiss brimmed with strength and ferocity, igniting Su Chenyang's passions while also fueling his desire to conquer. Indeed, this man was someone he could not let go of. Without any consideration for Yi Han's feelings, they indulged in their embrace and kiss. Yi Han released Su Chenyang with a sour expression. Chapter 12, Did you attend moral education class? What are you two doing? Unable to endure their prolonged intimacy, Yi Han finally snapped. We've got an audience. Chu Tian pushed Su Chenyang away slightly, whose passion had been reignited. He then leaned his head against Chu Tian's neck. Turning toward Yi Han, Chu Tian smirked. "Oh, Mr. Yi has sobered up, huh?" Chu Tian's smile was consistently unrestrained and confident, yet to Yi Han, this grin was a clear provocation and declaration of war. Eyeing Chu Tian gravely, Yi Han's scrutinizing gaze caused Chu Tian's brows to furrow slightly. He gave Su Chenyang a light push. "Dear, stop pouting. Since your friend is fine now, let's head back. Don't disturb anyone's weekend." Su Chenyang lifted his head and stared at Yi Han, who made no attempt to hide his emotions. His frowning eyebrows and tear-filled eyes showed both sorrow and yearning directed at Su Chenyang. Chu Tian was a writer, familiar with countless methods of describing character emotions. However, those techniques only pertained to literary expression, rarely in life had he encountered so many expressive eyes. But now, he was witnessing them firsthand. Here was living material. Unable to resist, Chu Tian focused intently on Yi Han. Admittedly, such good looks, paired with the delicate and vulnerable aura plus his restrained mannerisms, made Yi Han the perfect model for a novel's leading man, a person impossible for most men to refuse in real life. After all, the sense of achievement from conquering such a beauty alone was enough to make any man addicted. Chu Tian became increasingly engrossed in observing Yi Han, completely oblivious to Su Chenyang's displeased look. Noticing Chu Tian's examination, Yi Han met his eyes with a complicated glance. Their exchange happened in an instant, but Su Chenyang noticed the tension immediately. On one side was his ex, on the other, his current partner, one beautiful, the other masculine. Surprisingly, standing together, they complemented each other harmoniously, making Su Chenyang feel almost redundant. Hastily, he stepped between them and said irritably, "Senior, take a moment to call who boss back when you have time. He's really worried about you." His tone carried an obvious low-pressure atmosphere. Both of them realized he was jealous, but neither knew for whom. Yi Han looked at him with evident disappointment. "Did you come just because of Hu Jun?" "Not exactly. Of course, I also worried you'd do something foolish." Su Chenyang did not hide anything. Upon hearing this, Yi Han's eyebrows relaxed, and his eyes softened significantly. "Rest assured. I've promised you I would live positively, so I won't do anything reckless anymore." The transformation of emotions in his eyes was natural and vivid, impossible to overlook yet not rigid at all. This person was undoubtedly a master at controlling facial expressions and emotions. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, realizing he had indeed underestimated the threat posed by this man. Indeed, after seeing his change in expression, Su Chenyang's tone softened a little. "Senior, you must take care of yourself from now on. A person should learn to look forward. If the past is unpleasant, then don't dwell on it anymore. You deserve a better future." His implication was clear, he was cutting ties with the past. Instantly, tears sprang to Yi Han's eyes. "A better future? I have imagined countless futures before, and each of them included your existence. It was thanks to these vague assumptions that I could suppress my regret. Now, you stand before me with your new boyfriend, telling me to look forward. A tear slid down Yi Han's cheek, his lips trembling slightly as his gaze carried a touching sadness. Chen Yang, please don't be too cruel on me. If it hadn't been such an emotional moment, Chu Tian would have almost applauded for the impeccable control, love, and yearning displayed so effortlessly. How could any man remain unmoved? As a writer, Chu Tian still had some occupational quirks. Encountering someone who brimmed with material like this one, he instantly sparked inspiration, his literary thoughts flooding back. He finally understood how to continue writing the characters stuck in his book recently. This sudden clarity brought immense comfort, even bringing an unconscious smile to his face. He then glanced at Su Chenyang, silently observing his reaction. Watching someone perform was one thing, but if the performance made his person too emotionally invested, that was another matter altogether. Although Yi Han was undeniably handsome, he wasn't reliable, and Chu Tian only hoped that the person his lover cherished didn't lack good judgment, lest it reflected poorly on himself. Catching a glimpse of Chu Tian's smile out of the corner of his eye, Yi Han assumed he was mocking the futility of all his efforts. Deep down, he realized this man seemed straightforward, but secretly might not be easy to deal with either. And as they reminisced about old times right in front of him without giving it a second thought, it appeared that he was utterly confident Su Chenyang would choose him. It seems, he needed to bring out something stronger. Sorry, senior. Though Su Chenyang felt a fleeting softness in his heart, Chu Tian was standing next to him. He knew that if he showed even a hint of wavering, their relationship would be in trouble, so he answered with decisiveness. Senior, I said it clearly on the phone the other day. I deeply love my boyfriend, and in the future, I will build a home with him. The kind of response you expect, I cannot give. He placed Yi Han's house key on the coffee table. Here are the keys to your place. You should find someone else to keep them for you. Seeing the set of keys, Yi Han smiled bitterly. Are you trying to completely sever our ties? Su Chenyang remained silent, which essentially meant yes. Holding the keys tightly in his hand, Yi Han looked at Su Chenyang with red-rimmed eyes. Chenyang, every word you ever said to me, I remember. You once swore that you would never go back on your promises. Now, tell me, what do those previous vows mean? Chu Tian chuckled. Mr. Yi, don't act like you haven't seen me here. Am I invisible or what? Both Yi Han and Su Chenyang immediately turned their gazes toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian, normally a sharp-tongued man, naturally couldn't tolerate Yi Han blatantly flirting with his man. He pulled Su Chenyang into his arms possessively. So, you're attempting to dig into my territory right in front of me? Isn't that a bit unethical? Moreover, your current heartfelt demeanor doesn't quite match up with the fact that you discarded him like a stray dog in the past. How is it that the wrongdoer blames the victim? Let me ask boldly here, did you take moral education class in school? Yi Han also looked at him defiantly. Mr. Chu, everything has its order. Chenyang is my boyfriend. In the past, I had to bow down to his mother due to my inner cowardice, but that's a matter between him and me. I came back to make up for what he lost. When I left, I intentionally didn't mention breaking up because I knew I would eventually come back to him. Now that I'm back, there's you standing beside him. You accuse me of stealing your man. Have you ever thought that you stole mine first? Chu Tian was infuriated by this logic and couldn't help laughing. Oh, Mr. Yi, your silver tongue sure knows how to talk. So now I'm the third party in this relationship. Yi Han smiled as well. Our current debate over this has no meaning. What I seek is not titles, but Chenyang's heart. His eyes landed on Su Chenyang, with determination thick in his tone. Mr. Chu, there's still a month before your engagement. In this month, dare you compete fairly with me? Chu Tian hadn't encountered such tactics before. It seemed people could be truly invincible when they abandoned the constraints of ethics. This morally bound righteous man was momentarily unsure of how to respond. Su Chenyang rarely saw Chu Tian put off balance, and the look of bewilderment and shock in his elder brother's eyes was oddly cute, which awakened his protective instincts as a boyfriend. He promptly opened his mouth. Senior, don't do this. But Yi Han interrupted him. Chenyang, do you remember what you told me during our last communication? Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang's face instantly changed, and he stopped talking. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes dangerously, yet he did not ask what had been said that made Su Chenyang appear so submissive. Even though Chu Tian didn't inquire, Yi Han intended to let him know. Chapter 13, Silence. You said you found someone who loves you, even though he's not the type you usually go for, but he treats you very well, you said you. Stop. Su Chenyang loudly interrupted him. Chu Tian chuckled lightly. No, hearing just half the story makes it so uncomfortable. He tilted his chin toward Yi Han. Go on. Brother Chu. Su Chenyang grabbed his hand, only to be shrugged off by Chu Tian. Though Yi Han didn't finish, one could guess the remainder wouldn't be pleasant words. Chu Tian gave a side-eye glance to Su Chenyang without a hint of humor in his eyes. So, you're a talker but not a recognizer. Not really, those were all things from the past. Brother Chu, even laws don't trace back to previous actions. At the time, I said all those angry words without much thought. Please don't take them to heart. Su Chenyang again caught his hand and refused to let go despite Chu Tian's efforts. He said to Yi Han, Senior, the past is the past. Let's never contact each other again. Take care. Afterward, he pulled Chu Tian and headed outside. Chu Tian glanced at Yi Han. Yi-han coldly looked back. Ultimately, Chu Tian didn't say another word and followed Su Chenyang out. With a bang, the door closed, and every ounce of emotion drained from Yi-han's face. The sadness in his eyes dispersed as well. He slowly returned to the couch, picked up his phone, and began browsing news articles about the hottest CEO, wearing a solemn expression like reading a scientific research report. After scrolling for a while, he flung the phone aside carelessly, closed his eyes, and started pondering the next move. Today, he'd clearly expressed his intentions in front of Chu Tian. He had already anticipated Su Chenyang making such a statement. However, he didn't think that meant he had lost. Men are essentially made of complex desires. The lowest kind of men only pursue basic physiological desires, while the highest class enjoys conquest. They love breaking the unattainable pride and taming the unruly praise, stacking their achievements through such acts, assisting them in ascending to the summit of extreme pleasure. Su Chenyang was precisely such a man. From their very first meeting, Yi-han had seen Su Chenyang's obvious infatuation with him. Among all his admirers, only Su Chenyang stood out in terms of looks, family background, and more, so Yi-han deliberately positioned himself close to Su Chenyang, watching him gradually deepen his attachment to the rhythm set by him. He almost coaxed him into marriage. Unfortunately, his mother was an intimidating character, forcing him to let go of this prime opportunity. Over the years, he had no shortage of admirers around him, and he even dated a few. But as a man with such a wretched background, all those rich young men who pursued him only wanted to play with him. None of them were actually capable of marrying him. He thought he would only live off his youth for a few more years when things turned around surprisingly fast. Su Chenyang became an overnight internet sensation due to a photo from a business dinner, being hailed by netizens as the hottest CEO. Just as dreamy girls were planning how to meet him, he directly came out of the closet. Yi-han had observed for a long time and found that Su Chenyang's mother made no fuss about it, which meant their family had completely accepted his sexual orientation, right? He knew his opportunity had arrived. When Yi-han came back, he knew he would be rejected several times because he had abandoned Su Chenyang before. The proud heir of the Su family who had never suffered setbacks would surely remember this forever. If he never returned, then he would forever remain the red mole on his heart. Su Chenyang might fall in love with others, but he would definitely feel aggrieved deep inside, always remembering the humiliation of being abandoned. So, he deliberately showed weakness, saying he got depression. The worse he appeared, the more satisfied Su Chenyang would feel. Today's matter should leave some trace in Chu Tian's heart. Next, Su Chenyang probably wouldn't see him again. He'd have to seek help. Yi-han took a cigarette from the drawer, lit it, and inhaled. White smoke arose, and he squinted slightly, then slowly exhaled through his mouth. This new version of him was entirely different from the one in Su Chenyang's memory. The Yi-han in Su Chenyang's heart was a beautiful yet fragile daughter flower, while in reality, he was a thoroughly rotten social butterfly. He picked up his phone again and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. Hello, Yi-han. Yi-han took a puff of the cigarette. Yeah, it's me. Huh, why are you calling me? Have you finally decided to take my advice? Yi-han said coldly, help me out with something. There was a pause on the other end. What kind of help? Yi-han let out a long puff of smoke. I want to reconcile with Su Chenyang, and you need to help me. A mocking laugh came from the other side. Why should I help you? What benefit can you give me? Yi-han gave a soft laugh, and his tone carried a faint seduction when he spoke again. If you help me fulfill my wish, I'll give you one chance, and consider granting your longing for so long. How's that sound? Would you dare cheat on Su Chenyang? How about you? Are you scared? Humph, do you think I'm afraid? The person on the other side teased. Alright, what do you want me to do, Miss Yi? You'll be informed later. Fine, the person whistled rudely. I'll wait for your call. After hanging up, Yi-han looked blankly at the chandelier above, his eyes devoid of any shine. Chu Tian hadn't spoken a word since getting into the car with Su Chenyang. His head was turned toward the window the whole time. Su Chenyang silently started the car, attempting to speak several times but refrained each time. He didn't expect Yi-han to suddenly expose his secret, and the words were already so clear. Even without finishing, everyone could guess what they implied. Now, Chu Tian must definitely be angry. At that moment, when he said those words, he was actually making a final struggle. At that time, he had already decided to be with Chu Tian, but there was always someone in his heart whom he couldn't forget, Yi-han. He truly loved Yi-han, and not being able to be together with him remained an eternal regret in his heart. And being dumped by Yi-han was always a hurtful experience buried deep within him. During the year they split up, all messages he sent to Yi-han went unanswered except for that one line where Yi-han replied, sorry. He had sent that message hoping Yi-han would regret it, hoping he would beg him not to give up, but Yi-han only responded with, sorry. His dignity wouldn't allow him to keep around any longer, so he stopped contacting Yi-han altogether, immersing himself in Chu Tian's love. Now, Yi-han was back, and everything was in chaos. The person he once deeply loved and craved was now so close. To say that he wasn't touched at all was impossible. Uncontrollably, Su Chenyang began recalling the gaze Yi-han gave him and the face of Yi-han that lingered forever in his mind. 5 years had passed, and he had become even more charming. Chu Tian and he, however, were becoming increasingly mundane over time, their lives predictable at a glance. Su Chenyang had never been one for enduring things silently since he was young. He always went after what he wanted, unwilling to have regrets. The car fell into a long silence. Chapter 14, Retreat. Ultimately, it was a phone call that broke the suffocating stillness. Su Chenyang glanced at the caller ID and immediately hit the speaker button. Hey, Chenyang, how come you haven't arrived yet? We were held up by something just now. It's my fault. Today's on me. You guys go ahead and start without us, we'll be there soon. That works. Hurry up. The last time Zhongli lost to your Chu, he practiced hard for a while after that. That guy is already itching for Chu to show up so he can redeem himself. Su Chenyang laughed. Well, with his lousy hands, even if he practices for 10 more years, he won't be able to beat my Chu. I'll make sure to tell him verbatim. You go ahead and tell him then. Are you trying not to let people speak the truth now? Chu Tian watched outside the window, hearing Su Chenyang chatting casually with his friend as if nothing had happened, but his mind kept circling back around to the sentence Yihan had said. Endless possibilities flitted through his brain regarding what the latter part of that sentence could mean. I found someone else. Although they're not my type, they're good to me. And then? I want to try them out to see if I can forget about you, or does this mean that without you, I'll just have to settle for mediocrity all my life? For a long time, Chu Tian indulged in baseless speculation, finding the whole situation rather meaningless, just like Su Chenyang had said. No matter what he originally thought, those thoughts belonged to the past. His original assumptions could have changed significantly by now. As a grown man, it wasn't impossible for him to empathize with a man's pride in front of an ex. They were already discussing lifelong matters, and it didn't seem appropriate to cling on to past issues like this. But some things don't necessarily follow logic. He couldn't help but care. Su Chenyang's words had completely overturned the essence of their relationship. He had assumed that when they first came together, it was because they liked each other, sharing mutual feelings. However, only today did he realize that their beginning might not have been as beautiful as he once believed. Apparently, Su Chenyang hadn't loved him when he confessed those feelings initially, meaning all those words were likely false. Chu Tian lowered the car window, hoping the wind would clear his head. Su Chenyang's confession that night had shone so brightly in his eyes, flashing brilliantly so that he barely dared to blink. When he took his hand, his nerves made him tremble throughout. The pure affection Su Chenyang expressed towards him at that moment had deeply moved him, allowing him even now to recall every detail vividly. Such a beautiful confession couldn't possibly be fake. Chu Tian turned around to look at Su Chenyang again. Su Chenyang felt his gaze and turned around to give him a smile. Chu Tian stared at him, unmoving. If Yihan hadn't suddenly appeared, he might have always thought that Su Chenyang was the fussy but upright young master in his heart. He once also firmly believed that Su Chenyang loved him deeply. Now, he wasn't so sure anymore. Although Su Chenyang had firmly chosen him over Yihan earlier, he'd already witnessed how effortlessly Su Chenyang lied to him, spending an entire month with Yihan behind his back. Feeling restless, Chu Tian reached for a cigarette, putting it between his lips, ready to light it. Su Chenyang had already hung up the call and frowned upon seeing Chu Tian's movement. Brother Chu, didn't I say you should cut down? You know how much I hate the smell of cigarettes, why don't you quit? Chu Tian fixed his gaze on him for several seconds before smiling and asking, I remember that on the night I picked you up, I had a cigarette dangling from my mouth too. So, for all these years, you weren't bothered by the smell of smoke, and now after your ex-confession, you suddenly can't stand it anymore. Su Chenyang looked ahead, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, impatience evident in his tone. Brother Chu, I'm concerned for your health, so if you don't want to hear it, then that's fine, why do you keep dragging our senior into this? I've already made my position crystal clear. What more do you expect from me? Can we move past this already? Chu Tian took the cigarette from his mouth, crumpling it into a ball in his hand. He remained silent, unsure of what to say. Even though he was a man, it wasn't as if he was dull enough not to notice anything. When Su Chenyang rejected Yihan inside the house earlier, he had done it quite decisively. But afterward, his attitude toward him had clearly changed compared to before. It was the smell of smoke on him, he had endured it for years without issue, even going so far as to buy rare cigarettes for Chu Tian during business trips in the past. Now, all of a sudden, the scent had become unbearable. Probably because he regretted his choices. He understood how men thought. 5 years had passed, their lives together were now uneventful. Su Chenyang was only 27 years old, precisely at an age filled with vitality and confidence. At this stage, men's minds brimmed with restlessness and agitation. Expecting them not to falter would be unrealistic. It's like someone walking down a predictable path for too long, a path where they have seen all the sights ahead and no longer look forward to the end. Then, suddenly, there appears a detour. The end of that detour is mysterious, its sights unknown. How many people could resist taking just one glance? Even if they resisted, they'd still wonder, what lies along that road? Where does it lead? Would it be more interesting than the one I'm currently on? Chu Tian turned his head away, fixing his gaze out the window. Suppressing the tiny, sharp pains piercing his heart, he watched the fleeting scenery outside without expression. What must come will come, what must go will go. He didn't want to continue being entangled by these issues. Dating is about happiness and comfort. He had always kept his mind open because he wanted to maintain their love, offering something substantial to his young master. He wanted their relationship to be worth it, ensuring Su Chenyang never regretted choosing him. But if Su Chenyang did feel regret, Chu Tian wouldn't cling to the past. Having glimpsed the landscapes of life alongside Su Chenyang for 5 years, he felt it wasn't wasted, even if they didn't make it to the end. By this point, Chu Tian had grown adept at processing his emotions internally within the confines of this cramped car. Amidst this silent, movie-like silence, his feelings gradually calmed. So what if it's just an ex? Everyone has a few, right? Although they can be annoying, they are a necessary part of growing up emotionally. Being 5 years older, Chu Tian believed he needed to show tolerance. Turning back, he looked at his young master again. His temper flared quickly but dissipated just as fast. Now, Su Chenyang was smiling at him mischievously once more. Chu Tian gave him a light smile as well. Since their days were meant to continue, he decided to tolerate Su Chenyang's wavering while making decisions, treating whatever happened as a small interlude, hoping Su Chenyang chose him in the end. Reaching out, Chu Tian pulled Su Chenyang's hand towards himself, and Su Chenyang reciprocated by giving him his right hand. Their palms stayed tightly intertwined, fingers knotted, until they arrived at the court. All appearances suggested they were deeply immersed in a passionate romance, any earlier uncomfortable silences in a car forgotten entirely. Chapter 15, Possessiveness. Wow, Master Su, what brought you here today to show off your love and torture us single dogs? Feng Jing greeted them teasingly. Chen Yang, Brother Chu, you guys finally made it. Let's start a game now. Zhongli swung his cue stick, approaching the pair enthusiastically. Feng Zheng and Su Chenyang had been high school classmates and lifelong friends. Speaking with ease, Su Chenyang said, "This isn't showing off," then wrapped his arm around Chu Tian's waist and kissed him loudly in front of everyone, grinning proudly at Feng Zheng. "See? That's what showing off really looks like." Chu Tian always saved face for Su Chenyang in public, and despite his childish flaunting, he continued to smile warmly throughout. Acknowledging Feng Zheng and Zhongli with a nod, he flashed a bright, confident grin. Feng Zheng playfully hit Su Chenyang on the shoulder, laughing, "You big shot with a partner. Bring it on the field like a real man. Come on then, who's scared?" As usual, the two acted closely before others, and the four spent the afternoon playing golf. As always, Chu Tian triumphed over all three individually. Now, Feng Zheng sat chatting with Su Chenyang while Zhongli engaged Chu Tian in discussions about fitness. Leaning back against the couch, Feng Zheng asked casually, "Chenyang, I heard Yihan returned. Did you meet up?" Lying lazily against the sofa with his legs crossed, Su Chenyang's gaze wandered slightly toward Chu Tian. With a yawn, he replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, we met." "Just that?" Feng Zheng arched an eyebrow, and then? Su Chenyang turned his head to look at him. "What do you mean, and then?" "You're putting on a show for me." Feng Zheng glanced at Chu Tian and lowered his voice, asking, "You used to have such strong feelings for Yihan. When he dumped you, you almost cried yourself dry under the Leifeng pagoda. Now that he's back, don't tell me you haven't thought about rekindling anything." Su Chenyang chuckled lightly, "That's all in the past now. If anyone has ideas, it's Yihan. I already have someone. You know as well as I do, I'm about to get engaged with Brother Chu." "Wow, wow." Feng Zheng shook his head repeatedly, "Looks like you've come a long way since being a nobody, feeling pretty good about your current situation. What are you talking about? Do I seem so shallow to you? Spare me the act. What do you think you're pretending for in front of me?" Feng Zheng looked at him knowingly. "You've never forgotten that Yihan dumped you back then. Now that he's returned and still seems interested in you, wouldn't this be the perfect chance to close that chapter of regret in your heart? Don't spout nonsense." Su Chenyang lazily retorted, "I'm doing great both in love and work, no regrets here. Act all you want. You keep it up. You believe it or not, it's up to you." As Su Chenyang spoke, he noticed Chu Tian and Zhongli conversing. Suddenly, Zhongli pulled up his shirt in front of Chu Tian, shamelessly flaunting his stomach. Su Chenyang's smile faded slightly before he stood up. "All these jokes we exchange are fine, but you better watch what you say in front of Brother Chu, he's been difficult enough for me to appease." Feng Zheng pouted, "Of course I know that." He followed Su Chenyang's gaze and looked back at Su Chenyang teasingly, "Looks like I overthought this. So, you've got Brother Chu, and now even looking at other abs is forbidden." Su Chenyang turned around and rolled his eyes. "His abs? They're just 2 slabs of white flesh. My partner is used to seeing my 8-pack abs, why should she endure looking at something less impressive?" Saying that, he strode toward them. "TCH, how immodest can you be?" Feng Zheng saw this behavior and felt reassured. Mentioning Yihan today was actually Feng Zheng's way of probing Su Chenyang's attitude, checking if there were still lingering feelings. As Su Chenyang's friend, he hoped Su Chenyang wouldn't make a foolish decision now. Everyone in their group of friends admired Chu Tian's integrity and personality, unlike Yihan, who might be beautiful, but whose actions didn't sit well with them. Fortunately, Su Chenyang seemed unlikely to repeat past mistakes, so Feng Zheng stopped worrying about this matter. Walking behind Su Chenyang, Feng Zheng reached Chu Tian and Zhang Li just in time to see Su Chenyang rudely pulling Zhang Li's shirt down. Zhang Li, what sort of hanky-panky are you showing off in front of my girl? I'm not doing anything. I'm only showing Brother Chu the results of my workout. Ignoring Su Chenyang's glare, Zhang Li once again pulled up his shirt and asked Chu Tian, Brother Chu, I've been practicing the way you taught me, but why don't I have muscles like yours? Chu Tian couldn't help but smile at his smooth abdomen. You're probably exercising sporadically, working out must be consistent. If you aren't disciplined, fitness goals won't come easily. Yeah, Feng Zheng chimed in, all you do is chase after girls, where's the time for exercise? Stop wasting our girls' time and go somewhere else already. He gave Zhang Li a light shove and placed his arm around Chu Tian's waist, drawing him closer. Sam, let's take a break. Don't waste time on him. An exasperated Zhang Li remarked, do you have to be so petty? We were just having a chat and you showed up. And didn't Brother Chu promise to teach me how to stay fit? Don't interfere. Afterward, Zhang Li smirked at Chu Tian for confirmation, right, Brother Chu? Chu Tian smiled and was about to speak when Su Chenyang pinched his waist hard. Chu Tian turned his head sideways and helplessly soothed him, whispering, they're your friends, don't cause unnecessary trouble. I'm not causing trouble, I'm just hungry. Let's go eat. Su Chenyang knew Chu Tian was engaging with his friends to maintain appearances, but he still didn't like Chu Tian spending too much energy on others. To Zhang Li, he said, find a trainer if you want to get fit. Don't bother my Chu bro for everything. Hey, don't be too cocky now. Brother Chu hasn't even married you yet. If you keep being this overbearing, Brother Chu might just get annoyed and leave you. Do you really think my Chu bro is like those girlfriends of yours, changing every 3 days? Stop exaggerating. When have I ever changed girlfriends every 3 days? I'm loyal, alright? Loyal? Are you suggesting lies aren't illegal now? That wasn't even illegal, so what? Are you going to call the police and arrest me now? Caught between these two, Chu Tian felt completely helpless as he watched the renowned young masters of Beijing, who always got what they wanted, bicker like elementary school kids. He pushed his hands against both their heads and separated them. Behave yourselves, your fangirls might be around somewhere. Don't you care about maintaining your image? Humph. Zhang Li straightened up with Chu Tian's gentle push, while Su Chenyang also glanced around. His online popularity hadn't faded yet, it was possible that there were still some fans nearby. Feng Zheng chuckled and nudged the two of them. Alright, we're all tired from playing basketball. I've booked a new private restaurant, I hear the food is excellent, let's try it out. After the meal, the group drank for a while. It was only when it neared 11 in the evening that they each went home. When Chu Tian got home, he carefully laid Su Chenyang down on the bed. Tonight, Su Chenyang had been coaxed by Zhang Li and Feng Zheng into drinking heavily, and now, his consciousness was fading. Chu Tian went to the bathroom, retrieved a warm towel, and wiped Su Chenyang's face. Drowsy and intoxicated, Su Chenyang murmured faintly, Brother Chu. Inebriated, the young master was utterly unaware of just how reliant his tone sounded. Chu Tian responded softly, sleep well. Su Chenyang made a couple of indistinct sounds before succumbing to sleep. After wiping his face, Chu Tian proceeded to clean Su Chenyang's palms gently, helped him take off his clothes and shoes, and covered him warmly with the blanket before heading to the bathroom himself. By the time Chu Tian returned from the shower and lay back beside Su Chenyang, the latter had already begun snoring. However, not long after Chu Tian lay down, Su Chenyang instinctively moved closer, effortlessly resting his head on Chu Tian's chest. Looking at his fuzzy scalp, Chu Tian's heart overflowed with affection. Tonight, after getting drunk, Su Chenyang had caused quite a few laughs, he displayed an overwhelming sense of possession over Chu Tian. Whether it was Feng Zheng and the others trying to talk with Chu Tian or offer him a toast, Su Chenyang blocked them every single time, just like a large guard dog protecting its food. And of course, Zhang Li and the others recorded numerous videos capturing his antics. Remembering those dominant and childish actions, Chu Tian couldn't help but bend down and kiss the young master's forehead softly. Fortunately, because of the straightforward display of passion earlier that night, any anxiety and lack of confidence brought on by Yi Han's appearance had dissipated entirely. Holding his young master tightly, Chu Tian closed his eyes and began recalculating the details of the engagement banquet again. Chapter 16, On the Eve of Departure. The following days seemed to bring the two back to their previous intimacy. As promised, as long as Su Chenyang didn't misbehave, Chu Tian never mentioned the unpleasant things again. With the engagement day drawing closer, a noticeable shift in both their moods could be seen. Though neither expressed this change outright, every night as they enjoyed their lovemaking, they both could sense the excitement emanating from the other. This particular night, after another intense session, Su Chenyang lay on Chu Tian's chest as usual, listening to his heartbeat gradually calm down, when his phone rang. Su Chenyang didn't want to move. Languidly, he said, Brother Chu, answer it for me. Tired from their exertion, Chu Tian's body was aching too much to get up immediately. He hesitated for a moment, then the ringing stopped. They ignored it. A little later, the phone rang again. Brother Chu, the phone. Reluctantly, Chu Tian propped himself up, took Su Chenyang's phone, and saw it was Zhao Mingyu calling. He handed the phone to Su Chenyang. It's Zhao Mingyu. Shall I put it on speaker? Still sprawled across Chu Tian, Su Chenyang lazily replied, yeah, use speakerphone. Chu Tian ruffled his hair, pressed the speaker button, and placed the phone near Su Chenyang. Hello, Master Su, are you asleep yet? I was just about to. What do you need? Yes, I have something. In 3 days, it's my birthday, and I'm planning a trip to Hawaii with the brothers. About a week-long stay. Do you and Brother Chu have free time? A whole week? That's a long time. Come on, isn't this a good chance for a vacation too? So, are you coming? Zhao Mingyu was the second son of the Zhao family. Although the Zhao family's status didn't quite match the Su family's, Zhao Mingyu and Su Chenyang were university classmates, and their relationship was solid. Zhongli and Feng Zheng were also acquainted with Zhao Mingyu. Generally speaking, since Zhao Mingyu extended the invitation, it would be awkward for Su Chenyang to refuse. Wait a sec, let me ask Brother Chu. Okay, go ahead. Su Chenyang raised his head and looked at Chu Tian. Brother Chu, can you go? Chu Tian thought about his schedule and hesitated, I don't think I can make it. I promised the editor to attend a signing event organized by the website, and I'll be in U City for around 3 days. The timing conflicts. When Su Chenyang heard he couldn't go, he immediately lost interest too, his face falling, why didn't you tell me? I didn't know you had a business trip. It's only 3 days, there was no need to mention it. Chu Tian patted his head, gently coaxing him, don't be upset. Since Master Zhao invited you, have a good time. I'll finish my things here and then come to join you, alright? Fine. Su Chenyang reluctantly responded to Zhao Mingyu, then I'll go first, Brother Chu has something else to do, and he might arrive later. Alright, I've chartered a plane. We're leaving tomorrow night, so don't forget. Okay, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Su Chenyang's mood visibly worsened. Chu Tian chuckled and pinched his cheeks teasingly, done deal. I'm only going for 3 days, and you're not happy about being let out to play without me? Su Chenyang pouted his lips and slumped back onto him, it's no fun without you. Chu Tian kissed him and laughed, I already said I'd come as soon as I'm done. Why are you being so clingy? What if I like it? Of course I like it. Isn't it clear that you'll stick with me for life? Humph, just remember that. From now on, take fewer trips. You'd better spend that time accompanying me instead. Yes, I understand. Chu Tian pulled the blanket over him, tucking him in warmly, sleep early, alright? I'll help pick out the present for Zhao Mingyu tomorrow morning, so all you need to do is enjoy yourself when you go. Alright, my darling wife is really considerate. Su Chenyang pressed a lazy kiss on the corner of Chu Tian's mouth. Chu Tian smiled, stop teasing and sleep. Alright. Though Su Chenyang was tired as well, after saying goodnight to Chu Tian, he fell asleep quickly. Chu Tian was also weary but could not fall asleep right away. Their engagement was only 20 days away, and his heart was filled with unease, restless and full of anxiety, overwhelmed with thoughts. However, Su Chenyang's recent behavior had been pretty good, affectionate and clingy. Every time Chu Tian felt fear or lack of confidence about their future married life, a simple act of Su Chenyang's coquettishness would restore his reassurance instantly. Chu Tian forced himself to close his eyes, not wanting to think too much, and reminded himself to stay calm since an engagement was nothing to fear. The next day, Su Chenyang went to work as usual while Chu Tian finished writing at home and headed out in the afternoon to buy Zhao Mingyu's gift. All along, the editor had been discussing the details of the book signing event repeatedly with him. He had already promoted this signing event online a month in advance, and it garnered positive responses from many fans. He highly valued this session. He opened Weibo and posted a status on his homepage, I'll be flying to U City the day after tomorrow. Looking forward to meeting all of you. As soon as the post went live, someone replied promptly, wow, I'm flying there the day after tomorrow too. Hope we bump into each other. Chu Tian smiled and replied, let's meet in U City. More and more people replied, and his message box kept flashing non-stop. Chu Tian returned the phone to his pocket, deciding to check it later once he got home. By the evening, Su Chenyang returned home almost close to 11 p.m. As he would be away for a week, he needed to arrange all his work beforehand, making these 2 days rather busy. Chu Tian was already in bed resting, though still awake, waiting for Su Chenyang to return. Brother Chu, I'm exhausted, the usually decisive president outside turned into a childlike figure upon entering the door, immediately throwing himself into his lover's arms, cooing softly. Chu Tian wrapped his arms around him, pulling him onto his lap, and tenderly patted his back while rubbing his cheek against his hair affectionately, with evident concern, our young master worked hard today. Go freshen up, and I'll give you a massage later, helping you relax before bed. Ugh, I don't want to move, wife, help me, Su Chenyang expertly whined, impossible for Chu Tian to resist. Chu Tian sighed and got up, helping the young master take off his suit, prepared warm water for the bath in the bathroom, and came back to carry the drowsy young master into the tub. Soak for a bit, call me when you're done. Su Chenyang grabbed his hand tightly, Brother Chu, wash with me. Chu Tian exasperated, stop fooling around. Aren't you tired? Let's hurry and sleep. Su Chenyang closed his eyes but wouldn't let go. No way, I'm going to Hawaii tomorrow night, we'll be separated for a few days. Feed me until I'm full. Ah, what am I supposed to do with you? In the end, Chu Tian still had to compromise and accompanied his young master for a long bath. The young master was so tired that he couldn't keep his eyes open, so he could only actively make the contribution himself. The bathtub was slippery, leaving a bruise on his knee. However, the young master kept his eyes closed all along, enjoying being fed with a look of satisfaction on his face. Afterward, he was helped by Chu Tian to brush his teeth, and then carried back to bed. Chapter 17, A Farewell in the Morning Light. The next morning, Su Chenyang walked out of the house with the luggage Chu Tian had packed for him. Before their departure, they shared a long kiss, just as the morning sun passed through their doorway, shining on both of them. The soft lips of his lover, his warm body temperature, the fresh smell of aftershave, and the unique scent peculiar to his lover. All these scents and feelings blended together under that gentle ray of sunlight. This fleeting moment of intimacy was so beautifully serene that it deeply moved them both. They broke apart gasping for air but remained forehead to forehead, just like newlyweds reluctant to part. Well, go ahead, safe travels. Brother Chu, remember to come over early to accompany me. All right. With smiles, they bid each other farewell in the golden morning light. As Su Chenyang turned around, his handsome face transitioned from bright to shadowy, then leaving behind only a glowing silhouette walking further and further away in Chu Tian's sight. This scene was reminiscent of an emotional slow-motion sequence from a movie. Chu Tian felt inexplicably melancholic at heart. Then he lowered his head and smiled. He must be getting old, how could a mere few days' separation provoke so much sentimental yearning? He decisively turned around, bang, the door closed. When Su Chenyang reached the gate, he suddenly turned back, only to see a beautiful little villa drenched in brilliant sunshine, radiating warmth, evoking nostalgia. He smiled, and a tender emotion suddenly surged within his heart. This was his home, holding exclusive treasures meant only for him. Wherever he would go, this place would always be where he could return. With a smile on his lips, he turned and walked out of the gate. At 8 in the evening, Su Chenyang had already arranged everything for the next week at the company. Dragging his suitcase, he went towards the underground garage. On the way, many female admirers gathered together in the company, secretly gawking at his towering figure, fantasizing wildly. Oh my god, Mr. Su is so handsome, even better looking in person. Yeah, he's really tall, definitely above 185 centimeters. He surely is. Just those long legs are almost higher than my waist. So handsome. Too bad he likes men. What's your regret about? Even if you liked women, do you think you'd have a chance? Don't daydream. You're right, I spoke out of turn. Su Chenyang's hearing was sharp, these intermittent sentences, he also caught quite a few. He smiled and sent a WeChat message to Chu Tian, Brother Chu, suddenly there are so many girls who don't behave well in the company, always staring at my legs, it's really annoying. Chu Tian was packing his luggage for the next day, after seeing this information, his mind instantly conjured up the haughty expression of the young master. He chuckled and replied, then you should protect yourself well, don't let them get close, alright? And boys too, got it? Very soon, Su Chenyang replied, you can rest assured, every part of me belongs to my wife, absolutely won't let others touch me. Wife, I'm going to the airport now, remember to miss me. Chu Tian smiled and replied, don't play with your phone anymore, drive safely, and remember to send me a WeChat when you arrive in Hawaii. Su Chenyang, okay, goodbye, darling wife. Chu Tian, good boy. Su Chenyang did not reply anymore. Chu Tian chuckled and put the phone aside, continuing to pack his luggage. After Su Chenyang arrived at the airport, he was personally led onto the plane chartered by Zhao Mingyu. As soon as he boarded the plane, Zhao Mingyu approached and greeted him, Chenyang, you finally came. The plane is about to take off. I thought you weren't coming. Su Chenyang apologized with a smile, sorry, the road was too congested. Here's your birthday gift, wish you a happy birthday in advance. Zhao Mingyu happily took it, thank you very much. Come, please sit down. Everyone is here, we're ready to depart. Okay. Following his guidance, Su Chenyang walked towards the lounge area where Feng Zheng, Zhang Li, and 3 other well-known rich second-generation figures from Beijing were already inside. Hey, Mr. Su has arrived. Come on, quick, we were just talking about you. What were you guys saying? Don't tell me you're gossiping about me while I'm away. Su Chenyang chuckled, nodding at the group. Although these people's family backgrounds weren't as impressive as his, he was now an entrepreneur, and expanding his network was always beneficial. So, he had no qualms about lowering himself to mingle with them. Naturally, those few also wanted to establish ties with the Su family, so they were quite enthusiastic in their demeanor. How could we? Mr. Su is now an internet sensation. We can only envy you. Su Chenyang smiled. Do you want to be famous? Feng Zheng could just arrange a movie for all of you. No way, our faces are too unattractive. The audience might get scared, and Feng Boss would end up losing money, haha. Su Chenyang joined in with their laughter, walking towards the couch and sitting next to Feng Zheng. He noticed that Feng Zheng and Zhang Li seemed troubled, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Feng Zheng took a sip of wine, glancing at him with a complex expression. "Why isn't Brother Chu here?" Su Chenyang picked up a glass of wine. "He has to go on a business trip tomorrow, so he couldn't make it for now. He might arrive during the last 2 days." "Why do you ask?" As Feng Zheng was about to speak, a voice came from behind. "Chenyang, you're here too." Feng Zheng pursed his lips and replied curtly, "Don't tell me you planned this intentionally." Su Chenyang looked somewhat surprised upon seeing Yi Han appear. "Senior, why are you here?" Yi Han smiled. He had specially dressed up today, even applying a light layer of makeup, which made him look incredibly refined. Not just Su Chenyang, but even the other chattering rich second-generation figures stopped their conversation to glance at Yi Han. Zhao Mingyu leaned against the sofa, wineglass in hand, staring deeply at Yi Han's snow-white neck. Feeling his predatory gaze, Yi Han subtly turned around, cutting off that look behind him. "Chenyang, since Mingyu knew I was in the capital, he invited me as well." "You. Do you not want me to come?" "That's not it." Su Chenyang glanced at his neck, quickly turning his gaze elsewhere. "You're Mingyu's guest. How can I object?" "That's good." Yi Han said no more, taking a seat beside Zhao Mingyu. Zhao Mingyu handed him a drink, and the two began chatting like old friends, completely ignoring everyone else. Su Chenyang also engaged in small talk with Feng Zheng and others, though his mind wasn't fully present, he didn't even realize what he was saying. His thoughts were chaotic, and his ears involuntarily tuned into Yi Han's conversation, trying to figure out what they were discussing. During college, many people pursued Yi Han, Zhao Mingyu included. Now they had reconnected, so was it because Yi Han had been rejected by him that he was considering being with Zhao Mingyu? "Chenyang." Feng Zheng waved his hand in front of him. "What's up with you? You're so distracted." Su Chenyang snapped back to reality, glancing toward Yi Han and realizing both Yi Han and Zhao Mingyu were looking at him too. Slightly embarrassed, he turned around and glared at Feng Zheng. "No, I was just thinking about Brother Chu." "What do you want?" "You'd better." Feng Zheng shot him a glare as well, leaning closer and whispering to Su Chenyang, "Watch yourself, little buddy. Since Brother Chu isn't here, I'm keeping an eye on you. You two are about to announce your engagement, don't mess things up now, got it?" Su Chenyang tightly gripped the wine glass in his hand, maintaining a calm exterior. "Stop worrying so much. I know my limits." Feng Zheng didn't press further. As a friend, it was enough to remind him at crucial moments. Excessive interference might overstep boundaries. The conversation resumed, and Su Chenyang appeared much calmer. Chapter 18, You successfully captured my attention. When the plane landed in Hawaii, Chu Tian set off on his journey to U City. As soon as he disembarked, he immediately turned on his phone to check if there were any messages from Su Chenyang. There was just one line, "Brother Chu, I've arrived." It was probably due to the long flight making him tired. Chu Tian didn't think much of it, replying, "Rest well. I've arrived in U City. Have fun and stay safe. Don't eat anything too raw or cold." After sending the message, he put his phone away and hailed a taxi directly to the hotel he had pre-booked. Upon reaching the hotel, he briefly communicated with the staff about the signing event details for the next day. This communication lasted about an hour. Once the staff left, he quickly grabbed his phone, fearing he might have missed any messages from Su Chenyang. But the latter hadn't replied at all. Shaking his head with a smile, he muttered, "Sure can sleep." He placed his phone to the side, leaned back on the sofa for a brief rest, then opened his eyes to browse through his phone for a while. Soon enough, he felt bored. It was still early, but Chu Tian didn't feel like going out sightseeing, so he simply headed down to the gym and exercised for 2 hours. Upon returning, he ate something casually in the hotel and went to sleep. He had a slight problem of being unable to sleep in unfamiliar beds, so generally, it would be difficult for him to fall asleep when changing environments. To ensure he was rested well for tomorrow, he decided to sleep early tonight, giving himself time to toss and turn. Before drifting off, he glanced at his phone. Su Chenyang hadn't replied yet. Chu Tian let out a soft laugh. He said he didn't want to come, but now I bet he's gone crazy. He moved his phone aside, pulled the blanket over his head, and fell asleep. At that moment, Su Chenyang was lying on a beach chair with Feng Zheng, glaring unhappily at Yi Han who constantly stuck by Zhao Mingyu. Su Chenyang had originally harbored some hopes that Yi Han's arrival might have something to do with him, but since the flight, Yi Han hadn't paid him any more attention. What annoyed him even more was that ever since they landed, Yi Han had been consistently around Zhao Mingyu. When Zhao Mingyu arranged tours and activities, Yi Han followed too. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought they were a couple. Su Chenyang gripped the stem of his highball glass tightly and gulped down the alcohol in one breath. Feng Zheng nudged his shoe tip with his foot. "Hey, there's something off about you. Are you drowning your sorrows for someone to see?" "What are you talking about? Can't I drink?" Su Chenyang stood up to leave. "Hey, where are you going?" Feng Zheng also stood up, clearly ready to follow. Su Chenyang snapped, "I'm going to pee, or do you want to follow me for that too?" "TSK, you and your bad temper. What got into you all of a sudden? Upset seeing your ex-boyfriend cozying up with someone new? What are you saying?" "I just need to go urgently." Su Chenyang turned and walked toward the direction of the hotel, muttering, "Go enjoy yourself, stop following me. Don't you like blondes? There are plenty outside, why don't you check them out?" Feng Zheng saw he was genuinely upset, so he sensibly sat down. "Alright, just make sure you get back soon." "Understood." Su Chenyang walked back in an agitated mood, wondering what kind of drug Feng Zheng had taken to suddenly keep such a close eye on him as if he were Zhongli, some uncontrollable animal below the waist. He took large strides towards the restroom without noticing that Yi Han had also trailed behind him. After finishing and washing his hands, he found Yi Han present. He paused briefly, nodded at him, quickly washed his hands and tried to walk out. "Chenyang." Yi Han called him from behind. Su Chenyang immediately stopped and turned to look at him. "What is it?" Yi Han's voice carried disappointment. "Do we really have to act so distant now? If we can't be lovers, can't we at least remain friends?" Su Chenyang coldly retorted, "There's no need, right? Senior, you certainly have plenty of good friends around you, whether or not I'm among them makes little difference." "Of course it does." Yi Han stepped forward, their breathing instantly entwining together. "You know exactly how important you are to me, why must you say things to hurt my feelings?" "Oh, am I important?" The thought of Yi Han getting along so well with Zhao Mingyu irritated Su Chenyang, making his tone sarcastic. "Looks like Senior gets along just fine with Zhao Mingyu. Now you're pulling me aside to say this. You're not trying to play both sides, are you?" Su Chenyang. Yi Han seemed infuriated by his words, and in the next moment, a loud slap echoed as his hand landed hard on Su Chenyang's face. Since childhood, Su Chenyang had always been doted upon by everyone. Not only had he never been hit, he rarely experienced misery. The biggest injustice he'd endured was when he came out to his family because of Yi Han, causing a rift, and was eventually abandoned by Yi Han. Now, to top it all, he'd gotten slapped by Yi Han. Clutching his face, Su Chenyang looked at Yi Han with utter disbelief. "You dared to hit me? What gives you the right to hit me?" His tone grew more intense as he continued. Grabbing Yi Han's hand, he pulled hard and gritted his teeth. "My parents, my wife, none of them have ever hit me. What gives you the right to do this? And what gives me the right? Why don't you tell me what gives me the right?" His voice rose louder than Yi Han's, their voices echoing in the restroom, startling Su Chenyang into hastily whispering, "Keep your voice down." He certainly didn't want their quarrel to attract onlookers. As the only scion of the Su family who had ever been slapped, his face burned with shame. "Yi Han, you're truly capable. Back then, when you said you no longer wanted me, I accepted it without retaliating, right? Later, when you said you wanted to come back, you almost made me break up with my fiancé, but I didn't blame you either, did I? And look at you now, being all affectionate with your new boyfriend while losing your temper with me here. What exactly are you trying to do? Are you asking what I'm trying to do?" Yi Han abruptly shoved Su Chenyang's hand aside and shouted furiously, "I don't have a new boyfriend. Getting closer to Zhao Mingyu was merely a way to see if you still cared about me. And yes, I'm trash, I know you've rejected me countless times, yet I still can't stop wanting to be with you. I won't allow you to get engaged to anyone else. You once promised that you'd only ever love me. Why are you breaking your promise?" He yelled hysterically, his voice loud enough for everyone in the lobby to hear. Su Chenyang stood there in shock. He had never seen Yi Han lose control like this. Yi Han had always been sophisticated and refined, a perfect piece of art. Yet now, because of him, he'd lost all composure. Su Chenyang had just been slapped, but the rage in his heart instantly vanished, replaced instead by a secret sense of joy and a flickering spark of emotion he couldn't quite define. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside. Su Chenyang absolutely didn't want their drama to become gossip material, so he quickly said, "Calm down first. Let's discuss this outside later, someone's coming." Chapter 19, Give It a Try. Su Chenyang immediately turned and walked out of the restroom, with Yi Han silently following behind. Su Chenyang wasn't sure where to go. Both Feng Zheng and Zhongli were watching him closely, he dared not appear alongside Yi Han. "Let's go over there. It's secluded and almost deserted." Yi Han pointed in a certain direction. Su Chenyang glanced back at him before heading towards the indicated path. Yi Han smirked slightly. Su Chenyang kept glancing around on the way, fearing someone might see him together with Yi Han. When they arrived at a patch of shrubs far from prying eyes, Yi Han suddenly hugged him from behind. Startled, Su Chenyang struggled, shouting, "What are you doing? Let me go." "I won't let go." Yi Han held onto him tightly. "You came over to meet me, meaning you aren't ready to cut ties with me yet, right? I know you, Chenyang, you don't fancy Chu Tian's type of men. I know he treats you well, but life is too long to settle for mediocrity forever. Are you really willing to live like that?" Su Chenyang fell silent. Glancing at the bushes, Yi Han continued loudly, "Chenyang, let's give it a try. In less than 20 days, you'll be getting engaged. Give me these 20 days. Allow me one chance, and allow yourself one chance too. Let us figure out whether it's me who can make you happy or if it's better being with Chu Tian. If you still choose him after 20 days, I will step back entirely and bless the two of you. But if you still love me, I will never give you up." Still, Su Chenyang remained speechless. But for Yi Han, this silence was already a positive sign. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Yi Han's lips as he gently turned Su Chenyang's body around. Su Chenyang complied with the force and faced Yi Han, his gaze complicated. He didn't forcefully push Yi Han away as he would with Chu Tian, not for any particular reason, it was simply because he didn't want to. Over the past few years, he hadn't lacked for seduction attempts, not just from women but also from men. Among them were those more attractive than Yi Han, yet Su Chenyang had steadfastly resisted their allure. But Yi Han was different. He was Su Chenyang's sole unattainable obsession. The very first pain of his life had been inflicted by this man, and he still harbored an unresolved longing toward him. Sensing Su Chenyang's wavering, Yi Han felt elated inside. Cupping his face, he cautiously leaned forward, their breaths growing closer and closer. They both knew what was about to happen next. Chenyang, give it a try. Give yourself a chance, and give us both a chance. This time, you don't need to worry about my cowardice or running away because I'm determined to be with you no matter what. As long as you don't give up on me and as long as you still love me, I'll stay with you forever. Su Chenyang's pupils fluttered as he allowed Yi Han to draw nearer and nearer. Chenyang, if you don't want to, push me away. If you don't push, I'll take it as your consent. As the words trailed off, their lips touched. Yi Han's lips were thin, distinctly different from Chu Tian's slightly stubbly and fuller ones, their kisses held their own unique flavors that couldn't be compared. Chenyang, if you don't want to, push me away. If you agree, then, don't. With that, their lips entwined together. Of course Chu Tian was good, but the taste of Yi Han had been beautified in his memories over the years and almost mythologized. When Su Chenyang suddenly tasted it again, he found himself uncontrollably excited. Chenyang! What are you doing? A sharp shout came from behind the two, and Su Chenyang instinctively pushed Yi Han away. Turning around quickly, he saw Feng Jing striding toward them, looking very upset. Su Chenyang felt somewhat guilty. Big brother Feng, you go ahead. Yi Han refused to leave. Even though Feng Jing was already fuming as he approached, Yi Han calmly looked at Su Chenyang and asked, Chenyang, since you didn't push me away, that means you agreed to give us a try. You won't change your mind now, will you? Upon hearing his words, Feng Jing's expression turned even darker, but Su Chenyang regained some confidence despite feeling guilty. After all, choosing a lover was an important decision in life, and being cautious or careful was not wrong. Moreover, compared to Feng Jing's casual ways with many women, Su Chenyang considered himself to be much more sincere. He patted Yi Han on the waist and said, you should take a step back for now, I'll talk to Feng Jing. Don't worry, I'll come find you after this. With Su Chenyang's reassurance, Yi Han relaxed, alright, then I'll wait for you in the room. He glanced at Feng Jing, smiled faintly, and then left. Feng Jing wasn't happy at all. When he heard their conversation, his anger boiled over. He couldn't believe how quickly Su Chenyang got entangled with Yi Han again while he only took his eyes off him for a short moment. Glaring, Feng Jing asked, Chenyang, what exactly is the meaning of this? Haven't you forgotten that you're about to get engaged to elder brother Chu? Su Chenyang kicked a pebble on the ground lazily and replied, no, I haven't forgotten. Then why were you kissing Yi Han here? Trying to have one inside the house and one outside? Of course not, do you think I'm like you? Humph, I also thought you were different from us. But the things you've done recently are even worse than ours. Chenyang, tell me what you're thinking. Are you planning to break up with elder brother Chu? Not breaking up, Su Chenyang clicked his tongue irritably, I'm not engaged yet, am I? Seeing Su Chenyang like this, Feng Jing grew angrier. Pointing his finger at him, he reprimanded, don't give me lip, Chenyang. We're brothers, which is why I can't stand watching you make a mistake. That Yi Han gave up on you once before, even if you've healed from the wound and forgotten the pain, shouldn't you remember how well elder brother Chu has treated you? Your engagement has already been announced. And now, you're making such a fuss. Tell me straight, what exactly do you plan to do? Su Chenyang fell silent for a moment, having practically dug a hole into the sand beneath his feet before he finally responded slowly, I'm just afraid I might misinterpret my feelings. You know how much I liked Yi Han in the past. If he hadn't just walked away back then, we might have been married long ago. I may as well admit it, over these years, I've never really forgotten him. He's like a thorn stuck in my heart, bothering me occasionally. I need to figure out a way to pull out this thorn. What about elder brother Chu? Think about your conscience, Su Chenyang. Elder brother Chu hasn't been anything less than amazing to you. He loves you like a son, nearly on par with how your mother would. Is what you're doing right by him? Su Chenyang remained silent even longer this time. Annoyed, Feng Jing kicked him and shouted, are you mute? Chenyang, hear me out, don't be stupid. Elder brother Chu is the one who truly suits you. How happy you used to be when you were with him. Zhongli and I were nearly envious. Don't make foolish decisions at this point. Su Chenyang took all of Feng Jing's advice in, but even so, he realized deep down that he wanted to try giving Yi Han another shot. Su Chenyang was always loyal to himself and would not compromise for anyone. He certainly wouldn't sacrifice his lifetime happiness just because of fleeting guilt. Lifting his head, he stared fearlessly at Feng Jing. Feng Jing, everything you said makes sense, but life is too long. I don't want to rush into choices. Rush? Elder brother Chu has been with you for so long, this isn't something chosen carelessly. Do you even have a conscience? I know, but when I first started dating him, I actually didn't love him. Su Chenyang didn't hide his feelings, wanting someone to listen to his confession sincerely. Feng Zheng, I know elder brother Chu treats me well, and I truly enjoy myself with him. Without Yi Han, I'd almost consider living like this forever. But Yi Han appeared. Brother, you haven't experienced it, so you wouldn't understand. The desire for someone can easily turn into obsession, and Yi Han is my obsession. Now he's willingly offering himself, saying he still loves me and wants to try again. Can you imagine turning that down? You probably couldn't refuse either if you were me, right? Feng Zheng pursed his lips and remained silent. Su Chenyang continued, in 18 days, I will be engaged. This engagement is something like being forced into a corner, it was my mother's decision. To be honest, I'm still somewhat against it. I'm young, only 27 years old, yet I have to bind myself to someone for life. Honestly, I'm pretty anxious about it. Feng Zheng coldly retorted, what are you so anxious about? You and brother Chu have been together for 5 years already. When you first met, you were living together right away. How could you not know each other well enough? If you didn't get along, would you have stayed together for such a long time? Yes, I do know him, perhaps too well. I can see the end of our future life already. Su Chenyang looked up at the distant horizon with a faint sense of weariness in his eyes, that's why I feel everything has become rather dull and tasteless. After hearing this, Feng Zheng angrily swore, you're truly a scumbag. If you really liked Yi Han, I wouldn't bother with you anymore. But at least you should make things clear to brother Chu. He doesn't owe you anything. You shouldn't treat him like this. I know. Su Chenyang kept repeating these words as if trying to decide firmly, don't worry. Before the engagement, I just want to figure out what's truly in my heart. If I confirm that I love Yi Han more, I will definitely explain clearly to brother Chu and properly compensate him. What if you discover Yi Han isn't as good as you think? Su Chenyang smiled, isn't that better? Just before my engagement, I'll remove the thorn from my heart, so I'll never feel pain again afterward. You are truly. Feng Zheng helplessly placed his hands on his hips and cursed under his breath, if you weren't my brother, I'd really hate talking to a scumbag like you. Su Chenyang rolled his eyes, am I worse than you guys? You're way worse than us. Feng Zheng glared at him and said earnestly, don't think things are too simple, Yi Han isn't an easy person. Don't end up losing both the marriage and your dignity. Have you thought about it, Chenyang, if brother Chu finds out, will you really not regret it? Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang instinctively tensed up for a moment but still held on to some hope, it won't happen, I'll be careful. As long as you don't say anything, brother Chu won't find out. TCH, I'm tired of managing you. Chenyang, let me tell you straight, once brother Chu leaves you, I'll absolutely stand by his side. Don't come crying later. Alright, couldn't you understand how I feel for once? I just want to be cautious, otherwise, regretting after marriage would cause even more harm, right? Fine, it's your own decision, I can't control you. That's all then. Feng Zheng turned and walked away in anger. Su Chenyang was also irritated, but since he had made up his mind to give Yi Han a try, nothing would change his resolution. He considered himself an honest person, thus, no matter who he favored now, he would never turn a blind eye to his true feelings. He turned around and headed towards Yi Han's room. Chapter 20, Who Did I Offend? After being awakened by the alarm clock, Chu Tian lay in bed for a while and then reached for his phone on the bedside table, opening Su Chenyang's WeChat avatar. Tisk, he tossed the phone aside. Their chat window was still on the message Chu Tian had sent yesterday. He thought to himself that the group of young people must have gone wild, so he didn't send any more messages, deciding not to disturb Su Chenyang. He rubbed his face and got up, walking into the bathroom. After having breakfast, he set off with the staff to the signing event venue. When he arrived, there was only about 10 minutes left before the book signing began. He checked his phone one last time, knowing full well there wouldn't be a reply but still did it out of habit. He laughed lightly and shook his head when he took out his phone. It was true, they might as well be an old married couple, and during this time, affection overflowed his heart, so he sent a message to Su Chenyang. Mr. Chu, the signing session is about to start. Let's go inside. Okay, I'm coming. Chu Tian put his phone back into his pocket and walked over smilingly. A large crowd gathered for this signing event, mostly girls. As soon as he entered, the venue erupted into cheers. Chu Tian waved to the audience smilingly, exchanged a few casual remarks with them, and then sat down in front of the signing desk as the event began systematically. The signing event was proceeding enthusiastically, and Chu Tian had signed so many books that his hand felt numb. Suddenly, he heard some murmurs spreading through the crowd. At first, Chu Tian paid no attention, assuming it was just general chatter. However, he noticed that a lot of people were taking out their phones and looking at them, and some readers' gazes towards him seemed to have changed. An unsettling feeling started forming in his heart. What's going on? He asked with a smile. People looked at each other awkwardly, but no one spoke. At this moment, Chu Tian's assistant rushed over, holding a phone and whispering in his ear, Big Brother Chu, it's bad. Suddenly, someone online is accusing you of plagiarism, it's already a trending topic. That's impossible. Chu Tian instinctively refuted. Wasn't he clear about whether or not he had plagiarized? He knew there must be a misunderstanding, so he turned around and smiled toward the audience of book fans and said, "You're probably all looking at the trending topic regarding me allegedly plagiarizing. I don't yet know exactly what happened, but I can confidently assure all of you that every word I've written is from my own imagination. I could never possibly engage in plagiarism. I will respond publicly to this issue later online, please rest assured." These dedicated book fans who had come specifically for the signing session still trusted his integrity, and they all expressed their belief in him. So the signing session continued as usual. After signing books for around 10 more people, Chu Tian reflexively reached for another reader's book, but before he could, the reader suddenly threw a cup of scalding liquid straight at him. By the time Chu Tian realized what had happened, warm liquid was already streaming down his head and along his hair. What are you doing? Chaos erupted at the scene. Security! Security! Someone is causing trouble. Call the police quickly. Everyone was terrified, including Chu Tian, so fast had been the attackers' movements that they'd succeeded almost instantly. As the liquid flowed down his body, Chu Tian froze momentarily, instinctively fearing that it might be sulfuric acid. "Mr. Chu, are you all right?" The staff gathered around him, handing him a pack of tissues. He hastily wiped off the liquid only to find that it was simply a cup of scaldingly hot milk tea. Thank goodness. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The person causing the disturbance was quickly restrained. Shouting defiantly at Chu Tian, they yelled, "Plagiarism dog! Get out of the web literature circle!" Though utterly disheveled, Chu Tian maintained his dignity. While calmly wiping the milk tea off his head, he addressed the protester, "I completely understand your feelings, and I thank you for standing up for creativity and originality in the literary world. But accusations made online often tell only one side of the story, and I detest plagiarism as much as anyone. For years, everyone has seen my works. You wouldn't believe that I've resorted to copying others' ideas, would you? Let me say frankly, I am confident enough to claim that I do not need to plagiarize from anyone." His words quickly resonated with his devoted book fans. That's right. There's no way Master Manjiang would ever plagiarize. Yes. Master, hurry and respond online, they're cursing you harshly. Chu Tian smiled at the crowd and said, "Rest assured, I will handle this matter actively and won't let you down." "That's good, Master, cheer up." Given this interruption, the organizer initially suggested canceling the signing session for the sake of the author's personal safety. However, Chu Tian refused, since these people had come such long distances for him, and he didn't want to make them come in vain. Ultimately, Chu Tian completed the entire session despite the sticky mess of milk tea clinging to his head. Once the final signature was finished, he quickly left the venue. His assistant had already booked a car for him. Upon entering the car, he urgently pulled out his phone and carefully examined the trending post. By this point, the online debate had already raged for half a day. Chu Tian had a vast number of book fans, while the author allegedly plagiarized by him was relatively unknown. Therefore, when Chu Tian's fans flooded into this author's Weibo page to offer explanations, the latter retaliated with, 1,000 wrongs, 10,000 wrongs, they're all mine. Just because I'm a nobody, should I be robbed of the fruits of my labor and then suffer internet mob violence? This Weibo message swayed many onlookers unfamiliar with the situation, who swiftly sided with the smaller author and inundated Chu Tian's Weibo with abusive messages. Chu Tian read only a few of them before becoming unable to continue. His assistant was also reading them and couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Are these people eating shit? Why are they speaking so crudely? Big brother Chu, you shouldn't take this personally. This is definitely a misunderstanding. I checked, the so-called plagiarism is merely because the naming process and name of your character's weapon in your novel coincidentally resembles his idea. But throughout your entire work, there's only that one similar part, there's absolutely no proof for color comparison." Editor's note, color comparison refers to comparing texts visually. You just need to explain yourself properly. I see. Chu Tian also took a look at the original post about the alleged plagiarism. There were many comments underneath saying things like, "Come on, how can this be called plagiarism? At most, it's just a coincidence in the author's inspirations. Naming weapons is all about following certain conventions, where exactly is the copying?" There were also many bystanders expressing sentiments such as, "I thought they were claiming he copied a whole lot, but is this it?" Chu Tian felt something was strange because this trending topic had come out of nowhere. The similarity was over just one trope regarding naming, and even that only involved coincidental naming patterns. It certainly wasn't the kind of issue that would make it to the trending list. Any reasonable person could see that this wasn't plagiarism. Besides, the other author was practically unknown and didn't have many fans. So how did this end up as a trending topic? At this moment, his editor called him. He pressed the speaker button. "Hello, Manjiang, you need to address this issue properly right away. It's already blowing up online, and I don't know where all these illogical people are coming from. They're ignoring the clear facts in front of them and insisting you plagiarized. You'd better clarify this immediately. I've prepared a comparison chart of the so-called similar parts and send it to you. You can use it to clear your name." "Alright, I'll send it now." "Thanks for your help." Chu Tian pinched the bridge of his nose, sounding a little weary. What a thing to happen. This matter really is sudden and suspicious. I heard someone threw something at you. Are you alright? I'm fine, it was just a cup of milk tea. I think it's too much of a coincidence. Generally, accusations of plagiarism don't heat up this quickly. Moreover, it burst out precisely during your book signing session. Have you offended anyone? How could that be? Chu Tian instinctively refuted. I stay home all day writing manuscripts. Where would I offend someone? The less trouble the better. Quickly clarify this, and if you need any assistance from the website, let me know. I'll arrange it for you. Okay, thank you. Don't mention it. Just remember to submit your manuscript on time. Chu Tian chuckled, alright, I'll try. After hanging up, Chu Tian opened Weibo and typed a message. First, I want to thank everyone for jointly supervising the creative environment, and thank you all for paying attention to my works. Your intentions are good, but some netizens' baseless abuse has strayed from the essence of the matter. I reserve the right to sue for such actions. Secondly, what's being called plagiarism is merely a single instance of a naming method in a 3 million word novel coinciding with another work, and even the final names are different. If this counts as plagiarism, then clearly there needs to be more learning around the definition of plagiarism. Finally, although I published this book in 2033, I have a habit of writing a third of a work before releasing it. I've checked, and the publication time of the other author's work is also 2033. So, their work was actually completed after mine, making the possibility of me plagiarizing from them completely non-existent. I will release drafts later for everyone to verify together. Attached were his drafts showing a clear timestamp from 2032, along with an analysis diagram of the controversial paragraph. What was described as coincidence was that both books featured weapons named after loved ones, Mushuang and Muyue, as a subtle way to express feelings. Beyond that, the two books had nothing else in common. After Chu Tian posted this statement, his readers helped forward it immediately to support him, while some rational bystanders dispersed. Not long after, that author deleted the previous tweet and reposted another. It was all a misunderstanding. Manjiang is an author I deeply admire, and I hope this incident won't cause him any trouble. Although the attitude of this author was highly unsatisfactory, Chu Tian didn't wish to dwell further on this issue. He thought this matter would simply blow over, but despite how obvious everything was, many people still swarmed into his Weibo page to hurl baseless insults at him. Some even issued personal threats. When Chu Tian clicked into those users' profiles, he discovered they were all newly registered accounts with random usernames. He realized that something fishy might be going on behind the scenes. It was likely someone deliberately hired internet trolls to target him. Yet he couldn't figure out who he might have offended. Even if he had accidentally clashed with someone, it shouldn't escalate to the point where they buy trending topics or hire trolls to harass him. He returned to the hotel preoccupied with worry, immediately taking a shower as soon as he got back to wash off the stickiness. After getting out of the shower, he lay on the bed tiredly, pulled out his phone, and tapped on Su Chenyang's WeChat profile picture. Their last message was the one he had sent in the morning when he left. Baby, text me back when you wake up, I miss you. It was almost 3 p.m. now, but Su Chenyang still hadn't replied. Chu Tian placed his phone aside, rested his hand over his eyes, and repeatedly replayed in his mind the cup of milk tea that was splashed at him, as well as the extremely vicious attacks and insults from those people on the internet. These events were indeed disheartening. Even though he was already 32 years old, he still found it hard to bear. He felt very upset, but according to his character, this kind of thing could only be dealt with by himself. Nevertheless, even if he planned to resolve it alone, at this moment, he still particularly hoped to hear the voice of his lover, listening to him act a little coquettish. Perhaps then his mood might improve a bit. He didn't want to admit, but actually, he felt a little wronged. Even someone as strong as him, at this point, wanted a word of comfort from his loved one. He dialed Su Chenyang's number. Buzz. Buzz. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered. Hey, baby, what are you doing? Chu Tian couldn't wait to speak. There was a pause on the other end, then came the response, Chenyang is taking a shower, call back later. The smile on Chu Tian's lips instantly disappeared, his voice deepened slightly, are you Yihan? The other side laughed lightly, yes, Mr. Chu has a good memory. Are you with Chenyang? This is something I promised not to tell you on behalf of Chenyang. Why don't you ask him yourself later, see what he says. Chapter 21, An Unfortunate Day. Ha, is that so? Chu Tian chuckled, alright, I'll call back later. Yihan also gave a courteous laugh, alright then, see you later. Beep, the call was disconnected. The forced smile on Chu Tian's face immediately faded. Staring at the black screen of his phone, his mind fell into intense conflict. On one hand, he thought Yihan was deliberately provoking him, aiming to create a crisis of trust between him and Su Chenyang. If he really questioned Su Chenyang about this matter, he would no doubt fall right into Yihan's trap. On the other hand, he had to admit that he had fallen for it already. He didn't expect Yihan to also go to Hawaii, and Su Chenyang hadn't mentioned a single word about it to him. He slowly clenched his phone, unable to stop questioning whether Su Chenyang had done anything with Yihan, or if the reason why he hadn't replied to his messages was because of Yihan. The more he tried to stay calm, the more his thoughts ran wild. He leaned back on the bed, staring at the chandelier above him with wide-open, weary eyes. Today was indeed full of misfortunes, all kinds of troubles bursting forth at once. Chu Tian covered his eyes with his hand, closed his eyes, and silently wanted to digest the unease and anger in his heart. But no one's emotions are a bottomless pit. He didn't have any magical powers that could negate all negative energy either. In these past years, he had suppressed too many of his own feelings for the sake of Su Chenyang. Now, he felt like he was nearing a critical point. Even though he was willing to spoil Su Chenyang, he couldn't endure his crossing the line over and over again. Moreover, he wasn't really satisfied with how Su Chenyang handled this matter itself. Su Chenyang appeared too hesitant, saying clearly in front of him that he wouldn't interact with Yi Han anymore, yet whenever he let his guard down, Su Chenyang would reconnect with the other party. As another man, Chu Tian was clear in his heart, if a man truly harbored no feelings for the other, he absolutely wouldn't act this way. No matter how much he wanted to find an excuse for Su Chenyang or give a reasonable explanation for his actions, he knew well that it was just self-deception. After a while, he irritably lit up his phone, checking the time. It had been over 10 minutes already. Su Chenyang took showers quickly. If he was truly in the shower, this period should have been enough for him to finish. He tapped open Su Chenyang's contact information, hesitated momentarily over the dial button, then resolutely pressed it down. The moment he held the phone close to his ear, he noticed his hands were trembling. The last time he felt this nervous was when he was waiting for his college entrance exam results. The phone soon started ringing on the other side, but alas, it was a cold female voice. "Sorry, the user you called is powered off. Please try again later." All the anxiety and anticipation within Chu Tian vanished in an instant, leaving only emptiness. Powered off, huh? Who did it? Su Chenyang? Or Yi Han? Chu Tian stared blankly at the TV in front of him, his mind racing with countless thoughts, yet seeming to think of nothing at all. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and a glimmer of life returned to his eyes. Upon seeing it was his mom calling, he hesitated for a second before pressing the answer button. "Hey, Mom, what brings you to call me today?" Chu Tian was genuinely surprised. Ever since the heated argument with his parents over his sexual orientation, they had fallen into a long Cold War. Over the years, he had tried to mend their relationship, but his parents were unwavering. They gave him only two options, either marry a woman and have children, or get as far away from them as possible and stop disgracing their family back home. Over these years, aside from during holidays when his parents would reluctantly answer his calls, they rarely picked up otherwise. He didn't expect his mom to call him out of the blue today. He thought perhaps his parents had finally come around and were planning to attend his engagement party. "Hey, Chu Tian, what's going on with that trending topic about you?" The excitement in Chu Tian's eyes faded once again. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and responded gravely, "Wow, so the two of you are pretty trendy now, starting to follow trending topics. Don't act smart with me. When your dad and I advised you to take a proper job, you didn't listen, insisting on writing novels. You said you loved this field and would definitely make something of yourself. So how is it turning out now?" Before Chu Tian could respond, a sharp male voice came through from the other side. "He sure made a name for himself, huh? Plagiarizing until everyone knows. Tell him, if he doesn't care about his dignity, I still do. If you don't have the skills, don't try to handle things you can't manage. He should just delete his pen name and find a real job." Did you hear that? Your dad saw the trending topic and got so angry he couldn't eat. He's getting old. If you really make him ill because of this, what are we supposed to do then? Chu Tian held the phone, attempting to laugh but failing after several tries. Realizing no one was there to see his forced smile, he stopped trying. "Hey. Chu Tian, are you listening? What's the deal with this plagiarism scandal? Let me tell you, you'd better resolve this quickly. We can't afford the embarrassment when your aunts and uncles find out. You being gay has already been enough for us to lose face among relatives, and now you've done this too. Did we waste all our efforts raising you properly?" After a brief numbness, Chu Tian burst into uncontrollable laughter, unable to stop. There was another reprimand from the other end. "You're laughing? Instead of reflecting on your mistakes, you're laughing at this. How dare you be such a person? If I had known you'd turn out like this, your mother should have drowned you in the toilet when she gave birth. Ha ha ha. Ha. Chu Tian laughed hysterically again, wiping the tears from his eyes after finishing, and spoke hoarsely into the microphone. "Mom, Dad, I actually thought you were calling to comfort me. But it turns out even strangers online know I've been framed, yet you two immediately believed others without even bothering to understand the full story. Despite my clear statements, you jumped straight to blame me. Your morality is truly superior. I can't help but feel inferior compared to you." After speaking, his normally upright posture bent sharply forward, and he sighed deeply. "Alright, I'm 32 already, and I guess this is who I am. If you two can't stand it, well, that's how it goes, just like you said. Who knew you didn't drown me in the toilet back then? Chu Tian. Is this how you talk to the parents who raised you? How dare you?" Beep 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 beep. Chu Tian abruptly ended the distressing call, flipped over, and cocooned himself entirely under the blanket. From inside the blanket came muffled sobs, restrained and enduring. The crying subsided shortly thereafter. Chapter 22, Lonely Island. Chu Tian stayed buried under the blanket, silently processing everything that had happened today. The lingering dampness on his hand reminded him that despite his age, his life was still such a mess. He stared at the snow-white bedsheet, which smelled distinctly of hotels, a scent belonging to those perpetually wandering. It highlighted his solitude. He squeezed his eyes shut tightly, gripping his chest as a sudden pain surged. In this instant, he began doubting himself. His parents, who had raised him for over 20 years, loathed him. The man he loved with all his heart for 5 years might also have betrayed him. Was it really his fault? Was it because he wasn't good enough, so he couldn't be the son his parents were proud of? Was there something he didn't do well, causing his lover to constantly long for his ex? As he kept pondering, Chu Tian suddenly slapped himself hard. A sharp sound echoed in the room, leaving a bright red handprint on his face. The burning pain jolted him out of his self-pity. He swallowed the lump of sorrow that had been gathering in his throat. "It's not my fault," he muttered under his breath. "I just wanted to hold on to what I can, why is it so hard?" The scolding from his parents still rang sharply in his ears, and at his most painful and vulnerable moments, his lover was entangled unclearly with his ex. Chu Tian felt as if he had become a lonely island, isolated in the middle of an endless ocean, with no support. A sudden wave of intense exhaustion washed over him. As for what exactly he was tired of, it was hard to articulate. Perhaps he was tired of the baseless hostility on the internet, perhaps he was tired of trying hard but never being the son his parents would approve of. Maybe, it was the constant demand that he must stay strong. Why did everyone else have a safe harbor, while he alone had to endure sun and rain for 365 days a year, 24 hours a day? He had endured this life until now. Was he destined to continue enduring forever? For a moment, Chu Tian pitted himself. Perhaps it was his overly masculine appearance that led many people to believe he was a man who could bear anything, impervious to damage, as if weakness itself was a form of insult towards him. But everyone, no matter how tough they appeared, was made of fragile flesh and blood. He found it quite surprising that not even one person had seen through his exterior and recognized the sensitive heart hidden beneath his careful facade. Neither his parents nor his lover had ever truly understood him. Was it because he disguised himself too well, or simply because no one had ever cared enough to see through his act? Deep down, Chu Tian knew the answer. He thought he had come to terms with it. If wearing an armor for life was what it took, so be it. Life rarely went smoothly for anyone, after all. But at this very moment, in this foreign hotel, all he really wanted was someone to lean on, to talk to him, to give him just a bit of comfort, telling him, this life sucks, fuck it. And that someone should only be Su Chenyang. Once again, he picked up his phone and dialed Su Chenyang's number. How long does it take for a call to connect? He used to think it was just a fleeting moment, but now he realized that even those fleeting moments stretched infinitely long. Long enough to make him forget everything he'd just thought about, leaving behind only his longing for his lover. "I'm sorry, the user you called is powered off. Please try again later." That fleeting moment was also short, so short that his heartbeat hadn't even returned to normal when the cold voice suspended his heart midair. So cold. He dropped his phone and vigorously rubbed his arms. Had someone turned on the air conditioning? Why was he still freezing despite being covered by the blanket? He forcefully rubbed his chest, but no matter how hard he tried, his heart remained numb and icy, as if the blood coursing through his veins had already started to freeze. He began trembling uncontrollably, even though he curled up tightly, hugging himself together, unable to stop the mysterious chill invading him. That's enough, he suddenly gave up fighting back. Closing his eyes, he quietly accepted the icy sensation spreading from somewhere unknown, seeping into his organs, then permeating into his bloodstream. After all, he was just a lone island that no one cared about. Even if he were drowned by a tsunami right now and sank deep into the sea, would there be anyone in this world who would care? Ring, the phone notification tone sounded, and Chu Tian slowly opened his eyes. With great difficulty, he reached out to touch the phone beside him and checked. It was an email reminder. Who had the mood to check emails at this moment? He listlessly extinguished the screen and closed his eyes once more. Ring, the phone sounded again. Still, he didn't move. He was utterly exhausted, too tired to even open his eyes. After all, the organizer had cancelled the afternoon signing event due to the plagiarism issue, and now he had nothing to do, nor did he want to do anything. All he wanted was to sleep deeply, hoping that everything would improve when he woke up. He slept straight through until 8 in the evening. Chu Tian was finally awoken by hunger. He hadn't eaten lunch, and his stomach was growling fiercely. His intestines writhed as if reminding him urgently, since you're still alive, live your life with passion. He chuckled at his own musings. After waking up from his nap, his stomach ached painfully, but strangely, his heart felt much lighter. All those feelings of despair seemed to have vanished on their own, leaving behind only a trace of weariness. Stretching lazily, Chu Tian massaged his belly with force, and his face once again lit up with a smile. "Alright, stop crying out. I'll order a full banquet for you right now." Perhaps it was a side effect of loneliness, or should it be called the Lonely Island Syndrome? Chu Tian didn't realize that his habit of talking to himself was unusual. He took out his phone to place an order for food, but when he opened it, he saw a notification for new emails. Without thinking, he clicked into it. Seeing the title of the email, he froze. The subject of the email read, "Know your place." Attached were a video and an audio clip. The glimmer of light that had just returned to his eyes quickly dimmed once more. He tapped to play the video. "Chen Yang, give it a try. I'll give you a chance, and we'll give ourselves one too. This time, you don't have to worry about me running away or becoming cowardly. I've come back with the resolve to do everything for you. As long as you don't abandon me, as long as you still love me, I'll stay by your side forever." In the video were Yi Han and Su Chenyang. Chu Tian watched calmly as the two people in the video drew closer to each other. "If you don't want this, push me away. If you don't push me, then I'll take that as your agreement." The screen showed the two locking lips briefly. Chu Tian observed clearly that Su Chenyang made no move to refuse. Chapter 23, It Hurts. What did Chu Tian feel at that moment? He imagined it must be similar to how a prisoner feels upon hearing the death sentence. Before the verdict, there might still be hope, even a shred of luck, for survival. But at the moment of judgment, when all is settled and nothing matters anymore, this would paradoxically become the calmest moment of his life. His hands weren't even trembling anymore. He played the audio next. Inside, there were voices belonging to Su Chenyang and Feng Zheng. "Feng Zheng, Chenyang, what are you planning to do? Are you breaking up with Brother Chu?" Su Chenyang, "Not yet, our engagement hasn't been announced, has it?" Feng Zheng, "Don't play dumb with me, Chenyang. You're my brother, so I can't let you stray off the path. Yi Han abandoned you once before, but forgetting past pains doesn't change the fact that Brother Chu has treated you well. The whole world knows about your engagement. Now you're causing trouble, so tell me honestly, what's really going on here?" Chu Tian waited expressionlessly for Su Chenyang's reply. Su Chenyang's voice carried the grainy roughness of waves lapping against the shore. "I'm afraid I might have mistaken my feelings. You know how much I used to adore Yi Han. If he hadn't left abruptly back then, we might have already been married. I won't sugarcoat it for you, I haven't forgotten about him these years. He's like a splinter stuck in my heart, coming back to bother me every now and then. I have to find a way to get rid of this thorn once and for all." Feng Zheng, "Then what about Brother Chu?" Su Chenyang, "To be honest, I never truly loved him when we were together." This admission of never loving, which Chu Tian had tossed and turned many sleepless nights over, seeking answers, now rang loud and clear directly from the mouth of the party involved. At first, instead of feeling sadness, he experienced a vague sense of confusion. These words officially declared all his precious memories, those shining eyes, those trembling hands, to be mere pretense on Su Chenyang's part. Although Chu Tian had suspected this all along, the difference between suspicion and confirmed truth was vast, leading to entirely different levels of hurt. Humph. Chu Tian wiped his face hard, cursing inwardly at himself for having such dull eyes, letting himself be deceived by a kid who wasn't even fully grown, and for so many years. This was the young master he had once thought so innocent and romantic, this was the person he had poured 5 wholehearted years of love into. The recording went on. "This engagement, I admit, was more of being pushed into it unwillingly. It was my mother's decision, and personally, I still feel some resistance toward it. I'm young, only 27, and I've already got to be tied to someone for life. Honestly speaking, it terrifies me inside. It's just that I know too well what future life will be like, I can already see it all, and that's why it feels so boring. If I decide I love Yi Han more, I will certainly make it clear to Brother Chu and compensate him properly." The audio reached its end, and Chu Tian stared at his phone screen, his thumb moving unconsciously. The recorded Su Chenyang sounded somewhat strange. Chu Tian looked slightly dazed at the empty air before him. The truth was laid bare, leaving him no choice but to admit it. Su Chenyang was an entirely different person in front of Feng Zheng than in front of him. From the tone and attitude Su Chenyang used when talking with Feng Zheng, it was clear he was rather selfish and ruthless. But in front of Chu Tian, he had always been nothing more than a spoiled young master. He was somewhat capricious but mostly cute, with no ill intentions. Who would have guessed that the young lord who had clung to him for one last kiss before their parting could turn around and talk about his weariness toward him in such a cold tone, even going so far as saying he'd compensate him. Chu Tian wanted to laugh. What could Su Chenyang possibly compensate him with? Money? In Chu Tian's mind, was he really someone who could be dismissed with money? He wanted to laugh, but no sound came out. Previously, he still thought Su Chenyang hadn't seen the real him, yet here he was, slapped in the face so soon. Apparently, he had never truly seen through Su Chenyang either. Worthy son of the Su family, he should have realized it earlier. In such a household, how could they ever raise a naively sweet person? He exited the email interface and opened WeChat. First, he sent a message to Dan Yang. "Sorry, all dear friends and brothers, my originally scheduled end-of-month engagement ceremony has been cancelled due to some irresistible factors. There's no need for everyone to go out of your way to attend. If you've booked flights or hotels, please cancel them, and any losses incurred can be claimed from me directly. Also, I announce that from today onward, I am back to being single. The reasons are none of your concern, it's just that our connection has ended. Recently, my mood hasn't been great, so I may not respond promptly to messages, please understand. When there's time, we'll gather again. That is all. Chu Tian. After sending this message to Dan Yang, he forwarded it to all the friends he had invited. Soon, countless messages started popping up. He didn't want to open any of them. Standing there for a while, he clicked on Ms. Su's call number, which was answered quickly. Hey, Xiao Chu, this call comes at the right time. I was just about to contact you. Have you resolved that matter of yours online? You're getting engaged to Chen Yang in a few days, and it wouldn't be good for negative news to appear now. Do you need help? No need, Aunt, Chu Tian said solemnly, I'll handle my affairs myself. Also, please cancel the engagement ceremony between me and Chen Yang. We're done. I'm currently on a business trip in U City, and I'll be back in 2 days. At that time, please send over your housekeeper to take away all of Chen Yang's things at once, otherwise I'm afraid I might miss something important of his. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Mrs. Su's tone grew less warm as she lowered her voice and said, What happened? You've been with Chen Yang for so long, can't you compete against Yi Han? Chu Tian chuckled, but his eyes were utterly numb and hollow. Aunt, what nonsense is this? I'm a man, what fighting or competing? I have no interest in such things. All I need is a partner who can resist temptation and be loyal. Clearly, Chen Yang isn't that person, so I don't want him anymore. It's as simple as that. You've been together for 5 years, do you really want to give up? I don't mind letting go. How could I mind? Chu Tian looked down at the ground, took a deep breath, then raised his head to look at the tightly closed door and said, Dogs that won't learn obedience should be thrown out sooner rather than later, right? You. Mrs. Su didn't expect him to suddenly become so rude. Xiao Chu Tian, this doesn't seem like you. Even if you and Chen Yang are breaking up, there's no need to completely tear things apart, are you forgetting that you almost got engaged? Can't you part amicably? Humph. Chu Tian let out a soft chuckle. You're right. However, when I suggested the breakup, you showed absolutely no sign of trying to stop it. Let me ask you plainly then, if Chen Yang had truly resisted temptation, would the final engagement ceremony have been held on schedule? Mrs. Su hesitated for a moment, then said, Since things have come to this point, what's the use of talking about these hypotheticals? Let me know when you return, and I'll send over the housekeeper. Chu Tian gave a little laugh, fully expecting the response. All right then, you go ahead with your business. With a beep, the call ended. Chu Tian then called the organizers to ask whether the next 2 days of book signings should continue as planned. The organizer confirmed that the event would proceed tomorrow, and they'd evaluate based on the audience's reactions. Chu Tian agreed. After finishing everything, his expression remained calm, showing none of the sorrow or heartache expected from someone betrayed by their lover, so much so that he himself was impressed by the strength of his inner resolve. He decided to head out to find some food. How could he not celebrate this kind of good fortune with a feast? Just as he stepped out, he completely missed seeing a huge suitcase blocking his way. There was a loud bang as his shin collided hard with the suitcase. Ow! Chu Tian bent over in pain, cradling his leg while crouching down for a long time. That really hurts. Shit, it bloody hurts. Chapter 24, Blocked. While Chu Tian endured his pain alone, Su Chenyang emerged from the shower to find Yi Han still in his room, lounging carelessly on his bed. His steps paused briefly, his gaze flickering toward Yi Han's white neck before turning away. Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to go home first? Yi Han leaned back slightly, a soft smile spreading across his face. But I worked so hard to get an opportunity, how can I waste a single second? His tone carried the same clingy sweetness as when they were in love long ago. I just want to stay and be with you. Can't I? Su Chenyang continued drying his hair while moving to sit on the edge of the bed. If you want to stay, fine. You can tell me where you've been all these years and how you've been doing. Yi Han's smile faltered slightly as he turned his head and lightly scratched his hair. I've just been, living every day filled with regret and longing. It's nothing I want to talk about anymore. He turned back to Su Chenyang. Tell me about yourself instead. I never expected you to have changed so much in just 5 years. You've built such a big company entirely on your own, you've kept all the promises you made to me back then. I truly admire you. At the mention of the past, Su Chenyang also felt a touch of melancholy. Yes, if you had trusted me back then, everything would be different now. Yi Han embraced him from behind, resting his head on Su Chenyang's shoulder. The past is unchangeable. All I want to know is it too late for us now? Who knows? Su Chenyang's ambiguous answer was exactly what Yi Han had anticipated, but he wasn't in a hurry. What time is it? Su Chenyang tossed the towel aside and began looking for his phone. Not very hungry. Yi Han casually turned his face toward him, his tone tender as he whispered in his ear. I just checked, it's almost 11. Are you hungry? Do you want to grab some late-night snacks? Do you feel like eating? Su Chenyang's eyes continued scanning for the phone. A bit, Yi Han exhaled softly near his ear, teasingly implying, earlier you refused to let me even touch you because you said you were sweaty. Now, shouldn't you properly make it up to me? The innuendo in his words was evident. Su Chenyang glanced back to see the handsome features illuminated under the dim yellow light, as beautiful as someone in an oil painting, causing a certain part of him to react shamefully. Yi Han's eyes hooked onto him, making it impossible for Su Chenyang to look away. He indulgently allowed Yi Han to climb onto him and kiss him. Since he decided to test his feelings, there was no reason to deny his heart. Su Chenyang openly embraced Yi Han, sharing a deep and passionate kiss. This kiss reminded him instantly of the inseparable times they once shared. During their most emotionally intense period, he used to yearn to stay with Yi Han 24 hours a day. They intertwined madly, loving freely. That relationship once fulfilled all his romantic dreams. Now, after 5 years apart, holding this gentle body again, he found his heart still fluttering just like before. Compared to the increasingly dull life he had with Chu Tian, this fluttering was clearly more captivating. Closing his eyes, he devoted himself fully into the kiss until Yi Han's legs wrapped around his waist. His hands gradually moved downward. But at that moment, Su Chenyang grabbed his hand, halting any further advances. Chenyang. Yi Han didn't expect to be refused, his eyes flashing momentarily with tension. Alright, it's too late tonight. Go home and rest first. Our matter, let's take our time. You, really want me to go back? Yi Han gently rubbed against him with his leg, then what about you? Su Chenyang's breathing became heavy, but he still firmly pushed Yi Han away. Don't worry about it, I'm tired. You should go home and rest first, be a good boy. Alright. Yi Han knew that Su Chenyang wouldn't have any relations with him tonight for sure. He didn't want to mess things up by being too eager, so he got up from Su Chenyang in a very amiable manner. I hope you rest well. Before leaving, he added one more sentence. By the way, your phone probably shut down due to lack of power just now. Let me charge it for you. Afterwards, he took out the phone from beneath Su Chenyang's changed clothes, and plugged it into the charger. When the phone powered on automatically, he turned around and smiled at Su Chenyang. It's quite late now, don't play with your phone. We are going to Zeominjiu's island tomorrow. We need to wake up early, sleep well. Okay, you also rest early. After knowing that Yi Han had no relationship with Zeominjiu, Su Chenyang stopped flying into jealous rages. After Yi Han closed the door, Su Chenyang actually wanted to call Chu Tian, but then thought that maybe Chu Tian was busy with his book signing right now, so he didn't get up. Lying in bed, his mind was still reminiscing about that kiss with Yi Han, making his body become feverish. To be honest, he never expected that at such a crucial moment, he would push Yi Han away. At that time, he quickly had a flash of thought. If he really went all the way with Yi Han, his relationship with Chu Tian would have been completely over. Although he himself had not fully figured out his feelings yet, he was very clear that at that precise moment, there was still some fear in his heart. He thought to himself, wait a little longer. Once he understands his own feelings better, he will make a decision. Right now, without anyone to help relieve him, he could only take matters into his own hands. But when he closed his eyes, what came to mind was that bronze chest, and what echoed in his ears was that extremely bold, magnetic voice. He grew increasingly excited. Ah! Brother Chu. Su Chenyang suddenly opened his eyes, feeling an inexplicable void in his heart. The next morning, Su Chenyang woke up very early. He was prone to insomnia in unfamiliar beds and couldn't sleep well at the hotel. Upon waking, he habitually touched the person beside him, only to find no one there, causing his heart to momentarily stop for a beat before finally coming to his senses. He sat up, got out of bed, and reached for his phone. After opening his phone, he instinctively opened WeChat. Yesterday, he saw Chu Tian send him a message, but at the time, he was busy flirting with Yi Han, so he didn't respond. Now, he also missed Chu Tian, and thus thought about starting a video call with him. Just as the phone connected to the internet, many messages suddenly popped up on WeChat. Most of them were sent by his friends, and even without opening them, he could see that their contents almost uniformly asked, what's going on? How did you and brother Chu split up? What does that mean? Su Chenyang's hand holding the phone started shaking, and in the shortest possible time, he drew one conclusion from those messages. Without his knowledge, his engagement to Chu Tian was cancelled. Instinctively, he opened Chu Tian's WeChat, sending him this message, darling, what's wrong? Why is everyone saying our engagement has been cancelled? Was there an issue with the hotel? The moment the message was sent out, he immediately received a red exclamation marked tip. Brother Chu has enabled friend verification, you're not her friend anymore. Please first send a friend verification request. What does that mean? Did brother Chu delete him? In disbelief, he opened Chu Tian's number and called him directly, regardless of whether or not Chu Tian was busy right now. The call rang out with a beep, followed by an icy female voice. Sorry, the user you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. SRRV, Gi subscriber VOG dialed can no be connected fee Jean begin please of agn later. Sorry, the user you. Su Chenyang hung up the call. The call was blocked. He suddenly lost strength, collapsing on the ground. It's over. His heart sank halfway. Chu Tian had never done something like this before. No matter how much they argued, it would never come to this. Su Chenyang clearly understood that everything would not happen coincidentally. Chu Tian must have known about what happened here. Who told him? Chapter 25, A Farewell Without Goodbye. Su Chenyang had two phone numbers, one for personal use and one for public use. He didn't give up easily and called Chu Tian again using his public number. Beep. The call is connected. He immediately sat up straight, his heart racing with anticipation. Chu Tian was sound asleep at the moment, but the sudden ringtone startled him awake. He jolted slightly in bed. Half asleep, he blindly reached out from under the covers to grab his incessantly ringing phone. Squinting, he struggled to see who was calling, but due to his swollen eyes from before, he couldn't make it out clearly. Still, he instinctively hit the answer button. Hello. Who is this? Brother Chu, are you sleeping? The moment Chu Tian heard Su Chenyang's voice, all traces of sleep vanished instantly. Su Chenyang. Hearing Chu Tian address him by his full name made Su Chenyang feel a pang of sadness. Subconsciously, his tone became coquettish. Brother Chu, he wanted to ask why Chu Tian had deleted him and what everyone meant when they said their engagement was cancelled, but the words caught in his throat. Deep down, he realized he didn't want to hear Chu Tian's answer. But even before he could ask, Chu Tian spoke the very sentence he dreaded hearing. Su Chenyang, I know about what happened between you and Yi Han. I've already cancelled our engagement. Your things will be moved back to the Su family by the housekeeper. That's all. Wait. Su Chenyang shouted loudly into the phone. Brother Chu, wait just a second. Is there anything else? Chu Tian's tone carried a hint of sleepiness. Su Chenyang detected no sign of regret or sorrow. Su Chenyang's mouth opened and closed as if searching for the right words. He understood Chu Tian's character. Once he learned of his reconciliation with Yi Han, there would be no second chances for him. He also felt conflicted. Though he'd originally planned to part ways with Chu Tian, he hadn't expected this abrupt, passive ending. It threw him off balance. After a long pause, he managed to utter only a weak apology. Brother Chu, I'm sorry, I never meant to hurt you. Chu Tian, having endured his resentment in silence for so long, erupted upon hearing Su Chenyang's seemingly insincere apology. He cut him off abruptly. Oh, really, Su Chenyang? How did I not notice how good you are at pretending? You didn't mean to hurt me. Bullshit. You cheated on me. Videos of you kissing someone else were sent directly to my phone. And now you're playing innocent here. Let me tell you, I didn't bother yelling at you because it wouldn't have been worth it, but honestly Su Chenyang, you're scum. Everything you promised me turns out to be nothing but lies. What video? Who sent it to you? After finishing the question, Su Chenyang quickly guessed the answer. The person who wanted them to break up and knew he would be there could only be Yi Han. Although angry at Yi Han's deceitful tactics, Su Chenyang couldn't help feeling secretly pleased that Yi Han had gone so far for his sake. Furrowing his brows, he suddenly asked, Brother Chu, did you tell my mom about this? Chu Tian chuckled coldly, what? Are you worried your mom will deal with your ex? Oh, sorry, I should say your current partner. His harsh tone shocked Su Chenyang, leaving him uneasy. Softly, he asked, I just don't want my mom interfering in my life. Brother Chu, did you tell her? Do you think I need to tell her? Chu Tian revealed the truth. Your mom actually found out about Yi Han's return earlier than you thought, which is why she approved of my engagement to you. In her eyes, I was just a pawn, one who ultimately proved useless, disappointing her completely. Su Chenyang's thoughts spiraled chaotically as he blurted out, so my mom knew about me and Yi Han. The accusatory undertone in Su Chenyang's voice irritated Chu Tian immensely. Originally, he had resolved to remain dignified despite being betrayed. He loved Su Chenyang too much to ruin their past with unnecessary arguments, but now he saw no reason to restrain himself any longer. Why should he tolerate Su Chenyang's complaints? Clutching the phone, Chu Tian suddenly sat upright, his teeth gritted in fury. What? Are you mad now? How dare you cheat on me and still expect me to clean up your mess? Your mom is cunning, sure. She probably figured out the moment I cancelled the engagement that her pawn was no longer useful. What makes you think I would deliberately tell her to get her to fight Yi Han on my behalf? I'm not that upset. Brother Chu, don't get so worked up. Chu Tian's frantic outburst annoyed Su Chenyang somewhat. He disliked arguing with others verbally and thus lost any desire to communicate. Fine, let her know then, I'll handle it myself. From his tone, Chu Tian could detect impatience. Even though he fully understood what kind of person Su Chenyang was, a sharp twinge of pain still struck his heart. He exhaled deeply and stared blankly at the ceiling above him, his voice becoming calm and measured. Su Chenyang, listen, back when you were discarded like a dog, I took care of you out of kindness, but look at you now, despite not loving me, you still declared your feelings. You've wasted 5 years of my youth. Tell me, what exactly were you thinking? Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang remained silent. Chu Tian also didn't expect a response from him, continuing instead, never mind, none of this matters anymore. Rest assured, I haven't colluded with your mother in any way because I have no intention of having further ties with you. In the future, please refrain from calling me about anything related to you. If your mom wants to do something to Yi Han, it has nothing to do with me. Brother Chu, I know I've wronged you. Whatever compensation you want, I will try my best to satisfy you if you speak up. Chu Tian clenched his eyes tightly, forcing back the tears that were about to overflow. His voice trembled as he spoke. Compensation. Forget about it. I'll just consider those years as free access to a massage stick. Su Chenyang, once I hang up this call, we'd better never cross paths again. Unlike you, I have no interest in staying friends with an ex. If we accidentally meet in Beijing in the future, we'll just ignore each other as strangers. The past 5 years feel like they were fed to a dog, so go ahead and live happily ever after with your current partner. You two seem perfect for each other. Goodbye. Beep. 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 The phone disconnected decisively. With the end of this call, their 5-year relationship turned into a complete stranger overnight. Su Chenyang's hand suddenly lost all its strength, and the phone fell onto the plush carpet, making a dull thud. Brother Chu, Su Chenyang stared blankly at his reflection in the floor mirror. There came a knock on the door. Knock. 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 Su Chenyang snapped back to reality. He walked over to the door and opened it, only to see Yi-Han standing outside with breakfast in hand. He glanced sharply at Yi-Han, who smiled innocently. What's wrong? Didn't sleep well last night? You come in first. Su Chenyang stepped aside to let Yi-Han enter. Once he closed the door behind him, he asked eagerly, was it you who sent the video of us to Brother Chu? Chapter 26, Total Loss. After hanging up the phone, Chu Tian struggled to calm his emotions. He had finally managed to force himself to forget what happened today and drift off to sleep when a call from Su Chenyang shattered all his efforts in one blow. Just like their relationship, after this call ended, all the beauty of the past turned into grotesque memories. He couldn't help but sigh as he rubbed his forehead, wondering how their all-out relationship had ended in such a disgraceful manner. It was as if a ridiculous play unfolded right before everyone's eyes. When everyone expected them to be engaged, his lover betrayed him. Su Chenyang hadn't even made a single attempt to salvage things. Chu Tian gave a self-deprecating smile, regretting how for a moment he thought Su Chenyang might have called to reconcile. How pitiful and tragic. No matter how cold he tried to act, there was still a hidden part of him deep down that shamefully held a flicker of hope, hoping Su Chenyang would reach out. However, it seemed Su Chenyang didn't have any such intention. Perhaps his decision to step aside suited Su Chenyang perfectly, sparing him the trouble of explaining himself. Thinking about Su Chenyang's questioning during the call earlier, his heart began to ache again. He flipped over, curling up inside the blanket. The tall man appeared fragile now, resembling a newborn baby seeking comfort within the warmth and safety of a maternal womb. Suddenly, under the cover, Chu Tian slammed a heavy fist onto the mattress. Damn it, Su Chenyang was truly a bastard. As he recalled the 5 years filled with what he once believed to be mutual love but now revealed as mere wishful thinking, Chu Tian felt his face flush with embarrassment. At this age, being played around by someone made him feel utterly humiliated. Even without anyone pointing it out, he already found it demeaning to realize that all these years, he was nothing more than a second choice for Su Chenyang. Isn't that why, the moment Su Chenyang's white moonlight returned, he got dumped so easily? Su Chenyang had even rejected Yi-Han twice in front of him before. At the time, he must have regretted it bitterly, which was why on their first day in Hawaii, the two couldn't wait to be together. Chu Tian wanted to accept reality gracefully. After all, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Even though he was confident that he could dote on Su Chenyang for a lifetime, the young master simply didn't care, so there was nothing he could do about it. Moreover, if Su Chenyang thought being with him was boring, even if he hadn't cheated today, they would still end up divorcing after marriage. He desperately tried to make himself more magnanimous. But why did Su Chenyang have to cheat with Yi-Han of all people? That Yi-Han who once abandoned him. As Chu Tian thought more about it, he felt increasingly aggrieved. It was like picking up a stray dog that was badly abused by its former owner. He had carefully nurtured it for a long time until it dropped its guard and became affectionate towards him, even seeing him as its master. He thought from then on, they could spend their lives together. But when its former owner returned, the dog turned around without hesitation, as if all the dependence it had shown towards him over the years had been fake. Wouldn't anyone feel chilled to the bone? And what's worse, this dog showed its teeth to him, its current owner who had never mistreated it, all for the sake of its ex-owner. Chu Tian swallowed hard, trying to suppress the sourness rising in his throat, but the bitterness rushed to his nose and caused his eyes to instantly redden. Shit. What a pathetic loser. He cursed himself in his mind. If only Su Chenyang were really a dog, no matter how much he had taken care of it, he'd definitely give it a kick to vent his anger. How dare it show its teeth to him? Did it forget who had insisted that he agreed to date and who clung to him every day, forbidding him to get too close to others? Fine, the dog had confined itself completely within his territory, not allowing anyone near him. But what about himself? Other people just needed to snap their fingers to lure him away easily. He had treated Su Chenyang like a treasure all along. A scalding tear slid down Chu Tian's cheek and fell onto the pillow, quickly soaking into the pillowcase, gradually spreading a layer of moisture that wouldn't go away inside the blanket. In his 30s, a man hid alone under the hotel blanket, quietly wiping away the tear marks on his face. At this moment, Chu Tian felt an unprecedented loneliness in his heart. His love had completely ended, his parents no longer wanted to see him, he had a few good friends, but each of them had their own lives, leaving his sadness without a place to vent. How could he possibly let them know that someone like him would cry helplessly under the blanket because of a breakup? Could he? A grown man leading such a miserable life made him feel humiliated himself. Even worse, despite the fact that Su Chenyang had already trampled on all his bottom lines, he found himself unable to let go, his heart unable to stop thinking about Su Chenyang. How shameful. Without mercy, Chu Tian pressed hard on the new scar on his chest. The more his heart wanted to avoid, the more he forced himself to confront reality. He refused to entertain any expectation regarding Su Chenyang anymore. Chu Tian started forcing himself to recall the scene of Su Chenyang and Yihan kissing, as well as Su Chenyang's protective tone for Yihan and impatience towards him during the phone call. The more he thought about it, the more suffocatingly painful his heart felt, but this was exactly what he wanted. Only through pain does one realize the need to let go. Don't be fooled by Chu Tian's clean cut-off of the engagement and his seeming nonchalance over the phone. In truth, from the moment he saw the video, his brain had been in a haze. This turn of events came too suddenly. Their farewell had been so sweet last time. Who would have thought that this goodbye would actually be the end of their relationship? His breaking off the engagement or falling out with Su Chenyang both mechanically happened based on his stubborn pride holding on to his remaining rationality. Of course he was in pain, his heart hurting as if dying, but no one cared. During these 5 years, except for writing, his life almost revolved entirely around Su Chenyang. Most of his time, energy, and hopes for the future were invested in this person. Now, all of a sudden, he had nothing left. It was like someone betting all their fortune on a long-term investment, believing that this investment would bring them a perfect life, only to lose everything in just 5 years. Who wouldn't break down under such circumstances? However, Chu Tian dared not fall apart. When he left his hometown alone against his parents' objections, he had solemnly promised that even if his sexual orientation was seen as an abnormality in their eyes, he would still live a happier life than so-called normal people. He didn't want to lose, especially he didn't want his parents to know how much of a failure his love life was. Yet, his loss was absolute and complete. It was Su Chenyang who made him lose everything. Chapter 27, Diverging Paths. Yihan did not panic when confronted with Su Chenyang's questioning, instead, he smiled, so what if I sent it? Did he come looking for you? Why did you do this? Su Chenyang frowned as he looked at him, didn't you say we should try things out first? Before Su Chenyang could finish, Yihan cut him off, if you didn't care about me, how could you possibly agree to try? Yihan placed the breakfast on the table, walked over to Su Chenyang, and slowly wrapped his arms around Su's neck. Admit it, Chenyang, you still love me. Compared to Chu Tian, you like me more. That's why you regretted our engagement at the last minute, because you don't want us to miss each other for life, right? Yihan hit Su Chenyang's sore spot. A flicker of anger flashed across Su's face. Even if that's true, there must be a better way to handle this situation. You shouldn't have acted this way. What better way is there? Yihan chuckled lightly. You're fooling yourself. Your heart has already chosen me, which means you will inevitably hurt Chu Tian. No matter whether you tell him early or late, or use different methods to explain, the outcome would be the same. Su Chenyang's complexion still wasn't good. Yihan ignored it, pulling his hand and guiding him toward the dining table, pushing him down onto the chair. Alright, I admit that I rushed things a bit. But whose fault is it that your wedding date was so near? Knowing full well that you cared about me, how could I let you marry someone else because of hesitation? I did all this because I love you, so please stop being mad at me, okay? He picked up a piece of bread and brought it to Su Chenyang's mouth, smiling charmingly. Starting from today, let's be together officially and properly, alright? As they looked into each other's eyes, Su Chenyang momentarily forgot his guilt toward Chu Tian. All he saw were Yihan's mesmerizing eyes. Alright. His response earned Yihan an enthusiastic kiss. This marked the formal start of their relationship. The two, having reunited after separation, were exceptionally thrilled and nearly lost control, but since they had commitments afterward, both managed to restrain themselves. After finishing breakfast, Su Chenyang pushed his luggage and opened the door, only to bump into Feng Zheng and Zhangli, who came to find him. After seeing Su Chenyang and Yihan together, they exchanged glances. Zhangli said, well, there's no need to ask anymore, I've figured it out. Feng Zheng kept switching his gaze between Yihan and Su Chenyang, his expression sour. Taking a step forward, Su Chenyang blocked Yihan behind him and asked, why are you here? You tell me, Feng Zheng rolled his eyes. We received a message from your mom saying that your engagement with brother Chu has been called off, so we came to ask what happened. After casting a glance at Yihan, Feng Zheng coldly sneered, there's no need to ask now. Su Chenyang, you're really something. Su Chenyang uneasily shifted his gaze. Alright, stop being sarcastic. Aren't we going to Zhao Mingju's island today? Let's go, don't delay. Su Chenyang pulled Yihan past Feng Zheng and others. Chenyang, did you know that Chu got falsely accused of plagiarism yesterday, and something was thrown at him during a signing event? What? What was thrown at him? Given how long they had been together, Su Chenyang still had some concern for him. Feng Zheng smiled wryly and said, I'm not sure about the details, but I saw it on the trending topics. Anyway, since you two have broken up, his matters are no longer related to you, right? That's all. He turned to Zhongli, forget it, let's go. They've reconciled and are enjoying a passionate reunion. Let's not be the third wheel. Zhang Li's expression was serious, he never glanced at Yi Han, directly following Feng Zheng out. After the two left, Yi Han sighed, seems like your friends still don't like me. Su Chenyang hesitated for a moment, then told him, why do you care if they like you or not? Let's go, don't dwell on it. That's true. As long as you like me, that's enough. Both of them smiled at each other, feeling as though they were newly rekindling their romance. They held hands and walked out together. The group waiting outside immediately understood the situation and smiled knowingly. Su Chenyang and Yi Han both appeared very calm. They stood side by side, smiling as they faced everyone's teasing. When Su Chenyang wasn't looking, Zhao Mingyu mouthed something to Yi Han. Yi Han's smile visibly faded a little. He turned his head, refusing to make eye contact with Zhao Mingyu anymore. Zhao Mingyu stared at the back of his head and smirked. As this group of rich young masters enjoyed themselves on an island in the Pacific Ocean, Chu Tian was once again drenched with something during a signing event. This time, it was red ink. A man wearing a baseball cap poured it directly over his head. Everyone at the scene was terrified. Chu Tian couldn't believe that after issuing such a strong statement, such a thing still happened. Moreover, even if he had plagiarized, it shouldn't have provoked such extreme behavior. He instinctively felt there was more to this than met the eye, so he quickly had his assistant report it to the police. Given the incident, for safety considerations, the organizers decided to cancel the signing event. Chu Tian had no objection to this decision. At present, his love life, family relationships, and career were all undergoing significant hardships. He indeed had no mood to continue pretending everything was fine. When Chu Tian returned to the hotel covered in red ink yet again, he obviously noticed that the front desk staff's gaze towards him seemed off. His face burned with shame, and he practically slipped into the elevator like oil on his feet. When he arrived, there was already someone inside. Chu Tian glanced briefly, it was a well-dressed man. Chu Tian was too disheveled at the moment to comfortably make eye contact with the other person. He used his hand to cover his left cheek, which still had remnants of red ink, and pressed the floor button. Are you alright? Do you need help? The man asked from behind. Chu Tian didn't expect such kindness and turned around to flash the man a friendly smile. Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. It's just ink, it looks frightening but it's harmless. I see. The man nodded and did not ask further questions. Chu Tian also turned back around and stopped talking. A brief silence fell within the elevator. Chu Tian inadvertently appraised the man through the reflective surface of the elevator door. The man exuded a strong presence. Judging by appearance, Chu Tian estimated he should be in his 30s or 40s, but he looked well-maintained and especially charming. His suit evidently cost a fortune, and he carried himself with the unmistakable air of a successful individual. His deep-set eyes gave him a profound, intense quality. Anyone whose psychological resilience wasn't up to par would struggle under his gaze. Chu Tian idly thought, this guy probably runs a business, though among entrepreneurs, it's rare to find someone with such a stern countenance. The ding sound disrupted Chu Tian's thoughts. The man in the elevator exited from behind him. To Chu Tian's surprise, as the man passed, he actually acknowledged him with a nod. Chu Tian hurriedly reciprocated the gesture. After the man left, the faint scent of his cologne remained, a mature, low-key aroma that mirrored the impression the man left on him. The man's courteous demeanor made a positive mark on him. Soon enough, Chu Tian reached his floor. In just a few strides, he arrived at his room, swiping his card to enter. The moment he got in, he rushed straight to take a shower. Afterward, when he came out, he answered a call from his assistant. Hello, Brother Chu. That person indeed admitted that he was hired to do this to you, but it was a cash transaction, and they hid meticulously. The police believe since you haven't suffered any serious harm, this matter will likely go no further. Alright, I understand. Thanks for your hard work. After hanging up, Chu Tian stared at the screen of his phone for a while, then tossed it aside. Regarding this plagiarism incident, he had now confirmed without a doubt, someone was clearly targeting him intentionally. But considering these petty acts, trying to trace the instigator wouldn't realistically achieve much. Plus, legal constraints on cyber trolls were minimal. Even if he insisted on fighting back, it probably wouldn't amount to anything significant. This incident would simply have to be written off as bad luck. Chu Tian felt deeply aggrieved. He sat dumbfounded on the bed for a while before suddenly feeling sick to his stomach, rushing to the toilet multiple times. By the time he returned to bed, he was almost completely drained. Recalling all the things he'd experienced in New City recently, he felt this place must clash with his destiny. He immediately rebooked his flight home for the earliest one tomorrow morning instead of sticking to his original schedule for the day after tomorrow, opting for first-class seating just to avoid any more trouble. Just before sleeping, he finally opened his unread WeChat messages and began responding individually to his friends' condolences. His friends were all considerate and didn't ask too many questions. They all cheerfully wished him a happy breakup. However, Shan Yang quickly followed up with a phone call. Chu Tian knew his character well and helplessly answered the phone. The call had just been connected when Shan Yang began asking frantically, "Hey, Brother Chu, tell me, was that person I saw that day a homewrecker? Did Su Chenyang really cheat on you?" Chu Tian lay on the bed and weakly said, "All right little goat, it's all over, I don't want to talk about anything related to Su Chenyang anymore. You rest assured, I can let go as easily as I grab hold, a breakup is no big deal." Shan Yang paused for a moment, then said, "So why do you sound like you're dying?" He hesitated slightly before continuing, "Brother Chu, surely you're not considering doing something foolish?" "Huh? Me being foolish?" Chu Tian intentionally exaggerated his tone, "Do you really think I would fall apart over an unfaithful bastard? Don't underestimate me. I just ate something bad, I'm just feeling uncomfortable right now. Stop overthinking it." "True," Shan Yang became excited suddenly, "you're so handsome, have such a good figure, a great personality, and wealthy. Now is your prime, entering the halls of marriage this early is quite unfortunate anyway." Then he became enthusiastic, "I know several top-notch guys, maybe one day I'll introduce some to you." Chu Tian chuckled and replied, "Spare me the matchmaking already. I've just ended a relationship, let me enjoy being single for a while. There's no rush. I'll recover at my own pace. Alright. Once you're ready, tell me. I'm famously known as the Cupid, any match I make will end in happiness. Rest assured, I'll definitely find you an incredible man." "Huh, okay, then we'll leave it at that. Once I've recovered, I'll ask you. If you fail to produce a good man, I won't forgive you. Don't worry about it. I'll start looking out for someone right now." "Fine, see you." "Sure, see you later." Just as Chu Tian was about to hang up, Shan Yang quickly added, "Oh, forgot to say, happy breakup, Brother Chu." Chu Tian smiled faintly, "Thanks." After hanging up, Chu Tian's smile slowly faded away, leaving only deep fatigue and weakness behind. By now, everyone probably already knew about the fact that he and Su Chenyang had broken up. Apart from the things Su still left at his house, there would be no more ties between him and Su Chenyang. A love of 5 years could so quickly disengage from his life and sail toward entirely different directions. This made Chu Tian feel both sorrowful, lost, and even somewhat bewildered. Su Chenyang had already found a new destination, while Chu Tian remained rooted in place, unsure of which direction to take next. All this happened so hastily, catching Chu Tian off guard completely. His life seemed to lose its center with Su Chenyang's departure. He had grown so accustomed to living together with Su Chenyang that despite rationality clearly stating they wouldn't cross paths again in this lifetime, his heart continued to long for the past. Perhaps he truly was getting old now, otherwise, how else could he have become so sentimental, lacking the sharpness and decisiveness he used to have? Chu Tian felt an uncontrollable wave of melancholy in his heart. Chapter 28, Corruption of New Birth. The next morning, Chu Tian pushed his suitcase alone to the airport. Last night, his mind was continuously consumed by uncontrollable reminiscence of past memories. His heart ached repeatedly throughout the night, and he barely got any sleep. By the time he sat down in the waiting area, he was almost nodding off. Fortunately, the loudspeaker announcement in the VIP lounge was loud enough to jolt him awake. He glanced at his watch, 8:29, and hastily pulled his small suitcase out of the lounge. While boarding the plane, walking through the corridor, Chu Tian vaguely caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. The scent was very light but was soon overwhelmed by a strong odor of body sweat. Startled, Chu Tian subconsciously sniffed once and held his breath, picking up his pace. Once inside the cabin, he took his ticket and located his seat. To his surprise, the passenger seated beside him turned out to be the same man he'd encountered in the elevator yesterday. Chu Tian recalled his embarrassing state from the previous day, and assumed the other man mustn't have gotten a clear look at his face, so he decided to treat the man as a complete stranger. As Chu Tian was putting away his luggage, the man looked up at him briefly and courteously offered him space to sit down when he entered. "Thank you." Chu Tian carefully took his seat. What a coincidence. The deep voice of the man sounded in his ear, and Chu Tian turned his head in surprise to look at him, then helplessly smiled, "It is quite coincidental. I didn't expect that my awkward state from yesterday still left an impression on you. You're quite distinctive." The man glanced at him again and asked another question, "There are a lot of red bloodshot streaks in your eyes, did you not sleep well last night?" "Ah, yes, it's probably due to being uncomfortable with the climate." The climate in your city does indeed differ greatly from that in Beijing." "That's true." Chu Tian was somewhat surprised by the other person's approachability because he looked like a stern and even meticulous senior figure who would never be troubled by such trivialities. But unexpectedly, he actively started a conversation with this stranger about something as insignificant as this. It really showed that appearances could be deceiving. After a brief exchange, the safety instructions began playing. Chu Tian was so sleepy that he leaned his head against the seat and closed his eyes, slowly dozing off. As the engine roared, the plane lifted off the ground and soared into the clouds. In a hazy daze, Chu Tian suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of sadness rise up within him. He couldn't help but lick his lips, suppressing the bitterness. These past few days, his emotions were undeniably fragile, breaking down at the slightest touch, heart pain, nose tingling, all sorts of things. Even he himself found it annoying. After all, it was just a breakup, just a betrayal, it wasn't some incurable illness or handicap. What was there to make such a fuss about? After internally berating his own weakness, Chu Tian slightly adjusted his posture, forcing himself to empty his mind. Let all these unpleasant feelings stay here on this humid and sultry land of U City, let them gradually mold, rot away until one day they become nothing more than faint memories, ones that could evoke a light laugh whenever they come up. A faint aroma of sandalwood came from the side, making him feel incredibly relaxed. Chu Tian soon calmed down and fell asleep before long. When he woke up again, the plane encountered a severe turbulence in clear skies. In his dream, Chu Tian experienced a crash. Awakening in panic, he discovered that the plane was actually shaking, which made his heart jump into his throat. What's going on? Chu Tian's shout blurred the line between dream and reality, causing others in first class, originally silent, to breathe more heavily now. Don't worry, it's only a more intense clear air turbulence. Neither instruments nor components of the aircraft have any issues, everything will be fine. The man's steady and calm reassurance quickly restored Chu Tian's peace of mind. Realizing how overreacted he had been, Chu Tian coughed awkwardly. Excuse me for troubling you, I just had a nightmare, waking up made me think it became a reality. The corner of the man's mouth seemed to curl upward slightly, though the curve was so shallow that Chu Tian thought maybe he imagined it. By this time, the turbulence had lessened, so Chu Tian slightly lifted his body to adjust his sitting position. Guess what I was thinking during the strongest turbulence? Is he about to tell a story? Out of his professional habit as a writer, Chu Tian immediately sat up straight and asked, what? Have you ever had an unrequited love or an unfulfilled romance that lingers in your mind till today? The man nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Indeed, there is something unattainable that I have waited for until now, would you like to know? Chu Tian thought that this senior must have mistaken him for a confidant. He was more than willing to listen to the kind of unobtainable longing an individual of this status might possess, perhaps it might even console himself too. Go ahead, tell me. The man shifted slightly, interlacing his hands casually while those deep-set eyes stared directly at Chu Tian. I've been chasing after a novel for quite a long time. Recently, the author stopped updating right at the crucial moment, and every day I am waiting anxiously for updates. It has already been a month, don't you find this extremely painful? Isn't this just too coincidental? That novel he referred to just happened to be one he hadn't updated for around a month. Chu Tian's face stiffened slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his nose. Maybe the author is busy with real-life matters. Isn't that pretty normal? Do you really think it's normal? Though the man used the most neutral tone possible, it still made Chu Tian feel restless as if needles were pricking his back. It's quite normal. I've heard that many writers in the third dimension also have their primary jobs, maybe he's just very busy with work recently. Is that so? The man glanced at him indifferently without saying anything further. Chu Tian felt inexplicably guilty and crossed one leg over the other, turning his head to look out of the window. After a while, the man actually spoke up again. I've heard that many authors update more due to readers' rewards. Tell me, if I give that author 100,000, do you think they will resume updating? Hack hack. Chu Tian awkwardly coughed twice. This question, you'd better ask the author directly. After all, every author's financial situation is different. As the saying goes, money can make the devil turn a millstone. If you're really this generous, I reckon there aren't many authors who could resist the temptation. I see. The man nodded and then took out his phone, asking, if you don't mind, may I add your WeChat? Huh. Chu Tian stared at the QR code in front of him blankly. Let me introduce myself, my name is Zhou Mo, and I'm a fan of your books. Well, no point holding on to any hopes anymore. It turned out he was being pressed for an update on the spot. What kind of torment was this? Chu Tian didn't move. Seeing this, Zhou Mo very sensibly put his phone away. Looks like I came across too strong. Chu Tian immediately forced a polite smile. Not at all, it's just that I'm a bit surprised to find someone like you reading novels, let alone being a fan of my work. It's making me feel a little flattered. Oh. Someone like me? Zhou Mo looked at him indifferently. What do you think of me? A top-class individual was still a top-class individual, effortlessly creating quite some pressure. Chu Tian thought of himself as quite manly, but his masculinity mainly showed through his looks and character. On the contrary, Zhou Mo was nothing like him. He had a handsome appearance, and his figure wasn't as robust as his, yet the steady and introverted air around him and the powerful aura carried by his every gesture far exceeded the impact of Chu Tian's muscles. In his social circle, Chu Tian rarely saw men so commanding yet so young. Outstanding people were always attractive. Chu Tian also developed an intention to associate with him, raising the corners of his mouth with his usual ostentatious smile. Someone like you obviously belong to those types who excel in strategy, deciding battles thousands of miles away, a top player capable of making millions in minutes. Zhou Mo's lips curved after hearing this, and Chu Tian relaxed against his seat, laughing. Speaking of which, the time you spend chasing my novel is indeed precious. If we calculate this, isn't each word worth thousands? Zhou Mo leaned back into his seat too, both adopting a very relaxed posture. Reading novels is rare relaxation time for me. Indeed, it's precious, but it's time I willingly pay for. Relatively speaking, waiting for updates is somewhat without value and affects my mood. So, I sincerely ask, Mr. Manjiang, when will your Mist be updated again? Chapter 29 Timing. Chu Tian helplessly smiled. They say authors fear being urged to update most, but today I got pressured in person by a big shot, which is truly scary. Zhou Mo faintly smiled at the corner of his mouth. If I scared you, then please allow me to apologize by offering you a reward directly transferred to your account, bypassing the platform fees. What do you say? There's absolutely no need. If you really transferred it, I'd be even more intimidated. Chu Tian feared that this big shot might really transfer 100,000 yuan to him. Then, he would have to update several 10,000 words daily to repay such a huge reward. Alright then, Zhou Mo looked a little regretful. He tried once more, so when exactly will you resume updating? Is wooding alright? Among them, who is the mirror image person? The big shot earnestly tilted his body, looking sincerely at Chu Tian and asked, by the way, do you have any drafts saved somewhere? I am willing to pay to read. After locking eyes with him for a moment, Chu Tian silently averted his gaze. There's no such thing, and I won't spoil anything either. Give up on this idea. Alright. Zhou Mo didn't get angry. He straightened up again and calmly said, fortunately, I've been following your works for years, so I've long been used to your occasional stoppages. However, you seldom stopped for such a long period before. Has something happened? Upon hearing this question, Chu Tian's fingers intertwined on his abdomen moved slightly. This person usually kept everything inside, resolving everything within himself. But there was an unusually calm and trustworthy presence about Zhou Mo. In front of him, Chu Tian suddenly felt that no matter what difficulties he faced, they weren't worth mentioning. This made him suddenly develop an urge to confide in him. Anyway, they weren't close now, and Chu Tian also regarded him as a book fan for many years. For an author, such long-term fans felt like confidants. He had been really repressed lately and urgently needed an outlet to vent. Zhou Mo's appearance was just in time. There has indeed been something happening, but they're all those melodramatic nonsense. Do you want to hear? Zhou Mo gestured with his hand. Anyway, I have nothing better to do. Why not? Alright. Chu Tian licked his lips, ready to speak. Wait a moment. Huh? Chu Tian looked at him confusedly. Zhou Mo signaled the passing flight attendant politely, excuse me, could you bring us 2 cups of coffee? Sure, please wait a moment. After the flight attendant left, Zhou Mo turned back to Chu Tian. Okay, you can start. Chu Tian's emotions were interrupted. Originally he intended to tell his experiences vividly with embellishments. But now as he started to speak, those experiences in his mind felt like sugarcane dregs chewed repeatedly, dry and tasteless. He lost his motivation to decorate these troubles. Lying back and staring blankly at the plain cabin above his head, sadness crept into his voice. Actually, there isn't much. The previous month, I was busy preparing for my engagement with my lover. After this business trip, I was supposed to go to Hawaii to meet up with him and spend a holiday together. It turned out that he cheated on me with his ex, his white moonlight, who once abandoned him. My engagement is cancelled. 5 years of our relationship has become just putting up with each other, in his mouth. And my book signing event got deliberately smeared with accusations of plagiarism. He turned his head, gave Zhou Mo a weak smile. Isn't it ironic? My estranged parents for years showed up too, scolding me without saying anything else, saying I disgraced them. They even said they should have suffocated me in the toilet bowl when I was born. All kinds of bad things came together, truly making life hell. Zhou Mo stared into Chu Tian's eyes silently, offering no comments. At this moment, the flight attendant returned carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee. Sir, here's your coffee. Thank you. Zhou Mo took the coffees and handed one to Chu Tian. Your lips are so dry. Have some drink. Thanks. Chu Tian realized how thirsty he was only when he held the cup. He couldn't help thinking about how thoughtful this big shot was, then reminded himself that capable people were naturally observant. It depended on whether they cared to notice or not. He took a sip of the coffee. The rich bitterness quickly spread over his taste buds, causing him to frown slightly. Seems like I ordered wrong. Don't you like coffee? No, this bitterness suits my current state of mind pretty well. I feel great about it. Chu Tian smiled at him and drank another sip. Zhou Mo also sipped the coffee, then said, what you've experienced is indeed terrible, but sometimes, piling misfortunes aren't necessarily bad. Oh. What do you mean? Chu Tian knew he was about to feed him some motivational talk. He detested those speeches most, yet at the moment, he was curious, what kind of chicken soup did Tycoon serve? Zhou Mo's deep eyes had an almost mesmerizing charm. With a low and resonant tone near Chu Tian's ears, he spoke, congratulations, you're about to turn your luck around, experiencing a reversal from bad to good fortune. Looking into his eyes, Chu Tian found himself subconsciously believing this seemingly empty promise. He marveled once again, tycoons were truly tycoons. No matter what they said, they could always make others feel enlightened as if having a bucket of icy water poured over their heads. He finally revealed a sincere smile, then I'll borrow your auspicious words and hope my luck really turns around. Zhou Mo glanced at him meaningfully. Afterwards, they chatted casually about various topics. The plane soon arrived at its destination. Before parting, Zhou Mo once again proposed adding WeChat. This time, Chu Tian didn't refuse. They waved goodbye at the airport in Beijing. Chu Tian deeply inhaled the dry air of Beijing, mustered up his courage, and returned home where he and Su Chenyang had spent 5 years together. The first thing he saw upon entering the door were the couple slippers he and Su Chenyang used to wear. Chu Tian hesitated for a second, then kicked Su Chenyang's slippers outside the door. Soon after, he felt this behavior wasn't proper, picked them up again, and threw them into the trash can. He called Aunt Su right after landing. By now, their family butler probably had arrived already. After putting down his suitcase, Chu Tian didn't take a moment to rest and immediately headed upstairs. He went straight to the wardrobe they shared and yanked the door open. The fist print left from the last argument he had with Su Chenyang over Yi Han was still there. Now seeing it, Chu Tian felt like his mind had been clouded back then. How could he have fallen for Su Chenyang's lies and believed in his so-called sincerity? Their breakup happened over the phone, not giving Chu Tian any chance to vent. In this moment, he treated Su Chenyang's clothes as if they were him, throwing them all on the ground in one go. It was quite satisfying. Unfortunately, before he finished venting, the doorbell rang. He opened the door to find Su family's young butler accompanied by 4 maids standing at the entrance. Seeing Chu Tian, the butler greeted him politely with a smile. "Mr. Chu, sorry to disturb you. We've come to collect master's luggage." "All right, please follow me." Chu Tian responded gracefully, turned around, and led the butler and the maids up to the second floor. When they saw the pile of clothes scattered all over the floor, the butler arched an eyebrow. Truly, someone trained in high society behaved differently. He looked at Chu Tian courteously and said, "These are all the master's clothes, right? Thanks for sorting them out. We'll take care of it from here." Chu Tian leaned lazily against the door, arms crossed. "Sure, leave it to you guys. All my stuff was separated from Su Chenyang's. Everything in the left cabinet is his. Please take it all away, don't leave even a single sock." The butler smiled again. "Of course, don't worry, we'll clean it up thoroughly." Chu Tian directed 2 maids following behind. "You two, follow me to the study. Take all of his documents away. I'll go instead." The butler turned and instructed the maids, "Stay here and tidy up the master's clothes. Be careful, understand?" "Yes." Smiling, the butler looked at Chu Tian. "Mr. Chu, let's go to the study." Chu Tian nodded. "All right, follow me." Chapter 30, Root and Branch Removal. Following Chu Tian, the butler reached Su Chenyang's private study. Chu Tian gestured with his chin. "Everything in here belongs to him. Take everything away except for the tables and cabinets." Seeing the large amount of work, the butler negotiated with Chu Tian. "There's so much stuff here. I'm afraid I need to let the people waiting outside come in. Normally, I wouldn't want too many people to disturb your peace." Chu Tian waved his hand indifferently. "No problem, not disturbing. I hope Su Chenyang's things disappear from my sight as soon as possible. Let everyone in." "Okay, I'll make a call. Please wait a moment." After the butler left, Chu Tian gazed at Su Chenyang's study, lost in thought. Actually, looking back now, their ending had early signs. Chu Tian and Su Chenyang kept their clothes separate, clearly demarcating between each other, and they used separate studies as well. Except for tableware, Chu Tian's items would obediently stay in his place, never mixing with Su Chenyang's. Because of the master's obsessive-compulsive tendencies and cleanliness issues, such chaos wasn't allowed to happen. But where have couples who would live together forever remained so separate? He sighed, realizing maybe it wasn't Su Chenyang's numerous faults. It was perhaps his inability to truly enter his heart. The butler returned quickly, followed by a few moving workers. Chu Tian glanced at them, muttered, "Go ahead and tidy up," then walked out of the study. Being too separate had its benefits too. As evidenced here, packing up was unusually convenient. Chu Tian stood in the corridor and lit a cigarette, holding it in his mouth. The spicy smoke made his eyes water slightly as his gaze fell upon the massive oil painting hanging on the wall. This oil painting depicted a misty forest. A pale green fog enveloped a pitch-black forest. A muddy path twisted through the darkness, its ends swallowed by blackness, leaving no sign where it leads. In the past, he actually liked this painting, finding it soothing. Sometimes, after coding tired him out, he'd come out specifically to take a look, letting his eyes rest. But now, why did he feel this painting so suffocating? The more he stared, the harder it was to breathe. It wouldn't do, he had to get rid of this painting. He pulled out his phone, snapped a picture of the painting, and posted on WeChat Moments. "I recently feel this painting doesn't suit me anymore. Is there anyone who finds it appealing? Self-collection within Beijing city limits." After sending the message, Chu Tian didn't look at his phone again. He had posted it just to vent, and he planned to delete it later. It was childish of him to take out his anger on a painting. The maids worked quickly, and they successively packed up all Su Chenyang's clothes and carried them downstairs. Seeing there was still an empty box, Chu Tian dragged it with a cigarette in his mouth over to the bedside cabinet where Su Chenyang kept his things. Without even looking, he grabbed everything from it and stuffed it into the box, not even leaving the condoms behind. After finishing that, he went to the bathroom, collecting Su Chenyang's towels, toothbrush, razor, and anything else he could find. Not one item escaped being thrown into the box. He realized discarding Su Chenyang's belongings was an effective way to release his pent-up frustration. Every time he threw something, he felt like he also shed a bit more lingering affection for Su Chenyang. By the time he got close to finishing, he was almost addicted to this process. He continued dragging the box room by room, searching for and seizing any items left of Su Chenyang. Even insignificant business cards brought back casually were disposed of with great enthusiasm. By the end of his sweep, he filled the box nearly to capacity with these various items. With practically nothing left to discard, he even retrieved the slippers he'd recently thrown into the trash and added them to the box. The maid silently watched his rough handling but didn't dare say a word. Chu Tian cast a final glance at all the items belonging to Su Chenyang and bid a silent farewell to the young master in his heart, gritting his teeth as he mentally yanked Su Chenyang completely from his soul. These are all Su Chenyang's things. You can take them with you. Alright, one of the maids hurried forward to take the box. At the moment the maid sealed the box, Chu Tian felt as though his heart momentarily shattered after the roots Su Chenyang left behind were finally torn away. He violently pounded his chest, startling the maids who thought he might be about to beat himself. Cough. Cough. Chu Tian bent down and coughed hard, nearly tearing up, feeling as if he was on the brink of death, as though his whole body was suffocating. Ho! After a deep breath, the clogged air in his chest finally smoothed out, his breathing gradually returned to normal, and his heart resumed beating. In just that fleeting moment, he felt like he had been entirely reborn. Mr. Chu, are you alright? The maid appeared concerned about his condition. Chu Tian straightened his posture and smiled at her. I'm fine. Just choked suddenly. Did I scare you? Oh, good that you're alright. The maid pointed at the box. Then we will take master's things, right? Yes, take them away. Just then, the movers from the second-floor study emerged carrying several large boxes. Chu Tian lit another cigarette, leaned against the sofa backrest, and observed them carting Su Chenyang's possessions away box by box. Now that the treasure guarding his heart was gone, only a pockmarked hole remained. The house seemed emptier than ever, and he felt like he couldn't stay any longer. Without anyone to consider now, Chu Tian impulsively decided to embark on an unplanned journey. After seeing off the Su family staff, he picked up his unopened suitcase, added a few extra clothes upstairs, grabbed his passport from the drawer, and searched online for the nearest visa-free country flight. Finding out there was a plane to Sri Lanka leaving in 2 hours, without hesitation, he bought the ticket and then booked a month-long reservation for a random Seaview hotel. He had money, time, and freedom, now was the perfect opportunity to give himself a break. Before leaving, he looked back once at the house behind him. He seemed to visualize countless dark green rose vines sprouting from the ground, quietly crawling along the snow-white walls, covering his home in just moments. What was once a bright little villa instantly transformed into a sinister, horrifying ancient castle. Carefully listening, he imagined hearing a heavy heartbeat emanating from within, foretelling the awakening of some terrifying demon. Chu Tian immediately picked up his suitcase and fled. On the road to the airport, he snapped back to reality and chuckled to himself for the hallucination. It was just a breakup, why had he become so neurotic? Shaking his head, he took out his phone and randomly opened WeChat, finding someone had commented on his post. Surprisingly, it was from that big boss he had just met. Under his most recent post, the individual commented, "This looks pretty good, it would suit my study well. Is it convenient to pick it up today?" Was he serious? Chu Tian was a bit skeptical that the other party might be joking, but he then thought that such a bigwig's time was so valuable, he probably didn't have the energy to joke around with him. He deleted that WeChat post and then opened Zhou Mo's profile to type, "If you like that painting, I'll reserve it for you. I'm heading to the airport again now, it will take about a month for me to return. I'll contact you when I get back." After sending the message, Chu Tian waited a little while and the other person replied, "Leaving again?" Chu Tian responded affirmatively, "Yeah, I suddenly felt like taking a spontaneous trip to clear my mind." Zhou Mo replied, "It seems those worries really do bother you. I understand. In that case, I wish you a pleasant journey. As your book fan for many years, let me give you some comforting words within my capability, so that your creative mood can stay positive." Seeing this, Chu Tian quickly replied, "Mr. Zhou, I appreciate your kindness. Don't worry, I've brought my laptop, and if I have time, I will write something. And please don't send me money. I won't accept it." Zhou Mo sent a smiling face emoji, "Rest assured, I won't do anything that makes you uncomfortable. You can trust me. Also, for you, I may just be a newly acquainted stranger, but to me, you feel like an old friend I've known for years. You don't need to use honorifics with me. I hope we can truly become friends. Alright?" The sincerity in the other's words moved Chu Tian deeply, and he could find no reason to refuse. Chu Tian replied, "Alright, thank you, friend." Zhou Mo sent another smiling face emoji. Chu Tian took this as a signal that the conversation was over and put his phone away. Chapter 31, he said, "I don't regret it." As Chu Tian was trying to embrace a new life in Sri Lanka, Su Chenyang and Yihan had spent a passionate week together in Hawaii. During this week, they quickly rekindled their previous intense romance. They kissed at any given moment, on the beaches at night, in the cool seawater, and even hidden within dense jungles, all of which left fervent memories. Feng Zheng and Zhang Li disapproved of Su Chenyang's actions, choosing not to talk to him much over the past few days. Su Chenyang was completely immersed in Yi Han's tender affection, ignoring everyone else. Soon, the plane brought them all back on their return journey. After landing, Su Chenyang escorted Yi Han to the house he had rented earlier. After a brief period of sweet intimacy, Su Chenyang prepared to head home. "Chenyang, what are we going to do next?" Yi Han called out to him. "What do you mean, what are we going to do?" Su Chenyang asked subconsciously before quickly realizing what Yi Han was getting at. "Oh, you're asking about us? Of course, we should just stay together happily. Why ask? But will your mother agree?" Yi Han bit his lip as if making an important resolution. "My mom doesn't need to be rushed. This needs to happen gradually." Su Chenyang stepped closer to Yi Han, wrapping his arms around the latter's waist. "Baby, is there something you want to say to me?" "Chenyang. There's something I must tell you myself." "What is it? Tell me." Yi Han grabbed Su Chenyang's hand and finally recounted everything from the past. "At that time, your mom found me and forced me to leave, saying that both my background and gender were unsuitable for you. She even offered me money to make me go. I felt so violated in terms of dignity at that moment that I could only pretend not to care and took her money without a fuss. These years, I have been so regretful." Tears rolled down the corners of his eyes as he tightly gripped Su Chenyang's arms. "Chenyang, if only I hadn't cared so much about my pride back then, if I had been braver, we wouldn't have missed each other for so many years, and you wouldn't have ended up being with someone else for so long. I regret it so much. That money, I didn't use a cent of it, I donated all of it to a welfare institute. I didn't leave because of the money, please believe me." Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang felt complicated inside. He never expected that his mother would have once insulted Yi Han by offering him money, and now it made sense why Yi Han had left so cleanly at that time. Although Su Chenyang still harbored some resentment toward Yi Han for it deep down, he empathized greatly with Yi Han. If what Yi Han said was true, then these years must have been very tough for him. He embraced Yi Han tightly and consoled him gently. "All right, baby, no need to worry. All that is in the past now. What my mom did was indeed wrong, but I'll have a proper talk with her about it. Don't worry, I'm independent from them now, they can't control my life anymore. Don't argue with your mom. From her perspective, she did nothing wrong, and I can completely understand her actions. We've finally been reunited after all these years, now I just hope she will accept me soon. Yang, will you marry me?" "Of course." Yi Han's understanding made Su Chenyang even more heartbroken, and he quickly promised, "Don't worry, I will certainly convince my mom to accept you as soon as possible. As for marriage, let's wait a bit longer. I just cancelled my engagement with Brother Chu, so for the sake of your reputation, we still need to wait some time. Please wait patiently for me, alright?" "Okay, I am very good at waiting." Having received the assurance he wanted, Yi Han eventually turned his tears into laughter. He leaned on Su Chenyang's chest and asked, "So when are you going to move out and live with me?" "I'll look for a large house, one that ensures you live comfortably." At the mention of this, Su Chenyang instantly thought of his home with Chu Tian. The small villa bathed in golden sunlight seemed increasingly sacred in his memories. He blinked to suppress the memory and locked it away in his heart with a heavy lock. "Stupid, why should you concern yourself with such matters? I have several properties under my name, all purchased as investments. You can pick whichever you like later, and we will find a time to move in." "Alright." Yi Han was happy, and he voluntarily kissed him. After delaying some more time with Yi Han, Su Chenyang returned to the Su family mansion. He already knew that Chu Tian had sent his things back to his house, reportedly with great care, not missing a single item. When Su Chenyang entered his bedroom and opened the door, he immediately saw a large cardboard box. This must be the private belongings mentioned by the housekeeper. He stepped forward and tore the tape from the box. The items inside were placed in disorder, everything mixed together haphazardly. He immediately noticed that his toothbrush was next to his slippers, and there were a few condoms scattered in the cup he used to drink water. He could not help but laugh in anger. That was meticulous. They hadn't forgotten even a single condom. Su Chenyang suddenly felt extremely irritated and kicked the box aside with one foot. Standing in place, his chest heaving violently, he could almost picture how Chu Tian, in front of the servants, threw his things around like garbage. He clearly knew about Su Chenyang's cleanliness obsession yet intentionally did this. Was it all just to annoy him? During these past days, Yi Han's absolute compliance and heartfelt flattery had strongly satisfied Su Chenyang's masculine dignity. Compared to Yi Han's gentle attentiveness, Chu Tian's behavior appeared extremely improper and disrespectful towards him. Thus, choosing Yi Han was the right choice. Su Chenyang comforted himself in this way. Still not having recovered from his anger, Su Mother approached his doorway. "Yang, you finally know to come back. What is going on between you and Yi Han? Are you two planning another spectacular drama like before?" Su Chenyang turned around. "Mom, I like him, you knew that long ago. We can't be separated. If you really care for me, please don't interfere with us being together anymore. If you can accept Brother Chu, you can surely also accept him, right?" Seeing his stubbornness, Madame Su shook her head in disappointment. "I originally thought that you truly grew up over the years, but it turns out you're still so naive. Yang, frankly speaking, my heart hasn't fully accepted Chu Tian either. But if I must choose between Yi Han and Chu Tian as your partner, I would rather choose Chu Tian. Why? Su Chenyang felt aggrieved due to his mother's misunderstanding. Mom, why are you so harsh on Yi Han? His family background may not be great, but it doesn't affect his kindness and gentleness, nor does it stop me from loving him. Do you like brother Chu simply because he has more money than Yi Han? You shut up. Madame Su glared at Su Chenyang with frustration. You ungrateful child, I am your mom, how could I harm you? That Yi Han left you just for 1,000,000 yuan, how could someone like that really love you? I'd rather accept Chu Tian because I feel that he loves you with his whole heart. But I love Yi Han. Su Chenyang said angrily, Mom, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I've grown up already. Let me choose my own path in love. Even if I make a wrong choice, it's the fall I deserve. But if you block me, I'll regret it my entire life. Also, regarding the money, Yi Han told me he took it on purpose because he felt humiliated at the time. Mom, we've already lost 5 years because of your interference. Please let us go, alright? Madame Su didn't expect that Yi Han would actually reveal the matter of the money to Su Chenyang. What an impressive move of using retreat as an advance. Seeing that Su Chenyang had already been deceived by Yi Han to lose his reason, Madame Su swallowed the words in her mouth. She knew Su Chenyang well, the child was stubborn and would always try what he was forbidden to do. It would be better to let him fall as he said, waiting until he himself felt the pain so that next time he would learn to open his eyes. She sighed, and her tone softened somewhat. Alright, you've grown up, you no longer listen to your mother's advice. Since you like him, it's up to you then. Mom only has one request, you two cannot get married too quickly. After all, you have been apart for many years, you need some good time to adjust and adapt to each other. Don't you agree? Seeing she finally agreed, Su Chenyang breathed a sigh of relief. His tone softened as well. Alright, I promise. Thank you for your understanding, Mom. Ah, my foolish son, what is there to thank? Everything I do is just for your happiness. She looked at the box in the room and said, since you have chosen Yi Han, you should also properly settle things with Chu Tian. That boy was very kind to you, this is something you owe him. If he ever encounters difficulties in the future, try to support him, understood? Thinking about the resolute words Chu Tian had said on the phone, Su Chenyang nodded gloomily. I know, but he only wants nothing to do with me for the rest of our lives. Madame Su could only sigh after hearing this. Well, that's fine too. She touched Su Chenyang's face and her eyes showed a bit of reluctance. Child, once a choice is made, consequences must be borne. I only hope that you won't regret your current choice in the future. Su Chenyang lowered his eyes, and an image of Chu Tian's vibrant smile flashed through his mind before being quickly replaced by Yi Han's refined face. He shook his head and vowed firmly, don't worry, I will not regret it. Chapter 32, Legal Action. After Su Chenyang left, Yi Han began packing up his belongings at home without delay. To make Su Chenyang feel sorry for him earlier, he had deliberately rented a small, dim room. Over these 5 years, while revolving among several wealthy second-generation individuals, he had become accustomed to a luxurious lifestyle, which had made him completely unable to bear the environment he used to be familiar with. Their smooth reconciliation seemed almost incredible to him, and it undoubtedly owed to Chu Tian's detachment. If he had wanted to try to retain Su Chenyang, his plan might not have succeeded. He was fully aware that although Su Chenyang appeared not to miss Chu Tian at all during these days, his occasional unintentional absent-mindedness still revealed his heart. Men always tend to want everything, eating out of the bowl while eyeing the pot. Luckily, Yi Han didn't have such high expectations for Su Chenyang. As long as he remained firmly under his control, he wouldn't care even if his attention wandered occasionally. In a good mood, he hummed a tune, when suddenly the phone rang. He took it up and saw the caller ID was Hu Jun. One of his suitors, yet lacking both in wealth and looks. So far, he'd only regarded him as an edge case backup. Now that he had hooked back into Su Chenyang again, such trivial characters weren't worth wasting any more thoughts on. He let the call hang up without picking up. Before long, the phone rang again. Furrowing his brows, he considered for a moment and decided to answer. An anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Hey, Yi Han, something happened. Yi Han paused. What is it, Hu Jun? What happened? Didn't you ask me to hire trolls to slander Chu Tian for plagiarism before? Who would have thought someone dug me out and now filed a lawsuit? My family pulled quite a few strings to get me appointed to an official position in the second half of the year, but if I'm involved in a case at this time, my future is ruined. Tell me what we should do about this. Upon hearing this, Yi Han's expression turned cold. Hu Jun, I don't understand what you mean. Did I ever tell you to hire trolls to slander Chu Tian? All I did was complain a bit to you. It was your own decision to act accordingly, wasn't it? I'm sorry, but unfortunately, I can't offer much help in your situation. Humph, fine, Yi Han, I see your true colors now. Do you think hooking onto a big fish gives you the right to bite the bridge you crossed? Wasn't that complaining a clear suggestion? If you hadn't been crying in front of me all the time, why would I spend so much money to tarnish the reputation of someone who doesn't even know me? Yi Han remained silent. It seemed that Hu Jun had reached a dead end and directly confronted Yi Han. Fine, Yi Han, you've now got a big patron, so you think I'm worthless to you and show your true colors. Don't you think I see right through your act from before? I'll tell you, I'm fully aware of all your outside affairs. I've even seen the bed pictures of you with the young master of the Fong family. If it weren't because I thought you were sexy and wanted to taste what you're like, do you think I'd have wasted so much time on you? His words made Yi Han's face pale instantly, his hands trembling with anger. Hu Jun began threatening him over the phone. Now, I've gotten myself in trouble because of you. Quickly, find a way to resolve this for me. The only solution is if the other side agrees to drop the lawsuit and choose an out-of-court settlement. I don't care whether you kneel or beg, but I'll only give you 3 days. You must get Chu Tian to back down. Otherwise, I'll send all those bed pictures of yours directly to your current lover. Let's see if Mr. Su would still want someone as disreputable as you. After finishing his tirade, Hu Jun hung up the phone, shattering Yi Han's pleasant mood and leaving him in extreme panic. What to do? How does Hu Jun have my photos? When did Fang Qi take these photos without me knowing? Who else has these photos? Will they eventually reach Su Chenyang? Yi Han felt as if a massive sword was hanging over his head, ready to fall and chop him into pieces. He slumped onto the floor, blankly staring at the void. Why, wasn't he just trying to live a good life? Such a small wish, why is it so hard to achieve? On the other hand, after only 3 days in Sri Lanka, Zhou Mo informed Chu Tian that he had found the person who had hired internet trolls to smear him, and asked if he wanted to return home and file a lawsuit. He didn't expect that the consolation offered by the other party turned out to be about this. Chu Tian felt somewhat honored. This was the first time someone had taken the initiative to help him solve a problem, and he was not yet accustomed to it. Zhou Mo was skilled in the art of speaking. With just a few words he managed to make Chu Tian accept his kindness. Upon seeing that the person behind smearing him was named Hu Jun, Chu Tian initially thought Zhou Mo had made a mistake since he didn't know this person. However, after learning that Hu Jun hailed from Shao City, he immediately recalled the Hu general manager whom Su Chenyang had addressed during a phone call that day. Clearly, this matter was closely related to Yi Han. Chu Tian admitted that he wasn't some kind of benevolent saint, nor could he repay grievances with virtue. When the other party came to snatch his boyfriend, he believed it wasn't entirely their fault. It's only natural that flies don't bite unless there's a crack, but that wouldn't stop him from retaliating against attempts to destroy his career. He decided to consider himself unlucky regarding the love triangle, but he definitely wouldn't let them destroy his future. Regardless of what kind of relationship existed between him and Hu Jun, for now, the lawsuit had to proceed. After thanking Zhou Mo over the phone, Chu Tian packed up his luggage and returned. His 1-month vacation had been prematurely cut short, and Chu Tian strongly suspected this was another peculiar way for a high-ranking figure to prompt productivity, though he had no evidence. Fortunately, the unique scenery of a foreign land successfully changed Chu Tian's mood. As soon as he arrived at the hotel, he swapped his usual attire for a relaxed beach shirt and shorts, walking along the shoreline with bare feet dipped in the cool seawater. The pent-up sadness and resentment within his heart seemed to be evaporated by the sun, and his wounded soul rippled gently with the soothing waves of the sea, gradually regaining vitality. Nature truly was humanity's natural healing agent. He felt a remarkable difference in his mental state from the very first day. In the following 2 days, many people approached him, both men and women alike, dispelling any trace of self-doubt brought on by Su Chenyang's infidelity. Indeed, his charm remained undiminished. It was merely Su Chenyang who failed to appreciate it. Upon returning to the capital, Chu Tian faced the home full of memories once more, but it didn't stir as much emotion in him as before. It appeared he adapted quickly. Chu Tian thought he might have a talent for overcoming heartbreaks. But not long after having such thoughts, Su Chenyang came and overturned all his efforts. At the moment, Chu Tian was cooking shirtless at home, the rumbling sound of the range hood and sizzling oil masking the noise of the door being opened. Skillfully stirring the ingredients in the wok, he paid no attention to the extra person who had entered his home. Su Chenyang had only come because Yi Han's pleading had been too pitiful to resist. Yi Han said that his friend, in trying to help him, had used the wrong methods and was now being sued by Chu Tian. This would affect the man's career prospects as well. Feeling extremely guilty, Yi Han asked Su Chenyang to plead on behalf of his friend with Chu Tian. Su Chenyang originally refused, as the accusations against Chu Tian were unfounded. He wasn't even retaliating for Chu Tian's sake. Yet inexplicably, he ended up agreeing. Chu Tian had already blocked all of Su Chenyang's contact information, so Su Chenyang had no choice but to return to their former home with a key. As he stood at the doorway, memories of leaving began to resurface, filling his eyes with a sudden sting. He remembered clearly how warm this little house had felt when they parted, especially that morning when he and Chu Tian kissed under the soft sunlight. Those happy feelings were vividly imprinted in his mind. Suddenly, his mother's words came back to him, "Don't regret it." Chapter 33, The Ungrateful Wolf Comes Home. Su Chenyang clenched the key tightly in his hand and shook his head, dismissing those bittersweet memories. It was merely sentimentality, nothing more. It proved nothing except that he was an emotional person. He knew, and remained sure, that the person he loved was Yi Han. Recalling the purpose of his visit, he composed himself and unlocked the door with the key. As the door opened, he felt a flicker of excitement. Chu Tian, despite blocking all his ways to contact, hadn't changed the lock. He clearly still had access to a set of keys. Had Chu Tian forgotten to change the locks, or was he still waiting for Su Chenyang? His fingers curled involuntarily as he thought that, though there was no way he could return to Chu Tian, he could at least treat him gently. Since he had to come today, he wouldn't press Chu Tian about dropping the lawsuit. Instead, he'd go through the motions, apologize, and thank him for these years of care. Then, a proper goodbye, it would be his last act of kindness toward Chu Tian. Walking into the once familiar home, he instinctively opened the shoe cabinet to switch into slippers. However, his own pair was long gone from the cabinet, and even the couple-themed ones of Chu Tian's had been discarded. Frowning, Su Chenyang's expression turned somewhat irritable before grabbing a guest pair of slippers and putting them on. He crossed the entrance hall, catching the familiar aroma of cooking wafting towards him, which made his stomach rumble. It was true, he had indeed missed eating meals cooked by Chu Tian over the past few days. Chu Tian's skills might not have been the best compared to their family's professional chefs, but his food always carried a unique flavor, making Su Chenyang feel at home every time he ate it. Each bite evoked a profound sense of happiness. Now, he wondered if Chu Tian used some special recipe. Perhaps later, he could ask about it and pass it on to their family chef. That way, he'd always have access to it again. Taking a few steps forward, he realized the house had already transformed since the last time he was here. It made sense, they had broken up. Chu Tian must have needed a change in atmosphere. Bypassing the dining room, he caught sight of a figure bustling around in the kitchen. Chu Tian was shirtless, and as he skillfully tossed the pan, every muscle in his body tensed noticeably. His physique was far from the softness of Yi Han's. Instead, Chu Tian's body exuded a masculinity intense enough to make both men and women blush. This man radiated testosterone throughout his whole frame. A drop of sweat trickled down his spine, yet curiously, Su Chenyang found his aversion to sweat diminishing momentarily. At this moment, his gaze lingered on Chu Tian's perspiring back, unable to look away. When the dish was done, Chu Tian turned off the stove, placed the food onto plates, and turned around with a platter, only to find someone standing right behind him. Oh no. Chu Tian stumbled back hastily, nearly spilling the food. Su Chenyang, what are you doing here? Wait, how did you get in? Why are you just standing there scaring people? You startled me. The warmth Su Chenyang had initially harbored toward Chu Tian vanished in an instant at the sound of his voice. Pouting, Su Chenyang pulled out a chair at the dining table and sat down effortlessly. Brother Chu, I've got something to discuss with you, but I couldn't reach you via phone, so I had no other choice but to come here. By the way, I haven't eaten either. How many dishes do you have? Su Chenyang's audacity left Chu Tian utterly dumbfounded, standing rooted to the spot while watching Su Chenyang casually take a bowl from the table and serve himself rice from the rice cooker. What was going on? Did this guy truly feel no remorse for giving Chu Tian a green hat, or did he simply take it for granted that even after betraying him, Chu Tian would forgive him easily and remain friends? Just as Su Chenyang picked up his chopsticks to reach for the dishes Chu Tian had prepared earlier, Chu Tian snapped out of his daze and shouted, "Put that down." Su Chenyang dropped his chopsticks in surprise at the shout. Looking up innocently, he said, "Brother Chu, why are you shouting so loudly?" His tone carried the same subtle coquettishness it always had when speaking to Chu Tian, as if Chu Tian were still the doting lover who spoiled him. "Brother Chu, come here. What are you standing there for?" Watching such a carefree Su Chenyang, Chu Tian suddenly felt exhausted. Maybe Su Chenyang was just an insensitive person, he had been too indulgent before, to the point that Su Chenyang took all the kindness for granted. Even after betrayal, Su Chenyang thought Chu Tian would treat him the same. Chu Tian carried the dishes to the dining table, then placed the bowl of rice that Su Chenyang had served himself into back onto the rice cooker. "There's no meal waiting for you here. Speak your mind quickly." With that, Chu Tian picked up his chopsticks and started eating, lowering his head. "Brother Chu. Can't we even eat together anymore?" "Not a chance. My food doesn't feed someone else's dog." Chu Tian glanced coldly at him, adding, "Didn't I make myself clear over the phone? Let's be strangers from now on." "So what do you want?" Su Chenyang felt hurt by his words, and immediately discarded his initial plan, deliberately asking, "I heard you're planning to sue Hu Jun." At the mention of that name, Chu Tian hesitated, slowly putting his bowl down and leaning back in his chair. He stared expressionlessly at Su Chenyang. "So this is why you're here? Did your boyfriend send you?" The phrase, "your boyfriend," sent a sharp pain through Chu Tian's chest, leaving Su Chenyang feeling equally uneasy, especially in their shared home of 5 years. It seemed incredibly ironic. "Yes, Yi Han asked me to come. Brother Chu, I know Hu Jun wasn't decent about what he did, but he's willing to apologize in person. He's about to enter public service, and your lawsuit could destroy his career. It wouldn't benefit you either. Why not let him compensate you more? As the saying goes, it's better to forgive. Or, just drop the lawsuit. Are you kidding me?" Chu Tian stared at him, disbelieving. It takes time to adjust to anything, and Chu Tian thought that being away for a few days had allowed him to accept the bitter truth. But facing Su Chenyang again, he painfully realized he wasn't as magnanimous as he imagined. After all, Su Chenyang had once been the person he cherished dearly, and now, here he was pleading on behalf of another man. Knowing Hu Jun hired internet trolls to accuse him of plagiarism but receiving not even a word of consolation made it even worse, all he heard was demands to drop the lawsuit. This is the love of my life. Su Chenyang, you bastard, I'd love to beat you up. Clutching his teeth, Chu Tian said, forgive and forget. That's easy for you to say, it's not your problem. Is he finally afraid now? And how about when he destroyed my career? Do you know how helpless I felt being accused? People threw iced tea and ink at me, pointing fingers and calling me a plagiarist. Even now, I haven't finished reading all the abusive messages in my Weibo inbox. And now, do you have any face left to ask me to drop the case? Unable to restrain his fury any longer, Chu Tian stood up, pointing his finger at Su Chenyang's nose and roaring furiously, why should I give respect to a two-timing ex-boyfriend like you? After yelling, Chu Tian was so furious that his face turned pale, his firm chest rising and falling heavily with each breath. Yet inside, his blood froze, he suddenly felt very cold. Forget it, arguing with such an ungrateful wolf isn't worth the effort. He walked around the silent Su Chenyang to the sofa and picked up the work shirt he'd taken off earlier, putting it on. Chapter 34, Disgusting Whom? Su Chenyang stood frozen in place, his fingers twitching repeatedly at his side. Chu Tian's words had ripped open the cover-up he had tried to impose on himself, laying bare the disgust Chu Tian held for him. Su Chenyang wasn't used to this tone, these looks, this attitude from Chu Tian. Ever since the day they met, Chu Tian had always treated him well, exceptionally well. In Hawaii, when tempted by Yi Han, he thought leaving Chu Tian would be easy. But now, upon seeing Chu Tian again, he instinctively wanted to act cute, hoping to hear the familiar affectionate voice from before. He realized that he didn't like the clear-cut division between them, because in his heart, Chu Tian had always been his safe haven. Brother Chu. I'm sorry, it's not that I really want you to drop the lawsuit, but your way of speaking makes me so uncomfortable. Chu Tian turned around and gave him a cold sneer, oh. Then you'd better get used to it quickly, or never show up in front of me again. You can stand before me fully intact right now only because I'm a law-abiding citizen, otherwise, as a thankless bastard like you, I would definitely break your legs just to vent my anger. Got it? The word, thankless bastard, made Su Chenyang flush alternately red and white, severely bruising his pride. Upon seeing Chu Tian's icy gaze, Su Chenyang understood that the loving brother Chu who once adored him was truly gone, destroyed by his own hand. Suddenly, he no longer dared to look at this new Chu Tian, nor speak to him, as if doing so might help preserve the Chu Tian of his memories. Even though they'd broken up, he didn't want their relationship to end in mutual animosity. Like a criminal caught red-handed, he turned and fled. Wait! Chu Tian called out to him. Su Chenyang immediately stopped, looking at Chu Tian with a hint of faint hope, Brother Chu. Don't. Chu Tian gestured for him to stop, don't call me that anymore, it makes me sick. Just call me Mr. Chu. Also, please leave the key to my place behind. Oh, and didn't we have some kind of shared payment account or something tied up together? If so, you should have already untied it, right? And regarding Hu Jun's case, tell Yi Han from my side, I'm suing him regardless. Neither of you should bother me anymore. Got it? Brother Chu. Su Chenyang glanced down at the key in his palm, suddenly feeling very sorrowful. But he knew he should leave the key behind. When his hand reached toward the key rack, however, he found himself unable to open it. Crossing his arms, Chu Tian rolled his eyes dramatically at Su Chenyang's hesitance. Cut the act, will you? You're already together with your perfect guy, yet here you are pretending to be indecisive and making me sick. Just put the key down and go home, now. With each mention of sick, Su Chenyang's self-respect was deeply wounded. In a rush, he threw the key into the rack and hastily slipped on his shoes before fleeing. The door slammed loudly shut behind him, and only then did Chu Tian finally release the tension from his shoulders. He looked at the slippers Su Chenyang had left behind, thinking to himself that this young master would probably never dare come back to his place again. Reflecting on the expression Su Chenyang wore earlier, Chu Tian felt an immense sense of satisfaction, it served him right. What a despicable little rat, a conscienceless mongrel. Damn, how blind he must have been back then to ever fall for such trash. Fuming, Chu Tian turned around and went back to finish his meal. But after just a few bites, his appetite disappeared. He took out his phone and aimlessly scrolled through it. Suddenly, he saw a post on Zhou Mo's social media feed. It was the oil painting he had sent him yesterday, the one that had given him a suffocating feeling. The painting had indeed been hung in Zhou Mo's study, accompanied by a caption, a gift from a friend. Chu Tian's lips curled slightly upward, and he gave it a like. Then, he continued scrolling. He came across a stunning selfie posted by Shan Yang, taken at what seemed to be some restaurant. From the corner of the photo, he could see a hand resting on his waist. He chuckled softly. Apparently, Shan Yang was doing well lately. Knowing his circumstances, Chu Tian sincerely admired how Shan Yang had completely let go of the past and embraced a new life. Everyone else's social feeds were equally vibrant, brimming with excitement and vitality. Meanwhile, he was the sole person moping about in loneliness and gloom. Chu Tian grew increasingly bored and decided to head out to the garden to light a cigarette. After a couple of puffs, he found himself growing more and more dispirited, so he simply downloaded a popular game on the market and dove straight into playing it. This was far better. Gradually, as he got more absorbed in the game, the negative emotions brought by Su Chenyang's unexpected visit faded away into the background. On the other side, when Su Chenyang returned to the villa where he lived with Yi Han, he hadn't even had time to sit down before Yi Han approached eagerly and asked, "How did it go, Chenyang? Is Chu Tian willing to drop the lawsuit?" Su Chenyang shook his head glumly, "Impossible." He refused. Yi Han's face turned pale. Grabbing Su Chenyang's arm, he pressed urgently, "Why wouldn't he agree? Did you try to persuade him properly?" Su Chenyang was already in a terrible mood, and Yi Han kept pressing him for details. Su Chenyang's temper flared up instantly. He swung Yi Han's hand off his arm and yelled at him, "Do you have any idea why he wouldn't agree? If it were you who got cyberbullied, would you be so magnanimous to forgive others? Besides, I've broken up with him. He hates me now. How could I persuade him?" Yi Han froze upon being shouted at, and after seeing the hurt in Su Chenyang's eyes, he suddenly realized that perhaps he shouldn't have sent Su Chenyang to meet Chu Tian under these circumstances. He quickly forced a smile towards Su Chenyang and softened his tone, "All right, it's my fault. I was just trying to help a friend. Thank you for taking the trouble to visit Chu Tian for me. Have you eaten yet? I've made dinner, come and eat." Yi Han's gentleness cooled down Su Chenyang's anger a little. It was the first time he'd ever lashed out at Yi Han, and afterward, he felt somewhat regretful. In his eyes, Yi Han was a beautiful yet fragile vine flower, someone to be treated tenderly with utmost care. He had only just gotten him back, how could he treat him this way? Su Chenyang kissed Yi Han's forehead apologetically and whispered softly, "Baby, I'm sorry, I just felt uncomfortable inside. It wasn't intentional." "It's all right, I understand." Yi Han smiled warmly, and then pulled Su Chenyang's hand over to the dining table, helping him pull out a chair. "Come on, sit down and eat first. Your mood will improve once you're full." Su Chenyang looked at the elaborate dishes on the table and recalled the treatment he received when he wanted to have dinner at Chu Tian's place but was turned away, feeling resentful. He thought bitterly, "So what if you won't feed me? There are people who will cook for me." Yi Han watched as Su Chenyang took 2 bites of food, then asked, "How does it taste?" "I haven't cooked in a while, not sure if you'll still be accustomed to my cooking." Very good, delicious," Su Chenyang complimented generously. Yi Han smiled happily upon hearing that, and he picked up a piece of boiled fish to serve him. "Here, since you like it, have more. The fish is fresh, give it a try." Su Chenyang stared at the fish slices in his bowl blankly for a moment before picking them up to eat. No sooner had he swallowed than he started coughing violently. Cough, cough, water. Give me water. Chapter 35, Yi Han shows up. Su Chenyang strained his neck, his face turning red, nearly popping out his eyeballs as Yi Han hurriedly rushed to his side with a glass of water. "Chenyang, are you okay? Did you get a bone stuck? Here, drink some water quickly." Grabbing the glass, Su Chenyang guzzled down several gulps of water, finally feeling the bone slide down his throat. Still shaken from the scare, he gripped onto the glass tightly and suddenly felt extremely wronged in his heart. For the past 5 years, every single fish he had eaten had its bones carefully removed by Chu Tian before being placed in his bowl. Chu Tian had never let him get stuck by a fish bone. Now, just a few days after leaving Chu Tian, he was caught by a fish bone. His eyes immediately began to well up. Seeing his reaction, Yi Han felt slightly annoyed in his heart. He was such a spoiled big lord, getting upset over a simple fish bone. If it weren't for Su Chenyang's family background, Yi Han wouldn't even bother considering such a delicate man worthy of attention. But naturally, Yi Han didn't reveal his true thoughts, instead hugging Su Chenyang's head and soothing him gently, "That's fine, Chenyang, it's my fault for giving you fish. Let's stop eating fish in the future." However, his comfort didn't seem to work. Instead, Su Chenyang only felt more disheartened. He actually quite liked eating fish. How could he stop eating it from now on? He suddenly felt overwhelmed but dared not break down because he feared that doing so might expose truths he couldn't accept. For him, who had already made his choice, he could only acknowledge one truth, that he loved Yi Han. Otherwise. Suddenly, he stood up listlessly and told Yi Han weakly, "Eat by yourself. I'll go to the company first and return later." Yi Han also had things on his mind and lacked the energy to keep comforting him, nodding, "All right, remember to eat something when you reach the office, and be careful on the road." "Okay." After Su Chenyang left, Yi Han no longer had an appetite either. Hu Jun had only given him 3 days, and today was already the 2nd day. Chu Tian's refusal to withdraw the lawsuit was also within his expectations. Had it been him, he wouldn't let the person who cyberbullied him off so easily either. But what to do? If Hu Jun really had his photos, then he absolutely must make Chu Tian drop the lawsuit. Desperate, Yi Han personally decided to visit Chu Tian. Chu Tian's address was something he had known long before he returned. He had thoroughly investigated Chu Tian even before coming back, gaining a fair understanding of his personality. He knew Chu Tian to be an open-minded man, so if he could sincerely plead with him, it wasn't impossible that the other might change his mind. With this in mind, Yi Han knocked on Chu Tian's door. At that moment, Chu Tian was engrossed in a game when the doorbell suddenly rang. Thinking it was the package he ordered, he reluctantly got up to answer the door. However, after walking just a few steps, his character got killed in the game, and his teammates gave him a barrage of scolding. Chu Tian innocently touched his nose, these young kids, learning swear words from somewhere and cursing at him for an entire minute without repeating themselves. Embarrassed by being scolded by a bunch of youngsters, Chu Tian simply exited the game interface and then looked up to see Yi Han standing outside the iron gate. His steps halted as his expression turned cold immediately. Today was certainly lively, 2 male partners in a row visiting him and causing trouble. Did they think he had no temper? With his hands in his pockets, he stopped a meter away from the iron gate and nodded his chin toward Yi Han. Didn't I tell Su Chenyang to tell you already? Withdrawing the lawsuit is out of the question. So why are you here? Yi Han stood outside the iron gate and gently spoke through the black railings. Mr. Chu, I know this is something Hu Jun did wrong, but ruining his future over this matter is too severe. I know you're actually a kind-hearted person, and I hope you can forgive him and let him off the hook. If you're still upset, I can make him apologize properly until you feel satisfied. What do you say about that? Chu Tian remained silent, instead scrutinizing Yi Han with interest. Yi Han felt very uneasy under his gaze, as if all his thoughts were transparent to this man. Slightly turning his head, he softly said, I know my relationship with Chenyang makes you resent me. If you're mad, I can also apologize to you. Hu Jun is my friend, and he acted impulsively out of vengeance for me. Blame me if you must. Snort. Chu Tian chuckled, and Yi Han blanched and looked at him. Mr. Yi, don't act like you didn't expect this, I definitely blame you. Smiling, Chu Tian stepped into the iron gate, stopping before Yi Han. Lowering his eyes, he stared at Yi Han coldly. You don't need to pull this routine in front of me, I'm not blind like Su Chenyang. No matter how weak you pretend to be, it won't evoke any pity from me. I don't know where you get the confidence to think I would give you face, but kindness has its limits. I'm not saintly enough to be magnanimous towards a third party who stole my man. Therefore. He pointed towards the direction of the entrance gate of the community with a grim expression, leave decently before I call the security. Yi Han was not greatly affected by his words, for over the years, he'd heard far worse. Still, he acted heartbroken, squeezing out a couple of tears. Clutching the iron gate tightly, he looked into Chu Tian's eyes while earnestly pleading, Mr. Chu, I know you detest me, but, please believe me, I'm begging you, drop the lawsuit. I cannot watch my friend be ruined for my sake, I implore you. Before Yi Han finished, Chu Tian quickly raised a hand signaling him to stop. Hey, hold on there. He lifted his finger and pointed to the surveillance camera in the upper left corner, saying, see that? It's recording everything. Let me remind you, Su Chenyang is extremely petty. If he sees you humbling yourself so much for another man, imagine what he would do. Upon hearing this, Yi Han silently retreated a few steps. Chu Tian smirked upon seeing Yi Han's retreat. Alright, I know this was definitely your doing. Don't try to feign ignorance with me. Honestly, if I hadn't lacked evidence proving your involvement, I would have sued you as well. Stop dreaming that I'd show mercy or come bother me again. Otherwise, next time, I will not be so polite. Despite this, Yi Han still refused to leave. Tired of talking, Chu Tian directly turned around and went back inside. Staring at the firmly shut door, Yi Han felt utterly despaired. No, he couldn't allow Hu Jun to ruin him. He took out his phone and dialed Fong Chi's number. Chapter 36, Embarrassment. The call was answered soon. Hello, Mr. Yi, what made you think of calling me today? Yi Han walked to a big tree in the community and whispered, Fong Chi, did you take my pictures back then? Fong Chi paused for a moment, then laughed, oh no, you've discovered it. What's up? Upon hearing this, Yi Han became so angry that his whole body trembled. He growled under his breath, why did you take pictures? Why did you show them to others? What exactly are you planning? Don't get mad. I just let a few buddies take a look. All of them were men, what's the big deal? If only a few people saw them, then how did Hu Jun end up using those photos to threaten me? Hu Jun. Oh, come on, have your standards dropped so low recently that even someone like him interests you? Don't meddle in my affairs. Tell me, who did you give those pictures to? Fong Chi smiled, relax. They just took a glance. My integrity isn't that bad, I wouldn't spread your photos around. Are you sure he doesn't have any of my photos? Well, I didn't send the photos to anyone anyway. Alright, I'm busy with something, gotta go. Wait a minute. Yi Han hurriedly said, Mr. Fong, it's been so long since we parted ways. Can you delete those photos? Nah, what if I don't want to delete them? Fong Chi said lazily, your photos were so good. Occasionally, I still take them out to reminisce. Who made me break up with you anyway? Yi Han endured his anger and said, Mr. Fong, it was you who refused to marry me. You should be considered the one at fault in our relationship. TCH, don't say such nonsense. I'm hanging up. Fong Chi. Yi Han tightly clenched his phone, gritting his teeth as he threatened, back when you framed your younger brother, I knew about it. If you don't want that matter to leak, better delete those photos immediately. Fang Qi hesitated for a second, his voice becoming eerily low. Are you threatening me? Yes, Mr. Fang. We did spend time together once. I don't want us to make things ugly between each other. Moreover, I don't want to get involved in your family affairs. My only request is that you delete those photos, which wouldn't affect you much, would it? Ho. Fang Qi chuckled. Alright, rest assured, I'll delete them right away. Actually, Yihan also knew there was no way to verify whether Fang Qi had really deleted the photos or not. All he could do was warn him, you must ensure these photos aren't leaked. Only you have these pictures, and if anyone else uses them to threaten me again, I will definitely blame it on you. You can count on it. I will make sure you have absolutely no worries in the future. After hanging up, Yihan's mind was still filled with unease. He couldn't fully trust Fang Qi's words, but there was nothing else he could do, so he could only pray that Fang Qi would be intimidated by his threat. With a heavy heart, Yihan left Chu Tian's house. By now, Chu Tian had returned home and felt increasingly agitated. He felt an overwhelming wave of resentment lodged in his throat, making it hard for him to breathe. As soon as he thought about Su Chenyang and Yihan's shamelessness being alike, he felt infuriated. Yet there wasn't much he could do against them both, so he paced back and forth in the room, trying to vent his frustration. He truly thought Su Chenyang and Yihan were a perfect pair, their faces thick-skinned beyond belief. He'd never encountered anyone who dared to come find him after cuckolding him. Not only that, they came to plead on behalf of another person. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He understood why Su Chenyang could act so shamelessly. He had been spoiled in the past, so not adapting quickly wasn't unusual. But what was Yihan's problem? After already stepping into his personal life, how dare he pretend to look pitiful in front of him? How extremely selfish these two were, thinking he would easily accept their betrayal and suffering while still maintaining grace towards them. Chu Tian was deeply irritated by the two of them. He had almost gotten over the pain and started a new life, but these two had to come mess with his peace. Damn it, Chu Tian kicked over the trash can in front of him. It was his first act of release since Su Chenyang betrayed him. After this kick, he realized just how much fire had built up inside him. Suppressing it too long meant that once ignited, it would be uncontrollable. Chu Tian, overwhelmed with irritation, grabbed his hair and walked into the bathroom, turning on the shower. Cold water poured over him, causing him to shiver violently. The sudden chill and heat shocked his scalp with a tingling numbness, as if he'd been injected with anesthetic. All sensations momentarily disappeared, leaving just a brief blankness in his mind. Afterward, Chu Tian's anger gradually cooled down, but it was replaced by an overwhelming sense of bitterness that made his heart ache. Shit. He punched the wall with all his might and tilted his head back, letting the cold water wash away his unyielding tears. Chu Tian clenched his teeth tightly but couldn't control the floodgates of his tears. He repeatedly struck his fist against the wall until the pain in his hand bones became unbearable, sharp and piercing, and then finally stopped this weak torment. Painfully clutching his face, Chu Tian slowly crouched down, unable to get up for a long time. Su Chenyang, what a damn bastard. Wasn't it just because he took advantage of Chu Tian's love for him? Just because he knew Chu Tian loved him, could Su Chenyang treat his heart like trash? Was it because Chu Tian was older, more mature, that he deserved no sympathy? Chu Tian opened his eyes blankly and looked at the uneven lines on his palms. His mind recalled the words of the fortune teller when he impulsively went to have his fortune read. The fortune teller said he was destined for great wealth and honor in his life, though his path in love would be somewhat bumpy. However, at the age of 32, his love life would bear fruit. The fortune teller told him that he would have a lifelong romance until death, yet without the fate of having children. When he heard the phrase, without the fate of having children, Chu Tian immediately felt the man was extraordinary and trusted every word. Especially when they decided to become engaged just 1 month after his 32nd birthday, Chu Tian truly believed that he and Su Chenyang were going to follow their predestined path and grow old together. But why did the prediction suddenly go wrong? Chu Tian wiped his face fiercely, and the sharp sting in his nose along with the choking sensation in his throat made him unusually fragile. The more he tried not to cry, the more uncontrollable his tears became. He realized that he still couldn't let go of the issue. Why had the person who once showered him with sweet nothings turned out to be so cruel and cold-hearted? How could Su Chenyang treat him so inhumanely? Chapter 37, Let's Drink. As scorching tears pooled in his palm, his body continued to be drenched by cold water. This embarrassing situation reminded him of the day he had a falling out with his parents. At that time, Chu Tian was just over 20 years old. After being driven out of his home by his parents, he had also cried quietly while bathing in a shabby little motel. He remembered vowing at the time that he would never again allow himself to live so wretchedly. But now, here he was, crying alone in the bathroom again. Whether at 30 or 20, he was useless, unable to hold on to either family or love. The fine drops of water fell on his back like countless tiny needles, causing a dense ache, but he felt this pain was far from enough. He urgently needed to release. All emotions caused by Su Chenyang within him must be discharged. He absolutely could not continue sinking into despair because of that ungrateful wolf. Chu Tian slowly stood up and turned to look at his disheveled reflection in the mirror. In the mirror, he was drenched, with dark hair hanging dripping wet, covering most of his eye. Yet his eyes' deep pain could not be hidden. At this moment, it seemed like he crossed through space and time, facing off with his former self in that small motel. Their eyes met, and the expression gradually grew resolute. He could not continue indulging in this kind of desolation. The road he chose at all costs back then cannot stop due to a single setback. If you walk too many roads, who can guarantee you won't step into something nasty? Just endure the nausea and change shoes, then keep walking. After figuring it out, Chu Tian took another hot bath, then shaved his beard and opted for a spirited hairstyle that swept his hair back. He even trimmed his nose hairs and picked out a sexy V-neck white shirt paired with a sleek black suit pants. After getting dressed, Chu Tian glanced at the revitalized person in the mirror and flashed a satisfied smile. He took a selfie and posted it on social media. Anyone free? Let's drink. Not long after sending the message, many people liked it and complimented his good looks. Ever since news spread about his breakup with Su Chenyang, those wild butterflies previously suppressed by Su began buzzing around again. But Chu Tian wasn't interested in flirting with them, so he ignored them. Scanning further down, he saw Shan Yang's reply, "Wow. Brother Chu looks so handsome. My legs are going weak deadbeat, which bar are you heading to? I'll come right over after freshening up." Chu Tian smiled and replied, "You decide. I haven't been to a bar in a long time, so I don't know if there are any newly opened ones with a nice atmosphere." Shan Yang quickly responded, "My dear one is also strict with me, and I rarely go to bars too." Looking at his string of wavy marks, Chu Tian felt as if he could hear Shan Yang's coquettish voice in his ears, so he smiled and replied, "Alright, I'll find a place and send you the address later." Shan Yang replied, "Okay. Waiting for you." Chu Tian smiled and was about to close WeChat to search for nearby bars. Ding dong, a message appeared on the homepage. It was a WeChat message sent by Zhou Mo, "Coming over." With a picture. When Chu Tian clicked open the information, he saw that Zhou Mo had sent a picture of a bar. In the picture, a hand with distinct finger bones was holding a glass of wine, and under the hazy lighting, a shiny black shoe tip could be faintly seen. It was unexpected that Zhou Mo would also be at a bar at this moment. It was a coincidence indeed. He got along pretty well with Zhou Mo, and drinking together would be a great choice. He replied, "Sure, send me the address, I'm bringing a friend too, okay?" After Zhou Mo replied saying there was no problem, he sent him a shared location. Chu Tian took a look and realized it wasn't too far from his house. At most, it would take around 30 minutes by taxi. He sent the address to Shan Yang, "Go here. I happen to have a friend there." Shan Yang, "Wow, brother Chu, your friend seems quite capable. I've always wanted to visit this bar but never made it. I heard it was opened by some big shot, and it's members only people of status in Beijing can qualify for membership. Tell me fast. When did you make such an impressive friend?" Chu Tian didn't expect that this bar was so high-end. He had previously judged from the outside that Zhou Mo was a major figure, but he had never known Zhou Mo's specific identity. After hearing what Shan Yang said, he thought the other party must be even more powerful than he imagined. But however capable the other person was, it had nothing to do with him. They were friends because they got along well, not because he sought anything from him. Shan Yang kept sending messages one after another, endlessly inquiring about Zhou Mo's information, even asking whether the two of them were having an affair. Speechless, Chu Tian replied, "Alright, he's just a friend I met on the road and we get along well. I didn't inquire about his identity either. Also, I didn't tell him I'm gay. He's probably straight, and he's not a frivolous person. Don't joke around with him when you see him." Shan Yang, "Oh, I know, I'll be careful." Chu Tian smiled, put away his phone, and went out the door. This bar was hyped up so much by Shan Yang that when Chu Tian got out of the car, he was worried he might be stopped from entering. But surprisingly, as he looked up, he saw Zhou Mo waiting for him outside the door. He couldn't count how many times he had felt honored and surprised, but how considerate Zhou Mo always was. Smiling, he walked briskly towards Zhou Mo. "How come you're picking me up in such hot weather? I'm not a girl or something, it makes me feel uncomfortable." Zhou Mo smiled, walking beside Chu Tian, "No problem, anyway, the air conditioning was giving me a headache, so I came out for a walk." "Where's your friend?" "Oh, he'll arrive later." Chu Tian took a look at the environment of the bar. The overall decor of the bar used a black theme, which seemed low-key at first glance, but upon closer inspection, there were still many luxurious elements, fitting the tastes of high-status people. Chu Tian looked around curiously. "How about it? Is the environment here pretty good?" Chu Tian turned back, "Yeah, very good. I heard this place is members only, so without your help today, I might never have the chance to drink alcohol in a place like this." He joked, "Next time, when I write stories about the lives of rich people, I'll have material." Zhou Mo laughed lightly after hearing it, "Then just looking at this bar isn't enough. If you ever need, let me know, I'll take you to explore further." "Alright, if that day comes, I definitely won't hesitate to ask you." Zhou Mo smiled, pointing in a direction, "Over here, I have a few friends there. They're all important figures in Beijing. I'll introduce you to them." Good, Chu Tian grinned heartily. He knew that those who hung out with Zhou Mo were bound to be extraordinary people. Even if he needed them or not, he remembered this favor. Chapter 38, Zhou Mo's Friends. Chu Tian followed Zhou Mo into the private room at the end of the corridor. Inside, 3 men of about Zhou Mo's age were seated. Not only were their ages similar, but their auras were also strikingly alike, obviously people on a high level. Upon closer inspection, Chu Tian realized he actually knew one of them. It was the city's party secretary who occasionally appeared on the news broadcast. At this moment, Zhou Mo pointed to him and said, "Chu Tian, I don't think I need to introduce you to this one, right?" Chu Tian tried hard to suppress his inner shock and smiled warmly, but neither obsequious nor distant. "Of course, this person is probably known by all the people in the country, isn't he?" He enthusiastically extended his hand. "Secretary, I never expected to meet you in person one day. I'm too honored. My name is Chu Tian, I write books, nice to meet you." He Tianhua reciprocated graciously, shaking hands with Chu Tian. His attitude was even amicable enough to surprise Chu Tian. "Chu Tian, right? This is the first time that Zhou Mo has ever introduced us to someone, and look at this guy always so serious like a grim reaper. No one but his childhood friends could ever get his attention. So tell me, how did you two meet?" Chu Tian turned his head and glanced at Zhou Mo before laughing. "Zhou Mo and I met for the first time in an elevator. Back then, I was pretty messy because I'd been splashed with red ink all over my head, and when Zhou Mo saw me, he asked if I needed help. I think he's quite kind-hearted." "Wow, Zhou Mo, you're good. I've known you for almost 30 years, how come I didn't know you're such a kind person?" Hearing He Tianhua's teasing, Zhou Mo just slightly curled up the corner of his lips. "Enough already, now that I've finally made a friend, you scare him off like this. So what, you're taking his side already?" The attitude Zhou Mo showed towards Chu Tian surprised everyone present, prompting them to take a closer look at this man. Chu Tian had originally intended to have a bit of fun tonight, so he dressed somewhat flamboyantly. His V-neck shirt opened wide at the chest, exposing much of his solid chest. The suit pants tightly embraced his strong thighs and perfectly outlined his firm, rounded buttocks. Coupled with his handsome looks, sharp and defined features, and his big slick-back hairstyle that revealed his prominent forehead, he exuded a confident demeanor. A very charming man. Everyone gave a consistent internal evaluation, then simultaneously shot Zhou Mo a knowing look. Pretending not to see, Zhou Mo continued introducing the others to Chu Tian. "This one here is Xiao Dong, he doesn't appear in public much, so you might not have seen him. He's the newly appointed commissioner of the General Administration of Customs, call him Brother Xiao. Another significant figure." Chu Tian smiled and extended his hand. "Hello Brother Xiao, nice to meet you." Xiao Dong also shook Chu Tian's hand. He was a stern-looking man with an aura as powerful as Zhou Mo's. Although Chu Tian personally felt Zhou Mo's presence to be more refined, making him assume he was an entrepreneur, Brother Xiao clearly looked like someone wielding great power. All these men were around his age yet held lofty positions, leaving Chu Tian feeling somewhat humble, thinking that his last 30-odd years might have been somewhat wasted. It wasn't over yet, there was still one person left unintroduced. "This is Lu Yingjie, he's in the army, you can call him Brother Lu." Zhou Mo gave only a simple introduction to Lu Yingjie's identity, but Chu Tian, after meeting his eyes, immediately understood that he would definitely not be some ordinary soldier. Their ranks must likely belong to a level where details are not easily disclosed. Chu Tian didn't ask further, instead smiling and extending his hand. "Hello Brother Lu." Lu Yingjie was an extremely generous man who stood up to shake hands with Chu Tian and slapped him twice on the shoulder. "So you're Chu Tian? Since you're a friend of this young fellow Zhou Mo, you're our friend. I like you, let's go out drinking again sometime." Chu Tian laughed, "Thanking all of you for your kindness, I'll shamelessly tag along with Zhou Mo from now on. Alright, we all know each other now, we'll get to know each other better later." Zhou Mo naturally waved away Lu Yingjie's hand and loosely wrapped an arm around Chu Tian's lower back, leading him to the seat beside him. "Come, sit down. What do you want to drink?" "Anything works, I'll have whatever you're having." After sitting next to Zhou Mo, Chu Tian quietly wiped the sweat that broke out on his palms. He had previously thought that Zhou Mo's friends were at most rich people like himself. After all, he'd been with Su Chenyang for so long and visited the Su family a few times. He believed he could remain calm in the face of wealthy individuals. Good grief, who would have known that everyone in this room was a bigwig whose every move could make Beijing tremble. Compared to them, the Su family was just a tiny shrimp, let alone him, a mere writer. Wasn't he almost dying from nervousness right now? "How about that, am I scaring you?" Zhou Mo handed him a glass of wine. A little bit, Chu Tian took it and drank quickly to steady his nerves. The sharp alcohol sliding down his throat made his head immediately feel a bit dizzy. The liquor must have a high alcohol content. Chu Tian looked down and saw that it was actually a glass of vodka. He glanced at Zhou Mo in surprise. "I wouldn't have thought that someone as refined looking as you would enjoy drinking vodka." "Ha." Lu Yingjie chuckled after hearing Chu Tian's words. "This is the first time I've heard someone call young Zhou Mo refined." "Chu Tian, I'm really curious how he acts around you, tell us." The other two also watched with great interest. Under the intense gaze of these top figures, Chu Tian truly struggled to bear the pressure. He took another sip of alcohol to boost his courage and decided to imagine they were ordinary drinking buddies, which eased some of his nervousness. He glanced at Zhou Mo and said, "In fact, I've only known Zhou Mo for about a week. He's so busy, and today is the first time we're out together. So I don't know much about his personality either." He smiled. It was completely based on appearances, thinking he's just an ordinary entrepreneur. "Meeting all of you today makes it clear that I definitely underestimated him." "Of course you did." Lu Yingjia's eyes gleamed as if he were about to burst into some incredible gossip. But before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Zhou Mo. "Lu Lao-san, your wife asked me the other day about your last mission, but I dragged my feet. Or should I reply to your sister-in-law now?" "Hey, look at you." Lu Yingjia helplessly pointed at Zhou Mo and then turned to Chu Tian. "Chu Tian, you've seen it now, no need for me to explain further, right?" Chapter 39, Tipsy. Chu Tian gave him a smile without making any comment. Then he turned to Zhou Mo and asked, "Speaking of which, I still don't know what exactly you do. Today, you've introduced me to so many influential people. Why not tell me your identity too, so I can be shocked enough already? I'm not as powerful as them, just an ordinary banker. You don't have to feel pressured because of me." Zhou Mo held a glass of wine in one hand while his other hand placed loosely behind Chu Tian's waist without touching him. From Dong Xiang's perspective, it seemed like Zhou Mo was hugging Chu Tian. They looked at the two with playful eyes but didn't say more, gathering together to talk about some topics Chu Tian dared not listen to closely. After learning the identities of those individuals earlier, Zhou Mo's title as a banker indeed became much more relatable. Only when the major figures stopped looking at him did Chu Tian finally relax. Leaning back slightly, he realized there was a hand behind him. He hurriedly stood up and said, "Sorry, I didn't see it. Did I press on you?" Zhou Mo quietly pulled back his hand. "It's fine." Since the other people were discussing some crucial content, Zhou Mo leaned closer to Chu Tian and whispered softly in his ear, "You're dressed differently today, why, is something wrong?" Chu Tian arched an eyebrow and also leaned close to whisper in his ear, "Why would you think that? Generally speaking, doesn't someone dressing up indicate they're in a good mood rather than otherwise?" "It usually does, but I feel like you're not happy. Have you run into any trouble?" Zhou Mo's face was very close to Chu Tian's, and their breath smelled of the fiery alcohol from the vodka. Chu Tian suddenly felt somewhat uneasy. He slightly turned his head away and moved his body back, creating some distance between them, though still quite near since they were whispering. He sipped his drink and softly said, "There's indeed something bothering me, but I'll get over it. After drinking tonight and sleeping it off, I'll probably be fine tomorrow morning." "Is that so?" Zhou Mo nodded. With a faint tone, he remarked, "Then it looks like I won't be getting your updates today again." Chu Tian felt a bit embarrassed. How could he forget this? When Zhou Mo had helped him find Hu Jun back then, Chu Tian had solemnly promised that the novel, Mist, would be updated steadily. And now, just a few days later, he had already broken his promise. He gave Zhou Mo an awkward smile and then put down the wine glass in his hand. "You're right, it's my fault. How could I go back on my promise? Let me go home and write now. Don't worry, I will definitely finish 2 chapters today." After saying that, he was about to get up. "I was just kidding, you don't have to leave." Zhou Mo grabbed him tightly. Zhou Mo had more strength than Chu Tian expected. Chu Tian didn't anticipate that Zhou Mo would pull him. He lost balance and was pulled into Zhou Mo's arms. He clearly sensed that the voices of other people in the room paused for a moment. He hurriedly got up from Zhou Mo's body and sat straight, then smiled at Dong Xiang and the others. The 3 big shots kept looking back and forth between him and Zhou Mo. Chu Tian hadn't noticed anything earlier, but now he suddenly felt something was off about their eyes. Could it be because he dressed too provocatively today, and also acted as if he was deliberately coming onto Zhou Mo, making these big shots misunderstand his relationship with Zhou Mo? Chu Tian looked at Zhou Mo apologetically. "Hey, did my friends misunderstand anything?" Zhou Mo shook his head indifferently. "It's fine, they're not that boring." Looking at Chu Tian, he continued asking, "So what's really bothering you, do you want to tell me?" Chu Tian picked up the wine glass again and took a big sip. The liquor was quite strong, and after drinking it, Chu Tian couldn't help but curl his lips. A fiery heat surged up from his abdomen, shaking Chu Tian's reason, allowing suppressed emotions to come bubbling up. "It's not a big deal, it's just that my ex came to see me today." Zhou Mo, seemingly unfazed, placed his arm behind Chu Tian again. "What, is he trying to reconcile with you? How possible is that?" Chu Tian smiled, with an unnoticed tinge of melancholy in his eyes. "He finally managed to be together with his ideal partner, how could he possibly come back to eat my leftover rice?" He stared blankly at the wine in his cup and spoke heavily. This ingrate came to plead on behalf of Hu Jun. This matter was most likely done by Hu Jun for his current boyfriend. Today, they took turns to visit me and asked me to withdraw the lawsuit. After finishing, Chu Tian took another sip of alcohol and turned to ask Zhou Mo, "Tell me, how dare they show their faces here?" Zhou Mo gazed at his lush lips for a while before replying, "Did you agree with them?" "Of course not. These dog boyfriends actually thought I had no backbone. When Zhou Mo heard the 3 words, dog boyfriends, his eyes darkened a little. He turned around and found that his childhood friends were no longer discussing serious matters, but instead were quietly chatting with interest, glancing at him occasionally. He raised his cup toward them, then turned away, ignoring their scrutinizing gazes, calmly continuing to talk to Chu Tian. Looking at Chu Tian's full forehead and those deep, mesmerizing eyes, he leaned closer and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" "No need, I can handle it myself." Chu Tian hadn't gone out to drink in a long time, and since he had started drinking such strong alcohol tonight, he was now a little tipsy. His body collapsed on the sofa, and he no longer cared about Zhou Mo's hands near him. Seeing this, Zhou Mo put down his own glass and then took Chu Tian's wine glass away from him. "I thought you could drink well, but how come you're like this after half a glass?" Chu Tian waved his hand shyly, his voice a little unsteady. "Sorry for making a fool of myself, I can actually drink a lot, but only beer. As for hard liquor, I'm basically knocked out after 1 glass. It's been a long time since I tried it." "Then why did you drink it, without asking for beer?" "How could I do that?" Chu Tian slapped his hand against his forehead. "Being in the same room with all of you big shots, how could I drink beer? In that case, it seems to be my fault." Zhou Mo gently brought Chu Tian closer with the hand placed behind him. In a daze, Chu Tian looked at Zhou Mo with a confused gaze. "Huh? What are you doing?" Zhou Mo leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "Do you think I want to do something?" His breath was too close to Chu Tian, so close that their breathing intertwined. As Chu Tian was a gay man, maintaining such a distance with another man had already exceeded his warning line. Instinctively, he tried to push Zhou Mo away. But then he suddenly realized that he no longer had a lover, so there was no need for him to guard this safety line for anyone. Moreover, Zhou Mo should not be into men, and even if he were, there was no way he would look at someone like him, an older man. So he put his mind at ease. Still, he slightly turned his head to avoid aligning his breath with Zhou Mo's. "Don't get so close to me, or your friends might think we're together." "Alright." Zhou Mo chuckled lightly and indeed moved a little further away. Chapter 40, Untitled. Zhou Mo's measured approach allowed Chu Tian to quietly relax. At this moment, Chu Tian's phone in his pocket rang. He took it out and saw it was Dan Yang calling. "Hey, my friend must have arrived, I should go meet him." He answered the call, and Dan Yang sounded extremely excited. "Hey, brother Chu, I'm here already. This place is really impressive. Have you arrived yet? If so, come meet me, the security here won't let me in." "Alright, I'll come meet you in a bit." Chu Tian swayed as he was about to stand up. Zhou Mo placed his arm around Chu Tian's waist and pressed him back onto the sofa. "If you're dizzy, don't go. I'll buzz the server to bring him upstairs." Chu Tian thought for a moment and said, "Alright, could you tell the server my friend's name is Dan Yang? He's a particularly cute young boy." "Sure." Zhou Mo pressed the service bell, and soon the server accepted the task of fetching the guest. "Chu Tian, does your friend Dan Yang have dimples on his face?" Dong Xiang, who was sitting opposite, suddenly asked. "Yes, he has a pair of small dimples." "How about it, brother Xiang, do you know Dan Yang?" "It seems I do." Dong Xiang took a sip of his wine, his eyes staring straight at the entrance without speaking again. Chu Tian glanced at Zhou Mo, who shook his head, so Chu Tian didn't ask any more questions. After a while, a stylishly dressed handsome boy was led in by the server. "Brother Chu. I'm here." As soon as Dan Yang entered, he spotted Chu Tian. He enthusiastically waved at Chu Tian and then noticed the man sitting beside him, Zhou Mo, whose aura was exceptionally strong. Dan Yang immediately became much more reserved, nodding politely at Zhou Mo, "Hello," before looking at the other people in the room. When he saw He Tianhua, he instinctively covered his mouth in surprise, his expression shocked, making him seem just like a middle school student meeting their principal. He continued to glance around, and when he saw the man sitting next to He Tianhua, his shocked expression quickly turned into uneasiness. By now, Chu Tian's consciousness was quite clouded. His perception of others' emotions had become dull, so he didn't notice anything unusual about Dan Yang. Seeing Dan Yang standing still, Chu Tian assumed he was startled by seeing the city party secretary, so he waved at him, "Little goat, come over." "Oh." After bowing respectfully to the other 3, Dan Yang rushed to Chu Tian's side and sat down. Once seated, he didn't say anything, which made Chu Tian realize something was off. "What's wrong?" After asking, Chu Tian seemed to understand and smiled softly, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Did the sight of someone scare you? I got a shock too earlier." "Hee, yeah." Dan Yang gave an uneasy laugh, but his peripheral vision kept glancing nervously toward Dong Xiang across the room. Dong Xiang raised his cup in a toast-like gesture, and Dan Yang quickly looked away, avoiding that direction altogether. He never expected to encounter Dong Xiang here. This man had left a profound mark on his brief life of 20-odd years, yet had abandoned him ruthlessly, leaving Dan Yang unable to move on. Just when he had decided to finally let go of this person, he unexpectedly appeared again. It was truly karmic entanglement. Dan Yang tightly clenched his hands, then pulled Chu Tian to say, Brother Chu, I'm actually not feeling well today, so I don't want to drink. I'd rather go home. You want to leave so soon? Seeing his pale face, Chu Tian thought he was genuinely unwell and hurriedly asked, why are you so pale? Should I take you to the hospital? No need. Dan Yang shook his head, I'll just rest at home. Well then, okay. Let me see you off. No, Brother Chu, please don't bother with me. You've hardly come out to relax, so take the time to unwind. I can go home by myself. Seeing his persistence, Chu Tian could only say, all right then, be careful on your way home. Call me once you get there. Okay. Dan Yang nodded towards Zhou Mo, sorry, I must take my leave. Zhou Mo nodded. Seeing him get up, Dong Xiang also stood up, are you leaving so soon? Dan Yang's body froze. Dong Xiang walked 2 steps to his back and said, I have some things to take care of too, so let me send you off. Dan Yang lowered his head without speaking, but walked out of the private room door with his head down. Upon seeing this interaction, everyone realized something was going on. Chu Tian also remembered at this moment what Dan Yang had once mentioned about a part of his past. Oh no. He suddenly slapped his hand and then hurriedly got up, I need to go check on him. What's wrong? Zhou Mo also stood up. Chu Tian didn't have time to explain, so he just apologized to the other two, sorry, but my friend doesn't feel well, and I'm not very comfortable with it. I'd better follow up and make sure he's okay. Both of them smiled and said it was fine. Chu Tian rushed after them, with Zhou Mo closely following behind. Seeing Chu Tian's unsteady gait, he stepped forward and held Chu Tian's arm, saying, take it easy. I don't know what happened between your friend and Brother Xiang, but Brother Xiang is quite upright, so there's no need for excessive worry. I understand that, but being an upright person doesn't mean one behaves properly in matters of love. Dan Yang had a deep heartbreak in his first love, which I suspect was with Brother Xiang. He's only just started to move on, and I can't let him fall back into that. Concern for his friend made Chu Tian's mind much clearer. Once he was able to walk steadily, he politely declined Zhou Mo's assistance. However, they were still too late, as soon as they exited the door, they saw Dong Xiang's car starting. It was obviously inappropriate to chase them now. Chu Tian stared at the disappearing car taillights with a worried look on his face. Zhou Mo consoled him, your friend is an adult. Since he willingly got onto Dong Xiang's car, it means he knows what he's doing. You don't need to overly concern yourself. That's true. It's just me overreacting because I care. Chu Tian felt dizzy after coming out under the scorching air outside. He covered his head and gave Zhou Mo an apologetic smile, hey, you see, even though I only drank a little, I'm getting really dizzy. I've probably caused you embarrassment today. There's nothing like that, Zhou Mo looked at Chu Tian, whose eyes appeared dreamy and deep due to dizziness. He naturally placed his hand on Chu Tian's shoulder, they are all friends I grew up with from childhood, they wouldn't mind these kinds of things. Let's go. It seems you shouldn't drink anymore, so I'll send you back to rest. Chu Tian thought that if he stayed any longer, he might end up behaving rudely, so he agreed. But he dared not trouble the senior for sending him home, no, do I really need someone to send me home when I'm this big and only drank half a cup? Go back to your friends. I can handle going home by myself. It's no trouble. If I made you dizzy by drinking my alcohol, it's my responsibility to see this through. Let's go. Chapter 41, Not Holding Up. Zhou Mo's driver had been waiting outside. As soon as he signaled, the car came over. Seeing this, Chu Tian found it hard to refuse further, but he asked, what about you and Brother Xiang leaving? How about Secretary He and Brother Lu? No problem. They will be heading to another gathering later anyway, so I'll just inform them. Come on, it's hot outside. Let's get in the car quickly. Alright. Chu Tian had indeed felt very uncomfortable standing under the sun for a while. Being someone who sweats easily, the outdoor temperature was likely around 38 or 39 degrees Celsius. By now, both his chest and back had begun to sweat. The driver opened the car door for them, and Zhou Mo stood behind, letting Chu Tian get in first. Chu Tian quickly entered for fear of making him too hot. Here, you should come in too. It's really hot outside. Okay. Zhou Mo soon got in and sat next to him. He glanced at Chu Tian and handed him a Bulgari handkerchief, you look overheated. Wipe your sweat. Oh, thank you. Chu Tian knew he might not look very presentable at this point. The 5 years he spent with Su Chenyang had somewhat made him repelled by his own appearance when sweaty. He carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead, but hesitated to wipe the sweat from his neck and chest, such an action would appear too coarse. Fortunately, the car's air conditioning was strong, so the sweat was expected to dry quickly on its own. Chu Tian put Zhou Mo's handkerchief in his pocket and said to him, I've dirtied your handkerchief. I'll buy you a new one later. Leaning against the backrest with his legs casually crossed, Zhou Mo replied, there's no need. It's just for wiping sweat. Wash it and return it to me. That works too. While talking, Chu Tian's gaze fell on the shiny tip of Zhou Mo's leather shoes, then turned his head indifferently and looked out the car window. There's still sweat on you. Let me help you wipe it off. Zhou Mo very naturally took the handkerchief from Chu Tian's pocket again and wiped the sweat off his neck and chest. His movements were gentle, even a bit slow, and Chu Tian instantly thought of some age-inappropriate scenes. Thank you, but I can do it myself. He quickly took the handkerchief from Zhou Mo and wiped himself carelessly a few times, then stuffed it into another pocket. The sweat was gone, but his body began to heat up instead. What the heck, how could he have become so thirsty just a few days after breaking up? Chu Tian silently criticized himself in his heart for being so unhelpful. Through the reflection in the car window, he secretly observed Zhou Mo. After meeting Zhou Mo, Chu Tian couldn't help but lament that sometimes fate really was unfair. How could life be so good to one person? Zhou Mo was simply too perfect. This man had no flaws whether viewed straight on or from the side. His features were particularly distinct, making him look very sharp overall, yet because his looks leaned more towards handsomeness, some of his harshness was softened. When he wasn't smiling, he looked stern, but whenever he smiled faintly, people felt like they were basking in spring sunshine. His gaze dropped to those crossed hands. Zhou Mo's fingers were very long and possessed a beauty in their angular form. For men, especially Gav, they had an innate appreciation for unique qualities in men's hands. In Chu Tian's eyes, Zhou Mo's hands were enough to make the Gav circle worship them as divine. Lower down were those crossed, long legs, which looked incredibly strong. And then there were the leather shoes. Chu Tian's breathing became a little uneven again, and he awkwardly touched his nose to relieve the restless heat in his heart. Without a doubt, Zhou Mo was a charming man, Chu Tian silently evaluated in his heart. Even without his wealthy background, such a man would undoubtedly attract numerous admirers, let alone having money, background, and charm all rolled into one. Probably even Su Chenyang's father couldn't compare. Such a high-quality male must have admirers lined up across the entire length of the Great Wall. Chu Tian quickly snuffed out the small spark of inappropriate feelings in his heart. Not only was Zhou Mo most likely not Gav, but even if he were, how could someone like him possibly notice an ordinary middle-aged man like himself? Chu Tian felt he didn't actually have romantic intentions toward Zhou Mo, but merely appreciated him to some extent. After all, he preferred the type more like Su Chenyang, someone who pouted cutely and acted younger. However, his current tendency to wander aimlessly in thoughts was abnormal. It seemed he'd been in a relationship for too long and was now struggling with the transition into a single phase. Chu Tian began thinking seriously. They always say the best way to move on from a relationship is to start a new one. Should he try dating someone else? Easier said than done, he really couldn't think of anyone suitable at the moment. The people around him before had all been driven away by Su Chenyang, leaving behind only those who lusted after his body but weren't interested in a stable relationship. At this stage of life, Chu Tian didn't want to engage in anything casual anymore. He thought that maybe he should ask Dan Yang to introduce him to a few people later. What are you thinking about? Zhou Mo suddenly asked. Chu Tian turned back and smiled. Nothing, I'm just thinking, it's meaningless that my ex keeps affecting my mood. How about I find a new partner soon? Oh. Are you ready to accept a new romance? Zhou Mo looked earnestly at Chu Tian. Chu Tian thought about it. To be honest, I don't know what preparation is required for this, but I know I definitely won't go back down the old road, so moving forward is inevitable. It's just a matter of timing. Zhou Mo nodded, then lightly asked, do you have any ideas about your next partner? Well. Chu Tian swayed his toes, with a bright soft light in his eyes. I don't have many requirements. I just hope that the other person genuinely likes me and is willing to walk this path together with me. You seem pretty easy to satisfy. Chu Tian sighed wryly, it's not that easy. Until now, I haven't met anyone. If until now you haven't met the right one, it means your wait is almost over. Maybe, the person you're waiting for is already on their way. Let's hope so. Chu Tian smiled lightly, you're right. I should believe in the destiny set by the heavens. Maybe I'll start going out more and not miss any potential arranged partner by staying indoors all the time, which would be a waste. Zhou Mo tapped his fingers on his knee and after a while said, I heard you mention that your ex was involved with another man. Let me ask you bluntly, do you like men? Chapter 42, would you like to come in? Zhou Mo's directness caught Chu Tian off guard, as he realized he had unintentionally revealed something about himself. Drinking truly does cause trouble. Chu Tian thought he shouldn't have gone out today. He quite liked Zhou Mo as a friend and wondered whether the other party would mind his sexual orientation. Looking at Zhou Mo seriously, he asked, if I say yes, will it be hard for you to accept? Of course not. There was no special expression on Zhou Mo's face, and he also looked earnestly at Chu Tian and said, in our circles, what haven't we seen? Moreover, same-sex marriage is already recognized now. Do you think I'm one of those rigid and conservative types? Seeing that there was indeed no disapproval in his eyes, Chu Tian relaxed a bit and laughed, of course not. I imagine you big shots aren't the type to freak out over gay people. It wasn't intentional on my part earlier, but I didn't see a need to specifically bring it up. I hope you can understand. Zhou Mo nodded, of course. It's your privacy, and I get it. Even though he said this, Chu Tian still felt a bit awkward. After all, if the other person specifically asked this question, it couldn't just be a momentary curiosity about his private life. He couldn't help but wonder why Zhou Mo suddenly asked such a thing. Could it be that his supposedly subtle appraisal was discovered? Was he being warned not to harbor foolish fantasies? Thinking of this, Chu Tian quickly told Zhou Mo, even though I like men, you don't have to worry. We gays don't fancy every man, and I have my own preferences too. You're very perfect, but completely not my type. I don't have any improper thoughts towards you. Why are you telling me this? Zhou Mo asked seriously. I'm just trying to avoid you being worried, Chu Tian explained. I guess straight men who meet gay people often worry that we might fancy them, But the truth is, we're the same. Except for the ones we're interested in, we're indifferent to others. After hearing this, Zhou Mo looked at him calmly, is that so? Then what type do you like? Chu Tian told him honestly, for me, I lack love, so I like men who can act coquettish, the kind who can inspire infinite affection in me. He shook his head and gave a lost smile after finishing, but the hearts of such men are hard to hold steady. They're not someone I can control, probably why I've been abandoned before. If you know this type is beyond your reach, have you considered liking someone else? Chu Tian smiled, I'd like to change, but this matter isn't as simple as changing clothes. I really like that type. If you suddenly tell me to change, it's not like I can turn around and try dating a burly guy just like me, right? After saying this, Chu Tian even imagined what that scene would look like, scaring himself into shaking his head, no way, I can't bring myself to. Zhou Mo nodded, I understand. Such matters should follow naturally. There's no need to forcibly change. In my opinion, for two people living together, besides passionate love, mental resonance and harmony in daily life are much more important. A grand and passionate life may seem exciting, but a simple life is also a blessing. Don't you agree? You're absolutely right, Chu Tian agreed entirely. Originally, I didn't want a spectacular romance either. I just want to find a lover completely belonging to me, someone who stays with me until the end of life. Turning his head toward the window, he whispered, this wish might actually be the hardest to fulfill. Zhou Mo glanced at him and said seriously, don't overthink it. What's meant to come will eventually arrive. Aren't you dizzy? Rest for a bit. Yeah, alright, Chu Tian found himself inexplicably feeling a wave of melancholy. Just as well, he didn't feel like talking. He closed his eyes and tried to stop thinking about everything. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped smoothly, and Chu Tian immediately opened his eyes. He looked out the window and sat up quickly, oh, I'm home. Thank you for taking the trouble to send me back. Not a problem, Zhou Mo said and then looked silently at Chu Tian. Chu Tian felt as if he was waiting for something. He thought for a moment and said, since you've come all this way, would you like to come in and sit for a bit? Sure, Zhou Mo agreed straightforwardly, then I'll be a bother. He responded a bit too quickly, as if he had been waiting for this invitation. Chu Tian suddenly felt that Zhou Mo wasn't the kind of person who was always formal and boss-like. At least for that moment, he thought he saw a hint of cuteness. No, it couldn't be called cuteness. Using cute to describe Zhou Mo would be totally inappropriate, perhaps calling it an endearing contrast was more accurate. Chu Tian led Zhou Mo toward his home, I'll tell you in advance, there's been a lot of change in my place recently, so it's a bit messy. Don't get scared. Zhou Mo just smiled faintly at this, it's been years since anything could scare me. If your place can do that, it'll definitely be worth the trip. Huh, true. Chu Tian laughed heartily, you see, I always tend to forget how amazing a big shot you are. Isn't this good? Zhou Mo followed Chu Tian into the gate and looked around at the delicate little garden while saying, friends should act casually with each other anyway. Exactly. Chu Tian nodded and opened the door, here we go, come on in. Alright. Zhou Mo looked down and asked, should I change shoes? Chu Tian waved his hand, nah, don't worry about it. Zhou Mo noticed that Chu Tian had already changed into slippers and quietly took out a pair of guest slippers from the shoe cabinet to change into himself. Chu Tian didn't say anything after seeing this. He shook his head slightly, forcing his eyes wide open. In theory, even if he drank strong liquor, drinking only half a glass should have worn off by now. But at this moment, Chu Tian didn't know why he felt dizzy and sleepy, as if his whole body were floating. Yet with Zhou Mo still here, there was no way he could abandon him and go straight to bed. He struggled to keep alert and asked, what would you like to drink? Anything is fine. In that case, shall I make you a cup of coffee? Sure, thanks. After changing his shoes, Zhou Mo walked into the living room and casually inspected Chu Tian's home. It was easy to spot deliberate traces that suggested two people had lived here. Sitting on the sofa, he asked, your garden looks well tended. Do you take care of it yourself? Yes, Chu Tian said while making the coffee, I normally write at home and rarely go out, so I have time to attend to the plants. Oh, do you want sugar? No need. Got it. Chu Tian carried the 2 cups of coffee over. Here, this one is yours. It's ground from beans I bought myself, give it a try. Zhou Mo took a sip and graciously commented, not bad. Chu Tian smiled, told you, it's not me boasting, but I'm quite skilled at making coffee. My lover. He suddenly froze mid-sentence, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Zhou Mo put down his cup and looked at him. Sorry, did I bring up something painful? Nah, this isn't your fault. Chu Tian waved his hand and gave a somewhat self-mocking laugh. Sorry for embarrassing myself. I guess this is part of my post-breakup syndrome. My mind knows I'm single again, but my body hasn't caught up yet. I'll probably recover after some time. Chapter 43, Are you guarding me? Zhou Mo watched him and said, Judging from how you've isolated yourself at home, it seems difficult for you to step outside again. I happen to have some free time recently. How about going out with me to relax a bit? Huh? Chu Tian was a little surprised. Do bankers usually have this much free time? He teased lightly, you people of such status shouldn't even walk without using helicopters. Why does it seem like you're never busy? Zhou Mo also smiled faintly. Indeed, that's the case most of the time. However, I wanted to set aside some time to rest properly lately, so I'm rather free right now. He leaned back slightly and relaxed against the sofa cushions. I've managed to carve out about 2 days. How about coming out to sea with me? Out to sea? Chu Tian put down his coffee. His head was getting dizzier by the second. He rubbed his temples and said lazily, Sure, I haven't been out to sea in ages. I quite enjoy fishing and surfing isn't bad either. Zhou Mo immediately noticed Chu Tian's discomfort. He moved closer to Chu Tian, gripped his shoulder, and asked, Chu Tian, is everything alright? Chu Tian shook his head, his breathing becoming somewhat hurried. Sorry, it seems I haven't drunk alcohol in a long while. I didn't expect my tolerance has dropped so low. Right now, I feel really dizzy. Seeing that Chu Tian's face was pale and his forehead was sweating, obviously not in a state of intoxication, Zhou Mo reached out to touch his forehead, which indeed felt scorching. Frowning, he asked, You have a fever. How could you go out drinking with a fever? Huh? I have a fever. I didn't know. Chu Tian felt as if his ears were stuffed with cotton. He had to exert considerable effort to decipher Zhou Mo's words. Noticing that Chu Tian's eyes were beginning to wander, Zhou Mo stood up and helped him off the sofa. Let's go, I'll take you to the hospital. Hospital? Chu Tian instinctively refused. No, I've got medicine at home. Supporting him, Zhou Mo glanced sideways at him and saw his reluctance. He then guided him toward the upstairs. When they finally managed to get Chu Tian upstairs, his condition seemed to worsen. He began trembling uncontrollably, and though he sweated profusely, he still shivered. Ugh, it's so cold. Kenyang, could you please turn off the air conditioning for me? Alright, lie down first. Zhou Mo recognized the name Chu Tian called but decided not to comment. Instead, he gave a weak smile. Sorry, I said the wrong name. My head feels like a jumble now, I might be burning out already. Zhou Mo, trouble you again. Go back first. We can catch up another day. It's fine. You're sick, I can't just leave you like this. Where is your medicine? After placing Chu Tian on the bed, Zhou Mo carefully tucked him in. Chu Tian placed the back of his hand against his forehead. His eyes couldn't stay open. The medicine, it's in the left side of the storage room, the second shelf. Okay, hold on, don't fall asleep. Zhou Mo hurriedly went downstairs to fetch the medicine. At this point, Chu Tian felt as if he were caught between fire and ice, his head spinning, ears ringing, stomach churning with pain, and his body aching as if it had been run over by a truck. He usually prided himself on being fit, yet today, after standing in the cold water for a while, he developed a fever. Once again, he lamented how quickly time had passed and how he'd grown old, no longer having the resilience he once possessed in his youth. He started feeling increasingly apprehensive, reflecting on how unaccomplished he still felt, wanting much more than he'd achieved so far. And here he was, suddenly feeling old. It's often said that people are at their weakest when they're sick. Chu Tian certainly felt it at this moment, suffering intensely from dizziness but afraid to sleep. In a haze, he didn't hear Zhou Mo coming back with the medicine, mistakenly believing that Zhou Mo had already left and that he was alone in the house. Being alone during illness made one acutely aware of loneliness. Chu Tian forced his heavy eyelids to open, gazing at the white ceiling as many thoughts flooded his mind. Right now, he truly suffered. Rarely falling ill, this sudden illness overwhelmed him. He felt as if death hovered close, heart pounding in panic at the thought that days or even weeks might pass before anyone would find his body. Perhaps 10 days or 2 weeks, by then he'd likely have decayed, frightening whoever discovered him. How would Xian Yang react upon learning of his death? His parents, knowing that their unsatisfactory son had finally gone, might feel relieved. There would be no more shame for them anymore. Oh no. Chu Tian suddenly remembered all the money he hadn't spent, without even writing a will. His parents didn't know how much wealth he held. Once he died, wouldn't it all end up in the bank's hands? When Zhou Mo returned holding water and the medicine, he found Chu Tian staring wide-eyed as if unwilling to let go of life. Despite the situation, Zhou Mo found it slightly amusing but realized it wasn't the time to laugh. Approaching the bedside, Zhou Mo handed the water to Chu Tian, whose eyes lit up upon seeing him, following his every movement closely. What are you thinking about? I'm regretting that I haven't written my will. A bit too neglectful, isn't it? Zhou Mo chuckled, you only have a fever. It's not necessary to think so far ahead. Hearing this, Chu Tian also managed a weak smile, observing Zhou Mo's actions and asking slowly, didn't you leave? No, didn't I say I went to get your medicine? Zhou Mo helped Chu Tian sit up properly, handing him the water. Come on, drink some water first. You had alcohol earlier, so there needs to be a 2-hour gap before I give you the medicine. Sleep a little. I'll wake you up in 2 hours. Oh, thank you. Chu Tian cooperated fully and lowered his head to drink most of the water from the glass. After drinking, he placed the cup on the bedside table, then gazed silently at Zhou Mo. Unbothered by Chu Tian's stare, Zhou Mo was accustomed to being looked at. He leaned over and gently pushed Chu Tian back onto the bed, covering him with the blanket as he softly said, rest now, I'll stay here and keep an eye on you. Keep an eye on me. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Chu Tian's lips, his voice growing quieter. How embarrassing, your time is so valuable and yet you're wasting it on me. I'll stay here, you go ahead and sleep soundly. As Zhou Mo finished speaking, Chu Tian closed his eyes in peace, quickly losing consciousness. Zhou Mo wasn't very experienced with taking care of sick people. After noticing Chu Tian had fallen asleep, he stood up and called his family doctor from the neighboring study, asking how to take care of someone with a fever. Chapter 44, Is it a dream? Chu Tian slept unknowingly for who knows how long, until he was woken up by Zhou Mo struggling. He opened his eyes and saw Zhou Mo bending down beside him, holding a steaming cup of water. Upon noticing he was awake, Zhou Mo helped Chu Tian sit up and handed him the water, saying, Chu Tian, your fever hasn't gone down yet. Take the medicine. Chu Tian's condition worsened as the fever intensified, making his brain feel like it was clogged with glue and his body heavy. With great effort, he moved his neck, took the water from Zhou Mo, and swallowed the pills in his palm. How are you feeling? Are you still in a lot of pain? Yeah, still uncomfortable. Chu Tian adjusted the water cup before turning toward Zhou Mo apologetically. You've really troubled yourself today, staying here for such a long time. Don't you have something important to do? You can just go, I'm grown up enough to take care of myself. Sitting beside him, Zhou Mo shook his head lightly. No problem, I'm not busy. Sleep some more, I'll wait until your fever breaks before I leave. Though deeply touched, Chu Tian knew they'd only known each other for a short while. Given Zhou Mo's precious time, how could he bear to let him continue waiting by his side? With great effort, he forced out a weak smile, I really will be fine. In the past, when I fell sick, I would recover alone without any help. Am I really that fragile now? You've already cared for me for so long, continuing to waste your time on my account makes me feel guilty. Zhou Mo stared at him, his gaze profound yet gentle, you don't need to feel pressured. I decided to stay and look after you. Rest now and get better sooner. When you're well, I'll take you out for some fresh air. You'll take me out. Chu Tian chuckled slightly, muttering, I haven't heard that kind of offer in a long time. It must have been, so long ago. I can't even remember. His eyelids gradually drooped, and soon he drifted off into another deep sleep. Zhou Mo reached out to touch his forehead again, still hot, and then got up to fetch a wet towel from the bathroom. Folding it neatly, he placed it on Chu Tian's forehead. Even in sleep, Chu Tian's eyebrows were knitted together, his usually alluring and plump lips now dry and cracked, filled with hardened dead skin. Zhou Mo watched him for a moment, then suddenly reached out gently, brushing his cheek with the back of his hand before resting his fingertips lightly on those once tempting lips. Completely unaware in his deep slumber, Chu Tian had a hazy but pleasant dream. In it, he seemed to encounter a wonderful lover. They lived happily together, a happiness that felt both vague and real. Just as he started waking, realizing it was merely a dream, he didn't want to open his eyes. Unfortunately, dreams are fleeting, and his hunger eventually woke him up. When Chu Tian opened his eyes, he found that the room had turned pitch dark. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his phone and checked, it was already 9 p.m. The house was eerily silent. Zhou Mo must have already left. Propping himself up, Chu Tian felt his own forehead. The burning sensation had subsided, though his head still spun slightly, and his body remained devoid of strength. His stomach rumbled continuously, prompting Chu Tian to throw aside the blanket and slowly stand up from the bed. He suddenly thought about Yang. At this hour, he wondered if he was doing all right. Looking back, Dong Xiang didn't seem entirely indifferent toward Yang either. He wondered if there might be conflicts between them, so he decided to give Yang a call. After a few rings, Yang's voice came through the phone, Hey, Brother Chu, what's wrong? His tone was clearly not as lively as before, an uncommon low spirit. Chu Tian couldn't help but feel regretful, sorry Yang, I didn't know that Dong Xiang would be at that event. Did anything happen between you two? No, Brother Chu, you don't need to apologize. Today was just an accident, and Dong Xiang, well, we just acted like old friends reuniting. We exchanged a few words, then parted. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment before Dan Yang continued, I've already told him that I have a new boyfriend, and that I no longer like him. He seemed pretty happy, probably feeling relieved he could finally be rid of me, his nuisance. Dan Yang. Chu Tian felt at a loss for what to say, his own feelings were already in chaos, so there was little comfort he could offer. Dan Yang chuckled lightly, alright, I'm fine. But you, Brother Chu, what's going on between you and that man next to you? He looks stunning, so stylish. What is your relationship with him? Spit it out. Though trying to sound lighthearted, Chu Tian still avoided any mention of the matters which saddened him. He and I are just friends, don't read too much into it. Look at who he is, his bearing, and then consider me. Do you really think something could happen between us? I think the two of you look great together, both very manly, harmonious when together. Brother Chu, this man, he's a good catch, you should try. What's there to try? Chu Tian smiled, a person like him would never lack for options, let alone someone as average looking as me. Besides, he's probably straight, don't go making blind matches. Oh, a straight guy, then there's nothing more to it. Dan Yang's tone deflated noticeably. Chu Tian realized he must be thinking about his own issues with Dong Xiang, regretting bringing up the topic but unsure how to express an apology. Dan Yang cut in first, alright, Brother Chu, my boyfriend has taken me out for some late-night snacks, I'd better hang up now. You take care of yourself, okay? Once a few days pass, I'll introduce you to some handsome guys. Don't worry, you'll find a good man eventually. Chu Tian chuckled helplessly, alright, go ahead, I'll hang up too. Okay, see you. After hanging up, Chu Tian felt a bit more at ease. He opened the door to his bedroom and walked out, only to find that the lights outside were still on. Zhou Mo hadn't left yet. Chu Tian instinctively quickened his pace, descending the stairs in a few swift steps. Sure enough, he saw Zhou Mo's silhouette in the kitchen busy cooking. He froze on the spot, afraid that taking one more step forward would make him realize this was all a dream. How could anyone stay by his side and take care of him while he was sick? And how could anyone cook for him? This had to be a dream. Of course, it was because of his heartbreak combined with illness, leading to such sweet dreams. Zhou Mo heard his footsteps, but when no voice followed, he turned around to glance at Chu Tian. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Chu Tian stood there staring straight at Zhou Mo, still unable to fully believe this reality. Seeing his eyes nearly popping out, Zhou Mo assumed Chu Tian must be starving, and said, wait a little longer, dinner will be ready soon. As Chu Tian watched Zhou Mo resume cooking, he also glanced at the steaming stove. The purple clay pot lid clanged loudly from the rising steam, and the air in the room carried a faint scent of medicinal herbs. This dream felt too real. Chapter 45, Let's follow the river of time downstream. Chu Tian couldn't resist stepping closer. He came to stand beside Zhou Mo, turning his head to gaze seriously at him. Feeling the scrutiny, Zhou Mo glanced over at Chu Tian while slicing vegetables. His voice was gentler than usual. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? This isn't a dream, is it? Chu Tian asked in a foggy state. Zhou Mo laughed lightly. Come on, am I really that detached from worldly life, making you doubt whether this is a dream just because I'm cooking a meal? No. Chu Tian slowly shook his head and looked at the vegetables Zhou Mo had chopped, his eyes somewhat fixed. It's just that I never dreamed you'd stay and take care of me, even cooking for me. Lost somewhere between wakefulness and sleep, Chu Tian added, not since I was 16 and my sexual orientation was discovered, have I received this kind of attention. Why? Zhou Mo stopped chopping and met Chu Tian's eyes, asking, didn't you have a lover you dated for many years? Didn't he ever take care of you? Ada. Thinking of Su Qinyang, Chu Tian suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if in this moment, his name no longer stirred deep emotions within him, becoming just a fading symbol, carrying no significant weight anymore. He slightly tugged at the corner of his lips and said, he was just a kid, spoiled by his family, he didn't know how to take care of others. Then you still plan to continue liking his type, haven't thought about finding a more mature lover to take care of you? Take care of me? Chu Tian laughed as he rolled up his sleeves and showed Zhou Mo his solid biceps. Look at my physique, this appearance, these muscles, do I look like someone who needs to be taken care of? Zhou Mo's gaze lingered on Chu Tian's handsome muscles for a moment before he replied faintly, no one is always strong. No matter how hard your exterior may be, when you're sick, your body becomes soft too. That's true. Chu Tian lazily leaned against the counter, watching Zhou Mo's busy back, feeling particularly peaceful inside. He said, honestly, this sickness today has really helped me understand many things. Zhou Mo continued dealing with the ingredients in his hands and asked, is that so? What have you thought about? Chu Tian remembered how dizzy he was at the time he thought he might die. In an instant, all the boring memories he could not let go of and refused to admit passed through his mind. Faced with life and death, those so-called attachments actually had to be put down because there's nothing more decisive than death. At the moment he thought his life would end, those passionate loves and unattainable kinships seemed weightless instantly. It was as if he rode on wind and fire wheels, going back and forth through the long river of time. When he closed and then reopened his eyes, it felt like he saw the riverbed dry out and then refill again. Only when he saw the moss-covered stone slabs underfoot did he realize the days of the past were gone forever, along with the treasures hidden in his heart which began to fade and rot. Every time he tried to pick them up, all he had left in his hands was a pungent smell of ash. Chu Tian smiled very easily, with a glimmer of renewal in his eyes. Hee, actually they were all just my random musings. It feels like the dramatic moments in my life were just a dream. Laughing and crying in the dream, thinking they'd last forever. But after waking up, none of the contents were clear anymore, leaving only a sense of loss. Zhou Mo nodded. No wonder the writer only needs a great dream to see life lightly. Huh, is that right? Chu Tian laughed heartily. So being sentimental is pretty good, isn't it? After laughing, there was a touch of melancholy in his eyes. This life, sometimes it's harder to taste than coffee. Without a good tongue, it's really hard to taste that bit of sweetness. If you're afraid of bitterness, don't drink coffee. There are so many choices, aren't there? Chu Tian crossed his arms, lazily wiggled his toes, and said, is that right? But it seems like all I have in front of me is coffee. But it's not coffee's fault. It was originally meant to prolong my life and energize me to live. Yet, I insisted on finding sweetness in bitterness. At the end of the day, it's still my greed. Zhou Mo lifted the lid of the sand pot and sprinkled a little salt into it. Without looking back, he said, all right big writer, wash your hands and serve the rice. Let's eat first, we can write prose poems later when we're full. Oh. Chu Tian's sentimental feelings dissipated with just one sentence from Zhou Mo. He quickly turned around to wash his hands and opened the electric rice cooker to dish out 2 bowls of rice. The scalding water vapor rushed straight onto his face, burning Chu Tian's mouth until he grimaced. Those vague insights were swallowed by the concentrated earthly scent, leaving Chu Tian's senses only with a fresh aroma of rice and a slightly medicinal flavor. What a nice smell, what kind of soup did you cook? He poked his head close to Zhou Mo, craning his neck for a peek at the pot. It's a yam and spare rib soup, with a little tonic added. Drink more of it later. Zhou Mo picked up the soup bowl and said to him, let's go eat. All right. When the food was on the table, Chu Tian did something extremely commonplace. He stopped Zhou Mo, who wanted to ladle soup for him, saying, wait a minute, let the phone eat first. Zhou Mo was surprised for a moment. Seeing Chu Tian picking up his phone and taking several angles of photos of the 2 dishes and a soup on the table with clicks, he finally understood what he meant. A corner of his lips curved upwards, without speaking. He indulgently watched Chu Tian enthusiastically take photos. After he finished, he simply said, I think your spirit has improved a lot. You should recover tomorrow. Yes, thanks all to your care. Chu Tian looked at the pictures in his album, picked his most satisfactory one to post on his social media, rarely eating a prepared meal, recording this moment. After posting on his social media, he put down the phone and looked at Zhou Mo, saying, Zhou Mo, seriously, I am truly grateful to you today. I didn't expect you would stay and take care of me for such a long time, even cooking me a meal. After saying this, he chuckled softly as he looked down. I'm not afraid to tell you, I was so touched that I almost broke down, really. He looked up earnestly at Zhou Mo and said, Zhou Mo, even though I know you're an extraordinary person, probably someone who wouldn't need my help, but if you ever do need me in the future, just say a word, and I'll be there anytime you call. I didn't expect one meal could have such a big impact. Zhou Mo made eye contact with him briefly before lowering his gaze and handing him a bowl of soup, saying, all right, your words are noted. Have some hot soup first, then finish the meal, take a nap, and update missed by a few thousand words for me tomorrow. Chu Tian was momentarily caught off guard and then curled the corner of his mouth into a grin, shaking his head repeatedly. All right, it seems the days when I could stop updating on a whim are long gone, but for you, my friend, I think it's worth it. Zhou Mo also smiled faintly and picked up the bowl quietly while calmly picking at some food. Chu Tian didn't speak further, instead cherishing the feeling of being taken care of. In this meal, Chu Tian practically ate everything until it was all clean. Chapter 46, Car Accident. On the other hand, Yi Han returned home afterward, feeling worried and anxious. Coincidentally, Zhao Mingyu called right at this moment. Knowing about their previous deal, Yi Han was very aware why Zhao Mingyu was calling now. With the threat from Hu Jun still looming over him, and Fang Qi's photos acting like a time bomb that could explode any second, Yi Han couldn't bear the thought of dealing with Zhao Mingyu. He directly silenced the phone and retreated into his room, pondering his next move. The screen of the phone dimmed after lighting up for a long time. Seated on the sofa, Yi Han blankly stared at the darkened screen, completely devoid of movement. After an unknown span of time, the sound of the door opening came from behind, snapping Yi Han out of his deep contemplation. Rising quickly, a smile graced his face as he turned around. Su Chenyang, you're back. Su Chenyang glanced around the room, except for a couple of standing lamps that were set to automatically turn on according to timing. The main lights in the room remained off, making the atmosphere suffocating and oppressive. He asked, why didn't you turn on the lights? Oh, I was deep in thought and didn't notice how late it had gotten. Checking the time, it was already 8 o'clock. Approaching Su Chenyang with an apologetic expression, he said, sorry, Chenyang, I was so absorbed in thought that I forgot to make dinner for you. Let's eat out today. Huh? What exactly were you thinking about that made you so lost in thought? It's nothing, just the issue with Hu Jun. I went to find Chu Tian, but he still refuses to drop the charges. It looks like there isn't a better way to solve this problem. You went to see Brother Chu. Su Chenyang frowned at hearing this. What did you go to see him for? Was it just because of Hu Jun? What kind of a friend is he that would merit your concern? Seeing his displeasure, Yi Han hurriedly explained, alright, don't get mad. I just feel like he stuck his neck out for me, and now he's risking losing his future because of it, which makes me feel terrible. Don't be angry, let's go eat, we won't think about these things anymore. Yi Han always managed to defuse Su Chenyang's anger at just the right moment. He knew how to lower his stance, satisfying Su Chenyang's machismo that Chu Tian had never fulfilled, so Su Chenyang fell for it every time. Indeed, Su Chenyang stopped obsessing over the matter of Hu Jun and didn't blame Yi Han for disturbing Chu Tian. In fact, he was genuinely starving. He hadn't eaten much at lunch and had been busy at the company all day. His stomach had been rumbling during the drive home, and yet here he was without dinner. If it had been Brother Chu, he would never have let him starve. Realizing what he was thinking, Su Chenyang quickly shook those thoughts away. Forcing a slight smirk, he said, no problem, let's go. There's a great private cuisine place I'll take you to try. Yi Han smiled warmly, okay, careful not to reveal a single emotion in front of Su Chenyang. After the meal, as they were heading home, Hu Jun called. Yi Han glanced at the phone but dared not answer. The phone kept ringing incessantly, and Su Chenyang asked, why aren't you answering? Who's calling? Yi Han muted the phone again, turned to Su Chenyang with a forced smile, and said, nothing serious, it's just spam. Oh. Su Chenyang nonchalantly turned back to continue driving, but his peripheral vision noticed that Yi Han's phone in his pocket was still glowing. His brows furrowed slightly. Though he loved Yi Han deeply, he wasn't foolish either. Over the 5 years that Yi Han had disappeared, he couldn't believe that Yi Han hadn't been with anyone else during that time. But as long as Yi Han cut ties cleanly, Su Chenyang was willing to look the other way. Now, however, it seemed that Yi Han hadn't handled things well. He decided to drop a hint, I see your phone is ringing again, sweetheart. There's no point in dragging things out, if there's something that needs to be clarified, it should be done clearly and not with hesitation. Don't you think? Yi Han thought he might have found out something, his face turned pale from fright. Su Chenyang, upon seeing his expression, furrowed his brows even deeper. He turned to Yi Han and said, there's no harassment call that keeps coming like this. Do you want me to take it for you? No need. Yi Han took out his phone and glanced at the screen before lowering his head and sighing, actually, it's Hu Jun calling. I know he's calling about whether Chu Tian will withdraw the lawsuit or not, but both you and I have already tried. Chu Tian refuses to change his stance, and I really don't know how to talk to him anymore, so I'm too afraid to answer. Hearing it was Hu Jun, Su Chenyang relaxed a bit, extending his hand as he spoke, pass me the phone. If you can't deal with him, I'll take care of it. This matter is entirely Hu Jun's fault. You've been a good friend. If nothing else works, we'll just help pay for his legal fees, but beyond that, there's nothing more we can do. This. Yi Han tightly clutched his phone, hesitating, it's improper, isn't it? He helped me vent my anger, so. Vent your anger? What anger? Su Chenyang's tone carried an edge of annoyance. Did Brother Chu mistreat you? Is that why you feel the need to badmouth him to all your friends? Chenyang. You misunderstood me. I didn't badmouth him. If you didn't, then why does Hu Jun waste money hiring internet trolls to smear him? Su Chenyang couldn't contain his irritation any longer. Looking seriously at Yi Han, he said, Yi Han, Brother Chu has never wronged me, let alone you. He and I started dating when I confessed to him. And back then, it was you who left me first, a subject I'd rather not delve into anymore. However, you need to keep in mind that I won't tolerate you spreading rumors among your disorganized friends and causing trouble for him. Understand? Yi Han looked at him, seeing the faint cruelty in his eyes, his demeanor turned wretched. So, are you defending him? Are you blaming me, are you? Su Chenyang felt a bit frustrated, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while loosening the other to reach for Yi Han's hand. No, I just wanted. Chenyang. Look out, there's a car ahead. Accompanied by Yi Han's startled cry, the sound of screeching tires, and then a bang, followed by screams from numerous people. Trapped in the airbag, Su Chenyang managed to twist his head and glance at Yi Han. Fortunately, he seemed fine. Satisfied, Su Chenyang passed out. Chenyang. Chenyang, are you okay? Yi Han panicked, pulling out his phone and dialing an ambulance. Pedestrians also gathered around, beginning the rescue efforts. Yi Han was completely thrown off guard by this sudden car accident. He never expected that throwing a tantrum would lead to Su Chenyang having an accident. He also didn't expect that Su Chenyang would subconsciously swerve the car to protect him in that split second. Staring at Su Chenyang lying unconscious, covered in blood, Yi Han suddenly felt immense regret. If only he had stayed true to Su Chenyang right from the start. Then he wouldn't have fallen to such a despicable state, nor would others have held any leverage over him. In reality, all he ever needed could have been given by Su Chenyang. Realizing this, Yi Han covered his face and couldn't help but burst into tears. Chapter 47, Going Out to Sea. At the hospital, Yi Han waited anxiously outside the emergency room. Su Chenyang reacted quickly, driving the car toward the fence on the side of the road, preventing any other casualties. Yi Han sustained minor injuries, but Su Chenyang's condition remained unknown. The image of his bloodied figure kept replaying in Yi Han's mind, leaving him visibly shaken. As Su Chenyang was the heir of the Su family, Yi Han dared not hide his injury and informed Su Chenyang's mother. When Su's mother arrived at the hospital, she saw Yi Han waiting outside, her face hardened instantly, lacking the gentleness she displayed before Su Chenyang. The icy and condescending look was exactly as Yi Han remembered. The corridor echoed with a sharp slap. Everyone turned their heads to look. Yi Han, covering his face and looking down, remained silent. Mrs. Su now had no concern for keeping up appearances. She pointed her finger at Yi Han, shaking her voice filled with threats. Yi Han, you'd better pray that my son is all right. Otherwise, I swear, I will never forgive you. Yi Han, covering his face, laughed palely, turning to look at the emergency room without speaking. Mrs. Su paid him no further heed and focused entirely on the operating room door instead. The butler, who had stepped away for a moment, returned and said, Madam, please take a seat. Master Su is a lucky person, he'll surely be fine. Mrs. Su sighed, sitting down on a nearby chair. She glanced up and saw Yi Han leaning against the wall, looking exhausted. She sneered, now that my son isn't here, why are you still pretending? Do you think I don't know who you really are and what your purpose is this time? Yi Han turned his head toward her and said, Madam, why won't you believe that I truly love him? Love? Mrs. Su's eyes were full of disdain. Do you even deserve to say that word? If you really loved Chenyang, you wouldn't have taken money and left just because of a little pressure from me, nor would you have quickly fallen into another man's arms after breaking up with him. And right now, it certainly wouldn't be my son in the emergency room. Yi Han, your history these past few years has been quite impressive, I'm sure you haven't told all of it to Chenyang yet. Yi Han blinked wearily and said, so what? It's not like after our breakup I couldn't be with someone else, is it? Didn't Chenyang almost marry Chu Tian too? Humph, you and those rich playboys, your relationship is none of my concern. Mrs. Su looked at Yi Han askance and said coldly, Yi Han, I will never let someone like you be together with my son. He was perfectly fine before he met you, but look at what happened after he got involved with you, he got into a car accident. You're just bad luck for my son. Ha, Yi Han gave a weak laugh. Mrs. Su, if Chenyang could live without me, he wouldn't have dumped his fiancée and rekindled things with me. Although you're his mother, you can't control his heart, can you? If you truly love him as much as you claim, you should support him, shouldn't you? He stared straight at Mrs. Su, pain flashing in his eyes. If only you hadn't pressured me back then, maybe Chenyang and I would have already been married by now. We would have been very happy together. But because of your opposition, we've gone through 5 painful years. Is that what a loving mother should do? Mrs. Su was furious at his words but then smirked coldly. You must be misunderstanding. Chenyang hasn't suffered one bit over these 5 years. The new boyfriend he started dating treated him really well. In fact, Chenyang was already deep in that relationship, he was just stubbornly trying to prove me wrong. Just wait, you'll see the day when he realizes his true feelings. Mrs. Su's eyes softened slightly with a trace of pity. I know my son better than anyone. In the end, it will always be you who gets hurt. Yi Han smiled. If that's the case, why are you so worked up about it? Ha, after 5 years apart, you've become more sharp-tongued and shameless. Clearly, these years haven't been easy for you. That's none of your business. Yi Han turned his gaze to the surgery room door, his voice wavering slightly. Do you know? At first, he could have been fine, but he swerved the wheel to protect me instead. That's why he got injured. After hearing this, Mrs. Su's face darkened even further, and hatred flashed in her eyes when she looked at Yi Han. Yi Han didn't seem to notice and continued talking to himself. Many people have said they love me, but the only one who would risk his life for me is him. A tear rolled down his cheek, and his voice began to tremble. This is the only person who truly loves me. God, please, let him live. At that moment, as if in answer to his prayers, the operating room door opened. Yi Han and Mrs. Su hurried forward, gazing anxiously at Su Chenyang, whose head was wrapped tightly in bandages. Mrs. Su immediately began crying, grabbing onto the doctor's hand and asking shakily, Doctor, how is my son? Is he all right? Family member, please relax. The patient just suffered a concussion and some external injuries to the head along with soft tissue bruising on his body. His condition isn't serious, he just needs plenty of rest. Right now, the patient is still unconscious, so we'll transfer him to the intensive care unit for observation overnight. As long as there are no complications, he should be fine. Thank goodness. Thank you, doctor. Mrs. Su sighed in relief and instructed the butler to handle the hospital admission procedures while Yi Han silently stood aside, staring intently at the pale-faced Su Chenyang. You go. I don't want to see you right now. Mrs. Su addressed him harshly. Yi Han froze, gazing helplessly at Su Chenyang. But Chenyang will surely want to see me when he wakes up. I'm the one he risked his life to save. You can't make me leave. After hearing this, Mrs. Su remained silent, tears streaming down her face as she sorrowfully gazed at Su Chenyang. She never expected that her son could have feelings for Yi Han to such an extent. If only she had known this earlier, perhaps she shouldn't have driven Yi Han away initially. Over time, Su Chenyang would have eventually seen Yi Han's true colors instead of becoming even more fixated on him due to lingering regrets. Alas, there was no regret potion sold in this world. All she could do now was suffer the consequences of her own decisions. As the heir of the Su family and a moderately famous internet celebrity himself, news of Su Chenyang's injuries quickly stirred up significant buzz online. However, Chu Tian, having been through a previous ordeal of online backlash, hadn't paid much attention to internet news in a long while. He was currently aboard Zhou Mo's yacht, shirtless and wearing a pair of big floral shorts, fishing under the sun. Zhou Mo emerged holding a cold drink. How's it going? Any luck? Not yet. I guess it's too hot, even the fish don't want to come out, Chu Tian replied, his eyes landing eagerly on the drink in Zhou Mo's hand. Let me take a sip. It's burning out here. Zhou Mo handed over the cup but didn't let go, firmly gripping the bottom so it wouldn't slip. Chu Tian greedily tilted the cup toward his lips and gulped down a few large swallows with one hand still holding onto the cup. Still not quenched, he tried to drink more when Zhou Mo abruptly withdrew the cup. Hey, don't take it away, I need more, I'm still thirsty. Chu Tian reached for the cup again, but Zhou Mo shook his head. You're drinking too fast. The thirstier you are, the slower you should sip. Of course, Chu Tian understood the principle. After all, he'd taken care of a young master, but principles were easy to forget when they applied to himself. Moreover. Chapter 48, Want to try with me? Moreover, nobody had ever treated him with such meticulous care, not even himself. His voice softened slightly as he extended his hand toward Zhou Mo. Alright, I get it. Hand it back, and this time I'll drink slowly. Only then did Zhou Mo extend the cup again, but he still didn't let go. Chu Tian couldn't help but feel somewhat like he was being treated like an unreliable child, which left him momentarily feeling uneasy. Supporting the cup, he took 2 slow sips before restraining himself. Satisfied that he'd drunk enough, Zhou Mo pulled the cup away and set it aside. Chu Tian glanced at him and asked curiously, so, you said you'd bring me out for fun, and you really just brought me? Zhou Mo dragged a chair over and sat beside him. What else? Would you prefer bringing someone else? No, it's just, people like you, big shots, usually go out surrounded by crowds of people, at least calling a few pretty girls to enjoy the view, Chu Tian chuckled. But you only brought me, a rugged guy like me, and you're too calm about it. Zhou Mo turned his head toward Chu Tian. Wearing sunglasses, Chu Tian couldn't see the gaze that swept from his eyebrows to rest on his robust chest. I don't enjoy being surrounded by strangers. When I go out to play, I mostly hang out with close friends and don't invite beautiful women. As for whether I'm calm, you'll have plenty of chances to find out. His words sounded explanatory yet carried an undertone of innuendo. Chu Tian wasn't dull or impulsive either. Turning his head, he met Zhou Mo's eyes and felt a flicker of something unusual stir within him. At that moment, his phone rang. Setting down the fishing rod, Chu Tian fished his mobile phone from his pocket and saw it was Shan Yang calling. He answered and immediately heard Shan Yang excitedly shouting, Brother Chu. Great news. That scumbag Su Chenyang got into a car accident. Car accident? Chu Tian instinctively furrowed his brows but quickly relaxed, laughing lightly. I thought maybe you won the lottery. Are you this happy because he got into a car crash? Exactly. That bastard dared to cheat on you, he deserves what he gets. Inside, Chu Tian wasn't nearly as delighted. After all, he had cherished this person for so long, even a small scratch worried him for ages. Now hearing the news of his accident, he truly hoped Su Chenyang wasn't seriously hurt. How is he? Is he alright? What? You're actually worried about him? Chu Tian lowered his gaze, smiling faintly. Nope. But after all, we once knew each other, so it's natural to wish him safety. Humph. I know you're soft-hearted, but I must tell you, whatever you do, don't visit that piece of trash. According to reliable sources, that scumbag didn't have to be injured. During the accident, he swerved the wheel to the right to protect the mistress sitting in the passenger seat, thus getting himself hurt. Brother Chu, this guy may be faithful to his mistress, but you should forget him right away. Gripping the phone tightly, Chu Tian stared vacantly at the sea surface shimmering with starry light under the sun. It seems that Su Chenyang really loves Yi Han. When Chu Tian was with Su Chenyang, not even the hot oil splattering from the pot did Su Chenyang block for him. Chu Tian had thought it normal, habitually placing himself behind Su Chenyang. He never expected that the young master who once feared pain so much would become so brave for Yi Han, brave enough to risk his life. At this moment, Chu Tian truly felt like he could let go completely and die of heartbreak altogether. Entirely, resolutely, not deceiving himself, nor burying his ears to steel bells. Deep down, he accepted the fact that Su Chenyang had never genuinely loved him and that he had never truly owned Su Chenyang. The dazzling sunlight blinded him, but Chu Tian still removed his sunglasses, carrying a refreshed sense of ease as if reborn. Squinting his eyes, he gazed toward the distant horizon line. The sea is vast and accommodating. It silently buried the trace of regret deeply concealed in Chu Tian's heart. Closing his eyes, Chu Tian savored the damp salty sea breeze. When he opened them again, there was no longer any wild imagination or lingering affection for Su Chenyang. Brother Chu. Shan Yang's voice sounded distant on the phone as Chu Tian gradually came back to reality. He heard him saying, Brother Chu, I know you're still somewhat upset, but don't worry. I've already scouted a bunch of handsome guys for you to choose from. Chu Tian chuckled and said, Are they? How handsome? They can't be too much better looking than me. Pfft, rest assured. I've chosen them according to your preferences, all fresh and tender little pups guaranteed to please you. Little pups. Chu Tian laughed freely while gripping the phone, his arm resting on the chair, his body comfortably stretched out, even crossing his legs as he sat relaxed, sipping a drink lazily beside the table. All right, I'll see them some other day. Zhou Mo listened nearby as Chu Tian took the call. Even without hearing what the person on the phone was saying, he guessed about 7/10 of what was going on by listening to Chu Tian's replies. When Chu Tian agreed to meet some young studs, Zhou Mo frowned slightly and gently tapped his fingers on the back of the chair. On the phone, Shan Yang kept talking. Great. My boyfriend and I are planning a road trip, why don't you come along? I can pick some with good temperaments for you to meet on the way. A road trip? Where to? We plan to go to Tibet, stopping here and there, probably taking about a month. So long. Chu Tian swung his toes lazily, raising the drink beside him for a sip. You two got so much free time. Just take a stroll around nearby. What's with this long journey all the way to Tibet, one starting at the rooster's neck and the other at its tail? Not really, my boyfriend wants to take me to see more scenery, so we can just explore along the way, both of us have time anyway, do you want to join us? Chu Tian chuckled lightly, you two are actually going on a honeymoon. Why drag in a third wheel like me? Alright, wish you both an enjoyable trip. As for those young studs, I'll get to know them after you come back. No way, I'll send you their contact details and pictures first, and you can decide which one to chat with first. Chu Tian thought about it and said, alright, send them over. Good. Brother Chu, keep fighting, you'll surely be happy. Chu Tian tilted his chin up and smiled, his eyes sparkling with radiant light. Alright, count on your blessings. Zhou Mo waited until Chu Tian finished the call before casually asking, so, planning to start a new romance? Yeah, Chu Tian stuffed his phone back into his pocket, turning to smile at him. The past is past, isn't it time I moved forward? So, you're still fond of the kind of guy who needs your care and tolerance, little pups, right? Huh, yes, I've always liked this type. I'll start from this mold. Anyway, someone like me, if I were to look for mature men, they might not necessarily like me. That's not certain. Zhou Mo leaned forward slightly, removing his sunglasses to seriously look at Chu Tian. I quite like you. Since you've decided to accept new emotions, why not consider me? Chapter 49, if you dare, then go. Huh? Are you serious? Chu Tian paused momentarily, asking, do you like men? Zhou Mo shook his head gently, his gaze calm as he met Chu Tian's. It doesn't necessarily have to be about gender. We're at this age now, if we see something right, we should all clearly understand what we want. He leaned in a little closer, bringing an overwhelming aura that placed him almost face to face with Chu Tian. Chu Tian slightly tilted his head back but realized he had nowhere left to retreat. He could only brace himself and look directly at Zhou Mo. Although we haven't known each other for long, I am one of your old book fans. I can feel through the lines of your books that you're someone who yearns to be loved and desires stability. I don't think these things are what those young pups can give you, but I can. Zhou Mo's breath came closer, his exhalations brushing Chu Tian's nose, with a hint of pressure evident in his eyes. So, would you like to give it a try with me? Chu Tian stared into Zhou Mo's profound eyes, his heart beginning to race. In all his life, he'd been confessed to by many people, male and female alike, but someone as mature and reserved as Zhou Mo, with such standing and prestige, was a first. He had to admit, being professed to by someone so outstanding greatly encouraged him. He believed that when faced with someone so composed and considerate, hardly anyone could bring themselves to reject him. Chu Tian stretched out a hand to push against Zhou Mo's chest as the latter drew nearer, speaking when their breaths were already intertwined. His voice rasped slightly, "You're so great, how could you fancy me?" Zhou Mo smiled faintly, and Chu Tian found the curve at the corner of his mouth exceptionally appealing, a seductive charm difficult to put into words. "What, so little confidence in yourself?" Chu Tian chuckled lightly. "That's right. Though I may be rather good-looking, your condition is excellent, you can have any type you want. Why would you choose me?" Zhou Mo stopped holding back, instead freely outlining Chu Tian's facial features with his gaze. His hands became equally unreserved, roaming across Chu Tian's muscular chest as if marking his territory. "At first, as your fan, I just felt curious about you. I thought our values aligned, and that we might get along well. After meeting you..." Chu Tian remembered how disheveled he looked during their first encounter and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He arched his brows mischievously, his eyes locking Zhou Mo's as if baiting him. "After meeting me, did you not feel disappointed?" The uninhibited and candid allure from this mature man brought immense satisfaction to Zhou Mo. He was tired of the half-hidden, coy games and repetitive probing. At his age, he preferred such straightforward passion. Zhou Mo's lips curled faintly upwards, his eyes sparking like fire, and he leisurely said, "After meeting you, I realized you should naturally belong to me." Such a dominant declaration didn't make Chu Tian repulsed in the slightest because Zhou Mo had the qualifications and authority to say such a thing. Realistically speaking, someone of Zhou Mo's status, once they set their sights on someone, could easily obtain them. There was no need for him to approach gently or go through all the effort to win his favor. Through these days spent together with Zhou Mo, Chu Tian could genuinely sense the respect he held for him. Not merely respect, Zhou Mo also provided him with care and consideration he had never experienced before. This single point alone gave Chu Tian sufficient reasons to convince himself to accept him. Moreover, Zhou Mo's looks added extra allure. Zhou Mo noticed Chu Tian's gaze fixated on the corner of his mouth, and his smile deepened. Then, maintaining this posture, he kissed down. With one hand controlling Chu Tian's head so that there was no chance for escape, Chu Tian had no intention of dodging, accepting the kiss openly. These two mature, handsome men kissed passionately on the open deck, under the witness of blue skies and vast seas, enveloped by golden sunlight, exchanging a scorching, testosterone-filled kiss. Because both were equally seasoned adult men, there was a subtle competition between them as they kissed. They moved from cautious exploration to enthusiastic acceptance and eventually engaged in intense combat. They seemed eager to conquer each other within the brief span of a kiss and quickly establish their dominant male leader status in each other's minds. Their perfectly matched skills heightened their excitement. Chu Tian hadn't expected Zhou Mo, who appeared so steady, to become so fierce while kissing. He nearly wasn't his match. As oxygen gradually drained from his lungs, his head started feeling oxygen deprived, the mild dizziness induced creating a tipsy sensation. This light intoxication led to a blissful floating feeling, akin to the reason some people grow attached to alcohol. This kiss unexpectedly turned out beautifully. Chu Tian relaxed his body, closed his eyes, and devoted himself completely to this kiss. He was a normal man and was currently single. Since he was expecting a fresh start, why would he reject someone as excellent as Zhou Mo? Sensing his relaxation, Zhou Mo pulled him into his arms, their bodies tightly pressed together. Under the scorching sun, they both broke into sweat, but Zhou Mo didn't show even a hint of disdain. Their saliva and sweat mixed together, the fiery male aura radiating from each other causing excitement in both of them. After a passionate kiss, the two panted heavily before stopping. They gazed quietly into each other's eyes and then smiled at each other. "So, does this mean you agree?" Chu Tian grinned with unrestrained joy, pinching Zhou Mo's cheek. His eyes shone brightly with excitement. "Happens that I'm looking for a boyfriend, and you want to be my boyfriend. So, let's give it a try." Zhou Mo also smiled, "Just happens." Chu Tian's fingers tangled in Zhou Mo's hair, watching his once stern features now soften due to affection, finding this gaze exceptionally alluring. "Not just happens, there's also me thinking your kiss earlier was quite vigorous." Despite being pinned underneath, Chu Tian's audacity never waned, as if declaring to Zhou Mo that he wasn't conquered yet. Zhou Mo gently pressed his fingertips against Chu Tian's lips, smiling, "I'm glad you're satisfied, boyfriend." Chu Tian curled the corner of his lips and then pushed Zhou Mo, "Get up already, I'm dying of heat, baby." After uttering that word, baby, Zhou Mo noticeably paused. Chu Tian immediately smirked triumphantly, how about it? Someone like you, who's such a big shot, probably hasn't been called baby by anyone, right? Zhou Mo smiled as he stood up, his gaze on Chu Tian carrying an indulgent air, "Isn't there one now?" Once Chu Tian sat properly, he grabbed some papers from the table to wipe off the sweat from his chest while asking, "What do you feel after hearing that?" Zhou Mo's gaze followed every move of his hands, saying leisurely, "Not bad, feels pretty novel." Upon realizing his stare, Chu Tian generously handed him the paper, "Looks like you really want to serve me. How about giving you a chance to wipe the sweat for your new boyfriend?" Zhou Mo's gaze briefly entwined with Chu Tian's before taking the tissue gracefully, saying, "It'd be my pleasure." Chapter 50, Let Him Tame. The way Zhou Mo wiped the sweat was meticulous, akin to cleaning a piece of art. His motions were gentle, not missing a single detail. Even though he did nothing out of the ordinary, Chu Tian felt like he could hardly breathe. He smiled at Zhou Mo, then grabbed his hand and took the tissue away from him, saying, "That's enough, no more wiping. My fish has taken the bait." Zhou Mo turned around and sat upright, a faint smile lurking in his eyes. Seeing Chu Tian successfully reel in a small sea fish, he praised commendably, "We've made gains, seems like the trip wasn't wasted." Chu Tian cheerfully put the fish into the bucket, then looked at him, "Are you talking about yourself or me?" "Both." When Zhou Mo was with Chu Tian, he was never stingy with his smiles. Chu Tian had no idea that Zhou Mo appeared to be a stern person in front of others. From the day they met, Zhou Mo had always presented his gentle side. Just like this moment, a charming arc formed at the corner of Zhou Mo's mouth, and naturally, he reached out to hold Chu Tian's left hand on his leg, giving Chu Tian a sense that they had been together for a long time despite just confirming their relationship. Chu Tian asked, "I still have some curiosity, why did you choose me? I mean, although you're my fan and understand my worldview is one thing, character is another. Given how short our acquaintance has been, are you sure you want to be with me?" Zhou Mo squeezed his hand and turned his head toward him. What? Do you think I'm too casual, worrying I'm not serious? A little. Chu Tian turned his head to look at the blue sea, a trace of confusion in his tone. To be honest, previous relationship experiences have led to some self-doubt. You're outstanding, and well, I can't help but feel a bit surreal about this. Can you understand that? I understand. Zhou Mo nodded faintly, but you should trust me. Do you think I would be someone who can't figure out my own feelings, someone who would toy with others' emotions? Chu Tian turned his head and looked at him earnestly. I know you're not. That's right. Zhou Mo held Chu Tian's hand, lightly caressing the palm as if soothing or playing with it. Chu Tian, I've always been a very goal-oriented person since I was young. I have always been clear about what I want, and then I'll get it in the shortest time and with the highest efficiency. I told you, when I saw you for the first time, I thought you should belong to me. It wasn't just a joke. His gaze was firmly locked on Chu Tian's lips as he said casually, to achieve my wish, I wouldn't mind using some aggressive methods. But fortunately, you haven't given me the chance to use those methods. So, don't doubt yourself. You might be different in other people's eyes, but you're good in mine. I'm confident I can give you the life you desire. You just need to be with me comfortably. Even if you have concerns, I am sure I can make you let them go. That's my promise to you. Zhou Mo's words were resolute and weighty. Chu Tian felt at that moment an intense sense of being owned by Zhou Mo. For a man, especially such a mature and masculine one, this feeling was slightly awkward. But since these words were spoken by Zhou Mo, his strong presence was enough to back up his audacious claims. Chu Tian felt both awkward yet oddly reassured. Chu Tian felt as though Zhou Mo was taming him, but he had no proof. He deliberately exaggeratedly shuddered and joked, I suddenly feel like you're kind of scary. Knowing your identity, I still thought you were a mild, harmless person. Am I too slow-witted? Zhou Mo smiled at him silently. Chu Tian sighed dramatically, putting his head in his hands. Ah, I've stepped onto a pirate ship. Once aboard, there's no getting off. Just settle down and be my lady-in-waiting, Zhou Mo replied nonchalantly. All right. Chu Tian grinned, spreading out his fingers and intertwining them tightly with Zhou Mo's. He decided that any boat that gave him a place to land, be it good or piratical, was worth a try. Why not see where it leads? The sun is blazing now. You look tired. Let's go inside and lie down for a while. Later, I'll take you surfing. Sure, Chu Tian agreed, putting away the fishing rod, letting Zhou Mo lead him into the cabin. It's so hot. I feel sticky all over, I need a shower. He complained casually. Just wait. Zhou Mo released him and went into the bathroom, returning with a damp towel in hand. Chu Tian looked at him confusedly. You're still recovering from your illness. Taking a shower after sweating isn't advisable. Let me just wipe you down. Chu Tian hesitated for a moment, then smiled, all right, I'll follow your advice. Zhou Mo approached, pulled him onto the bed to sit down, and carefully wiped every part of his body. Chu Tian quietly watched Zhou Mo's focused expression and found himself beginning to truly like this man. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been treated so gently. Maybe it was just an infant memory. Since his first love, he had always been the caregiving side in relationships. He never imagined that at the age of 32, he would meet someone who cared for him. The feeling of being treasured like a valuable item was genuinely wonderful. Chu Tian admitted he wasn't greedy, but he didn't want to just dip his toes in. He already started looking forward to the new chapter of life with his new lover. After Zhou Mo finished wiping Chu Tian's body, he looked up and saw Chu Tian staring at him with eyes shimmering with a scattered light, pleasure or perhaps smug satisfaction. This gaze was soft and completely unlike Chu Tian's usual rough and tough exterior. It was the first time Zhou Mo had seen such vulnerability in Chu Tian, and he smiled, gently stroking the corner of Chu Tian's eye with his thumb and asked, what are you looking at? Of course, I'm looking at you. Chu Tian was always honest with his feelings. Since they were together, there was no reason for him to hold back. His joy and emotions should be shared with his beloved. His voice carried a hint of huskiness as he leaned in and said, I think the way you wiped my body was very alluring. Is that so? Zhou Mo's lips curved slightly, his hand slowly moving to the back of Chu Tian's neck, holding his head firmly under his control. His tone was low and deep, then, have you liked me more? I do. Chu Tian placed his arms around Zhou Mo's waist, feeling the powerful muscles in his back, his tone filled with sticky ambiguity, much more than before. Do you want to feel how much more? How does it feel? The aggressive gaze of Zhou Mo and Chu Tian's calm eyes locked onto each other like a magnetic pull they couldn't escape. Chu Tian slowly pulled his hand down, his voice barely audible, just like this. Should I teach you? Zhou Mo's lips curved into a faint smile, revealing a hint of excitement and pleasure in his eyes. His palm gently ruffled Chu Tian's hair as he spoke in a deep tone, no need, I'll manage on my own. Chu Tian was pushed back, his fleeting attempt to gain the upper hand immediately crushed by Zhou Mo's domineering presence. Fine. He readily accepted his place. As long as both men were happy, who cared about dominance? Chapter 51, Delayed Heartache. When Su Chenyang gradually regained consciousness, he dimly heard Yihan talking with someone. Yihan seemed especially nervous, constantly repeating, "I understand, you go back first, I'll talk to you later," while another man let out a cold laugh, saying, "Don't try to fool me, Yihan, don't act like you can't handle it." Su Chenyang forced his eyes open, seeing Yihan struggling with Zhao Mingyu. "What are you doing?" As soon as he spoke, both turned their heads toward him. Su Chenyang clearly saw a flash of panic cross Yihan's face, and Zhao Mingyu's gaze on him, it was indescribable. "Chenyang, you're awake." Yihan pushed Zhao Mingyu away, striding quickly to Su Chenyang's bedside, gripping his hand in relief. "Thank heavens, you've finally woken up." His grip was tight, and as Su Chenyang's bodily awareness returned, he found himself in great pain, particularly around his head and chest bones. Worried, he asked, "Am I paralyzed?" "No," Yihan smiled and consoled softly, "don't worry, it's just some external injuries. The doctor said rest is all you need." His eyes shimmered with tears as he choked out, "Chenyang, thank you for saving me. I was so scared." Su Chenyang managed a weak smile, "Why thank me? You're mine, naturally I must protect you." Looking around the hospital room, he asked, "Does my mom know about my car accident?" "How could she not?" Yihan adjusted the blanket for him. "If you had a car accident, how could I keep it from her? She was here all along but just left because she said there were matters at the company. Your dad's abroad, and your mom didn't tell him for fear of worrying him." "Alright," Su Chenyang glanced worriedly at Yihan's face, "Did my mom give you a hard time?" Yihan smiled, "It's a hospital, how could she possibly make things difficult for me?" "Don't worry. That's good." Zhao Mingyu stood aside watching the interaction between the two, amused. Then, stepping up to the bedside, he grinned at Su Chenyang, "Mr. Su, I hear you shielded Yihan during the crash, pretty badass." Su Chenyang gave a half smile, "Sure, how'd you end up here? Did this incident blow up?" "Of course. Did you forget you're an internet celebrity?" Zhao Mingyu leaned back, hands in pockets, his tone teasing, "You made it to the hot search trends the moment you were saved." The content was explosive, the hottest CEO in an accident heroically saves his love. It caused quite a stir online. Everyone's calling you a good man. Anyway, I just happened to be passing by and thought I'd visit you. Didn't expect you'd wake up right when I came. Upon hearing that, Su Chenyang paused momentarily then smirked, "Is that so? How long was I unconscious?" "You were out for a day." Yihan, concerned, asked, "Are you hungry? Anything you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you." Now truly feeling hungry, Su Chenyang nodded, "Yeah, I want Coca-Cola chicken wings." "Coca-Cola chicken wings are too greasy. You can't have them now. Let me get you some porridge instead." "Alright." Su Chenyang was slightly disappointed, but still cared for his health, so he could endure this indulgence. Yihan got up and told him, "Rest a bit. I'll be right back." Okay." Zhao Mingyu followed behind Yihan, "I'll leave first, there's still work at the company." "Mr. Su, get well soon." "Thanks." Watching the two leave, Su Chenyang's mind replayed what he'd overheard upon waking. Clearly, Yihan and Zhao Mingyu were hiding something from him. He would need to get to the bottom of this after he was discharged. For now, alone in the quiet room, boredom set in, so he propped himself up and grabbed the phone beside him to browse. His WeChat was filled with messages, and upon opening it, almost all of them were inquiries about his well-being. He replied en masse, "I'm fine now, currently resting. Thanks for your concern." Soon, Fengjing responded, "Oh, you're awake. Coming to see you." Su Chenyang smiled and replied, "If you want to come, just come. What's the point of asking?" Fengjing, "Alright then, I'll stop by. The last time I came, your mom was there, and I didn't dare take a good look at your mummy-like bandages. Wait for me, I'm coming to examine you thoroughly." Su Chenyang smirked and sent, "Go away, don't bother coming." Fengjing, "That's not happening. I've already hit the gas pedal." Su Chenyang chuckled again, refraining from replying further. He went through the messages from friends again. Although many cared about him, he still felt somewhat uneasy inside. He closed the WeChat interface and opened Weibo. By now, the trending search related to him had faded down. He searched for keywords himself to find that news item. The car accident scene in the news looked quite gruesome. He saw the pixelated picture of himself being carried out of the car and also noticed Yihan crying beside him in fear. Even with the blurred image, he could still roughly see the blood-soaked state of his appearance in the photo. Honestly, he was still frightened looking at it now. He couldn't understand where he had summoned the courage to turn that steering wheel back then. For his unexpected bravery this time, he felt somewhat surprised himself. Perhaps this proved that his love for Yihan had already penetrated deep into his instincts, allowing him to protect him at the cost of his own life in such a critical moment. It seemed like his choice wasn't wrong, nor did he misinterpret his heart. He put the phone down and gazed thoughtfully at the white ceiling. Has Brother Chu seen the news? Su Chenyang uncontrollably thought of Chu Tian, which was his instinctive reaction after getting hurt. It might be because he once received the most satisfying comfort from Chu Tian, so his body remembered that sense of reassurance. Su Chenyang recalled how one day when he was picking roses in the yard, his finger got pricked by a thorn. At that time, Chu Tian was really worried, holding his finger and blowing on it for a long time, even angrily uprooting all the roses in the yard. Now that he had suffered such serious injuries, his head probably cracked open. He wondered if Brother Chu would feel the same way upon seeing it. Had he visited him? Su Chenyang couldn't help but ponder this question. He should have visited, given how much Brother Chu loved him. How could he not worry? Even though they had quarreled earlier, considering their years-long relationship, and Chu Tian's deep love for him, it was impossible for Chu Tian to forget so easily. Thinking that Chu Tian might have quietly visited him and then silently left, Su Chenyang finally felt a touch of sympathy for Chu Tian, late as it was. He thought, perhaps he shouldn't have ended things with Chu Tian in that manner. If they had parted amicably, maybe they could still remain friends, enabling Chu Tian to visit him openly. Chapter 52, Visitation. While lost in his thoughts, Su Chenyang suddenly heard a knock on the door. His heart leaped momentarily when he looked up to see Feng Jing enter, carrying a fruit basket. Hey, what's that look for? I brought this expensive fruit basket to see you, and you're disappointed over what? Feng Jing approached Su Chenyang's bedside, holding an ostentatiously decorated fruit basket. Su Chenyang glanced at the large pink bow tied to the fruit basket and rolled his eyes in disdain. Where did you buy such a tacky fruit basket from? Feng Jing grabbed a chair and sat by the bed, right outside the gate. Cost me 666 coins. How about it? Do you want your buddy to peel you a big apple? He said this just to joke around, but Su Chenyang wanted to tease him further, deliberately responding, sure, it's not often I get to boss you around. Peel me a big one. Feng Jing readily agreed in a playful mood. Fine, since your head is split open, today I'll show you my skills. Feng Jing punctured the cellophane wrapping on the basket with his fingertip and picked a big apple. Spotting a fruit knife on the table, he picked it up intending to peel the apple immediately. Su Chenyang frowned. What's wrong with you? Not washing the apple, not washing the knife, not even washing your hands. Are you dirty or something? Oh, alright, you're too troublesome. Feng Jing turned to wash the apple. After finishing washing the apple, Feng Jing purposefully splashed water onto Su Chenyang's face. Here, it's washed. Su Chenyang turned away, wiping the water off his face with his shoulder, and said, just hurry up and peel it for me. TCH, your bad attitude, how can Yihan possibly tolerate you? Why can't I? Su Chenyang said proudly, he's so gentle with me, always going along with what I want. It's like the feeling of being regarded as the heavens, do you understand? Ho ho ho, don't push it, being regarded as the heavens. Do you think you're an emperor or something? Feng Jing rolled his eyes and said, I heard your car accident was a heroic act of saving beauty, you risked your life to protect your beloved in the passenger seat. People online are all praising you as a paragon of love. He leaned close to Su Chenyang's ear, gossiping, hey, do you really like this Yihan so much that you would give up your own life for him? Su Chenyang smirked at the corner of his mouth and said, of course. I love him. But if you ask me whether I'd give my life for him, I don't know how to say this. At that moment, I just lost my head and did it instinctively. Ah, that's a bodily instinctual response then. It shows you truly regard him more important than your own life. Looks like I misjudged you before, you're not just some heartless scoundrel, you're at least a paragon of love. What scoundrel? Su Chenyang frowned, don't talk nonsense. Between me and Brother Chu. I didn't intend to end things so abruptly. There was a trace of resentment in his tone. If Yihan hadn't rushed and sent a video message to Brother Chu deliberately, I would have handled my relationship with Brother Chu in a much gentler way. I'm not a scoundrel. Alright, stop there. Feng Jing groaned, the more you talk, the worse it gets. If you feel okay about this in your heart, then I don't have any issues. Let's not mention it anymore. Su Chenyang pressed his lips together and murmured quietly, do you think I'm really such a scoundrel? Ha, I'm not your lover. Whether I think you're a scoundrel or not is meaningless. Feng Jing paused his movements, glancing at him, let me tell you this, no matter how scoundrel-like you are, it won't affect us being brothers. Just as long as you're happy, that's fine. That's true. Su Chenyang nodded, you and Zhongli are champions among scoundrels, compared to you two, I'm way better. Hey, don't pull someone else down while lifting yourself up. Feng Jing raised the apple he had unevenly peeled, pretending to throw it, and Su Chenyang glanced at it disdainfully, with you peeling it this way, I might as well eat the core directly. How could you be so clumsy? You can't even peel an apple properly. TCH, you should be grateful. My parents haven't even eaten apples I've peeled. If you keep mocking me, I'll stop. Su Chenyang burst into laughter again. Feng Jing glared at him as he raised his eyebrows, what are you laughing at? Can you peel any better than me? I certainly cannot, Su Chenyang replied, a twinkle in his eyes. But Brother Chu is exceptionally good at peeling apples, so thin and uniform, without ever breaking, and he used to shape them into little rabbits and swans for me. His proud tone sounded like a child boasting to his friends about toys, and Feng Jing huffed immediately, saying, well, that's over now. In the future, if you want to eat something like that, your beloved Yihan will have to go through some training first. His words instantly put Su Chenyang in a low mood. After staying silent for a moment, Su Chenyang finally asked hesitantly, when you came to visit me last time, did you encounter Brother Chu? Nope, Feng Zheng didn't even lift his head, you guys broke up already. Why would he come see you? Su Chenyang felt displeased by that response, frowning, even though we broke up, we were still together for so many years. I had a car accident, why wouldn't he check on me? Even knowing how Su Chenyang usually thought, Feng Zheng still found his logic baffling and exhaled helplessly, come on, you cheated on him, and got into an accident trying to protect your third party. And you still expect him to come visit you? Brother, let go of Brother Chu, please. Su Chenyang furrowed his brow angrily, Yi Han isn't a third party. Feng Zheng smirked, acting cool, since you care so much about protecting him, why bring up Brother Chu at all? I wasn't, Su Chenyang felt slightly irritable, can't I just ask this one question? Fine, whatever, Feng Zheng shrugged, just remember, don't blame me for telling you, since you've chosen Yi Han, don't regret it. Brother Chu will naturally find someone else to share his apples with in the future. Don't cling to it anymore. I'm not clinging. Su Chenyang felt tightness in his chest. Irritated, he turned away and said, alright, stop mentioning him. Su Chenyang concluded the conversation with a full face of dissatisfaction. Feng Zheng's mood also took a turn for the worse. He handed over the apple, which had obviously become thinner in his hands, to Su Chenyang. Here, don't say I didn't care about you. This is my very first attempt at peeling, you'd better eat it quickly. Su Chenyang muttered under his breath, how am I supposed to eat this? Su Chenyang was spoiled and didn't usually consider others' feelings, but Feng Zheng was also a young master of the household and would not indulge Su Chenyang like Chu Tian. Despite his efforts in peeling an apple for him, he was met with disdain, which made Feng Zheng irritated as he said, Chenyang, you better keep your nobleman's temperament under control. Let me tell you, if we weren't childhood friends, I'd have already beaten you by now. I worked hard to peel this apple for you, so just eat it and be grateful. Here, hurry up and eat it, and remember to say thank you when you're done. Chapter 53, Yi Han's Threat. Su Chenyang pursed his lips, unsure of what to do, and reluctantly took the apple. He glanced at Feng Zheng and asked, are you mad? Feng Zheng gave him an exasperated look. Of course. How could anyone not be upset when their well-intentioned act isn't appreciated at all? Though Su Chenyang often teased Feng Zheng, it was the first time Feng Zheng was genuinely angry with him. Su Chenyang thought he hadn't done anything wrong and wasn't willing to back down. The atmosphere in the hospital room grew tense. At this moment, Yi Han entered with food, nodding smilingly at Feng Zheng upon seeing him. Feng Zheng, how long have you been here? For a while. Feng Zheng, still sulking, said, since you're back, I'll leave then. Take good care of Chenyang. All right. Su Chenyang watched Feng Zheng's retreating back with a trace of confusion. Those around him had always indulged him, even forgiving his unintentional slip-ups without serious anger. He wasn't sure how to handle issues arising in friendship. He couldn't very well treat Feng Zheng with coquettishness as he did with Chu Tian, could he? Chenyang, is something wrong? Why do you look unhappy? Yi Han sat beside him and brought out the warm congee he had packed. Do you think my temper is bad? Su Chenyang asked. Not at all, why would you ask that? It doesn't matter, Su Chenyang shook his head and bit into the apple before tossing it casually into the trash can. Just asking. Alright then, come on, I got you some mushroom chicken porridge, it's at the perfect temperature, go ahead and eat. Looking at the bland porridge, Su Chenyang lost his appetite slightly, but since Yi Han specifically bought it for him, it felt rude not to eat it. He forced himself to take a few bites. He couldn't finish more than half a bowl. Seeing how little Su Chenyang had eaten, Yi Han became concerned, why so little? It doesn't suit your taste. Yeah, too plain, Su Chenyang looked weary, leaning his head back onto the pillow, asking, when can I be discharged? The doctor said you need 2 more days of observation after waking up. If everything's fine, you'll be discharged. Yi Han placed the porridge aside and held Su Chenyang's hand gently, do you want to get discharged? Su Chenyang closed his eyes briefly and said, I dislike hospitals. I understand. Yi Han patted his hand softly like consoling a child, let's endure 2 more days, alright? Yi Han's tenderness helped calm Su Chenyang's irritability. Remembering the reason for their car accident, Su Chenyang suddenly asked, by the way, has Hu Jun called you again? Yi Han hesitated, shaking his head. No. With all the attention on your accident, he must have heard about it. He probably feels awkward calling during these couple of days. Su Chenyang squeezed his hand and said, if he does call again, follow my suggestion. Let him solve it himself, we pay the lawyer fees, and that will be sufficient, understood? Understood, don't worry about it, Yi Han tried to change the topic, asking, how are you feeling now? Any discomfort? Su Chenyang sulkily replied, I'm uncomfortable everywhere. My whole body hurts, especially my head. The wound stings, maybe the doctor should give me another dose of painkillers. You shouldn't rely on them excessively. I've heard pain medication might lead to dependency, so try to endure for now. Alright. Su Chenyang fell silent for a while before murmuring quietly, I need to use the restroom. Hearing the unease in his tone, Yi Han smiled, patiently helping Su Chenyang off the bed. Alright, I'll help you. Su Chenyang turned his head towards him. Why do I feel like your attitude towards me has changed a little? After hearing this, Yihan tensed internally, questioning, is that so? Do you think where exactly is it different? Su Chenyang pondered for a moment, I feel like you're treating me even better than before. After hearing this, Yihan chuckled softly as he looked at Su Chenyang, his eyes genuinely warm, isn't this natural? You risked your life to save me. Shouldn't I be even gentler with you? Su Chenyang grinned, that's good. So does that mean you were holding back before when it came to me? Yihan rested his head on Su Chenyang's shoulder, as if sighing, and said, it was my fault. From now on, I promise not to hold anything back from you. Satisfied, Su Chenyang smiled again, that's more like it. Yihan also smiled, alright, let's go, don't you need to use the restroom? Aren't you uncomfortable waiting? Yeah, but I'm waiting for you to help me, aren't I? Yihan nudged him slightly and rolled his pretty peach blossom eyes, you're injured and still so informal. Where am I being improper? Su Chenyang looked completely righteous, I just want you to help me to the restroom. What are you thinking? You better behave. After Yihan helped Su Chenyang use the restroom, Su Chenyang felt a bit tired. He yawned and said, I'm sleepy, I'll take a nap first. You should go back and rest, no need to stay by my side all the time. Yihan shook his head, no problem, anyway I have nothing to do, I'd rather stay by your side. That works too. It's up to you. The medicine Su Chenyang took had a sedative component, so he fell asleep shortly after. Yihan stared at him for a while. Suddenly, he had an urge to smoke and decided to step out for a cigarette. As he walked out of the hospital's main entrance, Hu Jun called again. Before this, Yihan had lied to Su Chenyang. Hu Jun had actually been trying to contact him since yesterday. Yihan frowned, looked at his phone, and picked up the call nonetheless. Hello. Hey, Yihan, why haven't you answered my calls? Do you really think associating with Su Chenyang makes your life worry-free? Yihan lowered his head and lit a cigarette, took a drag, the spicy smoke entering his lungs, making him cough. To maintain a good image in front of Su Chenyang, he hadn't smoked for quite some time. His voice was a little hoarse, I've pleaded on your behalf with Chu Tian already, but he refused to withdraw the charges. There's really nothing I can do. Nothing you can do. Do you think one phrase will get rid of me? What do you expect me to do? I'm not a judge. What can I do? There was silence for a moment, then Hu Jun asked softly, are you not afraid that I might send your photos to that wealthy Mr. Su? Yihan exhaled a puff of thick smoke, weary, saying, Hu Jun, we don't need to make things so bad between us. I will try my best to help you, I will have Chenyang find the best lawyer for you. You may not necessarily be found guilty, and that's all I can do for you. Besides. He deeply inhaled the cigarette, speaking with a raspy voice, the charge against you made by Chu Tian is hard to establish, but your threats and intimidation against me have undeniable evidence, I've recorded every single call since our first one. I don't want things to come to a breaking point, so you'd better not push me. Huh, so you dare threaten me? On the other end of the line came a clattering sound as Hu Jun vented his anger. A moment later, gritting his teeth, Hu Jun said, good job, Yihan. Don't regret it. After that, he hung up the call. Yihan saved the recording of their conversation and wearily rubbed his temples. He hoped Hu Jun would feel intimidated by his warning. Yihan sincerely wanted to be with Su Chenyang properly now. He only hoped heaven could show him mercy and not snatch away his only hope once again. Chapter 54, Beautiful Sunset. After finishing one cigarette, Yihan prepared to return to the ward to keep Su Chenyang company. But right then, his phone rang again. Nowadays, Yihan would involuntarily feel nervous and fearful whenever his phone rang. The piercing ringtone sounded like a countdown for a time bomb, always reminding him how many traps his past had set, ready to explode at any small misstep. When he took out his phone, it was Zhao Mingyu. Of course. What was bound to happen couldn't be avoided. With a resigned sigh, Yihan answered the call. Hello. Hello, my beautiful Yi, Zhao Mingyu's tone was frivolous, so what? I did you a favor, when do you plan to repay me? I didn't expose you in the ward last time to give you face. However, judging from your attitude, you're probably planning to turn on me, aren't you? Being constantly threatened left Yihan feeling extremely exhausted. Leaning against the pillar behind him, he pleaded in a tone filled with desperation, Mingyu, I've finally managed to be with Chenyang. That thing. I can't do it. Let's call it me owing you a favor, and I'll repay you sometime later, alright? Humph, Yihan, what kind of pure act are you putting on in front of me? Are you so blinded by Su Chenyang's pampering that you've forgotten what you truly are? Zhao Mingyu's word struck Yihan like a harsh slap, making his cheeks burn painfully. Bitterness welled up in his throat as he trembled and said, even if I was like that in the past, don't I deserve a chance for a new life? All I want is stability, am I wrong to desire that? Zhao Mingyu sneered coldly, stop trying to pull this emotional nonsense on me, it's your own choice how your life turned out. Now that your dreams are almost realized, allow me to congratulate you. Yihan wiped his face, trying to regain his composure, you know how hard it was for me to get where I am now, I absolutely cannot let my current life be jeopardized. Mingyu, consider that as me breaking my promise, but I'll find another way to pay you back later. Ha ha ha, the phone erupted with Zhao Mingyu's scornful laughter. Yi Han, aren't you being naive even after all this time? Do you really think someone like me wouldn't have any precautions? What do you mean? Yi Han's expression turned icy instantly. What else could it mean? You gave me empty promises when you asked for help from me, didn't you? So, I kept our recorded phone conversations, didn't I? Want me to send it over to Mr. Su right now? I'm curious, if Su Chenyang is willing to sacrifice himself for you, will he also accept your dirty past? How is my past dirty? Yi Han shouted into the phone, disregarding the strange looks from people around him. He released his pent-up grievances in an unhinged voice. All I did was date a few guys, sure with some purpose behind it, but I gave my all in those relationships. If that counts as dirty, then none of you rich playboys are any cleaner, or less disgusting. After venting, Yi Han slid down onto the floor in exhaustion, covering his head with one hand as he cried bitterly, Mingyu, please, let me off the hook, stop tormenting me anymore, alright? Ha, no way. Zhao Mingyu rejected Yi Han mercilessly. I've been waiting so long for you, and it's not fair unless I get my share. Don't try to talk about anything else. Su Chenyang is stuck in the hospital unable to move anywhere now, perfect timing for you. It's a God-sent opportunity. Tonight at 8 p.m., Lipton Hotel, if you don't show up, I'll immediately send that recording to Mr. Su. What will you do? Yi Han knew there was no way Zhao Mingyu would give up easily. Despairingly, he said, then you must delete the recording in front of me. Sure, you have my word. After all, I'm a man of dignity too. I'll see you tonight. Don't wait till tonight. Yi Han slowly stood up, glancing back at the hospital building with a determined look in his eyes. If that's what you want, come now, let me pick the place, and after today, we're even. Fine by me. Send over the location. Yi Han hung up the call, clenching his fists so tightly his nails dug into his palms. He looked toward the direction of the hospital building and whispered silently in his heart, Chenyang, sorry, this will be the last time I betray you. From this moment on, I'll love you with all my life. Sorry, everything I do is for us to be together. Please forgive me. Unaware of the betrayal happening behind his back, the sleeping Su Chenyang remained undisturbed in his deep slumber, peacefully dreaming of himself curling up amidst pain within a warm and familiar embrace, feeling his wounds miraculously healed by tender comfort. In its place was an overwhelming sense of peace. When Su Chenyang woke again, it was already twilight. He saw Yi Han sitting beside the bed lost in thought. Having slept for too long, he felt disoriented, as though he'd just emerged from a centuries-long sleep. Confused, he asked, how long have I been asleep? A flicker of vacancy crossed Yi Han's eyes as well. He croaked hoarsely, you've slept all afternoon. Are you hungry now? Hungry. Su Chenyang gazed at Yi Han and asked, why does your voice sound so raspy? Yi Han's gaze wavered slightly, maybe because I haven't spoken for too long. No worries. He stood up and said to Su Chenyang, wait for me here. I'll go buy food for you. I'll be back soon. Okay, Su Chenyang replied. Su Chenyang was feeling quite uneasy in his stomach at this moment, but he lazily remained silent, staring blankly out of the window. The sensation from his previous dream felt so wonderful that he was reluctant to wake up. However, he could no longer recall exactly what he had dreamed about, all that lingered in his mind was a faint trace of longing. Su Chenyang closed his eyes and felt a tinge of sadness creeping into his heart. Perhaps it was because the sunset today was too beautiful, the more magnificent the scenery, the more one is reminded of the insignificance of life and the fleeting nature of existence. At this moment, despite having a perfect love, successful career, and harmonious family, he still felt deeply dissatisfied. As he got lost in thought, the red clouds at the horizon faded into twilight. The brilliant red gradually dimmed, and in the blink of an eye, it was replaced by a hazy gray, as if it had never existed at all. An inexplicable pain squeezed Su Chenyang's heart. Ding, his phone buzzed, breaking him out of his melancholy reverie. He made a great effort to reach out and grab the phone off the table. A notification popped up informing him of 2 new emails, one sent 2 hours ago and the other just now. Assuming they were work-related, he clicked on them without any hesitation. Chapter 55, Yi Han's True Face. Su Chenyang usually read emails in chronological order, so he opened the one sent 2 hours ago first. The sender was an anonymous account, with no subject line. He initially assumed it was spam, but upon clicking it, he found a folder attachment labeled, Yi Han's Past. Su Chenyang hesitated slightly before ultimately opening the folder. True enough, inside were many photos of Yi Han with other men. These pictures were highly explicit and Yi Han's expressions were clear, while the other man only showed part of his chest, obscuring his face. In the photos, Yi Han appeared wanton and alluring, his body being manipulated into various difficult positions. From his high chin to his dazed gaze and tightly clenched fingers, everything suggested his pleasure and skillful expertise. This demeanor was worlds apart from the clean, gentle, shy academic figure who stood before him. Trembling fingers gripped Su Chenyang's hands as he gritted his teeth and went through each photo, one by one. He reminded himself that everyone has a past, and it wasn't uncommon for Yi Han to have been with others during their 5 years apart. Now, these photos appearing here seemed aimed at making Yi Han appear disreputable. The underlying intent was apparent, it spoke of regrettable choices Yi Han might have made in the past. Still, Su Chenyang couldn't help meticulously examining the photos again, trying to identify who the other man was, or whether multiple individuals were involved. Suddenly, an intense wave of discomfort surged through his stomach, prompting Su Chenyang to clutch his abdomen in agony. It was disgusting. The Yi-Han in those photos resembled nothing more than a low-level escort in a nightclub, debauched and lacking self-respect. Despite attempting to hypnotize himself otherwise, Su Chenyang found it impossible to accept that the pure white moonlight of his dreams had been someone so decadent. Ugh! He couldn't suppress a dry heave. An overflow of gastric acid left him with a severe burning sensation. Physical pain was secondary compared to the emotional shock brought on by such a stark exposure of Yi-Han's indecent past. He simply couldn't fathom that his beloved academic elder, his unforgettable first love, could be this filthy. Although those were events from the past, Su Chenyang felt as if countless green hats had been placed on his head. For a man like him, especially one regarded as an elite of unparalleled talent, this was utterly humiliating. But it didn't stop there. Another unread email awaited, similarly anonymous and titleless. Su Chenyang had a gut feeling that whatever lay within would also be unbearable. He paused to steady himself, then opened the email. 2 attachments were inside, one was a picture, the other an audio file. Upon opening the image, Su Chenyang's eyes nearly bulged out. It was a photo capturing Yi-Han and another man entering a hotel. What was more alarming was that Yi-Han was wearing the same outfit he'd worn earlier that day. So that explained. Suddenly, Su Chenyang remembered the subtle sense of incongruity he felt when he woke up earlier. It was because Yi-Han had changed clothes. Su Chenyang couldn't believe that Yi-Han would be so eager to get together with another man right after he had gotten into a car accident for his sake. It was one thing that Yi-Han had a past, but now they were together. Why did he still seek other men? Why? Could it be that all of Yi-Han's words about never forgetting him and loving him forever were lies? Su Chenyang's male pride could not bear this cruel reality. He hoped desperately that this was all a misunderstanding. But then, the audio file in the email crushed his last shred of hope. Ugh! Be gentler. A clear and seductive male voice played from the phone. As Yi-Han's partner, Su Chenyang could no longer delude himself. This voice was definitely Yi-Han's. The sounds in the recording became more intense and louder, occasionally mixed with Yi-Han's curses. So that explained why. Su Chenyang covered his mouth but couldn't suppress the intense nausea rising from his stomach. That's why Yi-Han's voice suddenly became so hoarse. It turned out he had been moaning like that for another man all afternoon. Blarg! Su Chenyang couldn't hold back any longer, and vomited acid all over the floor. At that moment, Yi-Han returned after finishing shopping. When he saw Su Chenyang vomiting upon entering, he immediately showed concern. Chenyang, what's wrong? Why are you throwing up? When Su Chenyang looked up at Yi-Han, images of those photos flooded his mind. Yi-Han's seductive expressions beneath another man struck him like nails piercing into his heart. Being deceived and betrayed by the same person again filled him with indescribable anger. He could hardly believe that he would stumble into the same trap twice. Overcome with fury, Su Chenyang lay weakly on the hospital bed, glaring coldly at Yi-Han, who wore a face full of worry. He truly acted so well, Su Chenyang thought painfully as he stared at Yi-Han's handsome face, the very face that had captivated him entirely, even causing him to break ties with his loving parents and run away from home just for him, abandoning Chu-go for him. Now, knowing Yi-Han's true nature, Su Chenyang suddenly felt as if the invisible veil clouding his eyes had vanished. His mind became crystal clear, allowing him to finally see details he'd previously ignored. Just now, after secretly fooling around behind his back, Yi-Han could still appear so calm and collected before him, pretending perfectly to be the tender and innocent person he liked. This flawless disguise clearly demonstrated how skilled an actor Yi-Han had become. Su Chenyang didn't know how many others had fallen for this act. Su Chenyang suddenly felt like such a blind and foolish idiot. He hadn't been able to accurately read even a single person, and if it weren't for those 2 emails, how many green hats would Yi-Han have placed on his head? Chenyang, is your stomach hurting badly? Here, let me feed you some warm porridge, it might help. Yi-Han was completely unaware that Zhao Mingyu had betrayed him immediately after sleeping with him. Seeing Su Chenyang throw up until his face turned yellow made Yi-Han genuinely concerned. This spoiled young master likely had never endured such suffering. Now seeing him lying there so pitifully due to him moved Yi-Han deeply inside. As Yi-Han leaned closer to help lift Su Chenyang up, he was abruptly grabbed by the collar. A trace of panic flashed across Yi-Han's face as his hand clenched the collar tightly. Chenyang, what's wrong with you? Su Chenyang's gaze was abnormally cold. Humph, what are you hiding? Afraid I'll see the marks left from your liaisons with other men. Su Chenyang's words froze Yi-Han in place, a chilling sensation racing up from his feet, causing his whole body to tremble uncontrollably. What are you talking about? The look of panic on Yi-Han's face was enough to confirm the authenticity of the audio clip. Su Chenyang gritted his teeth and angrily tore away Yi-Han's grip with a tearing sound. Yi-Han's neatly buttoned white shirt was ripped apart, revealing all the red marks on his body. Chapter 56, You're My God. Seeing these traces, Su Chenyang couldn't bear to look anymore. He turned away, wiping his hands on the blanket as if he'd touched something dirty. His tone was icy, devoid of warmth, carrying a sharpness and ruthlessness unique to someone in a position of power. Yi-Han, you've really got guts playing me like this. Chenyang, no, let me explain. Yihan tried to say more but was pushed away by Su Chenyang. Ugh. He bent over and dry heaved for a long time. Seeing his reaction, Yihan understood exactly what Su Chenyang thought of him now. Helplessly, he used his torn clothes to cover the marks on his body, knowing full well that nothing he could do would fix this situation anymore. Su Chenyang knew. How did he find out so quickly? He sat limply on the floor, his mind consumed by a single thought, it's over, Su Chenyang wouldn't want him anymore. He wasn't wrong at all. Su Chenyang kept dry heaving while relentlessly recalling Yihan's photos with others and that revolting audio clip. These images were just the tip of the iceberg. The real Yihan was undoubtedly even more debauched than what he knew. Their past affectionate memories flooded back again and again, seemingly intentionally mocking Su Chenyang for his blindness. Every time he thought about how many people had touched Yihan, he felt utterly nauseated. His obsessive cleanliness was tormenting him, making every inch of his body feel uncomfortable. He wished he could take a shower right now to wash away every place where he had touched Yihan. Su Chenyang threw up for a long time until there was nothing left but acid, then collapsed helplessly onto the bed. He didn't even glance at Yihan on the floor once, his eyes listlessly stared at the ceiling. His only thought was, this is probably retribution for wavering in love. Fueled by anger and regret, the intense emotional waves caused his stomach to start cramping. He groaned in pain on the bed, clutching his side. Ugh. It hurts so much. I'm in so much pain. Burying his face into the pillow, he muttered regretfully, Chu Gu. It hurts so much. At that very moment, Chu Tian was playing golf with his new boyfriend. After they officially established their relationship, Zhou Mo finally revealed the truth, he had specially cleared 3 days to pursue Chu Tian. When Chu Tian found out, he deliberately teased, are you really that sure you could win me over in 3 days? Zhou Mo confidently nodded, I think you're an honest person who won't keep stringing me along after falling for someone, so, 3 days were enough. His self-assured attitude gave off an air of calm as if everything in the world was under his control. Chu Tian thought he might have been drugged by something Zhou Mo did because suddenly he began finding every single aspect of him especially charming. Zhou Mo turned around and looked at him, why are you staring at me? It's your turn. Alright. Chu Tian stepped forward, and as he passed Zhou Mo, he impulsively grabbed his chin and kissed him. Zhou Mo gladly embraced his waist, passionately kissing him back. Since they'd consummated their relationship, their bond had advanced incredibly quickly, it seemed like they instantly entered a heated courtship period, acting like newly dating teenagers, inseparable. As they were deeply kissing, someone suddenly shouted from behind, eh? Chu Gu. Startled, Chu Tian nearly bit Zhou Mo's tongue. Breathing heavily, they separated and turned around. Sure enough, it was Feng Zheng and Zhang Li. Seeing him for real, both Feng Zheng and Zhang Li were somewhat shocked. They exchanged glances and raised eyebrows at each other. Well, they had expected Chu Tian would stay heartbroken for quite some time after being betrayed by Su Chenyang, but here he was already with a new boyfriend, and so affectionate. In comparison, even when he was loving Su Chenyang, Chu Tian was relatively reserved in public, which clearly showed how deeply enamored Chu Tian and this new partner were. Originally, as Su Chenyang's friends, they felt a little awkward greeting Chu Tian, but since he was already moving on, there was no need for hesitation anymore. With a smile, they walked over. Zhang Li enthusiastically said from afar, hey Chu Gu, it's such a coincidence. I was just thinking about you. Blocking Zhou Mo behind him, Chu Tian smiled at them, hey, guys, small world. He asked Zhang Li, what did you think about me? Feng Zheng laughed, well, what else? This guy played a few rounds with some inexperienced rich kids and thinks his skills improved dramatically, so he's shouting that he wants to challenge you. Is that so? Chu Tian grinned, let me see if you've really improved. That's great. Zhang Li pushed Feng Zheng forward. Earlier, Zhou Mo had been hidden behind Chu Tian, and they hadn't seen clearly. When the two approached to greet them and caught sight of Zhou Mo's face, their expressions froze abruptly. Seeing their reaction, Chu Tian found it amusing, he knew Zhou Mo's background well. However, since he himself didn't move in those circles, he didn't fully understand the extent of Zhou Mo's influence. But for Feng Zheng and Zhang Li, part of the second-generation elite, Zhou Mo was idol level among the best of the second generation. A person like that, not only could they or their fathers not easily meet, but they'd have to schedule an appointment just for a glimpse. Feng Zheng looked at Chu Tian and stammered, Chu Gu, this person is. Chu Tian slightly curled the corner of his mouth and held Zhou Mo's hand, introducing them generously, let me introduce you to him. This is Zhou Mo, my boyfriend. Turning his head, Chu Tian introduced Zhou Mo, these two are my friends. Later, we can play together. Zhou Mo extended his hand toward Feng Zheng and Zhang Li with great courtesy, nice to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you too. Feng Zheng and Zhang Li vied to shake hands with Zhou Mo. Mr. Zhou, I am Feng Zheng, General Manager of Feng Corporation. Long have I heard your illustrious name. Never did I expect to encounter you today, and as Chu Ji's boyfriend. The two of you make a perfect match. My blessings to you both. Zhongli also hurriedly introduced himself, Mr. Zhou, I am Zhongli from Yaohui Group. Nice to meet you. Chu Tian had known Feng Zheng for several years and had never seen them behave so courteously to anyone before. He smiled faintly and said, alright, you two can relax a bit. My guy doesn't eat people, just be yourselves like you normally are. Zhou Mo didn't refute Chu Tian's words, and he continued to stand half a step behind Chu Tian, subtly indicating that Chu Tian was the dominant figure between the two. He also smiled gently, since you two are Chu Tian's friends, why don't we all try playing together? In that case, allow us to humble ourselves. Feng Zheng and Zhongli exchanged glances and felt extremely astonished inside. Chu Gu truly lived up to being Chu Gu, truly formidable, capable of catching someone of such high status. At this moment, in their eyes, Chu Tian was nothing short of their god. Chapter 57, Pearl and Fish Eyes. Now having the rare opportunity to meet a top figure like Zhou Mo, Feng Zheng and Zhongli were determined to use every ounce of effort to befriend him. They knew that Chu Tian was the best bridge connecting them to Zhou Mo, so they treated Chu Tian more warmly than ever before. Come on, Chu Gu, take a look, have I improved? Sure thing, go ahead. Standing beside Zhou Mo, Chu Tian watched Zhongli hit a hole-in-one and clapped in amusement, not bad, indeed, there's progress. Right? Zhongli eagerly looked at him, Chu Gu, shall we compete? Sure. Chu Tian turned to Zhou Mo and said, honey, you can sit back and wait a bit. Let me show off a little. Zhou Mo smiled gently, alright, good luck, honey. Feng Zheng stood nearby and almost dropped his jaw hearing them call each other, honey. What happened? Chu Gu didn't even call Su Chenyang, honey, in front of them before. And could someone like Zhou Mo really call another person, honey? Was the person renowned for not showing emotions or smiling, and who wielded ruthless tactics, really this man before them now? Feng Zheng's eyes darted repeatedly between Chu Tian and Zhou Mo until he finally confirmed that the two were genuinely in the midst of an ardent romance, one that made Su Chenyang and Yi Han's relationship look mild by comparison. Realizing Feng Zheng's subtle scrutinizing gaze, Zhou Mo gave him a faint smile and said, they're about to compete. Shall we sit down and watch? Oh, sure. Without hesitation, Feng Zheng followed Zhou Mo and sat on one of the chairs beside him. After they sat down, Zhou Mo kept his gaze on Chu Tian, and Feng Zheng also couldn't help but glance at Chu Tian. Indeed, Chu Tian's figure was perfect in every way. Just look at those long arms and legs, those biceps, that waistline, the curves, and that butt. Feng Zheng thought secretly to himself, no wonder he managed to win over such a big shot, it's absolutely remarkable. Recalling the last time they were at this golf course, Chu Tian had been Su Chenyang's lover then. Back then, Su Chenyang's eyes were also constantly on Chu Tian like they are now, no matter what they were discussing. Now Chu Tian's partner has changed to Zhou Mo, a powerful magnate, and yet he still retains that same hold on his partner's attention, what a testament to Chu Ji's immense appeal. Shaking his head internally, Feng Zheng concluded, Su Chenyang truly was blind. How did you two meet? Zhou Mo casually started chatting with Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng hesitated slightly, feeling a bit awkward. By timeline logic, Chu Tian and Zhou Mo must have only been together for a short while. Should he bring up the ex-boyfriend in this situation? Seeing his hesitation, Zhou Mo smiled lightly and explained, my beloved merely writes stories. He doesn't aim to associate with influential figures either. Technically, it should be quite hard for him to intersect with people like you from the second generation. However, I suspect that he had a long-term ex-boyfriend. I assume you met because of him, correct? There's really nothing that can be hidden from you, Mr. Zhou. Feng Zheng gave an awkward laugh, that. Although Gu Chu was once with my brother, now they both have new partners. I'm genuinely happy for Gu Chu, personally, I think you two are actually more compatible. Oh. Why? Zhou Mo looked at him with interest. Feng Zheng glanced at Chu Tian and said, I've known Gu Chu for a few years now, I always thought he had it tough. My brother is too immature, still not fully grown up. Being with him was like raising a child, sometimes I'd even feel exhausted for him. But you're clearly different. With you, Gu Chu won't just be the one giving all the time. Feng Zheng earnestly asked Zhou Mo, Mr. Zhou, do you truly like him? Yes, I do. Zhou Mo crossed his fingers over his abdomen, eyes following Chu Tian, a soft smile on his lips, I like him very much. That's good, Feng Zheng sincerely expressed his joy for Chu Tian, both of you are mature people. I believe you'll have a happy life together. We will. Thank you. Feng Zheng thought to himself, it seems this bigwig truly likes Gu Chu, that's why such flattery would please someone who's heard too much of it before. Finally, Gu Chu has found the right person. After a while, Chu Tian and Zhongli returned after finishing a game. Chu Tian smiled as he approached Zhou Mo, did you see earlier? How did I do? Zhou Mo naturally reached out and held Chu Tian's hand, saying, when I asked, you only said you knew a little bit. Seems like you deliberately wanted to surprise me. Laughing, Chu Tian sat down next to him, not really, I'm just an amateur. How could I compare with all of you who've been playing since childhood? I have to be humble, don't I? Good Chu, don't go on about it anymore. I've been playing since I was a kid too, but I can never beat you. Zhongli walked over dejectedly. You need more practice. If that doesn't work, maybe try another hobby. Not a chance. I'm not one to give up easily. You wait, next time we meet, I'll make sure you're impressed. Alright, I'll wait. Feng Zheng laughed, you better cut that out, you've been saying that for years. Even if you're not tired of it, we're already bored. Just play by yourself, why keep challenging Good Chu? He's a natural talent, how could you possibly win? Yeah, Zhongli also laughed, Good Chu is incredible, we common folk can only admire from afar. These overt and subtle compliments made Chu Tian somewhat uncomfortable. He chuckled, alright, if you two keep buttering me up, I might float away. Feng Zheng, aren't you going to play? Sure, today I get the rare chance to meet Mr. Zhou. At least, I must show off my skills. Feng Zheng stood up and just as his hand touched the golf club, his phone in his pocket rang. Oops, sorry everyone, let me take this call. Go ahead. Feng Zheng stepped aside, took out his phone, and saw, it was Su Chenyang. Last night, Su Chenyang had called once, and Feng Zheng, still upset, naturally didn't want to hear Su Chenyang's voice then, so he didn't answer. However, this time was different. He answered eagerly. Hey, Chenyang. What's up? Feng Zheng, Yi Han betrayed me, he's been deceiving me. Su Chenyang's voice on the phone sounded especially weak, like he was dying. Really? Feng Zheng was somewhat surprised, but not much. He asked casually, what happened? Didn't you say you two were still deeply in love despite being apart for years? How long have you reconciled this time? How come things turned sour so quickly? He's been deceiving me. Su Chenyang gritted his teeth and said, over these years, he's been like a male prostitute, hopping between different men. I got into a car accident for him and am still in the hospital, yet he couldn't wait to sleep with another man. I'm such an idiot. To think I considered such a disgusting lowlife precious. After all, my mother already said he left for money back then, yet I foolishly believed he loved me. I regret it so much. You. Feng Zheng was directly rendered speechless. He didn't expect the situation to be so explosive. Although Yi Han wasn't someone he thought was simple, he never expected him to be such a person. Thinking about it, Chu Tian had found someone like Mr. Zhou Mo at the top of his field, who adored him endlessly, whereas Su Chenyang ended up with such a despicable character. At this moment, Feng Zheng stopped feeling upset with Su Chenyang. This guy was indeed pathetic, mistaking fish eyes for pearls and letting the real pearl slip away to someone else. Chapter 58, Regret. Feng Zheng, you told me not to be with Yi Han in the beginning. Why? Did you already know what kind of person he was? The phone carried Su Chenyang's aggrieved voice. Ha! I'm no prophet, Feng Zheng rubbed his nose and said, I just thought, back when you came out for him, he left you without hesitation. Such a person clearly wasn't being genuine. Besides, your mom has a keen eye, she'd seen all kinds of people. Since she strongly opposed you being with Yi Han, there was obviously something wrong with him, as evidenced by her accepting Chu Gu. Yeah. Su Chenyang sounded utterly anguished, all the things that you guys knew, I couldn't see. Brother Chu even told me Yi Han's return didn't have pure motives, but I refused to believe him. I'm so stupid. Feng Zheng could hear that Su Chenyang was nearly in tears. Though upset, Feng Zheng couldn't help but feel sorry for him, it was years of brotherhood after all. Watching Su being repeatedly hurt by the same man, Feng Zheng felt deeply frustrated. So what? What's his real purpose? Have you figured it out? Su Chenyang weakly replied, yeah, I've clarified it. He always specifically targeted rich second-generation individuals, with one single-minded goal, to marry into wealth and free himself from his gambling-addicted father. But while he might let loose, nobody would marry him. Later he saw some information about me online, realizing I may have broken free from my parents' control, so he came back to find me. Oh, did he admit this to your face? Yeah, he confessed everything. He admitted he came back with an agenda initially, but now claims he truly loves me and asks for another chance. Feng Zheng raised an eyebrow, and are you giving him that? How can I? Su Chenyang gritted his teeth and said, he lied incessantly, squandering my sincere feelings over and over again. I never want to see him again. And are you really done with him? No lingering love deep inside? Love? Now, whenever I see him, I feel sickened. There's no talk of love anymore. Feng Zheng consoled him, that's good then, buddy. Although this is a pretty shitty situation, try seeing it positively. You only realized his true nature after being together briefly. Realizing now counts as cutting losses early, it's great. No longer will your heart feel indebted to him. Then you can move forward completely, right? Yes. Now I won't think of him any longer. Unfortunately, I also lost Brother Chu because of him. How could I lose Brother Chu for someone like him? When Feng Zheng heard this, he feared the worst, this brother was probably reminiscing about Brother Chu after getting hit hard, yearning to go back. He hurried to dissuade, hey, stop living in the past. Both Yi Han and Brother Chu, they're your history. Why keep regretting old things? What use does it do? People you missed are gone, you should look ahead. Missed. Su Chenyang murmured weakly, do you think I've really missed out on Brother Chu? That's certain. Feng Zheng was scared that Su Chenyang would recklessly attempt to get the bigwig back. He straightforwardly said, you should understand Brother Chu's character, he's a man who cannot stand sand in his eyes. Back then, he gave everything to you, yet what did you do? On the brink of your engagement, you cheated, going back to your ex. That was grinding Brother Chu's face into the dirt. Regardless of whether it's Brother Chu or anyone else, they wouldn't forgive such behavior, so don't provoke Brother Chu, alright? Su Chenyang stayed silent for a long time, before softly muttering, I understand. Hearing his weak tone, Feng Zheng was still worried about his condition. He asked, how are you doing? You sound half dead. What did the doctor say? I'm discharged, Su Chenyang sighed, don't worry, I won't die. Where are you? When I called you, you didn't pick up. Were you still mad at me? I'm playing ball outside. Feng Zheng glanced back at Chu Tian for a moment. He had indeed been quite angry earlier and even thought of telling Su Chenyang about Chu Tian finding a new partner just to irritate him, but seeing the utterly dejected look on this guy's face now, he was genuinely afraid that revealing it would break him further. After pondering for a while, Feng Zheng decided against it, not mad, you're in such a pathetic state already, if I got truly mad, wouldn't I die from frustration? Forget it, rest well and I'll visit you tomorrow. Alright. After finishing the call, Feng Zheng returned to the lounge. Zhongli immediately gave him a suggestive look, who were you calling? So long. Any news? Go bother someone else, am I like you? Feng Zheng responded with feigned seriousness, lately, all my attention is on the company. I'm dedicated to expanding my Feng family business. I'm not interested in those love affairs anymore. This sudden straight-laced act from him made Zhongli uncomfortable, clearly, Feng Zheng wanted to show off in front of their senior. So, Zhongli retorted without backing down, coincidentally, I've also been busy with company matters. How about we compare who has better harvests this year? Leave me alone. Feng Zheng waved his hand irritably, why are you so competitive? If you want competition so much, why don't you go for the Olympics? Chu Tian shook his head and interrupted their increasingly juvenile bickering, it's almost sunset, are you guys still playing or not? Feng Zheng caught the underlying meaning in Chu Tian's words and quickly suggested, then let's stop. Brother Chu, it's rare to meet you here. Why don't we have dinner together? It's my treat, as a celebration for your new romance. What do you say? Chu Tian understood that this wasn't purely about food, but he did respect Feng Zheng and Zhang Li's integrity. Therefore, he didn't mind being used as a stepping stone by them. He turned to ask Zhou Mo, what do you think? Zhou Mo nodded, no problem. However, both of you are juniors, this meal will be on me. Let's go, what do you feel like eating? Hearing this, Feng Zheng broke into a grin, great. We're okay with anything, you're the host. Feng Zheng and Zhang Li were excited, their fathers hadn't even eaten meals with this dignitary before. After this dinner, they'd surely be looked upon with new respect when they returned home. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhang Li slung his arm around Chu Tian's shoulder and said, Brother Chu, today I owe you a great deal. When we eat later, I must video call my father and show him how successful I've become. Chu Tian chuckled lightly, you better behave, or you might scare away my boyfriend. We just started dating and things are still precious. If you scare him off, I won't forgive you. Laughing, Zhang Li patted Chu Tian's shoulder, how could I? You two obviously make a perfect pair, and I'm looking forward to your wedding banquet too. Alright, Zhou Mo stood up, naturally wrapping an arm around Chu Tian's waist, drawing him out from under Zhang Li's arm, whispering gently in his ear, let's change first, you've sweated a lot. Zhang Li was also a man and easily understood the subtle possessiveness in Zhou Mo's actions. Awkwardly scratching his nose, Zhang Li tactfully moved aside, walking behind Feng Zheng instead. Chapter 59, Tendril. Being held by Zhou Mo, Chu Tian felt even more conscious of his own stickiness. Because of Su Chenyang, Chu Tian had always paid special attention to his perspiration. He glanced at Zhou Mo somewhat shyly, my sweat glands are a bit active, do you mind? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo's eyes carried a teasing glint, after all the times we've been together, I thought you wouldn't ask such questions anymore. Zhou Mo's words brought Chu Tian back to that frenzied afternoon on the yacht. At that time, he assumed it was Zhou Mo's first time with a man and worried he wouldn't adjust well, yet he ended up making Chu Tian beg for mercy. Just thinking about Zhou Mo's absolute dominance and control during those intimate moments left Chu Tian feeling slightly weak-kneed now. As if knowing what Chu Tian was reminiscing about, Zhou Mo chuckled softly in his ear. Embarrassed by his previous undignified appearance, Chu Tian turned his head, saying, I'm asking if you mind me sweating, why bring up other things? Zhou Mo lightly pinched Chu Tian's waist, a faint smile on his lips, fine, then I'll seriously answer your question now, I don't mind, and I think the sight of you sweating is quite sexy. Such a simple statement actually touched Chu Tian somewhat. After being with Su Chenyang, due to the young master's germ phobia, Chu Tian had become less fond of himself over time. But after only a few days with Zhou Mo, he regained his self-confidence. It was indeed crucial to love the right person. Chu Tian reached out and patted Zhou Mo's waist, smiling, "You're not bad either." Zhongli and Feng Jing followed behind, watching their subtle gestures towards each other, frequently exchanging knowing looks. Zhongli whispered, "Look at them, they're totally in the honeymoon phase. Isn't it?" Feng Jing whispered back to Zhongli, "Hey, don't mention Brother Chu's thing in front of Su Chenyang." "Of course I wouldn't casually mention it, but what's so wrong about telling?" "Oh, he rekindled his romance with his ex-boyfriend, and he doesn't even let Brother Chu start anew." "Not that." Feng Jing said quietly, "Su Chenyang just called me, saying Yi Han has been playing him. He's upset now, and if you tell him about Brother Chu, I'm afraid he won't be able to take it." Zhongli rolled his eyes, "What can't he accept? Wasn't it him who gave up on Brother Chu?" Yeah, but he just got hurt by Yi Han, right? Just consider that he's still lying in bed, a patient. Please watch your words, okay? Alright, got it. I'm not that kind of gossipy person." Zhongli looked at Chu Tian and Mr. Zhou's backs, saying, "I think it's suitable for Brother Chu to be with Mr. Zhou. Really, I feel they are together like a family. Brother Chu has good eyes this time." "Who says not?" Feng Jing strongly agreed. After changing clothes, the group was led by Zhou Mo to an old hutong. When getting out of the car, Zhou Mo stepped out first and then helped Chu Tian down. Chu Tian wasn't used to it at first. As a big man, he was always the one helping his lover open the car door. Now being taken care of made him feel a bit awkward, but since Zhou Mo did this every time they sat in the car, he found himself naturally extending his hand now. Seeing this, Feng Jing teasingly joked, "Wow, Brother Chu, seeing how happy you are now, I almost want to fall in love seriously." Chu Tian curled his lips, saying, "You should have fallen in love seriously long ago. The world is fascinating, but everyone always goes home eventually. If you don't seriously look for a partner now, all the good girls will be snapped up by others, leaving you no choice but to stay single forever." Feng Jing clutched his chest, feigning a frightened expression, "Don't scare me. I'll tell my mom tomorrow to arrange a blind date for me." "You'd better do that." Chu Tian turned back and said to Zhou Mo, "See, I told you not to act like this. Now the younger ones are mocking us, right?" Feng Jing yelled from behind, "Hey, Brother Chu, that's not mocking. That's pure envy." Zhou Mo didn't mind being teased by the younger generation. He unconcernedly held Chu Tian's hand and softly spoke near his ear, "Watch your step." Though Chu Tian verbally declined, who would really dislike being cared for wholeheartedly? He tightened his grip on the hand holding Zhou Mo's and asked, "This place is so quiet, it doesn't look like a dining spot. Is it your friend's house?" Zhou Mo nodded, "Yes, it's the house of a friend who loves cooking. His ancestors were imperial chefs, and his skills are extraordinary. He doesn't cook for just anyone usually, so eat more later." "Is it really your friend's house?" Chu Tian stopped, "Then why didn't you say it earlier? We're coming empty-handed." "Don't worry, he doesn't care about that." Zhou Mo pulled him forward, "This time, I just want you two to meet. In the future, if I'm not in the city, and you don't have a place to eat, come here." Chu Tian laughed, "How could I possibly have nowhere to eat? Do you think I've lived all these years for nothing?" Zhou Mo looked at him, "It's not my fault. I've been to your house, but I haven't eaten the food you cooked." Chu Tian immediately understood his intention, "Okay, if you want me to cook for you, just say it directly. Why make it so roundabout?" Zhou Mo chuckled lowly, "Some things can't be suggested by me. They need to come from you voluntarily, which makes them meaningful." His voice was very magnetic, especially when he lowered it, it sounded incredibly sexy. Chu Tian instantly recalled the sound of his breathy moans in his ear, suddenly feeling unusually hot. It felt as if a fire ignited inside his heart, burning brighter with every touch from Zhou Mo. No, if this continues, he would surely embarrass himself in front of Feng Jing and the others. He gave Zhou Mo's palm a hard squeeze, reminding him, "You need to watch out and stop seducing me in public." "Oh." Zhou Mo raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with a hint of laughter as his voice dropped even lower, "Did I manage to seduce you?" The two locked eyes, sparks flying instantly. Chu Tian found himself easily drawn into the depths of Zhou Mo's eyes. More than once, he had clearly received the message of dominance that came through this intense stare. He thought he would eventually fall for him, but didn't expect it to happen so quickly. If before he had only decided to give their relationship a try, at least in this moment, he felt they were truly devoted to each other. He slowly extended his hand to caress Zhou Mo's cheek, his eyes lingering over his face, his voice low and husky, "Don't look at me like that." Zhou Mo chuckled softly, a grin still hanging on his lips as he remained silent while looking at Chu Tian. Zhou Mo's friend lived in one of the courtyards within a hutong. The entrance was a narrow alley, where the four of them were about to reach the door. Feng Jing and Zhongli walked closer together. With so few people around, the alley was unusually quiet, making Chu Tian and Zhou Mo's whispers unintentionally heard loud and clear by Feng Jing and Zhongli. Seeing these two getting closer and closer to sparking something intense, both Feng Jing and Zhongli felt awkward, knowing they were intruding. Feng Jing quickly coughed, "Ahem, Mr. Zhou, may I ask your friend's name? Would it be too much trouble bringing so many of us here?" Zhou Mo drew his gaze from Chu Tian and smiled at Feng Zheng. No problem, I've already told him we're coming. Let's go. Okay then. Chapter 60, Meeting Friends. Zhou Mo knocked on the iron ring at the main gate. Soon enough, a man in a white tank top and grey shorts came to open the door. The man looked about 30, and his casual clothing revealed a laid-back personality. His long, wavy hair hung loose, framing his face, with curly strands falling over his forehead, while the rest tied up neatly at the back of his head. A light stubble gave him a rugged and weathered appearance, but his eyes, framed by thick, curled lashes, added a touch of innocence and vulnerability, portraying him as someone unique and eccentric. He held a cigarette in his mouth, shaking away the curls covering his forehead as he nodded at Zhou Mo. Oh, you're pretty quick. He turned to see Chu Tian standing next to Zhou Mo, then extended his hand covered in stubble toward Chu Tian. So, you're Lao Zhou's partner, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Feng, a good-for-nothing buddy of Lao Zhou's. Chu Tian shook his hand with a smile. Pleased to meet you too, I'm Chu Tian. My apologies for showing up empty-handed, I had no idea we'd be visiting you today. Feng waved it off. It's fine. I don't care for all that formal stuff. He then turned to Feng Zheng and Zhang Li, asking, and who are these two? Zhou Mo said, these are two friends of Chu Tian's. We met them during basketball practice, so they tagged along. Feng Zheng and Zhang Li quickly extended their hands to Feng. Mr. N, my name is Feng Zheng, sorry to disturb you. Pleased to meet you, I'm Zhang Li. After shaking hands with both, Feng nodded towards them. Come in then, most of the dishes are ready. The soup is still simmering, so let's eat first and wait. Alright. Zhou Mo patted Chu Tian's waist. Let's go. Okay. Once inside the yard, they discovered the shabby-looking courtyard hid quite a refined aesthetic within. Despite Feng's careless exterior, the decoration throughout the courtyard was classical and elegant. Carved railings and pavilions lined the way, resembling parts of the Forbidden City, while various rare flowers and exotic plants scattered across the garden, every bloom oozing with wealth. Feng Zheng and Zhang Li, being observant, exchanged a glance, excitement flashing in their eyes. It seemed like their decision to come out and play basketball today was the right move. Chu Tian also enjoyed gardening. Seeing how well-maintained the plants were, he couldn't resist wanting to learn a thing or two from Feng. Mr. N, your plants look great. I love growing flowers too, but I can't seem to do a good job. Any secret techniques? Feng turned back and replied, do you spend a lot of time caring for those flowers? Yes, I weed, fertilize, water regularly, but some still die or wilt, making it really hard to keep them alive. That explains it. Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and pointed at a nearby cluster of flowers in full bloom, saying, for these things, all I do is plant the seeds or buy them and stick them in the soil. Then, I barely touch them except for weeding when I have time. Watering and fertilizing are rarely done, they basically fend for themselves and grow like this on their own. He turned back to Chu Tian and said, growing flowers is just like dealing with relationships. You can't be overly anxious or give too much effort, otherwise, whether it's flowers or people, they'll only get more spoiled. You'll tire yourself out, and in the end, it might all be for nothing. That would be wasted effort. After finishing, he deliberately glanced at Zhou Mo and raised his eyebrows at Chu Tian. Isn't that right? Chu Tian also looked at Zhou Mo, who stood off to the side with his hands behind his back, watching him silently with a faint trace of tenderness in his eyes. Chu Tian knew that Feng was merely making a joke, but to him, it was like a wake-up call. He thought Feng was right. Hadn't he been overly nervous and putting in excessive effort in his previous relationships? To keep Su Chenyang by his side forever, he almost worshipped him, fearing that he'd feel wronged or unhappy, letting him have his way in everything, repeatedly lowering his boundaries until he nurtured Su Chenyang into a selfish ingrate who took his efforts for granted. Perhaps, if it weren't for his unlimited indulgence, if he had treated Su Chenyang as an equal lover from the start, their outcome might have been different. However, he quickly remembered the recording of Su Chenyang's conversation with Feng Zheng, and his mind became clear again. This seemed to have little to do with how he handled the relationship. Su Chenyang simply didn't love him, and their path had been destined for failure from the beginning. It wasn't worth dwelling on self-blame anymore. Chu Tian took a deep breath and said, yeah, you're absolutely right. Turning his head, he smiled lightly at Zhou Mo. I guess today's visit has been timely, and now I have a better idea of how we should interact. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo chuckled softly and turned to Feng, saying, it's not easy finding a partner, so don't mess things up for me. Your own romantic life is unresolved anyway, so stop giving others unsolicited advice. See? He's getting flustered. Feng proudly took a drag of his cigarette and teased, Chu Tian, what made you fancy old Zhou? He pointed at Zhou Mo with disdainful expression. The old guy acts all aloof, carrying himself with an imperious look, like Lord Yama incarnate, more pretentious than Emperor Kangxi. Normal people see him and instinctively shy away. Why did you make such a bad decision and climb aboard his ship? Zhou Mo silently listened to his friend's critique, looking at Chu Tian while remaining silent and smiling. Chu Tian hadn't expected Zhou Mo to have such an image according to his close friend. Though they hadn't known each other long, certainly not as deeply as those who truly understood Zhou Mo, he still felt compelled to defend his boyfriend. I think Zhou Mo is great. In front of me, he doesn't act high and mighty at all. When we first met, he was courteous and approachable, always treating me kindly, often smiling at me. I've hardly ever seen him scowl, so. Chu Tian gazed at Zhou Mo with an inadvertent sweetness in his eyes. I believe he's very good. TSK TSK TSK. And Feng shook his head repeatedly as he walked, saying, you're doomed. He's already cast a spell on you. Just wait until this cunning fox reveals his true form one day, don't say I didn't warn you. Chu Tian laughed. Actually, I'm looking forward to it. Looking at Zhou Mo with a smile, he asked, when do you plan to show me a glimpse of your real self? I'm really curious about what you're like normally. Zhou Mo moved closer, pulling him into his arms as they walked together, and lowered his gaze to meet Chu Tian's eyes. You've finally become curious about me. I'm pleased. Is that so? Chu Tian smiled. What's there to be pleased about? When one person becomes curious about another and wishes to understand them more deeply, it signifies they've at least started developing some kind of affection for them, right? Chapter 61, A Friend's Test. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian lowered his head and laughed before wrapping his arms around Zhou Mo's waist from behind and said, stop pretending to be dense. Haven't my feelings for you always been swayed by you? Do you really not know how I feel right now? Zhou Mo curved his lips slightly, smiling effortlessly but implying something else. Of course, I don't know. No matter how capable I am, I cannot control another person's feelings. When it comes to matters of the heart, anything not spoken outright by the parties involved cannot be deemed certain. He looked at Chu Tian, his eyes filled with a tinge of anticipation. So, how do you feel about me now? Chu Tian glanced around and realized that Feng and Feng were standing nearby, having quietly come together to watch them like an audience. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he thought, two grown men in their 30s shouldn't be so lovey-dovey in public, talking about sweet nothings, how embarrassing. He coughed lightly and said in a low voice, let's talk about this when we get home. Come on, let's go before your friend waits too long. Don't go yet, keep talking, and Feng teased while watching them intently with a cigarette in his mouth. He then turned around and asked Feng Zheng who stood behind him, right, little buddy? Caught off guard by the mention, Feng Zheng saw the pair of innocent-looking big eyes peeking out from under a head of tousled hair. He paused for a moment and then laughed, saying, Mr. N, I'm not that young anymore. It would be more appropriate if you just call me Xiao Feng. And Feng waved his hand carelessly, fine. Chu Tian pulled Zhou Mo closer and said generously, you guys should stop teasing us already, as he glanced at Feng, adding, Zhou Mo mentioned your ancestors were all imperial chefs. I can't wait to taste your cooking. Feng smiled, leading everyone to the banquet hall where a table was already set with a variety of delicious dishes. Please enjoy, I'm not bragging, but you won't find food like this anywhere else today. Then we're certainly in for a treat. Feng Zheng grinned happily, saying, Mr. N, may I take some pictures later? This is a rare opportunity, and I want to show my friends what good fortune I've had. Of course, snap away. I know you youngsters these days let your phones eat first before you even do. Huh, look at you talking like that. You're not old either, only a few years older than us, right? Let me call you Big Brother Feng. Sure thing, call me whatever you like. Feng Zheng's amiable personality and honeyed words quickly helped him bond with Feng. Zhongli joined the conversation too, while Zhou Mo pulled Chu Tian over to a seat. Once Feng Zheng and Zhongli finished taking photos, Feng picked up his chopsticks and announced, alright, everyone, help yourselves. Absolutely. Feng Zheng immediately picked a piece of braised fish fin, eagerly savoring it. Feng asked, how's it tasting? Can you handle it? Not just handle it, your skills are amazing. Feng Zheng enthusiastically gave him a thumbs up. Zhou Mo served Chu Tian a slice of creamy fish fillet, saying, his fish dishes are pretty decent. Try this one. Alright, here you go. Chu Tian returned the favor by serving him some dish from in front of him. Feng watched them with repeated tiskanji sounds. Wow, look at the two of you being all lovey-dovey. Tell us, Zhou, how did you two meet? Zhongli and Feng Zheng also looked over with curiosity. Zhou Mo noticed the sauce on Chu Tian's lips, took a napkin from the table, and gently wiped it away, replying, we met in U City, I have always been a fan of his books and recognized him at once. Oh, so he's the writer you like? Feng nodded knowingly, that makes sense why there hasn't been anyone around you for so long until suddenly you announce a relationship. It turns out your partner is someone you've admired for years. He then asked Chu Tian, little Tian, didn't you know him before? How come you agreed so quickly to be with him? Why didn't you make him chase you longer? Chu Tian detected a subtle undertone of suspicion, wondering if Feng suspected he was after Zhou Mo's status. Feng, is your soup ready yet? Zhou Mo asked in a deeper tone, frowning slightly at him as a silent warning not to pry further. Feng nonchalantly ignored his warning, saying, not yet, give it a bit more time. He inclined his chin toward Chu Tian, urging, come on, tell us. Chu Tian locked eyes with Feng's laughing gaze, yet those eyes felt sharp, almost piercing into his soul. Despite this, Chu Tian didn't feel offended, rather, he was glad that Zhou Mo had such a caring friend. He set down his chopsticks and smiled gently, saying, "There's really nothing much to say. At first, I never imagined he'd be interested in me. When he said he's been a long-time fan of mine, I treated him as a kindred spirit." He turned his head towards Zhou Mo, reached out and grabbed his hand, continuing, "When we first met, I was going through a significant setback in my life. My career, love, and family were all hit hard. I felt completely lost, and it was him who kept quietly consoling me and helping me deal with my worries. The other day when I fell ill, it was also him who stayed behind to take care of me. He even cooked a meal for me." Pausing here, he looked down and smiled softly. "You might not believe this, but the meal he made touched me deeply. In my entire life, there have been very few memories of someone staying beside me while I was sick and cooking for me. At that time, we weren't very familiar with each other. After that meal, I decided that I would treat him as a lifelong friend." Upon hearing this, Feng Zheng and Zhang Li glanced at each other. As Su Chenyang's friends, they somewhat felt sorry upon hearing Chu Tian's current account. There wasn't much they could say, so they could only listen silently. And Feng, on the other hand, listened with great interest and pursued further. "Then what? How did you two end up dating?" Chu Tian smiled and said, "Later on, he said he had free time, so he took me out to play. Then he suddenly confessed to me on a yacht. To be honest, I was truly surprised." Looking over at Zhou Mo, his eyes filled with a gentle smile, "A person as excellent as him would actually like me. I thought it would be worth giving it a try, otherwise, missing someone as good as him, if I ever regretted later, I'd probably regret it until I turned blue. Phew, turns out you two are still in the trial phase." And Feng joked with Zhou Mo, "Old Zhou, didn't expect you to rush into declaring your territory. What if little Tian ends up not liking you?" Zhou Mo curled the corner of his lips slightly, turned his head and looked at Chu Tian, saying, "I feel that we match well, and I'm confident about myself." Chapter 62, Enthusiastic Admiration. Tisk. And Feng shook his hair jokingly, turning to Chu Tian and saying, "Little Tian, this guy has been full of himself since childhood, too overbearing. I think you should just cut him down a bit and string him along instead of letting him lead you around by the nose." Chu Tian laughed, replying, "Surprisingly, I quite enjoy being guided by him. Exploring my own life until now has left me feeling a little lost, it might as well let the master lead me. This way is more convenient anyway." His face glowing with happiness, he looked tenderly at Zhou Mo, their gazes interwoven, making him feel enveloped by warmth. Perhaps this was what happiness felt like. He asked Zhou Mo, "Do you think it's wrong that I'm slacking off like this?" Zhou Mo squeezed his hand gently, a streak of pleasure appearing at the corner of the handsome, steady man's mouth as he seriously gazed at Chu Tian. "Of course not, I am honored to be your guide in life." As though opening up his heart, he sincerely looked at Chu Tian, gripping his hand. "Darling, I am, as my friends have described, not exactly a good person. But when I've determined something, I won't change my mind. I am sincere in wanting to be with you, there's no need for you to doubt this point. Moreover, I believe my planning ability is decent enough. You can rely on me with peace of mind. I am glad to be your support." Chu Tian looked at him and smiled before turning to look at Feng and the others. With a hint of pride in his tone he asked, "How do you find my boyfriend? Is he pretty good, isn't he?" Feng finally nodded, raising a wine glass near Chu Tian to offer a toast. "All right, seeing how things are between you, I don't need to worry. Nothing more to say, I'll make a toast to you too. May your relationship proceed smoothly from now on." Feng Jing nudged Zhang Li with his elbow, and the two stood up holding their glasses. "Big brother Chu, both me and Zhang Li wish you the best. We hope your relationship with Mr. Zhou continues to be harmonious. Then we accept your kind words." Chu Tian and Zhou Mo raised their glasses, clinked them against theirs, and tilted their heads to drink. Everyone had a joyous time after this meal. Feng Zheng and Zhang Li were particularly adept at winning favor, successfully building relationships with the two senior figures. After finishing the meal, Zhang Li suggested visiting his family's racetrack. Subconsciously, Chu Tian refused. "Let's skip that. I can handle driving on big roads, but racing is definitely not for me. Tisk, you've got old Zhou around, what are you afraid of?" And Feng pointed to Zhou Mo, saying, "This guy used to be wild on the track several years ago. His records set back then haven't been broken yet. You didn't know that, right?" Hearing this, Chu Tian arched an eyebrow in surprise, looking askance at Zhou Mo. "That, I really didn't know. He looks so composed. I can hardly imagine him being wild like that." "Brother Chu, don't doubt it. Mr. Zhou's name is known to all of us younger ones. He's an idol for the second-generation rich kids like us. It's fine that his career surpasses ours, but even when it comes to leisure activities, he still outdoes us." "Is that so?" Chu Tian said to Zhou Mo, "I didn't expect you to be this awesome. Shall I see your skills later?" Zhou Mo smiled and said, "You definitely should see them, otherwise, my image in your mind might become a fossil." Zhang Li excitedly added, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." The group changed their location and headed to Zhang Li's family racing track in the outskirts of the city. Just for entertainment, they symbolically set a stake of 200,000 yuan. After putting on his racing suit, Zhongli enthusiastically waved at Chu Tian and the others. Brother Chu, Mr. Zhou, I won't give way to you guys this time. These 200,000 yuan will definitely be mine. Chu Tian chuckled and made a cheering gesture towards him. Go for it. He walked to the passenger seat of Zhou Mo's car, turning around to look at Zhou Mo with great interest while the latter was wearing the racing suit. Zhou Mo glanced at him and asked, what do you think? Does seeing me in this outfit seem weird? Not at all. Chu Tian shook his head and carefully inspected Zhou Mo from head to toe. He always knew that Zhou Mo was very handsome, even rivaling TV stars. However, his imposing presence often overshadowed his looks. Now dressed in this flashy racing suit, the bright colors diluted that air of authority around him, making him appear much younger and more flamboyant. Chu Tian could almost see Zhou Mo's dashing figure dominating the capital's high society scene in his past. He suddenly sighed a little regretfully. You look great in this. It's easy to imagine how brilliant your life was back then. Playing these games must have been quite charming. It's really a pity that we didn't meet earlier. Hearing this, Zhou Mo grabbed Chu Tian's head and pulled him into an intense kiss. Afterward, resting his nose against Chu Tian's, he chuckled, what's regrettable? It's like I'm already too old to play anymore or something. He lightly pressed on Chu Tian's lips, with a somewhat punitive tone, I'm not as old as you think. I'm only 35 years old, which is the best age for men. If you like seeing me like this, I'll bring you out more when I have free time. Don't worry, your man will still look handsome for another 20 years. It turned out that the big shot was only 3 years older than him, much to Chu Tian's surprise. Usually, Zhou Mo appeared so composed and mature that Chu Tian assumed he must be at least 38 or 40, well-maintained though he was. Staring at Zhou Mo in amazement, Chu Tian then smiled and said, I feel like the impression you've given me now is different from before. Really? How different? Zhou Mo's eyes carried a hint of mockery. Chu Tian hooked the corner of his mouth and reached out to hold Zhou Mo's hand, saying, previously, I thought you were like a stern old cadre, but now I know that you're actually a wolf disguised as an adult. By now everyone had already gotten into their cars, and Zhou Mo saw the flags waving ahead from the corner of his eye. He sat up straight, focusing his gaze ahead. His expression grew serious. I have many sides that you can explore over time. Hold on tight, let's watch your man win those 200,000 yuan for you. With a sharp whistle, the deafening roar of engines sounded on the racetrack. One by one, the race cars sped off like bullets, piercing through the barriers of air, flashing beyond 100 meters within seconds. Chu Tian was thrown backward slightly due to the force of inertia, quickly leaning back into the seat and tightly gripping the safety harness across his chest. As he watched the rapidly retreating scenery ahead, his nerves were tense enough to stop his breath entirely. The roar of the race cars was immense, and the speed so fast it was hard for his heart to adjust. Chu Tian felt a tense suffocation in his chest, especially during the turns when the inverted angles of the car gave him the sensation of narrowly brushing death. So stimulating. So nerve-wracking. Living for over 30 years, this was the first time Chu Tian had ever experienced such excitement. He became abnormally exhilarated, adrenaline rushing through him so quickly he hardly heard the sound of the engine. In front of the sheer velocity, everything around seemed to vanish. For Chu Tian, it was as if his entire world was reduced to this single car and its sole occupant. He felt as if he were in a vacuum domain, which should have been an extremely desperate feeling, but with Zhou Mo sitting beside him, his powerful and reliable lover, it gave him incomparable peace. The man seemed like an omnipotent deity, his focused gaze and confident demeanor making Chu Tian dazzled and mesmerized. Chu Tian was seated as the navigator, though he was completely clueless about racing. He couldn't offer any valuable assistance to his racer. All he could do was focus on his driver, stake his entire fortune and life, giving full trust and support. And, of course, worshipping him fervently. Chapter 63, The Past Can't Be Rewound. Racing was all about life and death speed. Zhou Mo's skills were extraordinary, bold yet meticulous, while dazzling sparks lit up the track, his expression remained composed and calm. This masterful ease left Chu Tian entranced, his heart pounding thunderously in his ears. A sharp screech broke the silence. Chu Tian's body lurched forward as he snapped out of the state of void, turning his head only to see that Zhou Mo had crossed the finish line first. He had won. He looked at Zhou Mo excitedly. Congratulations, you won. How does it feel, my love? Zhou Mo wore the smile of a victor. After releasing his tight grip on the handle, Chu Tian calmed down slightly before saying, it was so thrilling. Darling, you were absolutely stunning earlier. Was I? Zhou Mo touched his face, wiping away the sweat from his forehead as he asked, do you like me more now? Chu Tian took his hand and kissed it gently, speaking deeply, you know about the suspension bridge effect, right? After just one lap around the track, I didn't just like you, I think I'm falling madly in love with you. Zhou Mo smiled. At this moment, there was no trace of his usual self-possessed calmness. Dressed in the racing suit, he exuded a rebellious wildness, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor that intrigued Chu Tian immensely. Slowly leaning closer to Chu Tian, Zhou Mo's deep voice was like a bass cannon, sending shivers down Chu Tian's spine. Love isn't spoken, it must be shown. Faced with Zhou Mo's smoldering eyes, Chu Tian didn't flinch in the slightest. He reached up and caressed his face, his gaze boldly roving over Zhou Mo's features as he rasped, "What do you want me to do?" "That depends," Zhou Mo teased lazily, "what do you want to do?" "I." Before Chu Tian could finish, there was a knock on the car window. Both turned their heads toward the glass to find Feng Zheng and Zhang Li congratulating them. Chu Tian turned and gave Zhou Mo a quick kiss under everyone's gaze, separating with an unusually hoarse voice, "Darling, get out of the car first, we'll go home tonight." Hearing this, Zhou Mo smiled contentedly, curling his lips. After stepping out of the car, Zhang Li eagerly slapped Chu Tian's shoulder, asking, "Brother Chu, how was it? Sitting in the boss's passenger seat, did it thrill you?" Only after getting out of the car did Chu Tian realize that his legs were truly a bit weak. Such intense, adrenaline-pumping extreme sports pushed him a little beyond his limit. Smiling, he shook his head, "It was thrilling, I learned something today. My legs almost can't straighten anymore." "Huh, Brother Chu, this won't do. In the future, you've got to hang out with Mr. Zhou more often. Real men need speed and passion." "Alright, I'll remember that." At this moment, Zhou Mo walked up to Chu Tian, pulling him into his arms, and said to Zhang Li and the others, "Today was very fun. We'll gather again when we have time, but it's late now. I'll take Chu Tian back to rest." "That works." Feng Zheng draped his arm over Zhang Li's shoulders, suggesting, "Since we all enjoyed ourselves so much today, let's take a group photo before parting ways." "Sure thing." And Feng grinned, flicking his hair as he tilted his chin toward Zhou Mo, "Old Zhou, we know you don't like taking photos, but since your partner is here, wouldn't it be nice to take one with him?" "Alright, let's take it." "Great." Feng Zheng quickly pulled out his phone, gathering everyone together for several pictures, clicking rapidly. After finishing the photos, Feng Zheng told both Zhou Mo and Feng, gaining their approval, and posted them on his social media circle, excepted Su Chenyang. Unlike Feng Zheng, Zhang Li, the rough and straightforward one, didn't think too much. Having finally gotten up close with his idol, he enthusiastically shared the day's photos across his own social networks like Facebook without hesitation. Everyone happily dispersed. At this moment, however, in the Su family mansion, Su Chenyang lay alone in bed, eyes wide open and unable to sleep. After realizing he had been deceived by Yi Han, he insisted on checking out of the hospital, unwilling to be bothered by Yi Han anymore. His mother had an important meeting these past few days, and his father was abroad, leaving him alone with only the housekeeper and servants in the large Su residence. Still recovering from his concussion, Su Chenyang would occasionally feel nauseous and vomit. Added to that, his soft tissue contusions hadn't healed yet, causing intense pain all over his body. This left him without any appetite, unable to eat, as he lay lifelessly in bed, staring off into space. All he could think about was the anger and resentment for having been manipulated by Yi Han for so many years. Lying in bed all day, Su Chenyang couldn't figure out what exactly Yi Han had been thinking. He wasn't bad-looking, and his family background was nothing to sneeze at, so why didn't Yi Han grab onto him tightly right from the start, devoting himself wholeheartedly? He never considered that even if his mom opposed it, he was the only son of the Su family, and everything they had would ultimately belong to him. And more than that, when he first fell deeply in love with Yi Han, he was willing to give him anything he wanted. Who could have been a better choice for Yi Han to gold dig from than him? Why did Yi Han give up on him so easily and go around with different men, ending up not only getting used for free but also having so many nasty pictures taken? What infuriated him most was that after Yi Han returned to him and successfully manipulated him again, why did he still betray him? Was he so desperate for men? What troubled Su Chenyang the most was the reason Yi Han gave for leaving him back then, it was just for 1 million yuan. Just for such a meager sum, he discarded him like an abandoned dog. Thinking about it made Su Chenyang dizzy and caused severe pain in his organs. Who wouldn't laugh at this story? The valuable feelings of Master Su were worth only 1 million yuan in Yi Han's eyes. Only someone as inexperienced as Yi Han could do something like this. The more Su Chenyang thought, the angrier he became. The sadness consumed him, knowing how much sincerity he put into their relationship, only to see it trampled over repeatedly by Yi Han. It was truly maddening and humiliating. In a fit of frustration, Su Chenyang struck the bed with his fist, cursing himself mentally, "Damn it. Su Chenyang, you're such a damn fool. Everyone around you could see that Yi Han wasn't a good person, except for you who were too blind to notice. You deserve to be toyed with like this." Su Chenyang was truly sincere towards Yi Han, and knowing that Yi Han never cared for him genuinely devastated him. Especially now, being bedridden and helpless due to Yi Han, it made him realize how utterly stupid he had been. He had risked his life for Yi Han. Another wave of burning pain surged through his stomach. He picked up the water glass beside him, took a sip, and managed to alleviate the discomfort in his stomach. It was almost 10 o'clock, but Su Chenyang felt no trace of sleepiness. At this moment, sorrow, pain, regret, injustice, anger, all negative emotions flooded into his mind. With injuries covering his body, there was nowhere for him to escape these oppressive feelings. To distract himself, he reached for his phone, scrolling through social media. After Zhang Li's post refreshed, it appeared prominently on his feed. His eyes immediately fell on Chu Tian standing next to Feng Zheng. Chapter 64, Regretful Realization. In the photo, Chu Tian wore a carefree smile, looking as handsome as ever. His demeanor radiated energy, and there was not a single trace of melancholy in his eyes. It seemed he had completely moved on from their relationship. Holding the phone, Su Chenyang scrutinized Chu Tian in the picture carefully, inch by inch, becoming increasingly heartbroken as he viewed it. In the photo, Feng Zheng and others were wearing racing suits, suggesting they had gone racing. Knowing that Chu Tian didn't race cars, Su Chenyang wondered if it was a random encounter that led them to hang out together. Seeing his former boyfriend and friends enjoying themselves harmoniously, while he remained solitary and ignored, filled Su Chenyang with desolation. Unavoidably, he indulged in wild thoughts. When he called Feng Zheng in the afternoon, was Brother Chu close by? Did he hear their conversation? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, an uncontainable spark of anticipation welled up within Su Chenyang. If Chu Tian heard the talk between Feng Zheng and him, knowing that his relationship with Yi Han was over, might he? Su Chenyang rubbed his face excitedly, pondering anxiously, what must Brother Chu be thinking now? Would he feel that he deserved it? Would he feel relieved, or would he worry about him? Su Chenyang stared intently at Chu Tian's eyes in the photo, as if trying to peer through the picture and make eye contact with the real Chu Tian. He yearned to see the former warmth in those eyes that had once given him endless tenderness and indulgence, but unfortunately, the night photo was not clear enough, and Chu Tian's eyes only reflected the flash of the camera. Su Chenyang glanced at the other man standing beside Chu Tian, momentarily surprised upon recognizing his identity. How could Brother Chu know such a famous figure? However, Su Chenyang did not think there was any special relationship between Chu Tian and Zhou Mo, since everyone in the photo was hanging around casually. He simply assumed Feng Zheng had befriended this bigwig and took Chu Tian along for some fun. Su Chenyang redirected his attention back to Chu Tian. In fact, it hadn't been long since they broke up, yet now looking at Chu Tian's photo, Su Chenyang suddenly felt as if they were from a different era. It seemed like their loving days together had already faded into the distant past, so far that when he looked back now, everything between them felt obscured by a thin veil, barely real. His fingers landed on Chu Tian's gently smiling brows and eyes, and he whispered softly, Brother Chu. These two words were like a switch controlling his emotional threshold. As soon as they escaped his lips, the tears Su Chenyang had held back all day instantly burst forth. Large teardrops fell onto the phone screen, blurring his vision. He squeezed his eyes tightly, desperately trying to see Chu Tian's face clearly, but couldn't. At this moment, all the emotions he had suppressed erupted. Originally, he should have been angry and sad, but after seeing Chu Tian, all those feelings turned into resentment and regret. They say that in moments of great pain, people instinctively call out to those they depend on most, like their parents. But for Su Chenyang, at this moment, only calling out Chu Tian's name could bring him comfort and calmness, because last time when he was betrayed by Yi Han, it was Chu Tian who saved him from the despairing sensation of feeling utterly lifeless. Brother Chu. He missed Chu Tian's warm embrace more than ever right now, his smile, his scent, every aspect of him. How he longed to see him. How he longed to meet him immediately. The intense yearning almost drove Su Chenyang crazy. There are some people you think can be optional in your life, and even living without crossing paths again wouldn't matter much, but once you do see them, their presence completely overshadows everything else. For Su Chenyang, Chu Tian was such a person. The locked box buried deep within Su Chenyang's heart suddenly burst open. Without his deliberate suppression, all memories about Chu Tian flooded back to him. Unlike the sorrow and pain brought by Yi Han, every memory of Chu Tian was bathed in golden light, as gentle as the morning sun. From their first meeting to the day before their breakup, Brother Chu had always cared for him, genuinely loving him. Yet somehow, he had lost such a wonderful person. And he even lost Brother Chu because of that scum Yi Han. Su Chenyang clenched his heart, overwhelmed with regret. He buried himself in the blanket, sobbing uncontrollably. His fragile stomach also began to cramp due to the intense sadness, and the severe acid reflux caused him to vomit. When the housekeeper heard the commotion upstairs, she quickly arranged for him to be sent to the hospital. Throughout the entire process, Su Chenyang offered no resistance. Less than a day after being discharged, he was sent back into the cold ward. While the doctor examined him and asked question after question, Su Chenyang didn't pay attention. He merely curled up painfully, repeatedly calling out that name. His lack of cooperation gave the doctor a headache. The patient isn't saying anything, and we don't know where it hurts. We can only perform a full-body examination. But these tests were just done recently, and we don't recommend doing them again. Looking at him, it seems less like physical pain and more like immense grief. Perhaps, you could try talking to the patient. The housekeeper glanced at Su Chenyang and sighed, nodding. All right, I'll talk to him. Thank you, doctor. You're welcome. After the doctor left, the housekeeper approached Su Chenyang and asked, Young master, what's wrong with you? Su Chenyang closed his eyes, tightly gripping the phone in his hand as he endured the severe pain radiating from his stomach and heart. Whenever the pain grew too intense, he would call out, Brother Chu, and after each cry, he could briefly find some strength to carry on. The housekeeper received no response from him but noticed his lips moving and leaned in to listen. Brother Chu. Su Chenyang sounded like a discarded puppy, pitifully whining for its master. The housekeeper shook his head, then went over to the window and called Madame Su, who was still attending the gala, informing her of Su Chenyang's condition. Over the phone, Madame Su sighed and said, "Sigh. I knew this day would come. Alright, I'll call Mr. Chu and tell him that you've spoken with him. Let him cooperate with the doctors, and I will ask Chu Tian to visit." "Yes." The housekeeper hung up and came to Su Chenyang's side, telling him, "Young master, I've informed Madam. She says she'll contact Mr. Chu and arrange for him to come see you. Please cooperate with the doctors, don't make her worry. Brother Chu is coming." Su Chenyang suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the housekeeper. "Are you serious? Will Brother Chu really come to see me?" Inwardly, the housekeeper doubted whether Chu Tian would actually come. Though he didn't know Chu Tian well, the man seemed like someone who tolerated no sand in his eyes. If it were him, he probably wouldn't come either. But for now, it was more important to soothe Su Chenyang, so the housekeeper nodded and said, "Yes, but you need to cooperate with the doctor. You wouldn't want Mr. Chu to see your stubborn side, right?" Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang smiled weakly with a trace of happiness in his voice. "What aspect hasn't he seen of me? I've always been rather spoiled in front of him, which is why he kept calling me young master." Chapter 65, No Time. The housekeeper didn't know how to respond, so he glanced at his watch and asked, "Then can you tell me where exactly you feel discomfort? Let's have the doctor examine you first. Once Mr. Chu arrives, you'll have more time to talk, won't you?" "Alright." Su Chenyang turned over and finally cooperated, saying, "My stomach hurts, and I keep feeling nauseous." "Good. Wait a moment, I'll go fetch the doctor." "Alright." Su Chenyang obediently lay in the hospital bed, eagerly awaiting Chu Tian's visit. He picked up his phone and used it as a mirror to check his current appearance. As expected, his face was both yellow and swollen. It looked terrible. Being a mess was good. Su Chenyang was quite satisfied with his state. He knew, considering Chu Tian's personality, it was impossible for him to forgive Su easily for what he had done. His only reliance was Chu Tian's love. As long as Chu Tian still loved him, Su Chenyang believed that he could win Chu Tian's forgiveness by constantly clinging to him, apologizing sincerely. Given time, Brother Chu would certainly forgive him. Thinking about Chu Tian's boundless indulgence towards him, Su Chenyang couldn't help but smile faintly. Indeed, the only person who could bring him happiness was Brother Chu. At the same time, Chu Tian was currently being passionately kissed by Zhou Mo against the door. Zhou Mo's performance tonight had been exceptionally impressive, leaving Chu Tian utterly mesmerized. On their way back, Chu Tian impulsively decided to end Zhou Mo's probation period early. Though Zhou Mo had been an authority figure for a long time and never let emotions show in public, he openly expressed his feelings in front of Chu Tian without hesitation. Right now, Chu Tian felt as if all the oxygen in his lungs was being sucked away, yet Zhou Mo continued pressing against him fiercely. If this went on, he feared he might embarrassingly pass out. Pushing lightly on Zhou Mo's shoulders, Chu Tian paused him. "Hey, why so forceful? Do you think you're trying to cure me with cupping therapy? I'm almost out of breath here." Zhou Mo smirked slightly upon hearing this and replied softly, "Sorry, just got a little excited after officially making things official. Normally, I do have some class. Please give me a chance to make a better impression." Chu Tian grasped the back of Zhou Mo's neck with his hand and laughed playfully. "Fine, let's see your real skills." Zhou Mo, drawn in by Chu Tian's confident and seductive smile, found his gaze nearly burning with desire. Just as he lifted Chu Tian to demonstrate his true prowess, Chu Tian's phone inconveniently rang inside his pocket. "Never mind." Chu Tian took the initiative to wrap his arms around Zhou Mo's neck and kissed him. After all, he was a writer, there wouldn't be any life or death calls just for missing one. The two continued their passionate embrace recklessly. Chu Tian's pants had already been taken off, but his phone kept ringing incessantly. When Zhou Mo paused again, there was a noticeably fiercer glint in his eyes. "Why don't you pick it up and see what it is?" "Alright." Chu Tian wiped the corner of his mouth and bent down to grab his phone from his pants on the floor. He thought it might be Shan Yang or his parents calling, but the caller ID displayed Mrs. Su. Chu Tian frowned slightly. What could she possibly want by calling him? "Who is it?" Zhou Mo asked as he hugged him from behind. Chu Tian showed him the phone and spoke bluntly, "My ex's mom. I wonder what she wants. Wait a moment while I take this." He tapped the answer button and said in a deep tone, "Hello, Mrs. Su. It's late. What can I do for you?" Zhou Mo rested his head on Chu Tian's shoulder and silently listened to the call. There were faint sounds of clinking glasses at a party from the other end. Mrs. Su's tone was unusually gentle. "Chu Tian, I apologize for disturbing you so late. Are you asleep yet?" What's going on here?" Chu Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. This noblewoman had never been so soft-spoken with him before. Her sudden change made him uneasy. He replied, "Not yet, I was just about to go to sleep. Is there something you need?" "It's like this," Mrs. Su started hesitantly, "you may not know, but Xu Qinyang got into a car accident a few days ago, and he's quite severely injured. Now, he's in the hospital and isn't cooperating with the doctors very well. When you two were together, he always listened to you. I have a favor to ask, you wouldn't mind visiting him, would you? Chu Tian let out a laugh as if hearing a joke. Then half-jokingly, he said, Mrs. Su, that wouldn't be appropriate, would it? My ex-boyfriend who cheated on me, what are the chances that seeing him will make things worse instead of better? I'd rather not join this mess. You should send his current boyfriend instead. I'll hang up now. No. Chu Tian, please let me say a bit more. Mrs. Su adopted a humble stance, leaving Chu Tian unable to simply hang up. With a sigh, he said, if you're trying to convince me to visit him, it's futile. When we broke up, I told him clearly, I didn't want anything to do with him anymore. Besides, I don't understand why you're contacting me. Isn't it obvious who Xuchen Yang truly loves the most in his heart? Yes, I know. Precisely because I know, I'm making this call to you. The voice of Mrs. Su over the phone sighed repeatedly, sigh, back when you and Xuchen Yang were together, I admit, I was somewhat harsh toward you. Auntie apologizes first. Don't. Chu Tian felt utterly confused and asked, Mrs. Su, I'm a little lost here. What exactly is this performance of yours? Su Chenyang has completely broken things off with Yi Han, Mrs. Su said seriously. Ah, that boy was just too foolish. This matter, though embarrassing to our family, I will tell you nonetheless, Yi Han only ever used Xuchen Yang as a stepping stone to enter the upper class. Even after they broke up and during their brief reunion, Yi Han continued having relations with other men. Photos were even sent directly to Xuchen Yang. After learning the truth, he suffered a great emotional blow. His health deteriorated drastically. Right now, he's lying in the hospital bed, calling out your name repeatedly. Chu Tian listened expressionlessly, unbothered, and responded with an indifferent, huh, before asking, then what? What does this have to do with me? Auntie is telling you this because I want you to get some closure. Yes, Xuchen Yang did wrong you in the past, but he's still young and spoiled rotten by us. He's never faced adversity, and as such, he underestimated people too much. But now, I think he's completely moved on from Yi Han and realized his own feelings fully. Chu Tian, he really wants to see you right now. Please, consider this my plea, visit him. Say a couple words of encouragement. Help him step out of this shadow sooner. Can you do that? She added almost apologetically, I've come to terms with this too. Since he likes men, we'll let him be. As long as it's you, I feel reassured. This time, if you two can have a proper conversation, Auntie will support you both wholeheartedly moving forward. After listening to all that Mrs. Su had to say, Chu Tian only found it ridiculous and absurd. Who exactly did the Su family think he was? What gave them the confidence that once Xuchen Yang got hurt, regretted his actions, and missed him, he would readily forgive everything and shamelessly rush back with his tail between his legs? Chu Tian, when are you leaving? I'll have the driver pick you up. Mrs. Su still regarded Chu Tian as the same person who once deeply loved her son Xuchen Yang, assuming that with a bit of reward and punishment she could easily control him. Chu Tian let out a light laugh and said, sorry, Mrs. Su, but I really can't make it. Right now, I'm busy having sex with my boyfriend. Your precious son is honestly something I can't deal with at the moment. If you insist on hearing my advice, then here it is, just spank your spoiled brat whenever he disobeys, and that should settle it. Beyond that, I've got nothing else to suggest. The line went deathly silent for a moment. Chu Tian could vividly picture the proud and noble woman fuming on the other end, her face turning green with anger. But this wasn't his fault, he didn't usually like making things difficult for women, but how could he help himself when she kept saying those infuriating words? Chu Tian had grown increasingly exasperated with the selfishness and self-centered nature that ran through the Su family's bloodline. So, without hesitation, he decided to lay it all on the table, you don't need to call me about his matters anymore. Honestly, these days, even thinking about him makes me irritable. That's it, I'm busy now. Chapter 66, Laden with Tempests, I Come from the Sea. After hanging up the phone, Chu Tian felt somewhat down in spirits, but Zhou Mo was still spirited and energetic. Not wanting to dampen the mood, Chu Tian turned to Zhou Mo and apologized, sorry about that. Let's continue where we left off. No problem, there's no rush. Zhou Mo held Chu Tian close, whispering softly into his ear, it seems your mood isn't great. Do you want to talk about it? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? You're standing right here. Chu Tian gave him a playful pat. Never mind about that. What matters most is cheering you up first. Zhou Mo whispered tenderly near Chu Tian's ear, successfully calming him down. Chu Tian took a deep breath, nearly inaudible, and said, you heard that too, didn't you? My ex broke up with his new partner and ended up hospitalized after a car accident. Now he's thinking of me again and wants me to act like his personal maid or something. Hearing this, Zhou Mo chuckled lightly, is that how you see yourself? Isn't it? Chu Tian grinned easily, otherwise, why would they think being with me was so dull? Zhou Mo's gaze darkened momentarily, though his tone remained unchanged, do you still care deeply about what he said? Chu Tian paused for a moment, puzzled. He hadn't thought he still cared, but how to describe it? There was one phrase that had been etched firmly in his memory. It's not that I still care, but, his words made 5 years of happiness seem like an illusion. That has to sting a little, right? He calculated the time since he'd heard those words, it had only been around 10 days. Turning to Zhou Mo, Chu Tian added, don't blame me for remembering what my ex said. After all, it's been just over 10 days since we parted. I've completely given up on him emotionally, but there are still some residual feelings lingering. With you by my side, I'll soon process all that. Zhou Mo nodded graciously and responded, you know, because you have me now, forgetting your ex, well, that's my job. Chu Tian looked at him, smiling, is that so? Then what's your plan to carry out this task? Go ahead and elaborate. Zhou Mo pulled him closer abruptly, their bodies tightly pressed together. His voice deepened as he murmured, I'm a man of action. I prefer doing over-talking. If you're feeling better now, how about I show you what I mean right now? Huh, Chu Tian burst into laughter, intentionally teasing Zhou Mo by seductively wrapping his leg around him. Sure enough, Zhou Mo's eyes flared with intensity immediately. He looked like the king of the forest under cover of night, capable of subduing all creatures with just a glance. Yet such a mighty ruler could be effortlessly controlled by Chu Tian with a simple gesture, giving him an immense sense of achievement in conquering someone stronger. It was like standing on the shoulders of a giant, allowing him to see sights he'd never imagined before. Previously, Chu Tian had always favored the type who would pretend to be obedient and affectionate, believing he could retain them through his kindness and effort. In reality, what he truly sought was someone who could give him absolute security, assuring him of lifelong companionship. Experience, however, proved that his previous beliefs were entirely wrong, and wildly off base. Thus, he decided to switch paths decisively. This road with Zhou Mo wouldn't exactly be smooth either, Chu Tian understood. After all, given Zhou Mo's position and status, countless people would aim to take his spot, while the daily temptations and options available to Zhou Mo were also numerous. Choosing someone like him as a lover, for someone like Chu Tian who cherished stability, was actually a significant risk. However, Chu Tian clearly sensed Zhou Mo's tense demeanor, but he was willing to suppress it for this subtle flicker of emotion. Although it was just a small matter, Chu Tian felt an unprecedented sense of respect and appreciation. A lump rose in his throat. What's wrong? You don't want to anymore. Zhou Mo lived up to his name, he always timely detected the changes in Chu Tian's emotions. Looking at the mature and handsome man before him, Chu Tian wondered what merit or virtue had allowed him to encounter such a lover. He reached out to embrace Zhou Mo, his hoarse voice whispering into his ear, I do, Zhou Mo. Have I ever told you how lucky I feel to have met you? Zhou Mo smiled. No, but it's not too late now, darling. I've already told you, misfortunes will come to an end, and good fortune is on its way. Do you believe me now? Recalling the scene where Zhou Mo said this to him on the plane, Chu Tian asked, almost belatedly, did you already fancy me back then? Zhou Mo chuckled softly. Not quite, it happened even earlier. Chu Tian was a little surprised. Then when? Did we meet before? Zhou Mo laughed. You forgot. We met once in the elevator, didn't we? At that time. Recalling their first meeting and his disheveled appearance, Chu Tian looked at Zhou Mo with surprise. My hair was covered in red ink back then, I looked like a total wreck. Are you into peculiar tastes? Perhaps. Zhou Mo leaned closer, kissing him gently. His eyes were deep and dark, like a black hole, once something was targeted by him, there was no chance of escape. He slowly said, I'm a fan of your books and was already curious about you. I even imagined what kind of person you were. When we finally met and you were so flustered, with sadness all over your eyes, I can't say exactly which moment hit my heart. All I knew was that I wanted to be the one protecting you. After hearing this, Chu Tian quietly rested his head on Zhou Mo's shoulder and said, it seems that dominant tycoons truly favor vulnerable objects, huh? Now that you've known me for so long, do you still think I'm someone who needs your protection? Zhou Mo rubbed Chu Tian's hair and said, I know you are a mature and strong-willed man. You're excellent and work hard to build your own life, much like the characters in your books. You often give them difficult lives and challenging adversities, allowing them to embrace life through pain. In the end, they become stronger and more composed, no longer easily defeated. I think this reflects your inner projection. I know you aspire to grow stronger and invincible, yet I can still feel your fragility and struggles in your words. Chu Tian's eyes reddened instantly as he tried to suppress the sour feeling rising in his throat, pretending to be light-hearted. No wonder you know me so well, you've dissected me thoroughly. So am I just a pitiful little thing in your eyes? He smiled again, I'm such a big guy, and yet your imagination could stretch this far. Zhou Mo softly replied with an affirming Chu Tian's comment. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Gender, size, appearance, these things shouldn't be shackles limiting yourself. I know what you desire, and I've said before that I have the confidence to provide the life you want. This isn't empty talk. You can trust me, rely on me fully. Chu Tian, I'm the most suitable person for you. The resolute confidence in Zhou Mo's tone made Chu Tian unconsciously believe in his words. His promise was firm and sincere, it was impossible not to be moved. Chu Tian hadn't expected Zhou Mo to understand him so thoroughly in such a short period of time. It felt as though he was completely transparent in front of Zhou Mo, every thought could be effortlessly seen through. Chu Tian used to yearn for someone who could uncover his vulnerability. Now, such a person had appeared, carrying fine rain and gentle winds toward him, telling him that maybe he didn't always have to be strong, that maybe he could lean on someone else. Although he had never imagined becoming someone reliant on others for survival, who doesn't want to slack off or take a nap when tired. You said it, I believe you. Chu Tian clung limply to Zhou Mo, as if submitting all his possessions in a grand gamble. This time, perhaps, he might win. Chapter 67, Realizing My Mistakes. Su Chenyang waited for a long time in the hospital. As the night grew quiet and the old man in the next room began snoring after scolding his son loudly for being unfilial, the door of Su Chenyang's ward remained tightly closed. He took out his phone and checked. It was now 12:45 in the morning. The road should not be congested, but even if it were, 2 hours would be enough to drive around the entire city. Chu Tian wouldn't come anymore. Su Chenyang knew it clearly in his heart. In fact, Su Chenyang didn't feel particularly surprised that he wasn't coming. On the contrary, it would have been strange for Chu Tian to show up. Recalling the last words Chu Tian spoke to him and the final look in his eyes, Su Chenyang knew what they implied. Still, he held on to a tiny shred of hope that perhaps Chu Tian would show up out of respect for his mother. He bitterly laughed, realizing even his mother's influence couldn't sway Chu Tian this time. Indeed, Chu Tian's respect for his mother stemmed solely from wanting to be with him properly. Now that they had parted ways, Chu Tian no longer needed to endure anything or win over his mother's approval. Su Chenyang tightly gripped his phone, wanting to call his mother to ask how Chu Tian had spoken to her, but he hesitated, afraid. He feared hearing resolute rejection in Chu Tian's tone, he dreaded learning that Chu Tian had grown to detest him. He also feared the destruction of the warm and dependable haven within him that had always provided comfort. Without it, where could he go to mend the wounds inflicted upon his soul? He tilted his head back, gazing despondently at the fluorescent light overhead, as countless memories of him and Chu Tian flashed through his mind. Back then, during one of the most painful and humiliating rain-soaked nights of his life, he had finally gathered the courage to oppose his parents for love. In return, he faced an immediate and cold-hearted abandonment, left alone on unfamiliar streets in despair so profound that it nearly drove him insane. Hey, what are you doing here? A casual northern accent suddenly broke through from behind him. Turning around, he saw a man wearing a common white tank top and black sports shorts, a cigarette dangling between his lips, holding a multicolored umbrella just a step behind him. Perhaps due to Su Chenyang's obvious stare, Chu Tian readily explained, "Don't look at me like that, this isn't my taste either. There was only this umbrella left in the store. I had no choice, get it?" At that moment, Su Chenyang was utterly disheartened and had no desire to engage in conversation. He simply turned away silently without acknowledging Chu Tian further. But Chu Tian approached him, holding the umbrella above his head, and asked, "What are you doing here in such heavy rain? Performing art? Lost your girlfriend?" Receiving no reply from Su Chenyang, Chu Tian didn't grow upset but instead kindly consoled, "You seem like a strong young lad, physically healthy with all limbs intact, there can't be any difficulties you can't overcome. Go home, clean up, wash off, and sleep. Tomorrow, when you wake up, you'll definitely laugh at yourself for acting so foolish tonight. Trust me, it happens." It was Chu Tian's laid-back and carefree tone that caught Su Chenyang's attention, encouraging him to finally speak and say, "I'm not going back." "Really? Big guy playing runaway? Why can't I?" "Huh, sure thing. But let me warn you, it's dangerous standing in the middle of the street like that during such a rainy night. Drivers might get blinded by the rain, and you'll scare them. Or worse, they might hit you. If that happens, there'll be no return." Thinking about the slightly irreverent, yet charismatic way Chu Tian used to talk, Su Chenyang unconsciously curved his lips upward. Back then, Chu Tian must have been around 20-something, a bold, rebellious youth himself. Perhaps because of the freedom and brightness reflected in Chu Tian's smile at that time, Su Chenyang discarded everything he had been taught growing up and went home with this stranger he barely met a minute ago. Later. Afterward, he never left Chu Tian's side again. During those years, Chu Tian was genuinely good to him. Even before they became a couple, Chu Tian had always been very considerate toward him. Although Su Chenyang was in a terrible mood after a breakup and often ignored or acted harshly towards Chu Tian, he never lashed out verbally at him. There was once when Su Chenyang said something accidentally provoking Chu Tian's anger, resulting in Chu Tian telling him to leave and return home. Despite his frustration, all it took was Su Chenyang lowering his head to admit fault, which instantly softened Chu Tian. It was Chu Tian's helpless indulgence that made Su Chenyang feel intrigued by him, gradually shifting his focus onto Chu Tian. Gradually, Chu Tian's kindness entranced Su Chenyang, while his gentleness felt like an endless ocean accepting every bit of his negative emotions and granting infinite security. Thus, the more time he spent beside Chu Tian, the more he craved to stay, unwilling to part. At the beginning, when Su Chenyang first realized Chu Tian's feelings for him, he found it hard to accept. Chu Tian wasn't his type at all, yet he had fallen for him. If Su Chenyang didn't reciprocate his feelings, he knew Chu Tian wouldn't be able to stay by his side anymore, which left him feeling rather agitated. So during that time, Su Chenyang deliberately kept his distance from Chu Tian. Chu Tian must have noticed it. He didn't say anything, nor did he chase him away. Soon after, he recovered quickly and started dating other people while looking as dashing as ever. Thinking about this, Su Chenyang felt an indescribable sense of loss well up inside him. This man had always been so nonchalant. Even if he loved someone deeply, he could still let go decisively. It was true in the past and remained true now. Su Chenyang remembered how angry and upset he felt when he discovered Chu Tian dating another man. The sensation was akin to being betrayed, and there was even a tinge of her being abandoned. Reflecting on this, Su Chenyang thought about how foolish he used to be. Despite knowing deep down how crucial Chu Tian was to him, he still mistakenly believed that his feelings were merely an unwilling compromise. How could anyone compromise on their love for 5 years, to the point where getting married seemed acceptable, and leaving never crossed his mind? Clearly, when Chu Tian agreed to be his boyfriend, Su Chenyang had felt immense joy. Clearly, over these years, he invested tremendous effort into driving away the flirtatious admirers surrounding Chu Tian, fearing that he might be taken away. Clearly, he fully understood that no one could resist Chu Tian's goodness. Why did he forget something so important? Why did thinking about Chu Tian now feel even more painful than being betrayed by Yi Han? In the silent depths of the night, within the empty hospital room, Su Chenyang suddenly came to his senses. He realized the genuine nature of his feelings for Chu Tian. However, his epiphany arrived too late. For years, he had become ensnared in his unrequited longing for Yi Han, blind with one-sided affection, mistaking the fake pearl for the real gem. Not only did he misjudge Chu Tian, but he also misunderstood his own heart. A wave of intense regret surged through him. Su Chenyang bit his lip tightly, enduring the sharp sorrow coursing through his chest. He dared not let his emotions flood out, fearing that he couldn't bear the weight. Was there anything more agonizing than just realizing the love in your heart only to discover you've lost that person? Tears uncontrollably soaked through his shirt. Covering his eyes with the back of his hand, Su Chenyang silently cried without restraint. Even though he once lived such a happy life, and once had the best lover in the world, he had ruined everything. Having been deeply loved, he had grown soft and fragile, making it impossible for him to endure such anguish. Yet, no matter how distressed he became, no one would gently embrace him anymore, whispering that everything would be okay. At this thought, Su Chenyang clutched the fabric over his chest tightly, gasping for air before breaking down completely in tears. With teary eyes fixed on the closed door, he helplessly muttered in his heart, "Brother Chu, I really know I was wrong." Chapter 68, Yi Han. This night, it wasn't only Su Chenyang who suffered. After splitting up with Su Chenyang, unexpectedly, Yi Han was not pursued relentlessly by him. Instead, Su Chenyang handed over the villa they had previously lived in. Located in the most bustling area of the capital city, this high-end villa would fetch at least 8 figures if sold. In his dreams, Yi Han hadn't imagined Su Chenyang would act this way. Though spacious, the luxurious house felt somewhat disordered and desolate. Su Chenyang had discovered the truth about Yi Han 2 days ago and had sent people yesterday to move his belongings. After dismissing the movers, Yi Han stood alone by the door, staring blankly for quite some time. Another day passed, and Yi Han still struggled to recover from the breakup with Su Chenyang. Fate seemed to have played a cruel joke on him, revealing his true colors right as he began to genuinely care for Su Chenyang and wanted to take their relationship seriously. All his sordid past was exposed under the sun. He had expected this kind of moment to come eventually, but he never thought it would arrive so swiftly. Since childhood, Yi Han had known that nothing in the world was real except for tangible wealth. Only money could bring him a good life, freeing him from being splashed with paint, running around in fear, or living anxiously. Therefore, his goals had always been crystal clear, to acquire as much money as possible. He had gone through countless difficulties to finally enroll in a university in the capital city. He had once thought that perhaps, with his own 2 hands, he might be able to change his life. However, his gambling addict father refused to let him live such a life. His father continually racked up exorbitant gambling debts, numbers so large that Yi Han would probably need several lifetimes of work to pay them off. Of course, Yi Han had also thought countless times to simply leave everything behind and let that gambling fiend fend for himself. But the warm memories from childhood clutched at his heart tightly, preventing him from walking away so easily. With no other option, he had to come up with other ways. Fortunately, his mother who abandoned her husband and child left him with a good-looking face, making him quite popular in this school full of wealthy second-generation heirs. When Yi Han decided to trade affection and his body for wealth, he had already stopped dreaming of happiness. That was why he was so decisive when Su Chenyang's mother gave him that sum of money. Regrettably, he was too young back then and made the biggest mistake of his life. Now, the only person who truly loved him had withdrawn that love, and Yi Han's curse on himself had finally come true. He should have accepted it calmly, but when the moment came, he realized he'd overestimated himself. Humans have hearts made of flesh, he couldn't detach emotions entirely from reason. After Su Chenyang learned what he had done, the cold look in Su Chenyang's eyes was something Yi Han had never experienced before, a pain as if being cut by 1,000 knives. But it was too late now. A person like him, no one would believe he was ever capable of sincerity. Yi Han sat listlessly in this vast mansion, feeling utterly empty inside. Su Chenyang was the only man who was so generous after their breakup, the only one who risked his life for him, perhaps even the only one who truly loved him. If it weren't for his own greed back then, maybe the things he wanted were already within his reach. Ha ha. Holding his legs, Yi-Han laughed foolishly. Perhaps this was the punishment from heaven, the things he wanted always slipped through his fingers. In the end, all he had left was this cold house. Just as he was consumed by regret, his phone beside him rang. Looking, it was Zhao Mingyu calling again. Yi-Han stared at the phone coldly without moving. He still couldn't figure out why Zhao Mingyu did this. Their relationship was based on transactions. Why did Zhao Mingyu break his word and ruin him? What benefits did this bring to Zhao Mingyu? He had many questions, but none of it mattered anymore. His relationship with Su Chenyang was irreparable, and he didn't want anything more to do with Zhao Mingyu. Now that he had this house, he could sell it and move to a small city where no one knew him. Maybe, just maybe, he could start anew. The phone ringing stopped, then quickly rang again. This time, however, it was his gambling addict father calling. His expression immediately turned to utmost disgust. As the phone kept ringing, he ignored it completely. The phone continued to ring incessantly, over and over. Knowing that not answering would make the caller keep dialing, Yi-Han reluctantly picked up the call. Hello? What is it? Son, your dad is a little tight on cash lately. Do you have some money to lend me? Yi-Han rubbed his temples wearily, his voice tinged with extreme exhaustion. Yi-Kong, you've been gambling again, haven't you? Well, I just wanted to win a bit of money to help you since I know how hard you work, but my luck has been so bad lately. Help me. Yi-Han yelled furiously into the phone, how dare you say helping me? Whose fault is my hardship? Dad, you're my dad. Why must you force me like this? Do you know where the money I give you comes from? It's from me sleeping with other men. I earn that money working as a male escort for you. I don't have any dignity left, I feel like trash because of your gambling habit. Gamble. 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 How much more are you going to ask of me? Why don't you just die? After screaming, there was silence on the other end of the line. Yi-Han finally vented years of pent-up frustration, feeling oddly relieved. He looked up at the luxurious crystal chandelier above, his tone turning abnormally calm. Don't call me again in the future. I've done everything I can for you. I won't fill the endless holes you create anymore. If you want to gamble, go ahead, and find a way to deal with the debts yourself, whether your hand gets chopped off or you have to sell your kidney, it's none of my business anymore. Son, you don't want your dad anymore? Yes, I don't. Yi-Han gave a laugh, you can just sue me. I'll pay you at most a few thousand yuan as alimony every month. I think this is best for both of us, Yi-Kong. I'm tired. I want to live my own life. That's it. Beep, Yi-Han hung up resolutely and then removed the SIM card from his phone, throwing it away. Sitting on the floor with his back against a cabinet, he gazed out the window at the big tree outside in mild daze. Now everything was gone, he had no family and no lover, but neither did he have any burdens or guilt. He had once carried so much weight upon himself that he barely seemed human. This situation was fine too. Right now, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The emerald leaves outside shone brightly under the golden sunlight, and Yi-Han suddenly felt a fresh vitality from this scene, gradually healing his heart that had been like stagnant water. At this moment, he eagerly longed for a new beginning. Start over again, earnestly, living for himself this time. Chapter 69, I Miss You. Su Chenyang spent one night in the hospital and was discharged soon after. On his way home, he received a call from an unknown number. He had a premonition, it was Yi-Han calling. After some thought, he answered the call anyway. Hello. Hello, Chenyang, it's me. The background noise at Yi-Han's side was loud, and Su Chenyang vaguely heard the sound of a broadcast. I know it's you. Why are you calling me? Don't overthink it. I just want to thank you for letting bygones be bygones and giving me a house. Su Chenyang coldly replied, you needn't overthink it either. If you were with me only for money, I'll end our relationship using money too. Such an ending suits both of us perfectly. In the phone, Yi-Han laughed lightly, yes, it really suits perfectly. Su Chenyang remained silent, and after a brief pause, Yi-Han said, Chenyang, regardless, I still need to thank you. I plan to sell the house you gave me, then start anew in a strange city. This time, I will treat life sincerely. Su Chenyang responded coldly, do what you will. The house hasn't been officially transferred yet, if you want to sell it, contact my secretary. Is there anything else you need? Yi-Han fell silent again for a while before speaking jokingly, Chenyang, if that is to say, could we possibly? No possibility. Su Chenyang cut off Yi-Han's unfinished words bluntly. Yi-Han, I'm not generous. I have a germ phobia. What you've done, I can never forgive. Humph, makes sense, Yi-Han sighed, that's fine too. Then I can finally let go. Chenyang, thank you for genuinely loving me in the past. I truly appreciate your sincerity. I hope you find the happiness you desire, and I'll bless you. Su Chenyang didn't say anything and hung up directly. After hanging up, he felt a sense of loss. Yi-Han's tone sounded relaxed, carrying a sense of freedom and acceptance. Judging from his voice, he would likely indeed start afresh as he'd said. Still, Su Chenyang was soft-hearted. When Su Chenyang gave the house to Yi Han, he did have a bit of compassion in mind. He had people investigate Yi Han's background and understood his past. Though his choices could be understood, as someone who had been deceived and used, he would forever fail to empathize with Yi Han. Giving him this house marked an end to his first love, signifying that this emotion was now truly over. In fact, Su Chenyang envied Yi Han somewhat. Those without genuine emotions could leave decisively, and they could restart their lives whenever they wanted. But him? He finally realized his feelings, but he made the wrong choice. Did he still have a chance to start anew? Last night, Su Chenyang dreamt about Chu Tian all night long. In the dream, they didn't do anything extraordinary, they simply lived day-to-day ordinary lives as before. A vivid fragment in his memory came alive again clearly, Chu Tian reading a book in the garden, and he holding Chu Tian tightly, resting his head on Chu Tian's shoulder as they read together. Sometimes, Chu Tian would turn around and kiss him gently, then teasingly tap his chin asking whether he was bored or not. Even after waking up, a faint sense of happiness lingered in his chest, and he repeatedly recalled that dream, unwilling to let the feeling fade. But dreams are dreams. The happier the dream, the more lonely the reality becomes. Su Chenyang looked out of the car window at the tall buildings flying past, and suddenly felt as if there was a black hole in his body that quickly devoured his emotions. In an instant, his mind became empty, even making the world seem unreal. He desperately wanted to hold on to something, otherwise he feared he would go mad from this emptiness. Su Chenyang turned and said to the driver, "Turn around, let's go to Brother Chu's." All right. This driver knew about the tremendous changes Su Chenyang had gone through in his love life. He stole a glance at him through the rearview mirror but didn't say anything, silently turning the car around. Chu Tian was still sleeping in bed at this moment. To squeeze 3 days to win him over, Zhou Mo paid the price of having to run all over the world for the next half-month. In order to prevent Chu Tian from forgetting him during these half-months, last night, Zhou Mo performed well throughout the entire night, causing Chu Tian to directly pass out afterward. Ding dong, ding dong. The annoying doorbell became the second most hated sound after cicada chirping for Chu Tian. The doorbell kept ringing incessantly. Normally, no one should come to find him personally, so Chu Tian thought that it must be his editor showing up since he hadn't updated much recently due to his breakup and new romance. Thinking about writing made Chu Tian incredibly annoyed, but as the editor was a woman, he couldn't bear to let her wait outside under the blazing sun. He got up and randomly grabbed a shirt from the wardrobe and put on a pair of sweatpants. When he bent over, the pain made him grit his teeth. Recalling Zhou Mo's vastly different personas in bed and out of bed, Chu Tian's face flushed red. Last night had been too crazy, completely overturning the image Zhou Mo had in Chu Tian's mind. Chu Tian sighed again how inaccurate his judgment could be. How had he once thought Zhou Mo was a refined person? In stark contrast to Zhou Mo's bravery was his own ineffectiveness. Chu Tian was embarrassed to think about his disgraceful performance last night. Shaking his head, he shook off those weak cries of mercy and, trembling slightly, struggled downstairs. Opening the door, however, he snorted and muttered, "What a waste," then turned around to leave. "Brother Chu." Su Chenyang hurriedly shouted, "Brother Chu, don't go yet. I have something to say." Chu Tian turned back, leaning against the doorframe, lazily asking, "What do you want now? Haven't I told you not to bother me whether you have issues or not?" "Brother Chu." Su Chenyang greedily scanned Chu Tian from head to toe, every inch of this man, the aura around him, his speaking tone, and even his sharp words when mocking people, all made Su Chenyang feel immense nostalgia. Licking his lips, he said, "Brother Chu, I got into a car accident the other day and almost died. Did you know? Did you come see me?" Chu Tian yawned and said, "I know, you did it right, though I didn't come. But I heard that at a critical moment, you turned the wheel to protect Yi Han, which was quite heroic." Su Chenyang fell silent for a while before whining, "Brother Chu, Yi Han and I have broken up already. He used me from start to finish. He was with me just for my money." He looked at Chu Tian sorrowfully, "Brother Chu, am I really stupid? It's not my place to say that. You made your choice, so take the consequences. Just don't regret it." Chu Tian propped himself up, lazily waving his hand, "Okay, I'm sleepy right now and don't have time to listen to your story. Go away." Seeing Chu Tian turn without looking back, Su Chenyang felt unbearably upset. The Chu Gu who used to comfort him, encourage him, and give him endless tenderness was finally gone. But he knew it was his fault. He helplessly shouted, "Brother Chu, let me sit inside for a bit. My head is spinning, and I'm very thirsty. Can you give me some water? Please." Chu Tian sneered and said to him, "Turn left when you go out. There's a small convenience store nearby. If you're thirsty, buy yourself something to drink. I'll tell you this for the last time, don't bother me. Brother Chu." With a loud bang, Chu Tian firmly closed the door. Su Chenyang stood dumbfounded, staring at the familiar gate, feeling an overwhelming sense of bitterness in his eyes. This used to be his home, and the person inside was supposed to be his lover. If he hadn't made that foolish decision back then, they would have already been engaged by now and would have been happy together. Now, he can't even enter his own home anymore. "Brother Chu. I miss you." Facing Chu Tian's bedroom window, he softly whispered those unspoken words. Chapter 70, The Stratagem of Suffering. The summer weather could change in a blink. Chu Tian woke up starving, only to see heavy rain pouring down outside as he rose from bed. After waking, the discomfort on Chu Tian's body worsened. It felt like his bones belonged to someone 70 or 80 years old. When he finally got out of bed, it took him a long while lying on the bed before he slowly stepped down. The moment his feet touched the ground, an indescribable sense of loss welled up inside him. Just one wild night, and already he seemed so unwell. It was undeniable that time showed no mercy. He must be getting old without noticing. He walked to the full-length mirror and glanced at his reflection. Thanks to his year-round commitment to fitness, Chu Tian's figure remained proportionate. His 8-pack abs were especially impressive. Judging by the scattered marks on them, Zhou Mo should have been quite fond of them. He turned sideways to check. Great, his posture was still good, back straight, waist firm, buttocks tight and firm with no sagging. He leaned closer, carefully running his fingers through his hair for inspection. For now, no gray hairs appeared, and his hairline had no issues whatsoever. Looking at the corners of his eyes, he slightly stretched his lips, spotting some fine lines beneath but not too obvious. Anyway, for a big guy like him, this wasn't much of a problem. Chu Tian nodded satisfactorily at his reflection in the mirror. Clearly, he wasn't that old yet. The purely unsightly part was entirely Zhou Mo's fault. Reassured that there was nothing wrong with himself, Chu Tian's mood brightened again. He glanced at the marks left on his body, shook his head a couple of times, and then supported his sore waist as he went downstairs to prepare some food. Boom! Just as he reached the bottom floor, a thunderclap resounded outside. Passing by the window, Chu Tian looked out to see torrential rain falling densely, visibility very low, but amidst it all, Su Chenyang stood stupidly at the door under the rain. Su Chenyang had sustained a gash on his forehead during the car accident, and his wound hadn't fully healed yet, so he still wore a patch of white bandage just above his brow, which looked rather comical under the circumstances. By now, the bandage was soaked through with rain, and Chu Tian could vaguely spot red stains on it. Fucking hell. Are you trying this same old trick on me again? Chu Tian stormed irritably, grabbing an umbrella by the door and heading outside. Upon seeing him, Su Chenyang's miserable-looking eyes instantly lit up. Brother Chu. With the umbrella open, Chu Tian reached the iron gate and began yelling furiously right at Su Chenyang's nose. Su Chenyang, are you an idiot? What the hell are you doing standing in front of my door in such a heavy downpour? Don't you see your wound is bleeding? Are you waiting for it to get infected and die at my doorstep so you can sue me? Contrary to what one might expect, Su Chenyang wasn't offended by Chu Tian's reprimand. Instead, he grinned even more broadly. Knowing Chu Tian's sharp words often masked a soft heart, he believed these curses must be driven by concern. Fuck, what are you laughing about? Did the rain make you dumb? Chu Tian grew angrier, unable to fathom why Su Chenyang would resort to harming his own health to pressure others into feeling sorry for him. Brother Chu, open the door. My head hurts so bad. Su Chenyang clung to the iron bars of the gate, looking pitifully at Chu Tian. Like hell. Chu Tian shot an angry glance at the blood-soaked bandage on his head, roaring, get the hell away from here. I don't care about your breakup with your ex, or whatever your agenda is today. But let me tell you this, what happened between us is over. Stop trying to manipulate me with your health. If you want to die, do it at your own house. Got it. Brother Chu, I'm not leaving. Su Chenyang acted like a thug, reaching out to grab Chu Tian's hand, but Chu Tian dodged him. Retracting his hand dejectedly, Su Chenyang wiped off the water droplets on his face and said to Chu Tian, Brother Chu, I miss you, I miss our home. Let me come in for just a little bit. I know I've been a bastard before, but I really regret it now. Can you give me another chance? You think you're dreaming. Chu Tian opened his mouth to curse again when he noticed a streak of blood streaming down Su Chenyang's forehead, mixing with the rainwater and running all over his face. It looked eerily like a crime scene. The sight made Chu Tian's face turn pale. Fucking hell. You're really something else. Are you willing to sacrifice your life like this? Realizing Chu Tian was wavering, Su Chenyang persisted, bloodied face dripping as he begged, Brother Chu, let me in. If you don't, I won't leave. Chu Tian knew he wasn't joking. Su Chenyang had always been reckless, doing things without considering the consequences. He might be reckless, but Chu Tian couldn't afford to go along with his antics. Wound infection was no small matter. There was no way Chu Tian could watch idly while Su Chenyang tried to die right in front of him. With a grim face, Chu Tian opened the door. Brother Chu. As soon as the door opened, Su Chenyang wanted to rush forward and embrace Chu Tian, but Chu Tian kicked him away. What do you think you're doing? Don't touch me. Brother Chu. You, shut up. While scolding him, Chu Tian stepped closer under the shelter of the umbrella, protecting Su Chenyang from the torrential downpour above. Su Chenyang, you're already a grown man. Can't you show some progress? Are you really not tired of using this suffering strategy? Su Chenyang smiled sweetly at Chu Tian, entirely unaffected by his harsh tone. At that moment, both standing under one umbrella, it reminded them exactly of their first meeting. Staring dumbfounded at Chu Tian, Su Chenyang said, Brother Chu, do you remember? We met on a rainy day. Back then, you also gave me an umbrella, took me home, and we fell in love. After hearing this, Chu Tian replied expressionlessly, sure, I remember that. But how could I have forgotten that we never truly loved each other? Haven't you just been tolerating me all this time? Knowing that explaining this issue clearly would take a long time, Su Chenyang felt guilty and dared not say anything. Chu Tian laughed after speaking himself. It's pretty coincidental, isn't it? The last time, you were dumped by Yihan too, and now it's happened again. It seems you haven't improved in all these years. Hearing this, Su Chenyang lowered his head and weakly argued, this time is different. This time, I broke up with him. Really? So, you've finally accomplished something impressive, Chu Tian retorted sarcastically before nudging Su Chenyang's heel with his foot, growing impatient. Come inside quickly, my shoulder's soaked. Oh. Su Chenyang gave Chu Tian a happy smile. With a sullen face, Chu Tian added, don't misinterpret this. I'm just worried you'll die here and ruin the value of my house. Okay, I get it. Su Chenyang nodded eagerly and hurried into the house without hesitation. Chu Tian followed him in, looking stern. When Su Chenyang reached for the slippers specifically bought for Zhou Mo, Chu Tian immediately stopped him, don't wear those. There are guest slippers beside them. Wear those. Chapter 71, I have a partner now. Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang pouted unhappily and said, Brother Chu, I don't want to wear the guest slippers, they're uncomfortable. I want to wear yours. You can wear them if you like, or go barefoot if you can't stand them. Chu Tian snatched the slippers out of Su Chenyang's hands and pointed toward the bathroom door. There are towels inside. Go clean yourself up. Okay. Su Chenyang acted extremely obedient, doing whatever Chu Tian asked. After passing through the entrance, seeing the familiar furniture and decorations inside made his heart instantly feel grounded, he immediately relaxed. Indeed, there's nothing more comfortable than being at home. He confidently walked to the guest restroom on the first floor and grabbed a towel from the cabinet to dry his hair. When he looked in the mirror, Su Chenyang realized how disheveled he looked. He felt a sharp pain from his scalp, remembering the doctor's repeated warning about keeping the wound dry from water. Despite this fear, in his heart, he still thought it worth trading this injury for a chance to come back home. The timing of today's rain really worked well for him. He believed not only would he, but even Chu Tian would surely be reminded of their past due to this similar rain and situation. Though he had made mistakes later, 5 years of happy life together couldn't simply be erased. Supported by the memories of those 5 years, he believed there was no way Chu Tian could truly let go of him so quickly. Looking at the haggard reflection in the mirror, Su Chenyang practiced a few particularly pitiful expressions, feeling confident as he then turned around and left with the towel. Finally, Chu Tian showed some leniency toward him. He had to push harder, making Chu Tian even more concerned about him. Tonight, he would try his best to stay over. When he returned to the living room, he heard Chu Tian talking on the phone. Approaching, his initially excited heart sank instantly. Chu Tian was lounging lazily on the sofa, discussing matters related to him. You should hurry over. His forehead has been bleeding non-stop, and I don't know how to handle such wounds. If you arrive late and he ends up brain damaged, I won't be responsible. That's unacceptable. Later, I still need to video call with my boyfriend. Although he's very reasonable, I don't want him to think I'm someone Howith X's. Let me tell you in advance, there will absolutely be no next time for this matter. Next time he comes again, I might just have to call the security guards. This has already severely disrupted my new life. You'd better go back and take better care of him. Alright, see you. After Chu Tian hung up the phone, he turned around and saw Su Chenyang holding a towel, looking at him in disbelief. Brother Chu, you're seeing someone else. Chu Tian curled the corner of his lips. Yeah, how about that? Didn't Fengjing tell you? Fengjing also knows. Su Chenyang was even more shocked. He took big steps towards Chu Tian, grabbed his shoulder and loudly questioned, when did this happen? This is impossible. You love me so much, how could you have changed your heart so quickly? Chu Tian laughed, then brushed off his hand, saying calmly, it just happened a few days ago. What's so surprising? Since you've already started something behind my back, do you expect me to stay single just for you? Moreover, compared to you, it's not fast at all, is it? Su Chenyang was hurt by the disdain in his eyes. In anger, he threw the towel on the ground and wildly shouted like a trapped beast, this is impossible. I don't believe it. You're deliberately lying to me, right? Chu Tian rolled his eyes, deliberately lying to you. Do I have to? Are you really that conceited? His expression didn't seem like he was lying. Su Chenyang's heart immediately panicked. He had thought that after their breakup, Chu Tian might blame him, hate him, or even dislike him, but these issues he believed he could slowly dissolve through his sincerity. However, he never thought that Chu Tian wouldn't wait for him to return. How could this be possible? Chu Tian loved him so much, how could he have changed his heart so quickly? It must be a lie he told just to upset him. Su Chenyang could only console himself this way, licking his lips, his face pale as he approached Chu Tian and said sorrowfully, Brother Chu. I beg you. I know I was terribly wrong before. You can hate me, hit me, scold me all you want, but you cannot be with someone else. You belong to me. You can only be mine. Chu Tian looked complexly at Su Chenyang without speaking. In pain, Su Chenyang squatted in front of Chu Tian, holding his legs, looking at him with red eyes and pleading, "Brother Chu, tell me quick, you're lying to me, right? You don't have someone else, right?" Seeing Su Chenyang's tears, Chu Tian knew he was genuinely upset. Frankly speaking, seeing Su Chenyang like this gave him a real sense of catharsis. His downward gaze was as if he were watching some kind of joke, carrying an air of mockery and satisfaction, without any sign of the pity and emotion Su Chenyang wanted to see. Chu Tian certainly wouldn't feel pity for him. The bastard hadn't shown an ounce of remorse when he betrayed him initially. Without even an apology, he dared to arrogantly come over and challenge him, calling him ungrateful. Even being called an ingrate would insult wolves. Although Chu Tian acted magnanimously and effortlessly throughout, only he knew how he managed to get through that period. He wasn't a saint and couldn't possibly have no resentment after being betrayed by Su Chenyang like that. It's just that he didn't want to make a fuss since he knew it wouldn't change anything. Quietly, he accepted everything, leaving himself a bit of dignity. Now, Su Chenyang had been played so quickly, even falling twice for the same person. Such an idiotic thing. If it weren't for his pathetic state now, Chu Tian would have clapped his hands joyfully in front of him. But this bastard was still as selfish and self-centered as ever, getting dumped and shamelessly coming back to him as if nothing happened. Did he think he doesn't have a temper? With this thought, Chu Tian kicked Su Chenyang's hand away directly, bent down, and pulled his collar to expose the place where Zhou Mo had kissed him the hardest last night. See that? My man left it last night, it's still fresh. Do you think I'm lying to you? Su Chenyang dumbfoundedly stared at the marks on Chu Tian's clavicle, his straight spine suddenly bending. The truth was right there in front of him, leaving no room for disbelief. Chu Tian really had someone else, allowing someone else to touch him. Brother Chu really didn't want him anymore. Su Chenyang clearly realized this fact. The marks Chu Tian revealed were not limited to his neck. Su Chenyang could see more through the open collar. He could vividly imagine how last night, another man indulged fully in enjoying this body that he so yearned for. At this moment, his feelings upon learning that Yi Han had been touched by someone else were completely different. When he learned that Yi Han had been touched by someone else, all he felt was nausea and anger. But when he found out Chu Tian had been touched by someone else, he experienced an unprecedented sense of despair and collapse. The exclusive treasure that belonged solely to him had been discovered by others, the port where his soul used to rest had now been occupied. In just a moment, he had transformed from a wealthy person to someone with nothing. Brother Chu, Su Chenyang collapsed onto the ground, covering his head and crying in utter despair. Chapter 72, General. Chu Tian silently lit a cigarette, letting Su Chenyang vent his emotions for a while. He glanced at his phone. There was about 20 minutes left before his video appointment with Zhou Mo. The bandage on Su Chenyang's head hadn't been changed yet, and his hair was still wet, the congealed blood clots sticking together the hair near his wound. He indeed looked disheveled and pitiful. Chu Tian had once also fantasized whether Su Chenyang would one day regret it and realize that he was the one who loved him the most. He had even thought, if this guy did regret it, he would definitely use the cruelest words possible to deeply hurt his heart, making him experience what it was like to have been betrayed. But now, seeing Su Chenyang crying painfully in front of him like a child, he realized his heart would still feel uneasy. Chu Tian considered himself not the kind of person who could take joy in someone else's suffering. No matter how angry he'd been before, looking at Su Chenyang's pitiful state now only made him think it was meaningless. After all, this was someone he had truly loved, and he hoped they could formally bid farewell, ending their relationship amicably. He leaned back against the sofa, closed his eyes, and exhaled a long stream of smoke rings. Brother Chu. Su Chenyang cried until exhausted, then moved closer and rested beside Chu Tian's legs as he had done in the past to act cute towards Chu Tian. This time, however, he placed his head directly on Chu Tian's lap. He sniffled and asked, Brother Chu, you can't possibly have fallen in love with someone so quickly, right? You must have just casually found someone to make do, haven't you? Chu Tian shook his leg to try to push Su Chenyang away, but he held on tightly. Seeing his pale face, Chu Tian feared kicking him might knock him unconscious again, so he stopped paying attention. He didn't answer Su Chenyang's question but instead pointed to the towel on the floor, saying, Go get the towel. Su Chenyang hesitated holding on to Chu Tian's leg, assuming Chu Tian wanted to dry his hair. Thinking this, he finally got up to retrieve the towel. Chu Tian switched places while he was getting up. When Su Chenyang tried to approach him again, Chu Tian stopped him, Stay right there and dry your hair yourself. Brother Chu. I can't see my own wound, can you help me dry it? Chu Tian took a puff of his cigarette and coolly shook his head, Su Chenyang, I already have a partner, and I need to keep my distance. Unlike you, I wouldn't maintain contact with my ex after having a new partner. So I hope today will be our last physical interaction. Brother Chu, do you really have to be so decisive? Su Chenyang looked at him sorrowfully, just because of the partner you've barely known for a few days, how can you believe that you won't care about me anymore? You promised, I am the one you love the most, and you'd spoil me for life. Chu Tian's deep eyes looked at Su Chenyang without hesitation, saying, I did promise that, but didn't you also say there's nothing going on between you and Yi Han? Su Chenyang couldn't argue, lowering his head sadly, I know, I made a mistake, but everyone makes mistakes sometimes. You can't sentence me to death for just one offense, can you? Ignoring Chu Tian's frowning expression, he walked over again and squatted in front of him. His expression serious, he said, Brother Chu, I've truly recognized my feelings now, and I admit my wrongs. I guarantee that from now on, I'll no longer think about anyone else. Brother Chu, I love you, I'm certain of it. Could you please not be with someone else? Can you give me one more chance? He extended the towel in his hand toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian softly chuckled, Su Chenyang, it's too late. You should know my character somewhat, ever since you and Yi Han hooked up, there's absolutely no possibility between us anymore. Pushing away the towel in Su Chenyang's hand, he continued, you're an adult now. There's no need for someone like me to lecture you on big principles. Anyway, it's your body, if you don't cherish it, there's nothing I can do. Now, let me answer your previous question. He turned his head and shook the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray, his expression calm as he said, First, my partner and I genuinely care for each other. He is nearly a perfect person, also an excellent partner. Though we've known each other for only a short time, we fit together well. We both take this relationship seriously. Secondly, I don't think what I did was too harsh. He looked straight at Su Chenyang, raising his chin slightly, you should ask yourself honestly, between us, who has been more ruthless? Do you need me to remind you why you've ended up like this now? Su Chenyang's face was deathly pale, his lips trembling, and he couldn't utter a word. Chu Tian's expression remained indifferent as he continued, anyway, I'm not saying this to settle accounts with you. The past is the past. You don't have to say whether it was right or wrong. If you truly realize your behavior was wrong, then take that as a lesson and strive not to repeat the same mistakes in your next relationship. Anyway, I certainly don't need your repentance nor do I offer you any opportunity anymore. He chuckled lightly here, adding, by the way, I owe it all to your bravery. Before, I really had some trouble moving on. But when I heard that during your car accident, you were willing to give up your life for Yi Han, it made me finally let go of everything from the start. After finishing his words, Chu Tian glanced at Su Chenyang and said, Su Chenyang, actually letting go of you wasn't such a hard thing. If ever there was even one instance when we were together where you had risked your life for me, maybe I would have needed another year or two to recover. Unfortunately, you never did, not once. Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang felt his heart clench painfully. Chu Tian exhaled a puff of smoke, narrowing his eyes slightly before continuing, it's also good that you didn't because it allows me to part ways with the past without any lingering regrets. Of course, every day of our past relationship was willingly lived by me, so I have no further complaints. In any case, I want to tell you, I am different from you. To me, there's nothing worth remembering about our past. Brother Chu. Hearing these words, Su Chenyang felt as if his heart were being cut by a knife. He wanted to refute himself, but he found himself unable to utter a single word. Because every word Chu Tian said was true. In the past, he always indulged in Chu Tian's warmth, enjoying its benefits. In their relationship, what he contributed was truly minimal. Yi Han treated him that way, yet in the end, he still obtained a mansion. On the other hand, Chu Tian uncomplainingly loved him for 5 years and, apart from his betrayal, received nothing in return. At this moment, Su Chenyang suddenly realized how bad of a partner he used to be. Brother Chu, does that mean in your eyes, I have no redeeming qualities whatsoever? This kind of thing, Chu Tian said lazily while looking at Su Chenyang, back then, I thought you were beautiful inside and out, seeing perfection in you everywhere. Now I suppose it's just that I don't love you anymore because I find you pretty average. This average evaluation embarrassed Su Chenyang greatly. There surely isn't anyone who could hear their ex say such things about them and remain calm. Chapter 73, Have you given up? However, Chu Tian paid no attention to how his evaluations would affect Su Chenyang's thoughts. His gaze suddenly softened as though recalling some pleasant memories. Su Chenyang discovered that his emotions were completely tethered to Chu Tian's every word. One glance from Chu Tian could lift him from hell to heaven. Just like now, upon observing Chu Tian's sudden gentleness, did it mean he finally recalled some pleasant memories between them? The next moment, he heard Chu Tian speaking with a faint smile in his tone, right now, I feel like my partner is such a great person, he's handsome, smart, stable in personality, and knows how to take care of others. Moreover, he's a fan of my books, understanding me thoroughly. Although we've been together for only a short period, I already sense a connection akin to that of soulmates. Most importantly, he has great stamina. Tell me, could I possibly let go of someone this amazing? Brother Chu, Su Chenyang gazed at Chu Tian sorrowfully, even if you don't love me anymore, why must you intentionally say these words to hurt my heart? You know I love you. I have no idea about that, Chu Tian interrupted Su Chenyang and said, your love is too abstract, I can't feel it. Once, I also believed that you loved me, but the result? You told people that you just settled for me. That hit me hard. And now, you come running back saying you loved me again. Don't you find it laughable? Do you think this is just playing house? Su Chenyang weakly defended himself. I really love you, I just was too fixated on Yihan before, leading me to misinterpret my feelings. Brother Chu, I know I was terrible in the past, but people grow. I know what I did before was wrong to you, even if. He struggled to say, even if you have someone else now, I will wait for you. Hey, you must not wait. Chu Tian quickly shook his head. I feel like things are going pretty well with my current partner. Don't jinx us with your crow mouth. If you really feel the slightest bit of guilt towards me, I just hope you never show up again. I don't like trouble. If you keep entangling me, I'll find it extremely annoying. Chu Tian used a calm tone to casually bring his relationship with Su Chenyang to an end. Su Chenyang could only stand there in shock, trying to detect any trace of pity or reluctance in Chu Tian's eyes to prove that this was just Chu Tian's revenge on him, that he absolutely didn't love someone else and wouldn't truly be annoyed by him. Unfortunately, those eyes which once gave him infinite tenderness were now filled only with endless coldness. Everything he said was true. Su Chenyang realized that Chu Tian had firmly shut the door on him, no longer allowing him into his world. It felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen, leaving his body very cold, trembling uncontrollably. Cold to the extreme left his mind a complete blank, and all his intense emotions had no strength left to sustain them. Only emptiness and bewilderment remained. He looked at Chu Tian and dully said, Brother Chu, no matter what I say, there's no way you'd go back on your decision, right? Chu Tian calmly met his gaze, yes. If one day, you two break up. Even if that day comes, I wouldn't choose you again. Chu Tian showed no hesitation. Su Chenyang, I don't believe in second chances after betrayal. Your betrayal isn't something I can simply ignore. So, the fact that I'm able to speak so calmly and bid you farewell is already the last kindness I offer you. I hope you accept reality, and we can part ways amicably. Okay. The two were so close that if Chu Tian took just one step forward, they could embrace each other again. But Chu Tian erected a wall of indifference between them, making Su Chenyang unable to even approach. All right. I understand. Su Chenyang stepped back several steps, his face deathly pale. That's it. He'd already stooped low enough to try to win Chu Tian back, but Chu Tian didn't waver at all. Every word he said was like a blunt knife stabbing straight into him, leaving bloody wounds with each blow. He had never suffered this much before, especially when the source of his pain was Chu Tian, who once doted on him endlessly. They had been apart for only about half a month, yet Chu Tian's attitude toward him had changed dramatically. The immense disparity made Su Chenyang feel greatly alienated, and this Chu Tian who no longer loved him seemed exceptionally unfamiliar. Su Chenyang stared blankly at the man in front of him, cold and marked by another man, and in that instant, he felt he could let go. It was just a person he once loved. If Chu Tian could move on so quickly, why couldn't he? Su Chenyang was still a proud man. He refused to keep sacrificing his dignity, letting others trample it. He wiped away his tears and said defiantly, rest assured, since you've spoken so clearly, I won't bother you anymore. Chu Tian looked into his eyes and smiled faintly. That suits me perfectly. He stood up and said, I'm about to video call my boyfriend. Looks like the rain has stopped outside. The people your mom sent should arrive soon, right? Or. You don't need to rush me out, I'll leave anyway. All right then, Chu Tian nodded. I won't see you out then. Goodbye. Su Chenyang didn't say anything more. He stood tall, turned around without hesitation, and left. The moment the door closed, Chu Tian actually felt a little sorrowful, not because he missed Su Chenyang, but because cutting ties from a long-term relationship would always evoke some sort of emotional response. Fortunately, Zhou Mo's timely video call dispersed any sadness. Seeing Zhou Mo's avatar cheered him up immediately. He opened the call and as soon as Zhou Mo's face appeared, Chu Tian's smile returned. How punctual you are. Did you set an alarm for this or something? Of course, I couldn't possibly make you wait. Zhou Mo seemed to be signing some documents while asking, how's your body feeling? Any discomfort? Are you even ashamed to ask? Chu Tian looked at him helplessly. The first time, you said it was because you had held back for too long, and the second time, it was only a day later, but you were even more aggressive than the first time. Be honest, are you pretending to be something you're not with me? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo put down his pen and looked up at Chu Tian in the video call, smiling mysteriously. Chu Tian asked skeptically, it can't possibly be this intense every time, right? It depends on you. If you can keep up, of course I can. After hearing this, Chu Tian felt deeply worried about his aging waist but still retorted stubbornly, I can definitely keep up. I just worry that you're bluffing and will end up performing inconsistently. Zhou Mo smiled, with that one sentence from you, I'm reassured. Wait for me to come back, and I'll prove it properly to you. Chapter 74, Love is a Superstition of Timing and Advantage. Chu Tian noticed his gaze turning a little dangerous and quickly changed the subject. By the way, my ex came to see me earlier, and I let him in. But that was because it was raining outside, and his old injury was bleeding, so I let him inside, but I made him leave soon after. I'm telling you beforehand, just in case you get upset. Zhou Mo nodded, looking unconcerned. I trust your judgment. You don't need to tell me specially about this. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian grinned. Wow, you trust me so much. Aren't you worried he came to reconcile with me? Zhou Mo sounded very confident. If he came to find you, it's obvious that he wanted to reconcile with you. But I think since you have me, you wouldn't look at that spoiled young master again, would you? Chu Tian paused. Do you know who he is? I heard you call his name once before, and since his mother's surname is Su, it's not hard to figure out his identity. Alright, Chu Tian touched his nose. Now that you know, it doesn't matter anyway. I've already made everything clear with him, and he's promised he won't come find me again. Let's not talk about him anymore. Zhou Mo's tone became gentler. How was your day? Did you miss me? I did, how could I not? Thanks to you, I slept all day and just woke up. Chu Tian walked into the kitchen with his phone, cooking while chatting casually with Zhou Mo. You know, we've just started dating and you already have to be away for so long. What if I miss you so much I can't sleep? You can call me. I am indeed quite busy these days, but after this period is over, everything will get better. Rest assured, in the future, I'll manage my time reasonably and try to avoid us being apart for too long. No, don't change for me. Chu Tian put the washed rice into the electric rice cooker. I was just saying it offhandedly. We're both in our 30s, there's no need for such clinginess in a relationship. Your work nature dictates this, and now that I'm with you, I must accept your busyness. There's no need for you to change anything for me, really. Zhou Mo smiled. Looking at Chu Tian's handsome profile and the marks on his neck, memories of last night flashed through his mind, when Chu Tian had been so appealing beneath him. Zhou Mo knew that his stamina was somewhat unusual compared to others, which made men better suited for him than women. However, even among men, it wasn't easy to find someone as compatible as Chu Tian, which was why he'd remained single for so long. Last night, Zhou Mo believed it was truly an unprecedented experience, undoubtedly an exhilarating feast for him. Although Chu Tian did seem a bit tired towards the end and begged for mercy a few times, his pleading actually made Zhou Mo even more excited. But seeing Chu Tian tremble, Zhou Mo reluctantly restrained himself. Then, Chu Tian sensed Zhou Mo's lingering desire, rested for a moment, and then initiated another round on his own. Thinking about this, Zhou Mo's eyes grew even darker looking at Chu Tian. At the moment, Chu Tian was chopping vegetables and didn't notice Zhou Mo's predatory gaze. Zhou Mo silently watched Chu Tian chop vegetables, his expression softening gradually. Though Chu Tian's profile lines were rugged, Zhou Mo knew firsthand from tasting those features how soft and tender he truly was. Based on their brief time together, Zhou Mo could easily imagine how indulgent Chu Tian had been with that spoilt young master in their past relationship. He was truly a particularly inclusive and gentle lover. Moreover, Chu Tian was straightforward and unrestrained, making their interactions easy and comfortable. Despite his manly appearance, his thoughts were delicate, and he carried a certain aloofness characteristic of literati, captivating Zhou Mo both inside and out. As a writer he admired, Chu Tian had a broad realm of thought. Every story penned by him could immerse Zhou Mo completely, and all in all, Chu Tian turned out to be even more satisfying than he had imagined, on all aspects. Such a compatible partner was hard to come by. Even with all his strategic planning, Zhou Mo couldn't help but worry that this relationship might be affected by his busy schedule. He suggested, since you have relatively flexible time, why don't you come with me? Chu Tian hesitated as he looked at Zhou Mo. That's not appropriate. You're there for work and will surely be very busy. Won't I bother you if I come? It won't. Zhou Mo seriously looked at him and said, you'll only give me more motivation. A male always has inexhaustible energy in front of its mate, isn't that right? Hearing these words, Chu Tian felt something inappropriate about them, but seeing Zhou Mo neatly dressed in a suit in such a serious office setting, he thought he must be overthinking it. He laughed slightly. What do you mean by male mates? I feel so embarrassed hearing these words from someone as successful as you. Zhou Mo also chuckled. Isn't that because someone said they only like little puppies? If I don't try learning some youthful vocabulary, would I be able to win their heart? Chu Tian didn't expect that his offhand comment would have been taken to heart by Zhou Mo. Although they hadn't been together back then, when Zhou Mo brought it up now, it made him feel a bit guilty. He coughed dryly. What young people? Aren't you pretty young too? I like you just fine the way you are. You don't need to learn all those useless terms. Zhou Mo smiled faintly upon hearing this and asked, what is this exactly? Chu Tian let out a soft snort. Still hiding your tail under your dress pants, aren't you, big tail wolf? Zhou Mo laughed deeply and was just about to speak when he was interrupted by a knock on the door. He said, come in. Chu Tian saw a blonde woman walk in with a stack of documents. The two started talking in English. Zhou Mo's pronunciation was impeccable, but most of the vocabulary was beyond Chu Tian's comprehension. All he could do was stare at Zhou Mo in the video call, finding it harder to look away. No wonder they say focused men are the most charming. This man was indeed as fascinating at work as Chu Tian had imagined, causing him to forget cutting vegetables entirely. When the female secretary left, Chu Tian realized he'd been starstruck. When Zhou Mo turned to look at him, he playfully whistled, you looked really handsome just now. No wonder you're my boyfriend. Zhou Mo looked at him and said, since you think I'm handsome, wouldn't you want to come over here and experience it firsthand? This was the second time he mentioned coming over, and Chu Tian couldn't directly refuse again. He considered and said, alright, I'll see how things go. If I miss you so much that I can't hold myself back, I'll come over. How does that sound? By saying this, if you end up not coming, should I feel disappointed? Chu Tian realized Zhou Mo had set a trap for him with these words. Now, if he refused to go, it really wouldn't sound reasonable. He nodded reluctantly, fine, but I need to check if my Schengen visa has expired. Don't blame me if it has. Good, Zhou Mo glanced at his watch and said, I have a meeting now. If you can come later, tell me and I'll have the secretary book your flight. No need, I'll take care of it myself. Go on with your work. After the video call ended, Chu Tian rubbed his face, still feeling a bit shy. To think that after merely half a month abroad, he'd follow his partner over. If others found out, they might think he couldn't survive without him. Despite thinking this, he still put down the meal he'd started cooking and went to find his passport. As it happened, his Schengen visa would expire in about a month and a half. It was fate. Chu Tian couldn't suppress the excitement bubbling inside him and quickly grabbed his phone to book tickets. Meanwhile, Su Chenyang waited outside for the driver who had come to pick him up. Master, is your head okay? The driver was shocked to see the blood-stained bandage on his head. Su Chenyang looked back briefly but, unfortunately, Chu Tian's home was deep within the housing complex. He couldn't see even a trace of him. Perhaps it was better this way, if he couldn't see, he wouldn't yearn. He believed he could soon forget everything here, as no one is indispensable to another. Turning around, he told the driver, I'm fine, let's go. Chapter 75, Parting is Such Sweet Sorrow. When Su Chenyang returned home, he found Mia sitting on the sofa waiting for him. His steps faltered slightly as he lowered his head and approached. Mom, why did you come back? Mia turned her head and, upon seeing the blood-stained bandage on Su Chenyang's head, frowned severely. If I hadn't come back, I wouldn't have known you were tormenting yourself like this. Are you done causing trouble, Yang Yang? Su Chenyang lowered his head and mumbled, I'm not causing trouble. I just miss him and want to see him. Why do you want to see him? Wasn't it you who decisively chose Yi Han back then? Didn't I tell you that once you make a choice, you shouldn't regret it? I know you told me, but what if I regretted it anyway? Su Chenyang looked up with red eyes at Mia. When you said that to me back then, did you already foresee that I would regret it? Mia remained silent, looking at Su Chenyang without speaking. Su Chenyang bitterly smiled. You must have guessed this long ago, right? Whether it's you or Feng Zheng, you both warned me of this. You all understood my feelings clearly while only I couldn't see it myself. How stupid am I? Moved by maternal love, seeing Su Chenyang in such a state broke Mia's heart. She no longer had the mind to scold him and hurriedly approached to comfort him. Yang Yang, you're still young. It's normal to miss one person or two. Don't worry, as far as liking men goes, your father and I will not interfere anymore. Be with whoever you want in the future. Mom only wants you to be happy. After hearing this, Su Chenyang's expression became even more sorrowful. Mom, thank you, but for now, I don't want to talk about these things. Mia stood up, walked over to him, and sighed. Sigh, well, your wound needs immediate attention. The doctor is already waiting. Come on. Okay. Su Chenyang silently followed her upstairs. The doctor came and rebandaged his wound, cautioning repeatedly that it mustn't get wet under any circumstances before leaving. Su Chenyang didn't speak throughout the entire process. He seemed listless, indifferent to everything. Mia shook her head and sat down beside his bed, looking at him and saying, Yang Yang, Mom knows how you feel too. I understand you're not doing well now, but forgetting someone isn't as difficult as you think. Look, Chu Tian used to love you so much, but he found a new partner so quickly, didn't he? This remark struck a sore spot for Su Chenyang, and he bitterly laughed. Mom, are you trying to console me? Mia also chuckled. Of course I am. Mom just wants you to recall that when you chose Yi Han over him so decisively, it was proof enough that he wasn't that important to you. The reason you feel so sad now is merely because you're not accustomed to being alone yet. Trust Mom. Once you meet a few new people, you'll naturally stop thinking about him. Really? Su Chenyang looked at Mia with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Mom, is it really that easy? Absolutely. Mia nodded resolutely. You just need to say goodbye to him in your heart and tell yourself to look forward. Believe me, your body will follow your will and slowly forget about him. No need. Su Chenyang slowly closed his eyes, leaning his head against the pillow, despondently saying, he has already completely let go of me. He said he will never turn back. Mia grasped Su Chenyang's hand, earnestly saying, then you should accept this fact. Chenyang, everyone encounters unsatisfactory things in life. If the challenge you face is simply an emotional issue, then you are incredibly lucky. This decisive woman who was fierce and uncompromising in her professional life was just an ordinary mother in front of her only son. She patted Su Chenyang's hand and gave him a gentle smile, warmly saying, Child, in the future, when you grow up, you'll realize that emotions are fleeting, they will always fade eventually. What truly matters now, while you're young and accomplished, are the solid things within your grasp, your successful career and achievements. With all these in place, whichever partner you desire will easily be within reach. There's no one in this world who can't survive without someone else, especially the person you once left voluntarily. Listen to mom and focus on recovering properly. Nothing is insurmountable. Su Chenyang opened his mouth but felt no urge to speak. He wearily nodded and turned to look out the window. Mia sighed again. Sigh, rest well. I won't disturb you further. After Mia left, Su Chenyang stared out the window for a long time. All his mother's words had penetrated, and he understood the logic behind them. Originally, when he left Chu Tian's house, he had resolved to let go of Chu Tian completely. However, emotions don't have a reset button, he couldn't forget just because he wanted to. Accepting the fact that Chu Tian belonged to him no longer was harder than he imagined. Every time Su Chenyang thought of the marks on Chu Tian's body and the resolute words he had spoken, his heart ached so badly that even breathing became difficult. This pain was something he could not relieve on his own. As long as he did not forget Chu Tian and still thought about him, this torment would continue to haunt him. He couldn't figure it out. Clearly, they had broken up for over half a month already. Why had his sorrow come so late? Before, hadn't he felt no hint of reluctance at all? Could it really be, as his mother had said, that all of this stemmed merely from his unfamiliarity with solitude? But could mere unfamiliarity cause such unbearable pain? Whether or not it was true, Su Chenyang decided to accept it. He didn't want to analyze his feelings toward Chu Tian anymore, because none of it mattered now. Chu Tian had already stated clearly, he would never turn back. The three words, impossible, sounded unbearably cruel, turning any hope into delusion. They were filled with despair and left no room for struggle or compromise, making them the most powerless words in the world. And the cruelest part was that the person who spoke these words was also the one who had once told him, I love you, countless times. Maybe his mother was right after all, feelings truly are fleeting things. They could dissipate just like that, leaving him foolish for having once believed that Chu Tian's love for him was the strongest fortress in the world. That was why he'd never imagined it could collapse so utterly one day. Su Chenyang lowered his head, covering his face with his hands and quietly telling himself, accept it. What else can I do if I refuse? Words have been said to that point, certainly, I can't kneel down, bow my head, and beg someone to trample on my dignity. Su Chenyang exhaled deeply, then decisively deleted Chu Tian's phone number. After all, he had let go of Chu Tian once before. Doing it again should be quite simple. He forced himself to empty his mind and no longer recalled anything related to Chu Tian. In the days that followed, Su Chenyang started staying at home diligently to recuperate. Once his dizziness lessened, he immediately threw himself into work. His bravery in protecting someone during the car accident had made him famous again. While he was absent, the company had already secured several major contracts. Su Chenyang began immersing himself in his busy work schedule. As a member of the Su family, he was indeed gifted in business, and once again seized this traffic advantage to successfully lead his company in reaching its annual goal ahead of schedule. In his extremely packed schedule where even eating required rushing, he found himself thinking of Chu Tian fewer and fewer times. After spending more than half a month bringing everything back to normal, Su Chenyang felt he had finally let go of Chu Tian completely. Since he had let go, it was time to say a complete farewell to the past. When Su Chenyang returned home, he entered the room where the luggage Chu Tian had packed for him was stored. The last time he had only torn open the box halfway, angered enough that he took only the file-containing boxes and ignored everything else, piling them up until now. Now, Su Chenyang planned to deal with all these items. He reopened the box and emptied out the contents. Chapter 76, The Wandering Stray Dog. The assorted items lay scattered haphazardly like garbage dumped together. Seeing how his private belongings were handled so roughly, Su Chenyang still felt a bit of anger, but unlike before, he didn't lose his temper wildly. Instead, he simply pulled the corners of his lips slightly and began sorting through those items. The couple slippers that he and Chu Tian had picked out together naturally wouldn't be worn anymore. Toss them. His toothbrush cup, towels, bathrobes, all his personal belongings bought by Chu Tian, toss them too. Throw away the business cards from unimportant clients, the flower garlands they specially bought during their trip to Thailand. As Su Chenyang held the flower garland, he couldn't help but be lost in memories. Before they left for the trip, they had seen online that these garlands symbolized an engagement of sorts. At the time, they had been together for just over a year, and though he wasn't sure why, he had impulsively purchased a pair for himself and Chu Tian. He still remembered how delighted Chu Tian was when he received the gift, placing the garland in their bedside afterward. At one point, he casually asked if Chu Tian intended to propose to him, and what exactly had he replied back then? How is that possible? It's just a souvenir. Don't overthink it. Yes, I'm not overthinking it. Chu Tian had laughed brightly then, and Su Chenyang could distinctly feel his happiness. In fact, he had known back then that Chu Tian wanted to marry him. However, at that time, he hadn't thought of having a long-term relationship with Chu Tian at all, so he just pretended not to know and let it pass. Later, when the garland grew old, Chu Tian packed them away. Su Chenyang stared at the garland in his hand and couldn't help but wonder, if he had given a different answer back then, would he and Chu Tian have ended up with an entirely different outcome? But he just briefly thought about this possibility before tossing the garland into the box. Hypothetical scenarios like this were utterly meaningless. The moment the garland hit the bottom of the box, a sharp pain pierced through his heart. It was at this very moment that he realized why keepsakes were called keepsakes. A lifeless object could truly carry a memory forever. No matter how long that memory had been sealed away, once it came back into view, it brought those moments and feelings vividly back to life. He could even catch from that memory the heavy heat and a light floral fragrance in the air. And, there was the faint tobacco scent on Chu Tian's clothes. That was the happiest period of their relationship and also the most blissful phase in Su Chenyang's life. Su Chenyang dared not think more, lowering his head and continuing to handle the other items. Yet, the more he sorted through, the clearer it became to him that this decision had been a grave mistake. He had underestimated the emotional power of these old belongings and overestimated himself. Memories kept flashing back as triggered by these objects, each clip included the loving Chu Tian and the joyful self. All those memories, which once seemed mundane, even dull and tedious, turned out to be filled with such rich colors and emotions. Unfortunately, they were irretrievable now. Su Chenyang continuously reminded himself in his mind not to dwell on them further, that Chu Tian's affection had nothing to do with him anymore. Now, all his tenderness and love belonged solely to another person who he wouldn't spare even a smile or a good look for. Altered are the hearts of old acquaintances, yet they still claim that the heart is easily changed. Su Chenyang couldn't help but reflect, if he hadn't been so certain about Chu Tian's unchanging love back then, if he hadn't acted with such overconfidence, perhaps he would have taken his choice between Yi Han and Chu Tian much more seriously. Chu Tian had made him believe his love was unwavering, giving him the illusion that no matter what mistakes he made, Chu Tian would always tolerate them. Chu Tian placed him high above the clouds, making him lose all sense of humility, leading to the devastating fall when Chu Tian withdrew his love later. Su Chenyang bit his lips lightly, realizing his vision had become unclear without noticing. He exhaled deeply, enduring the sourness in his throat while continuing to organize the rest. As he picked up an inconspicuous little box about to open it, the snow globe inside tumbled out and fell on the floor with a thud. Su Chenyang tried instinctively to save the glass ball upon hearing the sound, but he was too late, and the glass shattered into pieces. Su Chenyang numbly looked at the little yellow dog curled up within the shards of the broken snow globe, his lips quivering slightly. His mind began replaying scenes related to this particular snow globe. Chu Tian, sweetie, I'm back. Look what I got for you. Su Chenyang, what is it? You should have come back sooner to stay with me instead of wasting your time buying these trinkets. Next time, don't go so far away for a book signing event, okay? Chu Tian, honey, don't be mad. Next time I won't go. Look at you, such a big boy but still so clingy. Do you want me to buy you a bottle and feed you milk? Su Chenyang, you already have one, don't you? Why bother to buy more? Chu Tian held up his fist, pretending to be fierce. Hey, how dare your dirty little mind be so impure? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Su Chenyang raised his chin arrogantly. Come try. I'd like to see who ends up teaching whom a lesson. Chu Tian walked over and kissed him helplessly. You cheeky little thing, stop being arrogant. It's only because I let you. Otherwise, you'll find out if you believe that one hand of mine can crush you completely. Su Chenyang stretched his hand toward him. You said you bought something for me, didn't you? What is it? Chu Tian took the snow globe out of its box and shook it vigorously. The shimmering snowflakes flew all over the tiny world encased within the glass globe. It looked so enchantingly beautiful. Inside, there lay a yellow puppy sprawled across a small bench, sleeping soundly with its eyes closed. Su Chenyang looked puzzled at the crystal globe in his hand. Do you really think I'm a kid now? Why are you buying me this kind of stuff? Chu Tian smiled and draped his arm around his shoulder, saying, Honey, don't you think this little dog looks just like you? Su Chenyang, what do you mean? Are you calling me a stray dog? Chu Tian, don't get mad. Think back to when we first met. You looked exactly like the dog here, abandoned by its owner, standing in the middle of the road under the rain. Don't you remember that pathetic look on your face? Su Chenyang gave Chu Tian's chest a jab with his elbow and left his embrace in anger. You've always treated me as a stray dog. Hey, don't be so upset. Why is someone so big-hearted about such small things? Chu Tian pulled the irritated Su Chenyang back into his arms and said, I bought this because I thought the puppy was cute and reminded me of you at the time. I was just thinking, I can't let it end up like you, abandoned in a storm without a home. So I took him home. He pinched Su Chenyang's cheek gently, with a gentle smile playing on his lips. Honey, I'm giving this to you, it's kind of my promise to you. I assure you, as long as you don't cross my bottom line, I will never leave you alone again like that. You'll always have a home with Brother Chu. Just stay here with peace of mind. I'll take care of you, make you grow big and fat, shining bright and healthy. Su Chenyang stared at the glass ball for a long while, then suddenly pounced on Chu Tian, masking his touched heart with an indignant tone. You're still treating me like a dog. Just wait until I make you suffer. The memory cut off abruptly there, and Su Chenyang realized he was already in tears. He carefully picked up the little yellow dog from a pile of broken glass shards. The little dog was still sleeping peacefully, unaware that it had lost its shelter from the storm. It was just like himself, the home that once protected him had now shut its doors firmly against him. All Chu Tian's past promises no longer mattered. He'd even discarded this glass globe, showing his attitude clearly, they wouldn't pity or soften toward him anymore. They had both become dogs without a home. Chapter 77, Confronting Inner Truths. The little dog could continue dreaming happily forever, not needing to wake up to the reality that it was homeless. But what about him? Su Chenyang clutched his chest in dull pain as large tears dropped onto the floor one after another. Where would he find a comforting embrace if he felt sad and painful? Brother Chu. Clutching the little yellow dog tightly, Su Chenyang's heart and stomach contracted painfully together. Once again, he started having uncontrollable dry heaves, and facing the body's honest reactions, he couldn't fool himself any longer. He hadn't forgotten about Chu Tian at all, neither had he moved on. Of course not. He had been loved so sincerely before. How could he adapt to a life without being loved so quickly? But what should he do? Chu Tian already had someone else. His embrace already belonged to another person. How could he win him back? Su Chenyang sat dejectedly on the ground staring at the scattered glass pieces, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair that was about to drown him. Suddenly, the phone rang. Su Chenyang checked, it was Feng Jing calling. His eyes lit up immediately. When the call connected, Feng Jing sounded somewhat busy. Hey, buddy, that project collaboration you mentioned earlier got unanimously approved within the company. I signed the papers before leaving, and I'll send someone over shortly to deliver the contract to you. Can you check it out and see if there are any issues? Alright, I trust you, Su Chenyang asked, where are you? It sounds noisy. Feng Jing, oh, recently I met a friend who's an amazing cook. His ancestors were imperial chefs. Today I'm going to freeload off him. Right now, I'm helping him buy groceries. What's up? Su Chenyang gazed at the little yellow dog in his palm and said, let's hang out after you're done eating. It's been a while since we last spent time together. Feng Jing readily agreed, sure thing, why not invite Zhongli along too? No need. Su Chenyang intended to ask Feng Jing about Chu Tian's new boyfriend. He didn't want too many people to know about his current pitiful state. Just come alone. I actually have something to ask you. Feng Jing assumed it was still regarding their collaboration project, so he didn't think much of it. Alright then, see you tonight. After hanging up, Su Chenyang placed the little yellow dog aside and neatly stored away everything on the floor, including the slippers and even the condoms Chu Tian had thrown in casually, all tucked away properly into the cabinet. With a look of determination replacing his previous sorrow, Su Chenyang had already attempted to move on from Chu Tian but found that he simply couldn't. Given this, he was left with only one choice, to follow the dictates of his heart. These things and he would eventually return to the home that belonged to them. Chu Tian's stance was crystal clear, and Su Chenyang was well aware that reclaiming Chu Tian might be harder than ascending to the heavens. It would take far more effort for him to restart their relationship compared to finding someone else who suited his fancy. From a businessman's point of view, making such a decision could be considered completely insane, even foolish. However, Chu Tian was not like those cold-hearted projects or interchangeable goods, and feelings could not be measured by cost-effectiveness. Su Chenyang's trust in romantic relationships had been shaken to its core by Yi Han. He no longer wanted to invest an eternity getting to know another person, gauging whether they were trustworthy, then offering up his sincerity. It all seemed too troublesome. Chu Tian was good, better than anyone, so he wanted him and only him. Su Chenyang was a complete egoist. Since letting go of Chu Tian caused him unbearable pain, he resolved to take him back. Chu Tian could only belong to him. Thinking that Chu Tian would eventually return to his embrace one day, Su Chenyang couldn't help but wear a faint smile on his face. In the evening, Su Chenyang met Feng Jing at a private club, where Feng Jing kept boasting about how fantastic the food was made by his new friend, and how interesting the man was. With his thoughts occupied by Chu Tian, Su Chenyang paid little attention to what Feng Jing said. Once inside the club, after shutting the door, Su Chenyang eagerly asked, Feng Jing, do you know who Brother Chu's boyfriend is? After staring at Su Chenyang for a moment and letting out a big belch, Feng Jing appeared somewhat guiltily. Why are you suddenly asking me this? Did you find out from Zhongli's WeChat moments? Does Zhongli know as well? Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang frowned. Wait. You didn't actually find out from Zhongli's moments? Hearing Feng Jing repeatedly mention the social media platform, Su Chenyang immediately understood the implications behind it. Thinking of the man who casually draped his arm over Chu Tian's shoulder, Su Chenyang looked incredulously at Feng Jing, saying, are you telling me Brother Chu's new boyfriend is Zhou Mo? Realizing Su Chenyang had guessed correctly, Feng Jing had no choice but to admit it, yeah, they're pretty close. No matter what your reasons are today, buddy, I'll give you some advice, you'd better stop messing around with Brother Chu. His partner wouldn't dare offend even your father. After saying this, Feng Jing couldn't help but let out an admiring sigh. Who would have thought Brother Chu could end up being so amazing? Su Chenyang wasn't in the mood for joking around. After learning that Chu Tian's new boyfriend was indeed Zhou Mo, he fell into shock and helplessness. He had assumed that the glowing words Chu Tian had spoken about his boyfriend right in front of him were merely meant to provoke him, but he now realized every single word was true. Zhou Mo was nothing less than the supreme myth among the second generation of Beijing circles and also their childhood idol. He was roughly 10 years older than their generation. His defiance, madness, ruthlessness, cunning, and the vast commercial empire he built rapidly with audacious moves when he was in his 20s. All these things had spread widely throughout their circle, and he remains the object they still subconsciously imitate and benchmark themselves against. Such a figure had become Chu Tian's boyfriend. So how did he feel at that moment? It was probably like realizing he'd once owned a prime blue-chip stock in his hands but failed to recognize it and sold it off, carefully choosing to invest all his money in another stock, only to later be told by someone that the best stock trader in the world had bought the very stock he threw away and held it long-term. Had he not known how superior that stock was before owning it, perhaps his regret wouldn't have been so severe. But the reality was, his newly purchased stocks had brought him ruinous losses, while the stock he discarded was performing excellently and had skyrocketed to prices he could never afford again. In this situation, spitting 3 buckets of blood might be the normal reaction. Feng Zheng watched Su Chenyang's expression change frequently, guessing that the guy was probably feeling regretful. He remained silent because he believed that after learning the identity of Zhou Mo, no sane person would recklessly try to compete with him for a man. But what was Su Chenyang thinking? He reflected that while he knew Chu Tian was good, he hadn't anticipated that his appeal would extend even to Zhou Mo, a fact that proved Chu Tian was even better than his initial expectations suggested. Realizing this, he became more resolute than ever to not let go. Su Chenyang asked Feng Zheng, "Do you know how they met?" Feng Zheng was busy texting to Feng when he heard Su Chenyang's question, and looked up at him. "Why do you care about this? Don't you already have enough pain in your heart?" "I don't care. I just want to know." Feng Zheng leaned in closely to examine him carefully, then asked tentatively, "Brother, you're not thinking about something inappropriate, are you? A man needs self-awareness, do you have it?" Chapter 78, Refusing to Listen to Advice. Su Chenyang picked up his wine glass for a sip, saying, "I know you probably think I've gone mad, but Feng Zheng, after these past few days, I've confirmed that I can't live without Brother Chu. I love him, and I absolutely cannot let him belong to anyone else." "You," Feng Zheng responded with several tisk noises. "You really said that out loud? Do you remember what you said in Hawaii? Should I help refresh your memory?" "Someone said they were only settling for Brother Chu, and mentioned their time together was dull. Doesn't that sting?" Su Chenyang muttered gloomily, "Laugh all you want. I know I was stupid back then, and I paid the price for it. Now, I just want my Brother Chu back. He's my wife, I can't bear seeing him with someone else. I have to get him back as soon as possible." Feng Zheng looked at Su Chenyang as though he were looking at an idiot, saying, "Brother, I see now that you're the type who doesn't listen to advice. When you cheated, I warned you not to do so. Did you listen?" "No." Feng Zheng tilted his head back and took a drink of wine before earnestly telling Su Chenyang, "Didn't I tell you then? A man must stick by his decisions once made. But look at you, always stubbornly doing things your own way. And now what? Oh, did you realize how good Brother Chu is after someone else deceived you?" Su Chenyang coldly replied, "No, I genuinely love him. I know you may find it hard to believe, but after I let go of Yi Han, I truly realized how much I love Brother Chu. I can't live without him." Feng Zheng burst into laughter after hearing this. "So what? Oh, so you tossed him aside so easily before, and now that you regret it, you just expect him to come right back." He reached out to touch Su Chenyang's forehead. "Brother, are you sure your brain hasn't been fried?" Su Chenyang frowned as he swatted away Feng Zheng's hand, saying, "Are you done mocking me? If you are, please quickly tell me how they met." "How could they have met?" Feng Zheng snorted coldly. "You gave him a green hat. When he was hurt, he met Mr. Zhou. You couldn't appreciate him, but Mr. Zhou recognized his worth, falling instantly in love with our Brother Chu at first sight, and acted fast, accurate, and stable. While you were drinking and playing around with Yi Han, Mr. Zhou was taking care of Brother Chu who was sick and heartbroken from a breakup." Feng Zheng smirked while staring at Su Chenyang. "Guess what Brother Chu said?" Su Chenyang twirled the cup in his hands, somewhat nervous, asking, "What did he say?" "Brother Chu said," Feng Zheng continued, "that throughout his life, such moments of being taken care of are incredibly rare, and he was deeply moved by Mr. Zhou. Their feelings deepened rapidly, and soon after, they were together. So, does this make you regret not treating Brother Chu better back then? Did he really say that?" Su Chenyang's expression became dazed as he began recalling if there were any instances where he had cared for Chu Tian, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing came to mind. Feng Zheng saw his seemingly innocent demeanor and got irritated. "Alright, stop thinking about it. Had you even truly cherished Brother Chu back then, he wouldn't have been so easily moved by those small favors. Brother, you are. I don't even know how to describe how pathetic you are. People like you deserve to lose their spouse to someone else. Why are you even pursuing him now? Given what you've done, a normal person would never turn back." Su Chenyang gulped down a large swig of alcohol, feeling extremely distressed. Feng Zheng, as his close brother, didn't seem to take one side with him. Was he truly unforgivable in everyone else's eyes? He asked Feng Zheng, you've watched over these many years between me and Brother Chu. Though I did make a mistake later on, we were still quite happy before, weren't we? You people always said you envied us, didn't you? Now, I've clearly realized my errors. All I want is to return to how things used to be, and this time, I will ensure I won't mess up again. You're my brother, shouldn't you support me in this moment? Feng Zheng rolled his eyes dramatically, cursing inwardly at Su Chenyang's shamelessness, but since he was indeed his brother, Feng Zheng couldn't let him go challenge someone higher up. With deep concern, Feng Zheng lectured Su Chenyang, it's precisely because I'm your brother that I warn you every time you act foolishly. Just think about it, was any advice I ever gave you wrong? Su Chenyang pouted, feeling glum as he said, even if you were right before, this time you don't understand my determination at all. I know you don't believe in the feelings I have for Brother Chu, so there's nothing left to do but for me to prove it myself. Prove what? You've lost your marbles. And stop talking about feelings. Feng Zheng wanted to slap this frustrating man. I'll tell you, we envied your relationship back then purely because of how wonderful Brother Chu was, so loving, inclusive, and good to you. It had absolutely nothing to do with you, alright? Even if you really feel something now, so what? I've already told you that Brother Chu and Mr. Zhou are doing splendidly together, I see them happier than when they were with you. Anything you could give to Brother Chu, Mr. Zhou can provide too, and more than you ever could. Why would Brother Chu throw away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed like you? Su Chenyang retorted with a look of defiance, then tell me, what can he give me that I can't? Forget other things, just think, can someone who's still breastfeeding his mama, like you, offer Brother Chu the respect and care Mr. Zhou does? Who are you calling mama's boy? Su Chenyang grew irritated after enduring Feng Zheng's mockery. See? Feng Zheng pointed at him while shaking his head repeatedly. You can't handle the truth. Forget it, you're hopeless anyway, and I'm too lazy to argue with you. Anyway, bro, let me give you one last piece of advice, if you really love Brother Chu as much as you claim, then don't bother disturbing their hard-earned happiness. Remember that saying? Some loves are best expressed through letting go. If you can let go and genuinely wish Brother Chu happiness, maybe I'd respect you a bit more. But if you insist on acting recklessly and fighting Mr. Zhou over his wife, all I can say is, good luck. After tilting his head back and finishing his drink in one gulp, Su Chenyang's chest heaved violently several times. He felt utterly distressed inside. When he came here, he was brimming with enthusiasm, imagining only beautiful reunions with Chu Tian ahead. But from start to finish, Feng Zheng had been discouraging him, nearly driving him to lose confidence altogether. Was it just because Brother Chu's new partner was Mr. Zhou that made Su Chenyang worthless? He wasn't naive enough to think he was definitely better than Zhou Mo, but in matters of the heart, isn't everything ultimately determined by where Chu Tian's affection lies? Until now, Su Chenyang remained resolute in his belief that Chu Tian and Zhou Mo couldn't possibly have developed such deep feelings in such a short period of time. The reason Chu Tian seemed so ruthless to him must be because of the mistakes he made before which crossed Chu Tian's bottom line. Though Su Chenyang had once been with Yi Han, Chu Tian had also been with someone else too. They were even now. Su Chenyang firmly believed that since Chu Tian could have consistently loved him for 5 years, there was no way he could have truly erased Su Chenyang from his heart. Chu Tian was simply disappointed in him. Once Chu Tian saw his sincerity and change, Su Chenyang couldn't believe their 5-year history would lose to the half-month between him and Zhou Mo. Chapter 79, Persistence. Feng Zheng's heartfelt advice did not sway Su Chenyang's resolution. In the face of his stubbornness, Feng Zheng could only shake his head in silence. Of course, Su Chenyang wasn't a fool. He wouldn't dare to confront Zhou Mo directly, nor could he break through Chu Tian's strong guard against him yet. Thus, he decided to first wear him down, make him accept friendlier relations with himself again. Then, he would gradually remind him of their past happy memories, showing him his true intentions step by step until Chu Tian changed his mind. Why was Su Chenyang so confident he could win Chu Tian back? Precisely because the rival was a figure like Zhou Mo, a high-powered figure whose family status made Su Chenyang doubt they would ever approve of his union with a common man like Chu Tian. Any future partner of Zhou Mo must bring him added benefits and help consolidate his current position. That person would never be Chu Tian. Chu Tian desired a home belonging exclusively to him, and family members who would never leave him. This dream, Su Chenyang believed, could only be fulfilled by him. Hence, Chu Tian would inevitably be his. Chu Tian had no idea that Su Chenyang would seek him out. Indeed, he now had troubles of his own. Ever since returning from accompanying Zhou Mo on business trips, their relationship had rapidly advanced beyond expectations. At first, Chu Tian had also thought that Zhou Mo would most likely just be playing around with him, so he didn't dare to hope for any substantial outcome between them. However, Zhou Mo surprisingly brought him along to highly exclusive banquets and introduced him to his business partners, which truly shocked Chu Tian. Even more unexpected was what happened after they returned home. Zhou Mo actually invited Chu Tian to live in his mansion. Although Zhou Mo mentioned that only he lived there, this still felt too fast for Chu Tian. The powerful always make decisive decisions, and Zhou Mo was no exception. Yet, Chu Tian had his own concerns, so these past few days, he had avoided meeting Zhou Mo, claiming that he needed to focus on writing. Zhou Mo must have guessed his hesitation because he kindly gave Chu Tian some time to think things over calmly. After being cooped up at home for 2 days, Chu Tian still couldn't come up with an answer. He was feeling very irritated, and the progress of his writing wasn't going anywhere. He decided to go out to throw away the trash and clear his mind. But as soon as he stepped out the door with the garbage bag, he caught sight of Su Chenyang walking toward him. His feet froze momentarily, then the right foot that was halfway forward traced a large arc in the air as he quickly turned around and headed back inside. The force from the sudden movement caused the trash bag in his hand to fly through the air, nearly splashing all over him. Despite his quick reaction, sharp-eyed Su Chenyang still spotted him. "Brother Chu!" Su Chenyang shouted immediately. Chu Tian's face stiffened, and he rushed back inside like grease underfoot. Running fast as he did, Su Chenyang chased him even faster. Before Chu Tian could close the door, Su Chenyang appeared outside the gate, shouting loudly, "Brother Chu, wait for me. I have something to talk to you about." How had this guy shown up again? Chu Tian irritably glanced at the trash bag in his hand and thought, "I haven't done anything wrong, why should I embarrass myself by running from him like this?" Lazily turning around, Chu Tian walked to the door and raised his chin towards Su Chenyang indifferently. "Oh, Lord Su, I thought we would never see each other again. How come you've returned within less than a month? Weren't we crystal clear last time?" Su Chenyang put on a proper smile, maintaining an air of elegance and charm as he said, "Brother Chu, I know, I did say I wouldn't disturb you anymore, but don't you think I deserve some process? After all, we were together for 5 years, not 5 months. You treated me so well before, how can I let go of you so easily? Can you give me a little bit of time?" No wonder, even after breaking up, this young lord still had the audacity to demand after-sales service from his ex-boyfriend. Chu Tian knew exactly what kind of person Su Chenyang was and didn't bother to get angry. He was curious about what act Su Chenyang would put on today. "So, what do you want?" Su Chenyang revealed his purpose. "Brother Chu, we've been together for 5 years, you feel like family to me. You once said that this place would always be my home, and I really can't accept cutting ties with everything here so quickly. Can we stop being strangers? Let's retreat to a friendship. Occasionally, you could let me see you or visit this place as a guest. Maybe I'll get used to it gradually." While saying this, Su Chenyang's eyes greedily lingered on Chu Tian. Since he'd resolved to reclaim Chu Tian, he hadn't suppressed his feelings for him any longer. In his heart, he still considered Chu Tian his person. After so long without fulfillment, his desire for Chu Tian became even more intense. Even though a metal gate separated them, Su Chenyang instinctively swallowed when he smelled the familiar tobacco scent wafting off Chu Tian. "Humph!" Chu Tian saw his desperate look and burst into laughter. This gaze from Su Chenyang was extremely familiar. In the past, whenever he returned home after book signings, Su Chenyang would look at him with this exact same expression, like looking at a piece of meat. Whatever he might say next, the inevitable result would be him pouncing on Chu Tian. Judging by his current demeanor, talking about being friends was nothing but a poorly concealed intention. Chu Tian truly didn't expect that after their last conversation, where he had spoken so harshly, this proud young master would still seek him out. But upon further reflection, it made sense. Back in the day, he had always catered to this young master, indulging every whim and serving him meticulously. In such a short time, Su Chenyang probably wouldn't find another nanny like Chu Tian. So naturally, he clung onto Chu Tian tightly and refused to let go. Chu Tian held the trash bag in one hand and stuck the other in his pocket. His well-built chest muscles stretched the cotton-white tank top taut. Su Chenyang's eyes were immediately glued to them, unable to look away. Chu Tian chuckled and said, "That's enough, Su Chenyang. The request you made is something I won't agree to. Whether or not you can adapt is your own problem, I don't care, nor do I want to care. When you betrayed me, you also didn't think at all about how I'd feel or whether I could accept it, right? Brother Chu, I really know I was wrong. Stop repeating the same things endlessly." Chu Tian cut him off directly. "Your apologies, your love, your regrets, all of that is none of my business anymore. To be honest, all I think about now are the things between me and my partner. You, an irrelevant person, truly take up no space in my mind." Su Chenyang had expected to be scolded by Chu Tian when he came, but now it seemed his preparation wasn't sufficient. "Brother Chu, you're so ruthless towards me now. Before, you used to call me, darling, every time you opened your mouth, but after just a few days, I've become some irrelevant person. Your feelings change so quickly." "Yeah, exactly," Chu Tian replied lazily, unwilling to argue with Su Chenyang further. All he wanted was to throw out the trash as soon as possible. He furrowed his brows, speaking irritably, "Go away. I don't care what schemes you have, I'll just say this one thing, let's never see each other again." Su Chenyang felt pricked by Chu Tian's attitude. He clenched his fists quietly and asked sternly, "Brother Chu, the reason you look down on me so much now, is it because you found Zhou Mo, right?" Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. "What, knowing who my partner is still makes you dare to come here? Aren't you afraid he'll deal with you?" "Humph, as expected. Su Chenyang looked disappointed at Chu Tian and said, Brother Chu, you're 32 years old already, surely you don't naively believe someone like Zhou Mo would really end up marrying a man, right? His words were precisely what Chu Tian had been thinking deep down, it was also the obstacle he hadn't been able to overcome these past few days. Chu Tian's expression darkened, though he wouldn't let himself appear weaker in their verbal sparring. If I weren't so naive, I wouldn't have believed your lies before and worn a green hat because of you. So what, do you have something against it? Chapter 80, Zhou Mo arrives. Brother Chu, I never thought of giving you a green hat. Su Chenyang tried to defend himself. I know it sounds like I'm excusing myself, but I must tell you this, I never engaged in any intimate behavior with Yi Han before we broke up. He kissed me, and I just didn't push him away. It wasn't until after you broke up with me that I officially started being with him. So, you're saying it was all my misunderstanding, huh? How pure you are. Chu Tian couldn't help but find Su Chenyang increasingly unbearable now that he lacked rose-tinted glasses for their past relationship. How had he ever fallen for such a heartless person? Chu Tian sneered directly, alright, there's no need for you to explain anything to me anymore. The past means nothing to me. I'm not the kind of person who likes reminiscing. Su Chenyang, stop wasting your time on me. You're young and accomplished, rich and handsome, what kind of partner couldn't you find? Why cling on to someone who has a partner like me? My man is way better than you in every single aspect, and unless my brain got crushed in a door, there's absolutely no way I'd dump him to go back to you, a white-eyed wolf like you. Brother Chu, I know you're still mad at me. If making you feel better involves saying anything to hurt me, go ahead, don't hold back. I'm willing to spend time on you. Su Chenyang's eyes flickered as he looked at Chu Tian's face, his expression was full of sorrow. Brother Chu, to be honest, I can't stop thinking about you every moment. Nothing feels interesting without you by my side. Brother Chu, I really can't live without you. I was too stupid before, even failing to recognize my own true feelings. But why must you be so merciless, rejecting me from miles away? He was genuinely sad now, his eyes rimmed red. I've tried my best to accept the fact that you're with someone else. Now, all I want is to be friends with you. Can't you even grant me this humble request? Can't I wait silently behind you for you to turn back around? After hearing these words, Chu Tian felt no sense of pity whatsoever, only absurdity. Clearly, he was the one who had been hurt, and he had finally begun embracing a new life. Yet, the one responsible for all this now acted like the victim, while Chu Tian himself was cast as the deeply devoted one. Chu Tian opened his mouth to curse a bit, but seeing the face he had loved for so many years suddenly made him feel incredibly exhausted. He instantly lost interest in speaking. Lowering his head irritably, he reached into his pocket for a cigarette to smoke, only to realize he hadn't brought any. Seeing that Chu Tian hadn't spoken, Su Chenyang assumed he had been moved and quickly continued to stoke the flames. Brother Chu, I know Zhou Mo is more mature than me, something I can't match. But the promises he can't give you, I can. Just nod now, and I'll take you to get married immediately. Can he do that? Chu Tian lifted his head, smirked at the corner of his mouth, and was just about to speak when he heard Zhou Mo's voice coming from behind the fence, growing closer. I can, too. Both Chu Tian and Su Chenyang instinctively turned their heads to see Zhou Mo, dressed in a casual white shirt and black suit pants, with a bulging travel bag in hand. Zhou Mo slowly walked up to Su Chenyang and looked at Chu Tian with a smile. Honey, I'm sorry for eavesdropping on your conversation, I hope I didn't interrupt anything. Chu Tian hadn't expected him to be so conveniently present, seeing himself caught up with his ex made him feel somewhat uneasy. He quickly opened the door and laughed. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I would have come to pick you up. Zhou Mo smiled and extended his hand to Chu Tian. Do you need me to throw out the trash? Let me help you with it. No need. Now that Zhou Mo was here, Chu Tian no longer feared Su Chenyang's harassment. He confidently opened the door. I'll go myself. Wait for me a moment, will you? After Chu Tian left, Su Chenyang and Zhou Mo stood face to face at the gate. Su Chenyang managed to force a smile. Having tried to provoke discord between Chu Tian and Zhou Mo earlier, Su Chenyang was now feeling both awkward and apprehensive since the real party had overheard everything. While the Su family could also make waves in the capital, compared to Zhou Mo, they could only stir up light breezes and drizzles, whereas Zhou Mo could summon hurricanes with a flick of his hand, a man he absolutely dared not offend. Though Su Chenyang internally despised Zhou Mo, facing such a powerful figure, he knew the proper manners were still necessary. With reluctance, he extended his hand to Zhou Mo, saying, Mr. Zhou, hello, I am Su Chenyang from the Su group. Zhou Mo glanced at him, smiling as he shook hands. Hello, young Mr. Su. I've met your father a few times, you two look alike, both outstanding gentlemen. Su Chenyang's smile froze slightly. With those words, Zhou Mo had clearly marked the gap between them. The disparity in identity and status became starkly apparent, making Su Chenyang's prior boasts to Chu Tian seem ridiculous. He awkwardly tugged at his lips and silently withdrew his hand. After the handshake, silence hung between them. Although Zhou Mo had heard Su Chenyang's badmouthing behind his back, he behaved graciously, showing no intention to hold it against Su Chenyang. This brought relief to Su Chenyang but also left him feeling belittled. Miserably looking down at the weeds sprouting between the bricks by his feet, Su Chenyang thought that with Zhou Mo present, as an ex without any formal title, he should wisely leave. Yet Su Chenyang refused to go. Feng Zheng always said Chu Tian and Zhou Mo together were happier, better suited for each other. Today, he wanted to see if their relationship truly was that good. Chu Tian returned quickly after throwing out the garbage, moving fast as if coated with oil. His main concern was preventing Su Chenyang from unknowingly offending Zhou Mo. Luckily, when he returned, the two men were merely standing outside, distinctly separate, with no sign of conflict. Relieved, he approached Zhou Mo. "Why don't we go inside?" Zhou Mo smiled at him and, once Chu Tian was by his side, naturally wrapped an arm around his waist, saying, "Of course, we're waiting for our host's permission." After finishing, right in front of Su Chenyang, Zhou Mo leaned in and kissed Chu Tian. Chu Tian hesitated briefly but cooperated, sharing a kiss with him. Standing aside, Su Chenyang watched helplessly as Zhou Mo stood at what used to be his doorstep, hugging and kissing his person. A towering rage surged through him, urging him to rush forward and tear them apart. But being the son of the Su family, despite how infuriated he was at the moment, Su Chenyang maintained his composure and resisted the impulse to snatch Chu Tian back. Silently clenching his fists, gritting his teeth, he witnessed the two openly embracing and kissing before him. The anger soon gave way to overwhelming sorrow. His nose tingled with acidity, forcing him to quietly sniffle twice. Only when he saw Chu Tian being held and freely kissed by another did he realize so clearly that Chu Tian belonged to someone else entirely. And he understood what this meant. It meant Su Chenyang had become nothing more than a trivial outsider to Chu Tian. At this moment, he couldn't find any scenario to compare the heartache he was experiencing, for it was his first time feeling as if someone was stabbing him repeatedly, far more painful than when Yihan had abandoned him in the past. He stepped back several steps, unable to bear watching this cruel scene any longer. He thought he had made quite a bit of noise, Chu Tian should have been able to hear it. He stared stubbornly at Chu Tian, hoping that he would push Zhou Mo away and come to care about his feelings. But the Chu Tian who used to comfort him with just a furrowed brow now didn't even glance at him once, his heart and eyes were completely replaced by someone else. Whether Su Chenyang lived or died no longer mattered to him. Su Chenyang could no longer bear such a cruel scene and turned around, walking away in large strides. After hearing Su Chenyang's footsteps leaving, Zhou Mo released Chu Tian contentedly. Leaning his forehead against Chu Tian's, he asked deeply, "Can I come in?" Chapter 81, Preparing to Live Together. Chu Tian chuckled lightly, "Of course you can." He glanced down at the travel bag in Zhou Mo's hand and asked, "Are you going on another business trip?" "No, I'm just here for you." Zhou Mo squeezed his waist gently and said with a light smile, "You've avoided me for 2 days. I guessed it might be because my previous suggestion scared you." Hearing this, Chu Tian's face turned red. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, "Nonsense, something so small couldn't possibly scare me. I just need some time to think." "Alright, have you thought it through?" Zhou Mo looked at him earnestly. Chu Tian gave an awkward laugh, "Not yet. Didn't I say I'm busy writing recently? I haven't had time to seriously think about it." Zhou Mo's lips curled slightly, "Really? But I've been eagerly waiting for your updates these past 2 days, and they haven't come either." "Oh, forgot that he was a fan of his books." Chu Tian laughed even more awkwardly. Zhou Mo lightly patted his shoulder as if to soothe his emotions, and spoke solemnly, "Don't worry, Chu Tian. The cohabitation proposal I made is simply because I want to see you every day, it isn't meant to put pressure on you. If this request troubles you, then I apologize." These are what kind of words? After hearing this, Chu Tian felt even guiltier and said, "Don't overthink it. I'm not troubled. It's just." Chu Tian hesitated, unwilling to voice his concerns. After all, they hadn't been together long, and talking about future topics seemed too far-reaching. Zhou Mo understood his difficulty and said, "You don't have to say anything. I get it. If coming to my place makes you feel hesitant, then let me stay here with you instead, alright? Do I have the honor of living with you?" His words stunned Chu Tian. "Are you saying you want to stay with me?" "Yes, considering that I've already brought my luggage, I hope you won't refuse me." Seeing Chu Tian's surprised expression, Zhou Mo found it amusing. Smiling slightly, he asked, "What? Don't you welcome me?" No, it's not that." Chu Tian quickly snapped out of it and took the bag from his hands, "Of course I welcome you." With one hand holding the bag and the other tightly grasping Zhou Mo's hand, Chu Tian's mood was rather complex. He really didn't expect Zhou Mo to be so considerate and willing to lower his stature for him. Given his identity, every action was surely under close scrutiny, yet Zhou Mo so nonchalantly moving into his house, wasn't he worried about fully exposing their relationship? There must still be some impact, right? Even so, he came anyway. Chu Tian turned his head and seriously studied Zhou Mo. This man never voiced anything, yet always rushed to his needs, anticipated his thoughts, and solved all his worries beforehand, without assigning any burden to him. He's too good. Chu Tian's chest heaved dramatically. Zhou Mo saw Chu Tian's deeply moved expression and his eyes softened. He squeezed Chu Tian's palm gently and whispered softly, let's go inside and talk. Okay. Back in the house, Chu Tian suddenly felt a little nervous for no reason, acting as if Zhou Mo was visiting for the first time, anxiously asking him, what would you like to drink? Zhou Mo laughed softly. He embraced Chu Tian from behind and said, since you've already agreed to let me live here, shouldn't I also be considered the male owner of this house? Chu Tian gently covered his hand and interlocked fingers with him, replying, of course. Then why are you still being so formal? Zhou Mo whispered hoarsely in his ear, at this moment, what you should ask isn't what I'd like to drink, but rather whether I've missed you during these 2 days we haven't seen each other. Zhou Mo's embrace made Chu Tian feel secure as if it were a maternal embrace. In his arms, Chu Tian soon relaxed and asked along with the rhythm, so have you missed me? Of course, Zhou Mo tightened his hold around Chu Tian slightly, and don't laugh at me for saying this, I've been on edge these past 2 days. Oh. Why? Zhou Mo said seriously, I'm worried that my overeagerness would scare you away. How could that happen? Chu Tian turned his head to look at Zhou Mo, you're underestimating me too much. If I were that useless, I wouldn't have agreed to be with you back then. It's not that you're useless, I'm just concerned about the short time we've spent together. There wasn't enough time for me to show you how serious I am about you before you ran away. How could I possibly run away? Chu Tian leaned in and pecked Zhou Mo on the corner of his mouth gently, speaking softly, you don't know how good you are, and I'm no fool, so why would I abandon such a great boyfriend like you and leave? I don't know either. Zhou Mo also leaned in and kissed Chu Tian's lips, whispering huskily, after all, only you can rate how good I am as a boyfriend. He asked teasingly, baby, how many points do I get in your heart right now? Zhou Mo's kiss carried a faint aroma of men's cologne, reminding Chu Tian of their first meeting in the elevator. At the time, Zhou Mo seemed so authoritative, no one would have guessed he had such a tender side. He looked into Zhou Mo's eyes with a smile and said, in my eyes, you've always been a perfect score from our very first meeting. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo hugged Chu Tian tightly around the waist with a joyful glint in his eyes, sweetheart, aren't you worried that giving me such high praise might make me arrogant? His breath was too hot, making Chu Tian instinctively feel a bit uneasy. Everything about Zhou Mo was perfect except his stamina was far too overwhelming. After their last fiery encounter, even though Chu Tian had rested for a few days, his old lower back still ached intermittently. To preserve his fragile waist, Chu Tian quickly pulled away from Zhou Mo's grip and turned around to pick up his luggage, saying, be as arrogant as you want, after all, you've got the capital for it. Let's go upstairs, and you can pick a room. Why do I need to choose a room? Zhou Mo followed behind him and asked, didn't I assume you'd agree to share a room with me? Did I misunderstand something? Not really, Chu Tian shrugged, if you insist on sharing a room, let's just do it. Although Chu Tian secretly thought this was progressing a bit too fast, he couldn't bear to disappoint Zhou Mo. In love, Chu Tian has always been the accommodating and compromising person, whether it was with Su Chenyang or with someone like Zhou Mo, a powerhouse. No matter what kind of person his partner was, regardless of character differences, he treated them equally. He took Zhou Mo's hand and said, alright, let's go, and I'll put your clothes away for you first. With his goal achieved, Zhou Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. While walking, he asked casually, by the way, you've locked yourself away for 2 days already. Why hasn't the fog been updated yet? Are you encountering any difficulties? Chu Tian paused mid-step, turning back with a disgruntled look, you're not here because you miss me, are you? You're just here to urge me to update, right? How could that be? Zhou Mo met Chu Tian's gaze calmly, sweetheart, you should trust your own charm. Of course, I came for you. Chu Tian glanced at him deeply and said, if that's true, then you have to promise me never to ask about my manuscript ever again, not now, not in the future. Alright, Zhou Mo chuckled, he hadn't expected Chu Tian to react so strongly. Seeing Chu Tian frown, he hurried to add, alright, you seem so tense. It was just a casual question. Don't worry, I won't bring it up anymore, okay? Chu Tian finally turned back. Once inside the bedroom, he told Zhou Mo, don't blame me for overreacting. I hate it when people rush me about deadlines. The more people pressure me, the more nervous I become, and the less I can write. Zhou Mo innocently replied, I can stop pressing you, but you have millions of fans aside from me. You can control me, but surely not all of them, right? Hearing this, Chu Tian frowned and asked, what's going on? Whose side are you actually on? Of course I'm on your side, Zhou Mo replied without hesitation, but Chu Tian still seemed a little unhappy. He irritably scratched his hair and walked to the wardrobe with Zhou Mo's bag, silently lowering his head to organize his clothes for him. Faced with this sudden burst of emotion, Zhou Mo was genuinely at a loss. They had never quarreled since they got together, and Zhou Mo never expected their first little disagreement would not be about living together, but because he urged Chu Tian to update his novel. Chapter 82, Taking a Step Back. Looking at Chu Tian quietly organizing his clothes, Zhou Mo smiled wryly and shook his head. This was also fine, given his status, most people around him were overly respectful and lacked intimacy. Before, he was worried that Chu Tian might feel restrained around him, but now that Chu Tian could show a bit of temper towards him, it actually made Zhou Mo feel at ease. He squatted beside Chu Tian and said, "Honey, I'm really sorry for saying something that upset you. I wonder if there's any way I can make it up to you." Chu Tian, after calming down a little, felt like he overreacted. Zhou Mo brought very few clothes, and he quickly put them away in no time. He pulled Zhou Mo up and said, "No, don't say that. Sorry, these 2 days I've been stuck in my writing, and my mood hasn't been great. It has nothing to do with you. It's okay, I understand." Holding his hand, Zhou Mo asked tentatively, "After all, I am also a long-time reader of yours, so I do have some knowledge about your work. Have you considered talking to me about where you're stuck?" Chu Tian scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Actually, I'm not sure what went wrong either. I guess my mind is too restless. Writing anything feels useless. My brain seems like a jumble of mush, and even when I write, it all turns out to be nonsense." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo chuckled deeply, "Then it seems like it's still my fault for disturbing your peace with my suggestion." Chu Tian subconsciously wanted to deny, but Zhou Mo interrupted, "It's all right. Now our problem is resolved. Why don't you try to see if your train of thought has become clearer?" "I guess so." Chu Tian's manuscript had already been delayed for quite a while. Readers were urging updates through various channels every day, and he didn't feel right dragging it anymore. He asked Zhou Mo, "I'll go right then. What are you going to do?" Zhou Mo smiled and said, "I wonder if it would disturb you if I read a book by your side." "Of course not, I just worry you'd be bored." Zhou Mo pulled him out of the bedroom, "How could I be bored with you? Besides, watching my favorite author write should be an enjoyment. I'm happy to be the first reader of each of your articles." With his lover's support, Chu Tian suddenly felt energized. He laughed and said, "All right, let's go. You can rest assured, for you, I'll manage to update 10,000 words today." I'm looking forward to it." When they arrived at the study, Chu Tian continued from the part where he got stuck earlier. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo picked up a book from the bookshelf and sat on the sofa next to Chu Tian, reading quietly. After Chu Tian wrote 2 lines, the keyboard sound stopped suddenly. Zhou Mo immediately looked up at him and found that Chu Tian was also looking at him. He slightly smiled and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Chu Tian scratched the hair on his forehead, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Zhou Mo, though I know you trust me, I still want to explain something to you. My ex-boyfriend came to see me again, and I really don't know why he's acting strangely and seeking me out again. But I've made things clear with him. I hope you won't think too much about it." "Aha, I understand, I haven't thought too much about it." Zhou Mo put down his book and approached Chu Tian. Leaning forward and bracing himself behind Chu Tian, enclosing him between his hands, he spoke softly near Chu Tian's ear, "However, since you mentioned it, to avoid being shaken by his words, I think it's necessary to make one thing clear to you." His voice was deep and hoarse, causing Chu Tian involuntarily to recall his dominant demeanor in bed. His breathing became disordered. "What is it?" Zhou Mo slowly leaned closer, wrapping Chu Tian in his arms and said, "Chu Tian, the relationship between you and me progresses on the premise of marriage. The future you want, I can provide as well." Zhou Mo's words directly hit the most knotted issue in Chu Tian's heart, successfully easing the underlying anxiety that Chu Tian had always been hesitant to confront. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Mo seriously, saying, "Zhou Mo, I hope you understand. The reason I'm with you is because of your personal charm. I know your status may require a high-standard partner, so I have never forced you to make a commitment or promise. All I want is to focus on our current life together. However, since you brought it up, I hope that what you're saying comes genuinely from within, not just a casual remark, because I will take it seriously." Zhou Mo gently stroked Chu Tian's face with a serious look in his eyes, "Dear, I never boast. Whatever I say I can achieve, I surely will accomplish. In fact, as I told that little Mr. Su, if you agree, I can marry you right now. Do you dare to nod?" Chu Tian met his deep gaze, and a tremor of excitement coursed through him, making the hair on his body stand up. Was he serious? Given his identity, how could someone like him so easily decide on a spouse? Even though Chu Tian knew this might not be possible, he couldn't help but take it seriously. He raised his hand and covered Zhou Mo's hand on his cheek, looking into his eyes and asking, "Big shot, are you proposing to me?" Zhou Mo curved his lips upward and slowly moved closer until their breaths intertwined, becoming inseparable. "Dear, if I say yes, then what would be your answer?" Chu Tian stared blankly at Zhou Mo, unable to speak for a long while. Zhou Mo was not in a rush either. He kept planting kisses around Chu Tian's lips, as if both comforting him and proving his sincerity. Chu Tian hugged Zhou Mo's back and gazed through the floor-to-ceiling window at the garden bathed in sunlight. The flowers and plants in the garden were all tenderly cared for by him, yet the roses always got pests, the lilies of the valley refused to bloom, and no matter how much he pruned the pine tree, it grew crookedly. It seemed that no matter how much effort he put in, he could never create the lush garden he desired. By this point, he had lost some hope. In the past, he had truly longed for a place of his own, a secret garden that belonged solely to him. But all the experiences in his life made him doubt himself. Did he really have the capability to become someone else's partner? If one had never experienced the warmth of family or been nurtured in a good household atmosphere, if they had always fought alone and licked their own wounds, could such a person truly manage a happy home? Chu Tian didn't want to dwell in self-pity, but standing before someone as excellent as Zhou Mo, he couldn't help feeling a bit insecure. Someone of Zhou Mo's status could easily find a mate with a matching family background, not someone like him who wasn't loved by his parents and had nowhere to return to, like a lone wolf. Perhaps sensing his sadness, Zhou Mo intensified his kiss. Chu Tian opened his mouth, sharing a passionate yet gentle kiss with Zhou Mo. Chapter 83, Heart-to-Heart Talk. After the kiss ended, Chu Tian opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Mo with a faint sense of melancholy. Zhou Mo, we haven't known each other for very long, and there's still much about me that you don't understand. I'm grateful for your proposal, but I still hope that after getting to know me entirely, you will consider whether to make this decision. Zhou Mo looked at him without changing expression, nodding, all right, I hope you'll give me the chance to fully understand you. Of course. Chu Tian pulled him over to the nearby couch and said, please sit. After Zhou Mo sat down, Chu Tian sat next to him. He took out 2 cigarettes, offering one to Zhou Mo, and lit one for himself. Amidst the swirling cigarette smoke, Chu Tian slowly began recounting his past to Zhou Mo, starting from when he first realized his sexual orientation, through his parents' fierce opposition, and eventually his decision to leave home and venture far away. Throughout these years, his conflicted feelings towards his parents, his solitary burdens, all poured out during Zhou Mo's attentive listening. Only when the 2 cigarettes had burned down completely did Chu Tian come out of his memories. Turning to Zhou Mo, he asked, so, after hearing my story, do you still think someone like me is suitable to be your spouse? Zhou Mo quietly stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and then wrapped his arms around Chu Tian from behind, saying, dear, thank you for being willing to share your inner world with me. Now I finally understand why the protagonists in each of your works always possess such vulnerable sides. His tone was incredibly gentle. Chu Tian, if these are the reasons you can't accept me with ease, then I hope you can trust me. As your partner, it is my responsibility to take care of your worries. What do you mean? Chu Tian grasped Zhou Mo's hand and turned to look at him. You've misunderstood me. I only told you these things so you know that our love will not be blessed. I'm not asking you to do anything for me. I understand, but I also know that deep down, you crave your parents' blessing, don't you? Faced with Zhou Mo's question, Chu Tian fell silent. Did he crave his parents' blessing? He introspected deeply. These years, his parents' lack of understanding and support had left him disheartened towards family ties. He even thought they could continue living separately without disturbing each other. Yet, was there any child who didn't harbor some hope for their parents? Was there any child who, upon finding happiness, wouldn't yearn for a single word of blessing from their parents? His silence was the best answer. Zhou Mo squeezed his hand gently and said, all right, let's take this step by step. You can rest assured, in the future, I'll face all these issues alongside you. Chu Tian looked at Zhou Mo and asked, what about you? Given the background of your family, would they really accept your relationship with another man? Zhou Mo smiled with composure. I won't deny that most people like us tend to go for strong alliances through marriage. If I hadn't met anyone suitable by the time I wanted to settle down, I wouldn't have resisted the idea of an arranged marriage, but that's only if I hadn't met someone special. Zhou Mo gazed at Chu Tian and said, dear, while it's true that I owe part of my success today to my family's backing, what I've given back to the Zhou family far exceeds their assistance to me. So, I can tell you with great responsibility that as long as it's something I set my mind on, no one can change my decision. Do you believe me? Of course, I believe you. Chu Tian felt a slight excitement looking at this supremely confident man. People naturally admire strength. Confronted with Zhou Mo, an exceptionally accomplished person in every aspect, Chu Tian couldn't help but feel an instinctual sense of submission. Men were either conquerors or seekers of conquest. Chu Tian felt himself nearly entirely conquered by Zhou Mo. What Xu Chenyang couldn't achieve in 5 years, Zhou Mo accomplished in just about a month. Being conquered by Zhou Mo was such an effortless matter. From the moment this man appeared, his demeanor was consistently composed and serene. With Zhou Mo by his side, Chu Tian found that all his concerns seemed insignificant. It felt like he could effortlessly prop up the sky, making Chu Tian feel safe and reassured. He understood that this was the feeling Zhou Mo intentionally cultivated for him. Just as Zhou Mo had once told him, he hoped Chu Tian would trust and rely on him, and he was earnestly fulfilling every commitment he made. He had been consistently solving Chu Tian's problems, subtly pulling him into his own domain. Even though Chu Tian realized this, he still willingly surrendered himself to it. During the half-month he spent in Europe, Chu Tian already got first-hand knowledge of Zhou Mo's abilities and means. He admitted to himself that resisting Zhou Mo would be futile. This man had initially described himself as just an ordinary banker, and although Chu Tian knew this was modesty, only when he truly encountered a glimpse of Zhou Mo's vast commercial empire did he fully grasp his boyfriend's prowess. Compared to his widespread investments, being a banker seemed to be merely one of his simplest identities. A man like this, one akin to a myth, had actually proposed to him just now. Chu Tian felt as if he were dreaming, and it was a rare, beautiful dream that he didn't want to wake up from. Thinking about it, he leaned in again and kissed Zhou Mo, asking, Zhou Mo, you're so amazing, I feel like I'm in a dream. Are you really sure I'm the right person for you? As he stroked the stubble on Zhou Mo's chin, his eyes grew unfocused. You're too good. Comparing myself to you, I feel like I'm worthless. What exactly am I better than others at? His words betrayed his unease and lack of confidence, and Zhou Mo pulled him closer into a firmer embrace. He looked tenderly into Chu Tian's eyes, his gaze wandering across Chu Tian's face, his eyes unfathomably deep. For his choice, many people indeed had some doubts. Even his friends had privately questioned whether he was serious. His answers had always been very certain, and he was serious. In front of Zhou Mo, who was accustomed to seeing people of all kinds, Chu Tian was not particularly outstanding. He looked rugged with a well-built physique, as manly as could be, and generally speaking, such a person wouldn't attract Zhou Mo's attention. But Zhou Mo was different from others, he already had a preconceived impression of Chu Tian. Over the years, he had seen Chu Tian's true inner self through his words and actions. Combined with their first meeting when Chu Tian was in his most vulnerable state, his disheveled appearance and heartbreak hadn't been well hidden. Actually, in Zhou Mo's eyes, Chu Tian had always appeared as someone who was broken. Of course, there were many types of people in the world, more melancholic and experienced individuals whom Zhou Mo had also encountered, but none could stir in him the impulse to protect them. It wasn't until he met Chu Tian in the elevator, someone trying to stand tall despite being drenched in sorrow, that he felt this urge for the first time. Zhou Mo took hold of Chu Tian's fingertips and earnestly looked at him, saying, I think everything about you is great, your looks, your personality, and even your soul suits my taste. Of course, there are many people in the world with better external conditions than you, but love isn't about choosing the best option. I like you because it doesn't require you to be the best. Gradually, warmth returned to Chu Tian's eyes at Zhou Mo's words. Zhou Mo smiled and continued, baby, liking someone is one of those rare things in the world that doesn't follow logic. If you insist on asking why, I may not give you a satisfactory answer. But I can say this, I understand myself better than anyone else does. So when my heart chose you, I didn't hesitate for a moment, because I knew clearly that I wanted you. Chapter 84, Reluctance. In fact, Zhou Mo had already said these words once when they had first confirmed their relationship. However, apparently, Chu Tian hadn't taken them seriously until Zhou Mo repeated them. Chu Tian chuckled, then rested his chin on Zhou Mo's shoulder, his lips secretly curving into a happy smile. It was said that love made one feel insecure and overly possessive, and even a man of Chu Tian's age couldn't avoid falling into this cliché. Actually, after reflecting on the questions he'd asked himself, he found them rather meaningless. He didn't know when he had started becoming so hesitant and fearful. Fortunately, after Zhou Mo's reassurance, Chu Tian finally opened up completely. Since he had chosen to be with Zhou Mo, no matter what kind of status he possessed, he would remain just his lover in Chu Tian's eyes. They were people sharing the same table for meals and the same bed for sleep, not opponents who needed to compete or measure themselves against each other. They were partners capable of facing all joys and sorrows life threw at them, not business partners striving together to expand their territory. Therefore, for them, alignment in ability and background was secondary, resonance of the soul was the most crucial. As long as Zhou Mo still needed him and loved him, there was no reason for him to be hesitant and restrained, holding back. As for how others viewed their relationship or deemed whether they were compatible, who cared? Once this thought became clear, Chu Tian felt an immense sense of relief. Smiling, he stood up and stretched, saying, honey, talking with you has made me feel so much smoother. Now I feel my inspiration overflowing, I could immediately write 10,000 words. Unexpectedly, Zhou Mo held onto his hand and said, but I think there are still unresolved issues on my side. Chu Tian looked at him strangely. Are there? Yeah, there are. Standing up too, Zhou Mo continued, didn't you say that you always felt like this was a dream? I think it's necessary for me to help you prove that everything you've experienced is real. How to prove it? Zhou Mo kept smiling without answering, pulling Chu Tian towards the computer. Chu Tian faintly sensed something was off. He cautiously said, I feel quite real right now. I need to finish writing. Can we talk about this later? Don't worry, I'll prove mine while you work on yours, it won't delay you, said Zhou Mo gently yet firmly, giving Chu Tian a sense of inevitability. Chu Tian vaguely guessed what Zhou Mo intended to do but thought he wouldn't dare go that far, until Zhou Mo's hand touched his 8-pack abs, confirming his suspicion. He quickly grabbed Zhou Mo's hand, turning around with difficulty and saying, Zhou Mo, you're not thinking of. Zhou Mo slightly smirked, leaning in for a kiss on Chu Tian's lips, his voice low and husky, causing Chu Tian's legs to go weak. Master Manjiang, as a fan of your books, I've always had one wish, to see if you'd fulfill it for me. Would you consider? What wish? I have always wanted to witness the entire process of the story I've been looking forward to being born. I wonder if I have this honor. This wolf, with his polite and gentle words, appeared courteous, but his actions were anything but gentlemanly. Chu Tian was pinned at the edge of the study desk by him, unable to move. His intentions were already very clear. Chu Tian wasn't coy either, though such antics seemed a bit excessive for a man his age, occasionally trying something new wasn't bad. Moreover, as a man, failing to satisfy one's partner would be embarrassing. Not only did he not shy away from it, he even gave Zhou Mo a challenging glance and said, baby, you'd better take it easy. You're no spring chicken anymore. Don't hurt your back. Humph. Zhou Mo gave an almost imperceptible laugh. His tone turned dangerous as he leaned close to Chu Tian's ear and whispered heavily, "You don't need to worry about your man's waist strength. On the contrary, you should focus on writing those 10,000 words well. If you can't finish them, I won't stop." What? Chu Tian's pupils instantly widened. 10,000 words weren't something that could be written in just an hour or two, especially under these circumstances. He became a little timid and pleaded with Zhou Mo, "Big shot, how about we negotiate, Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Mo silenced him with a kiss. Thereafter, the two tall, handsome men engaged in fierce tug-of-war before the sandalwood desk in the study. There are countless sandalwood desks in the world, and no one would speak up for a desk that is nearly falling apart. Meanwhile, after Xu Cheyang sorrowfully left, he returned to the Su family mansion with a despondent look. Once home, he locked himself inside his wine collection room, which was filled with world-renowned wines, reminiscing about the scene where Chu Tian and Zhou Mo passionately embraced while drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Unfortunately, drowning one's sorrows only makes the sorrow worse. The more he drank, the more aggrieved he felt, the more painful his heart became, until the liquor transformed into tears that streamed out of his eyes. At this moment, Xu Cheyang resembled a peacock stripped of all its tail feathers, exuding nothing but despair. After meeting Zhou Mo in person, any hope he had of winning Chu Tian back had long since vanished. Although they only exchanged glances briefly, there was a distinct disparity in both presence and demeanor between the two, making Xu Cheyang feel humiliated despite his usual pride. Although he had known beforehand that Chu Tian was seeing someone else, knowing it was different from witnessing Chu Tian getting intimate with another person. Before seeing them together, he still deluded himself, telling himself that Chu Tian might not treat others as well as he treated him, and their relationship was merely temporary. However, after seeing Chu Tian interact so closely with Zhou Mo, the intimacy between them shattered his self-deception. Xu Cheyang had to accept the fact that Chu Tian genuinely liked Zhou Mo. What he thought was his sole advantage was actually gone. Chu Tian truly was the type who could love and leave easily. The more Xu Cheyang thought about it, the angrier he became, swallowing down half a bottle of wine. He drank too hastily and suddenly choked, spilling the alcohol onto his expensive suit along with tears. Yet, in his drunken state, he paid no mind to his appearance. He was not one to share what belonged to him and hated the idea of others touching what was his. Yet, right in front of him, Zhou Mo dared to touch Chu Tian. If it weren't for Zhou Mo's identity, Xu Cheyang would have rushed forward and fought him tooth and nail. Still, he was acutely aware that the one without standing was himself. It was his refusal to accept reality, believing that he remained the most special person in Chu Tian's life. His absolute possession of Chu Tian over 5 years blinded him with confidence. Now, after witnessing firsthand how gently Chu Tian treated another man and allowed himself to be held and kissed by someone else, Xu Cheyang dared not think further. Every second that Chu Tian was being claimed by someone else outside of his presence made him furious enough to kill. Under the influence of alcohol, Xu Cheyang couldn't wait a single moment longer. He must make Chu Tian and Zhou Mo break up immediately. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of the private detective who helped him investigate Yihan. Chapter 85, The Sentiment Between Two Older Men. "Hello, Mr. Su, what's the matter?" Xu Cheyang wiped his face, leaning against the liquor cabinet as he said, "Take pictures of two people for me. Focus on capturing their intimacy." The person on the other end immediately agreed, saying, "Sure thing, this is my specialty. Who do you want photographed? I'll send you the information via WeChat. I only have one request, do it as soon as possible. Rest assured, sir, we're professionals. As long as they're together, we can get any pictures you want." "Good, I'm waiting." Chu Tian was unaware that his single kiss with Zhou Mo had already driven Su Chenyang into a frenzy. At this moment, he was using every method to beg for mercy from Zhou Mo, but Zhou Mo was a man of his word. He wouldn't stop until Chu Tian finished the 10,000-word task. Chu Tian simply couldn't handle it. His entire body was leaning on the desk, and apart from excessively active neurons, there wasn't a single brain cell left capable of rational thought. In the blurred state between consciousness and oblivion, Chu Tian briefly flashed an odd thought: how many people did Zhou Mo's outward appearance fool? Who would have known how playful he was in private? Ouch, please, spare me, these old bones of mine. I really can't. A drop of sweat fell from Zhou Mo's chin onto Chu Tian's chest. He smiled confidently and said, "Honey, don't put yourself down like that, you're doing great." Although praised, Chu Tian didn't feel particularly happy. At this point, even rolling his eyes felt like a chore, so struggling or resisting was completely out of the question. While Zhou Mo might be gentle during regular times, when it came to that thing, he was nothing short of dominant. Every time they got close, Zhou Mo took complete control over Chu Tian. Yet strangely enough, even this dominance made Chu Tian feel inexplicably captivated, leading him to somewhat doubt whether he had some sort of masochistic tendency. Initially, Chu Tian planned to cook a full table of dishes for Zhou Mo and buy some flowers for decoration to celebrate his moving in. But now, instead of celebrating, Chu Tian had become the celebratory firework, repeatedly used by Zhou Mo everywhere imaginable. That day, readers who had been waiting for several days finally failed to see an update for Mist. And on the first day of moving in, Lord Zhou Mo lost access to the study forever. Eventually, Chu Tian was carried out of the study by Zhou Mo. Dinner was also cooked by Zhou Mo since Chu Tian was too exhausted to move a finger. It was Zhou Mo who served him congee bedside, spoonful by spoonful, while Chu Tian ate silently. From the start of their passionate encounter to later pleas for mercy, followed by hoarse cries after hours, Chu Tian eventually lost all his strength to talk. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep after finishing the meal. Zhou Mo seemed to know what Chu Tian was thinking, and throughout the process, he accommodated him fully. At night, lying in the same bed together, Chu Tian was hugged from behind by Zhou Mo. Enveloped in overwhelming safety, he quickly fell asleep. After replying to a few work emails, Zhou Mo also lay down to sleep. Soon after, his phone on the bedside table emitted a ding sound and lit up its screen. He instinctively glanced at Chu Tian, whose breathing remained steady and unaffected. Turning over, Zhou Mo grabbed the phone and saw it was a message from an unfamiliar number. After reading the content, his gaze darkened slightly as he quickly typed a reply before muting the phone and placing it back carefully. By now, Chu Tian had exhausted himself during the day and fallen into deep slumber. He occasionally let out a few snores. Zhou Mo looked at him for a while, then leaned over to press a soft kiss to his forehead. Only after Chu Tian's breathing calmed again did he rest beside him, closing his eyes. The next morning, Chu Tian predictably overslept. When he woke up, Zhou Mo was already gone. Picking up his phone, he noticed it was almost 11:30 a.m. There were 2 unread messages in WeChat. Upon opening them, he found they were sent by Zhou Mo. The first was sent at 8:30 a.m. Baby, I have something to take care of. Breakfast is ready downstairs, remember to eat. The second one arrived half an hour ago, I'll probably be back in about an hour. Let me know what you'd like to eat once you wake up. Zhou Mo's thoughtfulness instantly wiped away yesterday's annoyance for Chu Tian. A smile unconsciously curved at the corner of his lips as he replied, I like everything you like. Zhou Mo promptly replied, okay, wait for me. After responding with an okay emoji, Chu Tian absent-mindedly scrolled through their previous chat records. Through these texts, the past month's moments between the two played like a slideshow in Chu Tian's mind, from their initial polite and formal interactions to occasional invitations, followed by their relationship rapidly developing closer. Their chat history clearly demonstrated that their relationship had always been within Zhou Mo's grasp. It was Zhou Mo who had been gradually guiding their relationship towards intimacy, step by step. Chu Tian only realized his initial intentions after looking back, and they were so obvious. However, Chu Tian believed that he wasn't entirely without contribution in this relationship. At least, he was confident that those overly affectionate nicknames between them weren't part of Zhou Mo's original plan. Recalling the expression of surprise on Zhou Mo's face when he first called him darling, Chu Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud in bed. He would bet anything that he was probably the first man to call Zhou Mo darling. After all, given his status and stern appearance, it was no wonder that such a term seemed highly incongruous. Unlike Su Chenyang, Zhou Mo exuded an aura of inviolable dignity. The word darling didn't seem to fit him at all. Initially, Chu Tian only used it as a test of his attitude since he had just been confessed to and still felt uncertain about Zhou Mo's true feelings towards him, hence why he called him that on purpose. Fortunately, Zhou Mo's reaction didn't disappoint him. He didn't get angry but instead found it intriguing. After that, Zhou Mo also began deliberately calling Chu Tian darling. Initially, Chu Tian thought it was too embarrassing hearing it. As a grown man, not some young and tender boy like Su Chenyang, he wondered how he could bear being called darling. But driven by a childish competitive spirit, Chu Tian couldn't bring himself to protest first, so he persisted in calling Zhou Mo darling as well, hoping to force him into conceding and suggesting a different nickname. As expected, Zhou Mo remained composed, adapting easily to it and becoming increasingly fluent in using it, opening with darling and closing with darling. With no other choice, Chu Tian had to stubbornly continue. The more he called him that, the more it became a habit. Surprisingly, this kind of cloyingly sweet sentiment turned out to have its own charm. Who said older men had to keep things formal? Thinking of their recent sugary sweet state, the corner of Chu Tian's mouth curled up even further. His hands continued moving as he flipped through their chat history. The more he read backward, the more he could sense Zhou Mo's concern and respect for him from the words, which brought him immense comfort. His smile never faded. When the chat records reached the end, it was almost 12 o'clock. By now, Zhou Mo should be home soon. Chu Tian hurriedly put down his phone and decided to get up. As he got up, every movement tugged at his sore lower back muscles, and Chu Tian immediately couldn't hold back. SSS hurt so much. Chu Tian winced as he massaged his aching waist, recalling yesterday's wild episode, which instantly turned all his previous sentimentality into a mixture of teeth-gritting frustration. Why should he, younger than Zhou Mo by a few years, lag behind in endurance? Supporting his sore waist as he got up, Chu Tian struggled toward the bathroom. Men were naturally competitive, so he secretly resolved to extend his workout sessions in the future. One day, he'd definitely make Zhou Mo buckle first. Chapter 86, Clingy. Zhou Mo didn't see Chu Tian when he came home. After searching around, he finally found him in the gym. At the moment, Chu Tian was wearing a cotton tank top, sitting on a mat exercising his core, although his constant grimacing suggested that the aftereffects of yesterday's activities hadn't yet subsided. Zhou Mo crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe silently watching for a while until Chu Tian stopped this somewhat heroic but painful scene, then he slowly spoke up, "Darling, you've been through enough trouble yesterday. You don't need to rush your training. Trust me, your core is still quite solid, there's absolutely no sign of neglect." Chu Tian was someone who couldn't handle surprises. Focused on his training, he didn't notice anyone behind him at all. When Zhou Mo suddenly spoke, he got a shock and quickly turned around, pulling at his already achy waist and thighs. In that instant, his facial expressions completely lost control. "SSS, what's wrong with you? How do you walk without making any sound?" Perhaps because of their current cohabitation arrangement, Chu Tian felt freer around Zhou Mo. He treated him with less politeness, and his speech had become more casual. Zhou Mo quickly walked over and helped Chu Tian off the mat, chuckling softly. "It's my fault. Are you okay? Do you want me to call a physical therapist for you?" "No need, I'm fine." Chu Tian, clutching his waist, obstinately pushed Zhou Mo away, struggling to move forward. "Do you have nothing planned for the afternoon?" Zhou Mo glanced at his waist and said lightly, "I have plans, but I can handle them at home. I made you upset yesterday, so today I'll certainly spend the time properly with you." "I'm not angry." Chu Tian's face turned red as Zhou Mo mentioned yesterday's event, so he quickly changed the topic and asked, "What did you bring back to eat?" "I'm starving." Seeing the sweat all over his temples, Zhou Mo picked up the towel hanging nearby and handed it to him. "You can only have some light liquid food now. I bought you some congee." Chu Tian took the towel and wiped himself casually, then hung it over his shoulder as he turned to Zhou Mo and said, "All right, have you eaten yet?" Zhou Mo took the towel off his shoulders, held it in his hand, and gently pushed his back. "I've already eaten at the company. Let's go, the congee is still warm, I put it in the courtyard." Chu Tian walked forward according to his strength and then asked, "Why did you put it in the yard?" "It's so hot outside." "It's fine today. The air outside is better. Let's go, I'll accompany you." The two arrived at the staircase entrance, and Zhou Mo naturally supported Chu Tian. This time Chu Tian didn't refuse Zhou Mo's help. Outside Chu Tian's house was an artificial lake, and the scenery under the sunlight was beautiful, with boats often floating on the lake, looking very relaxing. Chu Tian usually liked to sit in the yard and watch the shimmering waves of the lake, building a whole new world system in his mind. It was already noon, and there were still people boating on the lake. When Chu Tian came out, he looked twice, but since they were far away, he just glanced once and then looked away. After Chu Tian sat down, Zhou Mo considerately unpacked the thermal bucket for him and picked up the spoon to feed him like last night. "Come on, eat while it's hot." At this moment, Chu Tian didn't feel right being fed by him, so he reached out his hand. "Give it to me, I'll eat myself." However, Zhou Mo slightly moved the spoon away, refusing his request for self-sufficiency. "Darling, come on, aren't you hungry?" Chu Tian couldn't quite understand why Zhou Mo was suddenly so clingy. He could tolerate being fed at home, but now they were outside. In broad daylight, a man in his 30s being fed, if the neighbors saw it, he wouldn't have the face to step out anymore. Chu Tian wanted to argue further, but when he met Zhou Mo's profound gaze, he lost the ability to refuse. So he looked around and confirmed that no one was nearby before quickly moving close and accepting Zhou Mo's feeding. It seemed that Zhou Mo had developed a habit of feeding him, because in the next bowl of congee, Chu Tian didn't even touch the spoon once. This meal was abnormally difficult for Chu Tian. He feared that a neighbor might suddenly appear and see him in such an undignified state. Finally, after finishing the bowl of congee, he quickly got up to escape, but Zhou Mo pulled him back and kissed him outside. Chu Tian was confused throughout, and only when Zhou Mo let go did he belatedly ask, "Why do you seem strange today?" Zhou Mo reached out to wipe the corner of his mouth. "Is that so? Where do you think I'm strange?" Chu Tian scrutinized him carefully. "It's hard to say, but you're a bit off today. Being so sticky doesn't really suit you. Did something happen?" Zhou Mo smiled and said, "Darling, you're thinking too much. I'm just taking care of my boyfriend normally. By the way, my friends, those few you've met before, they know we're officially together now. They've been wanting to invite you for a formal dinner. Would you like to join them?" Thinking about Zhou Mo's influential friends, especially the city secretary, Chu Tian felt a little intimidated inside. He had always been free and unbound, and wasn't very skilled at socializing with officials, but since he had chosen Zhou Mo as his partner, he would inevitably face these complicated interpersonal relationships. So he steeled himself and accepted the challenge. "Alright, you just tell me when they plan to meet. Anyway, I'm available anytime." "That's good. Tomorrow evening, then." "Alright." Having received Chu Tian's consent, Zhou Mo took out his phone and sent a few messages to his friends. Seeing what Dong Xiang sent, he arched his eyebrows and asked Chu Tian, "Darling, does your friend from last time know Dong Xiang?" Chu Tian hesitated for a moment and then nodded, "Probably yes." "Why do you suddenly ask that?" Dong Xiang says if possible, your friend can come along too. He asked Chu Tian, how about it, should you ask your friend? Chu Tian furrowed his brow. He didn't know why Dong Xiang suddenly wanted to meet Shan Yang, but he had heard Shan Yang tell him about his previous bitter and prolonged unrequited love. Now, after a long struggle, he had finally let go and started anew. Deep down, Chu Tian actually hoped that Shan Yang's current life wouldn't be disrupted. However, no matter how you look at it, he was still just an outsider and couldn't make decisions on behalf of Shan Yang. After a moment of thought, he said, then I'll ask Shan Yang to see if he wants to go. Alright. Chu Tian took out his phone and made a call to Shan Yang. The call was quickly answered, and Shan Yang's enthusiastic voice came through the receiver. Hey, elder brother Chu, why haven't you called me for so long? Are you too busy playing with your little puppies and forgot about me? Chu Tian chuckled, be serious. My boyfriend is right beside me. I don't want him to misunderstand. What? Shan Yang's voice raised an octave on the other end, you really found a new partner. Which handsome guy is it? Is it one of the guys I introduced you to? It's not, Chu Tian rubbed his ear and smiled, but you've met him before, he's that friend I took you to meet. Oh, Shan Yang's voice dragged out long as he teased with a mischievous grin, who was the one saying that person was straight? Elder brother Chu, you're impressive. You actually bent a straight man. You're my god. Chapter 87, Hesitation. Listening to Shan Yang's banter, Chu Tian felt somewhat embarrassed. Zhou Mo was right beside him. Shan Yang's voice was so loud, he didn't know whether Zhou Mo had heard or not. Chu Tian glanced up at Zhou Mo and noticed that he was looking down typing a message, likely not having heard. He looked down again and continued speaking to Shan Yang, alright, I was wrong before. Stop teasing me. I'm calling because there's something I want to tell you. Oh, what is it? Well, tomorrow night, I have to attend dinner with his friends, and Dong Xiang asked if you'd like to come along. What do you say? After he finished this sentence, silence fell on the other side. Chu Tian hurriedly said, it's fine, I'm just passing the word along. Make your own decision. If you don't want to go, that's fine. Elder brother Chu, I understand. I won't go. Tomorrow happens to be my boyfriend's birthday, and I have to accompany him. Sorry about that. There's nothing to be sorry for. Wishing both of you a great birthday celebration, I'll reply to him directly. Alright, okay. Although Shan Yang declined Dong Xiang's invitation, his tone became extremely low-spirited. Chu Tian couldn't help but ask, young sheep, are you, still? No way, elder brother Chu. I'm not stupid enough to try hatching a stone into an egg. Don't worry about me. My relationship with my boyfriend is great, and I've already forgotten about him. That's good, young sheep. I think your choice is correct. I wish you two happiness. How could such a smart guy like me make a wrong decision? As for you, elder brother Chu, you sneakily found such a capable boyfriend without telling me. When I have time, you must treat me to a meal. Chu Tian chuckled, definitely, call me whenever you're free. Deal. Seeing Shan Yang's spirit restored, Chu Tian finally relaxed. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Zhou Mo, my friend won't come. Please inform Mr. Dong for me. Alright. Chu Tian thought for a moment and asked another question, by the way, is Mr. Dong married? Zhou Mo shook his head, not yet, but he has a fiancée. Is that so? Hearing this, Chu Tian furrowed his brows. With a fiancée already, why did he bother pursuing Shan Yang? Did he even know Shan Yang's feelings for him? Thankfully, Shan Yang himself had refused his invitation, which meant they wouldn't have any more complications between them. Since Mr. Dong was Zhou Mo's lifelong close friend, Chu Tian didn't want to say anything further. Zhou Mo quietly listened to Chu Tian's conversation on the phone and guessed the connection between Dong Xiang and Shan Yang. He was somewhat surprised because in his impression, Dong Xiang had always been straight. How could he possibly have any dealings with a male? But this was Dong Xiang's private matter, so Zhou Mo didn't inquire further. After replying to Dong Xiang's message, he took Chu Tian upstairs to rest. Meanwhile, Su Chenyang soon received the photos from the private detective. Before opening the envelope, Su Chenyang assumed that at best these would be some ambiguously positioned photos. After all, the subject was someone like Zhou Mo, who surely had plenty of experience preventing unwanted photographs. However, after opening the envelope, he was astonished, photos showing feeding, kissing, embracing. They were literally all there. Especially those sweet feeding photos, they made his heart ache. He never would have thought that Chu Tian and Zhou Mo were so affectionate with each other in private. Chu Tian even let Zhou Mo feed him. He could not calmly accept the fact that his ex was now happier than when they were together. Looking at the loving couple in the photos, Su Chenyang got so angry that he threw all the files on his office floor. His mind was clouded with anger, but even after venting, he still couldn't believe it. He didn't think Chu Tian could be this coquettish. They lived together for 5 years, and Chu Tian had never let him feed him before. These photos must be fake. Stubbornly refusing to believe, Su Chenyang dialed the private detective's number. The call was answered quickly. Hello, Mr. Su, are you satisfied with the photos? Su Chenyang gritted his teeth and said, satisfied? I'm very satisfied. Tell me, are these photos taken from a good angle? Do they really interact like that? Humph, you know what, those two are so shamelessly public with their displays of affection, where do you think we need to find angles? You didn't see how enthusiastic they were while feeding each other in the yard. Let me tell you, the photographer's cheeks turned red watching them, they're truly disgustingly sweet. Those photos are solid evidence, don't worry about using them. Alright, I've understood. I'll transfer the money. Su Chenyang hung up the phone with an ashen face. In a self-tormenting manner, he picked up the photos again and stared at them. Although Chu Tian looked uncomfortable being fed, the photos didn't lie, the gleam in his eyes and the smile on his lips revealed the happiness in his heart. Su Chenyang felt sour seeing it. He'd gone to extreme lengths to win Chu Tian back, yet Chu Tian seemed to be falling deeper for someone else. This left him feeling utterly powerless. Su Chenyang irritably undid his suit buttons, collapsing helplessly onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. After enduring a series of blows, Su Chenyang realized that Chu Tian no longer belonged to him. He had tried to win him back, but Chu Tian's heart was harder than stone, he truly had no way out. If Chu Tian's heart was completely empty of him, then all the things he cherished would never return. The Chu brother who once belonged to him disappeared completely after that phone call announcing their breakup. Su Chenyang began to doubt whether everything he had done had any meaning at all. Even if he used tricks to separate Chu Tian and Zhou Mo, would Chu Tian still come back to him like before, full-hearted and full-eyed only for him? Realizing his hesitation, Su Chenyang started doubting his own feelings. Feng Zheng said it was because he wasn't used to it, but now even Su Chenyang himself couldn't clearly say whether he truly loved Chu Tian or was just clinging to his kindness and the sense of security he provided. But there was one thing he was sure of, if family interests were concerned, it seemed that no matter how much he cared for Chu Tian, he couldn't go all out for him. He stared down at the photos in his hand and started wavering, should he use them or not? After all, Zhou Mo was such an influential figure. If he angered him for Chu Tian's sake, would it affect the Su family business? These were issues he couldn't ignore. Although Su Chenyang acted spoiled and in front of Chu Tian, he wasn't the foolish kind of second-generation rich kid. He wouldn't sacrifice the entire family honor just for one man. Still, he couldn't bring himself to let Zhou Mo and Chu Tian fall deeper in love like this. He admitted he might have some cowardice within himself, but maybe Zhou Mo wasn't entirely free of it either. Zhou Mo's family stakes were even larger than his. Would Zhou Mo really take Chu Tian seriously? Su Chenyang thought to himself, let's just say he was helping Chu Tian out. He wanted Chu Tian to clearly see how sincere Zhou Mo was toward him. Originally, Su Chenyang intended to send the photos directly to the Zhou family. He thought the Zhou family would handle the relationship between Zhou Mo and Chu Tian. But after calming down, he realized it was too risky. It would be easy for them to trace it back to him. He furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. The Beijing social circle was small, and Su Chenyang had more or less heard of some rumors about Zhou Mo. Of course, many of these should be false, but some were trustworthy. So, he thought of another route. Chapter 88, Seeing Friends. On the evening of the next day, just before they were about to leave, Chu Tian stood in front of his wardrobe with a furrowed brow, unable to find a single suitable outfit after looking for ages. At this moment, he finally understood why women always complained about not having clothes even when their wardrobes were full. He also felt like he had nothing to wear. Zhou Mo was already ready and leaned against the doorframe with interest, watching Chu Tian struggle but not urging him on. A few of Zhou Mo's friends were all big shots, and Chu Tian thought that last time he had dressed too casually, worrying he may have left a bad impression on them. Thus, he was being very careful in choosing what to wear this time. He took out a suit and gestured it around his body twice, but then reconsidered, private gatherings were too formal for suits. So he turned to Zhou Mo and said, "You're just standing there staring at me, come over and give me some advice. What should I wear that will be appropriate?" Zhou Mo smiled as he walked over and pulled a black casual shirt from the closet, saying, "I think you look good in black, just wear this one." Chu Tian looked at the shirt and thought it seemed too ordinary. He worried that wearing it would make it seem like he wasn't taking this gathering seriously enough. Dissatisfied, Chu Tian patted Zhou Mo's waist and said, "Take this seriously. This is too plain. I don't want to embarrass you today in front of your friends. Do you think I should go buy something new?" Zhou Mo sighed and said, "Honey, this is just a simple gathering among friends. Wear what you usually wear when meeting friends. Can it be the same?" Chu Tian hung the shirt back up while selecting and commented, "My friends are all down-to-earth commoners, but your friends. Just look at them." It was rare for Zhou Mo to see Chu Tian so concerned about his appearance. Placing his hand on Chu Tian's back and patting it gently, Zhou Mo pulled the black shirt again from the rack. "Right now it's off hours, and my friends are just ordinary folks too. You'll see, some of them might even show up in t-shirts." "Really?" Chu Tian glanced at him half doubtfully. "Of course. Have I ever lied to you?" Zhou Mo handed him the shirt and said, "You can trust me in anything, anytime." "That's true." Chu Tian took the shirt, grinned, and said, "If the boss himself styled it, it couldn't possibly go wrong." Guess I'll stop worrying. Chu Tian removed the shirt from its hanger and started changing right where he stood. Watching him undress, Zhou Mo's eyes grew darker at the sight of his firm muscles and perfect lines, along with some still quite visible marks. As Zhou Mo's hand grazed Chu Tian's waist, Chu Tian instinctively shivered, a gesture which basically acted as a signal of arousal for Zhou Mo. Chu Tian was still recovering, with sore thigh muscles. Hastily twisting his waist to escape Zhou Mo's hands, he shot him a glance and said, "Behave yourself, we're almost late." Zhou Mo retracted his hand obediently but kept staring at him intensely. Chu Tian smirked and let Zhou Mo watch as he intentionally tensed his muscles while dressing, deliberately drawing Zhou Mo's gaze to linger on his chest muscles. At the most exciting moment, Chu Tian efficiently fastened his buttons. Meeting Zhou Mo's slightly reproachful eyes, Chu Tian showed his teeth proudly and said cheerfully, "Let's go. Don't keep your friends waiting." Even though he was teasing on purpose, Zhou Mo didn't get angry. Wrapping an arm around Chu Tian's shoulder, he whispered into his ear, "Dear, you're irresistible." Receiving such affirmation from his lover made Chu Tian extremely happy. Smiling broadly, he gave the elder a light pat on the backside and said, "Haha, you're not bad either." Zhou Mo quickly grabbed Chu Tian's restless hand and held it tightly. The two 30-something men walked out the door hand in hand like a couple deep in love. Zhou Mo's driver had been waiting outside for quite some time. He was a retired soldier who generally kept a poker face, but even he couldn't resist sneaking a few extra glances at Chu Tian due to their overly affectionate behavior. Facing the scrutiny, Chu Tian remained composed. Since Zhou Mo had announced their relationship was aimed towards marriage, Chu Tian realized that he would have to deal with more attention moving forward. Although he had never imagined leading such a life, what could he do? His partner was too outstanding, and he believed the cost was worth paying. After all, who wouldn't cherish a chance to share life with someone so exceptional? No matter how well prepared Chu Tian was, as soon as he thought about the bigwigs he would meet shortly, he still felt a little nervous, unconsciously clenching his fists. Zhou Mo noticed his tension and silently took Chu Tian's hand into his own, gently kneading it open. "Relax, the people you're going to see aren't high-level officials, they're just my boyfriend's good brothers." "I know," Chu Tian exhaled quietly, then smiled and said, "I feel like I'm the daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws, so naturally there's a bit of anxiety." Zhou Mo curved his lips at him. "Didn't you do great last time? How can it be the same?" Chu Tian held his hand back and intertwined their fingers, saying, "Last time we were just ordinary friends, but this time, you're my lover. Of course, I need to be more cautious. I don't want your friends to think you picked an unsuitable partner." Zhou Mo gently squeezed Chu Tian's fingers to comfort him. "They are not those types who talk too much, and my judgment has never been wrong. You're overthinking this. True, stop worrying about me. I'll adjust myself." Chu Tian rubbed his face with his hand, deeply inhaled, and his demeanor relaxed significantly after that. Seeing this, Zhou Mo also calmed down. The two quickly arrived at the gathering place, which was in Feng's house. Because Chu Tian had spent a little time picking out clothes, they arrived when everyone else was already present, currently playing cards in the game room. When they saw them arrive, Tianhua threw down a hand of cards and announced, "Straight. Reported." Then he turned around, waving them over and said, "You guys finally made it. Was there traffic on the road?" Zhou Mo nodded and asked, "Who's winning?" "Who else? With old he here, who else could outwit him?" Lu Yingjie nodded toward the two of them casually, with no formality as last time. "Hey, Chu Tian, you look really stylish today." "Thank you, Brother Lu." Chu Tian smiled as he greeted each one in turn before Zhou Mo pulled Chu Tian aside and sat down. "You guys keep playing for now, I'll go cook." Once Chu Tian had arrived, Anfeng lit up a cigarette and went to the kitchen. Chu Tian looked over from where he sat next to Zhou Mo and noticed that these guys were indeed dressed quite plainly. Tianhua and Xiang Dong, the two big shots, dressed slightly more formally, but even they wore casual shirts like him, while Lu Yingjie directly wore a cotton t-shirt and Anfeng only had a white singlet on. Judging by this, Zhou Mo, who was wearing a business shirt, was actually the most formally dressed among all of them. Chapter 89, Who is Jiao Jiao? With everyone looking so down-to-earth, Chu Tian immediately felt much more relaxed. He laughed and started chatting amiably. "Sorry, everyone, it's my fault. I was too nervous to come meet you guys today, and it took me some time to pick out clothes. Everyone waited long enough." Hearing this, Tianhua glanced at Chu Tian's attire, then chuckled profoundly at Zhou Mo. "That shouldn't have happened. Your guy Zhou Mo notified us early on to dress as casually as possible. Didn't he tell you? Was there such a thing?" Surprised, Chu Tian turned to look at Zhou Mo, who met his eyes warmly, making Chu Tian feel instantly reassured. Zhou Mo adding this note was clearly to make him less tense, yet Chu Tian hadn't expected Zhou Mo to be so considerate, taking his feelings into account beforehand. He always thought he knew how good Zhou Mo was, but Zhou Mo kept surprising him. As someone who usually cared for others, Chu Tian seldom knew what it was like to be cared for. Now, however, it felt as if he'd suddenly fallen into a jar of honey, indulging in sweetness day after day. Unable to help himself, his lips curled upward as he whispered softly to Zhou Mo, so you intentionally let me wrestle with that dilemma? How wicked you are. Zhou Mo crooked his mouth and mimicked his tone to whisper back, baby, forgive my small quirks. I enjoy seeing you get all worked up for me. Although they spoke very quietly, everyone still heard. Upon hearing Zhou Mo call Chu Tian baby, the several men couldn't help but show looks of resignation. Lu Yingjie exaggeratedly swept away goosebumps, saying, fuck, old Zhou, I didn't expect that word, baby, could escape from your steel-hard mouth. Is love truly so damn perverted? Chu Tian was pretty embarrassed after hearing this. He hadn't anticipated Zhou Mo addressing him that way in front of his buddies, coolly and confidently calling him baby, without hesitation. Indeed, being a major player, Zhou Mo's calm attitude was unmatched. Chu Tian felt that he must have been out of his mind to try to outlast him in patience. He smiled at Lu Yingjie and said, Brother Lu, forgive me, he was just teasing me on purpose. We don't call each other that in private. Ho, Zhou Mo chuckled softly beside him. Feeling embarrassed, Chu Tian turned back and quietly admitted defeat, saying, big man, I surrender. Would you stop calling me that from now on? And I won't call you like that either. Let's just be normal, okay? Zhou Mo looked at him with a half smile and said, I think this is interesting. Besides, how come I didn't know we were in a competition? At this moment, Chu Tian didn't feel like going back and forth with Zhou Mo in front of everyone. So he pretended to be angry, glaring at Zhou Mo and said, will you change? Zhou Mo cooperated by raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, alright, as you wish. Lu Yingjie observed their interaction and joked with a smile, oh my, old Zhou, who would have thought you'd end up being such a henpecked husband? Has love really transformed you so much? Zhou Mo calmly looked at him and said, your question makes it sound like you've never experienced love before. Should I give your wife feedback about this? Hey, why are you still this sinister even after having a partner? Lu Yingjie shook his head and glanced at Chu Tian, saying, little Chu Tian, this guy's a real old fox. How did you end up aboard his ship of deception? Didn't he trick you or something? It turns out all of Zhou Mo's friends shared the same opinion of him. Chu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He wasn't like he used to be when he first started dating Zhou Mo, now he had developed a certain understanding of Zhou Mo's cunningness. Instead of defending him, Chu Tian simply sighed in resignation, yes, he's extremely persuasive, and now he has me wrapped around his finger. I can't live without him anymore, so I guess I'll keep letting him trick me. TSK TSK TSK. Lu Yingjie repeatedly shook his head, turning to He Tianhua and Xiang Dong and saying, see that? They're completely smitten and beyond reason. He Tianhua smiled and played his last card, A2. My win. Lu Yingjie's face showed regret, ah. How could I forget that you announced a single card? Lost my focus. Xiang Dong threw down his cards and looked at Chu Tian, asking, Chu Tian, why didn't Yang Dan come? Did something happen? Chu Tian paused, then smiled and replied, oh, today happens to be his boyfriend's birthday, so he needs to celebrate it with his boyfriend. Therefore, he won't come. Is that so? Xiang Dong nodded slightly and said nothing more. Chu Tian carefully scrutinized his expression, but as expected from someone involved in politics, he couldn't detect any hint. His furrowed brow remained unresolved as he wondered why Xiang Dong suddenly seemed so interested in Yang Dan. At this point, Zhou Mo squeezed his hand gently, and when Chu Tian turned to look at him, seeing Zhou Mo's steady gaze, his brows finally relaxed. This gathering was originally planned for officially introducing Chu Tian to everyone, and now that they'd arrived, the others stepped away from the card table. He Tianhua, the oldest among them, sat next to Chu Tian and Zhou Mo like an older brother, starting casual conversations with them. Chu Tian, last time you two mentioned being just friends, and now Zhou Mo already lives with you. This kid has always been grumpy as hell since he was little. We've seen every side of him, but never has he been this shameless. Tell us, what's he like when he's with you? Let us have a good laugh. Chu Tian smiled and said, when he's with me, he's quite down to earth. Except sometimes he gets a bit sneaky and enjoys teasing me. After finishing, he glanced at Zhou Mo, then continued, but this side of him is also cute. I find it quite nice. Lu Yingjie grinned widely, asking Zhou Mo, old Zhou, except for when you were in diapers, you probably haven't ever been called cute again, right? What do you feel about it? Zhou Mo only smiled while looking at Chu Tian, the warmth and joy in his eyes unreservedly showing. He Tianhua and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mockery. At this moment, Lu Yingjie's phone rang. Glancing at it, he arched his eyebrows at Zhou Mo and answered the call, hey, Jiao Jiao, what made you call your big brother? Upon hearing this name, Chu Tian noticed that He Tianhua and Xiang Dong exchanged glances, both casting a mischievous look at Zhou Mo, clearly anticipating some drama. Jiao Jiao was unmistakably a female name. Their reactions made Chu Tian wonder. Could she be Zhou Mo's ex-girlfriend? Hey, today is just a gathering for us guys, so why are you here? Lu Yingjie said while sneakily glancing at Zhou Mo, listen up, it's not a good day for this. Another time, Big Brother will take you out. You. Lu Yingjie held the phone and frowned worriedly at Zhou Mo as he answered, "Hey, Jiao Jiao, what made you call your big brother?" Hearing this name, Chu Tian noticed He Tianhua and Xiang Dong exchanging glances, both casting a mischievous look at Zhou Mo, clearly anticipating some drama. Jiao Jiao was unmistakably a female name. Her reactions made Chu Tian wonder. Could she be Zhou Mo's ex-girlfriend? "Oh, it's just a few of us guys hanging out today, what are you coming for?" Lu Yingjie asked while giving Zhou Mo a side glance. "Oh dear, you listen, it really isn't a good day for this, another time I'll take you somewhere." "Humph." Lu Yingjie, holding his phone, looked worriedly at Zhou Mo. "The thing is, Jiao Jiao got some kind of strange idea in her head and insisted on coming over. I couldn't stop her." Zhou Mo nodded lightly with a calm expression, saying, "It's fine, if she wants to come, let her." At that moment, Chu Tian could no longer pretend not to notice. He smiled and asked, "Who's Jiao Jiao?" "That girl is my youngest sister." Lu Yingjie scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "She has liked sticking around old Zhou since she was little. She worships him to no end, so, well, please bear with her later." Ah, now he understood. Chu Tian wasn't surprised. A man like Zhou Mo being without a group of people going crazy over him would be the real surprise. But this girl had known Zhou Mo since they were kids, and she was also Lu Yingjie's sister. Chu Tian and Zhou Mo might be lovers, but they had only known each other for less than 2 months altogether. He didn't quite feel certain about where he stood in comparison to her in Zhou Mo's heart yet, so he could only wait and see. Chapter 90, Unwelcome Guest. Chu Tian concealed his worries very well, but who was Zhou Mo? He always thoughtfully considered Chu Tian's feelings in advance. Before Jiao Jiao arrived, he took the initiative to tell Chu Tian about her. Jiao Jiao is the only girl in our schoolyard, and also the youngest child of the Lu family. She's more than 10 years younger than us. We big brothers spoiled her quite a bit when we were kids, and she always used to cling to me. I've always seen her as a younger sister, don't overthink it." After hearing his explanation, Chu Tian smiled broadly and said, "I understand. Don't worry, I trust you." Zhou Mo gave him a smile too. Lu Yingjie, after hearing their conversation, awkwardly touched his nose. He knew his sister's intentions all along, and he had been supportive of them before. Zhou Mo was a lifelong friend, and speaking from a standpoint of background or character, there was nothing wrong with him. If he ended up marrying his sister, then their two families would grow even closer together, a mutually beneficial situation from either perspective. However, Zhou Mo just did not have any romantic interest in her. He couldn't tie his buddy down by force, though, so the only option was to let his sister wear him down herself. Now that Zhou Mo had found someone else, another man, it didn't matter how much he indulged his sister anymore. It was time to suppress her hopes. After explaining to Chu Tian, Zhou Mo chatted with everyone about some recent happenings. The things these great men discussed were far beyond Chu Tian's ability to participate. This was the moment to test his composure. He quietly sat beside Zhou Mo, attentively listening as they talked casually, sharing insider information unknown to others. Throughout the conversation, Zhou Mo kept holding Chu Tian's hand, occasionally squeezing his palm gently during breaks to remind Chu Tian that his focus was still on him. This subtle gesture brought Chu Tian great comfort, and he reciprocated by grasping Zhou Mo's hand firmly, feeling abnormally peaceful inside. In truth, before starting this relationship, Chu Tian hadn't envisioned the role he would play within it. Yet being with Zhou Mo, he naturally fell into the role of the cared-for party. This period with Zhou Mo gave Chu Tian a deeper understanding of love. When he was young, he thought that love was like firework trees, its beauty rooted in the sparks created by their passionate collisions. That heat and brilliance was what defined love to him. But now, after being with Zhou Mo, he believed healthy love should be akin to a gentle stream. Though at first glance it seems clear and shallow, its calmness prevents wild fluctuations, avoiding overexcitement. His failed relationship with Su Chenyang revealed how fleeting those waves of passion could be. Constantly riding them would leave one eventually feeling disappointed, finding the quietude uninteresting. A steady flow of affection like what he shared with Zhou Mo might lack grandeur, but it was subtle yet powerful enough to mend old wounds, bringing renewal. Such a love was rare and cherished. Moreover, it had always been Zhou Mo leading the way forward, pushing Chu Tian along. Feeling a bit passive in comparison, perhaps he should take a more proactive stance in this relationship. Just as he was pondering how to give Zhou Mo a small surprise, a cheerful female voice suddenly came from outside the door, "Brother. Come out and greet me." Hearing this, Lu Yingjie immediately rushed out. A short while later, he returned carrying several large and small packages, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful young woman who resembled him slightly. "What's with all the stuff when you just come for a quick meal?" "It's not for you anyway. It's for my other brothers." "Alright then, I'll be working for nothing, will I?" "Why should I get nothing?" "Don't worry, you won't miss out. I've already delivered your present to your sister-in-law, check it out yourself when you get home." "That's more like it. Come and sit down. Dinner won't be ready for a while." "What did you bring?" Lu Yingjie piled everything he was holding on the table. "These are some souvenirs I got overseas. Be careful where you place them." Lu Jiao had big eyes, thick eyebrows, rosy lips, and pearly teeth. She was very beautiful and pleasant to look at. She wore an olive green work outfit, her hair tied up high in a bun atop her head, looking much like a newly graduated college student, though her tall stature made her seem at least 170 centimeters. Coupled with her long strides, she exuded the kind of sharpness typical of someone from a military family. Chu Tian's first impression of her was rather positive. After categorizing the things on the table, Lu Jiao approached Tianhua with a few big bags in hand. Tianhua brother, here's something I specially picked out for you, 30 types of aromatic coffee beans. Give them a try. Oh, it's still our Jiao who knows my preference. Tianhua smiled as he accepted the bags, saying, how was it playing with your friends? It was fun. This time, I went diving with classmates in a blue hole, so exciting. Hearing this, Tianhua furrowed his brow seriously, who took you there? Blue holes can be unpredictable. What if something had happened? Lu Jiao was used to Tianhua's serious demeanor and wasn't the least bit afraid of him. Laughingly, she said, hey, that place is crowded with people enjoying themselves. There's no danger. Besides, I'm not stupid enough to risk real danger. Then she approached Xiang Dong with a few more bags and smiled, Dong brother, here's what you asked for. To be honest, I don't understand much about these things, so I asked a friend to help me pick them. When did you start liking figurines? I bought them for someone else. Thanks for your trouble, Xiang Dong responded deeply. There's nothing troublesome about it. Lu Jiao casually waved her hand and walked up to Zhou Mo with a few exquisite gift bags. Mo brother, these neckties and tie clips are my selections for you, enough to last you the whole year. Do you like them? Zhou Mo reached out and randomly opened one to have a look. Chu Tian glanced at it too. It was a dark green silk tie, its craftsmanship obviously pricey, and indeed matched Zhou Mo's refined aura. Clearly, great care had been taken in choosing them. Sure enough, Zhou Mo was also pleased. Smiling at Lu Jiao, he said, thank you. I like them. Lu Jiao happily smiled back, what are you thanking me for? As long as you like them. After finishing handing out gifts, Lu Jiao finally seemed to notice Chu Tian. Looking at him enthusiastically, she asked, oh, there's a handsome uncle here. Who's the big shot? The moment those words were spoken, Chu Tian instantly realized she had a bone to pick. Chapter 91, Hidden Barbs. In the entire gathering, she called everyone elder brother, but now referring to him as uncle was clearly mocking his age. And putting him on a pedestal like this made it awkward if he weren't truly a big shot, thus subtly insulting him. Being a web novelist, Chu Tian couldn't possibly miss the pointed remarks in her tone. He silently fretted, it would be tricky handling this situation. After all, she was a princess cherished by everyone. Given her clear hostility towards him, dealing with it delicately posed a problem. But then again, rivalry was normal, and occasional barbs between them didn't matter. He didn't want to fuss over such pettiness with a younger girl. Since she didn't like him, he saw no reason to go out of his way to please her either. Maintaining basic politeness was enough. Zhou Mo noticed Lu Jiao's deliberate snarkiness. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Tian quietly patted his leg. Looking at each other, Zhou Mo and Chu Tian shared a perfect understanding. Zhou Mo comprehended Chu Tian's thoughts and chose to stay silent. Chu Tian didn't wish for their relationship to create rifts between Zhou Mo and his lifelong friends. Today was supposed to be friendly among mates, so keeping peace and harmony was better. Chu Tian politely smiled, hi, I'm not any big shot. My name is Chu Tian, and I write novels. Hello, little beauty. Writing? Then how did you get to know my group of elder brothers? Lu Jiao looked Chu Tian up and down with a simple curiosity. Chu Tian quietly straightened his back, letting her observe him with ease. Zhou Mo placed the gifts he was holding aside, then retook Chu Tian's hand and coldly said to Lu Jiao, Jiao, he is my boyfriend. Don't play around. Boyfriend? Lu Jiao's expression changed, and then she looked at Zhou Mo in confusion. Brother Mo, when did you start liking men? Weren't all your girlfriends before mature and sexy beauties? Are you now seeking novelty as well? Her words classified Chu Tian as some kind of plaything, which he took in stride, though Zhou Mo's expression darkened. As Zhou Mo was about to speak, Chu Tian gave his hand a squeeze. Although he was upset, Zhou Mo could understand Chu Tian's desire not to hide behind him all the time. He swallowed his words and allowed Chu Tian the space to handle things himself. Lu Jiao seemed unfazed by their interaction, then after speaking, she grinned mischievously at Chu Tian, sorry, Uncle Chu, I didn't mean anything by it, just being curious. Upon hearing her call him uncle again, Chu Tian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Among the others, only Tianhua was called brother by her, yet she called him uncle, making it seem like his generation was older than Tianhua, truly giving him an overestimation he didn't need. He smiled and said, no problem, but don't call me uncle. I might look older, but I am just over 30, younger than your elder brothers here. You calling me this way, I really can't bear it. Is that so? Lu Jiao wore a face that showed no comprehension, then shrugged indifferently, all right then, I didn't know you'd be here today, so I didn't bring you a present. Don't take it personally, okay? Chu Tian replied, of course, I won't take it personally. Thank you for buying so many ties for Zhou Mo, looks like they'll last him quite a while, saving me some trouble. But since the ties you chose are all so nice, I guess the time I spend picking them out each day will increase. This subtle jab by Chu Tian darkened Lu Jiao's gaze. This statement was openly declaring ownership. After saying this, Chu Tian looked at Zhou Mo somewhat anxiously, only to find Zhou Mo not only wasn't mad, but his mood had even lightened because of it. All worries inside Chu Tian instantly vanished. Good thing, evidently, Zhou Mo hadn't lied to him. It seemed Lu Jiao really had no feelings for him at all. Chu Tian thought he should try trusting Zhou Mo more in the future. Lu Jiao spoke again, so you help brother Mo pick ties too? You're so manly looking, I thought you wouldn't do these feminine chores. Chu Tian responded unperturbed, it is a bit difficult, but since Zhou Mo has chosen me, as his partner, I must learn to take care of his daily life. We'll take it slow. And with your excellent taste, maybe I can ask for your advice in the future. Lu Jiao's lips quirked slightly. She joked, whoa, the word partner shouldn't be used casually. The position of Zhou family's future matriarch is being eyed by a lot of people. Saying this, aren't you afraid someone might skin you alive? What a sharp-tongued girl. Chu Tian found it hard to maintain his composure. With so many eyes on him, he didn't want to squabble with a young woman, it would be undignified. He laughed off, you make a valid point. Looks like I need to be more careful going forward. Though he chose to back down, Zhou Mo was no longer silent. As long as I'm here, I'd love to see who dares to skin my partner. Zhou Mo's tone was clearly angered. Still, out of consideration for Lu Yingjie's feelings, Zhou Mo did not give Lu Jiao a frosty glare, instead turning his head to look at Chu Tian. Though he didn't say anything, the gentle affection in his eyes made Lu Jiao's heart sting painfully for a moment. Big brother Mo actually takes this old man seriously. What does he have? She looked at Zhou Mo again and continued questioning, brother Mo, not trying to meddle, but could this sudden development be because you were rushed into marriage by your family, and deliberately picked a man to piss off Uncle Zhou? Hearing her words, everyone present besides Chu Tian showed unusual expressions. He Tianhua and Xiang Dong watched on with amusement. Although Lu Jiao was their beloved little sister since childhood, Chu Tian was Zhou Mo's lover. Zhou Mo had already mentioned privately to them that he was seriously dating Chu Tian, implying that Chu Tian might very well become another head of the Zhou family in the future. Though they were all brothers who grew up together, their relationships were still mixed with interests, especially for these two politicians. They relied on Zhou Mo's financial support from time to time, so naturally, they wouldn't let Lu Jiao's little tantrums make Chu Tian uncomfortable at such a moment. Lu Jiao's remarks against Chu Tian made Zhou Mo very uneasy. As the person directly involved, Chu Tian didn't find it easy to respond to her words. Finally, Zhou Mo could no longer tolerate this. He looked coldly at Lu Jiao and said, Jiao, you've overstepped your bounds. He is the lover I've barely managed to win over, and also the lifelong partner I plan to stay with. Don't say things that may lead to misunderstanding, understood? Lu Jiao was too familiar with Zhou Mo's expressions. This look on his face clearly showed he was genuinely angry over some man. Her chest heaved dramatically as her smile slowly faded away. She silently stared at Chu Tian, and the hostility and dislike in her eyes were no longer disguised. Though she did not say anything else, this attitude still made Chu Tian quite awkward. It was often said that children spoiled by doting parents would inevitably become spoiled. Lu Jiao, with so many powerful people around her since childhood, being somewhat willful was understandable. Chu Tian touched his nose, fearing that this little princess would say something even more embarrassing. To avoid further embarrassment, he stood up and said to Zhou Mo, alright, I'm getting hungry after chatting for a while. I'll go check if Mr. N needs any help. Zhou Mo didn't want him to stay there and keep feeling upset, so he nodded, alright. After Chu Tian left, the room was silent for a long while, and Zhou Mo's expression remained cold. His sharp features became even more intimidating when his face was cold. Lu Jiao glanced at him and sulked slightly. Zhou Mo had been rather tolerant toward Lu Jiao in the past, but it wasn't the case this time. Her disrespect towards his lover deserved none of his patience. He glanced at Lu Yingjie, warning him meaningfully. Lu Yingjie, as Lu Jiao's older brother, found himself a bit awkward now. He coughed uneasily, gestured at Lu Jiao, and said harshly, that's enough. Does my younger sister need to meddle in the affairs between you and my brother Mo? Just mind your own business. Seeing Zhou Mo's expression still grim, Lu Yingjie continued, your earlier attitude toward Chu Tian was unacceptable. He is brother Mo's significant other. You should respect him like a brother. Go apologize, do you understand? Lu Jiao pouted, defiantly sitting next to Lu Yingjie. Unable to resist herself, she asked Zhou Mo again, brother Mo, I didn't mean to single him out. But before, you clearly didn't like men. So what exactly is going on between you two? Zhou Mo gave her a calm look and said, watch your tone. I don't think you have the qualification to question my personal life. You're not a child anymore. You're about to graduate from university and enter society. Do the etiquettes and upbringing you should possess still require me to hire someone to reteach you? Brother Mo. How can you speak to me like that? Lu Jiao stood up angrily, looking hurt. How long have you known him? And yet you're speaking ill of me because of him. That's not fair. Chapter 92, and Feng's reminder. Zhou Mo raised his eyebrows coldly, he is my love. You are just my sister. You two cannot be equated. Why not? You know I. Chow chow. Lu Yingjie interrupted her severely. Seeing the seriousness in Lu Yingjie's face, Lu Jiao realized her brother was truly angry. Although she often acted spoiled, there were still people who could rein her in. In her family, she feared her brother the most because he was the pillar of their household. After pouting once more, Lu Jiao finally calmed down. She sat aside, exuding low pressure. Lu Yingjie smiled apologetically at Zhou Mo, old Zhou, sorry about this, we've spoiled the girl. I'll discipline her properly when I get home. Zhou Mo responded indifferently, Jiao Jiao has just returned from abroad and should spend more time with uncle and auntie. All of us here are just a bunch of old men. It's no fun for her to stay, send her home. Brother Mo. Are you driving me away? Lu Jiao turned back suddenly, unable to believe what she was seeing from Zhou Mo. Alright, Lu Yingjie patted her shoulder and said, your Mo Gu is right. Mom and Dad have been constantly missing you. Now that you're back, stay with them for a while. Let's just go out to eat together today. We haven't planned any entertainment or fun activities, so there's nothing interesting for you here. You should head home. Big brother. I just got here. Lu Jiao was about to say more, but Lu Yingjie sternly interrupted, that's enough, do as you're told. Lu Jiao locked eyes with him for a few seconds, then quickly gave in. In a huff, she didn't even bother saying goodbye to everyone before rushing out from the chair. After she left, Lu Yingjie sheepishly smiled at everyone. Sorry about that, we've spoiled this little girl too much. It's fine. The way she is, all of us are somewhat responsible. He Tianhua smiled and then casually shifted the topic to a popular international issue recently. The atmosphere in the room gradually warmed up again. On the other side, Chu Tian walked into the kitchen and smelled an exceptionally rich aroma of meat. It smells amazing. Is this Foshiakieng? Feng was cooking and casually gestured his chin toward Chu Tian when he saw him enter. Yeah, old Lu loves this. I started simmering it early in the morning. Wow, you've really gone through a lot of trouble. What's the big deal? I don't have many hobbies anyway. I just enjoy cooking. It makes me happy to see you guys enjoying the food. Chu Tian glanced at the countertop and asked, is there anything I can help with? No need, I'm almost done, Feng replied while flipping ingredients in the pan. Then, he asked, I think I heard Jiao Jiao's voice earlier. Did that girl come too? Yeah. Chu Tian leaned against the counter without showing any intention to leave. Feng turned his head and gave him a knowing look. She's been spoiled by her older brothers, so she is a bit indulged. She has always been clingy to old Zhou. Did she offend you with something she said? Chu Tian touched his nose, not answering the question directly. Instead, he asked, what about Zhou Mo's previous girlfriend? Was she like that too? It depends on the situation, Feng smiled. Kids from their type of families, none of them are truly naive and fearless. Zhou Mo's previous girlfriend came from a very influential family as well. That girl might act tough, but when she meets someone formidable, she dares not make a sound. Huh. Chu Tian smiled, feeling like he'd been mistaken for being easy to push around. But then again, no wonder, compared to people like Lu Jiao who come from prestigious families, perhaps someone like him, from an ordinary background, might indeed seem less impressive to them. You don't have to mind her, Feng flipped the contents of the wok skillfully without turning around. In reality, old Lu's family only managed to establish themselves thanks to old Lu. Their grandpa was just one of a powerful man's subordinates. After that man passed away early, grandpa lost his support. The Lu family doesn't actually hold much status if you calculate carefully. It was old Lu himself who gradually gained some influence based on his military accomplishments later on. But there are plenty of others with military honors too, and old Lu is still young, so he still has a long way to go. This is something both old Lu and Jiao Jiao know clearly. Chu Tian was slightly surprised, brother Lu is pretty capable then. He strives hard, but even he wouldn't have gotten to where he is today without the support of his brothers. Don't think that old Zhou just has money, that's not all. The connections within the Zhou family run incredibly deep. Whether it's old He, Xiang Dong, or even old Lu, they have all been supported behind the scenes by the Zhou family. And of course, they also give back some convenience and support to old Zhou in return. Everyone benefits mutually, which is why their relationships are so solid. I see. Chu Tian nodded. He wasn't quite sure why Feng had suddenly told him all of this. Was it a warning? Or comfort? You may see Jiao Jiao looking all confident in front of you, but she isn't someone Zhou Leoi would ever consider. If not, considering how obvious her intentions were, Leoi would have already pushed her together with old Zhou long ago. Hearing this, Chu Tian felt his heart sink further. Is that true? Mr. Zhou set such high standards. Feng turned off the stove and used the residual heat in the pot to bring out the flavors of the dish. Turning his head, he looked straight at Chu Tian and said, Lu's family background and status pale greatly compared to the Zhou family. Combining the two families would only benefit the Lu family, offering absolutely no advantage to the Zhou family. Despite Jiao Jiao being young now, since childhood, she has always been someone perceptive of the situation. Her indulgence has always been kept within tolerable limits. These past years, she's been trying to win over Leoi's favor, but the old man has continued pretending to be oblivious despite fully understanding everything. Huh. Chu Tian sighed quietly. So this was the case. And Feng's words made Chu Tian, who was already in low spirits, feel even heavier. He almost concluded that Feng was subtly reminding him, if he wanted to be with Zhou Mo, there were still many hurdles ahead. Feng noticed his expression and walked over, patting his shoulder to comfort him. I'm not saying these things for any other reason than hoping you're mentally prepared. Being with old Zhou isn't an easy task at all. Obstacles like Jiao Jiao are merely small fry. Behind old Zhou, there are countless admirers, people who want to enter the Zhou family as Mrs. Zhou could fill up the Great Wall entirely. Your challenges have only just begun. If you already can't handle this now, then I suggest you rethink it clearly yourself. Although old Zhou can protect you temporarily, he certainly cannot keep watching over you every moment. Some matters must ultimately be faced by yourself. Chu Tian sighed and smiled, saying, well, before I thought I had already prepared myself psychologically. But hearing you say it this way, my heart has started to feel uneasy again. However, I still want to thank you for your warning. I will think carefully about it. Feng raised an eyebrow, you must keep this confidential from me, alright? I see how much attention old Zhou gives you. If you retreat because of what I've said, he'll definitely lose his temper with me. Huh, Chu Tian laughed, don't worry, I guarantee I won't tell. Alright, the food is ready, please help me take it over there. Sure. Chapter 93, The Elder's Reaction. Chu Tian and Feng carried the dishes into the dining room. Feng called out, the food's ready, everyone come and eat. The group chatting heard the call and entered the dining room one after another. Smells great. Fengzi, your cooking always wins. Lu Yingjie eagerly rubbed his hands together and asked, where's my Foxieqiang? Is it ready yet? It's ready, on the stove. Go fetch it yourself. Alright. Lu Yingjie quickly strode back to the kitchen. Chu Tian sat next to Zhou Mo and asked, are you hungry? Not really. Zhou Mo squeezed his hand tightly and asked, sweetheart, it was my fault today for not considering your feelings. Are you feeling better now? It's fine, nothing serious. Chu Tian reciprocated with a strong grip, smiling and saying, she was just talking nonsense. I'm not going to let her get under my skin. That's good. Zhou Mo did not elaborate further but kept holding his hand without letting go. After Feng carried a few more dishes and sat down, Lu Yingjie returned to the table with the soup. Feng looked around and asked, didn't I hear Jiao Jiao earlier? Where is she? I sent her home. Lu Yingjie tapped the table lightly with his chopsticks. Feng raised an eyebrow, why didn't you let her stay and eat first? No problem, my parents missed her too, so I told her to go home to eat. The gift she brought for you is on the table. Check it later, see what foreign gadget she's given you. Sure thing. Lu Yingjie poured himself a glass of wine, stood up, and spoke to Chu Tian, Sammy, sorry about earlier. My sister has always had a fiery temper, but she usually doesn't act so rudely. Today, she's being unpredictable, and I've already scolded her. This glass of wine is a salute from Brother Lu. Don't dwell on it. Chu Tian quickly stood up as well, pouring himself a glass of wine, and said to Lu Yingjie, Brother Lu, don't say such formalities. It was just a joke from a little girl. There's no need for all this talk. I haven't placed it on my mind. Allow me to toast this glass to you. After finishing, he tilted his head back and drank the entire glass. Lu Yingjie, seeing this, laughed and said, good, swift. He also tipped his head back to drink the glass clean. Both men exchanged a smile, and the previous unpleasantness passed by. Feng picked up his chopsticks and said to everyone, alright, let's dig in. Alright, I'm already starving. Hurry up and give me a bowl of soup. Everyone ate cheerfully and lively. On the other side, Lu Jiao did not immediately return after leaving Feng's house. Instead, she paced back and forth at the alley entrance several times, seemingly making up her mind about something. She took out her phone and glanced at the text message from an unknown number. After deep contemplation, she dialed the number. The call was answered quickly. The voice on the other end had been processed through pitch change. Hey, Miss Lu, have you thought it over? Lu Jiao scoffed coldly, this isn't the first time Zhou Mo has dated someone. What do I need to think through? And as for you, though I don't care who you are, if you're trying so hard to break them apart, you must be thinking of getting through the door of the Zhou family as well, right? The person on the other end of the line let out a cold snort and said, you don't need to worry about that. Since you've called me, your goal should be aligned with mine, right? Am I wrong? At this moment, Lu Jiao's eyes showed none of the innocence she had in front of Zhou Mo and the others. Her expression was abnormally calm, I won't beat around the bush with you either. This time, I can cooperate with you, but don't try to use me as a pawn. My hands must remain clean. At most, I can give you Grandpa's private number. As for the rest, it's up to you what you want to do. There was a pause on the other end of the line. All right, send it over. After finishing the call, Lu Jiao faintly curled her lips at the corner, then sent Grandpa Zhou's phone number. Afterward, she deleted all records of their communication and acted as if nothing had happened when she got into the driver's car. Today, Zhou Mo's attitude toward Chu Tian indeed set off alarm bells in her heart. Although Zhou Mo had dated several times before, back then he was still young and fiery, so it was mostly just fooling around. Now it's different, Zhou Mo isn't young anymore. Starting a relationship now might mean settling down. She absolutely couldn't let herself easily hand over the position she had long desired to someone else. All she could do now was hope that the photos in that person's possession would make Grandpa Zhou intervene and drive away that repulsive man from Zhou Mo's side. Since she had already graduated from university, she'd have more time and energy in the future to slowly win over Zhou Mo. In short, the position as the female head of the Zhou family was certainly hers. In the old house of the Zhou family, after listening to his daily opera recordings, Grandpa Zhou started feeling drowsy. He checked the time, which was almost 10:15 p.m., and yawned, preparing to go to sleep. Just at that moment, his phone rang once. The old man picked up his phone and saw it was a message from an unknown number. It was also a multimedia message. Frowning slightly, the elderly man thought, isn't this somewhat like those internet scams being promoted online? An unfamiliar number sends an unfamiliar link or image, and clicking it automatically transfers your money. Now that he was retired, he loved going online during his free time, so he knew all about these tricks. Grandpa Zhou shook his head and muttered to himself, this bunch of conscienceless bastards have their eyes on me, an old man. He moved his finger, intending to delete the MMS immediately. But as he was about to delete it, he noticed there were words inside. He grabbed his reading glasses beside him and put them on, squinting to look carefully. Ah, it wasn't a scam text message, it was pictures of his eldest grandson in compromising situations. It wasn't surprising the grandfather thought so. The message read, photos of your grandson being affectionate with another man. Initially, the old man only saw the word affectionate, and upon rereading it, he finally realized its implications. With a man? My eldest grandson? The old man couldn't believe it and carefully reread the entire message again, instantly waking up completely. He quickly opened the MMS picture and looked at it. Hey, it really was a photo of his grandson and another man in an affectionate pose. Ignoring the detailed examination of the photos for now, the old man hurriedly got up, supporting himself with his cane, and went upstairs to knock on his son's door. Zhou Mo's father, Zhou De, quick, open the door. Coming. Zhou De came out from the adjacent study room, looking puzzled as he asked, Dad, why aren't you asleep at this hour? Supporting himself deftly with his cane, the old man approached his son, beckoning him over with his hand. Come here, I have something good to share with you. What is it that has you so excited? Zhou De followed behind the old man helplessly into the study. The old man leisurely sat on the sofa and waved his phone in front of Zhou De, his cloudy eyes flickering with a bit of gossip-like excitement. Take a look, Zhou Mo has gotten close with a man. Someone sent me the photos. Upon hearing this, Zhou De frowned. How did your number get leaked again? In this information age, what secret can truly be kept? The old man carelessly waved his hand. Never mind that. Come over here and take a look with me. I haven't even had time to look closely yet. Zhou De covered his forehead in exasperation. Dad, do you think it's appropriate for both of us to be examining my son's, your grandson's, intimate photos late at night? The old man tapped lightly on his cane and said, What act of righteousness are you pretending now? If you don't want to look, I'll go myself. Don't ask me later. Zhou De quickly interjected, No, Dad, wait. What did you say earlier? That guy got close to a man. Let me see what the other party looks like. The old man grinned as he took out his phone and opened the full-sized image of the MMS. Chapter 94, The Mischievous Elder. The first picture was of the two of them in the garden, with Zhou Mo feeding Chu Tian. Their looks were so affectionate towards each other that it made the old man shake his head repeatedly. TSK TSK TSK, this kid has some guts. After all I've done to raise him, fed him from birth, I haven't even had a single bite fed by him, but now he's off feeding someone else. I need to take a good look at who this mysterious person is. The elder pushed down his reading glasses a little and squinted, examining Chu Tian closely in the photo. Dad, don't hold it so far away, I can't see clearly. Annoying brat, go put your own glasses on if you want to see. Ho ho, this kid's got quite the muscles. The old man leaned in closer to show Zhou De, commenting, Look at these biceps, they look just like Daxiang's. Who would have thought this boy would go for this kind? His tastes are pretty strong. That Daxiang he referred to was none other than his number one bodyguard, tall and massive, enough muscle alone to make people retreat instinctively. Yep, Dad, you're right, these photos look like wedding pictures. Isn't that right? Look at this. Isn't this where our grandkid lives? I'll take a look. Zhou De examined closely, then scrunched up his face dismissively. Nope, not there. I heard he recently moved places, looks like this kid's actually hiding something sweet somewhere. Hearing this, the old man burst out laughing. whoa, such sweetness, you'd need an apartment bigger than 300 or 400 square meters to hide it properly. Zhou De laughed in agreement, exactly. They continued flipping through the pictures, and by the time they reached the end, Zhou Mo had managed to feed a whole bowl of porridge, which led the old man to comment sarcastically again, why not just feed a spoonful? A whole bowl. Was the kid's hand injured? Zhou De leaned in close to check carefully, doesn't seem so, hey, isn't that a tooth mark on his arm? Where? Let me see. The old man squinted, enlarging the photo on his phone, then exclaimed, whoa, this kid sure does know how to get what he wants. Look at how that neck has been bitten into. This wolfish appetite shows real affection. Zhou De also came over to inspect the photo, and upon realizing it was his son's boyfriend, he coughed awkwardly, ahem, this is Zhou Mo's partner, Dad, we shouldn't be scrutinizing too closely. What's wrong with that? The old man kept looking without raising his head, muttering, at my age, why shouldn't I look? He kept flipping through, stopping at a couple of intimate kissing shots, and remarked to Zhou De, look at that, almost snapping the poor guy's waist in half. Even someone so strong couldn't handle this level of passion. Shaking his head while saying, just like the way you used to eat when you were young, remember the way you used to go at Hongying back in the day. Upon hearing this, Zhou De turned red in the face and said stiffly, that's because it was inherited from you, Dad, you're the last person to criticize me. But the old man was proudly puffing out his chest after hearing this, and that only proves how good my lineage is. A man who can't satisfy his partner, well, is no man at all. It seems this kid's developed a style quite similar to mine. Unable to say more, Zhou De responded with frustration, Dad, why do all the compliments and complaints come from you? The old man smiled, going through the pictures again front to back before finally taking off his glasses, satisfied, and said, phew, no idea who sent these photos to me, but it seems this kid really is serious this time. Zhou De also nodded, yeah, send the number to me later, and I'll have someone check it out. Nah, that doesn't matter much, the old man packed up his phone, leaning on his cane and turning to look at Zhou De, asking, now, since your son is seeing a man, what's your opinion? Zhou De adjusted his glasses with a finger and sighed, what opinion can I have? That kid has always been very determined. How could I possibly control him? That's true. But what about Hongying? What do you think she'd feel if she found out? Thinking about her usual habit of scrolling through videos of male interactions while shouting things like, too sweet, and, I'm shipping it, Zhou De couldn't help but chuckle, she probably wishes she could move in to watch them live and learn. The old man knew his daughter-in-law's quirks well, nodding seriously, so it looks like this kid picked the right partner after all, his mother is likely thrilled. Zhou De looked at the old man and asked, Dad, what about you? Can you truly accept it? Tisk, do you really think your dad is some old-fashioned relic? The country already allows people to get married, so why shouldn't I allow it? Zhou De laughed, yes, you're the most enlightened. So, are we giving this full approval then? At this point, the old man sighed deeply and said, in our Zhou family, this boy is our only hope. If he has chosen a man, what about having children? Zhou De smiled and said, that's simple, when they're really serious, we can use in vitro fertilization. That's true, the old man squinted his eyes and said, if that's the case, then I have no reason to stop them. Then, should we pretend not to know? That won't work. The photos were sent to me, and Zhou Mo is as sharp as a monkey, how could he not know he was photographed? Zhou De nodded, true, this kid probably did it on purpose. He wants to test our stance. The old man chuckled softly and stood up, saying, since this kid wants to test us, we can't let him pass too easily. Zhou De curled the corner of his mouth slightly and said, Dad, be careful with this one. You spent so much effort urging him to marry before, and now that he finally found someone, don't scare him off. What if he ends up being single for life? So what? The old man calmly tapped his cane. Didn't you just say carrying on the family name isn't an issue anymore? I've thought through it, if he wants to be a lifelong bachelor, so be it. When the time comes, I'll force him to get us a grandchild. Zhou De couldn't help but laugh, your thinking sure moves fast. Still as sharp as ever. The old man grinned wide, of course, your old man hasn't got dementia yet. Turning towards the door, he said, all right, tomorrow you call that kid, hold him down for me, and the rest I'll take care of personally. What are you planning? Zhou De stepped forward to support him. The old man slowly walked out of the study while saying, even the wise may err occasionally. No matter how smart this kid is, there's always a chance he might misjudge things. Since he's taking this seriously, I need to vet this person for him. Zhou De anxiously reminded, be careful, don't scare him away. Pfft. Don't worry about me messing things up. By the time I was ruling the world, you weren't even born yet. Fine. Do whatever you want, consider my words void. Zhou De escorted the old man to the door and said, go to bed early, don't overexcite yourself. Don't fret, make sure you call the boy early tomorrow. Don't delay my plans. Zhou De nodded with a smile, I understand. Chapter 95, I'm looking for my granddaughter-in-law. The next morning, while at the company, Zhou Mo received a call from his father asking him to come back to the old house. Naturally, Zhou Mo agreed and sent a message to Chu Tian saying he might stay at the old house that day. Chu Tian had been wrangled by Zhou Mo again last night, and was currently lying on the bed pretending to be dead. Seeing Zhou Mo's WeChat message, he instinctively felt relieved. At least, he would be safe tonight. Thinking about Zhou Mo's overwhelming demand, Chu Tian reluctantly gathered strength and got off the bed. In the past, he only exercised in the evening, but now he had to increase his load and exercise twice a day, both morning and evening. After eating breakfast simply, Chu Tian decided to go for a walk nearby to aid digestion before returning home for more exercise. There was a large city park near Chu Tian's place. After walking slowly around the park for a loop, he was almost exhausted, so he supported his waist and started heading back. When he arrived at the entrance of the residential area, Chu Tian saw an old man with a cane also preparing to enter. He leisurely followed behind, waiting for the old man to go in first. However, for unknown reasons, the old man suddenly began taking tiny steps on the spot, unable to move forward for quite a long time. A well-dressed man wearing glasses was about to leave, blocked by the old man. Frowning, the man didn't say anything, but the security guard noticed and shouted, "Old sir, you've been pacing in one place for a long time. What exactly are you trying to do?" The old man quickly waved his hands and said, "Sorry, I'll move along." He said he was moving but still paced in the same spot. The security guard was almost certain the old man was deliberately causing trouble, so he came out of his booth and sternly yelled, "Old man, if you continue doing this on purpose, I'll have to ask you to leave." Chu Tian watched for a moment from the side. He had previously seen a news report saying that some elderly people move slower when they're nervous due to some kind of disease. Those who don't know would assume they're intentionally causing trouble. Seeing the guard about to pull the old man, Chu Tian stepped forward and said, "All right, this elder isn't doing it on purpose. It's likely he just can't walk fast." The guard, recognizing Chu Tian as one of the property owners, softened his tone. "Still, we can't let him block others' paths forever, people need to leave too." "Right, I understand." Chu Tian walked up to the old man and asked, "Sir, which building do you live in?" "I also live here. Shall I accompany you?" "Thank you, young man." The old man smiled broadly and stretched out his hand without hesitation, showing no stranger's shyness. "What's there to thank? Which building are you heading to?" Being supported by Chu Tian, they both moved rather slowly with less than convenient legs. "I actually don't live here. I came to find my granddaughter-in-law." "Really? Which building does your granddaughter-in-law live in?" The old man thought for a long while before answering, "Oh my, it's my first time here, I haven't memorized it yet. Where does she live again?" Chu Tian chuckled, "If you can't remember, don't force yourself. Why not give her a call?" "Ah yes, good idea, I can call her." The old man stopped and fished around in his pocket for a long time, suddenly looking troubled. Seeing this, Chu Tian understood, "Wow, you're pretty laid back, you went out alone at this age without bringing a phone." The old man smiled cheerfully and explained, "I was so happy coming to meet my granddaughter-in-law today that I forgot all about it." "Looks like you two have a great relationship." Chu Tian glanced around and said, "I see that you probably don't remember your granddaughter-in-law's phone number either. Do you at least know the approximate location of her home?" "Oh dear, it's my first visit, I wouldn't know where," sighed the old man. "Since it's your first time, did she just renovate the house?" "Come on, let me take you for a loop around and we'll see if we spot any place that looks newly renovated." The old man looked warmly at Chu Tian and said, "All right, then I'm bothering you, young man. You're really patient with an old guy like me." Chu Tian laughed, "It's nothing, we're going anyway, come on." With a sigh, after walking a few steps, the old man lowered his head to look at Chu Tian's waist and asked, "Young man, I noticed something off in your gait. Did you hurt your waist?" Upon hearing this, Chu Tian coughed awkwardly, Yeah, I sprained it." "You're pretty observant." The old man took a glance at the fresh red mark on the back of his neck, smiled knowingly, and said, "Young people, you must still pay attention to your health and not be careless just because you're young." To avoid continuing this embarrassing conversation, Chu Tian nodded aimlessly and asked, "By the way, what's your granddaughter-in-law's surname?" The old man replied leisurely, "She shares the surname Chu." "Wow, what a coincidence. So she's part of my clan too. Is that so?" "Quite the coincidence indeed." The old man naturally chatted along. "Young man, housing prices in this estate aren't cheap. To be able to live here at your age, doesn't that put quite a bit of pressure on you?" Chu Tian laughed, "Not too bad. I bought early, so it wasn't as expensive back then." "Did you buy it yourself?" "Yes." "That's impressive. May I ask what you do?" "I write web novels." "Do you know what web novels are?" The old man chuckled, "Of course I do. Don't think that at my age I don't go online. Web novels are quite popular now. I often see young people reading them on subways during commutes. With such a large audience, you must be making decent money, right?" Chu Tian modestly smiled, "Not too bad, enough for me to live comfortably without much stress." That's good." The old man then smiled again and asked, "Young man, seeing how handsome and wealthy you are, do you have a significant other?" "Yeah." Chu Tian's mouth curled up involuntarily when mentioning Zhou Mo. The old man noticed his smile and grinned knowingly, "I can tell by your happy expression that you two must have a very good relationship, huh?" Not bad, Chu Tian's smile deepened further. As he continued to stroll and observe the surrounding houses, none of these buildings appeared newly occupied. It shouldn't be here. After taking a few more steps, the old man asked again, I've heard writers usually stay cooped up at home. How did you and your partner meet? Chu Tian didn't find the old man's chatter irritating. In fact, he was quite willing to share his happiness with others. Looking ahead, he said in a calm tone, I met him while on a business trip. I was going through a particularly low point in my life at that time. My boyfriend is a fan of my books. We accidentally met in the elevator, and he recognized me. Later on, by sheer coincidence, we were seated next to each other on the same flight. He noticed my dejection and gave me very warm encouragement. After that, we exchanged contact information. The old man listened with great interest, and when Chu Tian paused, he quickly asked, then what? Who made the first move? Chu Tian chuckled lightly, it was him who pursued me. He turned to look at the old man, his tone laced with an unconscious pride, my boyfriend is a very smart person. He carefully guided me into his trap step by step, and before I knew it, I was hooked. The old man scrutinized his expression carefully upon hearing this and then asked, if you already knew he was setting a trap for you but still cooperated, does that mean you were interested in him as well? Chu Tian nodded, of course. He's so perfect, it's hard to imagine anyone being able to resist his charm. The old man couldn't help laughing, so he's really that good? Yes, he's almost flawless. After saying this, Chu Tian thought about the words Feng had said to him yesterday, and his smile softened a bit. The old man had been observing his expression all along. Seeing this change, he asked, what's wrong? Did you just think of some flaw of his? Not really. Chu Tian shook his head, he doesn't have any flaws himself, it's his family. The old man frowned, asking, what's the problem with his family? Did you hear something? Chapter 96, Chat. Since last night, Chu Tian had actually been deep in thought about what Feng had said. However, it was obviously not something he could talk about with Zhou Mo. At the moment, chatting with this unfamiliar old man gave him a chance to confide in someone about his worries. Let me be honest with you, Chu Tian started, my boyfriend's family is quite prominent. It seems like it's very difficult to become part of their family. With this, he let out a bitter laugh, if I wrote about our mismatched love story in my web novels, the protagonist would definitely be tortured endlessly. Not like Romeo and Juliet necessarily, but there would be years of struggle, and perhaps only after shedding blood and tears could they finally be together. To be honest, I spent the whole night feeling restless, anxious about this. The old man tapped his cane, dissatisfied, asking, who told you that? They haven't even stepped foot into each other's families, so why are people making such claims? Besides, what kind of society do we live in today? Aren't you all shouting about marital freedom? If ordinary people can enjoy freedom, then your boyfriend, who's so remarkable, shouldn't be less privileged than regular folks. Although the old man's tone was relatively mild, Chu Tian could sense his discontent. He thought to himself, this old man has quite a bit of empathy. With a smile, Chu Tian replied, you're right, but it's pretty common. The people and situations my boyfriend grew up with exist on a level that most people can't even imagine. As for me, I'm just an average kid from a regular family. Even getting through my own family's gate feels tough for me, let alone someone else's. The old man looked at him with surprise, asking, for someone your age, achieving so much among ordinary people is already quite commendable. You're also good looking, and from what I've seen, your personality isn't bad either. So why can't you get into your own home? Chu Tian exhaled deeply, saying nonchalantly, actually, I don't mind telling you since I like men. My parents couldn't accept it, they think I disgraced them. After coming out, they wouldn't allow me to return home anymore. Upon hearing this, the old man was extremely puzzled, this is a thing. What era are we living in where people are still so old-fashioned? Even I, an old man, can accept it, yet they're younger by decades and still can't open their minds. That's right. Chu Tian smiled wryly, if only my parents were as enlightened as you. His eyes carried a tinge of melancholy, unfortunately, over these many years, their mindset hasn't changed. And I haven't been back home for many years either. Alas. The old man shook his head, parents are just guides, leading children into the world. While they might give advice as elders, it's ultimately the child's path they should walk themselves. How can they prevent their children from coming home just because of something like this? Hearing these words from the old man, Chu Tian felt an inexplicable lump in his throat. After so many years, he thought he'd already become indifferent. But now, hearing such understanding words from a stranger, standing firmly on his side, a wave welled up in his heart, almost bringing him to tears. He turned his head and coughed to hide his embarrassment, then said in a seemingly relaxed tone to the old man, it's fine, anyway I'm used to it already. The old man fell silent for a moment. Chu Tian said, it seems there are no newly renovated places on this side. We might still have to walk for a while. It's fine. This old man's legs are still agile, I can keep walking. Hearing this, Chu Tian's lips curled slightly at the corner, but he didn't mention who was just stepping in place with small steps near the neighborhood gate. Does your partner's family make you worried? The old man asked again after only a few steps. Chu Tian supported the old man, walking slowly and saying leisurely, there is indeed some concern, mainly because families like theirs usually engage in alliances of strength with other strong families. Someone like me. I assumed their family wouldn't even look at me. The old man quickly responded, that's not necessarily true. If it were a really capable family, why would they need to sacrifice their family members' lifelong happiness to consolidate their status? I think you're overthinking this. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow and said, this can't all be blamed on my overthinking. My partner mentioned before that if he hadn't met me, he wouldn't have rejected an arranged marriage either. He actually. The old man suddenly stopped for a moment, rolling his eyes silently before continuing, did he really say that? That's right, Chu Tian smiled. Ho ho. The old man seemed to offer Chu Tian advice as if treating him as family, young man, I think your partner isn't good enough. He's already with you and still brings up this kind of talk, which only puts pressure on you. Why don't you kick him out? Huh, no way, we're currently deeply in love. I adore him so much that I couldn't possibly kick him out. As Chu Tian was speaking, his phone suddenly buzzed. He took it out and found it was from Zhou Mo. He had forgotten to reply to the message that morning, and now Zhou Mo was asking if he had woken up yet. Chu Tian, supporting the old man, wasn't convenient for typing, so he sent a voice message directly, baby, I'm awake. The walk has ended already. How about you? Is work going smoothly today? Zhou Mo replied with something unknown, and Chu Tian looked at the phone sweetly, smiling. The old man beside him was extremely excited. Seeing Chu Tian put the phone down, he joked, oh, so you do have a baby. Chu Tian was always candid about his feelings and didn't care about others' disapproving looks. He laughed frankly and said, you caught me. We've been together for not long, so we're still a little clingy. I understand. This old man was young once too, this is called affection, I get it. Huh, yes. Chu Tian teased him, I see you're still handsome now. Back when you were younger, you must have charmed countless girls. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes squinted into slits with laughter, showing his teeth while waving his hand. Very humbly, he said, not that exaggerated. Just a dozen or 20 girls who stuck around tightly, not worth mentioning. Chu Tian chuckled, a dozen or 20. I think you're being modest. The old man wore a face of someone seeing through without pointing out explicitly, ho. That was decades ago stuff, no need to bring it up. Then he added, but hearing how you described your partner's qualifications seemed pretty good. There must be quite a lot of people chasing him, right? Chapter 97, Acting Bold. Huh, Chu Tian burst into laughter. The more he chatted with this old man, the more he found him interesting. He felt they had great rapport. What you said makes sense, but although he's not an emperor, he's also very sought after. Grandpa, since we're talking so well, could you give me some advice? So many people with better family backgrounds than mine still can't enter their door. I'm just a regular guy in my 30s without any influential connections. Even if I were a woman, I doubt his family would accept me, let alone being a man. Tell me, am I the one who's too unrealistic to be with him? The old man didn't answer his question directly. He narrowed his eyes, looking at Chu Tian and asking, it all depends on how you weigh things yourself. It seems to me that you're considering backing off in the face of difficulties. Chu Tian fell silent for a moment, then shook his head, that's not an option. My partner is really good to me, I can't miss out on this relationship because of my own inferiority. Is that so? Then how do you plan to deal with the issue of his family? Chu Tian scratched his head and said, I have no idea. To be honest, I've been worrying about this all night. If the other side's family is one of those that insists on social standing, even if I were reborn now or started from scratch, it would still be too late. And frankly, I'm not cut out for that kind of thing, it's quite a headache. The old man chuckled, exactly, their wealth was accumulated over generations, you'd go rob banks and still couldn't match them, this path isn't easy to tread. Chu Tian also laughed, that's exactly what I mean. The old man added again, then just leave it to your partner to figure things out. It's his family, let him solve it himself, isn't that fine? Chu Tian was silent once more, he said with some disappointment, I am, after all, a grown man, I can't just pass everything on to him and then sit back and enjoy myself, can I? And what do you intend to do? You seem hesitant. Would you dare to rush to their house and ask for her hand in marriage? Ha, Chu Tian was amused by the old man's comment, your words made me think it might be exciting, but I suspect if I truly dared to visit and propose for their only son and heir, they might throw me straight out. The old man also laughed, then you need to try to find out. Do you dare take that step? Maybe you'd succeed as soon as you walk in. Chu Tian gave a faint laugh, if that happened, I'd say all the hardships I endured earlier in life must have been accumulating blessings for my later years. It could very well happen, the old man remarked, they always say when things hit rock bottom, they'll turn around. Perhaps this is the time your luck shifts. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, oddly enough, my partner said the same thing, how coincidental. The old man chuckled heartily, ah. That's called the consensus among great minds. Exactly. While conversing, Chu Tian glanced around, hey, it looks like this place is newly occupied. Isn't your granddaughter-in-law's house here? The old man looked and said, it does indeed appear so, their style of renovation is exactly this. In that case, I'll escort you here. Should I ring the doorbell for you? The old man waved a hand. No need, I'll do it myself. Today, you've troubled yourself a lot, delaying you for such a long time, thank you young man. Chu Tian smiled, you're too polite. I enjoyed talking with you very much. Thank you for your advice, it has cleared up a lot in my mind. That's good. The old man asked, by the way, you mentioned you write online novels. What's your pen name? When I have free time, I'll support your work. Chu Tian grinned, oh, thank you very much. My pen name is Man Jiang. The old man smiled kindly, alright, I'll remember that. Chu Tian waved, then, off I go. Take care. See you. After Chu Tian's figure completely disappeared, the old man slowly turned around, leaning on his cane. The bodyguard De Chang, who had been trailing far behind him, revealed himself. The old man joked with a smile, De Chang, you know my grandson has found himself an object of affection, whose muscles are just as impressive as yours. If only he liked your type, why didn't he choose you instead back then? Lu Chang, a quintessential straight male, stiffened slightly, struggling to reply, sir, don't joke about me. A rough fellow like me could never catch the eye of the master. There must be something else about him that attracts the master. Makes sense, the old man nodded, that boy, though outwardly carefree, carries a heavy heart inside. I guess my grandson likes that kind of contradiction. He turned to look at Lu Chang and asked, hey, what do you think of him? Lu Chang scratched the back of his head awkwardly, well, you're asking me this. How should I know? I haven't ever assessed another man from this angle before. That's true, the old man said to himself and answered his own question, this child doesn't seem unpleasant to me. Let them stay together for a while and see how it goes. Do you want to head back now? Sure, by the way, could you help me find something? I want to read the web novels written by this kid. He managed to earn enough to buy a house with his writing, he must be quite good. Sure, what's his pen name? He says it's Man Jiang. What? He's Man Jiang. Lu Chang sounded very excited. The old man looked at him, yes. So, you know him? Of course I know. He is considered a legendary figure among male-targeted web novelists. No wonder he was able to settle down here, his books are filled with wild imagination, and he has a large number of loyal fans. The royalties alone are enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. We sometimes read his books during our leisure time as well. Wow, hearing you say this makes me eager already. Could you quickly download an app for me so I can start reading? Sure. Lu Chang quickly registered an account for the old man on the website. As soon as the old man got into the car, he opened Chu Tian's novel. Not having much experience in reading novels online, he directly clicked on the first book he saw on the homepage called Mist, and once he started, he couldn't put it down. Zhou Mo had just returned from the company to the Zhou family residence at this moment. He was discussing some official business with his father in the study. Neither asked why he was suddenly called back, nor did Zhou mention it. The two understood each other silently and were waiting for the old man to return. As lunchtime approached, the old man finally arrived home. Zhou Mo and Zhou noticed that the old man was looking at his phone even as he walked upstairs, which caused both of them to furrow their brows. Dad, be careful. You're still using your cane, yet you're looking at your phone while walking. What if you fall? Only then did the old man reluctantly put down his phone and raise his head, his expression now stern. After meeting the old man's eyes, Zhou Mo's expression remained calm. He nodded slightly towards the old man and respectfully greeted him, Grandfather, you're back. The old man didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point, do you know what I went out to do? Yes. Zhou Mo nodded, I do. How about the granddaughter-in-law I found for you? Are you satisfied with her? The old man frowned and tapped his cane emphatically, his gaze very authoritative, you have the nerve to ask. As my only grandson and sole heir of the Zhou family, how dare you find yourself a man? Where does that leave the face of our family and your father? And the reputation of the Zhou clan, what would happen to that? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo remained silent as he maintained eye contact with the old man without responding. The old man huffed again and said, in any case, there will be no way I'll allow a man to enter our house. Either you break up with him, or you stop coming through the gates of the Zhou family. Make your choice. Zhou De took a step back silently, handing over the battlefield to his son and his father. Looking helplessly at the old man, Zhou Mo said, Grandfather, are you serious? Chapter 98, the one who should have played along ignored my performance entirely. Of course I'm serious. The old man slowly moved to sit on the nearby sofa, glaring at Zhou Mo authoritatively as he asked, speak. What is your choice? After glancing at him, Zhou Mo casually pulled out his phone and said, since you disapprove, I'll break up with him right away. This unexpected reaction surprised the old man, who paused momentarily upon seeing Zhou Mo's actions. Hurriedly, he asked, what exactly are you doing? Breaking up with him, Zhou Mo's lips curved slightly as he said, you didn't approve of him coming in, after all. A simple text message, quite convenient. Wait a bit. Although he spoke thus, Zhou Mo did not press the button on his phone. The old man realized that he had caught onto his act. Annoyed, he huffed, "You ungrateful boy. For once I had an opportunity to toy with someone, and you wouldn't even cooperate to let me enjoy it." Older people become more playful as they age. Dissatisfied with himself, the old man decided to irritate Zhou Mo as well. Humph. Never mind, save yourself the trouble. It turns out the person feels that our household is too difficult to enter. I've already checked for you, he plans to give up. Hearing this, Zhou Mo's eyes darkened slightly. He looked up carefully, observing the old man's expression before asking, did he really say that? And isn't it? At this point, the servants had already started serving dishes. Waving his hand at Zhou Mo, the old man continued, "That's settled then. Don't bother sending texts anymore. Let's eat. Since he was going to dump you anyway, don't go to any extra trouble." Ha! Zhou Mo chuckled briefly. He naturally didn't believe that Chu Tian would give up on him so easily. He knew very well that he had made things clear with Chu Tian and was constantly working to deepen Chu Tian's trust in him. Even if Chu Tian had certain concerns, he shouldn't waver. But love always has a way of making one uncertain. Despite Zhou Mo's usual confidence, this uncertainty crept into his mind. The old man was overjoyed by his reaction, even his posture became more upright. Humph. Let you be arrogant, boy. That's what you deserve. He turned to Zhou with a cheerful expression and said, "Do you know? Your son has started living off someone else. It turns out he is the one who married into the family behind our backs." With a look of disdain, he shook his head as he looked at Zhou Mo and remarked, "The heir of the Zhou family lacks the ability to lure people over. Instead, he ran off to live at someone else's house. How interesting. Is that so?" Zhou also turned towards Zhou Mo, surprised, "Good job, son. I thought you were hiding your golden house concubine, but it turns out you're the one being hidden." Between the old man and his father, their banter was like a crosstalk performance. Zhou Mo had long grown accustomed to this and did not retort, merely smiling faintly as if acknowledging all of it. Seeing his listless attitude, the old man found it even more uninteresting. Earlier, he had enjoyed an engaging conversation with Chu Tian. The young man was kind-hearted and articulate, never finding him too verbose, unlike his grandson who could hardly squeeze out a single word, only opening his mouth to cause trouble. There was no comparison without contrast, and now the more he looked at Zhou Mo, the more he felt disdain. Continuing his rant, he added, "And that's not all. This boy moved into someone else's home without behaving properly." The old man gave Zhou Mo a glance filled with disapproval as if looking at some sort of beast. "That strong young lad walks less steadily than I do, yet shows no consideration for others. I think he deserved to be dumped." Hearing this, Zhou Mo displayed no particular expression. As a man, being teased by an elder was nothing unusual, but when he heard about Chu Tian's walking difficulty, his brows furrowed slightly. He inwardly reflected on whether he had been asking for too much and decided to have a good talk with Chu Tian later, since any disharmony in their intimate relations could affect the stability of their relationship. One spoke calmly while the other listened calmly, leaving Zhou feeling somewhat awkward hearing about his son's personal matters. In a low voice, he chided the old man, "Dad, why do you talk about everything? That's your granddaughter-in-law. What can't be said about that? Aren't we all men?" The old man kept goading Zhou Mo, "Yo, why are you still standing there? Even if someone dumped you, you need to eat. Come over here. Eating will give you strength to handle the pain of heartbreak. Here, eat more." Zhou Mo remained composed, sitting next to the old man. Despite the old man's sarcasm, he remained calm. "Grandfather, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you satisfied with Chu Tian?" The old man snorted coldly, "Whether I'm satisfied or not makes no difference. Since the person isn't willing to stay with you anymore, as a man, you couldn't even give your partner security. If you got dumped, you deserved it." "You're right," Zhou Mo made no attempt to argue. "I indeed failed in that regard, which is why he didn't take my proposal seriously." "What? You've proposed already?" Both the old man and Zhou were shocked beyond measure, except Zhou Mo who remained serene. Though it was because of an unexpected situation where I mentioned it casually. He probably thought I was joking anyway. Plus, his parents don't support his orientation, which still affects him somewhat. We need to solve these problems first before he can wholeheartedly be with me." "That's true." The old man, after a brief chat with Chu Tian, had understood the issues. "Since you already know the problem, why not resolve it? Instead of leaving it alone and bragging blindly, causing unnecessary anxiety, isn't that what real men should avoid?" Zhou Mo accepted the scolding from the old man with a bit of puzzlement but nodded and agreed nonetheless, "You're right. Now that you approve of your granddaughter-in-law, I feel reassured. Next, I'll start addressing his concerns." I didn't say that." The old man stubbornly changed the subject. "Oh, and who exactly is the one sending you those photos? Do you know what he's up to?" Zhou Mo's lips curled upward slightly, with a flicker of darkness in his eyes. "Rest assured, grandfather, I know exactly what's going on. This person has long been someone I wanted to deal with, and I'm just waiting for him to slip up." As soon as the old man saw this confident look on his face, he realized Zhou Mo had everything under control. Internally, he felt very satisfied. As the heir of the Zhou family, one should never make mistakes even in minor details. Thankfully, Zhou Mo was always reliable, which put him at ease. Alright, if you have everything figured out, that's fine. The old man picked up his chopsticks, then let's start eating. Chapter 99, Straightforward. After having lunch at the Zhou family, Zhou Mo returned to the company, while Chu Tian, after resting for a while, began his daily writing. Today, his inspiration was good, and he quickly wrote over 4,000 words. Because of various events recently, he had been in a state of interrupted updates. Finally, today, he had the chance to log back into the website. After posting the new chapters for the day, he casually glanced at the book's data. Due to his reputation, his current royalties were quite high. He only took a brief look before checking out the tips section. His number of tips was naturally very high, but today it seemed abnormally so. Out of curiosity, he clicked on the details and found that a reader named Yuan Shan had just given him a continuous stream of large donations, 1, 2, 3. Chu Tian kept scrolling down and saw that the entire page, as well as the next, was filled with top-level certifications from this person. And each time, he donated 99 times. What's more, when Chu Tian refreshed the page, this person was still sending them. Chu Tian's hands shook as he watched. Which god of wealth had descended personally? Even someone as experienced as Chu Tian had never seen such extravagant generosity. It made him incredibly happy, though he suspected Zhou Mo might be behind this act. The platform would take a cut of the gift, so even if Zhou Mo was rich, it didn't seem necessary to waste money like this. After all, he was far past the point where he needed gifts to establish his status. Speaking of which, he hadn't even asked what Zhou Mo's online name was. Thinking of Zhou Mo now made him feel particularly nostalgic, so he impulsively called him. At this moment, Zhou Mo was seriously staring at Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao had approached him herself, saying that since she had graduated, she wanted to apply for a job at Zhou Mo's company. Zhou Mo understood her intentions. In the past, he had truly regarded Lu Jiao as a younger sister. However, facing her current choices, Zhou Mo felt regretful inside, though people's fates can't be forced. If she chose this path, then he could only draw a clear line between them. Given the relationship with Lu Yingjie, Zhou Mo couldn't directly reject her small request. So he said straightforwardly, Jiao Jiao, if you want a job, I can arrange it for you. But remember, public is public, private is private. In the company, you have to follow the rules. Any matters should go through your direct supervisor rather than to me directly. Overstepping the chain of command is a big taboo in professional environments, understand? Lu Jiao knew exactly what his words implied. Her smile waned slightly, yet she readily agreed, Brother Mo, rest assured, I know the rules. Zhou Mo gave a faint nod, alright. Prepare your resume, and send it to my secretary, he will help make arrangements. Got it. Thanks, Brother Mo. As a sign of gratitude, after work today, Lu Jiao was about to say something when Chu Tian's call came through. Zhou Mo showed her a gesture indicating that she should wait, leaving Lu Jiao momentarily stunned before quietly staying silent. Hey, baby, what's up? When Lu Jiao heard Zhou Mo address someone as baby, her lips involuntarily twitched. She immediately recalled Chu Tian's tall, strong figure and mature, masculine demeanor. How could such a burly man be called baby by Zhou Mo? This weird term struck her as bizarre and nauseating, especially considering she had once seen Zhou Mo in other relationships, and he had never used such an endearing term before. Now here he was calling such a big man with so much affection, it made her sick, although she did an excellent job of suppressing her feelings and not showing them. She quietly listened as Zhou Mo spoke on the phone with Chu Tian. Not too bad, not overly tired. Is that so? Didn't I tell you not to let me do these things? At this point, Zhou Mo's tone changed slightly. Lu Jiao knew him well enough to sense that he wasn't pleased, but isn't the one showering you with all these gifts trying to get close to you for ulterior motives? I'll have someone check their online ID. The response on the other end of the phone must have been reassuring because Zhou Mo suddenly relaxed his brow. A faint smile curved his lips, if it's him, there's no problem. You can accept the gifts without worry. His smile was easy and gentle, and Lu Jiao, watching it, felt somewhat stunned. Though she had grown up following Zhou Mo around, she rarely saw such a tender expression on his face. And yet, he never hesitated to show this kind of warmth toward Chu Tian. This realization set off alarm bells in her mind. She clenched her fists tightly, realizing that Chu Tian posed a greater threat than she had imagined. Now, all she could do was wait and see how Grandpa would handle the situation after receiving the photos. Hopefully, Grandpa would act swiftly, otherwise, seeing Zhou Mo like this, she feared he might get more and more entangled. Zhou Mo was still casually chatting with Chu Tian, I'll keep you guessing for now, but when the time is right, you'll know. Not too busy. When he said this, he glanced at Lu Jiao and then told Chu Tian, Jiao Jiao just came to see me. I'm arranging a job for her right now. Lu Jiao froze momentarily after being mentioned. She hadn't expected Zhou Mo to bring up her matter to Chu Tian, which made her heart leap with apprehension. After all, she had upset Chu Tian yesterday and wasn't sure if he would interfere. Baby, keep updating your work hard, and by the way, I miss you too. Wait for me, I'll be back tonight. Okay, see you tonight. After Zhou Mo ended the call, his smile lingered. Lu Jiao judged that Chu Tian probably hadn't said anything negative about her, so her concerns eased. She stepped forward, familiarly teasing Zhou Mo, "Big brother Mo, you two lovebirds are quite affectionate for two big men, aren't you? Calling each other baby. It's embarrassing to listen to. I've never seen you treat anyone else like this before." Zhou Mo placed his phone casually on the desk and said, "The past is the past. He is the person I intend to marry, so naturally, things are different." "You're going to marry him?" Lu Jiao almost lost her composure, but she managed to adjust her expression as Zhou Mo looked up at her. She forced out a dry laugh and asked, "Why so sudden? How long have you even known him, and already decided?" Zhou Mo smiled faintly and said, "Soulmates recognize each other easily. I am very clear that he is my ideal partner. Once I've identified him, there's no need for me to hesitate further." "Is that so? Never thought you'd be so decisive about marriage." Seeing Zhou Mo nod, Lu Jiao nervously tightened her fingers behind her back. She couldn't help but ask, "Will Grandpa agree?" Zhou Mo stared at her with a calm gaze. Why wouldn't he? Zhou Mo's eyes were deep and profound, like an abyss, capable of evoking innermost fears. Lu Jiao dared not meet his eyes. She adjusted her hair while lowering her head slightly, avoiding Zhou Mo's gaze, and said, "I'm just asking casually. After all, many people wanted to join the Zhou family, and even Miss Zhang, who liked you so much, didn't have their proposed marriage alliance accepted by Grandpa. Mr. Chu is undoubtedly a good person, but since he's also a man, will Grandpa accept it?" Zhou Mo curled his lips into a slight smirk and spoke firmly, "Grandpa built the Zhou Empire, so his vision is unparalleled. He can tell immediately whether those people are pursuing me or the Zhou family." His words caused Lu Jiao's complexion to change slightly, but Zhou Mo seemed unfazed, continuing, "He has always cared about a person's character and their sincerity towards me, not about family background or gender." Chapter 100, Going Home After Work. "Ah, I see." Lu Jiao's heart fluttered as Zhou Mo's gaze met her eyes. She felt as if all her little secrets were about to be uncovered by him. She pursed her lips and forced a smile, saying, "I didn't expect Grandpa Zhou to be so open-minded. But your acquaintance with Mr. Chu is relatively short. As the saying goes, know a man's face but not his heart. Even you and Grandpa Zhou might make mistakes in judgment sometimes. I think you shouldn't rush things too much. When it comes to love, enjoying the process is also important." Zhou Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the rosewood table and said, "Our affairs are none of your business. I still have a meeting to attend. You should go home and prepare your resume." This was clearly a polite dismissal. Lu Jiao keenly sensed that Zhou Mo's attitude towards her had changed. In the past, Zhou Mo treated her very kindly, like a real younger sister. He never spoke to her so abruptly, but now he treated her like an ordinary member of a prestigious family. Because of Chu Tian, Zhou Mo was deliberately keeping his distance from her. Lu Jiao felt very discontent. Zhou Mo had been her goal since she was young, and she always considered becoming the mistress of the Zhou household as a sure thing. Unfortunately, she was 10 years younger than Zhou Mo, and he had always regarded her as a child. Now that her studies were over, she could finally start interacting with Zhou Mo as an adult. She was just about to exert herself when out of nowhere came someone like Qing Yaojin, and worse yet, it was a man. After observing the striking difference in Zhou Mo's treatment of Chu Tian compared to his previous partners, Lu Jiao strongly suspected that Zhou Mo fundamentally preferred men. This made her feel both nauseated and somewhat desperate. She could endure changes in personality, adjustments could be made, but if gender mismatch was the problem, then she really had no options left. What to do? Was she supposed to just stand by and watch Zhou Mo marry someone else? Lu Jiao thought hard but still couldn't shake off her frustration. Her choice for marriage had never included anyone other than Zhou Mo, he was her only option. No matter what, she still wanted to give it a try. She needed to change her Lu family's embarrassing status, neither high nor low, in the Beijing social circle. She couldn't allow her brother to sacrifice himself paving the way for their family. With renewed determination, Lu Jiao's expression regained its natural composure. It was as if she hadn't noticed Zhou Mo's growing detachment at all. She walked up to him like she used to, teasing him and saying, "Big brother Mo, let me thank you for giving me a job by treating you to dinner. You can pick any place." "No need," Zhou Mo picked up his coffee and took a sip. "I'll be going home tonight to spend time with my partner, and anyway, considering my friendship with your brother, this is nothing special. You'd be better off having fun with your friends, they're your age, after all." But Lu Jiao refused to give up easily. Boldly, she said, "You two really are attached, huh? Well, if not tonight, how about lunch? Anyway, I'm starting work here soon. Someday we can go out together for lunch, right?" "We'll see." Zhou Mo glanced at his watch and stood up, saying, "All right, go back now. I have a meeting." Lu Jiao knew Zhou Mo was a busy person, and further entanglement would only irritate him. So she smiled and said, "Fine, you go ahead with your business. I won't disturb you anymore." I'll come tomorrow to formalize my employment, Big Brother Mo, please take good care of me afterward. Alright, do your best. Zhou Mo truly had a meeting to attend. He stopped paying attention to Lu Jiao and instead focused on organizing the documents he would need for the upcoming meeting. Seeing this, Lu Jiao could only leave quietly. Around 6 p.m., when Zhou Mo returned home, Chu Tian was still typing away at his manuscript. He was pleasantly surprised today by the generous reward showered on him by a wealthy reader. Although according to Zhou Mo, the person was likely his friend, Chu Tian still put all his effort into writing more chapters to show his gratitude. Zhou Mo didn't find Chu Tian in the gym and went straight to the study door. Since Chu Tian had explicitly forbidden him from entering the study again, he obediently stood outside, silently watching Chu Tian type. Seeing that familiar desk brought vivid memories of a particularly memorable afternoon. His eyes grew darker with deep emotion, but remembering what Grandpa had said at lunch, he forcefully suppressed his inner excitement. It wasn't until Chu Tian stretched after setting down his keyboard that he spoke up, "Honey, have you been writing all afternoon?" Chu Tian was startled, "You're back." He quickly checked the time, "Oh no, I got too absorbed in writing and completely forgot about dinner." He quickly got up and walked over to Zhou Mo, giving him a quick kiss on the corner of his lips before apologizing, "Are you hungry?" "Sorry, could you sit for a moment? I don't have much time today, so let me cook some noodles. It won't take long." "It's fine, I'm not very hungry." Zhou Mo wrapped his arms around Chu Tian's waist and seeing the red bloodshot in his eyes, his voice deepened, "Honey, though I eagerly await updates to your book, your health is more important. Look at your red eyes. From now on, please control the time you spend writing, alright? I know, don't worry about me." Chu Tian gave him a reassuring smile and said, "You should know how often I usually update, but today the readers showered too many tips, it wouldn't be right if I didn't reward them with more chapters. It won't happen next time." He patted Zhou Mo's waist and said, "You've worked hard all day, go rest for a while. I'll go cook the noodles. I'm not tired, don't rush." As they walked down the stairs together, Zhou Mo spoke softly, "There's something I want to discuss with you." Chu Tian turned his head, What is it?" "I know you don't like having outsiders disturbing our home, but I believe you should be freed from these household chores. Should I ask the maid who used to cook for my family to come every day and prepare meals for you? This way, you can focus on your writing." "No need. Today's just an exception. Usually, I don't have anything to do, so taking care of housework here is a form of exercise for me. Moreover, cooking for the person I love makes me feel happy, it's not a tiresome chore for me." After pausing briefly, he added, "Of course, if you're still more accustomed to her cooking, let her come. Anyway, as long as you're happy with what you eat, that's most important." "Not at all. The food you make suits my taste perfectly. I just don't want you to overwork yourself." Chu Tian knew that Zhou Mo was being considerate of him, which made him feel sweet inside. He couldn't help but lean closer to peck Zhou Mo's lips again, as if it were a reward. "Honey, I'm really not tired." "Alright." Zhou Mo smiled and kissed him back lightly, then no longer mentioned hiring a housemaid. In truth, he already understood where the problem stemmed from. Chu Tian had been rejected by his parents for years, even though he believed himself unaffected, the trauma lurking beneath his consciousness had never healed. That was why he especially resisted allowing strangers into his private life. Zhou Mo outwardly kept calm but silently resolved to expedite his previous plan. The two arrived at the kitchen together. Chapter 101, No Martial Morality. Chu Tian was busy in the kitchen, while Zhou Mo leaned against the doorframe watching him. In truth, he loved observing Chu Tian as he cooked for him, because at these moments Chu Tian's features became particularly gentle, revealing a unique tenderness hidden beneath his rugged exterior. The sight of Chu Tian bustling around on his behalf, along with the warm, smoky atmosphere of the kitchen, gave Zhou Mo an especially strong sense of being surrounded by the atmosphere of home. This feeling was different from what he experienced at the Zhou family home, because this wasn't his grandfather's or father's house, it was his own little nest. The moment Chu Tian turned to smile at him softly, the man who seemed to others to have everything realized the one imperfection in his life. After Chu Tian had prepared all the ingredients, he paused to wait for the water in the pot to boil. Zhou Mo's gaze felt especially potent from the side, and he chuckled as he approached Chu Tian. "You're supposed to be resting, but here you are staring at me instead. Look at that longing in your eyes, yet you say you're not hungry. I'm looking at you, that's how I rest." With those words, Zhou Mo pulled the man in front of him into an embrace, suddenly pressing all his weight onto Chu Tian. Chu Tian smiled slightly, standing firmly to support Zhou Mo as he indulged this powerful man, allowing him to drop all pretenses before him. He even embraced Zhou Mo's slightly playful gesture with great enjoyment. "Then rest well, we've got our hands full every day, my dear leader. You work hard." Embraced in Chu Tian's sturdy arms, Zhou Mo involuntarily lifted the corners of his mouth in a relaxed smile. He'd never experienced such complete dependence on another person, nor had he ever imagined he would want to rely on someone else in any way. But after gaining Chu Tian, he felt himself slowly changing. Though many of these changes were intentional actions meant to guide Chu Tian into falling in love with him, there were elements beyond his control. For instance, this man whose body and demeanor were equally tough somehow managed to soften his heart, bringing a touch of sentimentality even to an absolute rationalist like him. In reality, when he chose Chu Tian, his peers didn't fully understand his choice, but that was only because they didn't know how good Chu Tian truly was. Only Zhou Mo himself understood how wise his decision had been. This man, the first he saw and wanted to hold close, fortunately hadn't slipped through his fingers. As Zhou Mo held the man in his arms, his heart softened more and more, and at that moment, he couldn't help but feel grateful that fate had once arranged for them to board the same plane and sit beside each other. He congratulated himself on taking that decisive step. Indeed, his choices had never been wrong. The more time he spent with Chu Tian, the more satisfied he felt, because Chu Tian almost fulfilled all his expectations for a partner. He was cheerful and talkative, witty and humorous. He was mature and considerate, careful and tender. Furthermore, he excelled at managing their household. Since being with him, Zhou Mo, who had always looked down upon the trivialities of life, finally began to appreciate its quiet simplicity. What surprised him further was how quickly they developed a mutual understanding after just a short period together, only needing a glance to comprehend what the other wanted. Chu Tian was a lover capable of tolerating all his moods and rapidly decoding his innermost thoughts. Being with a soulmate like him could only be described as utterly pleasant. Though Zhou Mo believed he always dominated their relationship, Chu Tian was gradually and subtly influencing him as well. He didn't dislike this guiding sensation. Sometimes, it felt like he was a kite flying freely since birth, always aloft in the sky. Chu Tian was the string tethering him firmly so that whenever he tired of flying, he could descend and rest on the ground, providing him an entirely new kind of security. In this tranquil and comfortable environment, he found himself unable to resist nodding off, relaxing completely, and realizing only then that the life he led before wasn't ideal. The time spent with Chu Tian truly was. People like Zhou Mo rarely indulged in regret or felt sorrow over anything, for such emotion seemed useless to him, and he had always faced all established facts with pure logic. But now, he couldn't suppress a sense of regret rising in his chest. If only he'd met this perfectly suitable partner sooner, he wouldn't have wasted so many years loving someone else wholeheartedly, only to end up deeply hurt by another man. With that thought in mind, he told Chu Tian, "Baby, there's something I must tell you." Chu Tian gently stroked his back, replying warmly, "All right, tell me. What is it?" Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and the sound of their heartbeats alternated harmoniously like a well-tuned zither. Chu Tian also felt submerged in happiness, with an unconscious smile playing on his lips. "Someone secretly took photos of us and sent them to my grandfather, hoping that he would come between us and break us apart." Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's smile gradually faded. He wanted to sit up and look at Zhou Mo, but Zhou Mo held him firmly. After a slight struggle, Chu Tian gave up trying to move and rested his chin on Zhou Mo's shoulder, asking with a resigned tone, "Then did your grandfather say anything to you?" "Yes, he did." Zhou Mo chuckled softly, and the vibration when he spoke tickled Chu Tian's heart strangely. "He said I don't know how to care for people and that I lack the ability to bring my granddaughter-in-law through our door. Oh, and that I am a sissy. Also, he says that I love boasting too much." "Huh? What does that mean?" Chu Tian was a bit baffled. He had originally expected to hear that the old man strongly opposed their relationship and ordered them to break up, so Zhou Mo's unusually emotional reaction made no sense to him. But after listening to Zhou Mo's explanation, it only left him more confused. "Heh. It means he is extremely dissatisfied with my performance, and believes that you should have dumped me by now. And guess what, I heard that you're planning to dump me soon, honey, is this true?" "No, not at all." "What nonsense is this, dump or not, where did all this come from?" Chu Tian was totally puzzled, then suddenly realized something. "Wait a moment. This granddaughter-in-law title sounds familiar." Zhou Mo lightly laughed but didn't reply. After pondering over Zhou Mo's earlier words carefully, Chu Tian had a bold guess. "No way, during the day, I met an old man looking for his granddaughter-in-law. Could it really be him?" It probably is." Zhou Mo confirmed his guess, then gently whispered into his ear, "I heard you think our family is hard to get involved with, and that you plan to give me up, is this true?" "What kind of impossible question is this? He never said such a thing." "Wait a moment, hadn't he mentioned something like that?" Chu Tian stuttered helplessly, "When did I ever?" "No, I mean. Gah, that's not what I meant." While awkwardly explaining himself, he tried recalling what exactly he had said to the old man, completely annoyed inside. Why wouldn't this old man play by the rules? Not only did he cunningly trap Chu Tian with his questions, but he even blurted everything out to Zhou Mo. This truly lacked martial morality. Chapter 102, Reluctant to Let Go. Zhou Mo lowered his eyes to hide the laughter in them, and his tone carried a tinge of danger. "Honey, you'd better think it through before answering." Chu Tian had a strong survival instinct, so he quickly responded, "Do I even need to think?" "Of course, I will neither abandon nor give up." Zhou Mo chuckled softly, "Is that so? Then did my grandfather misunderstand?" "Definitely. I never expected the old man to go undercover, and with just a few words, he got me to spill all the details. Truly, the older, the spicier." Chu Tian recalled what the elder had said earlier in the day and felt quite cheerful inside, but after chatting with him, I found him very open-minded, nothing like what I imagined. So, does that mean your family isn't that hard to join? As long as you want to come in, our door is always open to you. But... Zhou Mo gave a faint laugh. Baby, are you trying to change the subject? I'm not. I didn't. Chu Tian feared Zhou Mo might misinterpret his feelings. The pain of being abandoned by the one he loves was something he knew too well, and he certainly wouldn't let Zhou Mo experience such agony. He hurriedly explained, it's Grandpa who misunderstood. I actually worry that your family might not accept me, which means I should know when to back off. But... I love you, so I won't give up. What did you say? Even though they had been together for some time and already understood each other's feelings, hearing Chu Tian express those 3 words fully still made Zhou Mo's heart jolt slightly. The phrase, I love you, was something Zhou Mo had heard from many people throughout his life, but only Chu Tian's version gave him a true sense of happiness. In less than an hour, Zhou Mo felt regret for the second time. If he had known those 3 words had such immense power, he would have made Chu Tian say them every single day. Zhou Mo lifted Chu Tian's chin with one hand, his gaze lingering on Chu Tian's face repeatedly. Controlled by him, Chu Tian could only look at him, their gazes meeting as if 2 overlapping spider webs intertwined, impossible to separate. Chu Tian, what did you just say? Say it again. I said, I love you, honey. Chu Tian repeated boldly while gazing into Zhou Mo's eyes. When Zhou Mo spoke again, his voice was tinged with slight hoarseness and a dangerous undertone. If you're going to confess, honey, you should be more heartfelt. As he spoke, his hand landed on Chu Tian's abs. Chu Tian's legs went soft upon contact. He hadn't fully rested yet, and his body's natural response made him instinctively try to escape backward, but pride kept him grounded. Men's self-esteem prevented him from wanting Zhou Mo to see how powerless he was. He strained to sit upright, his gaze sweeping provocatively over Zhou Mo's nose and lips before leaning in to lightly brush against Zhou Mo's lips. They only touched briefly before parting, leaving Zhou Mo with a deeper glimmer of darkness in his eyes. Seeing this reaction, Chu Tian felt he'd claimed victory and smirked as he asked, so how should I express myself sincerely? That's up to you to decide. Zhou Mo's hand moved further down. Just as Chu Tian's breathing began to falter, Zhou Mo suddenly spun his body around and said, your water has boiled, honey. After being turned around, Chu Tian saw that the water in the pot was bubbling furiously. He had no idea how long it had been boiling. Glancing back at Zhou Mo, he gave him an exasperated look and received a deeply meaningful smile in return. Remaining outwardly calm, he started cooking noodles, but inwardly he couldn't help criticizing. What wild talk was this big-tailed wolf spouting? What did he mean by, the water has boiled? Somehow, he felt there was something strange about this. After observing Chu Tian for a moment longer, Zhou Mo's phone chimed with a message alert. Pulling out his phone, his expression immediately grew serious after reading the contents. Hearing the sound, Chu Tian turned back and looked at him. Seeing his solemn expression, he immediately thought something must be wrong and anxiously asked, what is it? Zhou Mo put away his phone and looked up at him. My people investigated the source of the number that sent the pictures to Grandpa. Do you want to know who it was? Of course, given it concerned himself, Chu Tian naturally wanted to know, who is it? The number was a virtual one and can't be traced, but the private detective who took the photos has been located, and they've confessed, the employer is someone from the Su family. Su Chenyang. Chu Tian froze mid-motion, turning to look at Zhou Mo, still unable to fully believe it. Could it really be him? Zhou Mo walked to Chu Tian's side and gently embraced him from behind. Honey, out of respect for your past, I've been maintaining my grace and not stopping anything, but now that he has come to provoke me and wants to destroy our relationship, I can no longer remain indifferent in the face of such a challenge. Anyone daring to cause trouble for me, Zhou Mo, will surely pay the price. So, will you stop me? Chu Tian did not answer immediately. He was a bit confused inside. Su Chenyang had not appeared since last time when he saw Chu Tian and Zhou Mo kissing, nor had Chu Tian thought of him again. He had assumed their connection would end there, never expecting him to do something so foolish. Why would he bother provoking Zhou Mo? Was it for him? Chu Tian truly couldn't understand. After being together for over 5 years, Su Chenyang had never shown how much he valued him. Why then, after their breakup, was Hunkliar continuously entangled in this situation with him and dared to offend Zhou Mo? Hadn't his parents spoiled him enough that he didn't know his place? Honey, are you silent because you don't want me to take action against him? Of course not. Chu Tian turned around, looking at Zhou Mo with complicated eyes. He asked, where were those photos taken? Zhou Mo did not conceal the truth, it was during the time I was feeding you outside the yard. At that moment. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's eyes slightly narrowed. That day, he already felt something odd about Zhou Mo, how insistent he was on dragging him out to eat under the hot sun and insisting on feeding him spoon by spoon. Now that this incident had happened, he finally understood Zhou Mo's intention. He was absolutely intentional. Even though Chu Tian figured out Zhou Mo's little maneuver, he wasn't angry. Neither did he expose the matter since both of them clearly understood each other. He believed that Zhou Mo dared to tell him so candidly because he trusted Chu Tian would be on his side. Chu Tian secretly sighed. It seemed that Su Chenyang's previous actions towards him indeed offended Zhou Mo. Indeed, someone like Zhou Mo, such a powerful figure, wouldn't allow others to covet what belonged to him. Chu Tian could very well understand Zhou Mo's feelings. Though Zhou Mo used some means regarding this matter, the initiative still lay in Su Chenyang's hands. If he hadn't provoked Zhou Mo, Chu Tian believed Zhou Mo would have continued to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor and ignored him. But now he had done something really stupid. Chapter 103, Bigwigs Need Coaxing Too. Baby, I need to know, what is your attitude, said Zhou Mo in a calm tone. This is very important to me. Faced with Zhou Mo's probing gaze, Chu Tian found himself at a loss for words. As Zhou Mo's lover, he certainly shouldn't hinder his man from defending his authority or launching an offensive against those who dared to challenge him. However, out of selfishness, Chu Tian discovered that he didn't quite wish for Zhou Mo to make a move against Su Chenyang. This wasn't because he had any residual feelings for Su Chenyang, nor was it because of any lingering affection. He simply didn't want anyone to suffer adverse consequences due to him, which would weigh on him with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Even when it came to retaliation, he tried his best to keep it within a fair limit, so he could face the outcome calmly and reasonably. He feared that Zhou Mo might go too far, and this was where his hesitation lay. Facing Zhou Mo's suspicion, Chu Tian felt no qualms at all, as he was very sure that he had no feelings left for Su Chenyang, neither love nor hate. Surrounded by Zhou Mo's loving care, these emotions gradually faded away. Perhaps in some specific moment occasionally, he might remember that he once loved such a person. But when he thought about it again, that person was like a fleeting symbol in his life, passing by in a flash, without much value to reminisce about. But things were obviously different for Su Chenyang. He probably liked what he couldn't have even more, be it Yi Han or Chu Tian. He always seemed most passionate after losing someone. But true passion must be capable of moving others to be called real. If it cannot, then it's just one-sided harassment, at least regarding Chu Tian. He found the constant pursuit from his ex highly repulsive. People may call him heartless or merciless, but he didn't care about repentant prodigals. He knew, at the moment Su Chenyang betrayed him, he must have thought Yi Han was thousands of times better than him and considered him disposable. With that moment of wavering, there was no way he could continue as if nothing had happened. Unfortunately, Su Chenyang would never understand this. Chu Tian stayed silent for too long, and regarding his hesitation, Zhou Mo was actually somewhat dissatisfied, though he still remained gentlemanly enough not to speak and gave Chu Tian ample time to think. After careful consideration, Chu Tian replied, Zhou Mo, as your lover, I naturally support any decision you make. He has offended you, it's only right for you to teach him a lesson. Zhou Mo remained silent, as he saw that Chu Tian had more to say. Indeed, Chu Tian paused for a moment and continued, however, I hope your punishment for him will stop at an appropriate point. His behavior isn't irredeemable evil. We'd have to deal with Grandpa sooner or later anyway, wouldn't we? You seem rather lenient on him. Zhou Mo's tone was calm, but Chu Tian knew he was definitely unhappy. Turning around while fishing the noodles out of the pot, Chu Tian explained tenderly, I'm not being lenient on him. I just want to accumulate good karma. Zhou Mo stayed silent still. Chu Tian added, don't underestimate it. I believe fate exists. Look at me, look at you, even Grandpa, after hearing my ordeal, everyone says that my situation will improve dramatically, isn't it? And didn't I meet you? Chu Tian turned back, looking at Zhou Mo with a smile and said, I think it's because I've done good deeds in my earlier years that heaven allowed me to meet you. Besides, your family is so enlightened. So, for our beautiful future, we should continue to accumulate good karma. He walked up to Zhou Mo and handed over the steaming bowl of noodles. What do you think? Zhou Mo reached out to take the bowl, looking at him and asking, are you sure it's just for accumulating good karma? Then what else? Chu Tian turned, carrying his own bowl of noodles to Zhou Mo's side, saying, do you think I still have unresolved feelings for him? Zhou Mo merely raised an eyebrow and did not answer. Carrying their bowls, they went to the dining table. After sitting down, Zhou Mo quietly lowered his head to eat. Chu Tian watched with delight, this beloved bigwig was still unhappy. It was uncommon for a bigwig to throw tantrums, and Chu Tian found it quite interesting to watch. Smiling, he kept staring at Zhou Mo, remaining silent. Zhou Mo let him observe, not lifting his head, meticulously demonstrating silence during meals. After admiring the sullen bigwig for a while, Chu Tian's heart grew increasingly soft. A steadfast lover made him feel dependable, but a sulking lover made him find endearing. He adored how adorable Zhou Mo looked when throwing tantrums in front of him. However, even if the other party was a bigwig, once they were upset, they still needed coaxing. He transferred the egg from his own bowl to Zhou Mo's and said, honey, don't be angry. I'm not trying to speak on his behalf. I just fear that you might go too far, which would weigh heavily on me afterwards. It has to do with my personality, not who the other person is. Besides, I already have the best boyfriend like you. How could I look at anyone else? Moreover, my relationship with him ended unhappily, right? Zhou Mo stared at the egg in his bowl and then looked up at Chu Tian, saying, "Do you think a single egg can soothe my mood?" Chu Tian gazed at him and smiled, "Of course not, darling. What more would you want me to do to make it up to you? Just tell me, and I'll do it, alright?" Zhou Mo fixed his deep eyes on him and said, "I demand that my access to your study be restored." "Is that all?" Chu Tian chuckled as he had originally prohibited Zhou Mo from entering the study in a fit of anger, never expecting him to take it seriously. He immediately agreed, "Alright, go ahead. This is your house, you can go anywhere." Zhou Mo looked at him without speaking. Chu Tian's smile gradually froze. You're not thinking about doing that again, are you?" The bigwig just smiled without answering. Since Chu Tian intended to comfort him, naturally he should display sincerity. But memories of what happened that day terrified him, so much so that while he could withstand the act himself, he couldn't help but plead for his poor desk. "Come on, why do you keep targeting my desk? It's nearly dead. Can we switch to another normal place?" Zhou Mo didn't say anything but quietly returned the egg back to Chu Tian's bowl. Fine, this wasn't satisfactory. Bigwigs were usually well-behaved and rarely required such soothing moments. Chu Tian considered himself the type who pampered their loved ones, so he quickly consented, "Alright, as you wish. Whatever you want, I'll let you have it. Happy now, dearie?" A cloud passed over the bigwig's face, revealing clarity. He kindly remarked, "Since you've spoken these words, I will conscientiously fulfill them. Still, let's wait until you're physically ready." Chu Tian gleefully watched him. "Oh, thank you, Your Excellency. You're truly considerate." "Aha." The bigwig accepted the insincere praise unfazed and handed over his egg to Chu Tian. "Good boy, this is your reward." "Ha. Then I won't hesitate. One egg may not pacify a bigwig, but it does work on us little authors." Chu Tian gladly accepted the egg, taking a large bite before asking, "Are you still mad?" With a sly smirk, Zhou Mo finally put on a pretentious show, saying, "I'm not angry. You are my love, so of course I will respect your wishes. I promise you, I will show restraint toward him." Unable to contain himself, Chu Tian laughed and said, "Alright, you're the most considerate. Let's eat noodles before they get mushy." Chapter 104, Dear Reader. The two quickly finished a bowl of noodles. While Chu Tian was washing the dishes, Zhou Mo went aside to answer a phone call. He perked up his ears for a moment. It seemed to be work-related, so he didn't listen further. The rustling sound of running water drowned out his scattered thoughts. At this moment, he was somewhat preoccupied with how exactly Zhou Mo planned to deal with Su Qinyang, but he knew he shouldn't ask anymore. Asking again would likely land him in an anal surgery clinic. Still, he trusted that since Zhou Mo had promised to go easy, he certainly would. There was no room for doubt about this. With that reassurance, he stopped worrying about the matter. Chu Tian quickly washed the pots and pans before heading over to Zhou Mo's side. Just then, Zhou Mo had finished his call and turned to Chu Tian, saying, "Let's go for a walk, I'll accompany you to digest the food." Chu Tian tore off a sheet of paper to wipe his hands. "Alright, let's go." The two didn't walk too far, merely strolling around their residential complex. "By the way, I'll be on a business trip tomorrow, probably returning the day after." Zhou Mo volunteered the information. "Alright, where are you going?" "Liaoshe." "Really? That's my hometown." Chu Tian smiled brightly. "So you also have business there?" "Not really, just discussing a few things." "Oh." Concerning matters related to Zhou Mo's work, Chu Tian did not press further. He merely commented, "Autumn is almost here, and I've heard the temperature will drop soon. Bring some warm clothes when you go." You can pack for me," Zhou Mo responded casually while gazing ahead. He had no qualms expressing his reliance on and need for Chu Tian through these small details of daily life. Though he was no expert in romance, understanding human psychology was his forte. He could tell that Chu Tian harbored a deep desire to feel needed inside. Therefore, to ensure his partner's emotional satisfaction, Zhou Mo had no issue being a little more reliant. Of course, for him, entrusting himself fully to someone else, allowing another person to manage his affairs, felt truly excellent, something he enjoyed deeply. Sure. After agreeing, Chu Tian took out his phone to check the weather forecast for Liaoshe, contemplating what clothes to pack for Zhou Mo. In the middle of this process, Zhou Mo suddenly said, "By the way, aren't your uncle and aunt in Liaoshe as well? Is there anything you want to bring them?" Chu Tian hesitated for a moment before laughing slightly and replying, "Nope. Whenever I tried bringing gifts, they wouldn't even let me in. So, I'll skip causing unnecessary trouble this time." Alright. Zhou Mo didn't say anything more, but he held Chu Tian's hand and said, "Don't look at your phone while walking. You can check later when we're home." "Alright." Chu Tian obediently put his phone back in his pocket and started chatting with him. "By the way, your grandfather came all the way to see me today. Do you think I should set a time to formally visit your family? As long as you want to go, you do. If you don't want to, you don't. Anyway, if the old man wants to see you, he'll come by himself. But it's not right to make the elder come all this way." Chu Tian recalled the hurried steps of the elderly gentleman at the door and asked anxiously, "Hey, does the old man have Parkinson's disease?" "No way. What's wrong?" As soon as Chu Tian heard this, he instantly understood. Oh, so he must have been pretending. With such behavior from the old man in mind, Chu Tian spoke freely to Zhou Mo about the funny incidents involving the grandpa. "You know what? It seems like he intentionally waited at the entrance of the neighborhood and paced in place for several minutes just to test me." The effort was unmistakable. He turned to Zhou Mo with a grin, saying, "Do you think if I hadn't helped him right away, would he have continued pacing endlessly in one spot?" Zhou Mo was familiar with some of the senior citizens' antics in his household, so he laughed as well. "Since he was testing you, if you hadn't helped, he probably would have turned around and left." "That makes sense." Chu Tian sighed, slightly regretful. "I only realized now that your grandfather looks a lot like you. I wonder why I didn't catch that at the time." Zhou Mo smiled and asked, "If you had noticed earlier, what would you have done? Were you hoping he'd offer you $5 million to break up with me?" Chu Tian burst into laughter. Why does that line coming out of your mouth sound so fresh? Didn't you know about the president trope in web novels? Did you forget? I'm part of the web novel circle too." "That's true." Chu Tian nodded and added, "By the way, I've known you for such a long time, yet I still don't know what your online nickname is. Since you've been my fan for years, maybe I might have some impression of you." Zhou Mo told him, "My online name is Spell, do you have any impression of it?" "Spell is you?" Chu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhou Mo and said, "You're the reader who has tirelessly caught bugs in my work for years." Catch bugs? Although Zhou Mo read web novels, he didn't fully understand this term. "It means finding typos." Excitedly, Chu Tian slapped Zhou Mo's buttocks and said, "Dude, I never would have guessed that you are Spell." After finishing his sentence, Chu Tian still felt quite frustrated and lamented, "Zhou Mo, Spell, how could I not have figured it out?" Zhou Mo's lips curled slightly as he asked, "What, does my pointing out typos make you feel pressured?" "The pressure isn't too much, but I'm really impressed by your keen eyesight," Chu Tian replied. "I always triple-check before publishing each piece, but some mistakes still manage to escape my notice. Luckily, you are my last line of defense. In a recent vote for authors with the fewest typos, I even won first place. At least half the credit for this medal should go to you." The smile on Zhou Mo's lips deepened. "I feel honored to be your final line of defense." At this moment, Chu Tian looked at Zhou Mo with stars in his eyes. Spell had been like a family member, silently protecting and accompanying him all these years as a reader. Chu Tian also harbored a certain special sentiment towards him. Now, these years of emotional investment had been transferred onto Zhou Mo, filling the gap in their past relationship. He instantly felt an unbreakable connection with Zhou Mo, undoubtedly elevating his feelings by leaps and bounds. He was still somewhat agitated as he asked, "You're supposed to be very busy, right? How did you have so much time to spot my typos?" Zhou Mo replied indifferently, "Pointing out typos doesn't require much time, I just point them out when I see them." "But you must have read extremely carefully, right? I didn't catch those myself." "Not bad." Zhou Mo explained, "When I first entered society, I wasn't immediately the current Mr. Zhou. I started as a grassroots employee like everyone else. In the past, I worked in legal affairs and had to review many contracts. Even though someone else had reviewed the contracts handed to me, there were still plenty of documents with text traps that slipped through the cracks. Sometimes, one word can mean a huge loss for the company, so I've trained myself to be very accurate with reading." Chapter 105, Neighbors. Chu Tian was intrigued. "You've worked in legal affairs too? Did you study law at university?" "Aha. What's so surprising?" "I guess it's a bit surprising. Maybe it's my stereotype talking, but I assumed everyone from your kind of family would be studying business." Zhou Mo chuckled, "When it comes to commerce, there probably isn't anyone who could teach it better than the old man in our house, so I don't need to specifically study it. On the contrary, something like law can not only help us avoid many risks but also provide us with numerous business opportunities. It's quite an interesting thing." After hearing this, Chu Tian teased, "Your words sound somewhat like those of a cunning businessman." Zhou Mo didn't deny it, "There's no commerce without a little cunning, I'll take that as a compliment then. You really do have a lot of nerve." Just as Chu Tian finished speaking, he caught sight of a family walking toward them from far away. He instinctively wanted to let go of the hand he was holding with Zhou Mo, but Zhou Mo gripped his hand even tighter. Since Zhou Mo didn't mind, Chu Tian stopped struggling. The family soon passed by them. As they walked by, they couldn't help but glance at the two men out of habit. Though it's quite common these days for two men to be together, they still belong to a minority group, and ordinary people tend to react when they see them. Zhou Mo had seen plenty of storms in life and naturally paid no heed to these strangers' gazes. Chu Tian also carried himself with dignity, and the two calmly passed by the others. At that moment, the male head of the family cautiously called out, "Mr. Zhou. Is that you, Mr. Zhou?" Upon hearing the call, Zhou Mo turned back to look. The man appeared to be a slim and sharp individual in his 30s. There was no such person in his memory, so it seemed this man must have seen him somewhere. He gave the man a slight nod, with no intention of striking up a conversation. The man became extremely excited upon seeing Zhou Mo. He let go of his daughter's hand and hastily pulled out a business card from his pocket, walking up to Zhou Mo warmly and saying, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm Wang Qisheng, General Manager of Homely Corporation. You might not recognize me, but I saw you at a bidding conference last month. This is my card." He then handed over the card. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Mo wouldn't accept random business cards, but since Chu Tian lived here, for the sake of neighborly relations, Zhou Mo still accepted the man's card and faintly said, "Hello." Wang Qisheng was a shrewd individual. Upon seeing Zhou Mo's indifferent attitude, he immediately realized that Zhou Mo hadn't taken his attempt to chat seriously today. He then turned his gaze towards Chu Tian beside him and asked warmly, "Hey, are you one of the neighbors here? You seem familiar." Chu Tian smiled, "Yes, hello." The enthusiasm in the other party's eyes made Chu Tian a little uncomfortable. He had lived here for a long time and had seen this family multiple times before, but they never gave him a second glance. Now they were suddenly friendly as if they were close relatives. He didn't like such overly calculating attempts at warmth very much. Since he disliked it, he believed Zhou Mo would dislike it even more. So he nodded at the man and pulled Zhou Mo along to leave. After sensing their coldness, Wang Qisheng didn't pursue further. However, after looking deeply at Chu Tian's retreating back, when the two had walked far away, he asked the woman beside him, "Do you know which building the man we just met lives in?" The woman wasn't his wife but his kept mistress. She liked to bring her daughter out for walks occasionally and had once or twice seen Chu Tian trimming flowers in the courtyard. "Oh, he should live in building number 5. Why are you so enthusiastic about him? He's nobody special, but the person next to him is someone with great influence." Wang Qisheng didn't elaborate any further, simply instructing, "I'll send some nice gifts later. Use your skills to get closer to that man and establish a good relationship, understand?" The woman picked up her daughter who wanted to be held and replied, "Got it. By the way, my parents have always complained about how noisy their place is, right? I want to find them a new place to live." This matter had been brought up multiple times by the woman, but Wang Qisheng ignored her requests every time. However, this time he readily agreed, "All right. As long as you do what I've told you properly, you'll certainly be rewarded." The woman smiled slightly and said nothing more. The next morning, Zhou Mo left early. After Chu Tian woke up, he exercised for an hour and then went into the yard to water and weed his flowers. At that moment, a bamboo dragonfly flew into his yard. Chu Tian walked over and picked it up. Behind him, he heard a little girl's voice calling out, "Uncle, that's my bamboo dragonfly." Chu Tian turned around and found that the girl was the daughter of the family he had encountered yesterday. He smiled, stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, and walked towards the little girl. "Hey, little beauty, here's your bamboo dragonfly, back to you." "Thank you, uncle." The little girl happily took her bamboo dragonfly but didn't leave. Instead, she looked at Chu Tian and said, "Uncle, your garden is so beautiful. Can I play in it for a while?" Chu Tian looked at her carefully and then said, "Kid, there are bad people in this world. Haven't your mom and teacher taught you not to get too close to strangers? You don't even know me, yet you dared to come alone to my house. That's very dangerous, do you understand?" The little girl blinked her innocent eyes and said, "But I think uncle isn't a bad person. Bad people don't write bad on their faces. You're too young to judge others well. Next time, remember to only talk to strangers when your parents are with you, got it?" The little girl pouted slightly and whispered, "I know now." Chu Tian turned around, picked a rose from behind him, carefully removed its thorns, and then approached the little girl. He said, "All right, little beauty, although I can't invite you in, I'll give you the prettiest flower from my yard. Take it and go home quickly." The little girl accepted the rose, and her smile lit up as she said, "Thank you, uncle." "You're welcome, see you." After sending the little girl off, Chu Tian continued watering the plants for a bit before heading back inside to work on his writing. Not long after, the doorbell rang, breaking Chu Tian's newly flowing train of thought. He felt a flicker of annoyance but quickly calmed down. Opening the door, he saw that it was the little girl's mother who had come with her daughter. Chu Tian opened the door and asked, "What can I do for you?" The woman gently tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled kindly. "Sorry for disturbing you. I'm your neighbor, living in building number 11. My daughter told me about what you said to her earlier. I just wanted to thank you. It's my first time being a mom, and I don't have much experience teaching my child. I haven't thought to teach her to keep a distance from strangers, so really, thank you for reminding me." Chu Tian smiled politely. "Huh, no big deal. Protecting our future generation is everyone's responsibility. Don't take it to heart." The woman softly laughed and handed him a food box. "Thank you for giving my daughter the flower, she loved it. This is some sweet soup I made myself. It's nothing special, but please try it." "Oh, you're too kind," Chu Tian said, accepting the box reluctantly since it was hard to refuse something offered by a neighbor. "Just let me get a bowl to return your container properly." The woman waved her hand. "No rush. Enjoy it during lunch. I live in building number 11, so feel free to return it later." "That works, thanks." The woman casually waved and left with her daughter. At the same moment, Zhou Mo also stepped onto the soil of Liaoshe. This time, Zhou Mo wasn't nearly as low-key as he usually was around Chu Tian. Outside the airport, a black elongated Lincoln awaited him, flanked by 2 bodyguard vehicles in front and behind, all already prepared. Additionally, 4 bodyguards whom he always traveled with from Beijing accompanied him. When he exited the airport, he drew many stares, and some tried secretly taking photos. However, these attempts were sternly stopped by the bodyguards. Under their protection, Zhou Mo quickly boarded the vehicle. Once they picked him up, the convoy grandly headed toward their destination. Chapter 106, The Matrix. Chu Tian's parents were middle school teachers, now retired and living in a compound allocated by the state many years ago. One day, after finishing their lunch, they were sitting under a big tree chatting with a few old colleagues when suddenly, a series of pitch-black sedans drove into the yard. One car was especially long, clearly one for an important figure. The elderly neighbors stopped their chatter immediately, all eyes fixed on that long Lincoln. Hey, whose relatives have come to visit? These cars don't look cheap. Not just expensive, most people can't even buy them. Which family's child has really made something of themselves? The elders had once been strict teachers when they were younger, but now as retirees with no other hobbies, they indulged in gossip. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity, staring intently at the long Lincoln like it was their last sight. Just as the old folks were waiting expectantly, the car doors opened, revealing a group of men dressed in black suits, leaving the elderly stunned. Wow, is this a shooting for the Matrix or what? They're dressed just like bodyguards. Chu Tian's father, Chu Jiangwo, muttered under his breath. But with his naturally loud voice, habituated from being a teacher, his comment cut through the silent courtyard and landed clearly in Zhou Mo's ears. Zhou Mo was the last to get out of the car. As soon as he appeared, the old ants began whispering among themselves, wow, this young man is handsome indeed. His aura, his presence, he doesn't seem ordinary. Yes, but I've never seen him before. He's probably not related to anyone here. Could it be someone coming as a son-in-law? It's quite possible. Oh, old Mo, isn't your daughter still unmarried? Could this be her boyfriend? Old Mo looked bewildered, I have no idea. You're pretending, aren't you? Why keep such a great son-in-law hidden from us? I really don't know. Old Mo said this while scrutinizing Zhou Mo up and down. She felt a tiny thrill of happiness inside. Her daughter was constantly nagged by these old women for not getting married, so if she truly found someone so accomplished and decent, then perhaps they could finally stand tall. After stepping out of the car, Zhou Mo directly turned his gaze toward the group of elderly people. His sharp eyes carried an intimidating presence, giving off a sense of authority that had accumulated over a lifetime of observing people. Immediately, they understood he was a genuine powerful figure and instinctively fell silent. Zhou Mo had already instructed his secretary to gather information on Chu Tian's family, including pictures of his parents. Confirming the presence of his target individuals, he walked straight over to the 2 elders. Behind him followed his security team, holding expensive gifts packaged meticulously. It was clear this was no ordinary visit. Looking at this scene, it seemed like a proper proposal ceremony. With every steady step of Zhou Mo's, several elders with unmarried daughters anxiously clutched the legs of their stools, their eyes scanning Zhou Mo critically, silently hoping to determine which lucky girl would end up marrying this fine specimen. Finally, amidst everyone's anticipatory stares, Zhou Mo unexpectedly stopped in front of Chu Jiangwo and his wife. Uncle, Auntie, I'm very sorry to intrude today. My name is Zhou Mo, and I am Chu Tian's fiancé. I've come to discuss the wedding arrangements with you both. Would it be convenient? Huh. Find us. This. Wan Yufang turned to look dumbfounded at her husband, unable to form a coherent sentence. And usually fiery-tempered Chu Jiangwo, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from Zhou Mo, was rendered speechless. He had always detested the mention of his son's orientation in public because he considered it embarrassing. Yet, he could hardly imagine that his son was actually capable of attracting such an outstanding partner. He vaguely remembered Chu Tian telling them once that he'd found a boyfriend who was 5 years younger than him. Glancing at Zhou Mo dubiously. This guy doesn't exactly look like he's 25. The old man quietly assessed to himself, though he's handsome, he looks much older. Chu Jiangwo stared at Zhou Mo for a long time without responding. Both elders were staunch traditionalists, so they were temporarily unsure how to react. On one hand, simply dismissing Zhou Mo rudely wasn't an option, not with the intimidating lineup of strong-looking bodyguards behind him. On the other hand, warmly inviting him in felt awkward and uncomfortable. Although Zhou Mo didn't pressure them further, he stood quietly by the side, waiting for their response. It was their colleagues who finally intervened to ease the tension. Old Chu, old Wan, are you two so happy that you've gone dumb? With such a handsome son-in-law at your doorstep, why do you just stand there? Hurry up and entertain him properly. With this opening provided, the elderly couple managed a dry smile. Wan Yufang asked Zhou Mo, you're Mr. Zhou, right? Where have you come from? Zhou Mo responded with courteous decorum, Auntie, I've come from the capital. Ah, the old woman surreptitiously wiped her hands on her clothes before politely saying, your journey must have been tiring, please come in and have some tea. Thank you, Auntie. No need for thanks, said Wan Yufang as she looked at the several black-suited men behind Zhou Mo, asking, and these gentlemen? They are my bodyguards and driver, replied Zhou Mo with a calm smile. I'm sorry, due to my status, security personnel are necessary when I go out. Please don't mind them, they'll wait outside the door. Ah, you, Wan Yufang hesitated, wanting to ask about his identity that required bodyguards but dared not mention it lest he turn out to be some important successor of the nation. Of course, given his special status, she refrained from questioning in public, which left the other seniors nearby disappointed as they had anticipated hearing something exciting. Well then, let's go. Our place is on the 3rd floor. Alright, after you, Auntie and Uncle. Oh, alright, let's go. The elderly couple climbed upstairs under everyone's curious gazes, heavy-hearted yet somewhat excited. As soon as their figures disappeared from view, the elders couldn't help themselves and started buzzing about Zhou Mo enthusiastically. Wow, old Chu's son really knows how to pick one. I thought he liked those effeminate men, but look at what a formidable partner he's brought. Don't say that in front of old Chu, he's all about face. If he heard you, there'd definitely be an argument. I'd never dare to. Besides, now that his son has such a great partner, does he have anything left to complain about? They discussed back and forth, ultimately centering around one main idea. Who would have guessed that Chu Tian, this young man, was actually so adept at choosing a partner? This one's credentials could top the list of ideal sons-in-law in the entire community. Why can't our own daughters/sons have this ability? Chapter 107, Chu Tian's Parents. The elderly couple brought Zhou Mo upstairs reluctantly, feeling somewhat awkward inside despite being constrained by politeness. However, since he had traveled a great distance and was such a distinguished individual, they could not possibly refuse him entry. Upon arriving at their doorstep and seeing the bodyguards prepared to wait outside, Wan Yufang said, now that you've come all this way, why don't you all come in for a cup of tea? Standing outside like this must be exhausting. Zhou Mo smiled and allowed the bodyguards to enter. He deliberately retracted the sharp edge from his demeanor, making himself appear less intimidating. Smiling at Wan Yufang, he said, Auntie, you are truly kind-hearted, no wonder Chu Tian possesses so many admirable qualities. It's evident that these virtues come from your teachings. Ha! Who says I'm so virtuous? While waving her hand, Wan Yufang couldn't stop smiling. She thought inwardly, this young man looks quite formidable but speaks sweet words. Ahem, Chu Jiangwo coughed audibly beside them. Zhou Mo turned toward him and said, Uncle, with your robust build, it's clear Chu Tian follows your example in fitness as he has always been disciplined in maintaining a healthy lifestyle. It suffices, Chu Jiangwo replied stoically, both your aunt and I are teachers. Naturally, we instilled the importance of comprehensive development in our son. Walking to the sofa, he gestured towards Zhou Mo and said, our place is small, please make do and have a seat. Thank you, Uncle, replied Zhou Mo. He then handed over the gifts carried by the bodyguard, saying, to Uncle and Auntie, this is a small token of appreciation on my first visit. Please accept it. From the gifts, he selected an elegantly packaged tea and handed it to Chu Jiangwo. Chu Tian mentioned that you love tea. This tea comes directly from my family, would you care to try and see if you like it? Staring at the label bearing the characters, Wui Mountain, Chu Jiangwo's eyes widened in surprise, this. Could it be Wui Mountain de Hongpao? Zhou Mo smiled faintly, it seems you are knowledgeable about tea. This is indeed from the mother tree of Wui Mountain de Hongpao, which I obtained from my grandfather. As a connoisseur of fine tea, wouldn't you enjoy sampling it? From the mother tree? Chu Jiangwo couldn't tear his gaze away now, this must be extremely expensive. The value of tea lies solely in the appreciation of those who understand it. The price is irrelevant. Ha! These words were pure capitalist sugar-coated bullets. Chu Jiangwo originally intended to reject any offerings from Zhou Mo, only planning to let him stay for a short while before asking him to leave, a mere formality. After all, what does a prospective son-in-law really mean anyway? Those grandmothers talking about others' affairs seemed open-minded enough, but when it came to their own families, weren't they just stuck in old-fashioned superstitions? Opening his mouth to decline, he found himself unable to voice the refusal. This boy really knew how to adapt his tactics accordingly. How could any seasoned tea aficionado resist such temptation? Recognizing his hesitation, Zhou Mo placed the tea on the table and suggested, my tea brewing skills aren't bad. Do you have the tools here? Perhaps I could prepare a pot for you. Of course we do. Chu Jiangwo responded instinctively. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my skill. Adjusting his cuffs, Zhou Mo asked, Uncle, where are the utensils located? With no excuse left to avoid drinking the tea now, Chu Jiangwo pointed towards a small tea set on the balcony, there it is. Great. Turning to point at a carefully wrapped package sitting on the floor, Zhou Mo addressed Wan Yufang, Auntie, I heard you like flowers. This is a rare orchid plucked from my grandfather's courtyard. Does it suit your taste? Orchid? Is this really one? Wan Yufang, passionate about flowers, saw how meticulously it was wrapped and criticized, orchids are delicate. How could you wrap it up so tightly? Chuckling lightly, Zhou Mo admitted, I don't know much about these things. Why don't you plant it quickly, then? It has been traveling for some time, I'm unsure whether it has wilted or not. It will definitely wilt to some extent. Wan Yufeng promptly turned around and grabbed scissors to unwrap the package. At this moment, Zhou Mo continued, what remains are some common supplements consumed by elders in my family. These are for both of you to boost your health. After speaking, he turned back to Chu Jiangwo, uncle, let's proceed. I'll brew the tea for you. Chu Jiangwo watched his wife engrossed with the orchid and glanced sharply at Zhou Mo. This young man wasn't simple at all, accurate in reading people and adept at manipulating hearts. In just a few sentences, he had made them accept his presence. Once someone receives your gifts, there's a sense of obligation. With all items accepted, how could they still maintain animosity at this moment? He followed Zhou Mo to the balcony with a blank expression. After watching Zhou Mo's fluid tea brewing motions, he inwardly acknowledged Zhou Mo's skill in tea artistry. Of course, Zhou Mo's demeanor and poise left no room for doubt, he was undoubtedly an outstanding individual among men. However, as far as entering his family was concerned, the gender issue still hadn't been resolved. Chu Jiangwo coughed and said gravely, young man, I understand your intention. I don't know what Chu Tian told you, but even though we've let you into our home, it's only out of consideration for how far you've traveled. It doesn't mean anything. Both his mother and I have always disagreed with his sexual orientation. Zhou Mo kept brewing the tea without interrupting. Seeing that he was so composed, Chu Jiangwo continued, of course, he has his rights and freedom. He can marry whoever he wants, and we certainly cannot lock him up. But if he expects us to attend his wedding, there is no way we'd show up. We raised our son to be a proper husband, not someone else's bride. If he chooses to be gay and is okay with being criticized, that's on him. But we simply can't afford this embarrassment. After hearing Chu Jiangwo vent so much, Zhou Mo handed him the teacup and responded calmly, I understand your point. May I ask whether anyone around you truly thinks Chu Tian has disgraced you? How could there not be? Chu Jiangwo was immediately enraged by the mention of this, his aunt heir always implies things right in our ears. Every holiday or family gathering makes us feel humiliated because of his orientation. Can you imagine how embarrassing it is? I see. Zhou Mo replied coolly, then I wonder, what kind of partner did the children of aunt heir choose? Humph, Chu Jiangwo sniffed disapprovingly and said, Yua obediently found a girl working in a public institution. The young lady is well-mannered, maybe not exceptionally remarkable, but certainly not disgraceful. So, Zhou Mo pursued gently, does it mean that you think Chu Tian choosing me as a son-in-law would make you lose face? Chu Jiangwo glanced at Zhou Mo several times, unable to utter that, yes. Well then, there's no need to discuss this with me anymore. I know you're excellent. But no matter how great you are, you're still a man. Since ancient times, attraction between opposite sexes has been the natural law. Whether humans or animals, species survive through reproduction between two genders. I know some people argue that modern science can solve fertility issues, claiming the need to liberate human nature. However, artificial methods go against nature. I don't care what others think about this issue. My wife and I have always been upright educators, and we just can't accept such unethical practices. Therefore, there's no point continuing this conversation, understood? Chapter 108, Talks Break Down. Zhou Mo crossed his hands, lightly tapping the desk with his pinky, and said, Uncle, things that truly violate ethics can never be exposed to the light. But now society is so tolerant that even my grandpa could easily follow the country's lead, while the two of you, as people's teachers, have failed to keep up. This is quite surprising to me. Chu Jiangwo was most annoyed when others brought up the topic of homosexuality. Impatiently waving his hand, he said, say whatever you want, if you're trying to give me a lecture, it's unnecessary. I've been teaching for a lifetime, you might not even be better at it than me. You misunderstand. I'm not here to lecture you. I want to ask if Chu Tian has other aspects besides his inherent orientation that you two are unsatisfied with due to misunderstanding him. What if there isn't? His relationship with another man is more than enough to make us lose face. Zhou Mo lowered his head and smiled, saying, Uncle, please forgive me for being straightforward. In this open and inclusive society, enlightened parents wouldn't be despised. The two of you are people's teachers, your thoughts should be at the forefront of the times, spreading advanced cultural ideas to the future of our nation. But I really don't understand why you can't accept this matter. Humph. You haven't been a parent, so you naturally can't understand. Chu Jiangwo slammed his teacup on the coffee table and said, that's all I have to say. Don't waste my time with useless chatter. Unless one day he brings home a proper wife, we'll pretend we never had this son, no matter who he follows outside. I see. Zhou Mo nodded, pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands, and looked at Chu Jiangwo, saying, don't worry, I don't intend to change your mind. As you said, although society is now open, you still have the right to stay in the past. Since you're not opposing Chu Tian's freedom to marry, would you lend me his household registration book? After we get married, I will move his household registration to our family. Chu Jiangwo didn't expect him to give up so quickly. He thought this guy, who seemed so shrewd, would use some clever means to persuade him. Chuckling, he said, you're pretty straightforward. I think you just came here to deceive my son, and you probably don't care about him much either. Zhou Mo looked at him calmly and said, does it matter to you whether I'm sincere or not? Since in your eyes, Chu Tian's happiness is less important than your face, then I only need to solve this fundamental issue. Huh, what a big talker. How are you going to solve it? Are you planning to undergo sex reassignment surgery? Zhou Mo didn't get angry at Chu Jiangwo's rudeness. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Jiangwo, saying, it's not necessary. This is my business card. You can look me up online. If you value face, let me say this without being humble, regardless of whether you have a boy or a girl, finding someone like me as a partner should be enough to save face for you. Chu Jiangwo glanced down and saw Zhou Mo's name on the card, followed by the title chairman of Zhou Family Investment Bank. The couple wasn't too interested in business news, and they weren't sure how vast the Zhou enterprise was, but this didn't affect their judgment of Zhou Mo's wealth and status. A person's appearance can be packaged, but inner confidence and presence can't be faked. Turning the card in his hand, he said, what if I still refuse to accept it? Zhou Mo smiled, saying, to be honest, whether you accept me or not doesn't matter to me. Chu Jiangwo's face darkened a little, your attitude doesn't seem genuine. I absolutely am coming with sincerity and goodwill. To tell the truth, on the way, I prepared many words and conditions to prove my earnestness and ability to give Chu Tian lifelong happiness to you both. However, after our brief conversation, I realized you don't actually care about this, so I don't see any point in proving anything further. Humph, fine, if the talks fall through, then it falls through. Chu Jiangwo had a short temper and couldn't take Zhou Mo's candid confrontation. If it wasn't for the bodyguards around the room, he'd have chased them out with a broom long ago. Zhou Mo stood up steadily. He lowered his head to straighten the business suit Chu Tian had specially chosen for him, then looked up and said to Chu Jiangwo, Uncle, I am determined to marry Chu Tian. Since the two of you insist on disowning Chu Tian as your son, then from now on he will be a member of the Zhou family. You two have raised him with hardship and brought him up, so our Zhou family will pay you a one-time maintenance fee, whether you care about it or not. Still, I would like to promise you this, I will make sure he is happy and worry-free for the rest of his life. Chu Jiangwo waved his hand impatiently, all right, don't say all these things to me. Two big men talking about happiness, makes me sick just hearing it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo's expression darkened slightly. Before coming here, he had only heard from Chu Tian that his parents were too conservative in thought, couldn't adapt, and cared more about saving face. Therefore, he specifically came for a visit hoping to convince the elderly couple so that Chu Tian could finally put down his worries. However, after briefly communicating with Chu Jiangwo, he realized that Chu wasn't merely being conservative but rather stubborn, it wasn't just about saving face, it was pure selfishness. If Chu Jiangwo were simply stuck in old ways temporarily, Zhou Mo might still have been willing to patiently work through them. But if there was no genuine parental love for Chu Tian, then such affection was something he couldn't possibly force upon them. And what Chu Tian truly desired may not have been just their verbal agreement, but instead the yearning for them to truly value his feelings from the bottom of their hearts. Zhou Mo was very good at reading people. He knew the two elders did not possess what Chu Tian wanted, so he decided it was futile. What Chu Tian wanted, the Zhou family would provide. Zhou Mo nodded calmly and said, then all right. Could you please give me the household registration book? Chu Jiangwo shouted loudly toward Wan Yufang, dear. Go get the household registration book and hand it over to him. Let him take it and leave. After hearing this, Wan Yufang hesitated somewhat. Irritated, Chu Jiangwo shouted at her, just do as I say. The sooner we get rid of this disgraceful thing, the sooner I'll have some peace. Zhou Mo rarely encountered people so stubborn and unappreciative in his daily life. After talking with them for such a short while, he already felt extremely uncomfortable inside. He couldn't help but imagine how Chu Tian must have tried so hard over the past 5 years to overlook their attitude, yet still harbored expectations for them. Recalling that every time Chu Tian cautiously tested the waters during festivals, he probably received similar scolding, Zhou Mo's heart melted further with sympathy for his beloved. Wan Yufang quickly appeared with the household registration book. Here, you, are really going to get married? Zhou Mo took the household registration book and nodded, yes, auntie, does your opinion align with uncle's? Chapter 109, Anger. Wan Yufang didn't answer his question, but instead asked, I see that you're very capable. Your family must be extraordinary too, right? Do the people in your family all agree? Yes, my family all supports us. Chu Tian is very excellent, and everyone in our family likes him a lot. Zhou Mo couldn't help but say something fair for her lover, uncle and aunt. Chu Tian's sexual orientation has always been like this, but apart from that, he himself is a very outstanding person. The most important thing is that he really cares about you both. Life is about living it yourself. The two of you don't have to harm your child's feelings just for others' opinions. Don't you agree? Alas, young man, things are not as simple as you said. We've lived a clean life, so we have such a little pride. We can't change you, and you shouldn't try to change us either. Let's just coexist peacefully. These two old people had consistent opinions. A deeply rooted concept was difficult to change, especially when there was someone else around who shared the same view. This would give them the illusion that they had grasped the truth. Seeing their stubbornness, Zhou Mo didn't plan to argue any further. Since entering the house, these two old people hadn't asked how Chu Tian was doing or whether he was living well. They also didn't inquire whether Zhou Mo truly loved Chu Tian. Moreover, if any of their reasons for disapproval involved concerns over Chu Tian's future happiness, Zhou Mo would still try to fight for their approval. But they hadn't mentioned a single word about Chu Tian, only caring about their own reputation. Zhou Mo was actually a bit angry, feeling unworthy for her lover. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, then I won't bother you anymore. If the two of you come to understand in the future, you are always welcome to visit Chu Tian in the capital city. If you never come to understand, then I hope, considering the grace of being born, you will not say anything to make him sad when he calls, because he really cares about you." Wan Yufang sighed and said, "Alas, fine, you go. Take your things with you." Chu Jiangwo heard this and silently took another sip of tea. Zhou Mo slightly bowed to them and said, "The things are a small token of my heart. Please accept them. After all, our family got Chu Tian as such an excellent family member, so these things are our gratitude. Uncle and aunt, I'll take my leave now." A large group left the Chu household. After Zhou Mo left, Wan Yufang frowned and walked to Chu Jiangwo, saying, "Alas, that child is indeed pretty capable. Why does he like men as well? Humph, that's what they call, no man is perfect." He picked up the business card on the table and said, "Give me your phone, let me search how great he is." His tone was so arrogant. "Why should I do everything for you? Go by yourself." Wan Yufang ignored him and went to deal with her orchids. "Humph, if I go myself, then so be it." Chu Jiangwo quickly fetched the phone, opened the search engine, and searched for Zhou Mo's name. Whoa, a Baidu encyclopedia page popped up directly. Chu Jiangwo roughly scrolled through it, it was quite a long page. He quickly put on his reading glasses and carefully read it. Zhou Mo, male. 19, calculated down, isn't that 35 years old? Chu Tian said his partner was younger than him, right? They broke up, so what's strange about that? Wan Yufang didn't even look up. Also, men and men repel each other, it can't possibly last forever. I've said that before. Chu Jiangwo continued to read downward. Whoa, this guy graduated with dual master's degrees in law and psychology from an overseas Ivy League school. As educators, the elderly couple naturally had goodwill towards academically accomplished individuals. Upon hearing this, Wan Yufang also put down the watering can and came closer. Oh, that child is this outstanding? Hey, this Zhou's investment bank, I thought it was some small financial company boasting a big name, look at this. Chu Jiangwo showed the encyclopedia content to Wan Yufang, and they both felt a little dizzy looking at that long string of text. Oh, what exactly is this business doing? Why is its scope so broad? It says here he's a banker, so he must be extremely wealthy, right? Hey, take a look at who his grandfather is. Who? Let me see. Look. The two fell silent upon seeing the name of the renowned old general from their generation. After a long while, Wan Yufang rubbed her hands and said, "This is his grandfather, then. Could such a family possibly agree for Chu Tian to come in?" Chu Jiangwo remained silent. He felt a bit uncomfortable because that old general was much older than them and held a far more prestigious position. If someone like him could accept a relationship between two men, then their reluctance seemed somewhat unreasonable. Chu Jiangwo had never imagined that Zhou Mo came from such an impressive background. Reflecting on his earlier attitude towards Zhou Mo, he regretted it now, that guy didn't mention he has such powerful elders. Given that he's the heir of distinguished service, how could I have possibly treated him badly? Wan Yufang wrinkled her lips and said, "So if he told you, would you just agree with his relationship with Chu Tian?" Humph, did you not hear what was said? He doesn't care whether I agree or not. Chu Jiangwo put down his phone and looked at the pile of supplements on the table, saying, "Hurry up and put those things away. They must have been expensive." "Alright, I'll store them." Wan Yufang went over and picked up the items, asking, "Now that you've accepted their gifts, will your hand still feel light to refuse them?" Chu Jiangwo stayed quiet, so Wan Yufang patted his shoulder and said, "Oh, are you already swayed?" "Not about being swayed or not. It's mainly so that the old general doesn't think we're too feudal-minded." "So you're going to agree then?" "I'm not an ox, able to turn around as soon as someone tells me to. Let me think about it." Irritated, Chu Jiangwo waved his hand and walked alone to the balcony to drink tea and reflect. Wan Yufang turned around to tidy up. When she finished and came out, she heard the old man mumble after a long while, "Worthy descendant of the mother tree, this tea really packs a punch." After leaving the Chu household, Zhou Mo couldn't help but feel upset when thinking about the stubborn attitudes of the elderly couple and their hostility toward same-sex relationships. He took out his phone and called Chu Tian. The call was quickly answered. "Hey, big baby, weren't you supposed to be on a business trip? Why do you have time to call me?" "Yeah, I've wrapped up the discussion. Just missed you a bit." Zhou Mo's tone remained steady as ever, but Chu Tian could sense a trace of dejection in it. "Oh. What's wrong? Did something go amiss?" "Yeah, not quite smooth." Zhou Mo tiredly rubbed his brow and said, "Darling, what are you doing right now?" "What else can I do?" "Writing, of course." The other end of the line transmitted Chu Tian's clear voice, soothing Zhou Mo's unrest like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Zhou Mo smiled and asked, "Is that so? How many words have you written?" "I haven't had time to check yet, have you updated?" "Updated, yeah, even wrote 2 chapters. Why are you so hardworking today?" "It's all thanks to Yuan Shan from last time. He showered me with loads of gifts, making me feel uneasy." "Is he one of your friends? Could you tell him to stop gifting?" "No problem. That's actually the elder's support for you. Accept it wholeheartedly." "Ah. The elder?" Chu Tian was a little surprised, then remembered, "Oh, he did ask for my pen name that day. But please tell him not to give any more. All this money, the platform will take a significant cut." "Elder, I appreciate your kindness, but no need to waste money." Zhou Mo chuckled and said, already considering saving money for our home before even entering the door. Faced with his teasing, Chu Tian always responded straightforwardly, "Of course, our money shouldn't fall into strangers' hands, right? Then, does that mean you agree to become part of our family?" Chu Tian paused for a moment, replying, "Didn't you already enter my home? Why keep asking about these hypotheticals?" "That's different." Zhou Mo's smile softened as he said, "Baby, come back with me to the Zhou residence when I return. My family will surely like you very much." "Alright, let's go back then." "Great, wait for me to come back." "Okay, looking forward to your return." Chapter 110, Frustration. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Mo glanced at the black briefcase next to him and took out the pre-signed share transfer document he had prepared. This decision had been approved during a previous shareholders' meeting. Originally, he had planned to transfer half of his personal assets to Chu Tian to reassure the 2 elderly people. However, in the end, they proved unnecessary. Ah. Zhou Mo rarely sighed, but now he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment that was hard to shake off. He could only resort to this most primal way to lighten the weight on his heart. He could say that his life thus far had been smooth sailing. Every goal he set out to achieve, he achieved. Even with today's trip to Liaoshe, he had come with unwavering determination to secure what he wanted. He thought back to how things went. He had assumed this trip would be no different from all his past negotiations, securing the result he desired. But unexpectedly, he experienced his first major setback. Upon reflection, Zhou Mo knew he hadn't performed well in the negotiation. Losing control of his emotions was one of the key reasons for its failure. He didn't understand why he had become so angry at the time. If it weren't for his regard for Chu Tian's parents, he might not have even maintained basic etiquette. The experience of empathizing deeply with another person's misfortune and being unable to regain composure left the normally rational Zhou Mo feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Having never before experienced feelings of grievance, he did so today because of Chu Tian's predicament, leaving him quite unsettled. He loosened his tie and instinctively opened Chu Tian's WeChat chat interface. Though they had just finished a phone call, he found himself missing Chu Tian again, almost intolerably. Zhou Mo was surprised by his own vulnerability and melancholy at this moment. These unfamiliar emotions made him uneasy and unaccustomed. With great self-restraint, he put his phone away and closed his eyes, trying to clear his mind. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw it was a call from the old man. He massaged his temples, already knowing why the old man was calling. Sure enough, as soon as the call connected, he heard the old man teasing over the phone, "Hey, grandson, listen, we've got thieves at home. Not only was my prize to Hong Pao tea taken from my cabinet, but guess what? The orchid I won betting with old Jiang while strolling in the yard is also gone. This thief has no fear and goes right for my prized possessions. Tell me, should I report it to the police?" Zhou Mo had no mood for jokes right now and said sullenly, "Didn't I tell you I needed something from you? Ho! You really know how to pick good stuff, huh? So, who are you impressing with my things?" "It's Chu Tian's parents." His tone was flat. Oh. Since Zhou Mo had been raised mostly by the old man, his unusual emotional state was evident. The elder chuckled and said teasingly, "So? Did you go over there showering them with all these gifts and still get kicked out?" "No. So what's with this down-in-the-dumps attitude then?" Zhou Mo frowned and looked out the car window, saying, "They don't care about Chu Tian, they only care about their own reputation. They won't stop our marriage, but they refuse to accept it, offer no blessings, and will not attend the wedding. They also forbid Chu Tian from coming home. I couldn't hold back and we failed to negotiate. Well, isn't that something? Even you can make mistakes." "Yes," Zhou Mo's voice carried a hint of depression, "Grandpa, I wanted to bring Chu Tian a surprise, but I've failed." The old man, hearing his beloved grandson sound upset, also felt uncomfortable. Their pride and joy had always been confident and high-spirited, he had never heard him speak like this. Irritated, the old man asked, "So? Our illustrious grandchild is dissatisfied, they're too proud, aren't they? But what about you? Aren't you doing everything you can to show respect?" Zhou Mo replied calmly, "They are just a couple of teachers from a small town who overly care about others' opinions. They're stubborn old sticks." The old man grumbled, Chu Tian seems so open and generous, yet they somehow raised him under such conditions. It's truly baffling. Zhou Mo stayed silent, he had no mood to think about those old folks anymore. Instead, he simply said, "Grandpa, I've gotten Chu Tian's household registration book." Hearing this, the old man's tone turned more serious. "So you've really decided on him? You've known each other for not that long after all." "Yeah, it's him." Zhou Mo tapped his fingers on the briefcase as he gazed out of the window at the fast-moving scenery and said, "Grandpa, I feel pain for him." "Ah, feeling pain, you're really trapped then." After finishing his words, the old man fell silent for a moment. Zhou Mo could hear the sound of pages being turned. He asked, "Grandpa, what are you doing?" "I'm checking the auspicious days." The old man flipped through the calendar while saying, "Do you think I don't know you? When you set your mind on something, you act swiftly, accurately, and decisively. Now that you've taken his household registration book, can you possibly restrain yourself and let him keep bouncing around outside?" Zhou Mo finally cracked a faint smile. "I couldn't possibly hold back." "Well, that settles it then. Your mom and the Jiang family's daughter-in-law will be returning tomorrow anyway, she'll like this. Why not have her help arrange the wedding?" "No rush." Zhou Mo closed his eyes for a moment and said, "Chu Tian must still hope that his parents accept him, I don't want to disappoint him." "Then what do you plan to do?" "They aren't willing after all." "Just leave it to me, Grandpa, I have a plan." "Alright, but let me warn you, your schemes may work on others, but these are Chu Tian's parents. Don't go too far, understood?" "I understand." Zhou Mo paused and continued, "Grandpa, I think he has changed me." "Really? Do you think this change is good or bad?" "I'm not sure, but I don't think it's bad." "That's settled then." The old man seemed to have seen through everything already. "You've been floating with your head in the clouds since you were little, almost untethered. Just one more hint of earthly and you'd come down to earth. Now Chu Tian has filled that gap. How about it? Are you enjoying this human touch now?" Zhou Mo's lips curled slightly. It's not bad. "So there you have it, do what you want to do, son. This minor setback was a lesson well learned, so don't carry it with you all the time. The most important thing is that Chu Tian's heart belongs to you, right?" "Yes, I understand." "Okay, then I'll hang up." Just before ending the call, the old man sighed, "Tisk, it's a shame that my prized orchid is gone." Zhou Mo chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll get you a better one later." "Ho, you really don't know anything. My orchid was the king of flowers, where are you going to find a better one? Stop talking nonsense. Let me find old Jiang and see if I can recover it from there." The fleeting warmth between grandfather and grandson ended due to the orchid incident. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Mo felt much calmer. He asked the bodyguard, "What time does the plane take off?" The bodyguard replied, "It departs at 3:45, we still have some time left." "Good." Zhou Mo glanced at his watch, resting his hand lightly on the leather sofa. After a moment, he took out his phone and sent Chu Tian the flight information. Chu Tian quickly responded, "Received, shall I pick you up later?" Zhou Mo's lips twitched again, replying simply with an mm. Chapter 111, You're Adorable. Liao City is very close to the capital. The plane Zhou Mo was on landed at the airport an hour later. Zhou Mo, his face darkened, strode out of the VIP channel. As he neared the exit, he glanced down at the coffee stain on his suit and furrowed his brow. This was the nth time a flight attendant had accidentally spilled coffee on him. Normally it wouldn't bother him, but today this small mishap made him particularly irritable, worsening his already sour mood. As he took a few more steps and looked up, he saw his lover wearing his favorite black shirt, hands in pockets, smirking at him. Zhou Mo's lips involuntarily curved upwards. The stickiness and discomfort in his chest seemed to suddenly vanish, and the lump of annoyance that had been gathering in his chest dissipated significantly. Zhou Mo quickened his pace towards Chu Tian. Chu Tian smiled and extended his hand. "What's wrong with you? Your face is so grim." Zhou Mo held his hand and shook his head without answering, instead muttering, "Let's get in the car first." Why are you in such a hurry? Are you going to the company next?" "No." "So why are you walking so fast?" Zhou Mo turned his head and said nonchalantly, "Because I want to kiss you." He didn't deliberately lower his voice, and two girls passing by overheard them. They discreetly looked back at them. Chu Tian gave them a broad smile but felt a little flustered inside. He couldn't help but say, "What's your problem? Can you be a little more restrained in public?" Zhou Mo looked straight-faced and said, "Am I not restraining myself?" After saying that, he pulled Chu Tian and quickened their pace, urging him, "Walk faster." "You really?" Chu Tian had no idea why Zhou Mo had returned from the trip acting so wolfish. Had someone drugged him? Being a web novel writer, Chu Tian had quite a vivid imagination. With this thought, his pace also quickened. Chu Tian had driven there, and Zhou Mo immediately spotted Chu Tian's Mercedes-Benz, then asked for the keys. "TSK. What's your rush?" Chu Tian muttered under his breath before handing over the keys. After being pulled into the car, Chu Tian opened his mouth to ask Zhou Mo, "Aren't you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Mo forcefully pressed him against the seat and kissed him, expressing his urgency. Chu Tian became even more certain about his guess, though he wasn't open enough to perform in front of others at the airport entrance. He hurriedly pushed Zhou Mo. But he couldn't budge him. Chu Tian felt a bit helpless. He consoled himself, it's not that I can't push him off, it's just that I don't want to push him off. Since Zhou Mo kept pressing kisses on him, Chu Tian was almost mentally preparing himself to appear on the news highlights of the day. However, after kissing to his satisfaction, Zhou Mo unexpectedly let go of him. When he was finally released, he lay there gasping for air for a while before shakily getting up. What's going on with you? He asked, only to notice the coffee stain on Zhou Mo's chest. Frowning, he asked, were you really drugged? No, Zhou Mo wiped away the dampness from the corner of Chu Tian's mouth with his thumb, saying, I just missed you. Faced with such a direct confession from his beloved, Chu Tian's face reddened. Attempting to cover his embarrassment, he began adjusting his shirt. Zhou Mo continued staring at him intently. When Chu Tian looked up, he said, there's something odd about you today. Tell me, what exactly happened? Who spilled the coffee? Nothing, it was the stewardess who accidentally spilled it. Zhou Mo lowered the window and waved at the bodyguard standing outside the car. The bodyguards obediently left in a taxi. When he turned around, he found Chu Tian still suspiciously scrutinizing him. He leaned over again and kissed Chu Tian. Chu Tian was bewildered by Zhou Mo's affectionate behavior. Unable to control himself, he grabbed Zhou Mo's shoulders and said, don't tell me you've come back to life and decided you don't want me in the future. Did you wake up regretting and find yourself returned to the past after a night of drunkenness? Hearing this, Zhou Mo finally burst into laughter. No wonder Mr. Manjiang comes up with ideas effortlessly. But do you think once you're on my ship, you'll have any chance of escaping me? Whoa, that sounds a little scary. Chu Tian adopted a crossed arms pose and said, could it be that I've been completely ensnared by you? Zhou Mo disentangled his arms and calmly replied, what do you think? I think. Chu Tian reached out and pinched Zhou Mo's cheek, saying, you're so cute, it's not impossible that I'm caught by you, right? After hearing this, the corner of Zhou Mo's mouth twitched slightly, I'm cute. Yes. Chu Tian looked at him with a smile, saying, weren't you just being all coquettish with me? So sticky and adorable. The big boss was accused of being overly clingy by his lover, making him feel a bit awkward. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, then stared silently at Chu Tian without saying anything. He tried to get Chu Tian to alter his incorrect judgment about him. Seeing this, Chu Tian couldn't help but pinch the chin of his beloved, leaned in to kiss him lightly, then said, it's over. I must have an adorability filter on you, how could your wolfish expression also seem so cute? Zhou Mo silently sat up straight and spoke deeply, you still prefer something cute. I don't like cute things, I like you, so you seem cute to me. Got it? Zhou Mo remained silent. Chu Tian took the car key from his hand, said, alright, fasten your seatbelt, let's go home. Aha. On the road, Zhou Mo kept checking his phone, focusing down below as if dealing with some work matters, so Chu Tian did not bother him. When he saw Zhou Mo put down his phone, Chu Tian asked, hey, seriously, what's up with you today? You can't fool me, something's off, I can feel it. He quickly glanced at Zhou Mo and added, tell me about it. Zhou Mo tapped his knee gently with his fingers, and slowly said, today I went to negotiate with someone, but because of some basic mistakes, the negotiation failed. Really? Chu Tian realized the boss might be feeling disheartened due to never having experienced failure before. He comforted him gently, asking, but aren't you usually one who wouldn't make basic mistakes? What led to this? Because I got angry. Huh? Chu Tian was confused for a moment. Zhou Mo repeated, because I got angry. Chu Tian looked at him worriedly, oh, whoever angered you enough to lose your cool probably hit a nerve or crossed a line, didn't they? Zhou Mo stared fixedly ahead and replied, yeah, my sore spot, my bottom line, both were touched. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian indignantly said, then forget it. At least we'll save ourselves the trouble of collaborating with them in the future and getting offended again. Realizing he might be oversimplifying the situation, he quickly added, so, will this negotiation mistake cause a huge loss for you? Zhou Mo turned his head and said, my loss doesn't matter much, rather, it's my grandfather who suffered a significant loss. Ah. What do you mean? Is this something personally assigned by Grandpa? Not. Zhou Mo shifted the topic, saying, come back to my place tomorrow. My mom will be there too, and we'll all gather together as a family. That seemingly casual mention of a family warmed Chu Tian's heart. It had been quite a while since anyone had counted him as part of their family. Alright, but let's not go home first, let's pick out some gifts for the family. No need for gifts, your presence will be enough. But that wouldn't be appropriate. I know your family has everything, but my gesture is necessary. Otherwise, your parents might think I don't value you enough and refuse to let you be with me. Zhou Mo smiled, saying, alright, do as you wish. Chapter 112, Dinner Date. In the end, it was Chu Tian who ended up buying the gift by himself because Zhou Mo was called back to the company by a phone call halfway through. Chu Tian wandered around the mall alone all afternoon but couldn't find anything suitable. After all, no matter how precious or special something might be, the Zhou family had everything they could want. At that moment, he suddenly thought of someone and quickly took out his phone to ask for help. Hey big brother Chu, are you inviting me out for dinner? Chu Tian chuckled and said, yeah, do you have time now? Deadbeat, of course I'll have time if you invite me. Tell me, where's today's feast gonna be? You choose. Send me an address, and I'll come pick you up. Wow, big brother Chu is so generous. You're in trouble today. Sure thing. I'll also need your help with something shortly, so don't be polite. What kind of help? It's nothing difficult. We'll talk about it while we eat. Oh, Shan Yang paused briefly and then said, alright, I've sent you the address. See you later. Okay. After hanging up, Chu Tian glanced at the message Shan Yang sent over. Sure enough, it was another hot pot restaurant. He quickly left the mall and navigated his car over. By the time he arrived, Shan Yang was already waiting at the entrance. Shan Yang looked very handsome and stylish. In a crowd, you'd spot him right away. Chu Tian found a place to park and hurried over. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way. Did you wait long? No worries, I just got here too. Shan Yang stepped forward enthusiastically, grabbing Chu Tian's arm and checking him out from head to toe. He exclaimed, Big brother Chu, did you take immortality pills? Why do you look more handsome and suave every day? Chu Tian laughed as he was teased, saying, stop flattering me, or I'll lose my bearings. This isn't flattery, it's the truth. Shan Yang pulled out his phone and aimed it at both of them. Come on, it's been ages since I went on a date with such a stunning hunk. I gotta brag on social media. Chu Tian smiled and cooperated by taking a picture with him before asking, does your boyfriend know about our relationship? He knows. Shan Yang started editing the photo while saying casually, I told him we're good sisters. Sisters? Chu Tian's expression froze instantly. Although he had never discussed types with Shan Yang, given his appearance, he would have assumed being a bottom, by default. Feeling insecure, he rubbed his face, confused. Could it be that after these years always being on top, his demeanor had changed? Shan Yang looked up and saw his expression, unable to suppress a laugh. He said, don't doubt yourself, big brother Chu. You're still very manly, but no matter how manly you are, you can't be manlier than yours. Don't tell me you can subdue him. Why not? Chu Tian stuttered a bit after speaking. Thinking of Zhou Mo's inhuman stamina, he shook his head immediately, saying, never mind, why bother talking about this? Let's go inside and eat first. Afterward, you can accompany me in choosing a gift for the home visit. Wow, are you meeting the parents already? Shan Yang grinned mischievously, punching Chu Tian lightly. Big brother Chu, you're impressive. That person is among the elite of elites, yet you've charmed him completely already. Chu Tian smirked, saying, of course. Your big brother will never fail. Huh, exactly. Come on, if you want my help, you'll need to feed me first. His flirtatious tone was as enticing as ever. Chu Tian couldn't help but tease, isn't your boyfriend a university professor? Do you behave like this in front of him too? Of course, Shan Yang pretended to act coy, shamelessly disparaging her own professor. That deadbeat may look proper on the outside, but behind closed doors, he loves it when I'm wild. The wilder I am, the more he likes it. Chu Tian shook his head, you really have no shame, daring to say anything. Shan Yang winking at him, between us, what can't we talk about? Watch your step. Seeing he was about to bump into someone, Chu Tian reached out to protect him by pulling him close. Shan Yang immediately turned starry-eyed, wow, big brother Chu is so manly. Before Chu Tian could fully respond to his admiration, Shan Yang added somewhat regretfully, pity the eager ladies hoping to see you. Chu Tian pressed his lips together slightly, without replying. Following the server's guidance, they sat down. Chu Tian handed the menu to Shan Yang and said, here, order whatever you like, eat till you're full and satisfied. I'm on a diet recently, can't eat too much, Shan Yang said as he picked up the pen and started ticking off items. Chu Tian was already well aware of his appetite. He smiled without speaking, took a sip of tea. By the way, how was your last trip? Chu Tian casually asked. It was a lot of fun. Road trips are tiring, but very enjoyable. You get to meet so many interesting people along the way. Maybe one day you should go with your partner. Never mind that, he is so busy, no time. Yeah. Shan Yang put down the menu and looked at Chu Tian, saying, Big brother Chu, you must be really happy now, right? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow and said, what do you think? I think you must be very happy. Shan Yang supported his face on the table with both hands and said, it seems the phrase, love nourishes is truly not wrong. Look at how radiant you look, it's like you've carved the words, happy, onto your face. That Mr. Zhou must be really good to you, right? Yeah, he's great, Chu Tian spoke succinctly, yet all was revealed in the tenderness in his eyes. Shan Yang's expression softened as he said, that's wonderful. Why do you sound so envious? Are you unhappy? Shan Yang smiled faintly and said, me? I am pretty content. Chu Tian caught the undertone in his voice, what's going on? Isn't everything fine with you and your boyfriend? Things are alright between us, but... Shan Yang paused for a moment before continuing after a while. Big brother Chu, do you know? Dong Gu came to see me. Dong Xiang. Yes. Frowning, Chu Tian asked, what did he want? You know he has a fiancée, right? I know, I've known for a long time. That's why I forced myself to let go of him. The light in Shan Yang's eyes dimmed when mentioning Dong Xiang, but now he came to me again, saying he realized he might love me too and wanted to give us a try. Sighing, Chu Tian asked, so what? Are you seriously considering giving him a try? How could I? Shan Yang gave a bitter smile and said, I already have a boyfriend, why would I try with him? If that's the case, then why are you hesitating? I'm not hesitating. Shan Yang tapped his finger on the tabletop and said, I just feel wronged. Chu Tian, why should you feel wronged? Shan Yang's lips slightly pouted, revealing a natural innocence on his face. He turned his head towards the window, gazing at the traffic outside and said, I liked him for so many years, offered myself to him willingly, and he didn't take it, causing me so much heartache. And now he comes to me, using what I once desired most to tempt me after I've waited so long. Shan Yang turned back to Chu Tian, who only then noticed the sorrow in his eyes. Do you think he's being unfair or what? Chapter 113, Shit, let's run. Chu Tian thought for a moment and said, he's Zhou Mo's good brother. Otherwise, should I ask Zhou Mo to persuade him not to bother you? No. Shan Yang shook his head, such a little thing doesn't require the effort of someone from your family. Don't worry, I'll deal with it myself. Chu Tian looked at him anxiously and asked, so what are you going to do? Late blooming love is as worthless as grass. You'd better not be foolish. I certainly won't. Shan Yang looked at the shiny silver bracelet on his wrist, and finally there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips. My boyfriend is from Yunnan province. This bracelet was a gift from him. Although he didn't say it, I know what it means. His eyes softened slightly when he mentioned his boyfriend. He knew there was someone else in my heart, but he still proposed that we try something. I never really thought about a long-term future with him. He paused for a second before continuing, he's a very good person, sincere with me, and has taken great care of me, making me feel somewhat dependent on him. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian looked at the bracelet and smiled, if you can't leave him, don't. Little lamb, though love may be beautiful, it's ultimately fleeting. The comfort of two people getting along, the reliability of each other's character, the compatibility of daily chats, these factors are more important in deciding if you can be happy together. Love, compared to these things, is just a flashy luxury. When you both encounter difficulties later, it will be the least useful thing. Understand? Shan Yang gave a playful look in return. You're speaking from a position of ease without knowing the pressure. Who wouldn't want to try out a luxury? Are the things you described something you already have? Chu Tian chuckled, you've got me tongue-tied now. No, keep talking, Shan Yang insisted, I enjoy listening. Tell me how you and your man usually get along. Try to give details, like how many times a week, what kind of positions you like, how he calls you in bed. Tell me all about it. Unable to resist, Chu Tian tapped him on the forehead, I'm begging you to stop being so flirtatious in public. Uncle Chu's getting old, and I need to maintain some dignity. Unrelenting, Shan Yang teased, then tell me privately. Chu Tian put his hand to his forehead, you shut up. Thank you. Just then, the food arrived, and Chu Tian quickly invited him, come on, eat more. Selecting gifts is quite a task. I shopped all afternoon and almost wore myself out. That's because you haven't figured it out yet, Shan Yang added while dipping the tripe. In families like theirs, the items you choose from malls, they already have plenty of them. No wonder you end up empty-handed. Chu Tian agreed entirely, any good advice? If you ask me, you're asking the right person. My boyfriend owns a small piece of land on the outskirts of Beijing where he grows organic vegetables, no pollution, no pesticides. There are also free-range chickens over there. Later, I'll take you to get some. Take those as gifts, and they'll appreciate it much more than shark fin or ginseng. These wealthy people don't chase superficial pleasures anymore, they prefer natural goods. Good point. Chu Tian nodded several times, still, you're the one who solved my headache. Here's a toast for you. Shan Yang gleefully picked up the glass, now you understand the benefits of having a sister, don't you? Chu Tian chuckled, alright, let you revel however you please. But. He earnestly looked at Shan Yang, little lamb, we've known each other for so many years. You're one of my few good friends. If anything happens, you can always come to me, alright? I know, Shan Yang laughed, don't worry, Chu brother, I won't hesitate to seek your help if necessary. You remember that. Although Chu Tian was still slightly worried about Shan Yang making unwise choices, he couldn't interfere in someone else's life. The concern of adults shouldn't delve too deep or criticize using the guise of friendship, true concern must stop at the right place. After all, life only happens once, and the personal experience of the individual is the most crucial. The two continued their conversation with lighter topics, most of which revolved around how Chu Tian and Zhou Mo interacted. Being badgered by Shan Yang, Chu Tian eventually spilled a lot of details, which made Shan Yang twist and squirm in excitement. After finishing the hot pot, Shan Yang took Chu Tian to the outskirts of the city. They notified the site manager because Chu Tian wanted to come early the next morning to pick the freshest produce to ensure the Zhou family would taste the newest possible ingredients. By the time Chu Tian had sent Shan Yang home, it was already past 10 p.m. Zhou Mo had called earlier asking about his whereabouts, and Chu Tian had expected to be back by around 9, but ended up stuck in traffic due to a minor accident on the road, wasting another hour. When he finally got home, Zhou Mo had just finished work and changed into his pajamas. He was lying in bed reading Chu Tian's novel. Chu Tian stepped inside and looked apologetically at him. Sorry, big baby. There was a traffic jam, did you wait long? It's fine, I just finished my work too. Zhou Mo waved him over with a gesture. Chu Tian walked over and took Zhou Mo's hand, but when Zhou Mo leaned in for a kiss, Chu Tian turned his head away slightly. Don't, I ate hot pot today and I smell. Let me take a shower first, then I'll come out and keep you company. Okay. Zhou Mo squeezed his palm gently before letting go ahead. Chu Tian placed his phone on the bedside table and went into the bathroom. Zhou Mo picked up the novel again and started reading where he'd left off. Due to old man Zhou's tip, Chu Tian had updated 3 chapters that day. In no time, Zhou Mo had finished all of them. As always, the story ended at the most critical moment, leaving Zhou Mo feeling uneasy and restless. If it were someone else, he might have shrugged it off, but being this close to the author tempted him to ask Chu Tian what would happen next. Remembering Chu Tian's attitude towards readers who pushed for updates, though, he managed to suppress his urge to question him. The only thing he could do was press the urge to update button one more time. At the same time, in the Zhou household, Grandpa Zhou, who'd already gone to bed, couldn't stop thinking about the latest chapter of Fog. After leading a small team deep into the heart of the fog, the main character had made an astonishing discovery. But what was it? Tossing and turning in bed, his mind raced with excitement, preventing him from falling asleep. Finally unable to resist, he turned the light back on and grabbed his phone, dialing Zhou Mo. Seeing it was his grandpa calling so late at night, Zhou Mo was a bit surprised as he answered, "Grandpa, why aren't you sleeping yet?" "Oh, I can't sleep." The tone of the old man was pitiful, almost like Auntie Xiang crying and moaning endlessly. "I thought since your wife writes online novels, I'd support her a little, but how come her books aren't finished? It's too painful, I reached the climax, and suddenly there's nothing more. It's killing me. Could you help me ask your wife what the main character discovered? I need to get some rest, old man I am." A hint of amusement curved Zhou Mo's lips. "Even if it's not just you, I'm also curious." "Well then, ask her." Grandpa Zhou urged impatiently. "You're so close, ask her quickly. Then maybe I can sleep." Chu Tian just came out of the bathroom after showering, and Zhou Mo glanced at him while answering on the phone. "He'll be mad." "I don't dare ask." "What? Why will he get mad?" Zhou Mo said matter-of-factly, "Because when I ask him, he gets nervous. And once he's nervous, he has even more trouble writing." Upon hearing this, Chu Tian stopped walking, narrowing his eyes. He quietly retreated 2 steps and turned around, intending to hide back in the bathroom. Chapter 114, High-End Hunter. When Zhou Mo saw Chu Tian's movement, a smile crept onto his face. Before Chu Tian could escape, he called out, "Baby, you came just in time. Grandpa is looking for you." Hearing that Grandpa was looking for him, Chu Tian naturally couldn't leave anymore. Knowing what the grandfather and grandson were likely planning, Chu Tian let out a sigh. He reluctantly walked over. Although Zhou Mo also hoped that Grandpa could successfully pressure Chu Tian into writing faster, seeing how reluctant Chu Tian was, he still reminded the elder kindly, "Grandpa, don't put too much pressure on him. Writing books isn't easy either, it requires inspiration. Just chat with him, alright?" "Humph, don't worry, I know my limits." Only then did Zhou Mo pass the phone to Chu Tian, apologizing slightly, "Baby, I'm really sorry. Your book is so fascinating. Grandpa is chasing the updates for the first time and has never experienced waiting for them, now he can't sleep, will you talk to him, okay?" "I understand." Chu Tian scratched his head and took the phone. Although he had chatted with Grandpa before, back then he thought of him as just a passerby. Now knowing that he was his partner's grandfather, he felt unusually nervous. Chu Tian stood rigidly beside the bed like during military training, politely calling out, "Hey, Grandpa." This was the first time Zhou Mo saw such compliance from him, so he chuckled deeply, earning an angry glare from Chu Tian. Zhou Mo suppressed the laughter at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, granddaughter-in-law, good evening." Hearing the term granddaughter-in-law, Chu Tian couldn't help but shiver all over despite having just taken a shower and being wrapped in only a bath towel, now covered in goosebumps. Zhou Mo had mentioned that his family would be very accepting of him, but he didn't expect the old man to already treat him as part of the family. He felt moved yet somewhat embarrassed. The title seemed too advanced for him. It was difficult whether to respond or not. Glancing at Zhou Mo quickly, he awkwardly coughed, then mumbled unclearly, "You have a good evening too." On the phone, Grandpa yawned loudly, sounding extremely sleepy but obviously trying hard to stay awake. "Dear granddaughter-in-law, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to pressure you. It's just your mist is so exciting. I truly love reading it, unfortunately, it's too short. I finished it in just 2 or 3 days, and it ended right at the most thrilling moment, making me extremely restless. So what exactly did Fong discover? Could you tell me? I can't fall asleep thinking about it. Chu Tian scratched his head and said, Grandpa, thank you for liking my writings. But I suggest you temporarily stop reading this one because it will take quite a while to finish. You can try other books which are already completed, allowing you to read from start to finish. As for the next chapter of this one, I haven't even figured it out myself yet. Really, I'm not lying. Oh. That's the case. Disappointment could be heard in Grandpa's tone. Chu Tian wasn't yet familiar with Grandpa's dramatic nature. Hearing how disappointed the elderly sounded, almost unable to sleep, he felt uneasy inside. He hurriedly said, no problem, let me think. I can share my rough ideas with you, does that work? Sure. Grandpa agreed very quickly. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo's eyebrows raised slightly, crossing his hands as if ready to enjoy the privileged insider treatment. Unexpectedly, Chu Tian looked at him and said, I'll go outside and tell you. I'll tell only you and won't let Zhou Mo hear. That sounds great. Without any sense of camaraderie, the old man easily abandoned his beloved grandson, happily saying on the phone, go farther away, that boy has sharp ears, don't let him hear. Huh, sure thing, I'll do as you say. Chu Tian waved teasingly at Zhou Mo, then turned and left the bedroom, closing the door behind him. The poor expert was thus excluded by both his lover and family, clearly enduring the torment of knowing the next chapter of the story had already been born, yet he had to wait till tomorrow to read it. Zhou Mo suddenly laughed, remaining seated on the bed, quietly waiting for Chu Tian to finish the call. At this moment, however, Chu Tian's own phone rang. Zhou Mo picked it up and noticed it was an unknown number. Concerned it might be an important call, he answered it on behalf of Chu Tian. The voice on the other end of the line was slurred with drunkenness. Hey. Brother Chu. Honey, I miss you, I really do. Zhou Mo's face darkened like an overcast rainy day, but the person on the other end of the phone still poured out their feelings without knowing better. Honey. I really know I'm wrong. Please don't leave me, alright? I will really change. I drank too much. I feel so bad. Can you come see me? There was no need to guess who the caller was. Upon hearing Su Chenyang calling Chu Tian, the big boss chuckled coldly and said, sorry, my wife is chatting with my family right now and she'll be with me later. She might not have time to see you. You're Zhou Mo. Beep 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 beep. The call was immediately hung up. Zhou Mo looked at the number on his phone, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips, but there wasn't a trace of warmth in his eyes. Though he had previously promised Chu Tian to go easy on Su Chenyang for last time, that was then. Now since Su dared to bother his lover again, he definitely needed to settle this matter. He wanted to use his phone to contact one of his subordinates, but then remembered that Chu Tian had taken it. He didn't move either, instead waiting silently on the bed for Chu Tian to return. When Chu Tian finished explaining the upcoming plot and successfully lulled the old man to sleep, he returned to find the big boss sitting on the bed, looking at him with a finger slowly tapping. Chu Tian paused with the door half open, suddenly having the impulse to close it again. Take a look at the curve of that wolf's grin, those predatory eyes, it was clear that transformation was imminent. Fully aware of what was coming, Chu Tian smiled nervously at the boss and said, spare my life, master, I admit my mistakes. I'll willingly share all the plot twists with you, telling you more than what even Grandpa knows, as a way to make amends. Please stop looking at me like that, alright? The boss laughed gently, rising from the bed and walking toward Chu Tian. He grabbed Chu Tian's hand and said, why all this talk about mercy when I don't eat people? Since you brought it up, let's go. I'll accompany you while you write now. Now. Chu Tian's toes curled tightly into the floor, clutching the door handle firmly, refusing to budge. Forget it, I'll just dictate it, typing is too slow. Dictate? Zhou Mo raised an eyebrow. Fine, we'll start with dictation, then move to detailed descriptions. But I admitted my faults, haven't I? Can't a great man show mercy just this once? Chu Tian knew full well that this big-tail wolf didn't have good intentions. No matter what, he wouldn't budge. Zhou Mo gazed steadily at him, calmly saying, Mr. Su from earlier called you just now. He addressed you as honey and claimed to be drunk, asking you to go see him. After laying out the facts calmly without showing any emotion or making demands, Zhou Mo simply stared silently at Chu Tian. Chu Tian turned away and groaned with annoyance, inwardly cursing Su Chenyang for courting disaster and also silently mourning for his own lower back. Still, an angry and jealous big boss had to be appeased. So Chu Tian, with a patient demeanor, squeezed Zhou Mo's palm and said, I've long forgotten that guy, and it's got nothing to do with me, right? The boss continued smiling. And besides, when Grandpa just now called me his granddaughter-in-law, I agreed, didn't I? Whose person do you think I am? The boss kept smiling silently, just slightly narrowing his eyes. High-end hunters often don't need to put effort into chasing prey, instead letting the prey fall into their nets willingly. With someone at the boss's level, just a glance was enough to have Chu Tian surrender without hesitation. Chu Tian gave in and retreated. Tomorrow morning, I still have to drive out to the suburbs to pick vegetables for your family, so it can't be too late, you understand, right? Being a man of his word, Zhou Mo maintained silence. Ah. Resigning himself to his fate, Chu Tian released his grip on the door. Autumn had arrived, and the crickets' chirps and frogs' croaks had grown sparse in the quiet night. Only the mournful wind swirled around the small house, whispering tales of the night. Chapter 115, Reluctance to Accept. Tonight, the sleepless ones were not just the punished writers and the hard-working big shots but also Su Chenyang, who was heartbroken and disappointed. After hanging up the phone, Su Chenyang slumped limply on the sofa. His mind continuously echoed with those three words from Zhou Mo's mouth, my wife. That's my wife, not yours. Staring at the chandelier above him, Su Chenyang mumbled to himself. Unknowingly, his tears had soaked through his collar. Brother Chu is mine, mine. A man may change his heart countless times in life, one may betray both body and soul many times, yet they cannot accept that their own wife is possessed by someone else. It has nothing to do with love, it's the pride rooted deep within them that makes them act so. This hatred for having one's spouse stolen left Su Chenyang in excruciating pain. He had indeed drunk quite a lot tonight. His memories avoided focusing on the heavier aspects of betrayal and harm between him and Chu Tian, concealing them instead beneath nostalgic and longing-filled illusions of fabricated reality, making him believe that Chu Tian still deeply loved him and belonged only to him. But then Zhou Mo shattered his carefully woven illusion with just 3 words, preventing him even from indulging in a beautiful dream. Brother Chu. Stumbling into his storage room, Su Chenyang leaned against the old belongings from his past to ease his overwrought heart. He picked up the little yellow homeless dog figurine, clutched it tightly in his hand, and curled up on the ground. The overwhelming sorrow cleared the haze brought on by alcohol to his brain, and he regained clarity. Only now did he remember what Zhou Mo said, spending time with my family. What did that mean? Could it be that the Zhou family would actually accept Chu Tian into their household? Su Chenyang sat upright suddenly from the floor. Impossible. Grabbing his hair wildly as if gone mad, he struck a punch fiercely against the cabinet behind him. Paying no heed to the pain in his hands, he let out an anguished roar toward the old relics around him. Ah! Impossible. However reluctant he might be to believe, Su Chenyang knew deep inside that Zhou Mo probably hadn't lied because the photo he sent had already reached Grandpa Zhou's hands. Their family must have already known about Chu Tian and Zhou Mo. If the Zhou family opposed, with the influence they wielded, Chu Tian and Zhou Mo should have been separated by now. So why was it that today, under the pretense of drunkenness, Su Chenyang wanted Chu Tian to focus solely on him again? Why wouldn't the Zhou family object? Pacing anxiously back and forth within the room, Su Chenyang realized he couldn't beat Zhou Mo, hence the opposition from the Zhou family was his sole winning card, but why was the situation unfolding differently than expected? No matter how much Su Chenyang puzzled over it, families like the Zhou clan were something countless aristocratic scions fought tooth and nail to infiltrate. Yet Chu Tian was merely an ordinary 30-something man with no notable background or assets. How could such a person possibly gain acceptance into a prestigious family like the Zhous? At this thought, a profound sense of powerlessness washed over him. Although he'd attempted several times these past few days to let go of Chu Tian, he knew he couldn't, perhaps he was simply too lowly, unable to resist the allure of the things he couldn't obtain. He couldn't tolerate losing Chu Tian from his life. The reality was that Chu Tian was living well without him, found someone stronger, gained approval from that person's family, and at this point naturally looked down on the Su family. But could Chu Tian really sever all ties forever? Was he truly destined to endure the torment of losing the person he cherished most and pretend nothing happened, just getting by? Unacceptable. Su Chenyang rested his forehead against the kitchen cabinet, feelings of dissatisfaction and jealousy igniting a blazing fire within his chest. A bold thought crossed his mind, if only the Zhou family were to fall apart. Just imagining the possibility filled him with excitement. Families like the Zhous, though powerful giants, weren't immune to vulnerabilities due to their immense stature. What if? What if he caused Zhou Mo to lose everything? Ideally, landing him in prison so he could take Chu Tian back for himself. At this realization, Su Chenyang's eyes glinted sharply. Once Zhou Mo fell, whether Chu Tian forgave him or not wouldn't matter anymore. He'd bring Chu Tian back either way. He was tired of feeling as though Chu Tian didn't belong to him. He no longer wanted to waste time playing pity games or groveling. The solution was simple, Chu Tian alone and friendless, he could confine him by his side, ensure he had nowhere else to go, forcing him to spend his entire life looking at him, day in and day out until eventually falling back in love with him again. Su Chenyang became increasingly excited the more he thought about it, but then his rationality threw him a bucket of cold water in time. What if he failed? There were plenty of people who had tried to bring down the Zhou family, yet none had succeeded up until now. Su Chenyang, having grown up in a top-level aristocratic household, knew how to weigh the pros and cons inherently. He wouldn't delude himself into thinking he had superhuman abilities just because he was feeling tipsy at the moment. Regaining his composure, Su Chenyang's boiling blood immediately cooled down. At this point, he was like a beast that had lost its territory, hesitating at the edge, unwilling to leave despite fearing the powerful new owner there so much that he didn't dare take a single step forward. His rationale restrained his impulse to recklessly reclaim his lost territory, but someone from his background would never be devoid of ambition. The Zhou family's immense fortune was too tempting. Even without Chu Tian as a motivation, Su Chenyang wouldn't be able to resist trying to nibble at their wealth. And he was not alone, his father likely shared the same thoughts. The market had its limits. The Zhou family's extensive network dominated far too many spaces. If they weren't uprooted entirely, it would be extremely difficult for other companies to grow as massive and prosperous as them. Being too large often attracted attention. There would surely be others with similar ideas. If Su Chenyang couldn't accomplish this alone, could a group do it? A gleam reappeared in Su Chenyang's eyes as he rubbed his face and walked up to knock on his father's study door. "Dad, I have something I want to discuss with you. Come in." Su Chenyang entered, clenched his fists, and looked up at Su Han and said, "Dad, our family business has been stuck in the same spot forever. Haven't you ever thought about taking it further?" Hearing this, Su Han raised his head and, seeing Su Chenyang reeking of alcohol, smiled and asked, "So, what good ideas do you have?" "Dad." Su Chenyang exhaled deeply and said, "Our businesses in various fields have always been overshadowed by the Zhou family. Haven't you ever considered knocking down this giant?" "Yang, how much exactly have you had to drink?" Su Han teased. "Dad. I'm serious. I'm completely sober right now." Su Han sighed helplessly. "Alright, fine. Then tell me, how do you think we can possibly topple the Zhou family? Our connections aren't nearly as robust as theirs. How do you plan to compete with them? All these connections are merely transactions of interest. If we offer them greater benefits, why would they stay loyal to the Zhou family?" "Exactly. What's your plan then?" Su Chenyang stepped forward, hands leaning against the desk, confidently explaining his plans and strategies to Su Han. Chapter 116, Come on, this is a giveaway question. After carefully listening, Su Han looked into Su Chenyang's eyes and asked, "Tell me honestly, why do you suddenly want to mess with the Zhou family?" Su Chenyang hesitated for a moment and said, "Because I want our family to move forward further." "Is that so?" Su Han stared at him for a while before asking, "Have you considered the consequences of failure? Going against the Zhou family means either life or death. If our family falls, we will all be left out in the cold. The business of the Su family will one day be yours, have you thought about it clearly?" Su Chenyang paused, then said, "Dad, rest assured, I know my limits, and they won't find my tracks. I've heard that because the Zhang family has repeatedly been refused marriage by the Zhou family, they already harbor resentment toward the Zhou family. Their status isn't far off from the Zhou family. They say love makes people blind, but perhaps the young lady can help us accomplish what we desire. Moreover, although the Zhou family has backing, the term is about to change. As long as we manage to push our people up there, the Zhou family will be nothing to fear." Su Han was silent for a moment, then said, "Young eagles always need to try flying solo. Yang, having ambition is a good thing. However, remember this, the higher you fly, the harder you may fall. You must know when to pull back, understood?" "I understand." Su Chenyang clenched his fists tightly and said coldly, "Dad, right now, the ones flying high aren't us, the Su family." "Alright, I've understood this matter. Go get some rest first. This is still quite risky, and not easy to implement. Our long-cultivated person still doesn't match up to those supported by the Zhou family. Let me and your mother discuss how to operate this." As Su Chenyang had expected, over the years in the capital city, Su Han had always been overshadowed by the Zhou family, and of course, he couldn't have no thoughts. Su Chenyang's proposal came just in time, especially with the upcoming change in power. Moreover, with the Zhou family developing too strong in recent years, indeed, it also caused envy among many others. At this point, it's not only them who would share the same idea. Business is like war, choosing the correct offensive timing is crucial. If the opportunity is appropriate, naturally, he wants to give it a shot. After all, the ambition of a successful businessman knows no bounds. After the father and son reached an agreement, Su Chenyang finally picked himself up again. It should have been like this earlier. Previously, he was using the wrong methods, always thinking about making Chu Tian come back. Now he's figured it out, men wanting something must rely on their own hands to snatch it. With determination settled, Su Chenyang returned to his room and slept soundly. Meanwhile, the man he was thinking about, Chu Tian, had been exhausted after being punished because of that phone call. The tall, muscular man was once again carried into the bathroom by the boss, allowing him to be washed as he couldn't even move a finger. Just before succumbing to sleep, he weakly instructed Zhou Mo, "Set a 6 o'clock alarm for me, I still have to pick vegetables." Zhou Mo, still radiant in such a quiet night with a rosy face, smiled slightly and replied, "Alright, don't worry," before massaging Chu Tian's neck gently. Chu Tian immediately felt comfortable enough to fall asleep. 4 hours later, the alarm rang punctually, and Chu Tian struggled to get up. Even though his body rose, his soul was obviously still sleeping, his eyes squeezed painfully together unable to open. Seeing his exhaustion, Zhou Mo pulled him back to bed and suggested, "How about you sleep a bit longer and send me the address? I'll go pick the vegetables." "No, this is my gesture, of course I have to go myself." Chu Tian blinked his eyes as he got out of bed, but as soon as he stood up, his legs wobbled severely. Zhou Mo quickly supported him, be careful. Chu Tian strained to open his eyes and turned around to glare at Zhou Mo irritably, you know how to be considerate now, huh? Whose fault is this condition of mine? The senior didn't have any expression of reproach, realizing that last night he had gone too far. He was provoked when Su Chenyang called Chu Tian wife. But this was Chu Tian's past, an irrefutable fact that couldn't be erased, leaving him with nothing but frustration. Despite pressing down on the jealousy inside him, his possessiveness shattered his reason, nearly hurting his loved one. Faced with the lover's anger, Zhou Mo didn't argue back. Instead, he silently held on to Chu Tian, accepting all his complaints. Unfortunately, his silent endurance couldn't make up for his lack of self-restraint the previous night. When Chu Tian thought about meeting the Zhou family in this state today, his face burned red with embarrassment. He struggled toward the bathroom, intending to take a shower to calm down. Zhou Mo moved to support him again. Chu Tian gently pushed his hand away and said, leave me alone. Just seeing you now makes me angry. I already told you I have something important today, yet you keep going on endlessly. How will your family's people look at me? His anger grew as he went on, pointing directly at Zhou Mo, you won't be touching me for the rest of this month. In the end, Chu Tian lost control of his temper and kicked the boss. The boss silently looked down at his own calf where he'd been kicked, his usually calm expression now tinged with an air of bewilderment and helplessness. His fingers twitched, but he didn't dare reach out to support Chu Tian again. The tightness of his lips betrayed no trace of a smile, yet Chu Tian still saw in them a hint of grievance. Standing there silently, that large figure of the boss gazed wistfully at his lover who had scolded him for the first time. His momentary submissiveness was in stark contrast with his usual commanding demeanor of calculated confidence and overbearing authority, forming such a striking difference that it made Chu Tian's heart tremble involuntarily. He quickly turned his head and wiped his face, sighing inwardly, damn, how could he be so adorable? Chu Tian truly felt there was no hope for him. Even though he knew fully well that this man before him was nothing more than a cunning wolf with a big tail, somehow he kept mistaking him for an innocent little bunny rabbit. And even though he realized this was just an illusion, every time he faced such a side of Zhou Mo, he couldn't help but soften his heart. Ah, Chu Tian sighed, walking up and kissing Zhou Mo's forehead softly, then hugging him close as he confessed humbly in his ear, big baby, stop making that pitiful look that breaks my heart. It's my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you, I'm just too exhausted. Pretend I wasn't awake and was sleepwalking, alright? Zhou Mo hugged Chu Tian back, resting his chin on his shoulder as he spoke deeply, you don't need to apologize. It's me who should say sorry. My dear, I lost control last night. He paused, somewhat dejected, I overestimated my own patience. When it comes to others eyeing you, I find it hard to maintain my composure. Do you think I'm narrow-minded? Of course not. Chu Tian patted his spine lightly, saying, forget about you, which man can tolerate being eyed by someone else when they're with their person? You getting jealous is normal. No worries, let's consider occasional jealousy as something fun. It might even strengthen our relationship. Is that so? Then do you think our bond has grown stronger? Of course. See, I've never kicked you before, right? But now I did, it means in my eyes, you are no longer that untouchable superior guy. That's proof we've advanced further in our relationship. Got it? The boss chuckled lowly, but his next question was a fatal one, saying, I heard you used to pamper Su from the Su family a lot. Did you ever kick him? Of course. Chu Tian suddenly caught on. Man, how was he supposed to answer this? Saying he had kicked Su Chenyang would suggest that they were quite close back then, but since all this happened long ago, telling this to Zhou Mo who was already jealous wouldn't do any good, it would probably spill the vinegar jar again. But if he said he hadn't, would the boss think he treated the two of them differently, showing less favoritism or care towards him? Troublesome, Chu Tian's drowsiness was now completely gone, and his brain began working furiously, trying to find the most appropriate answer. Chapter 117, Tension. Of course what? Why did you stop talking? Chu Tian blinked, feeling that even if he exhausted all his knowledge, he couldn't find a perfect answer to this question, because his brain had already crashed. Then he suddenly realized, wait a minute, wasn't he the one who was angry just now? How did it end up with him being the one consoling others? He shoved Zhou Mo away, pointing at him with trembling fingers, great job, you cunning fox, are you trying to trick me again? Huh? I'm still angry, why am I the one comforting you? Zhou Mo laughed as he held Chu Tian's fingers and said, I didn't trick you. It was your decision to comfort me. If you're not happy, then let me comfort you. Chu Tian pulled his hand away, saying, I'm not that fragile. I don't need your consolation, and don't bring up that phone call last night. Let's just leave it at that. Now move aside, I'm going to take a shower. Seeing his scheme fail, Zhou Mo could only regretfully say, alright. He gestured toward the bathroom invitingly. Humph. Chu Tian went in, holding his waist. After closing the bathroom door, Zhou Mo turned around and picked up his phone, heading to the study to make a call. When Chu Tian came out after finishing his shower, Zhou Mo had already prepared a simple breakfast and placed it on the table. I told you, I'll make the meal. Aren't you in a hurry? Besides, making breakfast isn't troublesome anyway. Zhou Mo pulled a chair for him, saying, come on, eat quickly. My mom is on her way back. By the time you finish picking vegetables, she should be home. Wow, you mention it, and I start getting a bit nervous. Don't be nervous. The person I like, my family will definitely like too. Come on, eat. Okay. Chu Tian rubbed his hands, sat down, and took a bite of the sandwich, his eyes somewhat dazed. He was truly nervous now, so nervous that he couldn't taste anything. Mainly because Mrs. Su Yang's behavior towards him before, polite on the surface but disdainful in words, left a significant impact. Thinking about how people were in the Su family, let alone the Zhou family, gave him a mental shadow. As Zhou Mo saw Chu Tian's wide eyes like bells and food chewed for half a day without swallowing, he almost couldn't help wanting to tell Chu Tian some unspeakable hobbies of his mother, yet he thought it would be more interesting for Chu Tian to discover it himself later. The always considerate master harbored no bad thoughts, choosing silence instead. Thus Chu Tian ate breakfast with tastelessness, as if eating wax. The two drove to Shan Yang's boyfriend's ecological park to pick fresh vegetables and fruits, then asked them to slaughter a free-range chicken and an old duck. On their way back, Zhou Mo was driving because Chu Tian was obviously very tense. He felt his performance was quite pathetic. How can a man act so timid meeting a woman? But he just couldn't help it. To be honest, he was also nervous before meeting Mrs. Su Yang before, but it wasn't as bad as this time. He turned his head and asked Zhou Mo, big guy, why do I feel like I can't control my legs? They won't stop shaking. Zhou Mo looked at those motorized legs and chuckled inwardly. He consoled tenderly, baby, you've met the strictest person in our house, what else are you afraid of? Are you saying that grandpa is the strictest person in your family? I'm talking about myself. Zhou Mo turned his head and smiled at him, the strictest person loves you the most, so there's nothing to worry about. The unexpected sweet talk from the master actually made Chu Tian's heart slightly relaxed, but only slightly. Though he hadn't met many parents, he believed every person who brought their lover home would say their family was easy to get along with. Whether it was true or not could only be known after meeting them. Ms. Fang Hongying arrived home while Chu Tian and Zhou Mo were still on the way. Since knowing her son found a man, and she personally got the household registration from the man's house, she was extremely excited. As soon as she landed, she rushed home hurriedly, worried she would miss some exciting moments. Mr. Zhou only told her that her son found a male partner, not giving any details about Chu Tian, except for mentioning that the grandfather liked him. Based on her son's image and combined with her years of experience in shipping CPs, she subconsciously imagined Chu Tian as a petite, bashful, adorable little cutie. To avoid frightening Chu Tian, as soon as she returned home, she immediately changed into a gentle and pleasant outfit, pacing back and forth by the door, looking forward eagerly. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhou got up and pulled her to the sofa, saying, hey, can you stop pacing back and forth? They'll be here soon. Sit down for a while. And can you try to tone down your excitement a bit? They're my son and his partner. Is it really appropriate for you to be so overexcited? Fang Hongying turned her head and glared at him, saying, why wouldn't it be appropriate? This is the normal excitement and joy of a mother about to meet her lifelong bachelor son's partner. How could you possibly understand? You'd better be. Madam, young master has returned. Just as the two were talking, the steward led Zhou Mo and Chu Tian into the room. They're back. Fang Hongying subconsciously stood up out of excitement. Seeing his wife stand up, Zhou instinctively stood up too. Hey, is my grandson-in-law here? Holding onto his cane, the old master quickly came downstairs with thump 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 thump. The family's reactions threw Chu Tian off balance, especially when both of Zhou Mo's parents stood up in unison, making Chu Tian almost want to pull back the foot that had just stepped through the door. Zhou Mo's eyes curved slightly as he took Chu Tian's hand and walked them to his parents. Mom, Dad, this is Chu Tian, my boyfriend. After all these years of being the lady of the Zhou household, Fang Hongying tried hard to control the shock in her eyes, but she couldn't deny that when she saw Chu Tian's manly and handsome appearance, his sturdy arms and muscular chest, her mind still went blank for a moment. Underneath her gentle smile hid a heart filled with extreme astonishment. Oh my, how did my son find such a formidable partner? Which one of them is the submissive one? She quickly composed herself and greeted Chu Tian with a bright smile, saying, Chu Tian, right? Welcome, welcome. You're so handsome. I'm Zhou Mo's mother. You can call me Aunt Ing. She pointed to Zhou beside her, you can call him Uncle De. By now, the old master had descended the stairs. He coughed from behind. Aunt Ing, Uncle De, Grandpa, nice to meet you. Chu Tian nodded slightly and handed over what he was carrying with a smile. These are some fresh fruits and vegetables I picked at a friend's ecological park. There's also a free-range chicken and an old duck freshly slaughtered. Please give them a try. Chapter 118, Family. Fang Hongying enthusiastically took the things from Chu Tian's hands. Thank you so much, it's thoughtful of you. I just love eating these green organic things. Chu Tian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He smiled and said, if you like them, then whenever you want to eat them in the future, just let me know, and I'll pick them for you again. That's great. Fong Hongying looked down at the vegetables and fruits in her hands and said with surprise, "Oh my, these look really fresh. Butler Wang, take them to the kitchen quickly, we'll eat them for lunch today." "Sure, Mrs." The butler came over and took away the things Chu Tian brought. Fong Hongying waved Chu Tian closer. "Come on, I asked Auntie to brew some tea. Let's sit in the yard." "Alright," Chu Tian smiled as he followed beside Fong Hongying. Zhou Mo, Zhou De, and Grandpa Zhou didn't receive any greetings, seemingly becoming invisible, but they all calmly followed behind without changing their expressions. "Chu Tian, can I call you Xiao Tian? How old are you this year?" "Auntie Ying, I am 3 years younger than Zhou Mo. I am 32 this year." "Oh, that's good. That way, you all can get along well and there's no generation gap." "Yes, we hit it off right from our first meeting." "That's great. Two people having common topics makes life go smoothly. I heard Zhou Mo moved into your place. He hasn't caused any trouble, has he?" "Of course not, he is very considerate and thoughtful. If anyone causes trouble, it's probably me to him." Really? Is he good at taking care of others?" "It's absolutely true." The two conversed more naturally. Along the way, Fong Hongying affectionately held Chu Tian's arm, and during their conversation, her eyes were always directly looking at Chu Tian, and her gaze was exceptionally gentle. There was no pretense or concealed disdain. Chu Tian could feel that she was different from Su Chenyang's mother, so he relaxed slightly. Zhou Mo silently sat next to Chu Tian, while Zhou De also sat by his wife. Grandpa Zhou leaned on his cane and took the main seat. For a moment when Chu Tian sat down, his facial expression distorted, which was keenly caught by Fong Hongying. Her eyes immediately lit up, leaving Chu Tian somewhat startled. This sudden burst of extraordinarily bright eyes, which made one's hair stand on end, and the faint curve at the corner of her mouth felt familiar somehow to Chu Tian. "Mom, please have some tea." Zhou Mo poured a cup of tea for Fong Hongying, subtly using his eyes to signal her to tone it down a bit. "Ho ho, come Xiao Tian, try some too. This is the black tea I brought back from England. It tastes pretty good." "Alright, thank you, Auntie Ying." Chu Tian lowered his head and took a sip. "How about it? Does it suit your taste?" It's really delicious. Auntie Ying certainly has great taste." What a sweet child you are." Fong Hongying looked at Chu Tian with a kind face. Beneath this kindness lay an indescribable, unspoken feeling, which made Chu Tian tense up instantly again. Zhou Mo grabbed his hand and gently squeezed it in his palm. Chu Tian turned his head and locked eyes with him, gradually relaxing his spine once more. Zhou Mo worried about Chu Tian's sore waist but knew that he cherished his dignity and definitely wouldn't accept being offered a cushion openly. So quietly, he extended his palm behind Chu Tian's waist for support. This warm-hearted gesture warmed Chu Tian's heart. He gave Zhou Mo a tender smile and mouthed a "thank you." Zhou Mo curved his lips and mouthed back, "My pleasure." In that brief exchange of eye contact between the two, the deep affection and soft tenderness delighted Fong Hongying immensely. She lifted her teacup to hide the grin that couldn't be contained. Zhou De saw his wife's lack of composure and sighed deeply, taking a sip of his tea as well. At this time, Grandpa Zhou pulled out his phone, confirmed that Chu Tian hadn't updated yet today, and deliberately said, Daughter-in-law, you surely can't update today, right?" Chu Tian thought Grandpa Zhou was urging another update. Though he could vent a little to Zhou Mo, he dared not do so to Grandpa Zhou. Quickly, he responded, "Not at all. If you'd like me to update using my phone, I can. It might just be a little slower." No rush, no rush." Grandpa Zhou waved his hand. "Today is a day for family gathering. We don't talk about work or handle official business. Anyway, I already know the plot afterward, so waiting isn't a problem." Afterward, he sighed to Zhou Mo, "Daughter-in-law writes novels with real talent. The upcoming episodes are really exciting. Too bad you have to wait till tomorrow to find out." Zhou Mo smiled but didn't interrupt the old man's smugness, nor would he tell him that last night the great writer had almost spilled out the whole story outline in a plea for mercy. Fong Hongying overheard their conversation and looked intrigued. "What kind of novel?" "Xiao Tian, do you also write novels?" "Yes," Chu Tian smiled as he candidly replied, "I actually write novels full-time. Zhou Mo is one of my fans." Fong Hongying covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled, saying, "Zhou Mo, who has such high standards, would be your fan, so you must be very talented. I'll have to find time to read your works carefully." "Sure, but I suggest you start with my previous finished works first. My update speed is rather slow, so chasing the ongoing series might cause you some pain." Chu Tian quickly gave Fong Hongying a heads up. He already felt overwhelmed by the two eager readers in this family, another one would surely drive him mad. That makes sense." The old man nodded in agreement. The stories are truly captivating, but waiting for updates is also really tormenting. If even the old man approves, it must be a particularly fascinating story. Now I'm really curious to read it. Zhou De noticed the entire family was interested in Chu Tian's novels. If he didn't read them, wouldn't it make him appear out of place? When everyone else had finally expressed themselves, he finally seized his chance to utter his first sentence, "Then I'll take a look someday too and support you." "Thank you, Uncle De." Chu Tian looked at this exceptionally stern-faced man and felt entirely at ease. Ever since Zhou De had remained silent, he thought perhaps Zhou De harbored dissatisfaction towards him. Now it seemed he was just naturally reserved. So far, all of Zhou Mo's family had been exceptionally friendly to Chu Tian, asking no embarrassing or discomforting questions. He wondered whether Zhou Mo had warned them beforehand, because no one even questioned his background. They gathered in the little garden like a real family, sipping tea, chatting, laughing, and sharing. The atmosphere was relaxed, and Chu Tian could clearly feel how considerate the Zhou family was toward his feelings. This treatment differed greatly from his last experience when visiting a date's family for the first time. Moreover, the mutual respect and concern within the Zhou family was what he longed for most in an ideal family. He subtly glanced around the Zhou family circle, then turned to look at Zhou Mo. His eyes shimmered with a layer of moist gleam. As if guided by telepathy, his true family actually called him at this unprecedented moment. Chapter 119, Disappointment. Chu Tian looked at the caller ID, but he didn't feel the joy that he normally would have. Over the years, his father had only called him once. When Chu Tian was accused of plagiarism last time, his father called to scold him for disgracing the family. He wondered what this call could possibly be about now. Chu Tian smiled at everyone and said, "Excuse me, I need to take this call." "Alright, go ahead." Since his father spoke loudly, Chu Tian moved a little further away. He walked to the corner of the garden and answered the phone. "Hello, Dad." What are you doing?" Chu Tian raised his eyebrows in surprise. What was going on? His father actually greeted him casually. "I'm at a friend's house. Is there something you need?" There was a pause on the other end of the line. Chu Jiangwo's tone was a little awkward. "Your boyfriend told me about it." After some thought, "Since you won't change, and considering his family background isn't bad either, I don't want to be an old-fashioned thinker. When will you two get married?" "Your mom and I will come." "Huh? Marriage?" Chu Tian was a bit taken aback. "Are you talking about Zhou Mo coming to see you?" "What? You didn't know?" "I really didn't." Chu Tian turned around and glanced at Zhou Mo from afar, noticing that Zhou Mo had been glancing at him sideways all along. As soon as Chu Tian turned around, Zhou Mo faced him directly. Even though they were quite far apart, Chu Tian could still feel a sense of warmth from his deep, calm gaze. He asked absent-mindedly, "Dad, when did he come?" "Just a few days ago. He came with quite a bad temper, and when I said a couple of words, he got mad." "Why didn't you know? Moreover, he even took the household registration book. Isn't he a scammer or something?" Chu Tian immediately connected this to the so-called business trip to Liaoshe that Zhou Mo went on a few days ago. Now, he realized exactly what he had done. His heart felt a mix of sourness and tingling numbness. It turned out that the person who had made this proud prodigy upset wasn't someone else but his own parents. The humiliation and anger Zhou Mo had endured upon returning had been for him. Yet, Zhou Mo hadn't mentioned a word, silently taking care of everything for him. How could a person be so good? Chu Tian couldn't help but keep staring in Zhou Mo's direction. Though they were far apart, their eyes met, and his vision gradually became blurred. "Did you also tell him what you've always told me? Did you scold him?" Chu Jiangwo snorted coldly. "What, can't I say a couple of words to a junior like him? Anyway, you two men aren't anything serious. What's wrong with you? Didn't we agree already?" Chu Tian heard Wan Youfang's voice interrupting Chu Jiangwo. Reluctantly, Chu Jiangwo said, "In short, your mom and I have decided to accept it. We'll treat it as if you were born a daughter, marry whoever you want. At your wedding, your uncle and cousin's families will also attend. Make sure you entertain them properly and don't embarrass us, understand?" Although Chu Jiangwo's words weren't entirely pleasant, the fact that his parents finally accepted his choice and blessed him made Chu Tian deeply moved, of course. "But how did you suddenly think it through? Zhou Mo didn't seem to convince you back then, right?" Your aunties found out about your boyfriend's identity and persuaded me. They talked about how we're in a new era now and our thoughts should keep up with the times. We are both people's teachers, so we definitely wouldn't be old-minded either way. But listen clearly, I'm still uncomfortable about this whole thing. Don't expect me to chat cheerfully with you guys, that's impossible. The best I can do is treat it as if you were getting married. Got it? Chu Tian chuckled, saying, "Sure. As long as you're happy, that's fine. Can I come home for the new year then?" Come back if you want." With these words spoken, the knot in Chu Tian's heart that had lasted for years was finally untied. He stood straight, feeling unprecedentedly light. Finally, he could gain his family's recognition, and finally, he would have a home to return to. "Oh, by the way, isn't your boyfriend a banker? My two nephews and their wives are all legitimate undergraduates from top universities with strong abilities. When they come, have your fiancé introduce them to jobs in Beijing. They're capable people, just give them a chance. And please, don't assign them to run errands or such." The smile gradually faded from Chu Tian's eyes. "Aren't my cousins doing well in Liaoshe?" Weren't you always telling me how accomplished and promising they were? If they're doing fine, why do they need to come to the capital for development? Can Liaoshe ever compare with the capital? People aim high, don't they? Didn't we lack connections in the past? Now that you finally have the ability to help out our family, shouldn't you pitch in? Besides, your cousins are talented. Who knows who might end up helping whom once they get there? Don't go backing out on me, I've already promised your uncles. You overestimate me. I can't help them. The warmth in Chu Tian's eyes disappeared completely. He coldly said, Dad, you never once asked if Zhou Mo treats me well. What if I told you he doesn't care about me at all? Would any of this still matter then? Humph, you brought it on yourself. I told you a long time ago that being with a man is unnatural. You didn't listen. Your life is your own choice, I can't control it anymore. Is it that you can't control it, or simply that you don't care? Chu Tian's heart turned ice cold as he finally asked the question that had lingered in his mind for years, Dad, Mom. Actually, I've always wondered, are we related by blood? What do you mean by that? Chu Jiangluo's voice carried an undertone of anger. I don't mean anything. Chu Tian wiped his face, staring blankly into the distance. He said, if I'm not your biological child, I won't blame you anymore. So now you're blaming us. Did we force you into homosexuality? You've brought such shame upon us that we can't even look up in front of relatives, and you still have the nerve to blame us. Chu Jiangluo's words spilled out through the phone, piercing Chu Tian's eardrums painfully. Ha! Chu Tian tried to laugh lightly but couldn't continue. His mouth opened and closed again, yet no sound came out. Should he have guessed it much earlier? How could parents who had never understood him suddenly become open-minded? For a moment, he almost believed that they accepted his relationship because they saw Zhou Mo's character and potential, thinking that even though he was with a man, their son could still lead a good life. But the truth was, they only accepted him now because he finally had some utility, they could use him in front of their relatives. They weren't accepting his choices or his life, they were merely accepting Zhou Mo's identity. As if all strength had been drained from his body, Chu Tian's back slowly bent. His body felt unusually heavy, and even standing seemed like a challenge. Zhou Mo noticed something was wrong and quickly got up from his seat to walk toward him. When Chu Tian saw him coming, he took a deep breath, forcing a bit of sound from his throat. If you genuinely want to witness my happiness, then please come. If it makes you uncomfortable, feel free not to show up. As for the relatives at home, well, I can't help them much. If they want to develop in the capital, I can at most temporarily arrange a place for them to stay. As for the rest, they'll have to rely on their own abilities to prove they can survive here. What nonsense are you talking about? I've already agreed. Beep 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 beep. Before Zhou Mo reached him, Chu Tian hung up the phone. Chapter 120, Don't force it if it's not destined. Zhou Mo glanced at Chu Tian's hanging hand, walked up to him and put an arm around his waist, asking worriedly, Honey, are you okay? Not really. There was deep exhaustion and disappointment in Chu Tian's eyes. He seemed like he was about to collapse, and even his voice was faint. Daddy, I'm sorry, I feel a bit unsteady. Can I lean on you for a moment? Of course. Without hesitation, Zhou Mo held Chu Tian in his arms, and the Zhou family, upon seeing this, very considerately left the garden to give them space to communicate. Looking at the retreating backs of the Zhou family, there was a flicker of envy in Chu Tian's eyes. Your family is truly wonderful. They will be your family too, if you wish. Zhou Mo lightly caressed Chu Tian's back and asked solemnly, Honey, who called you? It was my dad. Chu Tian nuzzled against Zhou Mo's neck and muttered, You went to see them without me and ended up suffering unnecessarily. Why didn't you tell me? It wasn't that big of a deal, and besides, I didn't get the results I wanted, so there wasn't much to say. How can you say that? Didn't you already get my household registration book? Chu Tian tightly hugged Zhou Mo and asked, What do you plan to do with my household registration book? What do you think? Zhou Mo turned his head, kissed Chu Tian's cheek, and the warmth of his breath eased the chill in Chu Tian's heart. Chu Tian managed a weak smile, I won't say. You say. Zhou Mo lifted Chu Tian's face and earnestly looked into his eyes as he said, The last time I said it, you didn't take it seriously. So let me say it again, I want to transfer your name to my household registration book. I want to be your forever family, your husband. Will you accept? Do you really mean it? Chu Tian's gaze flickered, his eyes soft like the waters of spring. Do you really think I'm suited to be your partner, after you've met my parents? I think you're suited, and I hope that you are. Zhou Mo knew Chu Tian's father must have said something that deeply hurt him, making him appear so fragile. The way his father took advantage of his position to recklessly harm someone Zhou Mo loved filled him with powerless anger. He couldn't wait to shield Chu Tian under his wings, away from those people and situations causing him pain. Now, all he needed was a formal identity to accomplish this, to provide everything Chu Tian deserved. Honey, what's your answer? His thumb gently traced Chu Tian's cheek, and the anger in his eyes softened into tenderness. Give me a chance to give you a home, our own home. All right then. Chu Tian grinned widely, answering decisively, How could I refuse such a good partner? I'm not foolish, am I? Zhou Mo chuckled, leaning in to kiss Chu Tian and said, in that case, shall I let my parents start preparing for our wedding? Sure, prepare it. Chu Tian grasped Zhou Mo's hand and softly said, but if no one from my side attends, will others talk? Your father isn't coming. Then why did he call? It was nothing, just some random words. Chu Tian didn't want Zhou Mo to know about his family wanting to take advantage of Zhou Mo's status. But Zhou Mo said with full understanding, if relatives from your side want to use my connections to develop in Beijing, it's fine. I can arrange relatively dignified jobs for them. You, how did you know? Chu Tian was a bit dazed, then his expression turned angry when he thought of something. My dad has already called you before, hasn't he? No, honey, calm down. Zhou Mo patted Chu Tian's shoulder gently and said, first, I apologize to you. In order to make your parents accept your choice, I used some means. I hope you won't be mad. What means did you use? Zhou Mo pulled Chu Tian back into his arms, using his body's strength to support his wobbly beloved. Since your parents care so much about the opinions of their relatives, I simply let your relatives know about my background. Once they need something from me, they would naturally persuade your parents to accept us. And indeed, it worked out as planned. This is my goal achieved, so don't feel bad about it. Hearing this, Chu Tian felt a sudden pang in his nose. Who goes out of their way to let themselves be used? He weakly replied, aren't you afraid they'll exploit your kindness? It's really no big deal for me. Even without them, there will always be others trying to get close to me and then seek my favor. It's an unavoidable part of socializing anyway. If just supporting a few idle people can make your parents accept you, then I think it's worth it. Would you blame me for taking the initiative? What is there for me to blame you? You're doing all this for me, I know that. Chu Tian tightly closed his eyes for a moment, sighed, and said, but I don't want you to have to endure such troubles because of me, even if you've already gotten used to it. I don't want you to be exploited, or be used as someone's stepping stone. I've thought it through. What have you thought through? Chu Tian smiled and said, I no longer wish for those impractical things. Some things either exist, or they don't. We have to accept our reality. Are you talking about your parents? Chu Tian had truly thought it through. Perhaps because he was soon going to have a home of his own, his attachment to the family that didn't welcome him faded away completely. I've realized that my parents only have the duty to raise me, but not necessarily the obligation to love me. They've fulfilled their responsibility in raising me, anything beyond that, if they are unwilling to give it, then I shouldn't desire it. And my responsibility towards them is simply providing filial support as needed. It's equal exchange, very fair. Therefore, I no longer need their approval, nor their blessing. They cannot accept my orientation anyway, so let it be. Keeping this current non-interaction status suits us perfectly fine, I won't cause unnecessary pain for either side. Zhou Mo fell silent for a while before asking, honey, do you really feel this way? Yeah, I truly do. Chu Tian straightened up, smiled at Zhou Mo and said, seriously, once I thought it through, I felt a huge sense of relief. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have realized how much emotional baggage I've been carrying for so long. Zhou Mo, thank you for what you've done for me. Thank you for choosing me as your family. Having such a great partner, such a great person in my life already makes me more than satisfied. I've truly thought it through. He shrugged after speaking and continued, as for those relatives of mine, well, our current relationship with my family wouldn't have improved without their gossip. It's generous enough on my part that I don't hold grudges against them, why should my man still help them? Their wishes are too good to come true. You mustn't compromise for me anymore, got it? Zhou Mo didn't say anything but carefully observed Chu Tian's expressions. He wasn't sure if Chu Tian had genuinely thought things through or if it was just him pretending in order to avoid causing trouble. In response to his scrutinizing gaze, Chu Tian laughed, leaned over, and kissed him softly on the lips. Though aware they were in the Zhou family garden where they should be more reserved, Chu Tian couldn't control himself. He felt like he was reborn. All the troubles buried deep inside him turned into bubbles that disappeared one by one, leaving behind nothing but pure happiness from Zhou Mo that seemed ready to overflow. In this wonderful moment, he couldn't help but do something special to mark the occasion. Feeling his mood, Zhou Mo also tightly embraced his lover with full force. Two tall, handsome men hugged each other closely, unaware that their intimate scene made the mother hiding upstairs almost tear the curtain apart in excitement. Chapter 121, He is all that is good. Ahem. Zhou De coughed twice behind Fang Hongying but received no response. He glanced at the affectionate couple in the garden, his lips twitched slightly, and then he pulled his wife away. You shouldn't be watching your son and his partner making out like that. Hey, let me go. I wasn't watching them closely, I was just admiring the scenery. Leave me alone. Fang Hongying tried to return, but Zhou De held her waist tightly and dragged her away. Didn't you say you wanted to cook dinner for your son-in-law? Go now, I'll keep you company. Hey, let me go. Let me watch a bit longer. How often do I get to see it live? You're so annoying. Ignoring his wife's protests, Zhou De firmly dragged her away. Jokingly speaking, even if they were their son and son-in-law, those were still two men. There's no way he would let his wife keep staring at them, whether online or offline. If there is anything out of control in real life, can't he still intervene? After they left, the couple in the garden kissed a bit more before parting ways. Men always start acting righteous only after they're done. Chu Tian looked over his shoulder at the impressive mansion behind him and muttered somewhat regretfully, well, I couldn't help myself. I hope your family doesn't think I'm frivolous. Zhou Mo slightly curved his lips and, pulling Chu Tian's hand, slowly walked back towards the house. No problem, it was my fault anyway. Huh, how could we let the big boss take the blame? That'd make me feel bad. Zhou Mo tilted his head and looked at him. The tenderness in his gaze almost made Chu Tian unable to move. As your husband, it is my duty to take the fall for you. Ah. Chu Tian quickly turned his head and coughed, suppressing the tumultuous flutter in his heart. Damn it, why does he have to talk with such a deep voice again? Wasn't he just teasing him intentionally once more? He squeezed Zhou Mo's palm and said solemnly, my performance today has been quite embarrassing already. Please don't tempt me anymore, or I might not be able to step through your family's door. Zhou Mo looked somewhat guiltless. How exactly did I tempt you? Just act innocent, huh? This time, the big boss truly had nothing to apologize for. He was merely expressing his heartfelt feelings. However, as some unexpected effect was reached, he took the opportunity to propose. Since you've agreed to my proposal, why don't we pick up our marriage certificate right after dinner, and leave the wedding date to Grandpa to decide? What do you think? Pick up the certificate today. Chu Tian was a bit shocked. Isn't this a little too hasty? It is a bit rushed, but I hope you understand. After all, Mr. Su hasn't given up on you yet. Before everything settles down, I simply cannot feel at ease. Therefore, I hope that you will belong to me soon. Humph, he's just going through a period of adjustment since he hasn't found a new target yet. It's not what you're thinking. Anyway, I've completely lost any feelings for him. What's there to be worried about? Zhou Mo nodded lightly, speaking calmly, you seem to know him well. Not that. Chu Tian intended to explain but realized it was something he should avoid delving into. So, he hurriedly changed the subject. It's just that I'm afraid the timing is too tight. Don't we need to sign a prenuptial agreement before we marry? Zhou Mo furrowed his brows slightly. Why sign one? Are you planning to divorce me? Of course not. Chu Tian answered without hesitation, but who knows about the future? Your family is vast. Without a prenup, you'll definitely lose out, don't you worry at all. Zhou Mo confidently smiled and, gazing deeply into Chu Tian's eyes, said firmly, I am not worried because I am certain my lifelong partner will only be you. And I won't hesitate to tell you this, once you become mine, you will never escape. Therefore, all my money is yours, and both you and your money are mine. Tell me, why would I bother signing an agreement? Well, it seems this guy is now completely honest with him, isn't he? Does he believe that they are inevitably inseparable? While inwardly criticizing, Chu Tian openly observed Zhou Mo, from his well-rounded forehead down to his thick eyebrows, piercing eyes, straight thin nose, to the thin lips he thought were extremely sexy. This man was simply so perfect that he didn't seem real, and Chu Tian struggled to find a single flaw on him. But as hard as he tried, nothing came to mind. He felt like he was truly deeply in love with Zhou Mo, so even when all of his schemes and dark traits were exposed, Chu Tian only found them endearing. Scared you? Chu Tian continued to look at him tenderly without answering. As Chu Tian examined Zhou Mo was also observing Chu Tian closely. Not sure if it was because Chu Tian had just verbally agreed to marry him, but now looking at Chu Tian, Zhou Mo distinctly felt a new sensation inside him. His eyes naturally carried a mysterious filter that made Chu Tian look as though he radiated soft light. It was as if Chu Tian resembled the shimmering surface of a lake under sunlight, or dandelion seeds traveling in the wind, or dawn, or streams. He could almost be compared to every wonderful thing in the world. And all these beauties would soon belong entirely to him. Just thinking about it made Zhou Mo's chest feel full and swollen, with a particularly soft sensation, like feathers brushing against his heart, lightly ticklish yet enough to make his whole body tremble. Unable to resist, he leaned in again to kiss this treasure exclusively belonging to him, saying hoarsely, even if you're scared, don't run away, alright? Chu Tian chuckled lightly, gently pushing Zhou Mo away. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone watching them from the kitchen window, making him feel rather embarrassed. I'm not scared, nor am I running. It's just that I think you're too cute, I can't help but get lost in admiration. He pulled Zhou Mo and continued walking forward. The grass under his feet felt as soft as clouds, and he felt slightly floating as he walked, unsure whether the grass was really that soft or if his current mindset was just too ethereal. Zhou Mo accepted all the compliments from his lover, having been told many times by Chu Tian. He was already immune to the word cute and no longer attempted to correct his image, since as long as his lover liked it, it was fine. Then will you come with me this afternoon? Why not? Anyway, my household registration book is already with you. Chu Tian swung their intertwined hands lightly, with an exceptionally relaxed tone. Let me tell you, I once met a fortune teller who said I'd get married at 32 years old and that this partner would stay with me for life. I thought he was inaccurate before, but now I realize I encountered a living god. Tell me, isn't that magical? Chapter 122, Something Seems Off. It is quite amazing, it seems that our bond was destined long ago. You are meant to be my person. That's for sure. When fate comes, there's no stopping it. As the two were joking, they passed through the garden and arrived at the living room. The old man was engrossed in reading Chu Tian's previous novel, while Zhoda was in the kitchen helping his wife cook. Chu Tian felt that his performance today wasn't good. He had dampened the mood of the family when they were happy. He worried that he might already have a negative impression in the Zhou family's eyes. So, he hurriedly walked into the kitchen to try and make up for it, hoping to gain back some points. When Chu Tian entered, he didn't see anyone else in the kitchen, immediately realizing who the person peeping earlier must have been. His ears grew slightly red, but he could only put on a thick face as if he knew nothing. Uncle Ing, Uncle Da, I'd like to help too. Sure. Come on over, help me pick some vegetables. Fan Hongying enthusiastically waved Chu Tian over, simultaneously shooing her husband away. Alright, you go do something else. We don't need you here. But I'm not busy. We agreed that I'd help, didn't we? Oh come on, I've got little Tian helping now, and you're just in the way. Go outside. Fan Hongying couldn't bear the stumbling block any longer. She directly pushed her husband out from the large open kitchen. Son, take your dad away quickly. Don't let him disturb us cooking with Xiao Tian. Zhoda stood still at where he was. Hey, I haven't said anything yet, how can I be disturbing? Sweetheart, don't go overboard now. Dad, come over here. I actually have something urgent to discuss with you. Zhou Mo waved the mobile phone in his hand seriously, looking like a genuine matter at hand. There were only these two men in the family who weren't fond of performing plays, so after thinking for a moment, Zhoda decided to walk towards Zhou Mo. Fan Hongying secretly gave her son a thumbs up behind them. Zhou Mo smirked slightly, then led his unwelcome father away. Passing by the old man, he said, Grandpa, aren't your eyes tired from looking at it this whole time? I have all his paper books, you can go to my study to get one and read it. The old man didn't even glance up, replying, No, the words on paper are too small. It's uncomfortable to read. I'll just use my phone. Why don't you use the audiobook function then? This way you won't have to read it yourself. What? There's an audiobook option. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Quickly set it up for me. The old man immediately handed his phone over. After Zhou Mo opened the audiobook app for him, the old man held the phone happily. Phew, this is much more convenient. Let me find a comfortable spot to lie down and listen. Before leaving, he turned around and asked Zhou Mo, is everything okay with my future daughter-in-law? Yes, everything's fine. That's good. Take care, and if she has any troubles, remember to ask and help her proactively, understand? Zhou Mo nodded. I know, don't worry. Well, I won't say more then. Your writing is really fascinating, my grandson. The old man clutched his phone joyfully and went off to find his recliner. Zhou Mo smiled looking at his grandfather's retreating figure. Then he turned to Zhoda and said, Dad, let's go to the study. Zhoda frowned and huffed, you better have something real to talk about. If you're just trying to push me away again from Mom, I'll do the same to your partner later, believe me? Zhou Mo looked at him expressionlessly, saying, I do have something serious. With the recent leadership change, there are quite a few people making moves. Some old friends have already changed sides. I want to discuss this with you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Da's expression immediately became serious. I've also gotten some news on this matter. Tell me, who do you know is involved? Zhou Mo pushed the study door open, waiting for Zhou Da to go in. Then he softly closed the door. Based on my information, the person who failed last election has pulled Huang family member over, and also. In the meantime in the kitchen, Fan Hongying was listening with a delighted smile as Chu Tian narrated the story of his meeting, understanding, and love with Zhou Mo. Whenever she heard some of the sweet words her son mentioned, her ears flushed red with excitement. Chu Tian thought she was merely too warm, and considerately suggested letting him prepare the meal instead so she could rest. Fan Hongying waved quickly, it's fine, I'm not hot. Continue telling your story. You were saying about the time my son took you for a wild ride. That must have been shortly after you two started dating, right? How was it? Wasn't he super cool during the drive? While reminiscing about his story with Zhou Mo, Chu Tian's smile never wavered. He nodded with a grin and frankly said, he was so handsome that night, I was completely captivated. I made him official on the spot. Wow, so you too? Fan Hongying quietly stomped her feet to suppress her almost verbalized inappropriate comment and asked tactfully, so after you returned that night, your relationship must have advanced rapidly, right? Thinking of that crazy night, Chu Tian lowered his head slightly and let out a deep as the corner of his lips curved. Being in front of his lover's mother, it felt slightly immoral for such restricted scenes to pop into his mind, which filled him with a tinge of shame. One glance at Chu Tian's flushed ears and neck made Fan Hongying aware that plenty of unspeakable moments must have happened that evening. Wow, it was really. Fan Hongying suppressed her voice low but swallowed the word exciting. She usually indulged in pairings involving pretty young men, rarely encountering the dual alpha type like her son and Chu Tian. It turns out this dual alpha pairing was incredibly alluring. When these evenly matched men stood together, it was a clash of muscles and a blending of sweat. Just being near them exuded an irresistible male hormone aura. If not reminded of her role and need to stay dignified, she might have let out a shriek from pure excitement. Huh. Chu Tian noticed Fang Hongying's unusually flushed face, a red so deep it alarmed him. He quickly put down the green beans he held, genuinely concerned, saying, "Anting, if you're really warm, don't force yourself. Your face is so red right now. You should rest for a bit. Today, I'll take over the cooking since I'm always the one doing it at home, and I can work pretty fast." "Ah. No, I'm not warm. I just blush easily. See, my palms aren't hot at all." Fang Hongying pressed her palm against Chu Tian's hand to demonstrate her supposed healthiness, unwilling to leave when they were just getting to the interesting part. Smiling slyly at Chu Tian, while still plucking vegetables, she prompted, "Come on, keep going." Then what happened? Who proposed moving in together? As Chu Tian continued to be coaxed by her questions, something finally started feeling off. Given that he'd been around certain circles earlier, during nights at the bar where he entertained himself, some female acquaintances had shown keen interest in him even knowing he's gay. Especially when he interacted with his dates then, their giggling and excited screams came immediately to mind, eyes glowing as bright as incandescent bulbs. Those memories suddenly resurfaced, leading to a moment of realization for Chu Tian. That's why he thought Fang Hongying's gaze had felt so familiar, wasn't it just like those girls who used to look at him in the gay bars years ago? Chapter 123, Lucky to meet you. Missing, you. Chu Tian was hesitant, this person was the mistress of the Zhou family. Could she possibly have such an unusual hobby? What's wrong with me? Fang Hongying blinked her eyes and smiled appropriately at the corners of her mouth, exuding a composed elegance and grace. She certainly appeared to be someone from an upright noble family. Chu Tian suppressed his guesses in his heart and shook his head. "Nothing, I just didn't expect that neither of your families would oppose my being with Zhou Mo, which really surprised me." Fang Hongying covered her mouth with a smile and said, "Of course we don't oppose it. What age are we living in now where parents still meddle in their children's lives? Moreover, given what a sharp guy my son is, how could he pick someone who's wrong for him? We aren't worried about him at all." She asked Chu Tian while smiling, "How about it, did you imagine me as one of those wicked mother-in-laws before coming?" "Of course not, your mother to Zhou Mo. I believe that anyone capable of raising such a gentle child must herself be quite gentle." By this point, Chu Tian's heart was no longer uneasy like it had been before coming here. After interacting with Fang Hongying, he genuinely found her to be very approachable, their interaction was as easy as chatting with a friend. He sighed again about how fortunate he was to meet someone like Zhou Mo and have a wonderful family like theirs. Now, when looking back at the setbacks and pain he'd experienced earlier, Chu Tian felt that perhaps they were simply life's tests. Without these misfortunes, perhaps he wouldn't have the happiness he experiences today. There's a phrase online, "Thank the ex for not marrying me," and Chu Tian was currently feeling exactly this way. Due to this new perspective he has assigned to his past painful experiences, those memories are no longer sharp-edged. Recalling Xue Chenyang's betrayal and the things he once said, Chu Tian feels no particular sentiment anymore, those memories feel like silent films, evoking no emotional ripples. He now even feels grateful for Xue Chenyang's perfectly timed betrayal, which let him extricate himself from that inappropriate relationship, thus enabling him to meet Zhou Mo. Recalling how their relationship rapidly evolved after meeting each other, Chu Tian feels, as if by some fate, there exists the trace of destiny in their journey. Life, full of highs and lows on the surface, is actually merely filled with the humdrum of daily chores and the alternation between joy and sorrow, yet amidst its apparent monotony, life often presents unexpected twists and turns. Chu Tian, in his lifetime, had no great aspirations, nor desired anything else. All he wanted was a warm little home, a goal for which he was willing to expend all his effort to achieve. His relationship with Zhou Mo, under Zhou Mo's guidance, has led him step by step to this moment. Chu Tian felt like he hadn't done much himself, but Zhou Mo had presented everything he wanted to him effortlessly. The doubts he once harbored towards their relationship made him feel a sense of shame. However, by this moment, all his worries and hesitations had dissipated. He knew firmly that he would never let go of Zhou Mo's hand for the rest of his life, regardless of how this bond eventually concluded. Now, all he wanted was to cherish the current happiness and invest his entire life into nurturing this relationship carefully. After comprehending these thoughts, he somewhat understood Zhou Mo's urgent wish to get married. He couldn't help asking Fang Hongying, "Anting, Zhou Mo said he will take me to register our marriage in the afternoon. Do you think it's appropriate?" "Ah. Is he that rushed?" Fang Hongying was a bit taken aback, "He hasn't even mentioned it to us. That doesn't seem like him." Upon hearing this, Chu Tian instantly became anxious inside. He laughed faintly and said, "Yes, don't you think it's rather abrupt too? Or maybe I should discuss with him whether we should wait for a while." No, you've misunderstood me. It's not that I object or anything. I just think getting married is too casual this way. At the very least, you should choose a proper date in advance." At this, Chu Tian calmed down a bit. He replied, "Zhou Mo plans to choose a good day for the wedding ceremony. Today, we'll only go through the registration formalities. Even for registering, it shouldn't be too casual." As an older generation person, Fang Hongying placed much importance on this aspect. In a heartfelt tone, she explained to Chu Tian, "You young people are a bit too untraditional these days. This isn't feudal superstition, it's about getting auspicious blessings and seeking good fortune from heaven. Marriage happens only once in a lifetime, so it's important to respect the traditions. The starkly different attitudes of both sets of parents toward this marriage made Chu Tian deeply reflective, but since he had already set aside unwarranted hopes, he no longer felt disheartened. Since he had already decided to marry Zhou Mo, there was no longer any reason to hide the matters related to his family. He took the initiative to tell Fang Hongying, "Aunt Ing, my wedding with Zhou Mo might require you to worry more about us. This is my first time getting married, so I don't know much about the procedures. As for my parents, they probably won't come, and I guess there will only be a few friends attending from my side." When that happens, the more Chu Tian spoke, the less confident he became. He thought that people might gossip about it later on, but in fact, this didn't even need to be asked. How could anyone not have their parents present at their own wedding if they were still alive? There would surely be some opinions about their marriage then. Fang Hongying was also a considerate woman. She guessed Chu Tian's concerns and held his hand gently, saying softly, "Xiao Tian, you don't need to worry about these things at all. Since you've decided to marry Zhou Mo, from now on, you will be our son. In the future, your household registration will be transferred to our Zhou family, and you will be a member of the Zhou family. If anyone dares to talk behind your back, that would be provoking the Zhou family. Don't worry." Looking across the entire capital, there aren't many people who dare to criticize the Zhou family publicly. People with class wouldn't always talk about others' affairs either. So, just relax and leave everything to us. I'm just worried that you'll feel regretful. About your parents. Why don't I personally go and communicate with them? Fang Hongying's attentiveness and gentleness deeply moved Chu Tian. He had never heard such considerate words from his mother. His parents completely disregarded his feelings, yet the Zhou family always put themselves in his shoes. Perhaps meeting the Zhou family was really something like divine compensation for him. The things he yearned for but never possessed, the Zhou family gave him. He shook his head with a smile, but his voice trembled when he spoke. "It's fine, you don't need to care about them. I have no regrets. We are better off not disturbing each other. It's just a little troublesome for you." Fang Hongying gently patted his shoulder and said, "What nonsense are you talking about, child? How is this troubling at all? At that time, I'll gather my sisters to help me brainstorm ideas, it'll be like a game. We'll be so happy. You men simply don't understand this kind of fun." Chu Tian smiled, and his eyes shimmered with a soft glow. Fang Hongying knew her son's decisive nature. If he said they were going to get their marriage certificate today, then they definitely would. With that thought, she lost interest in preparing vegetables. "No, I must check. If the date today isn't good, you two should wait a bit." She put down the green beans in her hands and quickly took out her phone to check the almanac. Chapter 124, All Things Are Favorable. Chu Tian hadn't thought about it before, but now that Fang Hongying mentioned it, he became a little interested too, so he leaned over and started looking at the calendar with her. Both of them paused when they saw the two words, "Great Auspices," on the calendar. Could it be this coincidental? As they looked further, today's date clearly showed, "Great Auspices, all matters are favorable." Wow, you tell me what kind of luck this kid has. He just picks a random day and it turns out to be a great auspicious day. This really is an unexpected blessing. Fang Hongying said happily as she looked up at Chu Tian. "Don't miss this good day then, I'll cook quickly, and you two can eat earlier and go sooner to avoid the long queues." "Alright," Chu Tian replied, starting to feel a bit excited. He didn't expect the day to be this auspicious, it felt like a divine blessing from above. There was a noticeable difference in feeling between having these words and not having them. He couldn't help wanting to share this good news with Zhou Mo. Just then, Zhou Mo finished talking with his father and came out. As soon as he turned around, he saw Zhou Mo standing in the living room behind them. Since their place would officially belong to them later in the afternoon, Chu Tian disregarded any shyness. With uncontainable excitement in his voice, he beckoned Zhou Mo over. "Zhou Mo, come quick." With a smile, Zhou Mo walked over, naturally wrapped his arms around Chu Tian's waist from behind, and unconsciously massaged him. "What's got you so happy?" After standing for a while, Chu Tian's lower back had indeed become quite sore. The moment Zhou Mo arrived, he instinctively leaned into his embrace. Pointing at Fang Hongying's phone, he said excitedly, "Look, today is an extremely auspicious day. Everything suits well, just in time for us." Zhou Mo gently lowered his gaze and looked at Chu Tian tenderly, his tone deepened. "I guess proposing to you today fits perfectly." Seeing the delight in Chu Tian's eyes, Zhou Mo decided not to reveal the fact that he had chosen this very lucky day to rush through his proposal. Fang Hongying glanced at their posture and found it hard to suppress the corners of her mouth lifting, though she pretended to scold them. "It's shameful, who proposes and registers marriage on the same day. There's absolutely no sense of ceremony. It's just that Xiao Tian doesn't care." "There won't be, Auntie Ying," Chu Tian responded, "I think it's perfect this way. We're both men, we don't need such formalities. If he ever arranged some big event with roses everywhere and knelt down in front of me, I'd probably feel awkward." Fang Hongying covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Okay, I understand your synchronization. Alright, I'll handle things here. You two should go get ready for the clothes you'll wear later." This outfit won't do. By the way, did you prepare the wedding rings yet? Fang Hongying clapped her hands. It's still too hasty. Mom, please don't worry, I've already prepared the ring, it's just that I haven't received it yet. I just called and confirmed, they will send someone over shortly. Oh, that's good, Fang Hongying let out a sigh of relief after patting her chest, finally putting her mind at ease. Chu Tian stared at Zhou Mo in surprise and said, I thought you proposed impulsively, how did you have the ring prepared ahead of time? Being with you could never be impulsive. Zhou Mo gazed deeply into Chu Tian's eyes, his warm palm tracing along Chu Tian's spine. Darling, from the moment we met on the plane, everything between us has been destined. You. Chu Tian was momentarily speechless, staring into his eyes. What exactly did he mean? If there were no coincidences, then does that mean every single thing afterward, including this proposal today, was part of his plan? Geez. You call him darling? Finally, Fang Hongying broke her restraint. She covered her mouth and looked at Chu Tian with excitement. And you? No offense, Auntie's just curious, what do you call him? Do you call him darling, too, or? Cough cough, wife, watch your words, Zhou De frowned as he approached. Listen to yourself. Is this appropriate? As soon as Fang Hongying saw Zhou De approaching, she knew she was about to be interrupted again. With a sullen pout, she turned back to her cooking duties. Standing nearby, Chu Tian blinked mischievously at Fang Hongying's side profile, then casually said, I call him boss sometimes, or big darling. Sometimes, I use his full name, so it's not fixed. A sharp crack resounded, the green beans were broken harshly by force. When Fang Hongying turned back, she maintained an elegant smile and softly said, young lovers are always playful, calling each other by whatever pet names adds a romantic charm. Cough. Fang Hongying turned and shot her husband a glare. If your throat's sore, go drink some tea. This is the kitchen right now, stop coughing all the time here. Chu Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud beside her. What a lovely family. No wonder they could raise Zhou Mo into such a big sweetheart, clearly it was all genetic. Mom's cooking today, so just look forward to her skills. Let's head out for a bit. Zhou Mo, unable to bear his father's persistent stares any longer, dragged Chu Tian away from the kitchen battlefield. After walking far enough away, Zhou Mo asked, how about it, feeling more relaxed now? Chu Tian smiled easily. Yeah, everyone in your family is great. I'm not nervous at all anymore. That's good. After we get our certificate this afternoon, they'll officially become your family too. If you like the vibe at home, we can stay at the old house for a while after getting married. Sure. Chu Tian really liked Zhou's family. He had always yearned for a lively and bustling household like this, so naturally, he didn't mind living with them. By the way, isn't your mom, what's that term again? Like a fujoshi, those who enjoy shipping couples. Zhou Mo smirked faintly at the corner of his lips. So, you finally noticed. Geez, I kept wondering why she spent the whole ride asking how we interacted, and how detailed her questions were. At first, I thought she wanted to analyze if our feelings were genuine or not. Later, her face turned red and only then did I recall seeing her react like this before. Who would have thought? Yeah, so there's no way my mom could possibly oppose us. She'd be thrilled instead. It was only now that Chu Tian realized, if you already knew what kind of person she was, why didn't you tell me earlier when I was all anxious and tense? How could you be so mean-spirited? Didn't you always call me Big Wolf Tail? Isn't being bad just normal for me? That's true, my mistake. To avoid delaying Chu Tian and Zhou Mo's trip to register, Fang Hongying even called an aunt over to help, and soon the meal was ready. The whole family enjoyed the meal happily together. Once the grandfather learned about their plans to go register, as a practical man, he immediately handed Chu Tian a black gold card, calling it spending money. Then Zhou De also gave him one. Unable to refuse, Chu Tian reluctantly accepted them. In comparison, the emerald thumb ring given by Fang Hongying seemed much more appropriate. Chapter 125, I love you, I dare to go, to any unknown fate. After gaining the Zhou family's approval, Chu Tian was overjoyed, feeling lightheaded as he walked. The ring had also arrived by now, and Zhou Mo pulled Chu Tian into his room to change clothes in preparation for their departure. It was Chu Tian's first time entering his lover's bedroom, but upon stepping inside, he didn't feel unfamiliar at all. Perhaps it was because the sense of security that Zhou Mo gave him had already seeped deep into his bones. In this room that belonged to his lover, he felt a sense of calmness. Chu Tian looked around as he sighed, I thought the rooms of successful people would be either black and white themed or full of antiques, but I never expected your room to be so modern. This is the style my mom chose for me, later on, you can choose the style for our home, Zhou Mo led him to sit down on the bed. Chu Tian immediately became wary, what are you up to? It's still noon, and we're in your house. Don't get too reckless. Zhou Mo chuckled while looking at him, do you think I'm some kind of person who takes advantage? I just noticed that your back has been uncomfortable, so I simply wanted you to rest a bit by sitting down. Is that so? Chu Tian pushed him gently, but I can't really trust the words of someone like you, you big flirt. You'd better stay away from me a bit. Alright. Without hesitation, Zhou Mo turned around and walked to his wardrobe, selecting 2 white shirts before returning. When we register our marriage later, you'll wear one of my shirts, it needs to be white. Yours? Will it fit me? Chu Tian took it and measured it against himself. Our body types aren't that different. This shirt is slightly larger, so it should fit you. Go ahead and try it on. Not that different. Chu Tian flexed his chest muscles, raising an eyebrow at Zhou Mo, you're really saying nonsense right to my face. Are these muscles I've trained so hard for nothing? Zhou Mo softly laughed in a low voice, placing his hand on Chu Tian's chest, on the spot that he had always loved so much. He whispered, not at all. I like them very much. Between the two of them, both character and bodies had melded together harmoniously. With just a touch from Zhou Mo, Chu Tian could feel his skin heating up. No, they were rushing off to register their marriage after all. He quickly shook off Zhou Mo's hand, saying, I thought you'd even prepared my clothes beforehand. Looks like there are areas where you're not meticulous after all. Zhou Mo then slowly approached Chu Tian, gazing into his eyes and saying, sweetheart, I did it intentionally. I want you to wear my clothes, then, become mine. The sudden show of strength caught Chu Tian off guard. Zhou Mo smiled and took the shirt from Chu Tian's hands, darling, let me help you with that. Chu Tian looked into the deep eyes of his lover and suddenly felt drained of all energy. Like a gift, he was unwrapped personally by his lover, and then wrapped again. The bow on the present was a beautiful ring. During the entire process, Chu Tian's consciousness felt as if it was being enveloped by something exceptionally soft. Dazed and somewhat confused, his reactions slowed down significantly. He was like a newborn infant, fully depending on the man before him. Zhou Mo asked him to lift his arms, and he lifted them. To lower his head, and he lowered it. All he could do was stare at Zhou Mo without blinking. After Zhou Mo finished dressing him, he noticed Chu Tian's moist gaze and smiled tenderly before leaning forward to kiss him. His lover's kiss was soft, like clouds warmed by the sun, warm and comforting. This no doubt made Chu Tian even more dazed. He slowly blinked, continuing to stare at Zhou Mo afterward. What's wrong? Why have you become so quiet? Zhou Mo reached out to pinch the nape of Chu Tian's neck lightly. Chu Tian slowly shook his head. His heart seemed filled with warm emotions, many things he wanted to say, but he had no desire to speak. A peculiar sense of sluggishness enveloped him completely. He didn't want to say anything, nor think about anything, only wanting to give himself entirely to Zhou Mo, allowing him to take him wherever he wished to go. Between them, a silent understanding flowed. Though Chu Tian said nothing, Zhou Mo comprehended his feelings well. Holding Chu Tian's hand tightly, he brought him into the car under the blessings of the Zhou family. On the way, Chu Tian continuously stared down at their interlaced fingers. The 2 silver rings on them were mesmerizing, and he didn't even blink as he gazed at them. Sweetheart, after looking at the rings for such a long time, it's time you looked up and met the eyes of your husband. Only then did Chu Tian look up at Zhou Mo, and once his eyes locked onto him, they stayed fixed for a long time. Zhou Mo found Chu Tian's reaction adorable. Of course, Chu Tian's appearance had nothing to do with cuteness in general, but Zhou Mo truly and deeply felt that he was so cute it melted his heart. Perhaps this was the same feeling Chu Tian had when he once called Zhou Mo cute. With tenderness, Zhou Mo gently brushed away the disheveled strands of hair from Chu Tian's forehead. After letting him stare for a long time, he softly asked, so, is this your pre-wedding stress response? When Zhou Mo's voice reached Chu Tian's ears, it seemed hazy and weightless, as if it were unreal. Chu Tian could hear what he was saying and respond accordingly, but he remained trapped in an unusually dull sensory state, unable to fully escape it. No one had ever told him about such reactions before getting married. Maybe this reaction was unique to him, after all, wasn't Zhou Mo perfectly fine? Chu Tian suddenly became anxious. He worried that this might just be a beautiful dream, one he wanted to wake up from yet feared waking up from. He could only grip Zhou Mo's hand tightly, silently pleading for help. Zhou Mo looked at Chu Tian, then gently pulled him into a tight embrace. Chu Tian, I love you. This simple sentence acted like a magic spell, instantly freeing Chu Tian from his confined state. His eyes gradually regained their sparkle as he descended back to reality from the clouds. Clutching Zhou Mo tightly in return, tears began to moisten his eyes. Overcome with emotion, he couldn't stop declaring his love over and over. Zhou Mo, I also love you so much, so much. Do you know how much I love you? I know, sweetheart, I know. Their fervent confession rekindled their already passionate love, reigniting the overwhelming affection they held for each other, causing their eyes to well up with emotion. Chu Tian looked up and noticed the moisture glistening in Zhou Mo's eyes. He shed tears first. Who would have thought marriage would have such a powerful impact? Our household boss even has red eyes. He carefully wiped away the tears at the corners of Zhou Mo's eyes, sobbing quietly, Zhou Mo, why do I love you so much? Why does it feel like something is always off with me? How did you make me this fragile? Zhou Mo smiled faintly at the corner of his lips, pulling Chu Tian back into his arms. Speaking close to Chu Tian's ear, almost like a sigh, he said, Chu Tian, you will never leave my side in this lifetime, it won't be allowed. Chu Tian chuckled lightly, resting on his chest and replied, and you'll never ditch me either. Whoever leaves becomes the loser. Zhou Mo also laughed, and the two embraced tightly without another word. They listened silently to each other's heartbeat and breathing, finding more meaning in this peaceful moment than in thousands of words. Chapter 126, You belong to me, I own you. Today was a rare and auspicious day. There were many people waiting outside the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married, and when Chu Tian and Zhou Mo arrived after taking their 1-inch photos, the queue had already extended outside. So many people, can we still make it? Chu Tian anxiously tightened his grip on Zhou Mo's hand. The thought of possibly not being able to register today made him feel uneasy. What a great day this is, it would be such a pity to miss it. Zhou Mo directly pulled him towards the back door, don't worry, everything's arranged. Ah. Chu Tian glanced at the crowd outside and whispered, are we cutting in line? This doesn't seem right. As someone who had never used any privilege before, Chu Tian felt a slight sense of guilt. But Zhou Mo said, I pay hundreds of millions of taxes every year for the country. In that regard, I am somewhat like a VIP user for government departments. Occasionally enjoying a bit of small privilege shouldn't be excessive, right? What you're saying makes sense. Chu Tian nervously rubbed his hands. Hey, I've never been married before. What should we do first? I don't know either. Once we go inside, we'll just follow instructions. How strange, there are things even you don't know about. Zhou Mo smiled, I haven't been married before either. If I did know, you'd be worried instead. Chu Tian laughed, true. Once inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, they were greeted by a staff member who guided them to an office to fill out forms. Chu Tian's palms were starting to sweat now. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Chu, here are your application materials. Once both of you have completed them, just hand them over to me. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. After placing down the pen, the staff member discreetly left. Zhou Mo handed the marriage application to Chu Tian, come on, start filling it out. Alright. Chu Tian carefully took it, but suddenly exclaimed in panic, oh no, I forgot my ID card. I brought it. Don't worry, I've prepared all the documents. Zhou Mo opened the black leather bag he carried with him, revealing Chu Tian's household registration book and ID card. At this point, Chu Tian finally reacted, that doesn't add up. Having the household registration book at your place is fine, but how did you think to bring my ID? You must have planned to bring me here today to get our certificate way ahead of time, right? All that about a sudden idea was just an act, wasn't it? Zhou Mo smiled without answering and simply focused on filling out his own information. Seeing that Zhou Mo had already filled in several lines, Chu Tian didn't have time to ask questions anymore. He also quickly started to fill out the form, but as soon as he wrote a horizontal stroke, the characters curved like worms, which made him anxious. He pressed his fingertips harder, wanting to write more neatly. However, the more he wanted to write properly, the more crooked and slanted his writing became. It was even worse than his handwriting during elementary school days. The sweat on his hands had soaked the pen so much that he couldn't hold it steadily. Oh no, I messed up the writing. Can I get another blank form? Zhou Mo turned his head and saw Chu Tian's childish-like handwriting, unable to help but smile. He reached out to pinch Chu Tian's neck gently, softly comforting him, it's alright, dear, don't be nervous. These forms are just for the staff members to review, and they have nothing to do with our marriage certificate. Take a deep breath. Once the form is done, this task is complete, it's simple. I understand, I'm not nervous. Chu Tian discreetly wiped the sweat off his hands onto his pants, then picked up the pen again, looking serious as he continued to fill out the form. After waiting for a while, Zhou Mo called the staff member once Chu Tian finally finished filling out the application. Watching the staff take away the forms and documents, Chu Tian let out a long sigh. He turned to look at Zhou Mo, and finally smiled, finally done. The last time I wrote so nervously was when I filled out the college entrance exam application forms. Back then, my handwriting resembled tadpoles, so ugly. How about you? Were you nervous back then? Zhou Mo shook his head lightly, I didn't participate in the college entrance exams, so I never experienced that feeling. Oh, you went abroad to study, right? By the way, I don't know what you were like before. Tell me something about yourself. What do you want to hear? Zhou Mo loosened the first button of his collar, exposing his Adam's apple. Chu Tian's gaze instantly got attracted to it. Unconsciously swallowing, Chu Tian asked, you're so handsome. There must have been quite a few people who liked you back then, right? Thinking of the unreachable Zhou Mo from his youth, Chu Tian felt incredibly regretful. His lover possessed top-notch looks, character, and intelligence. At the age of 20+, he must have been a well-known figure in school back then, wasn't he? I don't know who was the lucky man or woman to be with him back then. Even though he knew everyone has a past, Chu Tian suddenly felt a pang of jealousy when thinking that someone else had once enjoyed Zhou Mo's tenderness. He then thought of a serious question and abruptly looked up at Zhou Mo, asking, hey, do you have an unattainable, white moonlight, in your life? Someone you'd remember forever. Wait, am I anyone's substitute? Zhou Mo had already gotten used to his lover's random musings. He reached out to smooth Chu Tian's crumpled collar, looking at him with an amused smile and saying, "Do you think there is anyone I want but cannot get?" That's true. Chu Tian was successfully convinced by the influential figure. He also realized he might have overthought things. The white moonlight complex still gave him a slight sense of psychological shadow. Fortunately, Zhou Mo is entirely different from Su Qianyang, and he shouldn't compare this distinguished person to that young master. Then tell me about your life studying abroad before. Even though I missed it, I believe you must have lived your precious youth quite vibrantly. Zhou Mo looked at him and smiled. Honey, we're currently writing our future together. Are you sure you want to dwell on the past right now? You're right. No matter who your past belonged to, your future belongs to me. Chu Tian knew his little annoyance had been noticed by Zhou Mo. He didn't know what was wrong with him today, not here but they're feeling somehow strange. At this moment, the staff knocked and entered, presenting their marriage certificate to them. Sorry for keeping you waiting, here is your marriage certificate, wish you a happy wedding. Thank you. When Chu Tian took the two thin red booklets, his hands trembled violently as if he had Parkinson's disease. How could he still care about the previous bit of jealousy at this moment, with only one thought in his mind, I'm married. I have a family. I have my own home. Zhou Mo also felt very excited upon seeing those two small books. However, unlike Chu Tian, he held Chu Tian's hand, guiding him to open the booklet. In the photo, the two people were tightly huddled together. Chu Tian couldn't manage a laugh due to nervousness. After taking many photos, the final smile still seemed somewhat stiff to him. On the contrary, the usually toothless grinning Zhou Mo laughed naturally. Chu Tian curiously touched Zhou Mo's photo, saying, "Big treasure, you look so handsome when you smile. How come I feel like I've never seen your teeth before?" Zhou Mo was also staring at the two photos. You also look handsome when you smile. In the future, I'll smile more for you, exclusively for you. Okay. Alright. Chu Tian again touched the obvious embossed mark on the photo. The couple's pictures were stamped with that sacred seal, which meant from this moment onward, they became legal. Chu Tian couldn't help but burst into a silly smile. Hee, today unexpectedly turned out to be our big day. We should drink something to celebrate, right? Anything goes. If you want to drink, just do. Or shall we invite your friends? Good idea. Let's invite Little Goat and his boyfriend. Now that we're married, let's share our joy with them. Chu Tian suddenly looked up, but don't call Xiang Donglai, please. He hasn't fiancé yet, still messed around with Shan Yang, which I think isn't right. Fine, no friends of mine today, just yours will keep you company. Whatever else you fancy doing, I'll go along with you. After getting married, Zhou Mo showed particular indulgence towards his newlywed lover. Unlocking a new identity filled him with a renewed sense of responsibility, and when he looked at Chu Tian, there was an all-new perspective. And the fact that Chu Tian belonged to him was deeply etched into his soul. At this moment, he finally felt his life was complete. Chapter 127, We crossed the sea of love, and we're glad we didn't give up initially. After collecting their certificate, the two quietly left through the back door. Once in the car, Chu Tian was eager to share his joy with someone else. He thought about it and came to the conclusion that the only option was Shan Yang. After all, his other friends weren't in the capital city, and his family certainly didn't care about him at all. In the past, he might have felt a bit disheartened about this, but now, he had no feelings about it whatsoever. He took out his phone intending to call Shan Yang's number, but the more anxious he became, the more mistakes he made. Something as simple as dialing a number turned into an ordeal that took him ages to get right. He got frustrated and turned to Zhou Mo for help. Dude, I keep messing up. Help me out here. Zhou Mo hugged Chu Tian from behind, holding his hand and whispering gently into his ear, baby, don't rush. Take your time. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tian blinked and lowered his eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. What was going on? How did he suddenly feel like a useless person? Worse still, not only Zhou Mo saw his embarrassing state, but there was also a driver in the front seat who could very well think he was dumb. Fortunately, the driver was extremely perceptive and proactively raised the privacy screen. Chu Tian coughed slightly, consoling himself inwardly, it's fine, the man obviously has professional standards. Pretend he doesn't exist. After sorting his thoughts, he whispered to Zhou Mo, you mustn't laugh at me. I just can't help myself, this is too incredible. I've actually gotten married, can you believe it? I just went out to eat dinner and ended up getting married. Can you understand how I feel? Zhou Mo chuckled softly, I understand, and I'm very happy. He pressed a kiss to Chu Tian's cheek, baby, you are completely mine now. Do you have the awareness? I know, Chu Tian replied quietly. Hearing what Zhou Mo said, he truly felt like he had been officially labeled as Zhou Mo exclusive. Even though they were both men, logically speaking, he should have some resistance towards being conquered or claimed by someone else, but how could he describe it? After reflecting, Chu Tian realized that he didn't find it unpleasant at all, rather, it gave him a subtle sense of security. It was as if having this label meant he wasn't homeless anymore. No matter where he went from now on, he would remember that his soul was already deeply tied to another person's, and he would never be alone again. How could he possibly dislike such a feeling? Looking at Zhou Mo, Chu Tian's eyes glimmered with soft light, it still feels so magical, like a dream. Originally, I was a vagrant, searching my whole life for a home, but in the blink of an eye, I've suddenly obtained what I've always yearned for. Is this real? Zhou Mo was uncomfortable when he heard Chu Tian describe himself like that. He placed his palm against Chu Tian's nape and rested his forehead against Chu Tian's. His deep and steady voice reverberated through Chu Tian's soul. This is real, honey. You have me now. Your wandering has come to an end, and I will walk this road ahead with you. You. Chu Tian couldn't say more than one word before his eyes began to well up with tears. This statement struck a chord within him, blurring his vision. He leaned gently against Zhou Mo, feeling like he had finally set down all his burdens. A sense of relief washed over him. Leaning on Zhou Mo's shoulder, he laughed softly, though his voice trembled with emotion. You caught me off guard by calling me this, huh? Are you asking me to call you husband? Zhou Mo patted his head tenderly and responded gently, do as you please. If it makes you happy, you can call me. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Anyway, you need to know and remember this, I am your husband, your forever family. Chu Tian lay lazily in his arms. Then if you put it like that, I won't call you husband. Zhou Mo, why are you so good? Because it's you. Others rarely describe me this way. That means you're even better. You're also great. No, I'm not. I feel like I haven't done anything for you. You're the one who takes care of me. With you, I'm starting to become a complete waste of space. You belong to me. It's natural for me to take care of you. Just accept it and rest easy. How can I let that happen? What if you change your mind one day and stop taking care of me? Would I even survive? I won't. Zhou Mo cupped Chu Tian's face in his hands, looking at him seriously and saying, baby, I never make promises lightly because I will always fulfill whatever I say. I promise to remain faithful to you throughout my life. Do you trust me? Chu Tian did have some understanding of Zhou Mo's integrity. Of course, he knew that Zhou Mo was a man of his word, so when Zhou Mo didn't say it first, Chu Tian wouldn't dare ask either. But now that Zhou Mo had spoken up, Chu Tian felt at ease and no longer worried. Chu Tian took a deep breath and the tears streamed down his face. He grabbed Zhou Mo's head and planted a passionate kiss on him. I believe you. He laughed through his tears, damn it, my life is worth it. Zhou Mo smiled as well. He embraced Chu Tian and let him sit on his lap. Chu Tian cupped Zhou Mo's face and couldn't resist exchanging another long kiss with him. Why do humans enjoy kissing so much? Chu Tian thought hazily that perhaps a kiss could convey a lot of information, such as whether the person kissing you has an emotion for you that goes beyond physical desire or comes from genuine compassion. Zhou Mo's kisses were gentle yet commanding. They complemented each other perfectly and formed a fervent passion that made one indulge in it effortlessly. Chu Tian could feel that Zhou Mo truly treated him as something exclusively belonging to him. His possessiveness and protective nature were never hidden, which brought great comfort to Chu Tian who lacked security. Of course, he wanted to repay Zhou Mo with his whole heart. As they kissed more intensely, Zhou Mo relied on his iron willpower to finally loosen his grip on Chu Tian. He pressed Chu Tian's head against his chest, his breathing slightly rapid. Alright, weren't you saying you wanted to find a friend to go out for drinks? Here, give me your phone, let me help you make the call. No thanks, Chu Tian shook his head, I'll wait until tomorrow. I've changed my mind, I just want to be with you today. Let's go home, alright? The subtle seduction in his eyes made Zhou Mo's breathing even heavier. Are you serious? Yeah. Chu Tian smiled, now that we're married, shouldn't we celebrate by consummating the marriage tonight? Isn't your waist still sore? So what if it's sore? Chu Tian laughed audaciously and gently pinched Zhou Mo's cheek, his gaze as tender as spring water. Husband, you'd better show me what you've got it? Humph, Zhou Mo chuckled briefly. He tightened his arms around Chu Tian's waist and hoarsely said, alright. Chapter 128, My husband, he's absolutely wonderful. After Su Chenyang had a conversation with his father last night, he appeared radiant and brimming with energy today. After arriving at the company, he received one piece of good news after another. The company they intended to acquire had finally given in and agreed to their acquisition plan. This was great news for their company because once the acquisition was completed, they would be able to list on the stock market quickly via backdoor listing. Moreover, the funds for the real estate project that he was collaborating on with the Feng family were also already in place, waiting only for an auspicious day to begin construction. With these pieces of good news at the forefront, Su Chenyang felt it was undoubtedly a good omen. He now had a particularly smooth feeling, and with this added sensation, he believed the probability of achieving what he desired in his heart was quite high. At this point, he no longer exhibited any hesitance from the previous night. A clear plan had already been formulated in his mind. After handling the company's affairs, he called together a group of second-generation elites and successfully released the information he wanted to leak. If someone is having a smooth time, then it truly feels like finding money while walking. Not only did Su Chenyang manage to release the information he wished to disclose at the gathering, but he also unintentionally learned a very important insider message. This message happened to concern the plot of land that their Su family had set their sights on. It turned out that after drinking with those second-generation elites and going to the restroom, Su Chenyang overheard Zhou Kai quietly transmitting messages to someone else. Upon hearing the name of the plot of land, he immediately perked up his ears. It turns out that the plot of land they originally planned to bid on was included within the development range of the new district. Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang became quite excited inside because this news was largely consistent with what they had previously guessed in their hearts. The location of that plot of land was indeed excellent. Moreover, the grandfather of the second-generation person who leaked the information was a member of the planning committee, so there was a high likelihood that this message could very well be true. If this were indeed the case, then this plot of land was definitely one they must obtain in the Su family. But since Zhou Kai had passed the message to the other side, the competition at that time would surely be fierce. Nevertheless, if they managed to secure this plot of land, it would certainly yield substantial profits for their family in the future. No matter what, he still couldn't let it go. Of course, Su Chenyang was also very cautious. After obtaining this information, he informed his father, asking him to verify it again. For Su Chenyang, this day was a day full of gains. He was very happy inside and wanted to share his joy with someone. But these matters were all crucial secrets, something he couldn't openly share with friends. After some deliberation, Chu Tian was the only person he was willing to share this joy with. Chu Tian had already blocked his number, and the call made yesterday had also been blocked by Zhou Mo. Without hesitation, Su Chenyang used the new card he had recently obtained and dialed Chu Tian. Chu Tian and Zhou Mo, exhausted after their heated celebration of their wedding, had already returned home, with Zhou Mo cooking dinner in the kitchen for Chu Tian. When Su Chenyang's call came through, Chu Tian was lounging in bed playing on his phone. The sudden ring startled him, causing him to inadvertently pick up the call. A voice that was both familiar and strange came through the phone. "Hello, Brother Chu." Chu Tian paused, then responded calmly, Young Master Su, do you have something to say?" The person on the other end clearly hesitated as well, then replied delightedly, "Brother Chu, you finally picked up my call. I'm so happy, I'm exceptionally happy today, do you know why?" Oh, it was an accidental answer. Given his own wedding day, Chu Tian's mood was naturally particularly good, so he didn't speak as sharply to Su Chenyang as usual. He even laughed and asked, "What's making you so happy? Did you get married too?" "Of course not." Su Chenyang subconsciously replied before suddenly reacting, "What do you mean, I got married? Who else got married?" "It's me," Chu Tian cheerfully replied, "I got married today." Surprising, isn't it? There was silence on the other end for a long while, but Chu Tian could hear the continued rapid breathing, estimating that Su Chenyang was quite angered. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Chenyang's voice deepened like a dormant volcano about to erupt. "Brother Chu, you and Zhou Mo got married?" Chu Tian lazily yawned. "Yes, who else would it be?" Su Chenyang lost all the good mood he had accumulated throughout the day. Clenching his teeth tightly, his voice seemed squeezed through gritted teeth. "You've gotten married so soon after knowing each other for such a short period of time, this doesn't seem like you at all, Brother Chu. Could it be because of their family's money?" Chu Tian let out a cold laugh, picked up a cigarette from beside him, lit it, and took a deep drag before exhaling slowly. Then he said in an offhand manner, "Of course not. My husband may have a lot of money, but he's also handsome, kind, respectful, and never treats others like slaves just because his family is so wealthy they could rival a country. And most importantly, he can make his own decisions about his life. With a man this good, how could I not seize the opportunity?" Every word Chu Tian spoke was dripping with innuendo, and Su Chenyang certainly didn't miss it. His face instantly turned pale as he felt extremely humiliated by the remarks. It was as if someone had slapped him hard across the face, and now his cheeks burned with shame. "Brother Chu, do you really think so poorly of me?" "It's hard for me to say whether or not you're capable, all I'm doing is stating facts," Chu Tian replied lazily while exhaling another puff of smoke. "Su Chenyang, stop calling me. Your call yesterday nearly got me into trouble on my desk for half the night. If you keep showing up at odd moments, these old bones of mine won't be able to handle it. Besides, I'm already married. If you still have any moral conscience, you should avoid me completely. Understand?" The sound of something like a trash can being kicked over came through the phone, followed by Su Chenyang's infuriated voice. "Chu Tian, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? You know damn well that I love you, yet you deliberately describe how others touch you. How can you be so cruel?" Chu Tian twitched his lips and said, "Don't kid yourself. When we were together, you made me wear a green hat, and after breaking up, you kept trying to ruin my happiness. That doesn't count as love, does it? My husband truly loves me." Chu Tian continued earnestly to Su Chenyang, "I used to be such an idiot, even when we reached the point of becoming engaged. We never interacted with my parents, and yet I foolishly believed you really wanted to spend your entire life with me." Su Chenyang angrily snapped back, "Didn't you say there's bad blood between you and your parents?" "Yeah, that's what I told you. But my husband actually secretly met my parents without telling me. For a proud man like him, it was quite a struggle for him to go groveling before two old sticks in the mud. Yet he suffered silently, without telling me a word, enduring everything alone." When Chu Tian mentioned this again, he was deeply moved and couldn't help but brag to Su Chenyang, "See? This is what real love looks like, someone who wants to spend their entire life with me. Do you understand? All you do is talk big, what can you compare with my husband? Chu Tian. Su Chenyang lost control of his emotions and shouted harshly over the phone, just wait. Don't think you'll be safe just because you've registered marriage with him and consider yourself the master of Zhou family. He hasn't even held a wedding ceremony for you, and you seriously think he's serious about you? Let me tell you, you can only belong to me for the rest of your life. Once you fall into my hands, I will make sure you regret every word you've said today. Don't be ridiculous, you. Beep beep beep. So enraged, Su Chenyang didn't hear any reason and hung up the phone. Chu Tian stared at the cell phone screen and sighed deeply. Why is this guy becoming more and more unpredictable? What did he mean earlier? He struggled to turn around due to his tired body, only to find Zhou Mo leaning nonchalantly against the doorframe, arms crossed. Chu Tian wasn't sure how long Zhou Mo had been standing there. Chapter 129, The wind is gentle, people are gentle. Chu Tian carefully reflected on the words he had just spoken and his heart burned with embarrassment. He touched his nose and asked awkwardly, when did you come? Why didn't I hear any sound? Zhou Mo smiled, I arrived at an inconvenient time, and happened to hear your greeting. All right, you heard everything. Chu Tian tilted his neck as he looked at him, but you heard that I was praising you, there wasn't a single ambiguous word exchanged between us. You can't possibly still be jealous, can you? Of course not. Zhou Mo approached him with a smile, examining every trace left from before, as if admiring an artwork. Then he said, however, it seems like she isn't giving up on you, she even dares to have her sights set on you. Don't you think it's too disrespectful towards me? The half-smiling look of this big boss was intimidating. Chu Tian couldn't tell whether he was truly angry or just pretending to fool him. Well, she's fearless, how would she know your strength? You're a true boss, she's just a spoiled little lady who doesn't understand heaven's height or earth's depth. Don't be mad. It's our special day today. Let's not bring up unpleasant matters, okay? You sound like you're defending her. I am not. Chu Tian quickly raised 4 fingers in a serious manner, I swear to heaven that I don't have even a shred of feelings for her. My heart is all yours now. You mustn't doubt me. That's fine. I'm not suspicious of you. Zhou Mo grabbed his hand, saying, let's go, dinner's ready, I'll take you to eat. But Chu Tian refused to move, what's going on? Before marriage, you held me in bed and fed me food. But after marriage, you make me get out of bed by myself to eat. Isn't that too quick a change? Zhou Mo laughed, alright, you wait. I'll bring it over. That's more like it. Chu Tian took Zhou Mo's hand and kissed the back of it, then arrogantly lifted his chin, hurry up already. I'm starving. Alright, as you wish, my dear wife. Zhou Mo's indulgent tone made Chu Tian blush, but he thought, considering how sore his waist felt, getting cajoled a bit wasn't such a bad thing. This gentleness, he accepted it without guilt. After Zhou Mo left, Chu Tian finally let out a long breath. Phew, his waist was safe. Would this matter pass today? What Chu Tian didn't know was that Zhou Mo's face became extremely terrible after leaving the room. Those who understood him well knew that this expression only came when he hit his limit, but such expressions were something he never showed in front of Chu Tian. In front of Chu Tian, Zhou Mo has always been a gentle gentleman, a somewhat sinister wolf in disguise, and an exceptionally shrewd big boss, rather than the ruthless living Yan Wang, king of hell, rumored about outside. Chu Tian would never know what a terrible fate awaited those who provoked Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo soon returned to the bedroom carrying the food, however, he didn't let Chu Tian eat in bed. Instead, he carried Chu Tian to the open-air balcony. It was evening precisely, and as autumn progressed, a cooling breeze blew. However, their temperature together was perfectly comfortable. Chu Tian lay in Zhou Mo's arms, leisurely enjoying being fed by his lover. Although he could only eat a bowl of plain white congee, it did nothing to dampen his good mood. He swung his foot tips and said, oh no. I suddenly remembered I haven't posted anything on my social media yet. Such a big celebration cannot possibly lack a social media post. Post later, let's eat first. Oh, he took a couple of bites before suddenly remembering another thing. By the way, didn't you say someone named Xiao Jiao also works in your company? What's her agenda? Don't tell me you don't know. Zhou Mo smiled and fed him the gruel, why didn't you say this earlier? Only now did you remember asking about this. Chu Tian lazily swallowed the porridge and then said, before, I felt I didn't have the qualification to meddle in your company affairs, but now, you're my husband. Tell me, do I have the qualification? Of course, you've always had the qualification. Zhou Mo wiped his mouth with the pad of his finger, asking softly, then what do you think should I do with her? I won't say, this depends on your attitude. What about you? Are you planning to keep her around indefinitely? Not at all. Zhou Mo continued to feed Chu Tian and then said, my original plan was to transfer her overseas after she joined the company. However, since you are still concerned about it, shall I transfer her away right now? Chu Tian turned around and looked at him, raising an eyebrow and asking, will that work? Would she agree? Zhou Mo lowered his head and kissed Chu Tian's forehead. Since she's here to work, she should follow the company's arrangements. If she's unwilling to go abroad, I will transfer her to another branch. In any case, I won't let her have a chance to get close to me. Would that make you feel at ease? That works for me. Chu Tian sat up contentedly, squinting his eyes as he lazily leaned into Zhou Mo's embrace and gazed at the distant sky. The fading sunlight stained the entire sky red like ink spilled on paper, the red so vibrant, so magnificent. Chu Tian usually loved but also dreaded looking at such scenery because it always stirred up the threads of sorrow in his heart, making him extraordinarily vulnerable, just as it did now. The last gleam of sunset was about to be swallowed by the horizon. He knew very well that the sun would rise again tomorrow, yet he still felt a pang of sadness. Do you see that sunset? It says goodbye so easily. Is there really no way to keep it around? He knew these words were nonsensical, a kind of baseless lamentation, yet he couldn't help but share them with Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo wasn't impatient about his little mood swings, nor did he find it unnecessary babble. Instead, he gently held Chu Tian and said, if you want to see it again, all you need is to eat well, sleep well, and spend each day meaningfully. By this time tomorrow, you'll meet it again, then bid it farewell with a smile. Yes, we'll meet again tomorrow, but tomorrow's sun won't be the same one as today, and neither will tomorrow's me be the same person. Chu Tian turned and rubbed his cheek against Zhou Mo's chest, his voice muffled, the more brilliant things are, the harder they are to bear seeing. I hate fleeting things, they only make me painfully aware of how insignificant life is. This feeling makes me feel too powerless. Zhou Mo gently stroked his head and said, darling, precisely because life is short and fleeting, we should treasure every minute and second happily. For all things in the universe, the day of extinction will eventually come, but before that happens, we must at least burn brightly without seeking everlasting fame or regretting our lives. Chu Tian raised his head and looked at Zhou Mo seriously. After a long pause, he said, Zhou Mo, do you know, you're the first person who responded so seriously to these absurd emotions of mine. Is that so? Zhou Mo smiled faintly, then it's my honor. Looks like I'm your only confidant, am I not? There's no doubt about it. We're the modern Yuboya and Zhongziki, except the advanced version that leads directly to marriage. Chu Tian's mood finally returned to normal, and a smile reappeared on his face. Zhou Mo scrutinized him carefully, ensuring the faint melancholy in his eyes had completely vanished. Only then did he lightly pinch Chu Tian's chin and kiss him under the fading twilight light. At this moment, the wind was gentle, and so were the people. Chu Tian was deeply immersed in this soft emotion and could no longer remember what sorrow felt like. Chapter 130, Brother's Plea. Su Chenyang returned home, dispirited after being beaten by Chu Tian, and locked himself in the bedroom. The dark room was pitch black. Su Chenyang squatted on the bed with his hands hugging his legs, blankly staring at the white wall opposite. What had happened today gave him a surreal feeling, as if it were a play. He always thought it wasn't real. He would never have imagined that Zhou Mo would actually marry Chu Tian, their family Zhou would truly accept Chu Tian. All of this came about so suddenly. He was all geared up to fight back and reclaim Chu Tian, but now Chu Tian was already thoroughly someone else's. This went way beyond what he could accept. He felt a myriad of emotions, angry and aggrieved all at once. Why did it have to be so sudden? He had never even married Chu Tian. It was clear that Chu Tian almost should have been his. Su Chenyang felt a faint sense of collapse creeping in because he knew how much marriage and family meant to Chu Tian. So upon learning about his marriage to Zhou Mo, he couldn't bear it another second. He needed to bring down the Zhou family quickly and snatch Chu Tian right back. He wanted to punish him severely for betraying him completely. Absolutely, he couldn't let Chu Tian use Zhou Mo as his emotional pillar and forget him entirely. While he was most disheartened, Feng Zheng called him. He glanced listlessly at the phone and picked up without spirit. Hello. Hello. Brother. I want to ask you something. There was an unusually hesitant tone in Feng Zheng's voice on the phone, and when listened carefully, there was also a hint of panic. Su Chenyang assumed he'd gotten into trouble and became more alert, asking, speak up, what happened? It's just that, one of my friends. Tisk, Su Chenyang chuckled, then said, all right, what happened with your friend? Tell me. Feng Zheng sounded particularly deflated, lacking the energy to bicker with Su Chenyang. It's like, my friend here, he's straight, and then he accidentally, really accidentally, slept with a man, someone he can't afford to offend. Tell me, how do you guys usually deal with situations like this? Oh, who did you sleep with? And still trying to be stubborn, Feng Zheng said, not me. I've already told you, it's my friend. Quickly tell me, is there some sort of established resolution within your circle for such a situation? Su Chenyang sneered, how exactly does accidentally happen? Did you two randomly stick together while walking? You go to hell. Feng Zheng snapped, can't you be serious for a moment? Or rather, they got drunk, confused, okay. Your friend seems pretty interesting. Su Chenyang gave no face to Feng Zheng, bluntly saying, if men really get drunk, where will they find the strength for that kind of thing? That they managed it can only show that alcohol bolstered his boldness, he's using it as an excuse. After sleeping with someone, pretending to be straight, this guy is not reliable. Not, Sai, you don't understand at all. That was truly an accident. Su Chenyang lightly said, oh, what kind of an accident? Did you take aphrodisiacs? Since it had been guessed, Feng didn't bother pretending anymore. What's wrong with you? I'm genuinely seeking your help here, and all you do is mock me. Are you seriously such a buddy? So tell me, how do you plan to handle this? You've already slept with the person. Man or woman, you can't be unclear about that. Just be honest with me, are you attracted to them? Really shaken up by tonight's incident, Feng blurted out aimlessly, that, how could I? I'm straight. Su Chenyang replied half-heartedly in agreement twice, you're still straight. How about the other party? Is he also straight? How would I know? We didn't talk that far yet. What was the other party's reaction? Caught off guard, Feng muttered sulkily, he said we'll consider it an accident, acted as if nothing happened, and gave me an antique. Tell me, does he think I'm a male escort? That's definitely not the case. Hearing about his brother's embarrassing ordeal, Su Chenyang's mood improved significantly, which male escort is worth a piece of antique per night. Since the other party esteems you so much, you might as well be happy about it. Hey! Why can't you say a single decent word? Stop joking around and give me advice fast. Tell me, how should I interact with him from now on? Just act normally. What do you mean? Isn't the other person's implication quite clear? He doesn't take it seriously, why are you dwelling on it? Nonsense, this is the first time I've slept with a man, how can I not think about it? Su Chenyang laughed, what do you mean? From the way you talk, you actually want to sleep with him again? Are you insane? I just... Feng paused, then irritably said, Sai, I knew you're unreliable. You don't even show a bit of brotherhood and give me advice. Never mind, I'll ask Brother Chu instead. Upon hearing him mention Chu Tian, Su Chenyang's laughter immediately disappeared, replaced by a cold voice, Feng Brother Chu has married Zhou Mo. Did you know? What? When did that happen? Feng was clearly surprised. Just today. When I was at my happiest moment, he personally told me about his marriage to Zhou Mo. Tell me, how could he be so heartless? Shit. Brother Chu is awesome. Feng blurted out his honest thoughts in sheer shock. What do you mean? Whose side are you on? Su Chenyang's expression darkened. All this sides nonsense. You two have already broken up long ago. What's so surprising about him marrying someone else? Now maybe you can finally let go. Why should I let go? He made me dependent on him, so why should I just accept being abandoned like this? What? You've got to be kidding me. Feng clearly couldn't believe the logic Su Chenyang was using. Dude, aren't you going crazy or something? Brother Chu may be great, but he's married now. There are plenty of other fishes in the sea. You're a big shot who can find anyone you want. Why must you keep obsessing over this? Su Chenyang angrily roared with red eyes, I will absolutely obsess over this till the end. He belongs to me, and I will never let him enjoy peace with someone else. Alright, it seems you really are crazy. Do you think Mr. Zhou is some kind of hell demon you can mess around with however you like? Su Chenyang exhaled deeply and said, you don't need to care. In this lifetime, I'll get what I want no matter what, so stop trying to persuade me. Hey. Are you okay upstairs? You. Beep 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 beep. Not wanting to hear Feng mock his feelings any longer, Su Chenyang hung up directly. No one would ever understand his persistence for Chu Tian. They didn't know how hard every single day was without Chu Tian's love. All his current torment was thanks to Chu Tian, therefore, Chu Tian had to take responsibility for him. He wiped his face, opened the door, and went to his father's study. Chapter 131, One Day. After Chu Tian and Zhou Mo finished eating, they started chatting in the courtyard. When Feng called, Chu Tian was still laughing and said, hey, it's like everyone today has telepathic connections, why are they all calling me? Leaning against Zhou Mo and too lazy to take out his phone, he directly turned on the speaker. Hello, Feng. Why are you calling me? Hello, Brother Chu, I heard that you and Mr. Zhou got your marriage certificate today. Is that true? Chu Tian chuckled and said, wow, your information is pretty reliable. It's true. What do you think? Didn't expect Brother Chu to move so fast, huh? It's really something, Brother Chu. You're amazing. You even managed to snag a guy like Mr. Zhou. From now on, you're my idol. Chu Tian turned to look at Zhou Mo after hearing this, his smile almost reaching his ears. No, I don't have any ability. It's Mr. Zhou who has the skills, pulling me by the nose all along. I've been taken down by him. Huh, it's all the same right, Brother Chu. Congratulations on your new marriage. When are you planning the wedding? Not decided yet. We don't know much about these things, so we'll leave it to our elders to arrange. You must come when it happens. Definitely. After chatting with Chu Tian for a while, Feng Zheng's tone suddenly became lower and more hesitant. Ahem, Brother Chu, I encountered a small issue. As someone with experience, can you give me some advice? Sure, what's up? Cough, well, I had too much alcohol before and, accidentally lost my mind and, slept with a man. Cough, what should I do? Hearing this, Chu Tian abruptly sat up, surprised. What happened to you? Aren't you straight? Yes, I'm straight. That's why I was scared. That's why I'm seeking your advice. Chu Tian paused for a moment. What kind of advice do you want me to give? Was it not consensual? Did you force him? No. You misunderstood. We're good friends, but it happened in a moment of confusion. Now I don't know how to face him afterward, and he doesn't seem to care. He even gave me an antique as a gift. Can you help analyze this? Is giving an antique after sleeping together a tradition among gays? Chu Tian laughed at this. You're really stretching it. If that were a tradition, who would dare to be gay easily? Also true. So what do you think this means? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, you better figure out your own thoughts first before caring what others mean. Ah. What thoughts? Don't pretend. Being men, we all understand those feelings. Would you really go through with it if you didn't have any feelings for him? Alcohol isn't a good excuse. No, wait, it wasn't me, it was him. Feng Zheng began rambling, you wouldn't understand. I didn't intend to, but... Now, Chu Tian was genuinely surprised. What exactly are you trying to say? Did you get forced? Feng Zheng remained silent for a while before muttering, it's hard to say. I just couldn't fight back. Pfft. Chu Tian burst into laughter. Wow, who's this person who makes even you unable to resist? Could it be Zhongli? Phew. Brother Chu, don't joke like that. If it were Zhongli, I'd vomit for 3 days. Oh. Then why didn't you throw up after this one slept with you? Maybe you have some feelings for him. I don't know. I'm straight. Feng Zheng's voice sounded very confused. Chu Tian stopped joking around and seriously said, then you need to figure it out. If you don't want to develop any other relationship, then just pretend nothing happened, right? But if you have some feelings, then I suggest you give yourself time to think clearly. Just make sure you don't regret later. You're right, I need to think it over carefully. Feng Zheng seemed to recover slightly. Still, Brother Chu is the most dependable. Su Chenyang, that kid just knows how to mock me. Chu Tian smiled but didn't respond. Feng Zheng also realized that he mentioned someone he shouldn't, so he awkwardly laughed and said, so, Brother Chu, I won't bother you anymore. Let's drink together when you have free time again. Sure, tomorrow I plan to celebrate getting my marriage certificate by inviting some friends for drinks. You and Zhongli can come too. That sounds great, see you tomorrow. Alright. After hanging up, Chu Tian leaned back into Zhou Mo's arms and remarked, these youngsters sure are interesting. I think Feng Zheng should settle down soon. Zhou Mo wasn't particularly interested in other people's affairs, but he was still listening carefully. Chu Tian's mind became unusually active at night. He always came up with one thing after another, his conversation topics leaping around. One moment talking about the East, the next about the West, while Zhou Mo listened with a smile. After Chu Tian had a quick chatter, he suddenly turned and looked at Zhou Mo, asking, Big baby, am I boring you with all this talk? Zhou Mo gave a faint smile as he shook his head, not at all, it's pretty interesting. Chu Tian gazed at him, then said abruptly, do you know that I love you? Yes, I know. Zhou Mo lowered his head to give him a kiss before picking him up and saying, it's getting late, let's get some sleep. Tomorrow, we'll visit the old house first. Mom said she wants to discuss the wedding with us. Okay. The newlyweds hugged each other tightly and soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, the two were ready to head over to the Zhou residence. On their way out, they met the mother and daughter who last time delivered sweet soup to Chu Tian. The child, spotting the couple, ran towards Chu Tian excitedly, Uncle, I was just about to look for you. Huh? Why are you looking for me? Chu Tian's leg was wrapped by the little girl, this sudden warmth momentarily bewildering him. The little girl looked up at him and said, Uncle, you gave me a flower last time, so I painted it. I want to give it to you. Oh, how thoughtful of you. Chu Tian accepted the painting from the girl. Her mother interjected nearby, our little Nan Nan really likes you. She keeps talking about coming to find Uncle to play, sorry for any inconvenience. Don't worry about it. Chu Tian pinched the girl's cheek with a smile, saying, thank you, princess. But Uncle has some work to do, so we'll have to play another day. The little girl glanced at her mother, then obediently nodded, okay, see you again, Uncle. Sure, see you princess. After saying goodbye to the mother and daughter, Chu Tian happily put the drawing in his pocket. Once in the car, Zhou Mo asked about how they knew each other, so Chu Tian recounted everything faithfully. After listening, Zhou Mo paused for a bit. Given his worldly wisdom, he saw through the woman right away. She had deliberately tried to get close to Chu Tian, using her daughter merely as a tool. Even though he could see Chu Tian genuinely liked the little girl, Zhou Mo hesitated whether to expose the truth or not. Zhou Mo rarely wavered like this. However, on one hand, he wanted to protect the beautiful world inside Chu Tian's heart. Yet, he also worried that if Chu Tian didn't learn now to discern these scheming individuals, he might be exploited later. Thinking it over, he decided not to say anything for the time being. Instead, he told Chu Tian, by the way, we'll stay at the old house for a while, so you can discuss the wedding details with Mom. As for our marital home, I'll send you my property shortly. You pick where you'd like to live, and we'll settle there. At this moment, Chu Tian stopped insisting. He understood staying with him caused much inconvenience to Zhou Mo, and he couldn't keep making Zhou Mo adapt to him forever. That works. I'll take it seriously and choose when the time comes. Good. Chapter 132, Shan Yang's boyfriend. After the two returned to the old house and simply discussed the wedding arrangements with the Zhou family, Zhou Mo had someone go directly to Chu Tian's house to move their luggage over. The two officially moved into the Zhou household, much to the disappointment of the mother-daughter pair who had been waiting for Chu Tian to come back. In the afternoon, Chu Tian called and invited Shan Yang and Feng Zheng to a highly private members-only bar. Zhou Mo couldn't join because he had some essential matters to personally handle, so Chu Tian went alone. When Chu Tian was dropped off by the Zhou family's driver outside the bar, he just happened to see Shan Yang and the others arriving as well. He got out of the car and smiled as he walked over. Shan Yang. Over here. Big brother Chu. Shan Yang saw him from afar and waved at him. Chu Tian glanced at the tall, slim, and gentle-looking man standing beside him, feeling a bit surprised because Shan Yang usually came across as very flirtatious. He had assumed that any man who could handle him would be extremely masculine, but instead, this person exuded a scholarly air and obviously was a cultivated intellectual. It was rather interesting seeing these two together. As they got closer, the man politely extended his hand towards Chu Tian. Mr. Chu, hello. My name is Lu Qingzhe. I am Shan Yang's boyfriend. I've heard so much about you from him. It's finally nice to meet you. Hearing this, Chu Tian's first reaction was to the phrase, sister, often mentioned by Shan Yang. He felt slightly uneasy but still shook hands gracefully. Hello, we should indeed have met sooner. I've heard from Shan Yang that you're younger than me. You don't need to call me Mr. Chu. Just follow what he does and call me Big Brother Chu. Alright, Big Brother Chu, please just call me Qingzhe. That works. Let's go inside then. I'm treating everyone today, so help yourselves. Alright, Shan Yang happily wrapped his arm around Lu Qingzhe's as he walked and said, Professor, don't hesitate to enjoy yourself later. Chu's man has lots of money. Lu Qingzhe looked down at him and smiled warmly. Alright. Chu Tian shook his head with a smile nearby. What you said makes it seem like you'd need my man's money to have fun, right? That's true. Shan Yang scrutinized him and curiously circled around him. Big brother Chu, why do you look so different today? Tell me, did something good happen again? Chu Tian touched his nose. Is that so? Do you feel anything different about me? Chu Tian hadn't told Shan Yang about his marriage yet, planning to surprise him later, but it seemed Shan Yang's sharp eyes noticed something different about him. Shan Yang looked at him and said, it's hard to explain, but I feel like, there's an extra aura of maternal warmth around you. Ha ha ha. I'll get you for that. Are you saying I look like a mother? Chu Tian playfully made a fist. Shan Yang quickly hid behind Lu Qingzhe and pleaded for mercy. Calm down, Big brother Chu. That's not what I meant. It's just that you suddenly seem so gentle, like you've turned into a model wife or a nurturing mom. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingzhe had no way of dealing with his lover's antics. He apologized with a small smile towards Chu Tian, then turned around and softly told Shan Yang, Yang, stop being naughty. Shan Yang let out a couple of soft grumbles towards Lu Qingzhe and rested his head on his shoulder, obediently quieting down. Chu Tian actually cared about what Shan Yang said after hearing it. As they arrived at the entrance of the bar and were stopped, Chu Tian showed his VIP card to the security guard before being led to Zhou Mo's exclusive private room. All along, he was thinking about that comment, model wife. While walking, he muttered quietly, is it really that obvious? Oh yes, super obvious, Shan Yang continued laughing while holding onto Lu Qingzhe's arm. Embarrassed after hearing this, Chu Tian subconsciously examined himself in the reflective tiles on the way to the private room. He was indeed dressed more formally today. Initially, he only planned to wear a casual shirt, but Fang Hongying said the temperature had dropped, worrying about him catching a cold, and insisted he wear a thin wool sweater, even choosing a camel-colored one. Perhaps this outfit caused Shan Yang to develop that impression. Chu Tian firmly refused to admit that it was due to a change in his own demeanor. Secretly flexing his chest muscles, he marched forward with his head held high. Then, he heard Shan Yang sneaking a laugh and whispering secretly to his boyfriend. Chu Tian's ears flushed slightly from overhearing them. Sir, this is Mr. Zhou's private lounge. What would you gentlemen like to drink? After Chu Tian sat down, he asked Shan Yang, little sheep, come on, you choose the drinks. Sure. Shan Yang asked the waiter for a wine list. The waiter paused for a moment but quickly responded by introducing the wines they had in the bar. Upon hearing the names of the wines, Shan Yang instinctively clutched his wallet, and both Chu Tian and Lu Qingzhe chuckled at his reaction. Chu Tian told the waiter, by the way, Zhou Mo said he has some bottles stored here. Bring us those, please. Also, later I will have 2 more friends joining us, one surnamed Feng and the other Zhang. Please bring them directly to our table when they arrive. Alright, please wait a moment. After the waiter left, Shan Yang relaxed a little. He patted his chest and said, wow, this is like one person achieving success and everyone else riding high on it. Brother Chu, you really look like some rich housewife now, so impressive. Chu Tian shook his head with a wry smile, stop teasing me, or I won't be able to tell you the good news I wanted to share. No, go ahead. Shan Yang leaned forward, curious. Brother Chu, quick, what's the good news? Chu Tian smirked and waved his hand in front of Shan Yang's face, saying, you say I'm sharp-eyed, but did you even notice this big ring on my finger? Wow. What does that mean? Shan Yang held Chu Tian's hand, examining it excitedly. Brother Chu, are you being proposed to? It's not a proposal, it's marriage. Chu Tian smiled softly as he looked at the faint glow of the wedding band on his finger. Zhou Mo and I got married yesterday. That's why I invited you all to celebrate. Wow. Shan Yang let out a scream, then quickly covered his mouth, more excited than Chu Tian himself. My goodness. Brother Chu, how could this happen so fast? You guys only just met, right? How could you marry so quickly? Isn't it? You think it's fast too, don't you? Chu Tian touched the ring, saying, I feel it was sudden too, but when you meet the right person, there's no need to hesitate. Both of us know how to cherish each other, and I believe we can live happily together. As he spoke, happiness radiated from Chu Tian's face, lighting up the dim private room despite the shadows. That radiant joy was unmistakable to Shan Yang, who felt genuinely happy for him because he knew what Chu Tian had gone through along the way. Now seeing Chu Tian so content made him deeply moved, even envious. Especially after noticing how Chu Tian's presence seemed softer since his marriage, he developed a new perspective on matrimony. If marriage could make someone this gentle, it must truly be something wonderful, making him also start yearning for it. Unconsciously, he turned to glance at Lu Qingzhe beside him, only to find their professor already looking at him tenderly. Chapter 133, The Goat and the Deer. When Dan Yang turned back, Lu Qingzhe smiled at him and naturally stretched out his hand to help tidy up Dan Yang's slightly messy bangs. Then he turned to Chu Tian and said, Chu Gu, congratulations on your marriage. I came in such a hurry today that I didn't prepare any wedding gifts. Another day, Yang and I will definitely make it up. Don't bother. When I get married, all you need to do is grace the ceremony with your presence. Chu Tian finished, expectantly looking at Dan Yang and asked, Little goat, I don't have many friends here. Would you be willing to be my best man? Of course. Dan Yang replied without hesitation and then added joyfully, I will need the most expensive and best-looking suit for the occasion. Alright, I'll definitely fulfill that wish. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he paused momentarily and said somewhat hesitantly, however, by then Zhou Mo's friends will also be there. You. TCH, it's no big deal. Dan Yang dismissed it with a smile, Beijing is so small, how could I avoid running into him forever? Besides, it's your wedding, Chu Gu, the best man has to be me. We are good sisters after all. As he said this, Chu Tian unconsciously glanced at Lu Qingzhe's reaction, noticing that he wasn't angry but instead quietly watched Dan Yang the whole time. An onlooker sees most clearly, whether this person's feelings for Dan Yang were genuine or not was quite obvious. Ever since their meeting, his eyes always followed Dan Yang. He focused on every move he made, paying attention to his emotions, which reminded Chu Tian of his own big boss. He sincerely felt glad that Little Goat had found such a good partner and missed his own boss who had just left. Well then, thank you, Chu Tian laughed and looked at Lu Qingzhe, asking, by the way, Qingzhe, how did you and Dan Yang meet? He always tells me about how good his boyfriend is, yet refuses to mention how you met. I am extremely curious, is there a story behind this? Oh, brother Chu. How can you be so annoying? It's not like I tell everyone anyway. Dan Yang, either truly shy or pretending to be, covered his face and hid behind Lu Qingzhe, too embarrassed to look at him again. Lu Qingzhe smiled as he embraced Dan Yang and let him squirm around in his arms. He told Chu Tian, actually, I met him 10 years ago. Ah. Are you serious? Why didn't I know? Dan Yang was surprised and looked up, evidently a little astonished. Lu Qingzhe chuckled, yes, it's true, but it's normal that you don't remember. Back when I first came to Beijing for university, I was really unsophisticated, a bumpkin in most people's eyes. I was rather somber at the time, and the first time I saw you, I was wearing a costume while working, dressed as a dusty giant panda. Do you have any memory of that? Dan Yang tried recalling and finally got a vague impression, oh, seems like there might be some faint memories, but nothing clear. He didn't realize there was such a long history between himself and Lu Qingzhe. Now, very curious, Dan Yang hugged Lu Qingzhe's arm and shook it playfully, saying coquettishly, tell me quick, how did we meet? I've forgotten. Lu Qingzhe gazed at him tenderly and explained, back then, I was poor and even in the scorching summer weather, I was still working in a mascot outfit. I rushed out in the morning without eating breakfast, so soon enough, I couldn't hold on much longer. Then, a pretty little girl came over and handed me the ice cream she had just bought, encouraging me to keep going. That is what kept me going. What? You must be mistaken if you think that girl was me. Dan Yang seemed a bit irritated. Then you must have misidentified me. I have never worn female clothing. Lu Qingzhe gently ruffled his hair, laughing softly. I didn't mistake you, it's just that I didn't know boys could look that beautiful. So I assumed you were a gender-neutral girl. Later, when I met you again, I realized my mistake. Yang Yang is actually a cute boy. Ugh. Dan Yang's pride was inconsistent, his cheeks heated up immediately under Lu Qingzhe's gaze. Deadbeat, we're outside still. Lu Qingzhe softly laughed as he held on to him tighter. Chu Tian listened attentively, questioning, did you already like our little goat back then? Not necessarily, Lu Qingzhe lightly laughed, but his kindness left a deep impression on me, so when I met him again later, I couldn't help but pay more attention to him. So how did you two re-meet? We. Lu Qingzhe had just started saying a couple words when a flushed-faced Dan Yang suddenly clamped a hand over his mouth. No way. You're not allowed to say that. Lu Qingzhe didn't struggle as he was covered the mouth, only giving Chu Tian a helpless glance. Chu Tian laughed and said, little goat, don't act so formal with Brother Chu. How many embarrassing things does Brother Chu already know about you? One more won't make much difference. Tell me, will you? No way. Dan Yang's face was flushed red, he refused to let Lu Qingzhe speak. Whatever this secret that could make him blush like this must be something pretty outrageous. Now Chu Tian was even more curious. Hey, just tell me, if you don't say it now, will you still not say it when recording the VCR at your wedding? Upon hearing these words, Dan Yang's body noticeably stiffened, and Lu Qingzhe also sensed his rigidity and the smile on his face faded slightly. Chu Tian immediately realized he had said the wrong thing, their relationship might not be stable enough yet. Just as he was about to change the topic, he heard Dan Yang mutter softly, even during the wedding, there is no need to disclose everything, some secrets I'd rather take to my grave. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qingzhe's eyes lit up again instantly. Chu Tian found it interesting and teased, you should speak faster next time, look how startled your professor got. Dan Yang looked at Lu Qingzhe upon hearing this. Lu Qingzhe remained ever tender, always looking at him with warmth, as if no matter how he hurt Lu Qingzhe's heart, he would accept it endlessly. Dan Yang turned away, not daring to look at him any longer, then turned to ask Chu Tian a question. Brother Chu, given the short time you've known Mr. Zhou, how can you be sure you're suitable for a lifetime together? Chu Tian's gaze swept over the two of them, then he said, this is actually very easy to determine. Setting aside our mutual love, when I interacted with him, I felt very relaxed and happy. We communicated well, he understood me, and I understood him. I'm confident that even if our love completely fades in the future, we can still live out our lives peacefully as family or friends. So, I believe such a partner is suitable for marriage. Seeing Dan Yang contemplating thoughtfully, Chu Tian couldn't help but give a few additional pieces of advice. Moreover, I once tried to imagine what would happen if I didn't seize him. In the future, he would definitely belong to someone else, and just thinking about this makes me feel extremely sad and regretful. I am fully aware I cannot accept such an outcome, so the only thing I can do is to hold on to him tightly and make him mine as soon as possible. After all, everyone in this world is unique, and if missed, cannot be retrieved. Isn't that the truth? Chapter 134, Scared to Death. Chu Tian's words were heard by Shan Yang, and he even followed Chu Tian's advice to imagine, if he hesitated all the time, then the professor gave up on him in the end, rejected him and started a relationship with others. His gentleness and his embrace would then belong to another little sprite. At the thought of this, his chest felt sharp pains, and his eyes quickly reddened. He turned around and abruptly hugged Lu Qingzhe tightly, feeling suddenly very grateful that this embrace belonged to him. You can't have both fish and bear paws. Chu Tian's words enlightened Shan Yang, prompting him to seriously weigh Lu Qingzhe and his lingering attachment from years past against each other. Initially, he had embarked on a relationship with Lu Qingzhe with a trial mindset, but inside he still couldn't let go of Xiang Dong. However, now that it had come down to deciding who was more important in his heart, the outcome might not be as he had assumed. Lu Qingzhe was very delighted by Shan Yang's reaction and tightly returned the hug while sending Chu Tian a look of gratitude. Chu Tian curled the corners of his mouth slightly, they exchanged glances and smiled at each other, everything understood without words being spoken. At this moment, the waiter brought in the wine. Chu Tian looked down at his watch and wondered why Feng Zheng and the others hadn't arrived yet. Coincidentally, Feng Zheng called right then. Hello, Feng Zheng, how come you're not here yet? Brother Chu, I'm sorry, there's been a small issue with one of my projects, and I need to check it out personally. It seems like I won't make it. Zhang Li is with me too. Sorry about that, we owe you a drink tonight, I will definitely make up for it another day. Chu Tian laughed and said, it's nothing, it was just a simple gathering anyway, don't take it to heart. How serious is the matter? I'm not sure yet, this project is a cooperation between me and Su Chenyang, originally we were about to arrive, but he just called me to say something went wrong, sounded pretty severe. I'll have to see what happened once I get there. Oh. Got it, handle your affairs first then, it's fine with me. That works, I'll hang up now. Alright, go ahead. After finishing the call, Chu Tian told Shan Yang, looks like it's going to be just the three of us today, we should start having fun, and later we could go eat some midnight snacks together. Sure, Shan Yang cheerfully poured a glass of wine for his professor and said, here, Mr. Zhou's wine must be top tier. Take a sip. Alright, Lu Qingzhe was pleased by Shan Yang's initiative, and forgetting about his own modest alcohol tolerance, immediately took a big gulp. Chu Tian also picked up his glass and sipped it gently, but deep inside he worried about the project Feng Jing mentioned. He didn't forget that Zhou Mo had talked about teaching Su Chenyang a lesson, and wondered whether Zhou Mo had a hand in this incident. Since this incident involved Feng Jing as well, Chu Tian couldn't help but send a WeChat message to Zhou Mo asking if it had anything to do with him. It took quite a while before Zhou Mo replied with, "Baby, I know my limits regarding this." Seeing that response, Chu Tian didn't ask further. But given that Zhou Mo rarely responded so late to his messages, he still asked kindly, "How's it going with your situation?" Zhou Mo replied quickly this time, "Almost done, I'll join you shortly." "Are you enjoying your time with your friends?" Chu Tian's lips curled into a smile as he responded, "Enjoying, I'll wait for you." "Alright." Shan Yang saw the smile on his lips and teased him by covering his mouth and saying, Brother Chu, are you really so blissful? Look at you, looking like an obedient housewife, written all over with submissiveness from head to toe. The old charm of being a zero collector seems to have long disappeared, hasn't it?" Continuously teased like this, Chu Tian probably realized that he indeed underwent obvious changes due to Zhou Mo's presence. However, he did not resist such change. If he had a choice, who wouldn't want to become the person cherished and nurtured in someone's palm? Only those isolated and unsupported have no choice but to maintain their edge all the time because there's nobody behind them. In the past, he lived to appear reliable and robust in everyone's eyes, simply because he could not rely on anyone and had no place to rest. Now things are different. With Zhou Mo around, he has already gained an immense sense of security. He no longer needs to fortify himself with iron walls. Maybe he could allow himself to soften temporarily and enjoy the experience of being cared for. After all, he was 32 years old now, and it was only now that he truly experienced such feelings. How many more cycles of 32 years does one have in life? He put down his phone and smiled candidly at Shan Yang. "So what? If you're envious, why don't you get married?" "Hey!" Shan Yang playfully swung his small fist at him, teasing with a shy tone, "Big brother Chu, what's wrong with you? I'm still a kid." Shan Yang himself didn't know why he was a bit embarrassed to bring up this topic in front of Lu Qingzhe. When he turned around, he saw Lu Qingzhe's bright eyes shining like stars, making him even more bashful. He picked up the wine glass and kept feeding him drinks. Naturally, Lu Qingzhe drank all the alcohol that Shan Yang fed him. Shan Yang and Lu Qingzhe haven't really gone out with friends since they met, nor do they usually drink much alcohol privately. In fact, they only had half a cup of red wine during Lu Qingzhe's birthday last time, so Shan Yang actually didn't know how much Lu Qingzhe could handle. He happily continued pouring as Lu Qingzhe happily drank. But just after finishing one full glass, thump. Lu Qingzhe suddenly collapsed on the floor. "Ah! What's going on?" Chu Tian got a shock and immediately leapt off the sofa shouting, "Should we call an ambulance?" "Professor! Are you okay?" Shan Yang was also flabbergasted, neither of them were accustomed to seeing someone collapse from just one drink. Shan Yang's face went pale. Trembling, he stretched his finger under Lu Qingzhe's nose and then tearfully looked at Chu Tian. "Big brother Chu, what should we do? I can't feel his breathing. Is he dead? Is he dead?" After hearing this, Chu Tian's heart also clenched tightly. People these days generally have poor physical health, especially for scholars like Lu Qingzhe who clearly lacked exercise. Sudden death was entirely possible. But Shan Yang was already panicked, and Chu Tian couldn't let himself panic too. Quickly, he placed his hand on Lu Qingzhe's neck and felt the pulsing arteries. Breathing a sigh of relief, he promptly reassured Shan Yang, "Don't worry, he still has a heartbeat. Wait here while I call an ambulance." "Alright, thank you." At this point, Shan Yang was utterly dazed, only able to lay on Lu Qingzhe sobbing uncontrollably. Despair had almost drowned his heart completely. Chu Tian's previous thoughts were merely assumptions, but Shan Yang wasn't capable back then of imagining the despair of truly losing Lu Qingzhe. Now, holding on to the unconscious Lu Qingzhe, he finally comprehended that overwhelming despair, feeling as if the sky was collapsing. Shan Yang clutched Lu Qingzhe tightly in his arms and broke down into uncontrollable sobs. Chapter 135, The Big Light Bulb. Chu Tian was so frightened by his crying that he turned pale. After all, it was Chu Tian who had called him out, and if something happened, he would likely feel guilty for the rest of his life. Faced with the potential loss of a human life, Chu Tian lost all ability to think logically. He didn't consider any other possibilities at all and even instructed Shan Yang to perform artificial respiration on Lu Qingzhe. Shan Yang knelt on the ground, sobbing while blowing air into Lu Qingzhe's mouth, covering Lu Qingzhe's face with snot and tears. Soon, the ambulance arrived. Both Chu Tian and Shan Yang, their faces ashen, accompanied Lu Qingzhe to the hospital. However, after checking him, the doctor looked at them as if they were fools and said, "He just got drunk. Are you his friends? Don't you know his alcohol tolerance?" "Huh? Drunk?" Shan Yang let out a big hiccup from crying and wiped his face against his sleeve to clean off the snot and tears before asking again, "Doctor, are you sure? He only drank one glass of alcohol and then suddenly passed out. Could this really be because he got drunk?" Can't you check again in case there's some other health issue? Hearing this, the doctor also became slightly worried about possibly overlooking something and thus had Lu Qingzhe undergo a brain CT scan. The hospital was particularly busy today, and coincidentally, a multi-car pileup occurred around the same time, bringing in many patients. The CT room was packed with people, families outside gathered and cried, surrounding every doctor who emerged to plead for help. Chu Tian and Shan Yang were pushed aside, standing against the wall without daring to utter a word in such a sorrowful atmosphere. Quickly, Lu Qingzhe completed the CT scan and was wheeled out. The nurse, extremely busy, connected and 4-drip meant to sober him up, gave them a quick reminder to pick up the results later, and then hurried off. As she left, she muttered under her breath, 1 glass of alcohol and he needs a bed. How pretentious. Neither Chu Tian nor Shan Yang could rebut this comment properly and stood beside Lu Qingzhe awkwardly exchanging glances. Shan Yang, now calmer, began to realize that Lu Qingzhe might have indeed been drunk. After all, Lu Qingzhe was a homebody who rarely went out to play. They were drinking strong liquor today, and Lu Qingzhe drank as though it was water. Now, reflecting on how much he cried earlier, Shan Yang felt rather embarrassed and covered his face, not daring to look at Chu Tian. Chu Tian stood quietly at the foot of the bed, equally feeling somewhat dim-witted for not considering the possibility that Lu Qingzhe was simply drunk. Today's incident was quite dramatic, his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. After confirming that Lu Qingzhe was mostly alright, Chu Tian couldn't resist calling Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo quickly answered the call. Since Chu Tian was still shaken from earlier, his voice carried an unintentional coquettish undertone when he spoke. Hey, boss, are you still busy? In the phone, Zhou Mo apologized. Baby, sorry, I need a bit more time here. Have you waited long? Although quiet, Chu Tian faintly recognized a familiar laugh in the background, likely Secretary He's. Chu Tian realized that he might have disturbed Zhou Mo during serious discussions and hastily replied, no problem, something funny just happened today, but I'll tell you later. You keep working, I'm not in a hurry and will probably head home soon. What happened? Nothing major, just a friend got drunk. If you're busy, carry on, we can talk once you return. Zhou Mo seemed genuinely occupied. After replying with a simple, alright, the call ended. After hanging up, Chu Tian had a lingering concern. He wasn't exactly obtuse. Back at the Zhou residence earlier, he'd already noticed something off about the Zhou family's expressions as though some event had transpired. Now that Zhou Mo was meeting with Secretary He, Chu Tian couldn't help but start speculating wildly, his novelist's mind spinning countless possible scenarios in mere seconds. At this point, having received intravenous fluids for a while, the alcohol in Lu Qingzhe's body had metabolized enough for him to drowsily open his eyes. Seeing him awake, Shan Yang quickly rushed to hug him. Professor! You've finally woken up. How are you? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Lu Qingzhe rubbed his head. I have a headache, my stomach is uneasy, where am I? Shan Yang pouted slightly and whispered, you're in the hospital. Before, you suddenly collapsed, which shocked both me and Brother Chu. Can't you drink alcohol? Lu Qingzhe smiled embarrassingly upon hearing this and said, seems like I can't handle it very well. He hadn't anticipated being so useless, collapsing after just 1 cup. He was sure that today's incident had ruined the gathering's atmosphere. Apologetically, he said to Chu Tian, sorry, Brother Chu, I've caused you trouble, haven't I? Chu Tian waved his hand dismissively. No big deal, I should have been more careful too. I forgot to ask if you could drink. Hey, it's quite surprising how quickly you went down, so straightforward and sudden. Does your head still hurt now? Lu Qingzhe chuckled lightly. Yes, a bit. Turning his head, Lu Qingzhe caught sight of Shan Yang's swollen eyes and asked with concern, Yang, why are your eyes so puffy? Have you been crying? Shan Yang hung his head, gripping Lu Qingzhe's fingers as he mumbled, what do you think? If you can't drink, then don't. Why didn't you say anything? You suddenly collapsed, I thought you were dead. Do you know how scared I was? Sorry, Yang, Lu Qingzhe consoled gently. I didn't think about it much. Don't be afraid, I'm fine. Although Shan Yang still appeared upset, his hand clutched tightly onto Lu Qingzhe's fingers without letting go. Feeling Shan Yang's care for him, Lu Qingzhe felt delighted inside. Gazing silently at Shan Yang, a gentle smile played on his lips. Shan Yang looked at him indignantly but couldn't maintain his anger for long before leaning his head against Lu Qingzhe's arm and whispering, you scared me to death. Again, Lu Qingzhe comforted him tenderly, be a good boy, Yang. I'm really fine now, no need to worry. This moment is truly heartwarming. Yet there was someone extra in the room. Chu Tian felt like a giant light bulb of several thousand watts beside them, lighting up half the sky. Seeming to sense Chu Tian's discomfort, Lu Qingzhe smiled kindly at him. Brother Chu, I've troubled you a lot today. Now I feel much better. After this 4 finishes, I should be okay. It's getting late, you should go home early to rest. Chu Tian did not insist further. He had previously worried about Shan Yang's confusion but realized they were in a sweet spot already. If he stayed longer, he'd probably start digging at the floorboards with his toes out of awkwardness. Alright, take care, I'll leave first. Let's hang out again soon. Sure, be careful on the way back. After bidding farewell to Chu Tian, Lu Qingzhe turned his full attention to Shan Yang. Despite others being present in the ward, everyone seemed engrossed in their own concerns, giving no attention to the couple. Without Chu Tian around anymore, Shan Yang loosened up slightly. His finger jabbed angrily at Lu Qingzhe's chest as he quietly threatened, "In the future, you're not allowed to do this again. I don't want you always accommodating me without saying anything. How am I supposed to understand you when you don't speak up? Fortunately, it was just you drinking too much this time. What if you had an allergic reaction? Would you not have planned to tell me anything either? You're right, Yang Yang. It's my fault. From now on, I'll tell you everything, alright?" Though reprimanded, Lu Qingzhe showed no irritation but rather laughed happily. Seeing Lu Qingzhe like this, Shan Yang felt all his bottled-up frustration dissipate instantly. You only use this tactic on me. Flustered, he stood up hastily, muttering, "Stay here for a while. I'll go fetch the results of your previous checkup." Chapter 136, Bad News. After returning home, Chu Tian spent some time playing chess with the old man and then went to write articles under the latter's hints. Zhou Mo didn't return until late at night. Chu Tian fell asleep waiting on the bed. After washing up quietly, Zhou Mo lay down next to Chu Tian. He leaned over to kiss Chu Tian and quickly hugged him to sleep. When Chu Tian woke up the next day and saw Zhou Mo lying beside him, for a moment, he even had a feeling of renewed intimacy. In a vigorous move, Chu Tian flipped over and pinned Zhou Mo beneath him. Leaning heavily on him, he cheerfully asked, "Baby, when did you come back?" "About 2 o'clock. Zhou Mo wrapped his arms around Chu Tian's waist and kept his eyes closed, lingering lazily in bed together. "Why are you busy until so late? Did something happen?" Zhou Mo faintly replied, "It's not a big deal. It's changing terms soon. Some people have different ideas." Oh. These matters were obviously out of Chu Tian's range. He didn't inquire further but lightly asked, "Is it settled?" "It will still take some time." Suddenly opening his eyes, Zhou Mo looked at Chu Tian and said, "Su family's person is also involved. They've been making a lot of small moves recently. I guess they want to drag our family into trouble. This matter I must retaliate. Baby, will you be upset?" Chu Tian was shocked open-eyed and turned to look at Zhou Mo, saying, "He's crazy. Have you made a mistake?" "No." Zhou Mo stared deeply at Chu Tian without missing any of his micro-expressions. "I initially just wanted to give him a little punishment. However, the people sent to monitor him unexpectedly learned about his tricks. Baby, this is serious business regarding family interests, I cannot take it lightly. Can you understand?" "Of course." Chu Tian looked squarely at Zhou Mo and said, "If he can do this, he must have thought about the consequences. Business is like war, he should be responsible for his own decisions. I have no more relationship with him. You just go ahead. I will definitely be on your side." "Baby, I am very glad you can think like this." Zhou Mo was very satisfied with his answer, pinching his shoulder as if rewarding him. Chu Tian laughed and said, "What, do you think I would plead for him?" Zhou Mo replied, "I thought you might feel moved by how irrational he was acting for you. Pull the other one." Chu Tian tried to recline back to bed but was held tightly by Zhou Mo's arms and ended up staying where he was. "Relax, I'm not that stupid. I know who Su Chenyang is. If he could care enough to sacrifice the entire family's future for me, we wouldn't have gotten to this point. His decision-making has much to gain. I'm probably just an added bonus." "Do you really think so?" "That's for sure. Otherwise, even if he goes crazy, how could his extremely clever parents possibly follow along with his madness?" Seeing him so clear-headed, Zhou Mo was reassured, "If you can understand this clearly, that's best. By the way, have you arranged the wedding date with Mom yet?" "Not yet. I see that everyone seems quite tense. Don't you have time to prepare for the wedding these days? Anyway, we've already got our marriage certificate. The wedding can be held anytime, or we could discuss after the change of term." Zhou Mo's hand gently glided along Chu Tian's spine line while speaking in a deep voice, "Since you are so understanding, how should I reward you?" Chu Tian grinned and moved his hand away. "Enough, is this a reward for me or for yourself? Come on, get up. Don't keep Grandpa waiting." Zhou Mo smiled and honestly retracted his hand. After going downstairs and having breakfast with their families, Chu Tian proactively mentioned postponing the wedding to Fang Hongying. She had social events these 2 days and indeed was somewhat overwhelmed. Chu Tian's thoughtfulness impressed her greatly. Thus, she waved her hand and gave Chu Tian another black card, which he refused this time. After finishing the meal, each of the Zhou family members had various things to do. Even the already retired elder went out to meet his buddies. When leaving, Zhou Mo had roughly mentioned that this time, they intended to push one of their own people upwards, his uncle. It was originally a sure thing, but close to the election, some people were swayed by others. Hence, everyone would be busier these 2 days. Though Chu Tian had just entered the circle of power, he didn't wish to delve too deeply into the undercurrents beneath the glamorous surface of high society. Someone like him wasn't fit to overly comprehend the true nature of the world. Therefore, he didn't ask any more questions, and naturally, neither did Zhou Mo explain further. After everyone from the Zhou family had left, Chu Tian found himself bored at home and decided to give Shan Yang a call. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello. Shan Yang's voice sounded lethargic, and upon listening carefully, it was noticeably hoarse. As someone who'd been there, Chu Tian immediately knew what state he was in. Hey, is this an inconvenient time for me to call? So early in the morning, you two must be doing well. There was a pause on the other end of the line. It seemed as if Shan Yang turned over and buried himself under the covers. Brother Chu, I did it with him. Oh, I can tell. You two are quite something. After just having an 4, you're already back to being so energetic, can the professor handle it? Faced with Chu Tian's teasing, Shan Yang, who usually would have joined in, was unusually subdued. After a moment of silence, he said, Brother Chu, I've actually been lying to you all along. Last night was the first time between him and me. Before that, he knew I had concerns, so he never touched me. Is that so? Chu Tian could now sense the wrongness in his tone, and his own tone became more serious. So last night was a step forward for you too. Did you finally figure things out? Yeah, I figured it out. I think I like him too, otherwise, among so many people who wanted to try with me, why would I only agree to him? If you figured it out, that's good news. But why does your tone sound so off? Brother Chu. Shan Yang choked up after uttering these 2 words. Hey, what's wrong? Don't cry. What happened? Brother Chu, yesterday he underwent surgery see, remember? Yes, I remember. Chu Tian's heart sank after finishing his sentence, you don't mean. Yeah, the doctor said there's a tumor in his brain, and it has already started spreading. Brother Chu, what should I do, it feels like I'm about to lose him. Aya, stop crying first. Medical technology is so advanced nowadays. If the problem is detected now, it should still be treatable, right? It's not that simple. At this point, Shan Yang began breaking down completely. In between sobs, he said, the doctor said the tumor is in a bad spot, and it's diffused widely. The chance of a successful surgery is slim. The doctor said, he has at most around 2 months left. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian also fell silent. This truly was, too unexpected. He completely understood how Shan Yang felt, the countdown to the life of his beloved, while being powerless to do anything about it, this feeling of helplessness could drive anyone mad. Any words of comfort he could offer now would feel hollow and inadequate. Chapter 137, Realization. Brother Chu, I regret so much. I've never been good to him. I was always and made him adjust to me all the time. When I was with him, my thoughts often strayed to others. He knew everything yet waited for me silently without complaint. Brother Chu, how could someone so good meet such a fate? 2 months is so short, only 60 days. After just 60 days, I'm going to lose him. What should I do? It's only now that I've realized I can't live without him, but what can I do? Chu Tian sighed, feeling heavy-hearted too. Birth, aging, sickness, and death were the most powerless things in this world. All he could do was comfort her, Dan Yang, don't be so pessimistic. That's just the doctor's diagnosis. Zhou Mo knows many people, I'll have him find an authority expert on this matter, maybe there's still hope for a turnaround. Really? Brother Chu, thank you so much. Dan Yang finally regained some spirit after hearing those words. Don't mention it. By the way, does Lu Qingzhe know? He doesn't know. I didn't dare tell him, he has gone to work. Dan Yang said bitterly, when I found out the result last night, I almost broke down on the spot, but I didn't dare show it. If his life really only has 2 months left, I hope he can still be happy and hopeful. Brother Chu, I really don't dare let him know. I understand. Here's what we'll do, send me his scans, I'll have Zhou Mo ask around for some opinions, then I'll inform you of the results. Okay, I'll send them over right now. Dan Yang quickly sent the scans over. Chu Tian knew he was her only hope now, so he wasted no time telling Zhou Mo about the situation, who agreed immediately to help. After sending out the scans, Chu Tian messaged Dan Yang again asking if she wanted him to come over and keep her company. However, Dan Yang declined, saying that she had already gone to Lu Qingzhe's school, wanting to cherish every second she spent with him. Seeing this, Chu Tian did not press further. Because of Dan Yang's experience, Chu Tian also became quite startled by the impermanence of life. Although this incident hadn't happened to him and Zhou Mo, it woke him up to the fact that he needed to cherish the time he spent with his loved one. As a result, Zhou Mo and Lu Qingzhe suddenly found themselves with clingy partners who followed them everywhere they went. Everywhere they looked, their partners' loving eyes would meet theirs, both on and off the bed, harmony reigned supreme. The 2 men felt like they were walking on air these past few days. Even Zhou Mo, who usually maintained a cold expression before others, couldn't hide his joyous smile lately. Unlike Lu Qingzhe's complete ignorance, Zhou Mo roughly guessed at the reason behind Chu Tian's odd behavior. Nevertheless, finding his partner's clinginess endearing, he did nothing to stop it. Lu Qingzhe wouldn't dream of stopping either. Nowadays, Dan Yang follows him daily to his university, attending his lectures uninvited, dining together, leaving work together, essentially refusing to part from him for even a moment. Recently, this constant companionship had become a topic of teasing among colleagues and students alike. But none of it bothered him. If others jeered or envied them, it only proved how much they coveted their relationship. How could Professor Liu care when any man would be pleased to be treated as the center of the universe? So naturally, he indulged in his partner's clinginess wholeheartedly. Before Chu Tian could offer clear answers, Dan Yang lived each day with Lu Qingzhe as though it might be the last. Never before had she realized how short a single day truly was, so fleeting, meals barely finished before night fell. Falling in love made one fantasize unconsciously about their entire future with another, but perhaps he and Lu Qingzhe might no longer share one. At times, she thought, perhaps this was heaven's punishment for her indecision, her inability to see the person standing right in front of her. Hence, heaven must awaken her with such cruelty. All Dan Yang could do was pray fervently each day in her heart, praying that Lu Qingzhe would pass through this calamity unscathed. But unfortunately, destiny seldom favors anyone. Chu Tian stammered awkwardly over the phone while relaying the expert's opinion, suggesting that more attention be paid to the patient's remaining wishes instead. Overwhelmed with grief, Dan Yang broke down in tears until her phone battery drained completely. Even Chu Tian was deeply affected. Unexpected incidents or the coming of tomorrow both carry the same 50-50 chance, only, many fail to realize it. How could such a healthy individual be so abruptly sentenced to death? It was simply too sudden. Chu Tian's emotions also sank, his outlook on life growing bleak, thus affecting his novel where two very important secondary characters met their demise. For a time, the comments section was filled with cries of anguish. Everyone could see Chu Tian's state. Though the few book fans in Zhou's family were also deeply saddened, they were more concerned about Chu Tian's emotions. Grandpa sighed heavily and with a wave of his hand, gifted Chu Tian a small island in the Pacific Ocean, telling him to go there for relaxation whenever he needed it. Fang Hongying was also an emotional person. After quietly shedding tears for the deceased character, she pulled Zhou Mo by the shoulder into a corner of the garden and scolded him for over an hour, blaming him for failing as a husband. Throughout the entire ordeal, Zhou Mo offered no defense. After silently enduring his mother's reprimand, he specifically took a day off to take Chu Tian out to sea, accompanying him to relax and chat. He promised to have regular checkups in the future, to smoke less, drink less, get angry less, avoid falling objects from heights, stay away from angry crowds, always leave some room in situations, and not push anyone to their breaking point, and a series of other behaviors that might affect his lifespan. Under the comforting efforts of his beloved, Chu Tian finally gradually returned to normal. After experiencing a short period of happiness, Lu Qingzhe also gradually sensed something amiss. Sadness is impossible to hide, even if one sews a smile onto their face at all times, sadness will still seep through the eyes. Lu Qingzhe was constantly paying attention to Dan Yang, how could he fail to notice? At first, he thought Dan Yang had encountered something or perhaps the person in her past had said something to her. But Dan Yang's behavior didn't quite fit that assumption. In the evening, Dan Yang clung to Lu Qingzhe for a long time, even though her legs were already trembling, she kept insisting on clinging to him and asking for more. Finally, Lu Qingzhe couldn't help but ask, Yang, you haven't been right these past few days. Tell me, did something happen? Dan Yang instinctively forced a smile and said, I'm fine. So what, are you tired of giving me too much? She tapped Lu Qingzhe's chest with her finger and teased, if you're tired, I can let you rest a bit. You don't need to make excuses. Lu Qingzhe wasn't fooled. Instead, he grabbed her hand and looked seriously into her eyes, saying, Yang, do you know how fake your smile looks? Tell me, what's wrong? Dan Yang had been pretending for several days and was almost on the verge of breaking down. Now, with Lu Qingzhe's question, she could no longer maintain the facade. She quickly covered her face with her hands, unwilling to let Lu Qingzhe see her crumbling state. Chapter 138, Absolute Favoritism. Lu Qingzhe actually had a rough guess in his mind too. Seeing Shan Yang's agony, he barely managed to force out a smile and took the initiative to say, it's okay, Yang. You don't have to push yourself. If you want to go back to that person, I can accept it. What are you talking about? Shan Yang let go of his hand and stared at Lu Qingzhe with a daze. I know there must be a reason why you've been so clingy to me lately. Maybe you feel sorry for me, but loving you is my own choice. While loving you, I also gained much happiness, so no matter what the result is, I won't regret. Lu Qingzhe carefully wiped off the sweat from Shan Yang's temple and looked at him tenderly as he said, so Yang, if you want to go back to that person, go ahead. You don't need to give me any compensation. I really don't care. Do you think I do all these things because I feel sorry for you? After Shan Yang finished speaking, he couldn't help but cry. He swung his fists and started pounding on Lu Qingzhe's chest while shouting at him, you big idiot. How dare you think like this? How dare you not believe that I also have feelings for you? Am I really that unworthy of your trust? Am I really performing that badly? Lu Qingzhe silently endured his little punches, waiting until he was done before holding his hands in his own and helplessly coaxed him, I'm sorry, Yang. It's all my fault. Don't be mad. All you know is admitting your mistakes, but where did you go wrong? Shan Yang cried while glaring at him. Lu Qingzhe was almost charmed by his adorable behavior, and his head buzzed, leaving no room for clear thought. I went wrong everywhere. Wherever you think I went wrong, that's where I went wrong, Yang Yang. Stop crying. You don't even know where you went wrong. After yelling at him, Shan Yang hated himself even more because he knew it wasn't Lu Qingzhe's fault. It was his previous poor performance that made Lu Qingzhe reluctant to believe that he cared about him too, thinking that Shan Yang's kindness was merely a form of mercy before leaving. It was all his fault. If only time could be reversed. If only they could start over again. He would never make Lu Qingzhe wait for him so long again. But why was it already too late? Wah! Qingzhe. Shan Yang hugged Lu Qingzhe and broke down into tears. Lu Qingzhe was frightened out of his wits and didn't know what to do. He held him in a flustered attempt to soothe him for a long time, but to no avail. Finally, he pulled him along to do exercise together. After struggling for most of the night, he finally managed to console him. However, he still couldn't find out the reason for Shan Yang's strange behavior. Based on the failure of last night's experience, he decided to proceed step by step and tactfully probe without provoking his beloved to cry again. But the next morning, he woke up to find Shan Yang behaving as if nothing happened, clinging to Lu Qingzhe and asking him to accompany him to work. Neither of them mentioned last night's breakdown explicitly, understanding each other's silent consent to avoid the topic. Just like that, before the fuse burned completely, Lu Qingzhe intended to continue deceiving himself. Half of the 2 months passed quickly, and the two became increasingly attached. Lu Qingzhe was happy to the point of almost believing that Shan Yang truly loved him. Shan Yang, however, was sinking deeper into despair. Many things happened during this period. When Lu Jiao returned from her business trip out of town, she finally learned of Zhou Mo and Chu Tian's marriage. The position she coveted for so long was snatched away by someone else, which left her mentally shattered. She couldn't resist running to Zhou Mo to ask several questions. Brother Mo, you actually married him? A person of such ordinary background simply doesn't fit in high society. Aren't you afraid others will laugh at you behind your back? Zhou Mo looked at this sister he once indulged wholeheartedly, yet there was not a shred of warmth left in his eyes, only chilling coldness remained. Lu Jiao, watch your words. He is my husband Zhou Mo, and it's not your place to criticize. Every word carried his defense of Chu Tian. The leniency she once enjoyed was nowhere to be seen. Lu Jiao was genuinely driven insane. No wonder her mother suddenly mentioned arranging a match for her the other day. Knowing full well that she always wanted to marry Zhou Mo, she still dragged her to meet a second-generation heir who was both short and ugly. This person's image contrasted sharply with Zhou Mo, making her sick to the stomach after meeting him and unable to eat dinner. This made her realize even more clearly that if she couldn't marry Zhou Mo, she would end up with those grotesque candidates, which her pride-ridden self simply couldn't accept. But now, her path to happiness has been completely blocked by Chu Tian. How could she not hate him? Even though she knew Zhou Mo was angry, Lu Jiao didn't intend to suppress her feelings any longer. She leaned her hands on his office desk and said in Mo Go. I'm thinking for you. I really can't understand, how could Chu Tian, who's so ordinary, manage to bewitch you, such a sharp person, into being totally smitten? You're going to regret this decision one day. Zhou Mo looked at her coldly for a moment, then faintly curved his lips and said, Lu Jiao, do you think that if I didn't marry Chu Tian, I would marry you? You say he isn't fit to marry me, but are you fit? Are you? Mo Go. I. Having her intentions bluntly exposed, Lu Jiao hesitated for a moment, and then realized she didn't even have the qualifications to confess. The intense mockery in Zhou Mo's eyes and the disdain in his words made it impossible for her to utter another word. She felt like a complete clown in Zhou Mo's eyes, just like those women who once cried out wanting to marry him. All of a sudden, she lost her courage to speak. When she retracted her hand, however, Zhou Mo wasn't about to let up. He looked at her with an icy gaze and said sternly, Lu Jiao, I used to regard you as a sister, and that was out of respect for your brother's friendship. But not even your brother can degrade my love for me, and what you've said today has crossed my bottom line. For your brother's sake, I'll let you go considering your ignorance, but from now on, you must never appear in any occasions where my family appears, nor before my lover, causing him trouble. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to be merciless, understood? Mo Go, because of him, you would be this cruel to me. You disregard all our years of bond. Lu Jiao was filled with disbelief. Though Zhou Mo's punishment seemed generous on the surface, not allowing her to appear in any setting involving the Zhou family almost severed her connection with high society, it was hitting right at her weakness. How could this man be so heartless? I am not being cruel, nothing compares to my lover in my eyes. Zhou Mo lowered his head, giving her a cold look and said, You should thank my lover, because only after I promised him to leave room does this end with no cost for you. If you insist on being unreasonable, I will settle accounts completely, and you know very well what I'm capable of. Weigh the situation carefully. If you don't want to affect the relationship between the Lu family and the Zhou family, you'd better figure out what you need to do. Mo Go, I just love you, loving you is wrong. Why do you have to treat me this way? Lu Jiao broke down and cried, genuinely distressed. Over these years, she had kept her focus solely on Zhou Mo, there was no way she hadn't given her true feelings during this time. But Zhou Mo remained unmoved after hearing her confession. He just said indifferently, there are many people who like me, and there's nothing special about you. Alright, I'm going back to have dinner with my lover. At the latest by tomorrow, I expect to see your resignation letter. With that, Zhou Mo turned around and left without looking back. Chapter 139, Seeking Forgiveness in Person. It was not until a long while after Zhou Mo left that Lu Jiao left the company in a daze. She did not dare to go home but instead aimlessly went to a cafe. In a corner of the cafe, Lu Jiao, holding a cup of iced Americano, trembled violently. Although it felt great to get a momentary verbal satisfaction, the consequences that followed made her increasingly fearful. Now she deeply regretted it. She dared not go home mainly because she refused to face reality. For her, Zhou Mo had become a dead-end road. Yet, her life must continue, and the precarious status of the Lu family still needed to be addressed. Relying on her brother's hard work alone simply wasn't realistic, it still had to be solved through marriage alliances. Initially, she had already been prepared to make sacrifices for her family, but after the previous blind date, she realized she might not have the resolve she had imagined. But what could she do now? Zhou Mo had placed an embargo on her, and if this news spread, perhaps she would never meet another potential match from the last time. No. She absolutely couldn't allow herself to fall into such a predicament. She sipped some coffee to calm down, then placed a call to Luingjie. Hey, big brother, I've gotten myself into trouble. I know. Zhou Mo just called me. Tell me carefully, what exactly did you say that could have made him forget all past sentiments? Lu Jiao lowered her head and recounted everything that had happened earlier. You. After hearing this, Luingjie became so furious that he almost exploded, didn't I tell you repeatedly to give up? You're usually so astute in other matters, yet how come you are so unclear-minded when it comes to Zhou Mo? You two have known each other for years. If he were really interested in you, what would Chu Tian have to do with any of this? Don't you understand this? I know. It's just that I couldn't let go. Big brother, stop blaming me and quickly help me find a way out. Speak on my behalf to Mo Gu, brother Mo. His punishment is too severe, this is going to ruin me. He's too cruel. Luingjie remained silent for a moment before responding, you should count your blessings. You're the first person daring enough to criticize his family members right in front of him. Even I wouldn't dare do that. And now you expect me to intervene? What can I possibly say? Jiao Jiao, remember, Sam Chu is part of his family. To him, we will always be outsiders. Do you understand? I get it, I've given up. Can you at least speak for me? I promise I won't approach him again, but he shouldn't cut off all future opportunities for me. Please go talk to him. Ah. Luingjie sighed deeply. Though they were siblings, the relationship between Zhou Mo and Lu Jiao seemed so fleeting, something he couldn't easily sever. He responded, alright, resign honestly for now and stay out of sight for a while. When his anger subsides, I'll try speaking to him. Thank you, big brother. Hearing this, Lu Jiao finally relaxed somewhat. Though Zhou Mo was harsh on her, their years of brotherhood surely meant something, he ought to listen to her brother's words. Thus, she submitted her resignation and stayed low for a while. A week passed, and Luingjie, accompanied by Infeng, visited the Zhou household. By this time, Zhou Mo had gone to the office, and the Zhou family members were busy elsewhere. Only Fang Hongying and Chu Tian were home. When they arrived, Chu Tian was writing in the study, and Fang Hongying received them. Luingjie and Infeng used to visit the Zhou family frequently, so they were familiar with Fang Hongying, who was unaware of Lu Jiao's situation and welcomed Luingjie warmly. When Luingjie entered with large bags of gifts, she was delighted. My, what brings the two of you here today? Auntie Ying, it's been ages since we've met. Lately, I had some free time and thought of visiting you. Is it just you here? Not quite, there's also my son-in-law. Come on in, sit down and have some tea, said Fang Hongying as she greeted the two guests. Ah, I've missed tasting your brewed black tea. Thinking about it makes me nostalgic, Luingjie complimented non-stop. Meanwhile, Infeng, brought along as a mediator, stayed quiet. Well, you kids always have such sweet tongues. Perfect timing, this is a new batch of black tea I just brewed, go ahead and taste it. Yes, I'd love to taste it properly. After drinking the tea, Luingjie showered her with compliments, delighting Fang Hongying thoroughly. Finally, he asked, by the way, Auntie Ying, where's Chu Tian? We actually came here with something related to him. Would he have time now? He's writing, Fang Hongying smiled, I knew you two weren't coming empty-handed. So what's up? Why have you come looking for him? Sigh, Luingjie exhaled deeply, his face full of regret as he said, Auntie Ying, to be honest, Jiao Jiao made a bit of a muddle recently and upset Zhou Mo. He put an embargo on her. Now Jiao Jiao knows she was wrong, feels very regretful, and has been melancholy at home lately. So that's why I've come to plead for leniency. I see. Fang Hongying's smile faded slightly as she asked, my son is pretty magnanimous, and since Jiao Jiao is someone he's treated like a younger sister since childhood, he shouldn't get mad so easily, right? What exactly did Jiao Jiao do? Lu Yingjia's expression stiffened momentarily before he forced a grimace and said, Auntie Ying, it's come to this, so I won't hide it from you. Jiao Jiao has always admired Zhou Mo since she was little, and she's had other feelings for him too. I reckon we couldn't conceal this from your keen eyes. When Zhou Mo married Chu Tian, she just couldn't accept it immediately, so she complained a few times to Zhou Mo, and he got upset about it. The tough man smiled obsequiously before Fang Hongying, adopting a humble posture. You've watched Jiao Jiao grow up, and you know her well. She's simply been spoiled by us but never harbored any bad intentions. Considering the many years of our bond, surely such words don't warrant such a reaction. I've come today precisely to offer an apology, Auntie. Could you help say something to Zhou Mo on behalf of us? Fang Hongying wasn't swayed by Lu Yingjia's emotional appeal. She adjusted the shawl on her shoulder, then glanced up and gave Lu Yingjia a faint smile. Yingjia, everything you've said makes sense, but Zhou Mo has always had a mind of his own since he was little. We never interfere with his decisions. Perhaps it'd be best if you spoke directly with him. Her tone remained calm as she continued, you two coming to find Chu Tian doesn't seem appropriate. He's a very simple person who only enjoys writing and tending to plants. Neither Zhou Mo nor I want him troubled by too many concerns. It'd be best not to disturb him in this matter, or when Zhou Mo returns and learns I failed to protect the peace of his wife, he'll likely give me another scolding look again. You're absolutely right, Lu Yingjia chuckled awkwardly, becoming increasingly uneasy. With Fang Hongying speaking so plainly, Lu Yingjia clearly knew asking through her wouldn't work. But Zhou Mo was known for fiercely protecting those close to him, and after hearing what Lu Jiao said to belittle Chu Tian, Zhou Mo would likely not forgive her. Thus, resolving this matter would truly require Chu Tian's involvement. Though Lu Yingjia was a spirited man in the military, he now found himself humbly seeking forgiveness for these trifles, which indeed made his face burn with embarrassment. But who could fault him? After all, Lu Jiao was his own sister, and for her future, this issue had to be resolved. Chapter 140, Return with Nothing. Aunt Ying, I know it's not very appropriate to bother Chu Tian with this matter, but Zhou Mo and I are brothers. In regard to this issue, I know that Zhou Mo has already given me a lot of leeway because of my request. If I go to him again, I'll be too embarrassed. That's why I was thinking if Chu Tian could help mediate from the middle. Don't worry, if he doesn't want to, I won't force him. I definitely don't want to put him in an awkward situation. Anfeng stood beside frowning deeply. The thick-headed one was used to doing things straightforwardly in the military, he couldn't even speak a kind word properly. What came out of his mouth twisted the meaning, the situation was bound to turn sour. Sure enough, after Fang Hongying heard his words, all trace of laughter disappeared from her face. Yingjia, I understand your intention, but if you make the request, wouldn't Chu Tian be forced into doing something he might not wish to do? This is certainly not right. Moreover, the reason Zhou Mo got so angry must be because Jiao Jiao said something bad about Chu Tian, right? Well, this I haven't really asked in detail. Lu Yingjia awkwardly dodged the question. Fang Hongying smiled knowingly, then lowered her head to take a sip of red tea. Alright, if you truly want to resolve this matter, Aunt Ying will give you a suggestion. Go on. Jiao Jiao is still young, she can further her studies overseas for a few more years. With knowledge and broadened horizons, a woman can gain the independence and confidence needed for the future. Then, without her having to actively integrate herself into any circle, excellent people would naturally approach her, isn't that the truth? Lu Yingjia showed signs of difficulty on his face. Lu Jiao had made up her mind to find a good place to settle down while she was still young and beautiful. If she were willing to sincerely study abroad, he wouldn't be feeling so headache-inducing. At the sight of this, Fang Hongying continued, Jiao Jiao's current condition is your fault for spoiling her too much. It's unacceptable. She messed up this time in front of Zhou Mo, and because of past feelings, he let her off. Imagine if someday she offended someone else. Tell me, isn't your life of risking everything for the country and people enough as it is, without also having to clean up her messes all the time? Can you handle it? What you say makes sense. This matter really is my fault. Lu Yingjia nervously rubbed his hands together on his legs, then stood up, saying, Aunt Ying, I get what you mean. You see how farcical this situation has become. My heart feels quite regretful. So, please, convey my apologies to Chu Tian on my behalf. I hope he doesn't dwell on this incident. No problem, rest assured. Zhou Mo definitely hasn't mentioned this to Chu Tian yet. He cares for others so much, never bringing home any trouble. There's no need for me to mention this to Chu Tian either. All of you can sort this out among yourselves. Yes, that's right, Lu Yingjia laughed awkwardly twice, then said, Then Aunt Ying, I shall not disturb you anymore. Let me go back and discuss this with my parents. Good, be careful on the way. Alright, no need to see me off, you go back. After leaving the Zhou residence, Lu Yingjia forcefully rubbed his face and turned to Anfeng to complain, I specially asked you to come here to speak on my behalf, but there you were not uttering a single word. Is that any way to conduct business? Give me back my good wine. You have the nerve to say that. I've told you not to come, but you insisted. Now you've bumped your nose raw, you're finally realizing this is over. Alas. Lu Yingjie dejectedly climbed into the car. After starting the engine, he couldn't help but whine again. This matter really is, talking about such trivial matters. Do you think Zhou Mo needs to be this serious? Chu Tian is just a man, a couple of words wouldn't hurt him. His protectiveness is excessive. After all, isn't Jiao Jiao the younger sister he has doted upon for so long? He's actually heartless. And Feng frowned deeply after hearing these words. Only now do I understand why Lu Jiao could behave so recklessly. What do you mean by that? Am I wrong to say this? And Feng earnestly replied, your words sound light-hearted, but imagine if your suitor were to insult your wife right in front of you. Would you simply let it go? Lu Yingjie irritably scratched his hair. I know Jiao Jiao must bear some responsibility. But right now, my focus is that Zhou Mo has gone too far. Jiao Jiao simply can't take it, do you understand? I don't understand, Yingjie. Jiao Jiao is merely a princess within your household. The outside world isn't her kingdom, and nobody will indulge her. If you lack the resolve, are you prepared to clean up her messes for her entire life? Lu Yingjie said discontentedly, enough already. Stop your sarcastic remarks, my headache is severe enough already. He painfully loosened his collar and said, sigh. What a bloody hassle. I'd rather go to the border to fight than deal with these domestic matters. Humph, then make up your mind and send Jiao Jiao away decisively, or marry her off quickly so she can finally settle down. Otherwise, wait and see what other trouble she might get into. I've got it. With no one on their side, Lu Yingjie lost interest in continuing the discussion. In the next moment, he caught sight of a suspicious red mark on Feng's neck and suddenly became curious, asking in surprise, Fengzi, what happened? Do you have a girlfriend? And Feng was taken aback and asked, why would you think that? You've got such a big hickey there, how am I supposed not to think that? Tisk. And Feng instinctively covered the back of his neck upon hearing this, without directly answering, just lowering his head, lost in thought. Seeing this, Lu Yingjie joked, wow, didn't expect that from you, kid. A woman who could leave such a mark must be wild. Can your scrawny frame handle her? Go take a hike, and Feng retorted with a grin, I've got everything a man needs, why can't I handle it? So when are you going to introduce us to her? And Feng's smile faded a bit, no thanks. She's not a serious girlfriend, just slept together once or twice. Oh, Lu Yingjie understood completely and leaned closer, whispering mischievously, got it. Living alone in such a large quadrangle courtyard, you felt lonely, huh? And Feng chuckled lightly, his long eyelashes drooping, concealing his emotions. He replied indifferently, that's right, even Erlangshan needs his divine dog companion. Of course, I'd feel lonely alone. If you're lonely, don't pick someone like that. Find a proper girlfriend, seriously. You're no spring chicken anymore. Or is she the one you're aiming for? None of your business, I know what I'm doing. Hey, so I was right. Among their group, only Feng was still single, and Lu Yingjie genuinely cared about his brother's life partner issue. But Feng wasn't eager to talk more, simply saying, this has to do with fate. The matter hasn't been settled at all yet, nothing worth discussing. Lu Yingjie wouldn't let it go, if you've slept together more than once, it means something already. Are you going to form a football team before committing? Are you done yet? Which soldier is as nosy as you? Stop talking to me, I'm carsick. Feng immediately put on his headphones, clearly refusing further conversation. Pooh, if you won't say, fine. I don't believe you can keep it hidden. Feng didn't respond anymore. In fact, there was no sound playing in his headphones, he just didn't want to be questioned endlessly by Lu Yingjie. He slowly leaned back against the seat back, the soreness and discomfort all over his body reminding him of the craziness from the previous night. Yet the cold sorry received via WeChat had instantly frozen all that passion. Chapter 141, When Love Passes By. At the same time, Feng Zheng was anxiously fiddling with his phone, repeatedly turning it on and off. The WeChat he had sent had received no reply, not a single word. He had no idea what the other person was thinking. He covered his face, and all he could think about were the passionate scenes from last night. Although he knew he shouldn't be dwelling on them, his mind wouldn't obey his wishes. How did things end up like this? He couldn't figure it out for the life of him. The last time, after their drunken moment of confusion, it took him a long time to calm down. After that, his contact with Feng also ceased. But yesterday, Feng invited him over as if nothing had happened, to taste some dishes at his place. Feng Zheng thought to himself that since the other party didn't seem to care, why should he act so awkward? So, he went. After dinner, as they were chatting, Feng suddenly pulled him in for a kiss. After being kissed without understanding a thing, Feng panted and asked him, do you want to? Feng Zheng knew it was wrong. He also realized he was holding a man, a much older man, yet something inexplicable made him look into Feng's eyes, seemingly innocent yet teasing, and again, he lost control. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but bang his head repeatedly on the table. Stupid. So stupid. Regret filled his heart. The last time, at least alcohol could serve as an excuse. But yesterday, they hadn't touched a drop. How could this be explained? Could it be, he was really bending? Feng Zheng began to doubt himself fundamentally. Now, he cared more about whether it was only in Feng that he wanted or if he would be interested in any other men as well. Just then, his secretary came in to deliver some documents. Feng Zheng looked carefully at his secretary. Come to think of it, he hadn't noticed before, but this secretary truly looked good, handsome, fit, long limbs, a slender waist, and a curvaceous behind. A man like this, GAV lovers should definitely find attractive, right? He beckoned the secretary over, looking at him seriously and said, Xiao Jin, come here for a moment. All right, Mr. Feng. Without any caution, the secretary walked over. Feng Zheng stared at his face and suddenly leaned closer, scaring the secretary so much that he jumped back several steps. Before he could loudly accuse Feng Zheng of sexual harassment, he saw Feng Zheng hugging the trash bin, retching. His expression turned ghastly pale as he smirked unpleasantly and asked, Mr. Feng, what exactly is your meaning? After vomiting some acid, Feng Zheng's face turned bluish-green, and he weakly waved his hand, saying, Sorry, I just wanted to test whether I've turned gay or not. Didn't scare you, did I? The secretary smiled and said, Not scared, but my self-esteem has taken a bit of a hit. Feng Zheng felt awkward too. Comparing this elegant-looking secretary to Feng's rough demeanor, why did he still prefer the latter? When he thought of the secretary, it only made him feel nauseated. Finished, the result of this experiment was even more terrifying than the possibility of being gay. His face whitened with fear. With a smile, the secretary still stood there looking at him. Feng Zheng wiped his face and said, Ahem, I get it. This month, I'll give you double salary. All right? Upon hearing this, the secretary immediately wore a genuinely heartfelt smile and replied, Thank you, Mr. Feng. Do you want to keep testing, or can I go busy myself now? Go ahead, Feng Zheng waved his hands repeatedly and added cautiously, Keep today's incident confidential. You can count on me, I'm very discreet. After the secretary left, Feng Zheng paced anxiously around the office, feeling chaotic inside. So, what exactly was going on here? This was completely illogical. He used to be a perfectly straight guy, how could he just become gay? Moreover, for a guy even manlier than him. No matter how hard he tried to reason it out, upon further thought, he realized that he truly deserved what he got. Men, sometimes when the feeling is right, everything else aligns. Even though Feng looks so rugged on the outside, his performance contrasts quite dramatically. Such a manly fellow, yet during the act, he wasn't shy at all, panting vigorously. Totally unlike his usual self. That must be the reason he fell for him again. But why would Feng choose him for that kind of affair? Was it because he was simply in the mood and lonely, or does he actually like me? The moment Feng Zheng thought of this possibility, he subconsciously felt repelled. Forget that Feng was a man, even if Feng were a woman, Feng Zheng couldn't accept it. He had always been one to pass through the flower gardens without getting entangled in any leaves, no one could drag him into the grave of love. Thinking of this, in order to make Feng give up on him completely, he sent another WeChat message. Brother Feng, for that kind of thing in the future, don't come to me anymore, I'm straight. Naturally, after sending the WeChat, it was like throwing a stone into the ocean with no response. However, they were both adults, and he believed Feng wasn't the type to pester people, so this matter should be over now, right? As soon as Feng stepped into the yard, he received Feng Zheng's WeChat message. He stopped where he was, his lips twitching slightly, but there was not a hint of a smile in his eyes. He stared at the line of text for a moment, then directly blocked Feng Zheng on WeChat. At his age, he already had no energy left to chase after anything. The arrival of an attraction had indeed been rare and precious, but he'd already made his move. If it still didn't work out, then so be it. Anyway, men were what this world had in abundance. Feng gave up quite cleanly. On the other side, after Lu Yingjie returned home, he mentioned Fang Hongying's suggestion to Lu Jiao and naturally met with her opposition. Brother, I won't go abroad. Anting only said those things because her position allows her to have no worries. Can we really be the same? How are we different? Although our family isn't as well off as the Fangs, we're still doing better than most families, right? Why do you have to be so stubborn? Lu Yingjie truly couldn't understand his sister's thoughts. You know nothing. Lu Jiao shouted at him, of course you wouldn't know. You've been in the army all these years, so you don't understand. This Beijing circle is always divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. People higher up look down on those below with disdain. You just don't know how painful it feels to be looked down upon. I know, am I not trying hard to change that? Why are you in such a rush? Relying on your gamble with your life, when will that end? I just want the fastest and easiest way, what's wrong with that? You. Lu Yingjie massaged his temples, slumped onto the sofa, and said tiredly, I know it's my fault for being useless, but this is as far as your brother can go. This time, you must leave. When you figure things out, you can come back anytime. What do you want me to figure out? I've already told you I've given up on Zhou Mo, what more do you want me to realize? When you can accept our family's situation and embrace our predetermined fate. Lu Yingjie slowly stood up, turning his back to Lu Jiao as he said, I'll give you a few days to pack up, next week I'll send you abroad. Brother. You can't treat me this way. This time, no matter how much Lu Jiao shouted, Lu Yingjie didn't soften his heart. His younger sister had truly been spoiled by him, which was why she was never satisfied. He also felt a bit tired. After Lu Yingjie left, Lu Jiao knew that this time she had to leave. Of course, she wasn't willing. Zhou Mo's stony-heartedness filled her with resentment, but she resented Chu Tian even more. Since she couldn't stay no matter what, she absolutely did not want Chu Tian to easily become part of the Zhou family. A day before she was sent abroad, she deliberately organized a socialite gathering and accidentally leaked the news about Chu Tian and Zhou Mo's marriage. Out of protecting Chu Tian, Zhou Mo hadn't revealed the news of his marriage to the public since the wedding arrangements weren't finalized yet, only a few close friends knew, so this piece of information indeed shocked many people. One relative of the Zhang family was present at the gathering, and the news quickly reached Zhang Li's ears. Chapter 142, Pleasant Cooperation. While Zhou Mo was busy at the company, an unexpected visitor showed up. Because of the visitor's identity, the secretary didn't dare to offend them lightly. After gaining Zhou Mo's approval, she brought the person to Zhou Mo's office. It was autumn, yet Zhang Li still wore a fiery black skirt that exposed her long and smooth legs. A Korean-style suit jacket draped over her shoulders, and on her feet were 8-centimeter red high heels as she sauntered in with great confidence. Zhou Mo merely glanced up at her before continuing to focus on the matters at hand. "Miss Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhang Li sat down on the sofa without invitation, elegantly crossing her legs. She said to the secretary who followed her in, "Please bring me a latte, thank you." "All right, please wait a moment." After the secretary left, Zhang Li turned her head toward Zhou Mo and said, "I heard that you got married, and the object of your affection is an old man from a common family. Is this why you've always rejected me?" Zhou Mo raised his head, his eyes icy cold. "Who told you that?" "Hey, it's hard to say." Zhang Li took a quick look at her freshly done manicure and leisurely said, "In recent days, quite a few people have tried every means to pass messages to me. If I hadn't come by, wouldn't it be disrespectful to their efforts?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo immediately had several candidates in mind, but he didn't ask any further, only saying, "So what's the purpose of your visit?" "What else could it be?" Zhang Li playfully flicked her big waves of hair and said, "I've been chasing you for years, but you've remained as unyielding as iron. Now that your high mountain flower has been picked by someone else, I naturally want to know where exactly I lost out, don't I?" Zhou Mo absently tapped his fingers on the desk. "Then why are you coming to find me? You keep him hidden away, don't you? That means you don't allow others to inquire, right? I don't dare make you angry, so I could only come to you." Zhang Li's eyes flashed with a trace of sorrow as she spoke. She looked at Zhou Mo and asked solemnly, "So, tell me, are you truly determined? Do you like that man?" Zhou Mo faintly smiled, "Since I've already married him, what do you think?" "Ah." Zhang Li twirled her hair with her fingers and bitterly smiled, "I should have guessed it. Despite all my charms chasing after you and getting no response, turns out you're gay." Zhou Mo gave a faint smile but did not refute her. Zhang Li pouted and said, "Then why did you have girlfriends before? What was all that smoke screen about?" "That's enough." Zhou Mo leaned back in his chair and said indifferently, "Miss Zhang, I'm very busy. Moreover, now that I'm married, being alone with a woman who has feelings for me isn't appropriate. If you have any purpose, just say it outright." "Oh, I never would have thought you cared so much about male virtues. It just makes me feel even more sorry for you," Zhang Li replied. Zhou Mo didn't respond. Zhang Li shrugged and sighed, "Fine, since you're gay, I won't bother wasting any more energy on you. Let me get straight to the point. Recently, there's clearly someone trying to use me against your family. The election is coming, and some ambitious people are stirring up trouble. You should have noticed by now, right?" Zhou Mo smiled at her silently, but his eyes were incredibly profound, as if no one's hidden schemes could escape his keen observation. "I knew it. Nothing escapes your notice." This man always appeared calm and collected, making him particularly fascinating. Unfortunately, such a good man happens to be gay. Zhang Li pulled her jacket closer, feeling both pity and absurdity. How could those people think this way? They leaked information to her one after another, thinking that she, Zhang Li, was brainless enough to disregard her family's interests for romantic pursuits and oppose the Zhou family. Though her Zhang family and the Zhou family used to be evenly matched in strength, those were accomplishments from the older generation. Reality was clear, the Zhou family now had such an excellent heir in Zhou Mo, while her Zhang family had only her and an average elder brother. Thus, as long as she had any sense, she wouldn't provoke Zhou Mo. Besides, he was already married. Miss Zhang would certainly not stoop low enough to become a third party. She took a sip of the coffee the secretary brought in and said, "Since you already know, you shouldn't let these people continue running around unchecked, right? By the way, I know one of them is your partner's ex-boyfriend. What do you say? Shall I help you?" Zhou Mo raised an eyebrow. "Why would you help me?" Zhang Li smiled and said, "Let me just be straightforward with you. I know that people outside have always been trying to make our two families oppose each other, hoping to see both of us perish so they can benefit from it. Whether you believe it or not, I still feel the need to tell you, our Zhang family has never thought of opposing the Zhou family." Zhou Mo quietly watched her without commenting. Zhang Li sighed and continued, alright, I admit, the older generation is competitive and stuck in the past glory, but my brother is a man without ambition, he just likes photography. If he hadn't been born into the Zhang family, he wouldn't have been trapped in this cage, unable to go anywhere. She finished speaking with a bitter smile, as for me, I have great ambitions, but unfortunately, I'm a woman. She turned her head to look at the skyscrapers outside the window, her eyes somewhat drifting. People always say women are not as good as men, but I consider myself more suitable than my brother for the position of the Zhang family's patriarch. However, there's no way around it, the family always thought I would eventually get married and treated me as an outsider from the beginning, which is why our Zhang family ends here with this generation. Zhou Mo quite agreed with this view, though he didn't expect Zhang Li to be so insightful, clearly being more forward-thinking than their eldest brother. Unfortunately, the older members of the Zhang family had stubborn ideas and were destined to lose such excellent talent. After saying all of this, Zhang Li looked at Zhou Mo and said, I know, actually you probably don't even need my help, but I think handling someone's ex-boyfriend would make even you feel some hesitation, right? Why don't you leave it to me to handle? I assure you, that person will never recover. And in front of your lover, you'll remain spotless. In return, I only ask for one promise from you. Zhou Mo tapped his fingers lightly and asked, what kind of promise do you want? Zhang Li let out a nearly inaudible sigh and said, my brother sitting in this position has many things he cannot control himself. In the future, if one day he is forced to do something unwise, I only hope you could give him a way out. Your deep affection for your brother is truly commendable. Zhou Mo neither confirmed nor denied her request, leaving room for negotiation. Zhang Li pressed on, also, there's Lu Jiao. She's your brother's sister, but she's not exactly well behaved. It was she who deliberately leaked the news of your marriage to me, and I don't even know if she's leaked it to anyone else. What do you plan to do with her? Zhou Mo kept silent with a cold expression. Zhang Li smiled, sipped her coffee lightly, and said indifferently, she's your brother's real sister, so you find it hard to completely eliminate her, which must frustrate you, right? She raised her eyes and looked at Zhou Mo, you can't directly take action against her, but I can. I can guarantee that she will not be able to cause any trouble again. And your brother won't blame you because the whole thing will be handled by me, allowing you to stay completely uninvolved throughout the process. How does that sound? Is my sincerity enough? The corner of Zhou Mo's mouth slightly curved, and he spoke solemnly, Mr. Zhang was wise all his life, but he became confused in his old age, what a pity. Zhang Li neither agreed nor disagreed. She straightened her legs, slowly stood up and walked to Zhou Mo. Then she extended her hand and said, so shall we cooperate pleasantly? Zhou Mo did not extend his hand, but gave a slight nod, pleasant cooperation. Chapter 143, The Long Shot Pulls Away. Zhang Li curled her lips slightly and naturally withdrew her hand. She tidied up her hair and teased, oh dear, what a pity. All the good men are going after other men. Truly, everything nice in this world gets snatched up by men. In my next life, I'm definitely coming back as a man. Zhou Mo responded with indifference, if there were no elite women like Miss Zhang leading society forward, men would forever be arrogant, and women would forever stand still. So, Miss Zhang, don't undervalue yourself. Moreover, success is man-made. I believe that fate won't be harsh on those with ideals and ambitions. I wish you soon achieve your dreams. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li was momentarily stunned. She gazed quietly at Zhou Mo, finding it rather strange in her heart. Was the king of hell actually consoling someone now? Oddly enough, if you looked closely, he seemed less sharp than before. Zhang Li's vision went a little blurry, she was somewhat dazed, thinking to herself, he really does love his partner a lot, doesn't he? That's why he has become gentle for him. This man was now radiating the soft glow of a married man, completely different from who he used to be. It seemed she had lost thoroughly. Zhang Li buried the hint of a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth, suppressing the stubbornness inside her heart. When she lifted her head again, she was still the unmatched beauty known as Miss Zhang. She smiled and said, men's words are nothing but lies, and that statement holds true even for you, Mr. Coldface. You're so convincing, it shows I shouldn't trust anything men say lightly. She picked up the Hermes bag on the table and turned away gracefully, still, I quite like being called an elite woman instead of just a good girl to make me feel better. Come on, see me out. Zhou Mo sat motionless on the chair. Zhang Li turned around and looked at him, come on, I've arranged someone downstairs. If we're going to cooperate, I need something in my hands to play my part, right? She smirked and mocked playfully, what's wrong? Are you scared of your wife? Or perhaps, your significant other has such little security that they can't even trust you. Zhou Mo smirked faintly, stood up, walked to the door, and opened it, politely gesturing for Zhang Li to go ahead. Inside the Chu family mansion, Chu Tian was on the phone with Shan Yang. As the 2-month deadline drew near, Shan Yang's emotions became increasingly distraught. Yet, he still had to hide his sorrow in front of Lu Qingzhe. Hence, all his pent-up emotions could only be vented towards Chu Tian, the sole person in the know. Brother Chu, what should I do? There are only 10 more days left. How time flies. I'm still not ready. The more time I spend with him, the more I love him, yet we don't have any more time. Shan Yang sobbed uncontrollably over the phone, Brother Chu, what should I do? I simply can't live without him. What should I do? Chu Tian sighed, lowering his head. He really didn't know how to console Shan Yang because there wasn't anything he could say to stop death from coming. Shan Yang didn't expect an answer anyway, he merely needed an outlet to release his grief. He choked out, Brother Chu, do you know what? I often find myself harboring a bit of, roughly translates to gambling hope. I think, if I keep hiding it from him, and if he doesn't know about his illness, then wouldn't there be a miracle? Could he continue living blissfully unaware like this? Chu Tian opened his mouth, yet once again, he didn't know what to say. Shan Yang grew more agitated. It seemed like he was hoping to get Chu Tian's agreement. I really think it's possible. Because he looks no different from a normal person. He eats well, sleeps soundly, holds me with such strength. His heartbeat is steady. His body is warm. He became increasingly broken down as he spoke. He looks perfectly fine, how could he be dying? Shan Yang, you, sigh. Chu Tian felt affected by his sadness, feeling particularly heavy-hearted. Shan Yang, I don't know how to comfort you. I can only say, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. I know. Shan Yang pulled himself out of his intense imagination, instantly losing all energy in his voice. Brother Chu, do you know what? He always thinks I don't truly love him. The more I care for him, the more he believes I'm just showing him pity before leaving. This fool pretends to be happy during the day, but sighs behind my back at night. He still doesn't trust me. Probably for him, happiness came too suddenly, and that's a normal reaction. Yeah, I know. If I had my whole life, I'm sure I could prove my feelings to him, but we don't have the time anymore, Brother Chu. I don't want him to leave this world regretting and believing that I don't love him when he means everything to me. I must make him believe me. How do you plan to do that? Shan Yang's voice finally carried a trace of sweet laughter. I will marry him. After we're married, he wouldn't think I'll leave him again, right? Are you sure about your decision? Yeah, I'm sure. If I'm destined not to keep him forever, at least I can still hold on to the identity of Lu Qingzhe's partner. Even if our time is brief, our bond will last forever. Sounds good. Chu Tian nodded with a deep tone. Shan Yang became more excited. Brother Chu, I've made up my mind. I will propose to him later today. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to buy a ring yet, but I can't wait. At the latest, as soon as his class ends, I have to make him agree to be my husband. Chu Tian smiled. You are so rushed. Don't scare Professor Lu too much. Haha, he surely will be scared since he always thinks I'll leave. Well, I'm going to scare him for real. I wish you success then. Yes, I will succeed, right? Shan Yang answered himself, definitely. He loves me so much, there's no way he won't agree to my proposal. Brother Chu, I'm really so excited. If only I hadn't left my household registration book with Mom, I'd rush him off to register right now. You're too impatient. Proposing should give him a little time to enjoy his bachelorhood, shouldn't it? I'm not giving him any. Shan Yang seemed to forget all sorrow, fully consumed by the joy of uniting with his lover. I'll grab my household registration book from home today, and tomorrow morning, I'll become Lu Zhiyuan's legal husband. Chu Tian's eyes watered slightly, using a joke to cover his inner sadness. My goodness, you're thinking about marriage before you even successfully proposed. What if Professor Lu wants to test you? You're right. My previous behavior wasn't great. What if he still doesn't trust me? Shan Yang fell low again, but I don't have the time to prove myself to him. But we just don't have the time. Chu Tian quickly consoled him, don't worry. If he doubts you, just tell me, and Brother Chu will tie him up for you. One way or another, tomorrow we'll force him to sign and seal the deal at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Great. Shan Yang laughed, both men deliberately sidestepping the grim reality, tacitly pretending nothing was amiss. Brother Chu, I better prepare some lines, otherwise, I might stutter and embarrass myself. Sure, let me know once you succeed. That goes without saying. You'll definitely hear good news from me. Alright. Chapter 144, To Be or Not to Be. Lu Qingzhe hurried out of the classroom as soon as class was over, walking straight out of the teaching building amid the teasing of his students, ready to find his lover. In recent days, Shan Yang had been clinging to him day and night, either attending classes with him or waiting for him in the office. In short, whenever he finished his work, it was their time together. Thinking of his adorable lover waiting for him, he sped up, his long legs striding quickly. Halfway through, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a landline number. Thinking it was a nuisance call, he hung up. But the phone soon rang again. Nuisance calls usually don't come twice, so Lu Qingzhe answered it. Hello, this is the First Municipal Hospital. Are you Mr. Lu Qingzhe? Hospital? Lu Qingzhe felt a little strange inside. Why would the hospital call him? Was this the age when even hospitals were starting sales promotions? As he walked, he absent-mindedly replied, yes, what can I do for you? Oh, here's the thing. Last month, you underwent a CT scan at our hospital. Since that day was particularly busy, our radiology doctor accidentally mixed up your identity with another patient, resulting in you receiving the wrong results. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused in your life. Hold on, sorry, I didn't quite understand. Lu Qingzhe was confused. What CT results? I was just drunk back then, wasn't I? Yes, the details are unclear to me too. According to our records, apart from prescribing some antidotes, you also underwent a CT scan. You might not have known about it because perhaps your family didn't want you to know. The incorrect report showed that the other patient had brain cancer and has already passed away. If it weren't for his family making a scene at the hospital, we wouldn't have known we made a mistake either. We're truly very sorry. Brain cancer. Yes, but this is the test result of another patient. Due to mixing up the patient names, our doctors erroneously informed your family of this mistaken result. So it's like that. No wonder. No wonder he was greeted by Yang Yang with exceptional warmth when he came home from the hospital that day. Yang Yang even gave himself to him. No wonder Yang Yang has been so clingy lately. No wonder his attitude has changed so drastically. It turns out it's because Yang Yang knew he was going to die. In an instant, Lu Qingzhe understood everything, finally resolving the doubts lingering in his heart. He stood still, his mind swirling in chaos, and asked, "Then please tell me, are my results normal?" "Yes, there's nothing wrong with your brain. You can rest assured about that." Suddenly realizing how narrowly he escaped death, Lu Qingzhe had a feeling of surviving a close brush. However, he couldn't help but worry about Shan Yang's reaction upon knowing the truth. If Shan Yang thought that because he was dying, so provided him with all sorts of terminal care, then if he knew he wasn't sick, would his attitude towards him immediately revert to the way it was before? "Mr. Lu, if you still have concerns, you can come to our hospital for a free re-checkup. Again, we sincerely apologize for any trouble our negligence may have caused in your life." Lu Qingzhe snapped back to reality and continued walking forward. "It's fine, I understand. It's no big deal. It's a false alarm after all, which is good news. Thank you for your understanding. Wishing you good health and happiness. Goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingzhe was already at the door of the office, but he suddenly hesitated and dared not move forward. He was debating whether to tell Shan Yang about this matter or not. Of course, he should tell him. After all, Shan Yang always believed he was about to die, which must have been weighing heavily on his mind these days. But what if telling him made him stop being so clingy to him? Professor Lu hesitated. People often find it easy to adapt to luxury, but hard to return to frugality. After tasting the intense love showered on him by Shan Yang, how could Professor Lu tolerate returning to the past polite but distant relationship? The ever-upright Professor Lu was currently undergoing an internal conflict between morality and emotions, causing great distress within him. Man being imperfect, who could be entirely selfless? Professor Lu, with his integrity akin to clear wind and bright moon, wanted to act dishonorably at this moment. After pacing around for a while, he ultimately chose morality over emotion, or rather, his love for Shan Yang triumphed over his personal desires. He admonished himself internally, reminding himself that he could not hide the truth from Shan Yang out of selfishness. It was imperative to tell him. Only then would Shan Yang's choices come purely from his heart rather than out of forced pity. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door of the office. Since all the colleagues in the office knew about Professor Lu's little darling wife being very clingy, and they also pitted that the old bachelor had finally found a partner at this age, everyone willingly vacated the office for them. Therefore, Shan Yang was the only person in the office at the moment. Lu Qingzhe couldn't hold back what was on his mind, so as soon as he opened the door, he wanted to reveal the truth. "Yang Yang, there's something I need to tell you." At the same moment, Shan Yang suddenly lunged into his arms, excitedly saying, "Honey, you're finally back. I have something to tell you too." Putting down his lesson plan, Lu Qingzhe smiled as he looked at him and said, "All right, let Yang Yang speak first." Tightly embracing Shan Yang, he thought to himself, "Just let me indulge in this last moment a bit longer. I truly hope this moment could last forever, but alas. Darling, let's get married." Shan Yang interrupted Lu Qingzhe's sentimental thoughts with these 8 words, causing an earthquake of magnitude 10 to shake his inner world. Huh? Lu Qingzhe widened his eyes, looking dazedly at Shan Yang. "Yang Yang, what did you say?" "I said, let's get married." Shan Yang leaned his face against his chest, rubbing affectionately while speaking. "I know it might be sudden. I had prepared a lot of things to say originally, but once I saw you, I forgot everything, leaving only this one sentence in my mind. Don't think I'm not sincere. Even though I didn't have time to prepare a ring or any surprises, my feelings for you are absolutely genuine." Shan Yang lifted his head, his eye rims already red by this point. After uttering these words, his heart ached even more. He knew Lu Qingzhe was still doubting his feelings, yet every single word he spoke came straight from his true heart. During these days, he had come to fully understand how much Lu Qingzhe meant to him. He genuinely, so sincerely, wanted to marry Lu Qingzhe. He truly wanted to grow old with him together. Even if it couldn't really be, at least, he wanted to become Lu Qingzhe's true lover. With red eyes, he looked at Lu Qingzhe pleadingly, like a child begging, "So, dear, don't reject me, okay?" Lu Qingzhe locked gazes with those beautiful eyes and started to agonize again. Of course, he knew why Shan Yang proposed marriage so hastily. It was because of his limited time, wasn't it? To tell or not to tell, that was the question. If he told, the beloved person within reach might vanish. If he didn't tell. Not telling meant he could actually marry Yang Yang. Lu Qingzhe stood stiffly on the spot, tormented to the point where his intestines felt twisted up. Chapter 145, Let me thank you. Reason told Lu Qingzhe that the decision Shan Yang was making now was impulsive, out of pity, out of regret, and it was about giving him some final comfort before he passed away, letting him leave without any regrets. This did not mean that he truly wanted to marry him and spend the rest of his life with him. But emotion whispered in his ear from the other side, telling him that it didn't matter if it was out of true feelings or pity, just get married first. Once they were married, Yang Yang would be his. Even if Yang Yang didn't feel deeply enough for him right now, they had a lifetime ahead of them, an eternity during which he would surely fall genuinely in love with him. Lu Qingzhe's inner balance kept tilting toward emotion, yet he always hesitated to take the step. At this point, Shan Yang pouted his lips and asked him through tears, Lu Qingzhe, what's wrong with you? Haven't you said that you loved me? Haven't you promised that you'd never refuse me? Why are you speechless? Don't tell me that after we slept together, you want to abandon responsibility. I'm not. Lu Qingzhe replied weakly, as his inner balance tilted back towards reason because of Shan Yang's tears. He couldn't be so selfish, he couldn't deceive Yang Yang's feelings. He repeatedly reminded himself of this inside. I'll let you know, I'm a virgin when it comes to you. If you dare to shirk your responsibility, tomorrow I'll plaster posters all over the school declaring that you're a man who doesn't take responsibility after sleeping with someone. We'll see who would still want you. Shan Yang angrily waved his fists, softly pounding on Lu Qingzhe's chest while crying and saying, You big scoundrel, you can only be mine. You're not allowed to weasel out of this. Wah. Yang Yang. As soon as Lu Qingzhe heard that it was his first time with Shan Yang, the balance in his heart tipped dramatically toward emotion, leaving no trace of reason behind. Let it be. A scoundrel then let it be. Just get married first. Professor Lu quickly embraced his little beloved, gently kissing him, causing all the strength to disappear from Shan Yang's hands. With his head tilted upward, he obediently allowed Lu Qingzhe to kiss him. Lu Qingzhe's kisses were always gentle, like treating the most precious treasure in the world, and Shan Yang felt enveloped by this tenderness, feeling as though heaven couldn't be much better than this. Heaven is too far away, it's destined not to belong to anyone, so, maybe that's why he can't keep hold of it. A tear fell from Shan Yang's eyes. Lu Qingzhe wiped his eyes with his fingertips and ultimately couldn't bear seeing Shan Yang sad, so he decided to reveal the truth. Yang Yang, before, wasn't there something I said I needed to tell you? Listen to me finish, and then decide whether to continue with your proposal, alright? As soon as Shan Yang heard these words, he inexplicably became nervous. He looked at Lu Qingzhe, cautiously asking, What do you want to say? Can't you just agree with me first and then talk about it? Be patient. Lu Qingzhe's eyes sparkled, yet remained gentle, his mouth carried a smile but his eyes showed bitterness. Yang Yang, I know why you've been sticking so close to me these days, thank you for everything you've done for me. I feel very happy. But I must tell you, actually You stop talking. Shan Yang covered his mouth, anxiously saying, It's because you still don't believe me, right? Is it because you think my marriage proposal lacked sincerity? After finishing, he pushed Lu Qingzhe aside and passionately exclaimed, You're not allowed to reject me. I'm going to buy a ring right now, and then grab the household registration book. My brother Chu has already said, if you don't agree, he will help tie you up and take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just wait and see, latest by tomorrow, you'll be my husband. Saying this, he ran out of the office without looking back, fearing that Lu Qingzhe would say something self-abasing again and hurt his heart. Their time left was short, he didn't have the luxury of proving his feelings bit by bit anymore. Since Lu Qingzhe still doubted him, he'd have to prove his love through action. It's not, Yang Yang, stop running, please listen to me. Don't come near me. Before you wear this ring, you're not allowed to say a word. Shan Yang's voice gradually faded into the distance and disappeared at the corner of the stairs. Lu Qingzhe stood still for half a moment and then helplessly shook his head, Little fool, why such a rush? Are you trying to force me to be a bad guy? Thinking about Shan Yang's authoritative declaration just now, the corners of his mouth kept turning upward uncontrollably. Yang Yang had been quite imposing just now, planning to drag him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Qingzhe knew this happened for a reason, yet couldn't help feeling blessed inside. If tomorrow he could really become Yang Yang's husband, that would be great, but still, he wouldn't be so selfish. Lu Qingzhe turned back to his desk and started preparing the lesson plan for the next class, thinking that he would tell Yang Yang the truth when he came back. Shan Yang ran out of the campus like the wind. Once out of Lu Qingzhe's sight, his tears could no longer be held back, spilling down endlessly as if pearls on a broken string. He hailed a taxi at the school gate and cried in the car while telling the driver, Sir, please take me to the nearest jewelry store. All right. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and asked, Young man, what troubles have you met with that made you cry so heartbrokenly? Shan Yang wiped his face and sobbed, Sir, please don't ask. I'm going through too much pain now. If you ask me, I might break down. I cannot fall apart now. Oh. All right then. Sensing the situation, the driver stopped asking and said, Young man, you're still young. There are many things you're facing for the first time and you take them too seriously. But when you grow older, you'll realize that except for birth, aging, sickness, and death, there's nothing really serious in this world. The driver meant well, but inadvertently hit on Shan Yang's sore spot. He couldn't hold himself together anymore and burst into uncontrollable sobs inside the car. Wah! I told you not to say anything, and yet you did. You know my boyfriend has an incurable disease, he is about to die. Wah! I barely managed to hold back my tears, and you had to say that, wah! Well, this is quite embarrassing. The driver felt awkward and consoled. Then, don't cry. Everyone will die, it's just a matter of earlier or later. If your love is strong enough, when you pass away in the future, you two can reunite in the afterlife. Shan Yang wept even louder. Is that how you console people? Wah, thank you very much, please just keep quiet from now on, Weya. Cough, alright. The driver complied and kept silent until they reached the nearby jewelry store. Young man, we're here. Shan Yang hastily wiped away his tears with his sleeve, paid, and quickly got out of the car. It was already 4 p.m. He didn't have time to grieve. He needed to buy the ring quickly, get the household registration book, and then go back to be with his lover. Their time was far too precious. Not a second could be wasted. Chapter 146, Better to Remember Than Meet Again. When Xiangdong returned home, he saw their housekeeper, Aunt Zhang, frowning by the kitchen door. He walked over and asked, Aunt Zhang, what's wrong? Oh, Master Dong, you're back. She wiped her hands on her apron and turned to walk into the kitchen while saying, Are you hungry? The meal will be ready soon. Rest for a bit. Not yet, I'm not that hungry, Xiangdong replied. Having grown up under Aunt Zhang's care, he was quite close to her. Concerned, he said, I see that your face looks troubled. Did something happen? She waved her hand dismissively and said, Nothing serious. It's just that Yang Yang called me earlier asking for the household registration book. His tone didn't sound right, so I've been a bit worried. Household registration book? Upon hearing this, Xiangdong furrowed his brow and asked, why does he need it? Could it be that someone has deceived him into borrowing high-interest loans? How would I know? Aunt Zhang said anxiously, Yang Yang is usually a good boy, so he shouldn't be borrowing such loans. At first, I thought maybe he wanted to secretly get married without telling me. Hearing this, Xiangdong paused in surprise and asked, why would you think that? Sighing, Aunt Zhang replied, recently, I heard him say that he has a girlfriend now. It hasn't been long, but he suddenly wants the household registration book urgently. I'm worried that he might have misjudged someone and made a hasty decision. When I asked him what he wanted to do, he wouldn't tell me. Oh well, my child has grown up, and he truly causes worry now. He was much cuter when he was younger. This really should be looked into carefully. Xiangdong frowned even more deeply and said, alright, I'll help you find out what's going on. If he's truly being scammed, I'll definitely stop him. No, don't bother yourself, Aunt Zhang quickly refused. You've been busy all day, and you haven't eaten yet. This must be just my overthinking. It's fine, don't worry about it. It's not a problem, not at all. Yang Yang has grown up under my eyes since he was little. I regard him as a younger brother, so naturally, I can't let him go astray. Just wait here. I'll head over and make sure nothing happens before he leaves. With gratitude, Aunt Zhang said, oh, thank you so much, Master Dong. Please trouble yourself to ask him thoroughly what he intends to do. He's always listened to you since he was young. If there really is an issue, please kindly advise him for me. Sure, don't worry. I'll go handle it. After finishing, Xiangdong immediately turned around and left, taking long strides. He didn't even have time to call the driver and went straight to the garage to drive off. On the way, he nearly drove at full speed the entire time and finally managed to arrive at Shan Yang's place just before he left. Shan Yang had already called his mom in a hurry after picking out a ring earlier, and by the time he bought the ring, he had only just arrived home. After searching for a bit in the house, he finally found the household registration book among some files. He happily tucked it into his chest and hurriedly prepared to leave. It took him some time to pick out the ring, and it was almost 7 o'clock now. The traffic would surely be congested on the way back. He also regretted wasting several hours with the professor today. In a rush, he opened the door, coincidentally spotting Xiangdong who was about to knock. Brother Dong. Why are you here? Xiangdong glanced at the household registration book in his arms, his face darkening menacingly. Yang Yang, what do you plan to do with the household registration book? Upon hearing this, Shan Yang instinctively clutched the household registration book closer to his chest and said, I need it, Brother Dong. I have urgent matters, I need to go. He then tried to slip past Xiangdong, but his path was blocked. Yang Yang, don't you want to know why I came looking for you? Xiangdong was tall and robust. Standing against the light at the doorway, he instantly cast a shadow over Shan Yang, enveloping him completely in his shade, which made him somewhat uneasy. Ironically, being overshadowed by Xiangdong used to be what Shan Yang loved most. Numerous times, he deliberately hid in Xiangdong's shadow because it felt like embracing him. Even if it was self-deception, it brought him immense happiness. He never cared about being mocked as a sycophant following the young master because the master allowed his presence. That alone signified that he meant something special to him. But that was the past. Now, he already had his own real, warm embrace. He no longer needed to chase anyone else's shadow or anxiously wait for that person to look back at him. Xianyang gently pushed Xiangdong and quietly said, "Brother Dong, we can talk about it next time. I really have to go, I'm running out of time. Do you have something so urgent that you don't even have time to talk to me?" Instead of stepping aside, Xiangdong moved a step closer, forcing Xianyang to retreat back into the doorway. Xianyang didn't want to argue with him, so he looked up and asked, "Then what do you want from me?" Xiangdong didn't answer. Instead, he scanned Xianyang from head to toe, and when his eyes landed on the red marks on the nape of his neck and behind his ear, they turned cold as ice. "Yang, you're becoming more disobedient. Did you forget the things I told you before? Which one are you referring to?" Xianyang stood firm against him, defiantly asking, "The one where you said you'll never like me, or the one where you only see me as a younger brother? You still remember those parts, right? Why don't you recall my asking you to think carefully about coming back to me? Are you still mad at me?" Looking at Xiangdong's dark expression, Xianyang held his chin high, showing no fear. He said, "Of course I remember, not a single word dares escape my mind. But I'm not mad at you, really. Because I've already completely let go of you, Brother Dong. A good kid who never gets any candy can get sad too. I'm no longer your little lackey. I already have my own life now, and you've long had a fiancé. Let's leave it at this." "Humph," Xiangdong chuckled deeply, saying, "So quick to turn your face around, huh? Do you actually think it's that easy to come and go as you please by my side? Brother Dong, didn't you take it too far?" Xianyang noticed Xiangdong's anger, and a slight fear crept into his heart. He stepped back and said, "I'm just the housemaid's son. We've always kept things clean and proper. When have I ever been by your side?" "Oh." Xiangdong took another step forward, his face icy cold. Slowly moving closer to Xianyang, he coldly said, "Then who was the one crying while stripping down, begging me to have them? Who begged for just one chance?" He suddenly clutched Xianyang's waist tightly and snarled menacingly in his ear, "Who said they loved me, who swore they would wait for me forever?" His words made Xianyang's face instantly pale. The darkest memories of his past were casually revealed as if they were just a joke, leaving Xianyang both angry and hurt. In Xiangdong's eyes, his precious first love meant nothing. How foolish he had been to ever expect that Xiangdong would be moved by his sincerity. How utterly stupid he truly was. His lips trembled slightly, tears glistening in his eyes, but he forced himself to salvage his dignity, saying, "That was in the past. Everyone has their moments of idiocy, right? Just say I got my brain crushed in the door back then. Anyway, you didn't agree at the time, did you?" Chapter 147, Bottom Line. "Yang, don't make me angry." Xiao Dong reached out to pinch Yang's face. His tone didn't fluctuate but was full of threatening undertones. "I know that in the past I didn't respond to you, and you can throw a tantrum. But you must obediently come back to me." Seeing Yang constantly dodging, his gaze turned colder. Yang, I will cancel the engagement. The previous engagement was also for gaining the support of the Jiang family. But now I've stabilized my position, and I no longer need them, only you. If you're good, I'll give you what you want. But there's nothing left I can expect from you." Yang shoved Xiao Dong away, unable to bear it anymore. The household registration book in his hand fell to the ground with a loud thud. He bent down quickly to pick it up, only for Xiao Dong to step on it with his foot. Xiao Dong looked down at Yang from a higher position, his tone clearly tinged with anger. "Yang, why are you taking back the household registration? It's none of your business. Dong Gu, leave me alone." "I really have an urgent matter," said Yang as he pulled desperately at the household registration book, feeling both frustrated and anxious. Right now, he had no time to waste with Xiao Dong, all he wanted was to hurry back and be by his professor's side. Their time together was slipping away second by second, and he was extremely worried. But even though he was furious, he dared not voice his anger because he knew Xiao Dong's nature. Being merely the son of a maid, he couldn't afford to provoke this powerful figure who was highly influential in the capital. "I'm asking you again, what do you intend to do with the household registration?" Xiao Dong didn't lift his foot. Instead, he pressed down harder on the book with the tip of his shoe. "Let go." Unable to endure any longer, Yang rammed into Xiao Dong's foot with his body. In the process, the box containing a ring in his pocket slipped out and rolled across the floor with a clatter. Yang hurriedly got up to retrieve it but was immediately pressed down by Xiao Dong grabbing him by the head. "Ugh! Let go of me. Don't touch." Of course, Xiao Dong didn't release him. He bent over, picked up the jewelry box, and upon opening it, found two simple platinum wedding bands lying quietly side by side, giving off an impression of mutual dependence. A quick glance revealed they were meant for two men. This little thing wasn't behaving properly, daring to wear someone else's collar. An overwhelming surge of fury swept through Xiao Dong, exceeding even his own expectations. "Dong Gu, return it to me. That's mine." Attempting to lunge forward and snatch it back, Yang realized how futile his efforts were against Xiao Dong's superior physique. In one swift motion, Xiao Dong clasped Yang Yang's waist tightly and clamped him under his arm. Struggling frantically, Yang Yang still couldn't break free, crying out in desperation, "Let me go. You big idiot. Villain. What right do you have to treat me like this? Let me go, I'm calling the police." Humph. Xiao Dong let out a cold chuckle, devoid of any warmth in his eyes. "Call the police. Shall I help you report?" "You." At the mention of Xiao Dong's identity, Yang Yang lost his voice, knowing fully well how ridiculous his threat appeared in Xiao Dong's eyes. He suddenly felt drained of all strength, surrendering as if resigning himself to fate. "Dong Gu, please let me go. I am just the son of your family's maid, someone you've never truly noticed. Can't you just ignore me like before?" Standing tall in his authoritative position, Xiao Dong exuded a commanding presence, instilling awe without raising his voice. He grabbed Yang Yang forcefully, bringing him close, and looked deeply into his eyes. "No, Yang Yang. If I want something, I must obtain it. And you know very well my methods. Are you sure you want to resist?" After hearing his words, Yang Yang felt a deep sense of irony inside. In the past, he had dreamt endlessly about gaining Xiao Dong's affection but met constant disappointment. Now that he no longer desired it, Xiao Dong forces him to accept it. Facing Xiao Dong's possessive dominance, he didn't feel a hint of joy in achieving what he once yearned for. Instead, he felt nauseous. Without comparison, there might be no hurt. Having experienced Lu Qingzhe's tender care and love, Xiao Dong's arrogant belief that he could claim affection from a high pedestal seemed hypocritical and laughable. At this moment, Yang Yang was incredibly grateful that Xiao Dong hadn't reciprocated his feelings back then. He was thankful for impulsively agreeing to give Lu Qingzhe a try. Otherwise, he might have fallen prey to Xiao Dong's hollow infatuation, mistaking it for genuine love, and ended up treated like a dog summoned at will. Suppressing his emotions, Yang Yang tried to remain calm. "Dong Gu, it's not that I'm resisting you. Your interest in me is just fleeting. How long can it last anyway? Even if you don't need anyone's backing, given your status, isn't it impossible for someone like me to be with you? Neither sir nor madam would approve. It's unnecessary for you to get yourself into these troubles for me, besides, you don't really like me. I said, I should be the one who likes you." Xiao Dong loosened his grip because of his plea, but still refused to release his restraint on him. "You see, not even you are sure. Yet you want me to give up everything and come back to you. Do you think that's possible? Although I'm not sure, I know I can't let you marry another man. Yang Yang, you can only be mine. Any other thoughts, you'd better not even dare to have them." Dan Yang gave a faint, bitter smile. "Isn't this too tyrannical? You don't treat me as an equal person at all. In your eyes, how am I any different from a toy? What kind of person I treat you as depends on what kind of person you want to be." Xiao Dong lifted Dan Yang's chin and slowly drew near. "Yang Yang, you used to be very proactive, didn't you? Be so again now. This matter of the rings can be overlooked, and you stop seeing that teacher. As long as you behave well, I'll be good to you, give you what you want. How does that sound? Do you know who my boyfriend is?" Dan Yang stiffened his body instantly, looking anxiously at Xiao Dong. "Did you investigate him?" Xiao Dong was displeased with his reaction. "He took something that belonged to me. Shouldn't I know who he is?" "What do you mean, took something belonging to you? I've never been yours." Dan Yang started struggling violently again. "Why did you investigate him?" "Why?" After realizing Dan Yang's concern for Lu Qingzhe, Xiao Dong felt quite irritated inside. He originally had no plan to do anything against Lu Qingzhe, but now he had changed his mind. "He took away my person, so I naturally have to teach him a lesson. Tell me, how should I deal with him properly? Everyone has their bottom line." Dan Yang both loved and feared Xiao Dong in the past. So before Xiao Dong, he instinctively softened his stance. No matter how Xiao Dong humiliated him, he could endure it, but he couldn't bear it if Xiao Dong messed with Lu Qingzhe. "I will die fighting if you dare lay a finger on him." Dan Yang shouted, then lowered his head and bit down hard on Xiao Dong's hand, showing no mercy. Soon blood trickled out on Xiao Dong's arm. He fiercely swung Dan Yang's head aside, not even glancing at the wound on his arm. With great strength, he grabbed the back of Dan Yang's neck and ground out through gritted teeth. "You would defy me, for him?" Chapter 148, Big Mang's Call. "Dong Xiang, let me go. You bastard." Shan Yang twisted his neck fiercely, trying to break free from his grip. "Don't think you can do whatever you want now. The capital city is not a place where you can have everything under your control. If you dare ruin your reputation and status, come on then." Shan Yang's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently with anger, completely lacking the former cuteness and docility in front of Dong Xiang. Dong Xiang looked at this Shan Yang and was momentarily stunned. Things were truly different now. In the past, when Shan Yang looked at him, his eyes would shine brightly, filled with admiration and desire. Now, there was only hatred. "So, if I touch him, are you going to fight me?" A rare trace of vulnerability flashed through Dong Xiang's eyes, but the person who used to pay attention to his every mood remained oblivious. "Yes. If you dare to touch him, I will fight you." Shan Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Dong Xiang. "Xiang Gu, I'm not joking. He is my life now. Think about it yourself, whether it's worth risking a confrontation with someone who has nothing to lose just for a fleeting impulse. You certainly have gained quite some attitude. Dong Xiang chuckled as he looked down, but the force in his hands suddenly increased, causing Shan Yang's face to turn pale with pain. Dong Xiang laughed bitterly for a while before looking up at Shan Yang and saying, Yang Yang, are all children like you? When they love, they want to give the whole world, but when they don't love anymore, even a glance feels redundant. Yes. That's exactly how I am. Can you see clearly now? After finishing his sentence, tears involuntarily streamed down Shan Yang's face again, an inexplicable wave of deep sorrow surged in his heart, so leave me alone. We were never meant for each other. My fault was always clinging to you before, I'll try not to appear in front of you from now on. Dong Gu, you can't abandon your status and reputation for me, so let me go, okay? And what if I don't? Dong Xiang viciously squeezed his nape, what if I don't let you go? Shan Yang smiled faintly and said, do you know Chu Tian? I told him that today I'm going to propose to my boyfriend. We agreed to inform him of the result today. Upon hearing that he was going to propose to another person voluntarily, Dong Xiang's anger flared up instantly. So what? Are you deliberately provoking me with these words? If he can't reach me, he'll definitely come find me, because he's a particularly careful person. Dong Gu, even if you don't take us ordinary people seriously, don't you still need to care about Zhou Mo? Dong Xiang gave a cold smile and replied, Zhou Mo is a brother I've played with since childhood. Without his efforts, I wouldn't have attained my current position. Do you really think he would turn against me over you? Yang Yang, you're too naive. It's not that I'm naive, Shan Yang returned his gaze fearlessly, it's that someone like you doesn't understand what love is, so you won't comprehend how much Zhou Mo cares for Brother Chu. I believe if Brother Chu says a word, Zhou Mo would certainly not neglect the matter. By then, if you lose the support of such a financial godfather because of me, would you be certain you wouldn't regret it? You sure have thought it through thoroughly. Dong Xiang's voice sounded strained as if squeezed from between clenched teeth, and his expression turned fierce. He observed the defiance and satisfaction on Shan Yang's face and unexpectedly felt a sudden sense of failure. Of course, he didn't take this immature and naive threat from Shan Yang seriously. He and Zhou Mo were deeply intertwined, how could they possibly dismantle their partnership just like that? What genuinely troubled him was that the person who once went to great lengths to get close to him, now resisted him so firmly, even willing to be his enemy to leave him. This little tail who had followed him for over 20 years, was now suddenly gone. He felt like a lion expelled from his own territory, his former dominance vanished, leaving only desolation. Sighing softly, he rested his head on Shan Yang's shoulder as if conceding defeat, whispering, Yang Yang, I meant what I said about being together. Didn't you used to like me so much? Then continue liking me. This time, Dong Gu will absolutely no longer disappoint you, I promise. After listening, Shan Yang showed not the slightest emotion, his expressionless reply came, Dong Gu, I also mean what I said, that I don't like you anymore. No one stays rooted in the past forever. I only love my boyfriend now. Dong Gu, if you still care about the affection we once shared, then stop being foolish and don't force me to hate you, alright? Dong Xiang gazed silently at him with a grim expression, saying nothing. At this moment, Shan Yang's phone rang, drawing the attention of both individuals. Dong Xiang still hadn't decided what to do with Shan Yang and naturally didn't want him talking to anyone else. But Shan Yang was quick-handed, pressing the answer button just as Dong Xiang attempted to grab the phone. As if clutching a lifeline, he excitedly shouted into the receiver, Brother Chu. Please come pick me up. I'm at my place, Dong Xiang is stopping me. Dong Xiang's eyes darkened momentarily. Shan Yang had already said everything that needed to be said, and it no longer made sense for him to stop him since Chu Tian was practically half the master of the Zhou family now, and Dong Xiang couldn't risk not giving him face. He stood on the side, watching Shan Yang malevolently without a word. He wasn't sure what had been said on the phone, but Shan Yang quickly added, alright, I'll wait for you to pick me up, hurry. And if you can't find me, you know who to look for, right? A faint smirk appeared on Dong Xiang's lips as he waited quietly for Shan Yang to hang up. Then, he abruptly snatched the phone and held it high. Hey! Why are you grabbing my phone? It's my personal property. Standing on tiptoes, Shan Yang tried to retrieve his phone but failed to even touch it. All he could do was helplessly watch as Dong Xiang opened his call log. Despite attempting to stay calm, sweat trickled down from the corner of his forehead. He hoped Professor Chu would understand his hints and seek out Chu Tian instead of recklessly rushing here alone. With one hand Dong Xiang firmly held on to Shan Yang, while the other hand flipped through the call history. Seeing Big Mang 1 as the caller, his brow furrowed. Looking further into Shan Yang's contact list, there were names like Ghost, Darling, H.Nev, Naughty Kid, Little Puppy. What strange terms. Old school Dong Xiang struggled to accept these nicknames. He glanced sidelong at Shan Yang, then couldn't resist entering his own number in the contact list to see how Shan Yang had labeled him. And out popped, Boss Stupid Son. Humph. He almost laughed despite himself, Boss Stupid Son. So this is how you see me? Yes. This is my phone, I can write whatever I want. Give it back to me. Realizing Chu Tian was coming to fetch him, Shan Yang suddenly became much bolder. Dong Xiang stopped struggling with him and directly handed the phone back. Shan Yang thought Dong Xiang was genuinely intimidated by him, so arrogantly extended his hand towards Dong Xiang. Also, my ring. Return it to me, I spent 50,000 on it. It already constitutes robbery. Chapter 149, Overthinking is a Disease. Lu Qingzhe's brows furrowed deeply after he hung up the phone. He, of course, understood what Shan Yang implied in the call. Although he didn't quite understand why it had to trouble Chu Tian, he still decided to follow Shan Yang's advice. He wasn't entirely clear about Dong Xiang's identity, but whoever he was, Lu Qingzhe would never allow him to harm his lover. Turning around, he took out Shan Yang's backup mobile phone from the drawer and quickly left the room. Once in the car, he found Chu Tian's number from Shan Yang's phone. Although the notes in Shan Yang's phone were bizarre, Lu Qingzhe accurately dialed the number marked as Devil. At this very moment, Chu Tian was being pressed onto the desk by the boss demanding the content of the next chapter, right in the middle of an intense situation. The reason? The latest chapter he updated today ended at the perfect cliffhanger, causing readers to anxiously flood with comments, urging for updates in all kinds of creative ways. Grandpa and Fang Hongying had already pretended nonchalantly while methodically searching for him in various places. Fortunately, the Zhou family mansion was large enough. Chu Tian was playing a game of hide-and-seek and managed to evade them everywhere. Surprisingly, at this age, having such a high-quality game of hide-and-seek seemed pretty entertaining to him. He found a great spot, sent a WeChat message to Zhou Mo asking him to inform him upon arriving home, then closed his eyes to rest, peacefully waiting for the boss to rescue him. Finally, when Zhou Mo returned, Chu Tian rose from the couch in the home theater and walked out. However, today, after reading his newly updated chapter in the car, his protective umbrella also got stuck and felt extremely uncomfortable, completely disregarding their marital bond, secretly trying to find out about the next chapter's content. Right now, Chu Tian was precisely stuck in a writing rut, so how could anything be asked of him? But the boss didn't believe it, even attempting torture to extract information. As a result, he was helplessly dragged back to the bookshelf again. The Zhou family's desk was much larger than his own, lying on it fit him perfectly. When he accidentally hummed under suppression, that sound was full of twists and turns, mesmerizing even himself, and making the boss excited beyond control. He pressed down on Chu Tian, delivering a series of breathless kisses. Chu Tian started to feel something amidst the kisses, but they were, after all, in the Zhou residence, making Chu Tian somewhat embarrassed about engaging in such mischief with Zhou Mo. Therefore, he firmly held on to his pants, neither giving in verbally nor physically despite Zhou Mo using both gentle persuasion and forceful attempts, refusing every step of the way. Just as they were locked in a standstill, Chu Tian's phone rang at the right moment. Quick, get off me. My phone's ringing. Though dissatisfied with unmet desires, the boss reluctantly released him. As soon as his grip loosened, Chu Tian hastily pulled up his pants and scurried away. Pulling out his phone, he saw that it was Shan Yang calling, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. Shan Yang sure was considerate, what excellent timing for this call. Zhou Mo, unsuccessful in his attempt, walked behind Chu Tian and tightly embraced him. Quickly, Chu Tian answered the phone. Hello, little goat, what's up? Lu Qingzhe's voice came through on the other end, somewhat urgent. Big brother Chu, sorry for interrupting you. This is Lu Qingzhe. There's something, just now I called Yang Yang, and it seems like he was held hostage by Dong Xiang. He hinted that I should come to you for help, so I'm calling. After hearing this, Chu Tian frowned, looking back at Zhou Mo who, leaning close by his ear, naturally heard the conversation as well. Zhou Mo remained silent. Chu Tian asked Lu Qingzhe, where are you now? I went to find Yang Yang first. I'm afraid if I wait too long, he might be in danger. Big brother Chu, if you want to come, Yang Yang is at home. After I hang up, I'll call the police. If it's inconvenient for you, you don't have to come. Don't call the police, Chu Tian stopped him. Calling them won't help. Listen to me, if you arrive first, don't go inside yet. Dong Xiang is my partner's friend. We'll head over and talk to him first. We will bring Shan Yang back safely to you. Lu Qingzhe hesitated for a moment before saying, all right, I'll wait downstairs. Thanks for your trouble. Don't mention it. Little goat is my friend, it's my duty. All right, don't worry, we're coming over. Okay, thank you. After hanging up, Chu Tian nudged Zhou Mo's chest with his elbow, complaining, what's wrong with your friend? Didn't he already have a fiancée? Now when Professor and Little Goat are going through their hardest time, he shows up to stir up trouble. Zhou Mo silently took on the responsibility for Dong Xiang's actions and said, I'm not sure about this either, don't get upset. I'll go with you. You have to go, come on, we need to hurry. Little Goat was originally planning to propose to the professor today, let's not delay that. Zhou Mo gave a deep in response. Although Zhou Mo himself didn't feel anything particular, Chu Tian somehow felt there was a hint of grievance in his tone. After tidying up his own clothes, Chu Tian turned around and straightened Zhou Mo's disheveled shirt, then pinched his chin and kissed him lightly as a form of comfort. Looking at Zhou Mo's expectant gaze with his seemingly innocent eyes, Chu Tian suddenly felt as if he'd been pricked by a needle, an itch growing within him. All at once, his anger had vanished, replaced now only by guilt and heartache. He cupped Zhou Mo's face and said, "Sweetheart, are you feeling wronged? Sorry, you've been so good and I shouldn't have taken out my frustrations on you." Zhou Mo blinked, suddenly understanding the power of silence being louder than words. He quietly stood there, merely looking at Chu Tian without speaking, letting the great writer speculate on various meanings behind his silence. Sure enough, the effect was surprisingly good. At this moment, the big shot in Chu Tian's mind appeared like a spiritless lion, head hanging low, silent. He had never seen his big shot like this before. He couldn't help but reflect on himself. In the past, the big shot always exuded vitality when they were together. Was it because of their marriage that subconsciously he had begun to become less attentive? Upon reflection, this seemed true. After they got married, they moved into the Zhou family mansion. To maintain appearances in front of the elders, he frequently rejected Zhou Mo's playfulness outside the bedroom and interrupted him multiple times during his peak excitement, something that rarely happened in the past. Furthermore, sometimes when Zhou Mo came home, instead of spending time with him, he went to play chess with grandpa or sip tea with Fang Hongying. His time was divided among many people, while Zhou Mo quietly stayed by his side, following him all along and supporting him. The more he thought, the more he felt what he had done was wrong. When he looked at Zhou Mo again, from pre-marriage to post-marriage, he realized he had remained consistent in treating him well, always finding time to call him despite his busy schedule, actively updating him about his whereabouts, stopping immediately whenever he asked regardless of how urgent things were. Now, he unknowingly suffered from his misplaced resentment and accepted it without arguing back. It was over. The more Chu Tian thought, the more he felt guilty, comparing himself to some kind of selfish man who doesn't treasure what he already has, filled with regret. If Shan Yang weren't waiting for him to be rescued, he would really want nothing more than to console his beloved right away. Chapter 150, Forever in Love. Chu Tian hugged Zhou Mo tightly, full of apology, and said, "Sorry big baby, I've been neglecting you recently. Let's go save Shan Yang first, and when we come back, I'll definitely spend some quality time with you, alright?" Zhou Mo's lips curved slightly at the corner but he quickly hid it away. He nodded understandingly without a single word of complaint, making Chu Tian's heart melt completely. Zhou Mo appeared too harmless in front of Chu Tian, so much that he had almost forgotten what Zhou Mo's identity was on the outside. In his eyes now, Zhou Mo was just a pitiful little one who he had bullied and neglected. Overwhelmed by affection, Chu Tian couldn't help but hold Zhou Mo's head and kissed him again. "Baby, I love you, you know that right?" I know." Zhou Mo hugged his waist and returned a kiss, only lightly touching, then he controlled himself to stop, saying, "Let's go save your friend." "Alright." Chu Tian held Zhou Mo's hand, their fingers intertwined tightly. The two of them went downstairs. Even under the teasing gaze of the old man and Fang Hongying, he still refused to let go. On the way, Zhou Mo drove while Chu Tian sat quietly in the passenger seat, looking sideways at Zhou Mo. After letting him watch for a while, Zhou Mo couldn't help but ask, "Baby, why are you staring at me all the time?" "Of course because you're beautiful to look at." Chu Tian didn't spare any praise. He placed his hand on Zhou Mo's leg and said, "Baby, let's not go back to the old house today, let's just go home, how about that?" Zhou Mo turned his head and raised an eyebrow, "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I'm sure." Chu Tian stretched lazily and grinned openly, saying, "I've neglected my big baby these past days. Today, I will do anything for you as compensation. Whether it's the desk or the windowsill, it's all up to you, okay?" Zhou Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel, replying with great consideration, "Baby, I'm very happy that you're willing to stay with me. However, I haven't felt neglected at all, don't overthink it." Zhou Mo has mastered a new art naturally, how to control Chu Tian completely. Sure enough, after this retreat tactic, Chu Tian looked at him with even more gentleness in his eyes. He gently patted Zhou Mo's leg and sincerely said, "Oh wow, our boss is really well behaved. Sweet and considerate, my life is truly blessed." Zhou Mo curled the corner of his mouth and accepted all of Chu Tian's compliments, "As long as you like it." "That's for sure. I like it so much." Having such a considerate husband, Chu Tian genuinely felt immense happiness. Looking at Zhou Mo, he said seriously, "But baby, I hope that in the future if you feel neglected, you can directly tell me. Otherwise, I might not realize it. I truly hope there won't be any cracks between us. So, we need to communicate more, understand?" Alright." Zhou Mo also nodded seriously and then asked Chu Tian, "So, have you noticed any flaws in my behavior?" "Absolutely not." Chu Tian replied without hesitation, "You've always done a good job, you're an exceptionally excellent lover and a perfect partner." The affirmation from his beloved greatly improved Zhou Mo's mood. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he extended the other hand to grab Chu Tian's hand and squeezed it gently, softly saying, "You're amazing too, wife." "Oh no. Why suddenly start this?" Actually, Zhou Mo rarely called Chu Tian wife privately, but now this sudden call made Chu Tian somewhat embarrassed. He sat upright and no longer looked at Zhou Mo, but his hand was still tightly clasped with Zhou Mo's. Even though their palms were sweaty, neither wanted to separate. He happened to glance at himself in the rearview mirror, realizing that he had involuntarily smiled so sweetly. Chu Tian turned his head, placing Zhou Mo's hand against his lips and kissed it hard. When he looked up, his eyes sparkled tenderly. His eyes naturally fell on Zhou Mo's face once again. Just then, it was a red light. Zhou Mo turned his head and saw the amorous look in Chu Tian's eyes, which also stirred his emotions deeply. He couldn't resist leaning in closer, holding Chu Tian's head and kissing him passionately. This kiss excited both of them. Chu Tian even felt as if they had gone back to the day of their first kiss. Back then, Zhou Mo was still a mysterious figure, a charming suitor. Now, he has become an indispensable half of his life, his most important family member. It had only been a few short months, yet Zhou Mo had already made Chu Tian feel like he couldn't live without him. Chu Tian held Zhou Mo's head with both hands as if it were the greatest treasure in the world. His heart was racing, and a sweet emotion surged from within, making him feel as though he'd returned to the time of his first love. The red light soon turned, but the two were still reluctant to part from their kiss until a car behind honked to urge them on. They finally parted, lingeringly. Zhou Mo turned back to continue driving while Chu Tian wiped his lips and said with a smile, "Do you think we're in the heat of passion or on our honeymoon? I feel like I'm falling more in love with you each day, there's no end to it. Darling, I'm still driving, stop testing my patience." Zhou Mo's voice came out in the familiar deep tone that Chu Tian knew well. He noticed Zhou Mo loosening the top button of his shirt with those long fingers and prominent Adam's apple, which again stirred up Chu Tian's emotions fiercely. He quickly turned away, fearing what irrational act he might do next. This wasn't appropriate on the open road. For the rest of the journey, neither spoke, but at some point, their hands found each other again, clasping tightly. Not until they arrived at Shan Yang's apartment building did they let go of each other's hands. After getting out of the car, they didn't see Lu Qingzhe. Chu Tian frowned. Oh no, Professor Lu must have gone up by himself. Zhou Mo noticed the black Porsche parked nearby and asked, "Which floor does your friend live on?" "The 7th floor, let's hurry upstairs." Chu Tian pulled Zhou Mo swiftly into the elevator. During the elevator ride, Chu Tian reminded Zhou Mo, "Once inside, help me persuade Xiangdong. Little Shan Yang is suffering every single day now. His professor doesn't have much time left. He cherishes every moment with the professor so much that during our calls, as soon as his professor returns, he won't stay on for another second. Xiangdong shouldn't be having some kind of epiphany right now." Zhou Mo obediently nodded with a soft, Chu Tian looked at him and said, "I know Xiangdong is a good friend of yours, and you're pretty caught between us two, aren't you? It's fine. What he did was wrong, as a friend I should advise him. Plus, isn't Shan Yang an important friend of yours? Wow, how could our big baby be this considerate?" Chu Tian grinned as he fondly rubbed Zhou Mo's back. "You'll reward me, won't you?" Zhou Mo's gaze landed on Chu Tian's plump lips, hinting something unspeakable. Chu Tian smiled freely and said, "Of course. Don't worry, Big Brother Chu will definitely reward you properly tonight." Humph. The boss showed a content smile and pulled Chu Tian out of the elevator. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they heard Shan Yang's shocked yell, "Xiangdong, if you dare touch him, I'll go down with you." Chapter 151, Tie him up for me. Oh no, this is going to be deadly. Chu Tian quickly pulled Zhou Mo and rushed over. The door was closed, so Chu Tian started knocking hard. "Open the door, Shan Yang, I'm here." Inside, the three men were wrestling with each other. Xiangdong was choking Lu Qingzhe's neck, Lu Qingzhe was grabbing Xiangdong's collar, and Shan Yang was biting Xiangdong's arm. Upon hearing Chu Tian's voice, Shan Yang immediately let go of Xiangdong to open the door but was held again by Xiangdong's grip. Shan Yang shouted, "Brother Chu, just kick the door down. He won't let me open it." Can this door even be kicked open?" Chu Tian looked at the reinforced fireproof and theft-proof door before him, feeling unsure. Zhou Mo coldly spoke up, "Xiangdong, don't act stupid. Think about what time we're in." Upon hearing Zhou Mo's voice, Xiangdong's eyes dimmed a little. He stared at Shan Yang like an injured lone wolf, his gaze fierce yet fragile. Yang, you really don't want to give us another chance." Shan Yang shoved him away and ran to Lu Qingzhe's side, hugging Lu Qingzhe's arm and saying, "Brother Dong, there's no more chance between us. All I want now is to be together with my professor properly. Please, stop appearing." Xiangdong's facial muscles twitched slightly. He glanced at Shan Yang, then turned to glare fiercely at Lu Qingzhe. Lu Qingzhe's neck was still being squeezed, his face had already turned red, which made Shan Yang heartbroken. With a sobbing tone, Shan Yang pleaded, "Brother Dong, Professor Qingzhe isn't in good health. Don't choke him like this. Let go, please." Xiangdong still didn't loosen his grip. At this moment, Zhou Mo called out again, "Xiangdong, open the door." Xiangdong unwillingly glanced at Lu Qingzhe, then saw Shan Yang tenderly embracing Lu Qingzhe's shoulder while shedding tears. He suddenly lost all strength in his hands. As soon as he released his grip, Shan Yang immediately turned around and dived into Lu Qingzhe's arms, bursting into loud cries. Lu Qingzhe, ignoring the sharp pain in his throat, quickly hugged Shan Yang back and softly consoled him, Yang Yang, don't cry. I'm fine, please stop crying. Shan Yang cried while punching Lu Qingzhe's chest lightly despite raising his fists high, you big idiot, who told you to come up yourself? I already said if Brother Chu come, why didn't you wait for them to come up together? Lu Qingzhe let himself be hit with soft punches and began apologizing naturally, I just worried about you. I'm sorry. The knocking outside became louder. Upon seeing how tenderly Shan Yang treated Lu Qingzhe, Xiang Dong felt the bite wound on his arm ache unbearably. His fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly. After Zhou Mo's shout laced with anger, Xiang Dong turned around and opened the door. As soon as the door opened slightly, Chu Tian pushed it wide open, causing Xiang Dong to stumble backward. Chu Tian didn't even glance at him and walked straight to Shan Yang and Lu Qingzhe. Little lamb, Brother Chu came late, are you two okay? No harm done, right? Seeing Chu Tian arrive, Shan Yang cried even harder, wah wah wah. Brother Chu, look at how red our professor's neck is, will he be okay? Chu Tian quickly examined Lu Qingzhe's injury, noticing that it was only some finger marks, he sighed in relief and said, no problem, it doesn't look serious, don't worry. Meanwhile, blood was still flowing from Xiang Dong's arm, the torn skin from the tooth marks were much worse than the faint red marks on Lu Qingzhe's neck, yet no one cared about his wounds. Zhou Mo followed closely behind Chu Tian, after making sure that Shan Yang and the others were fine, he turned around, frowned at Xiang Dong, and said, let's step outside and talk. Xiang Dong glanced at Shan Yang. At this point, Shan Yang also looked up at him. Standing there motionless, he wasn't sure what he expected. Shan Yang strode forward to him, extending his hand, and said, Brother Dong, return my ring to me. Xiang Dong's heart sank heavily. Clenching his teeth tightly, he took the ring box from his pocket and threw it into Shan Yang's hand. After looking deeply at Shan Yang once more, he turned around without any hesitation and walked out of the door. Old Zhou, no need for further words, just treat me like I went insane today. I'm leaving. After seeing this, Zhou Mo didn't say anything more either. He silently walked to Chu Tian's side and accompanied him quietly. Shan Yang stared at Xiang Dong's retreating figure for a moment. His nose tingled, but he gritted his teeth to hold back the tears. He then carried the ring box to Lu Qingzhe's front, looking at him expectantly and said, Honey, I've bought the ring, obtained the household registration book, and even had a falling out with Brother Dong just now. Will you finally believe in my sincere feelings for you now? He then carried the ring box to Lu Qingzhe's front, looking at him expectantly and said, Honey, I've bought the ring, obtained the household registration book, and even had a falling out with Brother Dong just now. Will you finally believe in my sincere feelings for you now? Lu Qingzhe looked down at the two beautiful plain rings, feeling both excited and nervous inside. During the confrontation with Xiang Dong earlier, Shan Yang had completely taken his side. This made Lu Qingzhe feel incredibly flattered, and he finally began to believe that Shan Yang truly wanted to choose him. But how much of it was sincerity versus sympathy, he still wasn't quite sure. Trembling, Lu Qingzhe held Shan Yang's hand in his palm and said, Yang Yang, I believe you, but I. No, but. Shan Yang immediately became agitated. He turned to Chu Tian and said, Brother Chu, he refuses to agree with me, please hold him down for me. I'll just put the ring on him directly. All right. Chu Tian was extremely cooperative and without hesitation, he restrained the slim professor. Lu Qingzhe couldn't help but laugh bitterly, guys, let me explain. Oomph. Chu Tian quickly covered his mouth and nodded toward Shan Yang, saying, Shan Yang, hurry up, put the ring on him quickly. Okay. Excitedly, Shan Yang pulled out the ring. His hands were shaking as if they were being electrocuted, yet he managed to hold the ring steady. He carefully spread Lu Qingzhe's fingers apart and, under Lu Qingzhe's gentle gaze, nervously slipped the ring onto his finger. Done. Now that my ring is on your finger, you belong to me, and Brother Chu and Mr. Zhou are both here to witness it. You'd better not go back on this. Shan Yang pouted and burst into tears again, annoying, deadbeat, my first marriage proposal had to involve restraining you. Just wait until later, I will. When he mentioned the word later, his voice broke instantly. He lowered his head, trying to hide the sadness in his eyes. Lu Qingzhe signaled to Chu Tian to let go. Seeing that everything was settled, Chu Tian released the professor and returned to stand beside Zhou Mo. Lu Qingzhe gently pulled Shan Yang's hand and gave a helpless smile, silly, why won't you let me finish speaking? Of course I want to marry you. I know it's because you think I have brain cancer, which is why you're so eager, right? Ah. You knew. Shan Yang couldn't hold back anymore and started sobbing uncontrollably, how did you find out? I tried so hard to keep it from you. Lu Qingzhe smiled as he hugged Shan Yang tightly and said, it's alright, Yang Yang, don't be afraid. I'm fine, the hospital mixed up the results. They called me today to inform me. I intended to tell you, but you ran off so fast that I didn't get a chance. Shan Yang blinked several times, staring at Lu Qingzhe, then burst into tears once more, burying his face in Lu Qingzhe's chest. So there really isn't anything wrong with you? Nope, nothing, Lu Qingzhe replied softly while patting Shan Yang's back. I'm perfectly healthy. Don't worry anymore, okay? Chapter 152, A Happy Day. Made a mistake. Shan Yang suddenly looked up, surprised and excited, is that true? Are you fooling me? Are you fooling me? Of course not. If you don't believe me, let's check again, alright? Alright, let's go now. Hold on. Qingzhe Lu smiled as he held him back, all the hospitals are closed now. Let's go tomorrow. Tomorrow. Shan Yang wiped the tears from his face and nodded, alright, let's get the marriage certificate first tomorrow, then we'll check. Are you serious? Qingzhe Lu's eyes lit up, Yang, would you still be willing to marry me even if I had no illness? Of course. Shan Yang threw himself into his arms and said affectionately, Professor, I can't live without you. Please don't fall sick. Good, Yang, rest assured, I will take good care of myself. I'll keep an eye on you all the time. After exchanging glances with laughter, they hugged tightly, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Tianqiu couldn't help but smile on the side. He waited until the two of them had hugged enough before saying, okay, since it was just a false alarm, this is certainly a great event. Since we're already out today, why don't we have dinner together to celebrate? Alright, ours is a CP party. We should go to a lover's restaurant. Shanyang's heart felt relieved, making his entire person radiant and full of energy. Qingzhe Lu hugged him and smilingly said to Tianqiu and Mo Zhou, today, thanks entirely to the both of you, please let me treat everyone to this meal. Alright then, if someone's treating us, let's eat. Tianqiu chuckled, let's go. Where do we eat? I'll arrange it. A friend of mine recommended a restaurant earlier, let me find out more. Alright, follow your lead. The group went happily to eat, drink alcohol, and sing songs. Everyone had their beloved ones by their side, and they were intoxicated enough without needing any extra alcohol. After several rounds of drinks, Shanyang's face was red. Sweetly leaning on Qingzhe Lu's shoulder, he asked Tianqiu with half-closed eyes, Big Brother Chu, when are you going to hold the wedding ceremony? I'm waiting for it. If you're not in a hurry, maybe I should get married first with the professor. Or else, you come and be my best man first. By this point, Tianqiu was slightly tipsy too. Lazing on Mo Zhou, after hearing what Shanyang said, he lifted his hand to pinch Mo Zhou's cheeks and said, this depends on him. He's been so busy lately, and I don't know when he has time to get married. Why don't you two get married first, and I'll be your best man? That works. But my best man has to wear a bunny girl costume. Shanyang sat upright excitedly, starting to speak without reservation, and then you'll need to show off your large pectoral muscles and abs. Oh. It might be hard to find clothes your size, I will have to make a custom order in advance. We'll also need to buy tails and ears. Upon hearing this, Tianqiu shook his head immediately, don't go wild. This is your wedding, not some orgy party. If you want to wear it yourself. At most, I will show my neck. The rest can only be seen by my lover. If I want to wear it, I will wear it. Tell you, my abs look very beautiful. By this point, Shanyang was drunk. With nothing left on his mind, he was practically floating. He stood up eagerly, wanting to showcase his elusive six-pack to Tianqiu, but was promptly stopped by Qingzhe Lu, Yang, don't cause trouble. Ah, I'm not causing trouble. They're not strangers. Not strangers either way, no permission. Now aware of Shanyang's feelings for him, Qingzhe Lu's voice became firmer. He quickly pulled Shanyang back into his embrace and tightened his clothes. Shanyang obediently nestled into his arms, playing around while cupping his face in his hands, you brute, you're so manly. Yang. Seeing those two being so intimate, Tianqiu shook his head with disdain. Mo Zhou tenderly looked down at him and asked, dear, does our wedding make you feel wronged? Tianqiu's eyes seemed to drift away. He slowly shook his head and said, not wronged, I understand you. I just think, you're too busy. Mo Zhou's deep gaze never left Tianqiu, and a hint of guilt flickered in his eyes. Tianqiu always acts carefree, never complaining about Mo Zhou. If it weren't for tonight's alcohol, perhaps Tianqiu would never say these words, and he wouldn't realize that Tianqiu actually wants him to spend more time with him. Mo Zhou held Tianqiu's hand and kissed it gently by his lips, whispering softly, I'm sorry, darling, it's my oversight. I will definitely make time to accompany you more in the future. No, you go ahead with your work. Chu Tian's face rubbed against his shoulder, his breath carrying a faint alcohol aroma, you have to support so many employees. I know it's not easy for you. Don't worry, I will always wait for you at home. I will forever be your backbone. Good. Zhou Mo wrapped an arm around Chu Tian's waist and couldn't resist leaning down to kiss him. In the dim karaoke booth, the two couples were all caught in their own sweetness, none having any attention for the others. By the time they were almost sober, it was already close to midnight. The four of them yawned as they left the karaoke place, waving to each other. Under the streetlights, they bid farewell and departed with their respective lovers. Zhou Mo had long told his family that they wouldn't be returning today. He looked forward very much to tonight's reward. After returning to Chu Tian's home, as soon as they entered the door, Chu Tian eagerly embraced Zhou Mo and started kissing him. Zhou Mo's behavior today particularly pleased him. In front of friends, he gave him immense respect, making him the center of everything. Although Zhou Mo was such a sharp person, he subdued himself willingly, happy to play the supporting role. This thoughtfulness made him feel extremely warm inside. Today really was a delightful day. Chu Tian was an especially empathetic person. He had been feeling sad about Shanyang and Qingzhalu's fates, but now seeing Shanyang and Qingzhalu getting their happy ending, his entire person relaxed, and from deep within, he sincerely felt happy. He led a blissful life himself, and hoped that his surrounding friends would enjoy the same happiness. Now it was truly a joyous outcome for all, and he couldn't wait to celebrate. Without holding back his passion, he shared his joy and excitement with his lover. The long fingers of his lover were what he liked very much, and he had always tightly held them in his hands. Chu Tian's unusual initiative today greatly pleased Zhou Mo too. Although Chu Tian usually was very uninhibited, ever since they moved into the old house, he hadn't had enough satisfaction for a while. He was well behaved all day, now finally reaching his moment to claim the reward. He supported Chu Tian's buttocks and lifted him up like a baby, carrying his proactive and sexy lover towards the bathroom. They kissed continuously on the way, seemingly unwilling to part for a single moment. The sound of gushing water in the bathroom lasted for quite some time. Bright songs carried through the night, mingling with distant intermittent car horns, creating a nocturnal symphony. The night was still long, and the study light remained lit until the first rays of dawn crept through. Chu Tian was a man of his word. So when he said he would accompany the gentleman without reservation, he truly did hold nothing back. The big lion who lacked spirit gradually regained vitality under his feeding. After being full and content, he tucked Chu Tian away beneath his soft belly and drifted off to sleep. The curtains on the balcony turned into threads of torn silk flapping noisily in the morning breeze, as if pouring out endless grievances to the wind. Chapter 153, Cooperation. The next morning, Zhou Mo's alarm clock only rang once before he quickly and decisively silenced it. He quietly got up, his eyes still slightly sleepy. It had been about 4 hours since last night's frenzy. Although he had worked hard most of the night, his spirit was quite good. After getting up and washing up briskly, he silently walked to the side of the bed and kissed Chu Tian's forehead. Looking at Chu Tian's handsome sleeping face, and his still somewhat swollen corner of the mouth, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Gently brushing over Chu Tian's corner of the mouth with his fingertips, he then quietly left the room. At the same time, Su Chenyang also set off from home, preparing to go to work. On the way to work, he received a call from a stranger. Lazily leaning against the backrest, he pressed answer. "Hello, who is this?" A soft and bright female voice came through the phone. "Mr. Su, hello. This is Zhang Li. You should know who I am, right? How about we meet? Are you free?" Zhang Li. Su Chenyang naturally knew who Zhang Li was. Instantly sitting straight, he asked solemnly, "Why would Miss Zhang want to see me? We don't seem to have any interactions, do we?" "Ho." Zhang Li laughed, saying, "Mr. Su, you don't need to act so naive, do you? You've put in such effort trying to pass messages to me, now why pretend we're strangers?" Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained composure and replied, "Miss Zhang, I really don't know what you're talking about. Could it be that I let something slip during one of my drinking sessions which has reached your ears?" Zhang Li mockingly said over the phone, "Mr. Su, you're still young. Don't you think your little tricks aren't flawless?" Su Chenyang tapped his fingers on his knees and said, "What do you mean, Miss Zhang?" "All right, no beating around the bush," Zhang Li directly said, "it's not like I've been living these past years for nothing. I'm perfectly clear about the little moves you've been making behind my back. If you think you can take advantage of me easily, it's not going to happen. Your tricks might work on others, but not on me." Su Chenyang's grip on his mobile phone tightened slowly as he remained silent. Zhang Li teased, "Oh, what? Not saying anything anymore? Scared?" She sighed, "I thought you could be someone to cooperate with. Now I see I overestimated you." In a leisurely tone, she said, "Little brother, if you truly wish to achieve something big, you must show some courage. If all you want to do are those small manipulations that feel like child's play, I'll tell you, think twice before moving forward and consider whether you can bear the consequences." Su Chenyang's chest rose and fell sharply before he coldly asked, "How do you want to cooperate?" Zhang Li laughed, "Now you stop pretending." Su Chenyang also gave a cold laugh, "Why does Miss Zhang have to stand so high and mighty? Since you called, it means you also need me as an ally, doesn't it? In that case, we might as well sit down for a good talk. I'll send you an address, it's absolutely private. Will you come?" "Ho, our little brother has quite a temper." Zhang Li chuckled, saying, "Send the address over. We'll meet later." With a grim expression, Su Chenyang hung up the phone. After saving Zhang Li's number, he sent her an address. He looked up and said to the driver, "Go to my club." "All right." Half an hour later, Su Chenyang arrived at the club first. Upon seeing the boss arrive, the manager greeted him exceptionally enthusiastically, "Boss, why are you here today?" I'm here to meet someone. A woman surnamed Zhang will be coming soon." Bring her to my private room when she arrives. Understood, I'll remember that. Su Chenyang frowned deeply as he sat alone in the private room, uncertain about why Zhongli would contact him. After waiting in the private room for more than 10 minutes, he had already roughly calculated several possibilities. Not long after, Zhongli entered led by the manager. Sorry to keep you waiting. The tall beauty nearly reaching 170 centimeters walked gracefully with her seductive, wavy hairdo and meticulous makeup towards Su Chenyang. Absorbed in thought, Su Chenyang simply glanced at her and said, "No problem, I just got here." Hearing this, Zhongli couldn't help rolling her eyes greatly, coldly sneering, "I really dislike gavs like you. Even if you don't like women, does that mean you can't appreciate beauty either? Sister went all out with her makeup to meet you, at least you should have given me more than a glance, right?" Su Chenyang had not expected Miss Zhang to have such a character. He was stunned for a moment before replying, "Miss Zhang is dazzlingly beautiful." "Alright, hearing those insincere compliments makes me uncomfortable all over," said Zhongli as she sat down, crossing her legs and tossing her chin towards Su Chenyang, saying, "Young man, since you invited me, let's get to the bottom of this. How big are your ambitions? How far are you willing to go?" Su Chenyang didn't answer directly but looked at Zhongli carefully, cautiously asking, "Then how about you, Miss Zhang? How far can you go for Zhou Mo?" Zhongli smiled, saying, "Who cares about Zhou Mo or not, sister isn't some lovesick girl. And I don't mind telling you that the Zhang family and the Zhou family have been quietly competing for so many years. Now with young masters taking the helm, we naturally need to make some achievements to comfort the elders." She smirked at Su Chenyang, saying, "As for you, I did some research in advance. Tell me, Mr. Su, is this all about flying into a rage for love's sake, and risking everything? Are you planning to take on the Zhou family because of it?" Su Chenyang faintly curved his lips into a smile, leaning back lazily on the sofa and said, "Miss Zhang jokes, I'm simply unwilling to lose my love. So I merely want to cause a little trouble for the Zhou family. When you mentioned cooperation, I thought it might be the same for you, just venting anger. I never realized you had such grand plans. As for risking everything for a man against the Zhou family, I haven't lost my mind to that extent." Upon hearing these words, Zhongli just laughed softly. She picked up her tea and took a sip while lowering her eyes slightly, saying, "I believe your words, but only half of them." Su Chenyang also sipped his tea, asking, "Is that so? Which part do you believe?" Zhongli gave a slight curl of her lips, saying, "I don't believe the first half, but I trust the second." She idly twirled her delicate teacup in her hand, speaking calmly, "Someone who cheated just before their engagement, does he really have so much deep affection? Don't you think?" Su Chenyang's face darkened, and he looked coldly at Zhongli, saying, "If Miss Zhang doesn't trust me, then why approach me for cooperation? Why would I wantlessly provoke the Zhou family?" With a derisive humph, Zhongli burst out laughing. She leaned forward slowly, whispering close to Su Chenyang's face, "A few weeks ago, you registered 2 new companies. What were they for?" Her question sent a sudden shock through Su Chenyang's heart. Pressing down his unease, he kept his expression calm and replied, "Miss Zhang has reliable intelligence sources indeed. But so what? Isn't it legal to start 2 companies? Chapter 154, Another Side of Su Chenyang. It's not illegal, but it's kind of stupid. Su Chenyang immediately realized it was not good news. What do you mean? Zhongli directly pointed out the hidden problems. You invest the money, manpower, and effort, yet the profits all go into someone else's pockets. What else could this be but foolishness? Su Chenyang didn't expect Zhongli to have probed so deeply into his affairs. Despite his efforts to keep things discreet, she still found out. He realized he had underestimated the top families too much. Still, he remained unfazed, calmly saying, "Why should this be so surprising? Since Miss Zhang has uncovered all this, you should know who the other party is. Political and business transactions aren't anything new. Hasn't your family ever done something equally foolish? It's not new, but your family has poured in so much money and is destined for nothing but loss. Even I feel heartbroken for you." Su Chenyang's face changed slightly as he tapped his fingers on the table and asked, "What makes you say this, Miss Zhang?" Zhongli smiled, taking out a file from her bag and handing it to Su Chenyang. She said, "Rest assured, since I invited you here for cooperation, I will certainly display my sincerity. This is the voting data we currently possess, including the latest support rate of the person your family wishes to support. You can verify it if you don't believe me, but I assure you, he won't succeed." After carefully reading through the file, Su Chenyang stayed silent with a serious look on his face. Zhongli smiled and said, "So, now you understand what it means to try moving a mountain like a mayfly, right?" Looking at her, Su Chenyang asked, "Who does your family intend to support?" Zhongli leisurely rotated her teacup, speaking offhandedly, "The Zhou family wants to promote someone from the Fang family, so naturally our Zhang family also needs to put forth our own candidate. But the Zhou family has deep pockets while our Zhang family hails from a martial lineage. Financially, we can't compete." She looked up at Su Chenyang and continued, "As for your family, Su, you have wealth but no power, lacking a strong patron. It's absolutely impossible for you to rise to the level of the top families. Hence, our 2 families complement each other quite well, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang squinted his eyes, revealing a flicker of contemplation. Zhongli smiled again, how about it? I've laid everything out on the table, and you're still unwilling to open up fully with me. She lightly tapped her long nails on the sandalwood table, speaking with an air of superiority. Going against the Zhou family does take courage. You're young and inexperienced, hesitating is natural. Or perhaps I can give you some time to discuss with your parents. Her words reminded Su Chenyang of Feng Zhang's evaluation of him. Irritated, he replied, Miss Zhang needn't provoke me. Let me be blunt, your family indeed once rivaled the Zhou family. However, in this generation, compared to the Zhou family's growing prosperity, you lag far behind. He lifted the teacup from the table and refilled hers, quietly saying, when General Zhang was alive, your network was extensive. Now that he's gone and Grandpa Feng remains active, how many people under your control can truly be relied upon? Upon hearing this, Zhongli raised her eyebrows, showing a hint of surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected Su Chenyang to articulate such thoughts. According to her investigation, this heir of the Su family was merely a spoiled and overly emotional lover boy, but she never guessed he had these insights. She chuckled, relaxing backward into the sofa cushion, lazily propping her head up and said, you're right, which is why I need to find someone to collaborate with. Little brother, think carefully, there are many people who wish to bring down the Zhou family and countless others willing to cooperate with our Zhang family. I chose you because we share similar predicaments. If you lack the audacity, forget it. Su Chenyang stared at her, arms crossed, silent. His demeanor was composed and calm, entirely unlike the coddled, affection-seeking behavior he showed in front of Chu Tian. His handsome face and long legs even caught Zhang Li's attention more than a few times. Unfortunately, so attractive a puppy turned out to be gay. This thought left Zhang Li inwardly sighing. After remaining silent for a moment, Su Chenyang finally gave in, saying, Miss Zhang, you're so certain that I'll agree to cooperate with you. Aren't you afraid I might just turn around and tell the Zhou family everything you said today? Go ahead and tell them if you must, Zhang Li shrugged indifferently. Do you really think they don't already know our little plan? She picked up the teacup and sipped lightly, saying, the big families all seem harmonious on the surface, but secretly they're constantly trying to trip each other up. In the end, it's still about who has better means and who can have the last laugh. After finishing her words, she raised her gaze to look at Su Chenyang, her smile filled with deeper meaning, and as for you, Mr. Su, if I can uncover your little moves, do you really think the Zhou family doesn't already know? Su Chenyang's expression remained unchanged, even if they know, so what? We're not the only ones making small moves. Do you really think the Zhou family is that petty? Yes, but, who made you the ex-boyfriend of Mrs. Zhou Mo? That Zhou Mo isn't exactly a generous gentleman. Based on my understanding of him, he won't just let you keep flitting around in front of him forever. Zhang Li tapped her fingers under her chin, continuing, you've got only one chance. If you don't cooperate with us, you'll have to face the Zhou family alone. Su Chenyang wasn't fully convinced by her words, his mind was uncertain. On one hand, he thought the actions he had taken against the Zhou family were subtle enough, unless Zhou Mo kept sending people after him, there was no way for him to detect anything. He believed Zhou Mo wouldn't be so trivial. On the other hand, Zhang Li's expression didn't seem like a pretense. There was an unbridgeable gap between the top families and late risers like them. If Zhang Li spoke the truth, then indeed, he needed an ally. Zhang Li looked at Su Chenyang with interest, saying, to tell you the truth, I'm getting more and more interested in that Chu Mister. You're the cute little puppy of his past, and the current one hides heaven and earth beneath his shadow. Tell me, what makes him so irresistible to both of you? When she mentioned Chu Tian, Su Chenyang's eyes dimmed slightly, and he coldly said, that all happened so long ago, I've forgotten all about it. Is that so? I thought your sudden ambition was to win back your lover, she said teasingly. Su Chenyang looked at her emotionlessly and responded, all this talk of romance is mere trifles. Since Miss Zhang has brought it up, I won't hide it anymore. Our Su family indeed does not wish to see the Zhou family grow much stronger. This Zhou tree has taken up too many nutrients. If we want our Su family to advance further, we must uproot it entirely. Zhang Li adjusted her hair and remarked, it's admirable that young Master Su harbors such grand ambitions, but do your elders agree to take such risks? To bring down the Zhou family, the limited industries you possess won't even cut it. That's where you don't need to worry. Su Chenyang crossed his arms on his lap, calmly looking at Zhang Li and said, everything in the Su family will eventually be mine, I can make decisions on my own account. But as for you, unhappy at being consistently dominated by this woman, Su Chenyang couldn't help but provoke her a bit, your family is currently managed by your brother, does Miss Zhang have any real say? Chapter 155, The Pain That Breathes. Ho! Zhang Li gave a cold smile, you can rest assured about this. My brother doesn't care about these matters, and I will take full responsibility for all of this. Mr. Su, I hope your abilities match your bold words. Su Chenyang was equally unyielding, my abilities are indeed not sufficient, but neither is the Zhang family all-powerful. So let's not look down on each other. Instead, tell me what you want us to do. When it came to business, Zhang Li instantly shed her frivolous demeanor and became serious. She handed over another set of documents to Su Chenyang, saying, take this back and discuss it with your boss, Mr. Su. This is the person we Zhangs are supporting. He is slightly weaker in political achievements compared to the Zhou family's candidate. You know that the new policies have been promoted recently, and this policy is his leverage. However, its implementation has not yielded ideal results. Su Chenyang glanced at the information on the documents and smiled, saying, isn't it obvious? This project will only boost his political accomplishments. For entrepreneurs, however, it would be a losing deal with no hope of breaking even within 10 years. No fool would ever consider doing it. With arms crossed, Zhongli retorted, if you solely examine this one project, naturally it appears to be a loss. But if you consider the long term, if you were to get elected smoothly, from then on your Su family could ride the favorable winds of opportunity. Would you still fear losing money elsewhere? Unconvinced by her grand vision, Su Chenyang flicked the paper in his hand and said, that would depend on whether he truly gets elected or not. Miss Zhang, surely you don't expect my family to lose too much merely based on such little promise. Zhongli smiled again, asking, then what else do you need? Su Chenyang responded, right now, everything we're discussing lacks tangible proof. How can I guarantee you won't burn our bridges once the matter is settled? Moreover, even if he rises, shouldn't he be unable to shake the foundations of the Zhou family? That's not what I'm aiming for. Hearing this, Zhongli hooked her lips into a deeper smirk, saying, you're quite fixated on the Zhou family, aren't you? Isn't this really because of Mr. Chu? Su Chenyang laughed coldly, he's just an old man with no particular charm. You're imagining things. Is that so? Zhang Li's laugh carried many implications, if the Zhou family falls, that person's life wouldn't be easy. Can you truly bear to go through with it? Su Chenyang stared at her indifferently, Miss Zhang, didn't you say you weren't love-stricken before? Realizing this wasn't going anywhere, Zhang Li waved it off, alright then, your GAF people are tough to tease, no fun at all. Fine, I understand you cannot trust me fully. Here's what we'll do, I'll introduce you to him, allowing you both to establish mutual trust first. As for the Zhou family. She tapped her fingers lightly on the table, the Zhou family's connections run deep, unfathomable. To go up against them requires complete certainty of victory, otherwise, it'll be our own demise. Thus, this must proceed gradually. Though her reasoning made sense, Su Chenyang did not entirely believe her. He always felt there was something strange about Zhongli approaching him like this, reminiscent of something Chu Tian had once told him about, an impending atmosphere signaling an event about to unfold. This made him instinctively vigilant. Nevertheless, regardless of anything else, establishing some personal connections through her wouldn't be disadvantageous. After observing her for a moment, he finally nodded, then thank you, Miss Zhang, for facilitating this. Let me make clear though, while we Zus are wealthy, we aren't fools either. If your demands are too absurd, I'll back out anytime. Little boy, why do you always think so poorly of others? I merely wanted to drag you along to vent some frustration. Look at how cautious you are. Zhang Li teased on the surface but inwardly thought this young man was shrewd. Her original plan might not suffice. Su Chenyang curled his lips upward, saying, I can't help it. My mother always said never to trust pretty women. With Miss Zhang being extraordinarily beautiful, I naturally need to be more careful. Haha, that's a line I like. Zhang Li covered her mouth and chuckled seductively, then stood up and extended her hand toward Su Chenyang. So, shall we cooperate pleasantly? Su Chenyang also stood up and extended his hand, let's cooperate pleasantly. After Zhang Li retracted her hand, she again pulled out an envelope from her bag and handed it to Su Chenyang. What's this? Su Chenyang accepted it. It's a gift for our first meeting, a token of our cooperation sincerity. Take a look. Su Chenyang opened it and found the photo taken when Zhang Li met Zhou Mo after their discussion that day. In the photo, the two seemed rather close. Despite having no explicit interaction, the two presented as handsome and beautiful counterparts, exuding a vague sense of ambiguity, a mark of a masterful photographer. Su Chenyang waved the photo slightly and said, isn't this just an illusion of positioning? Zhang Li smiled, who cares if it's real or an illusion? Anyway, it all depends on whether the people watching believe it. So. Did you like my present for our first meeting? Su Chenyang placed the photo on the table without showing any expression, saying, this thing might bother those two, but after seeing your tricks, Miss Zhang, I wouldn't dare underestimate the Zhou family's tactics. I can't use this. He looked at Zhang Li and said, I think Miss Zhang's sincerity still falls short. Humph, you really are a sharp little one, Zhang Li laughed as she took the photo back. She turned around gracefully and walked towards the door, leaving a sentence behind, given how cute you look, sister will help stir up trouble for them this time. Just wait and see. Watching her departing back, Su Chenyang revealed a contemplative expression. He turned and walked to the window, making a phone call to his father, recounting today's events to him. However, he did not mention anything related to Chu Tian. After talking with Su Han, both father and son reached basically the same opinion, they should meet Zhang Li for now. Su Han even praised him for keeping his cool, but Su Chenyang didn't feel happy after hearing that. After hanging up, he stood by the window for a long time, looking incredibly vacant. It had been such a long time since he last saw Chu Tian, yet his yearning and longing for him hadn't faded at all, instead, it grew stronger every night in loneliness. Just hearing a stray comment about Chu Tian from others was enough to make his heart race, and this person who could sway all his emotions, how could he lose him? Su Chenyang lowered his gaze and stared at the screensaver of his phone, a picture he had taken before, where Chu Tian was cooking for him in the kitchen. That day happened to be a heavy snowfall, the window outside covered in a pristine white world, but just then a brilliant ray of sunlight illuminated Chu Tian's side face, making him look impossibly gentle. He shouted at him, and Chu Tian smiled as he turned back to look at him, that moment frozen in time forever. That was Chu Tian from the past, the one who fully loved him. And also the beloved person whom he let slip through his fingers. Looking at the photo, Su Chenyang's eyes began to sting. His finger gently traced over the photo, followed by an intense prickling sensation in his nose. Brother Chu. I miss you so much. Su Chenyang silently confessed to the photo, feeling deeply hurt and wronged. Missing someone was truly painful. Knowing where he was but unable to visit, it tortured him greatly. He couldn't wait to bring Chu Tian back into his domain, hide him away, and never let him leave again. He sincerely hoped this day would come soon. Chapter 156 again. The afternoon sun was exceptionally bright, a warm beam of light squeezing through the imperfectly drawn curtains and landing precisely on Chu Tian's closed eyelids. Reluctantly, he woke up. Lying in bed, he lazily stretched and then turned his head to look beside him. Zhou Mo had already been gone for a long time. He felt an emptiness in his heart, sighing almost silently, and then reached over to grab his phone from the bedside table. It was already 12:40. His wrist dropped limply, though he wasn't entirely surprised because after every feast where Zhou Mo let himself go, Chu Tian would inevitably oversleep. Chu Tian, supporting himself with his waist, slowly sat up. His body creaked as if every bone had rusted, causing him to wince in pain with each movement. Not only that, his throat burned like fire, and the corner of his mouth ached slightly, as if torn. This made him very uncomfortable. He turned his head and sure enough, there on the bedside table, was a glass of water thoughtfully left by Zhou Mo. Reaching for it, he tilted his head back and drank more than half the glass in large gulps, finally feeling as if his throat could function again. Setting the cup down, Chu Tian leaned back and stared at the ceiling above, thinking to himself that perhaps next time he needed to take it easier with those rewards. He couldn't just let Zhou Mo, the big sly wolf, have his way anymore. He really went all out this time. Chu Tian, lazy and unmotivated, lounged against the bed. Once all his senses returned, he realized even his fingers were starting to hurt badly. He lifted his hand to inspect them. Wow. No wonder. Several of his nails were cracked. This must have happened when he scratched the desk uncontrollably yesterday, or maybe when he tugged at the curtain. Either way, his memory was foggy about it now. He raised his hand to cover his eyes, unable to stop recalling everything from last night in his mind. It was wild. Zhou Mo's endurance was insane. What made him find that big-tail wolf so cute, so innocent? Yet, Zhou Mo's handsome face glistening with sweat kept replaying in his mind, making him embarrassingly heat up all over again. Even now, his ears faintly echoed with Zhou Mo's deep and raspy breaths mixed with his seductive coaxing laughter. Unable to resist, Chu Tian slapped his forehead, trying to clear these images from his mind. If he weren't so blinded by lust, he wouldn't be so easily swayed by Zhou Mo, constantly lowering his standards. Shit. Even now, his throat still felt strange. Once again, Chu Tian reflected on his poor judgment after the fact, but he knew deep inside that he'd never learn his lesson when it came to Zhou Mo. Because he also knew that whenever Zhou Mo looked at him with those profound eyes, he would willingly lose all reason, fall into his trap time and again. Looking at the simple ring on his ring finger, Chu Tian curved his lips and picked up his phone to send Zhou Mo a WeChat message. Big treasure, are you coming home for lunch today? Zhou Mo replied quickly, yes, are you up yet? Chu Tian, nope, just woke up. Zhou Mo, then lie down a bit longer. I'll bring you some food, I'll be there soon. Chu Tian smiled and responded, no rush. Are you busy today? Zhou Mo, yes, busy getting back to be with you. This unexpected romantic line made Chu Tian's lips curve once more. Where did you learn this smooth talk? You're becoming quite slick. Zhou Mo, yesterday, I added your friend on WeChat. He sent me 24 ways to cultivate a good boyfriend, which said not to hesitate with moving love words to enhance the happiness of your partner. Do you think it's useful? Reading the book title, Chu Tian laughed to himself in bed, those things aren't proper. Don't read them anymore, don't let them corrupt you. Zhou Mo sent a smiling emoticon. After seeing it, Chu Tian thought this was the end of their conversation, so he put his phone aside without replying further and went to take a shower. Zhou Mo waited in his car for quite a while without receiving a reply from his wife. Frowning, he carefully reviewed their chat history but found nothing amiss. Maybe Chu Tian was busy with something. So, he also put his phone down. Chu Tian struggled through his shower and stepped out just in time to see his phone lighting up but making no sound. A warmth spread through him, he guessed Zhou Mo must have turned off the ringer before leaving. Such small gestures of thoughtfulness from his lover always revealed themselves in such details, filling Chu Tian's eyes with joy. Walking over to the bed, he picked up his phone to check. It was his father calling him. Nowadays, whenever Chu Tian sees an incoming call from his parents, he no longer feels any anticipation or joy. Instead, a sense of defensiveness arises instinctively. He had already foreseen that this call would likely ruin his good mood. He didn't want to answer it but worried something might have happened to the two elderly people back home, so eventually, he picked up. "Hi, Dad." Chu Jiangwo immediately started with a questioning tone, "So, tell me, why is there still no news about your wedding with Zhou Mo? Did you two call it off?" Chu Tian was genuinely surprised by this. Could it be that his father actually cared about his marriage? Stunned, he replied, "He's been busy recently, so we haven't set a date yet, but it should be fixed soon." Chu Jiangwo scoffed and said, "Is that so? He's not some head of state, how could he be so busy that he doesn't even have a minute for you? Do you really believe what he says?" Chu Tian's expression darkened, "What exactly are you implying?" "Humph," Chu Jiangwo snapped angrily, "you ask me. Your boyfriend is about to get engaged with someone else, did you know that?" "What? How could this happen?" Chu Tian knew deep down that it wasn't possible, but his heart still sank instantly. "Isn't it impossible? Haven't you even bothered to check the news? The rumor of your boyfriend getting engaged with a wealthy heiress has gone viral on the internet. Your two aunts saw it and you didn't even know." "I don't know. This can't be true. They must have made a mistake. Zhou Mo isn't that kind of person." Chu Tian's words sounded more like self-reassurance than anything else. "Tisk, go take a look yourself if you believe it." Despite being his own son who got betrayed, Chu Jiangwo sounded as if he were watching from the sidelines, devoid of any compassion and instead laced with sarcasm. A bitter lump rose in Chu Tian's throat, but he quickly swallowed it down. "Then, what's the purpose of this call today? Are you just calling to mock me? You think about being laughed at?" Chu Jiangwo fumed, "Have you thought about our reputations? Those two ants just left after talking behind our backs for over 2 hours. They almost outright accused you of pretending to be wealthy just to hook up with rich guys, only to end up being played. Do you have any idea how shameful it is for your mother and me?" At this point, all Chu Tian could think about was Zhou Mo and the wealthy heiress. Rumors didn't spread without reason, and despite trusting Zhou Mo completely, Chu Tian couldn't help but feel anxious inside. But at such a critical moment, instead of receiving comfort from his family, they rubbed salt into his wounds with their cutting remarks. Chu Tian felt an overwhelming exhaustion. Chapter 157, Honey, don't be upset. Chu Tian gave a pale smile and said, "So you guys think I've disgraced you again, right? Isn't that the case?" Chu Jiangwo asked loudly in return. Chu Tian closed his eyes briefly, leaning his head against the wall, saying weakly, "You're always like this, forever only caring about your own dignity. When have you ever cared about my feelings? Mom and Dad, do you know? The first time I felt the warmth of family was at the Zhou family's place. They don't share any blood relation with me, yet they all understand my feelings and take care of my emotions. Why can't you do the same? You ungrateful wolf. Do you still remember who raised you? What? Now because someone fed you 2 bowls of rice, you don't recognize us anymore." Chu Jiangwo yelled furiously over the phone. Chu Tian thought that his heart had long been hardened by countless trials. Hearing these words now, he surprisingly found them tolerable. "Yes, you're right, I am such an ungrateful wolf. So, stop calling me altogether." Though pretending to be completely nonchalant, a scalding tear suddenly rolled down from the corner of his eye, choking up his voice. "Please, let it be my request." "What do you mean? I brought you into this world and I can't call you anymore." "Hey, keep your voice down, can't we talk reasonably?" Wan Yofeng's voice came from the side. Chu Tian rubbed his temples, feeling melancholy but resolute as he said, "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for constantly making you feel disgraced. I truly don't have the ability to be someone you two could be proud of. If my existence embarrasses you, then just tell others I'm dead. Would that make you happy?" "What do you mean? After losing so much face because of you, we can't even say a word." "I mean nothing." Chu Tian slowly walked to the window and leaned on the sill, his gaze wandering aimlessly outside. He said, "I am just so tired. Growing up, I have always lived under your oppression, constantly doubting myself, being rejected continuously. I'm really exhausted. Since you are dissatisfied with me, just pretend I was never born." He slowly blinked, hiding the vulnerability beneath his lashes, saying, "You can declare to everyone that I'm dead, or if you think it's not enough, I will cooperate with you to sign a statement cutting ties. Anyhow, you can decide as long as it makes you happy, I'll cooperate. As for your retirement in the future, I will still bear the responsibilities I should. Does that sound fair enough? You little bastard. Is this because you're starting to feel confident?" Chu Jiangwo was interrupted mid-sentence as Wan Yufeng grabbed the phone. "Xiao Tian, your dad might speak harshly sometimes, but please don't say things out of anger. We parents aren't heartless people." Chu Tian directly cut her off, his tone even, "Mom, let's blame it on me being cruel. Honestly, breaking relations is better for all of us. You won't need to be criticized by relatives for my actions anymore, and I won't have to be devastated each time I answer your calls. I am really tired." He sighed deeply and continued, "In the future, don't call me anymore. My life and death, whether I live happily or suffer hardships, none of it should concern either of you. As for those ants, I will try to shut their mouths, preventing them from gossiping about you anymore. Is this good enough? Xiao Tian. How could you say such cruel words? Wan Yufang choked back tears. You were born through 10 months of pregnancy, we are your parents, how could we not care about your matters? But haven't you been doing exactly this? A familiar black car appeared in Chu Tian's vision. His expression dimmed. Firmly, he said, Mom, I've had enough. I'll send someone to deliver the statement severing ties, and also the alimony for both of you, which I'll pay in one lump sum. In the future, if either of you needs help due to physical limitations, you can call me, and I'll arrange for caregivers to look after you. That's all. Xiao Tian, you. Wan Yufang started but was interrupted by Chu Jiangwo's furious outburst. Let him send it. I will sign it immediately. This disgraceful person, I couldn't wish more to cut ties with him. Tell him to send it over now. Humph. Chu Tian smiled faintly, saying, all right, I'll prepare it now. That's it then. Without hesitation, he hung up the phone and stood motionless by the window. After Zhou Mo returned, he directly entered the bedroom, catching sight of Chu Tian leaning by the window at once. He approached gently, asking, why are you standing there? Doesn't your waist ache? He walked to Chu Tian's back, and his hand instinctively wanted to rest on Chu Tian's waist, but Chu Tian unexpectedly dodged. Surprised, he looked at Chu Tian and saw the redness around Chu Tian's eyes. Instantly, his brows furrowed, and he asked in a deep voice, honey, what's wrong with you? Chu Tian's eyes carried weariness and sorrow, blinking weakly. He slowly turned to look at Zhou Mo with a numb kind of calmness. I heard that you're going to be engaged to someone else. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo's eyes narrowed dangerously. He stepped forward again, trapping Chu Tian entirely in his embrace. Looking into Chu Tian's eyes, he spoke in a low tone, do you not trust me? I trust you, which is why I didn't look at the news. I wanted to hear it directly from you. Chu Tian's gaze was calm yet filled with sadness, as if ready to accept any possible answer. He asked faintly, so, tell me, is that true or not? Zhou Mo relaxed slightly upon hearing the word trust. He embraced Chu Tian gently yet firmly and began explaining softly. Of course it's false, sweetheart. We are already married. How could I get engaged to someone else? Bigamy is illegal, don't you know? Lacking energy, Chu Tian rested his head on Zhou Mo's shoulder and whispered, I know, but normally no one would dare risk making rumors about you so easily. Is this truly something you were unaware of? Chu Tian's mood was very off, and Zhou Mo realized it immediately. His state wasn't merely anger, it was something deeper, more dejected. Zhou Mo believed they had enough trust between them that even if Chu Tian felt uneasy, it shouldn't manifest like this. Despite Zhou Mo's intelligence, he couldn't fathom why Chu Tian's parents would so eagerly add insult to injury against their own son. Unable to guess the reason behind Chu Tian's sadness, Zhou Mo attributed it all to Chu Tian's self-doubt. Never before had Chu Tian rejected his closeness or spoken to him so despondently and passively. The sight of his lover immersed in sorrow made Zhou Mo both heartbroken and furious, and his anger ignited instantly. He was quite upset with Zhongli for her inappropriate actions and reproached himself for being negligent. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Mo explained to Chu Tian, indeed, this was my oversight. I had a little cooperation with Zhang family's youngest daughter. She said she needed some photos taken, so I just escorted her down, without touching even a strand of her hair. He leaned his head to kiss Chu Tian's ear and said, wife, I'm sorry. I thought she was someone who knew her boundaries, but I never imagined she'd misuse those pictures. It was my fault for causing your distress. Rest assured, I've already sent someone to handle that news. Honey, please calm down. Chapter 158, The Master Off-Wife is a Professional. I'm not angry, Chu Tian finally hugged Zhou Mo back. Closing his eyes wearily, he said, but you have to promise me that if someday in the future you really want to separate, please tell me. I won't bother you. I just hope you don't hide it from me, okay? Zhou Mo paused and said, should I be happy or sad that you're willing to let go so easily? On the day you decide to leave, it's natural to feel happy. Zhou Mo's mood became slightly unpleasant, his face turned somber as he said, don't you try to hold on. Chu Tian chuckled feebly, if you once get the idea of leaving, it means you've already rejected me countless times in your heart. I'll be worthless in your eyes, and seeing me will only make you annoyed. How can I possibly hold on to such a you? This hypothesis hurt Chu Tian's heart, and with a sullen tone, he said, if you change your heart, I wouldn't want to keep you anyway. Anyway, you haven't signed a prenuptial agreement, then when that time comes, I'll take half of your fortune and surround myself with a bunch of young lovers. Wouldn't that be more appealing? You're still so fixated on those young lovers. What? Haven't I satisfied you? Upon hearing the dangerous tone in Zhou Mo's voice, Chu Tian's mood improved a little. Burying his face in Zhou Mo's shoulder, he laughed and said, I satisfy you for now, but you're so reckless. Who knows how long you can last? If someday you can't handle it anymore, who knows, you might dump me first. So you'd better learn some restraint, do you understand? Hearing him making jokes despite everything, Zhou Mo felt more at ease. He said solemnly, we can discuss this matter later. Tell me first, what's wrong with you today? Why are you being so negative? Besides the news, there's something else, right? Yeah. Chu Tian replied lightly, rubbing his head against Zhou Mo's neck, his tone becoming melancholy again. My parents called earlier. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo's brows furrowed tightly. What did they say? My two aunts knew about the news even before I did. They went to stir up trouble again, and my parents obviously thought I disgraced them again. Tiredly, Chu Tian pinched the bridge of his nose and said, Big shot, I really feel exhausted. Every time they deny me like this, every time I lose hope, I'm really tired of it. Zhou Mo's expression was dark, his eyes flickering with anger. Gently patting Chu Tian's back, he said, Darling, you've already found a new family. They don't care about your joys and sorrows, but we do. Don't take them to heart. Alright, I know. That's why I've made a decision. Supporting himself, Chu Tian looked at Zhou Mo and gave a painful smile uglier than crying. I want to sever ties with them, the sooner, the better. Are you serious? Zhou Mo observed his expression carefully. Yeah, I'm serious. Chu Tian nodded lightly, saying, Dad seems to welcome it too. Later, have the lawyer help me draft a statement. I want to quickly break free from this relationship that causes mutual pain and give them some peace as well. Good, if you've decided, that's fine. Zhou Mo was extremely supportive of Chu Tian's decision. He had always wanted Chu Tian to break free from the exhausting family that drained him, but this issue couldn't be raised by him. Now that Chu Tian understood it himself, it was certainly the best outcome. Let's go down and eat. He wrapped an arm around Chu Tian's waist and supported him forward, saying, Leave this matter to me. What about your two aunts? Do you have any ideas? Chu Tian smiled faintly, You really know me well. With his hands in his pockets, looking ahead, he said softly, Though most of what happened between me and my parents was due to our own issues, their interference surely played a role. Had they not meddled in my life so much, maybe things wouldn't have gotten so bad between us. Since they love digging into others' hearts, I should make them taste it themselves. I don't believe their family is so perfect. But this might hurt innocent people. He turned to look at Zhou Mo, asking, Do you think I should do this? Of course, you don't need to feel guilty. Zhou Mo stood firmly on Chu Tian's side without hesitation. The ones who cause you pain should pay the price. And aren't you also an innocent victim? He patted Chu Tian's shoulder and said calmly, You don't need to worry about this. Leave it to me to help you resolve it. Chu Tian looked at Zhou Mo without speaking. His eyes only reflected Zhou Mo's figure, as if his whole world had been reduced to just Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo was highly satisfied with this gaze. He reached out to rub Chu Tian's waist and said, You just focus on happily writing and enjoy life joyfully. Leave these worries to me, your man specializes in handling such matters, so you can trust me completely. Chu Tian blinked, the warmth returning gradually to his eyes. He couldn't help but lean in to kiss the corner of Zhou Mo's mouth. Their newly grown stubble brushed together, creating a rough texture that made both their hearts tingle with excitement. Chu Tian cupped Zhou Mo's face with both hands, his tone light yet carrying an undertone of mature charm. Husband, why are you so good? His lover's sudden display of affection moved Zhou Mo deeply. He smiled as he caressed the back of Chu Tian's neck, looking tenderly at him and saying, Not mad at me anymore. Honey. Chu Tian shook his head slowly, lazily replying, I wasn't actually mad at all. I just didn't feel great, but it is rare for you to make such a mistake. I assumed there must be something special about Miss Zhang. Faced with his partner's smiling face, even the big shot felt his heart race. He answered without hesitation, Nothing at all. She merely volunteered to help me deal with some people I don't want to directly get involved with, in exchange for my leniency towards her brother in the future. Is that so? How does disposing of people have anything to do with collaborating with her to take those photos? Whom are you going to deal with, and why did a rumor need to spread first? Chu Tian seemed genuinely curious but showed no intent to press further. Naturally, Zhou Mo didn't want to bring up his ex in front of Chu Tian. Thinking quickly, he cast down his eyes and used what he'd learned over the past couple days. Stop asking, alright? I'm just an ordinary person. I can't foresee everything perfectly. Sweetheart, did my negligence disappoint you? Chu Tian eyed him intently for a few seconds, unable to hide his widening grin. He first leaned closer to kiss Zhou Mo's brows gently, his actions brimming with affection, making Zhou Mo believe his plan had worked. But then unexpectedly, Chu Tian pinched his chin and asked, My beloved big shot, quite the skillful move feigning pity, huh? Tell me, when did you start using this trick on me? Since the brilliant strategy had been uncovered, Zhou Mo stopped pretending. He retracted the deliberately added vulnerability, instantly regaining his usual commanding aura. Gripping Chu Tian firmly against his chest, his voice dipped low, the kind that Chu Tian could never resist, the fourth technique in How to Nurture a Good Boyfriend 24 Ways, appropriate weakness can evoke a lover's compassion. Retreat to advance in order to win the lover's heart. So, darling, did I succeed in winning your heart? Chapter 159, Mistress, Mistress. Chu Tian was successfully cheered up by the big shot. Who wouldn't like a lover who went to great lengths to win their favor? He kissed Zhou Mo's face with a smacking sound, then showed his bright white teeth and laughed heartily, It's still my baby who's so good at learning. Seeing him finally smile, Zhou Mo's eyes sparkled with joy too. He caught Chu Tian's hand and kissed it gently, only to notice that Chu Tian's nail had split, with some dark-colored blood beneath. How did this happen? His words carried no superficial pity, but the gentle touch of his fingertips made Chu Tian feel his sincerity. Chu Tian pulled his hand back and said, "No big deal, just bumped it accidentally." Zhou Mo carefully held his palm and said, "There's iodine at home, right? Let me disinfect your wound first. And the porridge is still hot anyway." "All right." Chu Tian was led out of the bedroom by him, and the afternoon sun without the obstruction of curtains instantly illuminated the room brightly, all the gloom and darkness disappearing completely under the sunlight. After applying medicine to Chu Tian's hand, Zhou Mo took him to eat. While Chu Tian was drinking porridge, he contacted the lawyer on the side to have him prepare the necessary documents for Chu Tian. Then he walked to the window and made a phone call to his assistant. Chu Tian didn't hear the content of the phone call, but he knew that whenever Zhou Mo called behind his back, it was always about him. And surely, this was something Zhou Mo was quietly doing for him in secret. With certainty in his heart about Zhou Mo, he now had some free time, so he took out his phone and started surfing the net. The previously widely spread news of the luxurious marriage alliances among tycoons online now left not a single ripple. Chu Tian even specifically searched for relevant terms and could only find a screenshot posted by one netizen. Looking at the handsome man and beautiful woman in the picture, he smiled. It was true, these two really looked very suitable for each other. But with just one glance, he could tell that Zhou Mo had absolutely no feelings for the woman in the photo. Don't ask him why he was so sure. Zhou Mo, that big-tail wolf, when he had developed feelings for him, found every opportunity to reduce the distance between them. He wouldn't be as gentlemanly as shown in the photo, keeping away from touching her even slightly. Even now, isn't it the same? Whenever Zhou Mo was with him, he couldn't help but want to touch him all the time, either hugging or cuddling him closely. This big baby was actually quite clingy. As Chu Tian thought about it, he chuckled to himself. When Zhou Mo finished his call and saw him so cheerful, he smiled and asked, "What are you thinking about, so happily?" Chu Tian looked up at him and said, "I'm thinking that wolves are also pretty clingy creatures, aren't they?" Hearing the implied meaning, Zhou Mo curved the corner of his lips and sat back beside Chu Tian. He naturally wrapped his arm around Chu Tian's waist and asked, "So do you prefer wolves or little puppies?" Chu Tian reached out to hold the hand resting on his waist and said with a soft laugh, "Well, it's not me who's rumored to be with others today. I already don't blame you, so you better not try to turn things around." Zhou Mo raised an eyebrow. He vaguely remembered that his beloved used to be easier to fool, but how come she became increasingly shrewd? After speaking, Chu Tian felt that he might have been too generous. It wasn't fair, considering that this lecherous old fellow once almost fainted due to a single phone call. Now that it was finally his turn to give Zhou Mo a handle, if he didn't properly utilize it, it would be such a waste. He turned his head and seriously looked at Zhou Mo, saying, "Hey, tell me, you've spread wedding rumors with others and caused quite a commotion. Shouldn't I punish you properly?" Zhou Mo complied well. He directly took his wallet out of his pocket and handed it to Chu Tian, saying, "It's my fault today. Why don't I turn over my salary card to you? Would that make you happier?" Chu Tian took the thick leather wallet, and upon opening it, there were various banks' black cards inside. He grinned mischievously and said, "Oh, seems like you're getting more adept. You know to hand over your salary card? Did that book teach you this?" Zhou Mo smiled and replied, "No, but I do remember reading a section in your book about the life of an ordinary couple where the husband hands over his salary card. I guessed you probably wanted that." Chu Tian pinched Zhou Mo's handsome face while smiling. "Wow, you're so cooperative. I'm embarrassed to reveal my real thoughts now." It seemed that there were actual thoughts behind this. Zhou Mo cooperated very well and asked, "So, how would you like to punish me?" Chu Tian placed the wallet on the table, then gripped the back of Zhou Mo's neck with his palm and leaned close to his ear, saying in a low voice, "Big baby, how about letting me talk this time?" This time, Zhou Mo was genuinely a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Chu Tian to have such an audacious thought. His eyes narrowed slightly as he held Chu Tian's nape firmly and asked indifferently, "Who was it last night that kept saying, 'No way'? And now you're fine with it?" "Absolutely." Chu Tian thought he really had a chance, so he said enthusiastically, "It's worth dying under the peony flowers, and being a ghost but still living elegantly. Babe, you're so alluring, I've long wanted to possess you. What do you say? Shall we get to it after I'm done?" Zhou Mo looked at Chu Tian extremely tenderly, his tone soft like the spring breeze in March. "Sure, how could I possibly refuse your request? Aw man. Big darling, I just love you to death." Chu Tian was ecstatic. He had long been coveting their leader's good looks, but he always lacked the courage until now. He couldn't believe their leader would be so agreeable. If only he'd known earlier, he'd have proposed it sooner. Just thinking about having their mighty and handsome leader beneath him soon, Chu Tian instantly felt brimming with energy. He quickly turned around and grabbed the bowl, gulping down the remaining half-bowl of congee. Then, wiping his mouth, he turned around and stared at Zhou Mo with shining eyes, saying, "I'm done, babe. Let's go upstairs, shall we?" Zhou Mo responded considerately, baby, no need to rush. Let me walk with you for a bit first to aid digestion. That works too. Chu Tian's mood was great, and whatever Zhou Mo said, he agreed happily. Holding hands, they took a sweet stroll around the yard, chatting lightly. Afterward, Chu Tian couldn't help but ask again if they could head upstairs. This time, the leader didn't refuse. With such a rare opportunity to retake the upper hand, Chu Tian was determined to give a stellar performance. Enthusiastically, he told Zhou Mo, babe, this might tire you a bit. Don't bother climbing those stairs, let me carry you up, will I? Hearing the subtle shift in his self-reference and the sudden burst of boyfriend power, Zhou Mo simply smiled and said kindly, that's unnecessary. You'll work hard enough soon. Didn't you complain about soreness in your waist last night? Better save your strength now. Chu Tian didn't insist after hearing this. To be honest, his waist was aching, and his legs were weak. He wasn't exactly in top form, but today he had finally found leverage over the big boss. If he didn't act today, he feared there might never be another chance. So he gritted his teeth, determined to push through at least once, even if just for one moment, it would be worth it. They soon returned to the bedroom. After Chu Tian pushed him down, Zhou Mo asked one final time, baby, are you sure your waist is fine? Chu Tian immediately thrust out his waist, showing bold confidence and stating, babe, don't worry. I'm going to give you a top-notch experience. Zhou Mo seemed pleased too, his eyes full of delight as he replied, then let's start. Chapter 160, Still Can't Learn, Be a Bit Smarter. Chu Tian hadn't done it from above for a long time. Now that he suddenly got the chance, he found himself a bit awkward. He was like a greenhorn, only knowing to hold Zhou Mo in his arms. His tender actions made the big shot feel affectionate. Zhou Mo watched with a smirk as Chu Tian fumbled to unbutton his shirt. He let Chu Tian do everything possible to please him, and indeed, this sensation wasn't bad at all. He slowly extended his arms to embrace Chu Tian, thoroughly enjoying his partner's initiative for a while. Just when Chu Tian wanted to take things further, Zhou Mo gently but firmly pressed Chu Tian's hand into his own palm. Chu Tian looked startled. What's wrong with you? Didn't you promise me? Are you going back on your word? Zhou Mo's eyes twinkled with mischief. Honey, I never go back on my promises. I said you'd be on top, and today you'll always be on top. Oops. Chu Tian had been blinded by lust, losing all sense of awareness because of temptation. He didn't consider the possibility of deceit. But now, seeing how gleefully the wolf wagged his tail, the lost rationality finally came back online. At this point, how could Chu Tian not know he'd been fooled once again? In a fury, Chu Tian tried to get up and leave, shouting, you tricked me again. I'm out of here. But when he tried to leave, he realized his 2 feet were firmly pinned under Zhou Mo's legs, and both of his hands were held tightly in place within Zhou Mo's grip. Now, he was completely incapacitated. What a clever wolf, luring him step by step into the trap. Alarm bells immediately rang in Chu Tian's heart. Danger. But his regained reason was too late. Now, he was completely at someone else's mercy, he no longer had a way out. He immediately softened, pleading with Zhou Mo, alright, boss, I stepped out of line today. Forget about it, alright? Let me lie down for a moment. My stomach is uncomfortable and needs digestion. Zhou Mo's smile remained elegant and gentlemanly, but his grip did not lessen one bit. Didn't I confirm with you several times just now? You even said there was no problem, right? Pfft. That was me losing myself in lust and overestimating myself. Please be generous and pretend you never heard that, alright? Chu Tian knew when to give in. Now, he avoided mentioning anything about being on top. It was as if all his previous predatory behavior, eager and desperate, had been an illusion. Honey, since you've thought about it so much, I absolutely must fulfill your desires. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll always keep thinking about it and end up leaving me for some little puppy later. I need to prove to you that your man's ability will satisfy you for 10 or 20 years. No. That was nonsense talk. Don't bring up old grudges. Chu Tian wasn't stupid. At this moment, since eating the forbidden fruit wasn't an option, he would absolutely not do it. He started struggling wildly. But both his hands and feet were restrained. How could he possibly escape? Chu Tian tilted his head in despair, cursing himself for losing his mind in lust. He had only one thought now. I'm doomed. At the same time, Su Chenyang was holding his phone, hesitating whether to call Chu Tian or not. Zhongli lived up to her family name. She had the audacity to upload photos directly onto the internet and by trending topics. He believed Chu Tian must have seen them. He wondered if Chu Tian would feel sad because of this. Would it create a rift between him and Zhou Mo? After pondering for a long time, he couldn't help but want to hear Chu Tian's voice. If Chu Tian was upset at this very moment, it would be a great opportunity for him to intervene. So he dialed the number. Chu Tian's phone was on the bedside table, but because Zhou Mo had put it on silent mode earlier, neither of them noticed the phone lighting up. It was only when Chu Tian caught sight of the lit screen that he grabbed the lifeline desperately and quickly told Zhou Mo, "Dear, wait. I have a call." This request was so unreasonable that there was no way the boss could just stop midstream, so the request was directly denied. But Chu Tian wouldn't let go of this slim hope. With great difficulty, he stretched out his hand, expending all his strength, and finally managed to reach the phone. The caller ID showed an unknown number, but Chu Tian didn't care at this moment. Even if it were a scam call, he could still waste 20 minutes. He pressed to answer the call but accidentally activated the speakerphone due to a slip of the hand. Hey! Brother Chu. As soon as Su Chenyang's voice came out of the speaker, Chu Tian felt like crying with despair. Su Chenyang. Why is it him again? It seemed that heaven wanted him to perish. Su Chenyang heard shuffling on the other end of the line, thinking Chu Tian was working out again. Recalling Chu Tian drenched in sweat, his throat immediately went dry. His obsessive cleanliness seemed to naturally disappear. If it was Chu Tian, he thought he could handle anything from him. Unable to help himself, memories of happier times flooded his mind. His voice grew hoarse as he asked, Brother Chu, are you working out again? Chu Tian, under the watchful glare of a wolf with sinister intent, didn't dare respond, remaining silent. He reached for the phone once more, intending to hang up, only for Zhou Mo to effortlessly snatch it away, twirling the phone in his hand. Though his lips curved into a smile, Chu Tian couldn't shake off the feeling that Zhou Mo's eyes carried an intent to kill. Chu Tian felt that Su Chenyang was born to counter him, otherwise, why did his calls always come at such inconvenient times? Brother Chu. Not hearing any response from Chu Tian, Su Chenyang wasn't surprised. It already made him content just to have his call answered. He continued unprompted, Brother Chu, have you seen the news? Zhou Mo isn't as innocent as you think. That woman is from the Zhang family, they're a well-matched pair by all accounts. A long time ago, I've heard rumors about their engagement. Brother Chu, don't be deceived by him. At this point, Chu Tian's head spun and buzzed with noise, unable to focus on the words. But Zhou Mo listened crystal clearly. A cold smirk crossed his face as he replied, this matter doesn't need concern from Master Su. This is all a misunderstanding, one I'm currently clearing up with my wife. Having said that, he handed the phone to Chu Tian's mouth, saying gravely, honey, do you have anything else you'd like to say to Master Su? Chu Tian silently rolled his eyes but dared not utter a word. The jealousy in the air was practically suffocating, and his life mattered too much to risk angering him further. But even with Chu Tian being so obedient, Zhou Mo wasn't satisfied. Su Chenyang could hear voices over the phone. His heart clenched painfully. Isn't that the same voice haunting his dreams every night? He understood how ridiculous his call must sound to them both, with his throat tightening and hands trembling in frustration. He hung up abruptly. Zhou Mo didn't pay him another thought. Leaning closer to Chu Tian, he softly said, Sweetheart, your charm is really something, young Master Su still has you on his mind. After hearing such condescending remarks following Zhou Mo's victory, Chu Tian wanted nothing more than to slap him, though he knew deep down that he wouldn't bring himself to do it. You, stop making things worse. If you want revenge, go settle scores with him. Ha, Zhou Mo chuckled, giving Chu Tian a good taste of defiance's consequences. Chapter 161, Because of Love, Everything Looks Blissful. On this day, Chu Tian and Zhou Mo still did not return to the Zhou family. Mainly because Chu Tian was already completely immobile, in this state, he had no face to go back. In fact, Zhou Mo had already been quite considerate of him. He just wanted Chu Tian to learn a lesson, not to keep dreaming about little puppies. Considering Chu Tian's physical condition, he let go of Chu Tian after just one intimate session. However, the two had not restrained themselves at all last night. Chu Tian was already very weak, and another harsh lesson left him exhausted, falling asleep right away. While Chu Tian was sleeping soundly, Zhou Mo returned to the company. Zhou Mo was actually very busy recently. However, after Chu Tian accidentally complained about his being too busy last night while drunk, Zhou Mo delegated as much work as possible, let his father take care of what could be handled by him, and brought home whatever could be processed at home. This way, he finally had more time to stay with Chu Tian. Chu Tian woke up from a deep sleep on the bed, thinking that Zhou Mo wasn't around. His stomach was growling fiercely, so he decided to go downstairs to cook. But when he opened the door, he smelled the fragrance of rice coming from the kitchen. Instinctively quickening his steps, he gritted his teeth and stood there for a long moment because of discomfort caused by overexertion of certain areas. After he recovered, he continued down the stairs. It was almost 8 o'clock. In fact, Zhou Mo had just returned home from the company not long ago. When Chu Tian went downstairs and saw him bustling in the kitchen, he immediately remembered the time before they were together when Zhou Mo had taken good care of him. Men are actually very skilled at pretending. Gentleness, thoughtfulness, and caring, these traits that make hearts flutter might be baits they use to catch their prey. Once they successfully capture their prey, these qualities gradually disappear, leaving only their original selves. Countless people have been deceived by such false charm. Chu Tian felt glad at that moment that he wasn't one of them. He slowly walked into the kitchen, hugged Zhou Mo's back from behind, and spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice, "How come you're here? Am I dreaming?" Zhou Mo smiled and patted his hand, saying, "Why do you suspect it's a dream just because I'm in the kitchen? If my mom hears that, she'll scold me again." Ha! Chu Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing, and a vivid picture appeared in his mind. He had witnessed many times how Zhou Mo didn't do anything but still got scolded by his mother, all because of him. But it wasn't intentional on his part. Sometimes, when he wrote something sorrowful, he would be melancholic for a long time. Anting would then assume Zhou Mo had made him unhappy and would criticize him sternly. Zhou Mo was stubborn, refusing to explain even a word. After getting unjustly criticized, he came back with an unperturbed face. But at night, he pressed down on Chu Tian and kissed him passionately. Thinking of this cute family, Chu Tian's mood became particularly good. Grinning, he said, "This is not my fault, Anting imagines things on her own. I've never hinted anything to her." Zhou Mo nodded, "Yeah, both of you are the same. I think you resemble mother and son more." "Huh, definitely." Chu Tian lay on his back, muffled laughter escaping. "So, are you jealous of me?" Zhou Mo chuckled as he chopped vegetables, saying, "One is my mom, the other is my wife. Both are the ones I love most, why should I feel jealous? Hey, why are your words so sweet these past few days? Don't tell me you've been attending some special class outside." Though Chu Tian said this, his heart was filled with sweetness, feeling utterly content. Zhou Mo replied, "Didn't I tell you? I have a secret guide." "Huh, then I guess I should give a big red envelope to Little Goat later." Chu Tian affectionately kissed Zhou Mo's neck and buried his face in it, his tone carrying lazy happiness. "What delicious food have you prepared for me?" Zhou Mo laughed gently, "What can you eat now? Let me make you some chicken mushroom congee. Would you like it?" "Yes." Chu Tian looked at Zhou Mo who was focused on chopping vegetables. It occurred to him that this man full of life warmth was also irresistible. Unable to resist, he leaned in and kissed Zhou Mo's cheek, saying, "Anything our big baby makes, I love." Zhou Mo turned around and looked at him tenderly, saying, "Your stubble pricked me, darling." Let me check." Chu Tian exaggeratedly cupped Zhou Mo's face with a feigned look of sympathy and scrutinized carefully, saying, "Oh no, it's my fault. I will get rid of all of them soon. Look how you, our delicate and smooth-skinned big baby, got pricked, even your cheeks are red." Zhou Mo didn't get upset by his teasing. In a good mood, he let Chu Tian do as he pleased, waiting until Chu Tian was satisfied before gently massaging his waist and saying, "All right, go sit down and wait for me. I'll come join you after putting the ingredients in." "No need, I can keep you company, I'm not tired at all." Zhou Mo smiled and said, "As you wish. If it's up to me, I'll stay with you." Chu Tian crawled back onto Zhou Mo's back again, looking at him with a beaming smile as he prepared the congee. The rising heat in the kitchen mixed with the soft bright light, creating a quiet halo around everything in sight, a heavenly atmosphere that made Chu Tian feel slightly dazed, as if this beautiful moment wasn't real. However, the warm, sturdy shoulders in his arms were tangible proof of their reality. The steady rhythm of his lover's heartbeat kept pace beside his ears, grounding him again. Chu Tian's hands roamed freely over Zhou Mo's body, sometimes touching his abs, other times his chest muscles, acting every bit like a scoundrel. Zhou Mo allowed him to play for a while, but when Chu Tian showed no sign of reining himself in, Zhou Mo caught his hand firmly and whispered softly, "Don't tempt me, you wouldn't be able to handle it." Chu Tian planted a hot kiss on Zhou Mo's back and said lowly, "You stop talking nonsense and tempting me, I'm the one who can't take it." Unaware, Chu Tian spoke those words in a voice tinged with coyness, an idea that perhaps never crossed his mind before, how someone like him could ever have the right to act cute. But Zhou Mo felt this softness of his, smiling warmly as he said, "Even my speech is now off limits." "Off limits, because when you talk, I just want to kiss you. Baby, tell me, why do I love you so much?" Chu Tian wasn't lying, he truly felt that his affection for Zhou Mo had grown so immense that his heart could hardly contain it anymore. How could a person feel such boundless love for another? When Chu Tian wondered this aloud, Zhou Mo gave him an answer through action. It was because the other reciprocated the same amount of love to him. They cherished each other deeply, their souls intertwining closely, turning two lonely halves into a perfect whole. It was because his life was now devoid of any regrets, and everything he dreamed of was within reach. By this time, Zhou Mo had put all the ingredients into the purple clay pot. Turning around, he drew Chu Tian into his embrace and said tenderly, "If you want to kiss me, go ahead, I can handle it." Since you've invited me, I won't hold back." Chu Tian cradled his lover's face and shared a kiss filled with sweetness and passion amidst the earthly ambience. That day, what stuck in his mind was only the sweetness Zhou Mo had given him. The people and events that caused him pain could no longer stir even a ripple in his heart. Chapter 162, Waking Up Feeling an Even Deeper Love for You. While waiting for the porridge to cook, Zhou Mo and Chu Tian sat on the sofa, chatting idly about various topics. Zhou Mo told Chu Tian what he had been busy with recently, and Chu Tian also shared his latest brainstorm ideas. The two tall, handsome men lounged together lazily. Under the light, their deep and magnetic laughter occasionally resonated. At this moment, there was a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. After a while, the fragrant mushroom chicken porridge was finally ready. Each of them enjoyed a bowl, and under Chu Tian's constant praise, they soon finished it. After having porridge with his beloved, Zhou Mo then handed Chu Tian a document. Chu Tian paused upon seeing it, then smiled and said, "Is it done so quickly?" Didn't you say the faster the better?" Zhou Mo carefully observed Chu Tian's expression and asked, "Sweetheart, now that you've calmed down, has your idea changed?" "I've always been calm, and this decision is good for both of us." Chu Tian flipped through the document severing ties and without hesitation signed his name at the end. As he wrote stroke by stroke, it seemed like a transparent thread materialized from under his pen. One end was tied to his little finger, while the other extended endlessly into the darkness ahead. With the final stroke of the character, Tian, the thread snapped with a crisp sound, slipping off his fingertip. That sound seemed to awaken his most distant, initial memories. It was the sound when he first came to this world and severed the connection with the mother. It seemed no matter how profound the bond was, it could still be cut. Everyone severs their connection with the mother at birth, and that decision lies entirely in someone else's hands. Another time would usually be during parting after death, he merely did it earlier than others. This rather unpleasant karmic relationship between them started with one line and ended with another. Although it may not have reached the ideal ending for most people, at least it concluded with a period. He stared at his signature, slightly dazed. The place he once called home felt like a giant dandelion flower. In that moment, the seeds carrying his past memories scattered on the wind, flashing back in Chu Tian's mind, as if making their final farewell. Chu Tian saw himself as a little boy sitting beneath a desk lamp at night, yawning and asking his mother if they could continue reciting poems the next day, only to receive a retort, "Your cousin never needed supervision at your age. He knew to study on his own. Why are you so lazy? If we had a choice, your father and I would definitely want a child as diligent as your cousin." He saw himself finally achieving a 95 score in math, running home excitedly to show his father the exam paper, hoping he'd notice the improvement, but instead getting smacked 5 times on the palm with a long ruler, being told to remember the lesson, lest he dare lose any more points in the future. He witnessed himself again and again reaching out to his parents for some familial warmth, only to be met with dismissive words that left him disappointed over and over again. After growing up, he gathered his courage once and revealed his sexual orientation to his parents. The response was nothing less than total rejection and denial. "Dear, are you alright?" Zhou Mo's voice broke the grand farewell taking place in Chu Tian's mind. Chu Tian blankly watched as the dandelion seeds gradually dispersed in the wind. The place he had meticulously surrounded with fences in his memory was now only left as a large hole. His eyes refocused, looking at Zhou Mo with a faint smile, "I'm fine, it's nothing." Saying it was one thing, but he realized he had overestimated himself. No sooner had he spoken these words than his nose began to sting sharply. Suddenly, he became extraordinarily vulnerable, like a snail who suddenly lost its shell, finding sudden ease yet still adjusting uncomfortably. Standing there, he wasn't sure which way to turn. "It is, isn't it?" Without saying much, Zhou Mo reached out and wiped away the tears from Chu Tian's corners of his eyes, saying, "Wife, let's apply for children in a few years. We'll build our own small family together. Though the family is young and inexperienced now, it will grow into a towering tree one day." "Okay, you're right," Chu Tian laughed through tears. "I give their home back to them. From now on, I will only take care of our home." He slowly handed the document over to Zhou Mo, "You help me send it out. When they return it, you keep it for me. I don't want to see it anymore." "Alright, leave it to me." Zhou Mo put the document away. Chu Tian's gaze instinctively followed the document until it was completely tucked away into the pitch-black briefcase, zipped up, and latched shut, rendering it out of sight. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of sadness surged through him, causing his tears to fall abruptly. Zhou Mo was right by his side in time, pulling him into his embrace. "Darling, it will get better, I promise you." His voice was so warm and tender, reminiscent of the lullabies Chu Tian yearned for as a child. Lost in this soothing embrace, his mood gradually stabilized. The curled-up snail tenaciously wiggled its antennae atop its head, showcasing its resilient vitality. It continued to move forward unflinchingly despite the wind and rain, for a fresh new shell had sprouted on its back. That night, Zhou Mo tenderly kissed Chu Tian for a long while before they fell asleep in each other's arms. Chu Tian lay in Zhou Mo's embrace and drifted into a dream filled with boundless whiteness. In the dream, he stood alone amidst an endless white wilderness. He saw countless tiny specks of light, like star fragments, spinning around him over and over again. Just like those dandelion seeds. Hesitant to reach out, whenever he tried, the light suddenly scattered and drifted determinately away toward the distance. He was left standing there alone, guarding a vast empty wilderness. The overwhelming loneliness grew into a monster ready to consume him entirely, but just in time, a pair of warm hands pulled him away from beneath the beast's jaws. Startled, he turned around and saw a tall, handsome man holding 2 beautiful children, their eyes brimming with the world's softest gazes as they extended their hands to him. The faces of the children remained unclear, yet they evoked a peculiar warmth deep within his heart. The man bathed in the glow was clear as day, it was his lover, his husband, his family. It was his Zhou Mo. Wiping away his tears, Chu Tian sprang up and dashed toward them. As he embraced them tightly, Chu Tian suddenly awoke from his dream. Instinctively, he nuzzled his face against the warm skin beside him and glanced out the window, finding it already bright outside. Did you sleep well last night, darling? Was Zhou Mo still here? Chu Tian was surprised and delighted. I slept very well. With deep attachment, he rubbed his cheek against Zhou Mo's chest and said, you're still here, that's wonderful. I thought you might need me around. Yes, I need you so much. Chu Tian wrapped his arms around Zhou Mo's neck, leaning in closer as fine morning light sparkled in his eyes. Under Zhou Mo's gentle gaze, he delicately placed a soft kiss on his nose, as if skimming like a dragonfly over water. Darling, upon waking, my love for you runs even deeper. Chapter 163, Auntie 2's Calamity. When Wu Guizhi returned from the vegetable market in the morning, she saw a group of elderly women gathering together and chattering noisily about something unknown. At a glance, it was clear that there was some big news. As a gossip lover herself and a key member of this small group, she approached the crowd cheerfully with her groceries. What are you all chatting about? What's the interesting thing? Upon hearing her voice, the elder sisters turned back at once. The mockery in their eyes and the ridicule and disdain on their faces set off alarm bells in Wu Guizhi's heart. What was going on? Had the fire reached her? Her smile stiffened for a moment, but she still forced herself to say, oh, what's the matter? Why are you all looking at me like that? An astute and sharp-eyed old grandma pursed her lips and said, oh, Guizhi, are you still buying vegetables here? Don't you know your husband has been caught for soliciting prostitution? What? Wu Guizhi felt as if all her blood had frozen, her body stiffening instantly. She instinctively retorted, how could that be? Our old Chu was on duty last night, and besides, how old is he? How could he do such a thing? You'd better not talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. Oh, go ahead and sue. Sue us. That old sister was also good at causing a commotion. When faced with strength, she became stronger and was an expert at being unruly. She took no account of the usual sisterhood and shouted loudly at Wu Guizhi, pointing her finger, you want to sue me? We haven't sued your family yet. Let me tell you, our neighborhood is a civilized one on the street, and there have never been any lawbreakers. Your old Chu is the first one to stick his neck out, lowering our neighborhood standard right away. The expression on this old woman's face was extremely sarcastic, making Wu Guizhi feel goosebumps. TSK, not to boast, but in my many years of life, I've never met someone so shameless. At this age, they're still messing around, I wonder if they can even get it up. After saying that, the old women nearby laughed along. The old woman added, you still dare to sue us? Where do you get the face to do so? Exactly. Some people began to echo. You all. Wu Guizhi's face turned bright red due to the old woman's remarks, but she seemed stuck, unable to figure out how to retaliate. Although she liked talking sharply and enjoyed mocking others, indulging in gossip about other people's affairs, if it came to verbal abuse, her mouth wasn't quick enough. Infuriated by the old woman, she stammered with her finger pointed, don't slander us. How can you say our old Chu got caught? Do you have evidence? Oh, you won't cry until you see the coffin. The old woman looked toward a new face among the crowd and said, Sister Jiang, didn't you take a picture? Show it to Wu Guizhi so she doesn't think we're falsely accusing her old man. AI. The fat aunt surnamed Jiang had just moved here recently, and Wu Guizhi had only crossed paths with her a few times. This old woman looked fierce, the kind not to be messed with, so Wu Guizhi wasn't particularly keen on associating with her. That old woman pulled out her phone, found a photo, and placed it in front of Wu Guizhi, smiling sweetly, Guizhi, this isn't me intentionally tarnishing your family name. Yesterday, I happened to pass by the hair salon when I accidentally ran into the police bringing people out. And look, wasn't that your old Chu? I thought to myself, we're neighbors, shouldn't I ask what's going on and show concern? Isn't that reasonable? Hearing her say that, Wu Guizhi felt inexplicably frustrated inside. She used to love that excuse too, whatever she did, always under the guise of concern, enjoying watching others become speechless. Now it was happening to her, and she finally realized how annoying those words were. Her face turned incredibly pale. The old woman continued speaking, I asked the police officer, who said these people were all caught red-handed soliciting prostitutes. I especially asked about old Chu since Chu is older, I feared they might have made a mistake. But the officer said. She covered her mouth and exchanged knowing glances with the others, and everyone started laughing, covering their mouths as well. Clearly, they'd already heard this story before. The officer said old Chu may be old, but his heart isn't old. He specifically took medicine and picked a girl in her early 20s. Ew, how disgusting. At his age, he still goes around ruining young girls. Even if they're out selling themselves, it's just so revolting. Isn't that true? As they say, money is hard to earn, and eating feces is hard too. Now I have a changed view of them. Sigh, they've got it tough too. Huh, that's exactly what I think. Everyone began discussing right in front of Wu Guizhi. Wu Guizhi dumbly stared at the familiar old man in the picture, her blood pressure shot up instantly, and she fainted on the spot. Wow. She passed out. Quickly call an ambulance. When Wu Guizhi woke up again, she was in the hospital. Her son sat by her side, noticing she had awakened, he quickly moved closer, Mom, you're awake. How do you feel now? Wu Guizhi, upon seeing her son, wanted to ask him if what happened with his father was true. But when she tried to speak, she realized half of her face seemed to have lost sensation, she couldn't open her mouth. Not only that, her saliva kept flowing uncontrollably, and her body felt heavy, even slight movement was difficult, making her suddenly panic-stricken. Her usually filial son, who loved bragging about her to others, immediately frowned in annoyance upon seeing her current state. He took out a bunch of tissues from his pocket and roughly wiped her off, then said, "Mom, the doctor says you were overly emotional, and you suffered a mild stroke. Currently, there's facial muscle paralysis, so you must relax, or else full body paralysis could occur." After hearing this, Wu Guizhi looked particularly anxious. Her mouth trembled continuously as if she wanted to say something, but all that came out were mumbled murmurs. A teardrop rolled down from the corner of her eye, and her drooling had soaked her collar once more. Yet her son merely glanced at his watch and said, "Mom, if you're awake, I'll go back to work first. The company recently has a promotion opportunity, and I'm competing fiercely with another colleague for it. Don't worry, I hired a caregiver for you, she will take care of you. I'm going first." Seeing her son walk away without looking back, Wu Guizhi shed another tear. In no time, a woman around 30 wearing a nursing uniform walked in. "Are you Ms. Wu Guizhi?" Wu Guizhi made an effort to blink and emitted a series of "ha-ha" sounds. The nurse observed, "Oh, you can't talk anymore, can you?" Wu Guizhi strained herself to blink once again. The nurse chuckled lightly and sat down on the stool next to her, saying, "I'm the caregiver your son hired, responsible for taking care of you. If you need anything, let me know." After finishing, she started playing with her phone. Wu Guizhi realized the nurse was taking advantage of her inability to speak and being cunning about it. She became extremely agitated. After all, her son had spent money hiring this person, how could she be allowed to relax like this? However, no matter how Wu Guizhi made noises, the woman kept her head down, refusing to pay attention to her. Occasionally, when someone was around in the ward, the nurse would pretend to help her drink water without checking if she was actually thirsty. This angered Wu Guizhi beyond measure. Meanwhile, her mind continuously thought about the embarrassing incident concerning their elderly man, causing her immense internal anguish. She cared so much about appearances. In the past, if any family dared to surpass hers in any way, she would surely find fault with them and annoy them. Now, things had turned sour, her household had such disgraceful events, and she had become incapacitated like this. How could she possibly show her face outside again? Chapter 164, Retribution. While Wu Guizhi was suffering, Chu Jiangua and Wan Yufang had been having a pretty smooth time lately. Either the heavens were watching or they were finally reaping the rewards of their toils. For these few days, their ears have finally found peace. The reason being that their second son's family, who always liked to gossip about them, made a huge fool of themselves recently. Technically, the second son is also Chu Jiangua's biological brother. The disgraceful things he did actually make Chu Jiangua lose face too, but because the second son's family always used to mock theirs about Chu Tian's sexual orientation, making them squirm uncomfortably before relatives during holidays, now with such an ugly scandal in their own home, the old couple secretly feels a sense of satisfaction. And look at that woman Wu Guizhi, who used to come to their house and brag all the time. Now she has suffered from stroke and cannot talk anymore. Moreover, his second son's rival exposed their scandal within the company, not only ruining his chance for promotion but also making him look down whenever they meet. No one comes to their house showing off power anymore. Not only that, but Wan Yufang's elder sister's family also encountered problems recently, creating quite a stir. She always boasts about how harmonious her family is, and how happy they are together. However, yesterday she quarreled with her daughter-in-law and ended up in the hospital from anger. Naturally, Wan Yufang and Chu Jianguo went to visit her. They were originally prepared to scold the disrespectful niece-in-law, but when they heard her cry and complain in the hospital, they realized just how domineering this elder sister usually behaves back home, doing all sorts of inappropriate things. It's her own fault. Her son and daughter-in-law were both filial to her, but she was never content. She loved stirring up trouble at home to show how important she was, which eventually alienated the couple. This couple should have already had a younger son, but they miscarried due to the interference of this old woman. Now, even lying in the hospital, she still talks non-stop, completely unaware that everything she did has already spread around like wildfire. She keeps on saying how after she gets out, she'll deal with her daughter-in-law appropriately. Little does she know, her daughter-in-law has already returned to her mother's home and plans to divorce her son. Even their eldest brother's family had a considerable joke played on them. After the wife of the eldest brother and the wife of the second brother mocked Chu Jianguo's family in front of everyone, they never saw the eldest brother's wife again shortly after. And soon, they learned why. You really can't judge a person by their appearance. Among the three brothers, the eldest seems to be the most honest. His wife often brags outside about how good-natured and obedient her husband is, claiming they've been model couples for decades. Who would have thought a sudden shock would shatter it all? Turns out, for years the eldest brother had been committing adultery, and his illegitimate child is only 2 years younger than Chu Tian. Recently, as his illegitimate child is getting married, he attended the wedding, where his legitimate wife found out. Since then, she has been visiting every day to create scenes. At first, the eldest brother endured it, but eventually he retaliated, tired of the noise. In the end, the exemplary couple for decades tore their facade apart. In this small area, there's no hiding any secret. These recent events of the Chu family have become hot topics of conversation, almost hitting the local news. Chu Jiangua and Wan Yufang have just returned from mediating another argument, and on their way, they chatted. Isn't our family cursed by the Tai Sui this year? Why is everyone having issues? Wan Yufang felt somewhat uneasy inside. Oh, it's hard to say. Hey, you better not follow your two older brothers and mess around outside, huh? You're speaking nonsense. Chu Jiangua got mad, flaring his nostrils. I'm not the type of person who disregards decency and honor. I care about my reputation. They may not have integrity, but I do. Don't slander me. Look at how scared you are. I was just asking casually, said Wan Yufang. She indeed trusts her partner because she knows him well, he values his reputation more than anything. He wouldn't do something that could ruin his life so utterly. As they chatted, they returned to the neighborhood and noticed a group of elderly people chatting nearby. Chu Jiangua couldn't help but tense his eyebrows. Recently, they have become hot topics among people. Everywhere they go, people stare at them like stars. Although these people haven't said much outwardly, the old couple understands clearly, they are just waiting for something newsworthy to happen in their house. The old couple forced out a dry laugh to the crowd and prepared to go upstairs. Hey, old Chu, don't leave yet. I've been waiting for you guys all afternoon. The old couple had no choice but to stop and ask, what's up? Tisk, why so nervous? We're all neighbors here. Come on over and chat a bit. It's been days since we've seen you two come down to talk. It was one of the sisters from the neighborhood committee who spoke, and Chu Jiangua and his wife couldn't refuse, so they reluctantly went over. What's there to chat about? We've just come back from outside, our throats are parched, and we just want to drink some tea. TSK, don't worry. I know what concerns you, but we're not nosy people. Rest assured, we won't bring up those unpleasant matters. Hearing her say that, the old couple felt even more awkward. The sister smiled warmly, pulling Wan Yufang to sit beside her and holding her hand, acting like an old friend for years, which confused Wan Yufang somewhat. Not until she spoke did they understand the reason. Teacher Wan, your son Chu Tian is doing pretty well in the capital city, right? I heard our Aqiang mention seeing him when he traveled there. This kid really has talent, according to Aqiang, he goes out in a stretched Lincoln with bodyguards around. Your child is so successful, yet we've never heard you mention it. Someone nearby chimed in, exactly, they're so low-key, keeping everything about their child so tight-lipped, without mentioning a word. Chu Jiangua and Wan Yufang were unsure of what these people meant for a moment. They exchanged glances and both felt bewildered. Then the sister continued to inquire, Teacher Wan, stop being secretive. Tell us, how does your Chu Tian make his fortune? Share with us, let us envy you, and set a good example for our unambitious kids. Yes, Teacher Wan, tell us. Coaxed by them, Wan Yufang could only force a dry smile and say, Tisk, he isn't making any big fortune, he's just a novelist, nothing much. Oh, you shouldn't be modest. Writing novels comes in different levels too, some have no talent, but I've heard those top-tier novelists earn millions in royalties every year. The others also looked enviously upon hearing this. Wow, writing novels can be so lucrative. Chu Tian is something else. That's true. He needs bodyguards now when he goes out, indicating he must be super rich. The sister and a few elderly women chattered away as if on cue, coaxing Chu Jiangua and his wife until they were bursting with pride. Half-heartedly, they ended up sharing a bit about Chu Tian. But they only knew the basics, and struggled to share anything further. Chapter 165 Vanity. After chatting for a while, the older sister shifted the topic and said, oh, our Aqiang has graduated too, but he's been struggling to find a job recently. That child is ambitious, he looks down on this small place and says he wants to go to the capital and take a look. She naturally transitioned by saying, it just so happens that your Chu Tian is also in the capital. I say why don't we let our Aqiang go seek help from your Chu Tian? Since we're all neighbors, it would be like having fellow townsmen abroad. The two kids can support each other, and together they'll definitely do better than if they were fighting alone, right? Yes, our girl Aqiao has graduated as well. Why don't we let them both go to the capital and give it a try? Old Chu, you two must not refuse. Anyway, your son is so accomplished, could you lend a hand? After all, isn't Chu Tian doing really well now? I heard it's almost impossible to buy those long Hummers even if you have money. In a few words, the elderly couple had been placed on a pedestal, making it awkward for them to admit how strained their relationship with their son had become. The declaration severing ties had already been signed under the witness of a lawyer sent by Zhou Mo. And by then, Chu Tian had already transferred the lump sum payment of their maintenance fees. Seeing that the old couple didn't speak, the two people playing off each other began again. Hey, Mr. Chu, Ms. Wan, isn't your son Chu Tian now the most successful person in our courtyard? Haven't they said that those who get rich first should help others grow rich too? This way, our country will become stronger. You are teachers, surely your consciousness level is higher than ours ordinary folks. There shouldn't be a need for me to further elaborate, right? Yes, and last time I saw Chu Tian's girlfriend, she seemed very wealthy. It shouldn't be hard for him to help out his fellow townsfolk's younger brother and sister. You two are enjoying leisure now, whereas us parents whose children don't excel keep tossing and turning over our kids' future. We're all neighbors and old chat buddies. Can you do us a favor and pass the message along to Chu Tian? Can you, please? Chu Jiangwo smoked cigarettes with his head bowed, without uttering a word. Wan Yufang anxiously stared at her shoelaces, unsure of what to say. How should they put it? They used to think their son would only bring shame, so they never mentioned him outside. But suddenly, their son turned into the best one, and strangely, no one cared about the issue of sexual orientation that they were once so concerned about. The old couple felt strange inside. Previously, because of Chu Tian, they always felt humiliated, but now due to Chu Tian, they were praised by others, to the extent that even the neighborhood committee came to flatter them. This sharp contrast indeed made the usually suppressed elder couple feel secretly proud. Seeing that neither of them rejected, the older sister took advantage of it, saying, I know sometimes parents are embarrassed to ask anything from their children. After all, this is us asking something from someone else. So, how about this, why don't you call Chu Tian and let us talk directly to him? No matter the result, we can accept it. Do you think this works? That's true, we'll tell Chu Tian ourselves and politely request his help. Since Chu Tian was such a sensible and kind-hearted child, I believe he will definitely be willing to help these brothers and sisters. The elderly men and women nearby also joined in. That's true, old Chu, since your child is so successful, why not set an example for everyone? Yes. Everyone calling out how talented he is made Chu Jiangwo feel a little elated, his face being greatly satisfied. A father still understands his own child. Of course, he knew Chu Tian was family-oriented. He never seriously regarded that severance statement. He realized inside that what Chu Tian wanted was merely their approval and support. He thought it through. Since now no one cared about the issue of sexual orientation anymore, and this brought glory to the family, then it's fine, let him come back. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he took out his phone and said, well, this kid has his own mind, I wouldn't dare to make any promises, but I can try. Yeah, understood, just mention it, and then we'll explain ourselves. Alright then, I'll give it a shot. Humming a tune, Chu Jiangwo dialed Chu Tian's number. Doo-doo. The phone rang for a moment, then suddenly music played. After a while, the call was answered. Hello. As soon as the voice came out, the two older sisters immediately wore broad smiles, looking expectantly at Chu Jiangwo, giving him a feeling of relief and vindication. He squinted his eyes and said leisurely, Hey, Tiana, what are you doing? What's up? The voice on the other end of the phone was very low. Chu Jiangwo didn't notice anything unusual, he could sense the coldness in the other person's attitude but wasn't surprised. After all, they had just signed some sort of agreement, so it was normal for Chu Tian to have issues. He cut straight to the point, nothing much, I just wanted to ask how you're doing. Oh yeah, will you come home for the spring festival this year? It's been a while since you last came back. The one on the other side chuckled, what do you really want? I'm pretty busy right now. If there's nothing, I'll hang up. Hey, you little runt. You think your wings are hard enough to fly? Chu Jiangwo, under the gaze of everyone around him, managed to restrain his temper somewhat. Seeing the community committee elder sister giving him strong hints with her eyes, he continued, there's another thing. Don't you remember our neighbor Aqiang from the housing complex? He's 10 years younger than you, and he just graduated this year. He wants to work in the capital city. When he saw that you were driving a Hummer, he thought you must be very capable. So, he's hoping you can help him out and give him a hand. And our Aqiao too. Oh, there's also a girl coming along. You need to make proper arrangements. We're all neighbors here, please take good care of them. The other side of the line transmitted a deep chilling laugh, Mr. Chu, don't tell me you've forgotten. You've already severed ties with Chu Tian. You personally signed it, witnessed by a lawyer. Haven't you read those terms clearly? It's you. At this moment, Chu Jiangwo realized who he was speaking with, and his brows immediately furrowed, how dare you talk to me like this? I am Chu Tian's father after all. What kind of attitude is this? Forget it, I won't talk to you. Where's Chu Tian? Tell him to answer the phone. He won't answer. Mr. Chu, you're an educator, you should respect the law. The severance statement we signed clearly stated no harassment or interference between each other. There's no need for further explanation. Unless you two cannot take care of yourselves in the future, never call Chu Tian again at any time or for any reason. He's not your son anymore. Hey! How dare you make decisions for him? Just because you've got money doesn't mean you can bully people, does it? I don't have the patience to argue with you. Let Chu Tian pick up the phone. Zhou Mo simply had no intention to waste time arguing with this old man. Were it not for the unbreakable blood connection between him and Chu Tian, given how these elderly folks had made his wife suffer for so long, he definitely wouldn't let them off easily. He replied coldly, the decision not to receive any more messages from you was made by Chu Tian himself. The statement we signed clearly forbids either party from or disturbing each other. You value appearances most, and surely don't want the situation where breaching the contract leads us to a courtroom, do you? You dare. Old man, there's nothing in this world that I, Zhou Mo, wouldn't dare to do. Right now, Chu Tian belongs only to the Zhou family. In the past, I might not have held it against you. But going forward, if you continue to meddle in things concerning him, I won't show any mercy. You. Zhou Mo directly cut him off, continuing, to prevent you from causing any more trouble for Chu Tian in the future, I will publish the severance declaration in local newspapers. You'd better know what's best for you. Chapter 166, Parting Ways in Peace. Hey. You. Do. The phone was ruthlessly hung up, and Chu Jiangwo stared at his mobile for a moment, feeling a little confused. What on earth? They actually believed that declaration. His phone was an elderly model with a loud voice, so everyone heard most of what Zhou Mo said clearly. Now everyone's expression turned somewhat awkward. Some even wore expressions of schadenfreude. Wow. Who would have thought it? Old Chu, what have you done to cause your own son Chu Tian to cut off all ties with you? Yeah, what could be so extreme? Forget it. It's wasted effort. Even though they were sitting on a goldmine, they couldn't gain a single ounce of benefit from it. Ah. That's fate. The onlookers started to express their opinions one after another. The two enthusiastic sisters-in-law who had previously been full of curiosity now remained silent. In an instant, the couple had fallen from heaven to earth again, embarrassed and unable to say a word. With flushed faces, they stood up and left. For the next several days, whenever they went out, they avoided others' gazes. Zhou Mo kept his promise and quickly published the statement severing the familial relationship between Chu Tian and them in the local newspaper. Almost every elder in the courtyard where Chu Jiangwo lived possessed a copy, and they spent days debating and discussing the matter with great interest. Before long, this gossip spread through their extensive intelligence network, covering hundreds of miles around. Severing the father-son relationship truly was an extraordinary event, far more interesting than any mundane gossip. People's enthusiasm for discussion never waned. This put all the brothers of the Chu family in the spotlight. Despite all their lifelong efforts to maintain face, Chu Jiangwo and his wife eventually failed to hold on to their dignity. Later, no one knows how, but someone leaked the reasons behind Chu Tian's estrangement from them and then revealed details about his growth journey. Suddenly, everyone among the peanut gallery criticized the old couple as incompetent parents, which explained why their son had decided to break all relations. Although some people of the older generation originally struggled to accept the idea of homosexuality, with the cautionary tale of the Chu family set before them, no one wished to bear the burden of being called a living fossil. As a result, the public discourse outside shifted to freedom and understanding. The elders became increasingly progressive in their views, often issuing modern opinions while casually disparaging the two old fossils from the Chu family, mocking them for driving away such a capable son. These rumors naturally reached the ears of Chu Jiangwo and his wife, causing them to be dispirited for quite a while. It wasn't until there was new gossip in the neighborhood that interest in their situation began to wane, allowing them to finally step outside again. One day, while Wan Yufang was tidying up things at home, she came across a photo of Chu Tian from his childhood. She stood there, staring at it, lost in deep thought. Chu Jiangwo passed by her holding a teacup and asked, "What are you looking at? You've been standing here for almost 15 minutes. Wan Yufang showed him the photo in her hand and said, "Old partner, do you remember when little Tian begged us for so long to go with him to summer camp? Did we ever accompany him? I can't seem to recall properly." Chu Jiangwo looked at the little boy standing stiffly in the photo and he too momentarily froze. "I don't know, I don't remember either." "Right. There are so many things I don't remember anymore. I'm not sure why, but I suddenly care about this memory. But I just can't bring it back." "Forget about it if you can't remember. It doesn't matter anymore anyway." "Yes, it doesn't matter anymore. He has already ceased to be our son." After this sentence, the pent-up gloom of these past few days surfaced between the couple openly. A touch of melancholy flickered in Wan Yofang's eyes as she said, "How did we end up like this? You tell me, how obedient and well-behaved little Tian used to be." "What's the point talking about this now? He's enjoying being someone else's son. Don't mention that white-eyed wolf to me again." Unlike his former self, Chu Jiangwo now spoke without the usual vigor, having formed a certain scale in his mind to weigh right and wrong. However, speaking of these matters now held no meaning. They had also tried calling Chu Tian twice recently, but strangely enough, each time it was Zhou Mo who answered. They couldn't bring themselves to say soft words and simply hung up. Later, they found they couldn't get through to that number anymore. At this point, they understood the true implications of that legal document. Chu Jiangwo, hunched over, slowly made his way to the balcony with a cup of tea and sat down to sip the bitter brew alone. Wan Yufang stood in place, staring at the photograph for a long while. After a long pause, she muttered to herself, "If only we had gone with him back then, why didn't we go?" Chu Tian was completely unaware of what had happened in the Chu household. He'd been busy recently running errands for Shan Yang's and Lu Qingzhe's wedding. Shan Yang was full of ideas, popping up one after another, but he found great enjoyment in it all while exhausting Chu Tian. Through all these trips, Chu Tian only thought that getting married was too much trouble and was starting to think about not holding his own wedding. Brother Chu, the best man suit I picked out for you has arrived. Try it on quickly and see if it fits. Shan Yang eagerly ran over to Chu Tian with a box in hand as Fang Hongying walked over carrying a pot of black tea and smiled. Best man suit. What does it look like? Lately, Shan Yang had been visiting the Zhou family frequently, and after being entertained a few times by Fang Hongying, he had learned about her unique hobbies. He no longer considered Fang Hongying an outsider, winking at her and grinning suggestively. This suit is super handsome, super suitable for Brother Chu. Fang Hongying became somewhat intrigued upon hearing this. Is that so? Little Tian, take it out and let me have a look, I'll help you check it out. Oh. Seeing how carefree Shan Yang was, Chu Tian lowered his guard and casually lifted the pieces of fabric out from the box. Wow. Ah. Both Shan Yang and Fang Hongying clapped their hands to their mouths, their expressions growing increasingly excited, while Chu Tian remained sullen-faced, tossing the bundle of fabric back into the box. Little mountain goat, can you please act a little more serious? Can this thing even be worn? Aya, you haven't even tried it. How do you know it won't work? Excitedly, Shan Yang snatched the box from his hands and lifted the pieces of fabric again. You said you didn't want to wear bunny girl outfits, so I thought hard and came up with this flight attendant costume. So elegant, why can't it be worn? Chu Tian's eyebrows twitched in anger at his brazen justification. Elegant? With just a collar hooking the back, and no piece of fabric covering, that's your idea of elegance? Could you respect the occasion of a wedding a bit more? Shan Yang began cooing affectionately, clinging onto Chu Tian's arm and pleading, Brother Chu, it's precisely because I respect the occasion that I wish to satisfy just a small wish of mine. Chu Tian chuckled sarcastically. Oh. So your wish is to throw some kind of wild bachelor party? What wild party? You're so outdated. I've already decided, my wedding theme will be Muscle Paradise, isn't that awesome? The more Chu Tian listened to him, the less proper it sounded, especially with Fang Hongying around. He worried she might mistakenly think he was also a playboy. Turning his head to explain to Fang Hongying, he saw her once again, sipping her black tea, eyes glowing as she stared at him, her ears tinged red. Well, she was clearly enjoying it immensely. Chapter 167, The Gate of a New World. Chu Tian helplessly shook his head, then resolutely pushed the fabric away. If you want to wear it, go ahead. If not, let Professor Lu from your family wear it. Anyway, I'm not wearing it. Oh no, that won't work. Our professor is too skinny, and he wouldn't look as good in it as you would. Besides, I'll hire a bunch of muscular handsome men to wear the same thing, and you can lead the group. Doesn't that sound interesting? Chu Tian smirked coldly. Huh. I just think I'd get arrested if I wore it. Oh come on, Brother Chu, it's my only wedding, just indulge me a little please. Dan Yang kept begging Chu Tian, who was bothered by his persistence and decided to bring out their boss for backup. Fine, you convince our boss and I'll wear it. You talk to him. Ah no way, Brother Chu, I know your boss listens to you. If you agree to wear it, he will surely approve. Chu Tian rejected this flattery with composure. You've got it wrong. It's not that he listens to me, but I listen to him. So you'd better ask him. Oh come on, Anting, help me persuade him, please. Dan Yang turned to another ally, swinging the clothes in his hand and said, you must agree this outfit suits Brother Chu, right? Cough cough. Fang Hongying coughed awkwardly and didn't have the heart to reply since she was an elder, so it wasn't proper for her to be openly aggressive. With no support from anyone, Dan Yang turned back to pester Chu Tian again. Chu Tian, with a headache, stood up and wanted to escape upstairs. Dan Yang chased after him with the clothing. Brother Chu, why don't you try it on first? Even if you're not going to wear it later, at least give me a chance to see how great you look now. Oh come on, no way. You're already getting married, can't you behave more maturely? I'm only getting married because I want to bid farewell to all these muscular hunks one last time before that happens. Don't be shy, Brother Chu. The two were chasing each other around until suddenly Chu Tian found himself about to surrender when his man arrived like divine cavalry, appearing timely within his line of sight. Zhou Mo. Chu Tian eagerly walked quickly toward him, his rapid steps very much resembling those of longing. Zhou Mo greatly enjoyed Chu Tian's affection for him, smiling while extending his arms wide. Chu Tian cooperatively embraced him closely. I'm back, honey, Zhou Mo whispered deeply near Chu Tian's ear. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tian felt warmly content inside, relaxing his body and then grinned slyly into Zhou Mo's ear. Welcome back, darling. Zhou Mo's lips curved upward slightly, and his arms holding Chu Tian tightened even further. At this point, Fang Hongying had already turned her attention to drinking tea while Dan Yang remained nearby, commenting quietly, wow, they're more affectionate than Professor Lu and me. Isn't Mr. Zhou only been working for a few hours? Yet, it seems like they haven't seen each other in ages. Fang Hongying responded gracefully, putting down her delicate teacup with a smile. They've always been like this, sweet and sticky every single day like in the honeymoon phase non-stop. Wow, being perpetually in love. I cannot imagine such romance from Mr. Zhou either. But they do look incredibly sweet together. We shouldn't lose to them. Dan Yang muttered thoughtfully, as though he had learned something significant. After being surrounded for a while, the couple loosened their embrace, with Zhou Mo placing his hands naturally around Chu Tian's waist, guiding him back into the house. Dan Yang was still a bit intimidated by Zhou Mo and thus hid the fabric behind his back, smiling nervously while greeting Zhou Mo and finding excuses to slip away. Chu Tian didn't mention any of Dan Yang's earlier antics but earnestly instructed him, go carefully choose your suit. Brother Chu is getting old and can't handle surprises, got it? Got it. Dan Yang gave Chu Tian a tongue-out face while taking advantage of the moment when Zhou Mo was talking to his mom to whisper sarcastically, so what if you've got a husband backing you up? I'll go find mine too. Humph. Just before leaving, he suddenly hatched a wicked idea and said to Zhou Mo, Mr. Zhou, I have a gift for you. Chu Tian immediately sensed trouble from these words, rushing forward to cover Dan Yang's mouth, but Dan Yang fainted and threw the bundle of cloth directly into Zhou Mo's arms. Seeing Chu Tian react so strongly, Zhou Mo also became curious about Dan Yang's present and therefore smiled while accepting this gift. What is it? Let me take a look. Don't look. Chu Tian quickly shouted loud to stop him. Although he was quite open in bed, Chu Tian had never worn those weird costumes as they would make him feel a bit ashamed. Therefore, he was afraid that Dan Yang would open a new world for Zhou Mo with those ideas. But it was too late. Zhou Mo had already unfolded the fabric and looked at it with great interest. Chu Tian, feeling powerless, let go of Dan Yang's arm. After successfully framing Chu Tian, Dan Yang turned around laughing and ran away. Chu Tian helplessly watched as Zhou Mo neatly folded the piece of cloth like a handkerchief and held it firmly in his hands. Even though he didn't say anything, his eyes gleamed with some playful light. Chu Tian still wanted to try to bring him back, so he sneakily glanced at Fang Hongying. Fang Hongying, who was enjoying the show, reluctantly stood up, oh no, the tea has gone cold. I'll go change a pot. After Fang Hongying left, Chu Tian immediately extended his hand toward Zhou Mo, hand it over. Zhou Mo put his hand behind his back, this is my present from your friend. Your stuff is my stuff. Hand it over quickly. Chu Tian stood his ground facing Zhou Mo and said, seeing he wasn't giving in, I know what you're thinking, but don't understand. Why? Zhou Mo simply gazed at him, not arguing logically but merely watching him silently. Are you using this trick again? Chu Tian glanced into the kitchen and saw a flicker of fabric, so he lowered his voice and said to Zhou Mo, let's go upstairs first, I'll accompany you to change into your loungewear. Zhou Mo smiled and obediently followed him upstairs. As soon as the door closed, Chu Tian lunged toward Zhou Mo like a ravenous wolf. Unexpectedly, Zhou Mo skillfully grabbed Chu Tian's wrist with lightning speed and, with a twist of his arm, pulled him right into his embrace. His reaction was so quick that Chu Tian barely reacted. Realizing he was firmly held by Zhou Mo and couldn't move an inch, Chu Tian asked, why are you reacting so fast? Did you practice? Zhou Mo smiled then loosened his grip on Chu Tian. He hugged him from behind and said, darling, do you know how many people want to kidnap me daily to become rich overnight? So, shouldn't I learn some self-defense skills? Really? Chu Tian hadn't thought about this much before. Now, hearing Zhou Mo talk about it, he realized how many dangers his husband faced every day. His worry for Zhou Mo made him forget why he brought him upstairs. Holding Zhou Mo's arm, Chu Tian said, since I've known you, I haven't seen you practicing. Are you rusty? Chapter 168, The weather has turned cool. Zhou Mo smiled and said, indeed, I have become a bit rusty. Would you accompany me to practice one day? Don't say, one day, when you come back every evening, I'll go with you to practice. Chu Tian always cared deeply about exercise, for health and appearance, he could persist, let alone for the sake of survival. He looked seriously at Zhou Mo and said, you can't do martial arts intermittently like fishing or airing clothes. I didn't know that before, but from now on, don't think you can slack off, I will supervise you continuously. Alright. Zhou Mo looked tenderly at Chu Tian without telling him that his past combat skills compared favorably even with top mercenaries. Even though he doesn't train as much now, during his school years, every winter and summer break, he would undergo brutal training under world-class mercenaries. With that foundation, he still has some basic ability to protect himself against ordinary hoodlums. Do 2 bodyguards suffice in your everyday life? Chu Tian became more and more worried. What if someone uses a stratagem? Or maybe you should add 2 more. 2 are enough. For bodyguards would be too conspicuous, which could actually draw attention. Haven't I been fine for all these years? The more he reassured her this way, the more distressed Chu Tian felt. As an ordinary person, she had no idea what it felt like to live every day in fear for her life, it seemed exhausting just thinking about it. She gently stroked Zhou Mo's face and asked with concern, has anyone hurt you in all these years? Zhou Mo reached up and held her hand, then smiled faintly and replied, I'm already 35 years old, how could there not have been bumps along the road? But all that is in the past, don't worry about it. Though he consoled her like this, Chu Tian couldn't quite let it go in her heart. Seeing her frowning, Zhou Mo lifted his hand and undid her shirt buttons, saying, if you really care about me, why don't you let me try wearing this piece of clothing? Chu Tian's concern was thrown completely off balance by him. She grabbed those wandering hands and rolled her eyes helplessly, saying, "You really know how to take advantage of situations. What's wrong with you? You went from being like Iron Man to suddenly becoming Lin Dayu." Ha. Her words strangely hit Zhou Mo's laugh point, making him burst out laughing and bury his head in Chu Tian's shoulder, stifling his laughter for a while. Chu Tian found his happy laughter delightful, improving her own mood as well. Zhou Mo often maintains a controlled expression, though he frequently smiles at her. Such joyous laughter isn't something you see every day. Chu Tian felt it was rare, so she hugged him and laughed, asking, "What did I say to make you laugh like this?" Zhou Mo straightened up, traces of amusement still lingering in his eyes as he gazed at Chu Tian and said, "Wife, I really love what comes out of your mouth." "Oh, so you only love my mouth?" "Of course not, I love everything about you." He slowly leaned closer, and when he spoke again, his voice was incredibly low, "especially your." The rest of the sentence disappeared into a kiss filled with masculine hormones. Chu Tian loves kissing Zhou Mo, especially seeing Zhou Mo, who appears calm and collected in front of others, gradually lose control because of her gives her immense satisfaction. This was like people fearing deities while deities only submit to him. Such affirmation made him increasingly confident, revealing a unique charm that made him even more attractive and made Zhou Mo adore him even more. Loving the right person should mean becoming more proactive, self-loving, and passionate about life through their affection and encouragement, not endlessly draining oneself, changing oneself, and compromising oneself. Zhou Mo's appearance taught Chu Tian many things, whether it be worldly human relations or spiritual optimism. In short, Zhou Mo was like her guardian deity, descending by her side when she was most destitute and in the greatest pain, helping her climb out of the mire and rejuvenate herself anew. Having such a beloved companion was already sufficient for Chu Tian to reconcile with everything. Amidst her profound reflection, feeling exceptionally gentle in heart, upon coming to, she realized that her God was behaving improperly, using her moment of sentimentality to take off her clothes. She hastily pushed Zhou Mo away, firmly gripping the fabric near her wrist, and said, "What's gotten into you? It's not even dark yet. Your mom's still downstairs. What are you thinking?" Zhou Mo nodded earnestly, "Exactly what I want." "You." Chu Tian looked speechlessly at Zhou Mo's straightforward face, thoroughly taken aback by this sudden flirtatious comment. After having a great laugh today, Zhou Mo's mood was exceptionally good. The cold and stern air around him completely dissipated, leaving only the pure charm of a handsome man standing tall like a jade tree. Chu Tian had to admit that she was once again seduced by this wolf in sheep's clothing and his irresistible good looks. He licked his lips, thinking to himself that their beloved one usually suffered so much with anxiety and hardship, how pitiful. As his partner, wasn't it all right to indulge him just this once? Moreover, it was rare for him to be this happy. Why should he dampen his joy? Most importantly, Chu Tian believed that if other men enjoyed certain benefits, her man shouldn't be left out. So, she decisively took the piece of clothing from Zhou Mo's hands and said, "All right, if you want me to wear it, I will. But let's make one thing clear, this is just this one time, no more examples in the future. Besides, it's still not dark outside, so you can just look. No funny business, got it?" Zhou Mo nodded earnestly but didn't say anything, only urging her on with his eyes. Since Chu Tian had decided to grant him this favor, she naturally felt relaxed about it. After removing her own clothes, she handed the flight attendant uniform back to Zhou Mo, grinning and showing off her white teeth as she playfully teased, "Here, you put it on personally and take it off too, letting you have your fun vicariously. How does that sound? Am I good to you or what?" Zhou Mo smiled knowingly after hearing this, replying, "Yeah, you're the best." He then slowly and deliberately dressed Chu Tian in the outfit, his expression appearing entirely proper, buttoning up the garment as though signing contracts worth hundreds of millions. That was, if his fingertips weren't always brushing against her skin ever so subtly. Chu Tian hadn't carefully examined the garment earlier, she'd merely assumed it was just revealing at the back. Who would have thought there was also something extraordinary about the front? Once she wore the outfit, she not only felt coolness creeping up her back but also detected an unusual chill across her chest. Glancing down, she saw that the fabric draped precisely over her breasts. The top portion barely counted as modesty cloth, while the lower part consisted of a sheer lace designed merely to cover the eyes, clearly showcasing her 8-pack abs. She would already be embarrassed wearing this kind of thing in bed, yet somehow Dan Yang expected her to parade it in public. She couldn't help but laugh out loud at how exasperatingly mischievous this little rogue could be. But now, she couldn't hold it against Dan Yang anymore. This lacy detail made her feel slightly unable to cope. Instinctively, she covered her chest with both hands, resembling an innocent and helpless maiden as she appealed to Zhou Mo, "You've seen it, right? Can I take it off now?" "Not so fast. I haven't checked the back yet. Turn around so I can see." At this point, Chu Tian didn't even hesitate and indeed turned around. Then she experienced firsthand just how skilled her lover's movements were, matching those of a professional mercenary. By the time she realized what happened, she was already dizzyingly pressed onto the sofa, her mind not having reacted quick enough. All that remained was a single sensation. The weather truly has turned cool. Chapter 169. Under the limited time condition, the big shot was unable to fully satisfy Chu Tian's craving. Just after they had a go at it once, a tactful reminder from Fong Hongying came from outside the door that it was time for dinner. Chu Tian kicked away the panting big shot and hurried into the bathroom. Zhou Mo stared at the faint footprints on his calf, feeling exceptionally pleased. He didn't rush to take a shower but instead took out his phone and made a call to a friend who specialized in the clothing business. Thus, after dinner when they were all done digesting, Chu Tian originally wanted to drag Zhou Mo to practice self-defense, but the big shot gently pulled him back into the room with an amiable expression. Upon entering, he saw several exquisite large boxes mysteriously appearing on the sofa in the room. He cheerfully walked over, while opening the boxes one by one, casually said to Zhou Mo, "Well, we're practically old married couples. Why are you giving gifts? Is today some kind of anniversary? How come I don't remember?" Zhou Mo smiled without answering, watching the happy smile on his face. After Chu Tian opened the first box, the smile on his face froze immediately. Fabric, again, a piece of fabric he couldn't comprehend. He threw the piece of black lace into the box as if it were some dirty thing and pointed at Zhou Mo angrily. "What is wrong with you? Who are you planning for this?" Zhou Mo only asked his friend to send him a bit of something appropriate. He never expected his friend would send such provocative material. But black lace should actually suit Chu Tian quite well. Zhou Mo just imagined his lover's bronze skin paired with the black lace. It seemed like a heavy door in his mind slowly opened, revealing a marvelous new world that darkened his eyes instantly. Seeing his gaze, Chu Tian quickly tried to escape, but Zhou Mo held him tightly from behind. Zhou Mo whispered softly in Chu Tian's ear, "Baby, I really want to see you wear this lace. It suits you so well. I think you will look amazing in it." Damn, the deep voice combined with a wolfish charm, who can resist that? Chu Tian turned around, gnashing his teeth, fiercely pinching Zhou Mo's handsome face and gritted out, "You sly wolf, have you figured me out completely, haven't you? Who taught you this trick?" Zhou Mo rested his chin on Chu Tian's shoulder, chuckling low, "Didn't you say yourself? You like those who pout to you. Have you forgotten?" Chu Tian thought about it carefully, and indeed, it was exactly what he had said himself. With a sigh, he regretfully said, "If I knew you'd learned so well, I would have said I prefer those who willingly give in." Looking at Zhou Mo's determined expression, Chu Tian reluctantly added, "If you want me to wear it, fine. But you have to wear a set as well for me to see. That's fair. Dare you do it?" After hearing this, Zhou Mo glanced at the lace set again, hesitating only for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right. If you want to see, I'll wear it for you." "Wow, you actually agreed." The big shot's unexpected compliance left Chu Tian surprised. Chu Tian rubbed his hands in excitement, eyes gleaming wickedly. His anticipation mirrored Zhou Mo's precisely. He realized now, no matter what kind of personality or status, men deep down were perverted and inappropriate. "Hey, if you were this compliant from the beginning, why didn't you say so? Just wait, I'll help you pick out something." Zhou Mo watched as Chu Tian enthusiastically dismantled all the sets in the box. There were quite a few outfits that he particularly liked, finding them especially suitable for Chu Tian. His friend was truly knowledgeable, picking out clothes that were seductive yet beautiful, not vulgar in any way. Chu Tian scrutinized each outfit carefully, fondling each one lovingly. He found himself wanting to see every single one on their big shot. Pondering repeatedly, he finally selected a cute-made costume, deeming the others too revealing. He still wanted to preserve the authoritative image of his man, though even their big shot shouldn't be entirely immune to cuteness, right? Twirling the maid dress in his hand with a mischievous smile, Chu Tian said, "Baby, I think this looks perfect on you. Go ahead, put it on." Zhou Mo gave a slight smirk after looking at the ornate little dress before reaching out to take it. He handed the black lace set to Chu Tian, saying lightly, "Honey, let's change together." "Sure. Let's do it then." Chu Tian was extremely excited to see Zhou Mo in the maid outfit. Even if the price meant putting on lingerie, it wouldn't stop him. Now that he thought about it, every part of his body had already been seen by Zhou Mo, so how could wearing a piece of lace be any more embarrassing than being completely naked? But to see Zhou Mo in a cute little dress? That opportunity was worth more than gold. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His eyes were practically leering at Zhou Mo like some street ruffian. Zhou Mo found his gaze amusing. He paused his actions and suggested, "Why don't we change separately and then reveal ourselves together? This way, we'll both have a surprise. What do you think?" "Sounds good." Chu Tian patted Zhou Mo's behind in a roguelike manner and said with a grin, "Never expected you to be so reasonable." After whistling suggestively, he added lewdly, "Baby, I'm waiting for you." Humph. Zhou Mo could see Chu Tian was getting delightfully depraved. Looking down at the small dress in his hands, a cunning smile crept onto his lips. Both turned away from each other and went to their respective dressing rooms to change. After putting on the lace, Chu Tian took a moment to admire himself in the mirror. To be honest, it really did suit him in a certain way, not that he was being conceited, but with his figure paired with this delicate lace, he feared Zhou Mo might lose control once again. Still, he knew himself well enough. Since he rarely refused Zhou Mo's desires anyway, and if this resulted in him seeing Zhou Mo in a maid outfit, wasn't that just pure profit? With that realization, he lost all shyness and shouted toward the other side, I'm done. Are you ready yet? Ready. Hearing Zhou Mo's reply, Chu Tian's heart rate immediately skyrocketed. Without even checking, he knew it must have surpassed 120. The anticipation grew deep within him, turning into nervousness. I'll count to 3, and we'll turn around together. All right. 1, 23. Chu Tian couldn't wait to turn his head, and there stood their big boss, wearing a black and white dress, casually leaning against the doorframe. Oh my god. Chu Tian nearly fainted as he covered his nose. Whoever invented this thing clearly understood how effective it could be. Chu Tian's eyes bulged as they hungrily devoured Zhou Mo, his inner wolf awakened. Honestly, their big boss's long, toned legs really stood out, even though he'd seen them countless times before. Today, wrapped in those stockings, they looked irresistible. He indulgently scanned Zhou Mo from head to toe, then back up again, his gaze growing increasingly perverted. Chapter 170, Clear Soup Plain Water. Chu Tian didn't know what he looked like in Zhou Mo's eyes, nor did he realize how irresistible his current appearance was, making one want to throw away all moral and worldly boundaries, and then. Both of them were staring at each other with shining eyes. The big boss was still reserved, but Chu Tian had already rushed over without hesitation. He used both hands, spoke provocatively. Driven crazy by beauty, he had lost his sense of danger. He kissed Zhou Mo's face and said, "Oh my, our little darling is so beautiful. If only clothes make the man, why haven't I noticed your fair skin and good looks, slender waist and long legs before?" Zhou Mo smiled and said, "You're sexy too, but I figured this out long ago." Of course. Chu Tian readily accepted Zhou Mo's praise. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he raised an eyebrow toward Zhou Mo, asking, "How about it, how many times tonight are we going for?" Zhou Mo carefully observed his expression, then leaned down to smooth his little skirt, Chu Tian's gaze following him downward. Zhou Mo looked up at that moment, his lips curling into a crooked smile as he said, "Shall we have fun tonight?" Chu Tian touched his long leg, responding boldly, "Sure. Today, I'll go all out to keep you company. But you can't take off this outfit. I want you to wear it all night long, can you do that?" Zhou Mo smiled, "Do I look that good to you?" "Damn good." Chu Tian said while kissing Zhou Mo again, exclaiming repeatedly, "My goodness, our big shot really is beautiful." Upon hearing this adjective, Zhou Mo's eyes dimmed slightly. When Chu Tian was busy kissing him, Zhou Mo picked him up horizontally and carried out their agreed promise meticulously. Throughout the entire time, he kept on wearing his little dress, giving Chu Tian an eyeful while satisfying himself as well. Afterward, Chu Tian rested on his chest, looking completely unsatisfied as he asked, "Hey, dear, can you wear this again sometime in the future?" Zhou Mo, somewhat surprised, raised an eyebrow, "Why the sudden courage? Didn't you just say it wasn't okay?" "I'm not being brave." Chu Tian looked up at Zhou Mo with a grin, saying, "I've seen through you." Zhou Mo chuckled softly, "Oh. How so?" "You big fox, every time you want something, you use all sorts of tricks to get me to willingly offer myself to you. Since I'm bound to be eaten by you anyway, why don't I gain some benefits for myself? What do you think?" Hearing this, Zhou Mo laughed and said, "You're right, then I guess I should have more of these sent by my friends." "Alright, hey, have him send more skirts. I think they suit you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo's eyes instantly became dangerous. Chu Tian pulled at his cheek, pinched it lightly, neither too soft nor too hard, and said arrogantly, "What's wrong? Can't handle the truth? You're just pretty, period." Zhou Mo looked helplessly at him, but in Chu Tian's eyes, it carried no intimidation whatsoever. It was Chu Tian who, after living for 35 years, couldn't recall anyone daring to call him Zhou Mo beautiful. Whoever dared to say such things would suffer endlessly in unimaginable ways, except for this person, his wife. Thus, there was nothing left to do but accept it. Seeing that Zhou Mo remained silent, Chu Tian smiled and stopped teasing him further. He lay back on Zhou Mo's chest and asked, "Hey, are you going to Xiao Yang's wedding next Saturday?" Zhou Mo questioned him, "Do you want me to go?" Chu Tian thought about it and said, "Never mind, you don't need to go, you're so busy." Zhou Mo immediately replied, "No problem, I can squeeze out some time, I can always spend time eating dinner with you. It's really unnecessary. I'll be the best man and won't be able to accompany you. Moreover, you don't know any of those people, it would be awkward for you. Never mind, don't go." The real reason Chu Tian didn't say was that he truly felt pity for their family big shot. Don't think that Zhou Mo could now often come home to be with him and appear idle on the surface. Actually, Chu Tian found numerous instances where he woke up in the middle of the night from needing to pee and discovered that Zhou Mo wasn't around. Only after finding him in the study did he see Zhou Mo secretly dealing with work matters late at night. Chu Tian was heartbroken, yet he didn't want to expose it because it was the effort his beloved made for him. He could only cherish and protect this sentiment deeply. "Alright then, listen to you." Zhou Mo also accepted this consideration from his lover. They embraced silently for a bit longer when Chu Tian, still not feeling drowsy, asked again, "Is everything going well with your work recently? Any news on the reshuffle?" Zhou Mo hadn't expected that Chu Tian would proactively ask these questions, as Chu Tian had always shown little interest in these matters before. Thus, Zhou Mo had never mentioned them to him. Now that Chu Tian asked, Zhou Mo told him everything he could without holding anything back. Listening to Zhou Mo's deep voice slowly explaining the intricate network of relationships, Chu Tian's eyelids soon started drooping. Zhou Mo looked down at him and lowered his voice, saying, "That person from the Su family has been secretly gathering evidence against me. I think he wants to send me to prison. Do you think I should retaliate?" Chu Tian's thinking had already become very slow, and his brain couldn't process the information it was hearing. He didn't respond, and his breathing quickly evened out. Zhou Mo looked at his sleeping face with eyes dark like a deep abyss. "Since you didn't oppose it, I'll take it as your agreement." Chu Tian had no memory of this conversation when he woke up the next day. His life was full of happiness and tranquility every day. As Zhou Mo had said, Su Chenyang was working on two fronts. On one hand, he collaborated with Zhongli and met some influential people he wouldn't usually come into contact with. On the other hand, he was secretly searching for any evidence detrimental to the Zhou family. Apart from having trouble finding the evidence, everything else was proceeding relatively smoothly. The news he had overheard a few days ago was also about to be confirmed. After Su Han learned about the piece of land, he was also cautious. He immediately used his connections to inquire again. Normally, such information would not leak out, but since Zhou Kai had opened the door, after spending a substantial amount of money, the Su family eventually verified the news. With this insider information, the Su family made a strong move in the later auction and secured the land with a significant amount of money. Of course, things weren't entirely smooth. Su Chenyang gradually discovered that the appetite of the influential person introduced by Zhongli was astonishingly large, demanding that he provide hundreds of millions of funds to support his political achievements. Su Chenyang naturally hesitated. The Su family may have money, but there was only so much circulating capital in their accounts. They had just spent 2.5 billion buying the land, and they still needed money for construction. This was an important step for the Su family to expand its assets, and he absolutely could not jeopardize their foundation for this insatiable individual. But he thought too simply. It's easy to summon a deity, but hard to send it away. Some mud pits, once stepped into, are impossible to escape from. Chapter 171, Su Chenyang falls into the trap. Due to the Z's lack of discretion, that man directly halted several key projects of their Su family. Both Su Chenyang and Su Han felt particularly angry about this. But for them as businessmen, such things were already commonplace. They could only say their luck was bad and they encountered someone extremely corrupt. Now they were in a difficult position, so Su Chenyang made a call to Zhongli, wanting her to help mediate between them. The phone took a long time to be answered. "Hello, Mr. Su, what's up?" Su Chenyang, his face cold, said directly, "Miss Zhang, the person you introduced to me has quite an appetite. Every word out of his mouth is about projects worth hundreds of millions of dollars, none of which yield any returns. He treats us like an ATM. This is not at all what we originally agreed upon." Zhongli laughed lightly over the phone, saying, "Oh, this can't be blamed on me. These are the rules. If you want to borrow from someone's influence, you must pay a price. How about this? Is your Su family's base so shallow? That may be true, but all I'm doing is filling his performance targets. Our family has gotten nothing in return. Now he has even stalled several of our projects. Miss Zhang, since it was you who introduced him to us, don't you bear some responsibility for this situation?" Zhongli lazily replied, "Oh, maybe I do. So what?" Upon hearing her attitude, Su Chenyang frowned deeply. He asked icily, "What kind of attitude is this, Miss Zhang? You're not telling me you're already cutting ties with us, are you?" Zhongli giggled lightly, "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I the type of person to do that? Look how scared you are. But what exactly do you mean?" Su Chenyang had no time to jest with her. Several of their family's projects were currently at a standstill. The daily costs, wages for workers, machinery, equipment, site rentals, and so on, were piling up like flowing water. He couldn't let the other party continue dragging this on forever. Zhongli said, "All right, calm down. We can't discuss it thoroughly on the phone. I'll send you an address. Come over here, and I have something good to show you. I'm not interested in anything good right now. All I want is for our family's projects to resume. Tell me straight up, are you going to help me or not? Aya, don't be so anxious. Come over first. We'll discuss this later. The item I have in my possession is something you've been racking your brains over for days now. Aren't you coming?" Hearing this, Su Chenyang didn't get overly excited. He simply asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course I am. Would I lie to you? Are you willing to come now? Send me the address." After hanging up the phone, Su Chenyang massaged his temples wearily and then rushed to the address Zhongli had sent. When he arrived, Zhongli was already sitting there drinking tea. Seeing him come in, she gestured warmly, smiling, "You came pretty fast. Must have been in a rush on the way here, huh?" With a stern face, Su Chenyang approached, and as soon as he sat down, he eagerly asked, "Miss Zhang, I'm here. Please tell me plainly, can you really negotiate with that person on our behalf?" Zhongli glanced at him, smiled, and said, I thought you'd ask me about the good thing I have first. Ha. Su Chenyang gave a humorless smile, my family is currently stuck in a mess. Do you think I have the mind to worry about anyone else's affairs? You know what? Looks like you're about to give up, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhongli's eyes. I thought your Su family was upstanding enough to handle big deals, which is why I introduced him to you. How come a small investment like this has already frightened you off? Naturally irritated by Zhongli's mockery, Su Chenyang said coldly, Miss Zhang, don't take me for a fool. It's only been a few days, and he's already extracted several billion from me. There are still months before the reshuffle happens. Even if our family is well off, we can't keep up with his voracious appetite. Zhongli leisurely looked at her nails, saying, Sigh, that's precisely why your Su family cannot become a true aristocratic house. The art of managing relationships between politics and business is a sophisticated skill, one you clearly haven't grasped yet. Clutching his teeth tightly, Su Chenyang retorted, then it seems that this knowledge is beyond my reach. Without relying on external forces, the Su family can still develop. Forget this cooperation deal then. At this remark, Zhongli cast Su Chenyang a sidelong glance, a tinge of sarcasm in her tone. She spoke slowly, look at you, giving up halfway through the job. You're just a kid. That's why Mr. Chu, being a wise man, chooses his partners wisely. Su Chenyang clenched his fists, his gaze hardening. Miss Zhang, I didn't come here to hear these words. Let me ask you again, will you help us negotiate with him or not? What if I don't help? Zhongli lazily glanced at Su Chenyang. Ha! Su Chenyang gave a cold laugh, replying, if that's the case, then let's all go down together. As soon as his words left his mouth, Zhongli's gaze turned razor-sharp and fixed onto Su Chenyang, brimming with a murderous intent he'd never seen from her before. This was the first time he saw something worthy of her family name in her. Su Chenyang, unfazed by her stare, retorted, I have video footage from when we last met in the private room. That data you sent me detailing the election insider affairs, what do you think would happen to your family if I reported it? Upon hearing this, Zhongli's eyes darkened slightly but she still maintained her composure. Haha, little brother, you're still too naive. Do you really think your complaint would succeed against our Zhang family's influence? Su Chenyang smirked bitterly and said, Miss Zhang, you're the one who is being naive. What era are we living in now? Do you still think this is the old days where the privileged can cover everything up? With how developed the internet is today, there are countless ways to release information. Even if your family is powerful, do you think you could possibly silence everyone's mouths? Su Chenyang leaned back in his chair calmly and looked at Zhongli with cold eyes, saying, the more privileged people are, the more they're envied by others. The commoners hate nothing more than your kind. If I were to expose your family's dirt, would you believe every passerby, even dogs, would come after you for a bite? At that moment, Zhongli remained silent. Continuing on, Su Chenyang added, of course, you mustn't think I'm overestimating my abilities either. While our Su family may not be in your league among the great families, we still have connections. Releasing some secrets out is entirely manageable. Would you like to give it a try? When Zhongli's expression finally changed, Su Chenyang pressed further, so, what's your answer now? Zhongli stared silently at Su Chenyang for a while before suddenly breaking into a grin, revealing an air of maturity only an adult woman could possess. She said lightly, little brother, I was just joking around earlier. Why so much harsh talk? But Su Chenyang had no interest in any pretty woman, regardless of her appearance, he found them utterly unappealing. Growing increasingly impatient with Zhongli's chatter, he interrupted her directly, Miss Zhang, please save your act for someone straight. I've no patience for these nonsense games. Will you help or not? Her smile faltered at his blunt question, and then Zhongli rolled her eyes exaggeratedly, saying in a tone devoid of dignity, fine. I'll help, okay. Chapter 172, The Praying Mantis Catching the Cicada. Zhongli was thoroughly annoyed by Su Chenyang's straightforward words. She no longer had any interest in teasing him and threw the things she held straight onto the table with a slap. Here, the things you want. Su Chenyang didn't mind her attitude. He opened the thick stack of materials and after reading just a few lines, he cautiously asked, Miss Zhang, where did you get these things? That's none of your business. What about it, little boy? Could you have gotten hold of these through your pitiful connections? Su Chenyang ignored her mockery and continued to focus intently on reading. Zhongli wasn't in a hurry either. She picked up her teacup and sipped tea slowly, but her mind kept circling back to what Su Chenyang had said before. No matter what, their family, the Zhangs, couldn't take any potential risks. After patiently going through all the documents, Su Chenyang finally raised his head and asked Miss Zhang, why are you giving me all these things? Aren't you looking for something that can bring down Zhou Mo? Zhongli shrugged indifferently, I went through great trouble to find these things for you, saving you from constant frustration. Isn't this good? Su Chenyang now had absolutely no trust in this woman, he realized he couldn't understand at all what she was thinking. He wasn't stupid either. The fight between the Zhangs and Zhous must be brutal. Although he wanted to drag Zhou Mo down, he wasn't foolish enough to serve as someone else's front man. He placed the documents back on the table and said, these things are too deep. It's not just an issue with the Zhou family anymore. Our family, the Zus, are just honest merchants, we certainly don't dare to get involved in this, so these things, Miss Zhang, you'd better keep them for your own use. Zhongli smiled faintly and said knowingly, what? Afraid? Su Chenyang laughed, afraid indeed, I am definitely afraid. The person introduced by Miss Zhang has caused us quite some troubles. Now every time you hand over something to me, I feel uneasy. TCH, stop being melodramatic, Zhongli said, I said I will help, I'll help. Wait, next time when I arrange a dinner gathering, we eat together, I'll tell him. Don't worry, our family's face, he would respect it. Upon hearing she finally committed to helping, Su Chenyang finally let out a sigh of relief. He asked, when do you plan to make the arrangement? Why the rush? Don't we need to consider his schedule? Though Su Chenyang needed her favor, he reined in his temper now, it's troubling then, please, Miss Zhang, try to arrange this as soon as possible. Every day, we're losing huge amounts of money, this is urgent indeed. Alright, I understand. Zhongli smoothed her hair and pushed the documents on the table back towards him, take these things home and discuss them with your father again. Let me tell you, the chance to knock down Zhou Mo only comes once, besides, the effectiveness of these things is limited. Zhou Mo, that old fox, has a vast information network. It won't be long before he gets wind of the leakage of these materials. He will surely act swiftly to mitigate the risk. Then, these things really would become useless pieces of paper, right? Why don't you use them yourself? Su Chenyang refused to take the bait, you aren't aiming to knock down the Zhou family either. These materials should play a bigger role in your hands than ours, correct? Zhongli smiled and said, alright, I'll be frank with you. The people involved in here have history with our Zhang family as well. If we deal with this, it will definitely affect our web of relations. Hence, it's better for you as an outsider to handle it more suitably, understand? After listening, Su Chenyang remained unmoved, this isn't a small matter. If I were to spill the beans, there would be quite a few big fishes implicated. Even if it succeeds, it would be fine. But if it fails, I probably wouldn't know how I'd end up dead. Miss Zhang, you're putting too much faith in me. Once again, Su Chenyang pushed the documents away. Zhongli tapped her fingers on the table, her expression turning cold, since we agreed to cooperate, we need mutual cooperation. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, let's call off this collaboration then. Solve the problems related to him yourself. Su Chenyang smirked coldly, Miss Zhang truly has many faces, they are quite overwhelming. Zhongli tilted her lips upwards, let's say you're complimenting me. So, do you accept or decline these documents? Clenching his teeth tightly, Su Chenyang eventually took the documents, I can take them home and discuss with my father. But if we judge this to have more disadvantages than advantages, we won't take unnecessary risks for your Zhang family. Miss Zhang, I'll say the same thing, if you force us too much, we will destroy everything along with ourselves. Hope you show us the sincerity expected from a collaborator. Zhongli smiled as if she didn't take his threat seriously at all, young man, life is long. Don't always talk about mutual destruction. Calm down a little. You are going to be the heir of the Su family, this psychological quality won't do. I suggest you go home and discuss with your father and see what kind of choice such a smart businessman like him would make. Su Chenyang took the documents coldly and stood up, I'll bear Miss Zhang's teaching in mind. Don't forget what you promised me. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave. After he said that, he turned around and left. Zhongli stayed where she was and enjoyed some tea before returning to the Zhang house. When she went back, she found her brother sitting downstairs. She walked over and asked, Brother, why are you at home today? I am here waiting for you specifically. Follow me to the study. Zhongli touched her hair by the temple nonchalantly and followed along. Once they entered the study, Zhang Yuan looked at Zhongli sternly and said, Lily, what have you been busy with recently? Zhongli shrugged and calmly sat on the soft chair, saying, what can I be busy with? Just hanging out with sisters, chatting. Is that so? But I hear you've been having frequent contact with our uncles and aunts recently. Zhang Yuan is only 2 years older than Zhongli, Zhongli has never shown much respect for him. Come on, what's wrong? Can't the daughter who will marry out not use the connections within the family? Zhang Yuan frowned upon hearing this and said gravely, you know I don't mean that, Lily. Tell me honestly, are you planning to take action against the Zhou family? Zhongli smiled, that's what you say, how dare I think of it? Isn't it supposed to be your and Dad's concern? Zhang Yuan, seeing her feigning ignorance all the time, had no way with her. He knew well that his family has always treated his sister unfairly, but he couldn't change anything, so he always felt indebted to his sister. He could only sigh and say, Lily, whatever you want to do, I advise you not to underestimate the Zhou family, not to underestimate Zhou Mo. The development of the Zhang family is taken care of by me, you don't have to take risks, understand? Zhongli pursed her lips and turned away, saying, I know. Don't underestimate me. Whatever I do will absolutely not drag the Zhang family into trouble. Ah, you, alright, my words you never listened to. Anyway, control yourself well. If things ever get out of hand, remember to tell your brother, understand? Understood. This conversation, just like countless others before, ended with the two siblings failing to open their hearts. After Zhongli returned to her room, she made an international call. The phone rang for a long time before someone answered, yawning and saying, H.Nev, do you know it's midnight here? Could you try being considerate once in a while? Zhongli chuckled lightly and said, my considerateness isn't available to just any man. Tell me, how's the thing I asked you to do? Ah, that girl has her nose in the clouds and a terrible temper. She wouldn't look at ordinary people. I reckon she wants to find royalty or something. I haven't found a suitable person yet here. Chapter 173, I can't bear seeing anyone putting on airs. Zhang Li's gaze went far off as she looked out the window, saying, didn't you say it already? She wants to find herself a royal relative. Then go ahead and help her find one. Hey, do you actually think royal relatives are that easy to impersonate? They're not dumb, they know how to verify things. Zhang Li smiled faintly, replying, it's perfectly normal for these noble families to have illegitimate children outside their households. Her family doesn't have the means to investigate those sorts of things. You find someone, I'll make up an identity for them. As long as they pretend well enough, she surely won't discover anything. Alright, send me the details when you're ready. Hey, one more thing, just how much do you want to get this person into trouble? Zhang Li replied coldly, just imagine her as your younger sister. Imagine how bad a situation would drive you to lose control. That's the degree you should aim for. Ah, this balance is quite hard to grasp. We'd be treading on the edge of the law. Normally, who would dare take on such a job? Zhang Li pulled the curtain shut in one swift motion, plunging the room into complete darkness. From the shadows, her icy voice sounded, just follow my instructions. The payment will satisfy you. Alright, with you Miss Zhang saying that, I'm reassured. Look forward to my good news. After finishing the call, Zhang Li remained alone in the dark room for a long time. After a while, a soft chuckle rose from the darkness, fading away like a sigh. The next day, Zhou Mo received a call from Anfeng while at the company. He said to bring Chu Tian along for dinner since he had a young cousin who'd been overseas for over 10 years and had now returned to develop his career back home. He suggested meeting everyone so they could get acquainted. Zhou Mo agreed and called Chu Tian. In the evening, the two of them drove to Anfeng's house. An open and cheerful young man answered the door. With fair skin and tall stature, his big bright eyes bore some resemblance to Anfeng. After seeing them, he gave them a confident smile, saying, the two of you must be Mr. Zhou and Mr. Chu, right? You both look so handsome. Chu Tian smiled back, saying, thanks. You look pretty good yourself, aren't you Anfeng's younger cousin? Yes, my name's Song Qing. Please come in. Brother Feng prepared lots of delicious dishes, they'll be served soon. Alright. Following Song Qing inside, there were already several people waiting in the yard. It was He Tianhua and the others. Seeing them arrive, the group nodded briefly as a way of greeting. Zhou Mo took Chu Tian over to meet them. This time, upon meeting again, Chu Tian faintly felt a subtle shift in Lu Yingjie's and Xiang Dong's attitudes toward him. However, He Xianghua continued to tease him as usual. Xiang Dong having issues with him was clear to Chu Tian, but what puzzled him was Lu Yingjie, who had always loved joking around, now seemed quiet and reserved today. Chu Tian couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he did sense Lu Yingjie trying to avoid interacting with him and Zhou Mo. He didn't show any unusual behavior, deciding that if they ignored him, he would return the favor. He got along pretty well with Anfeng's young cousin during the meal. While Zhou Mo chatted with He Xianghua and the rest, Chu Tian wasn't awkward at all. Soon after, Anfeng carried dishes to the table and everyone sat down. Halfway through the meal, Anfeng raised his glass of wine, addressing everyone, we haven't gathered together for dinner in ages. I know all of you are married now, but don't forget about me, this lone wolf. Come by whenever you have free time, alright? Huh, I knew there was something strange about you calling us today. Turns out you're lonely. Lu Yingjie continued his enthusiastic manner towards Anfeng, raising his glass, listen, old buddy, you're not exactly a spring chicken anymore. It's high time to start considering marriage. Brothers can't accompany you forever, once we get married, our wives are the most important, got it? After he finished speaking, Anfeng's expression changed slightly. He Tianhua and Xiang Dong paused their actions momentarily, but Zhou Mo was unaffected. Calmly, he placed a pigeon leg on Chu Tian's plate, saying, try it, I think you'll like it. Chu Tian also sensed something off about the atmosphere. In his heart, he guessed that there might be some problems among these brothers, but he trusted that Zhou Mo had everything under control. Since Zhou Mo wasn't fazed, neither should he be. Chu Tian gave Zhou Mo a warm smile, whispering softly, thanks. You should eat too. The food from Brother Feng is indeed special. I'll ask him for tips later and try making it for you at home. Zhou Mo gazed tenderly at him and said, if you want to learn, give it a try. Though even your cooking isn't bad, it's a different kind of deliciousness. The two of them were chatting and laughing merrily, completely disregarding Lu Yingjie's words. Seeing this, Anfeng sighed in relief. He gave Lu Yingjie a stern look, and only then did Lu Yingjie grudgingly chug the wine in his glass in one go. He didn't mean it anyway, his straightforward nature made him always speak without much thought, especially being around the rough military guys all day. Although he knew Zhou Mo had good reasons regarding Lu Jiao's incident and Chu Tian was innocent, blood ties still came first for him. As a result, he harbored resentment, which affected his warmth toward both Zhou Mo and Chu Tian. Sulking, he poured himself another cup of wine, keeping his head down and not saying a word. The only person at the table who hadn't sensed the tension was Song Qing. While eating, he praised, "Brother Feng, your cooking is truly delicious. I'd surely gain weight if I stayed here with you for a month." And Feng smiled and said, "Fine, let yourself gain some weight. Being a bit chubby brings luck and keeps your butt from getting sore when sitting on stools. How great is that?" "Exactly, then I won't hold back." Song Qing quickly finished his bowl of rice and served himself another one. He Tianhua looked at his back and laughed, saying, "This young man seems full of energy. Watching him enjoy his food makes me want to have another bowl too." And Feng also chuckled, replying, "Eat up, we all know your appetite well. Why are you pretending to be polite today?" Don't mention it." He Tianhua waved his hands, looking quite awkward. "My wife complains about my big belly and tells me to lose weight. Now I dare not eat too much. On this matter, I stand firmly by your wife's side. That belly of yours is indeed unattractive. Doesn't it ruin our handsome guy team image?" Alright, enough talking already. Isn't it? I'll stop eating then." The dinner table once again became lively, as if nothing unpleasant happened before. After the meal, Feng pulled Zhou Mo aside. Seeing they needed to talk, Chu Tian wandered off to admire the flowers in the yard. "What do you need?" Zhou Mo stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression growing colder without Chu Tian by his side. Feng exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke and said, "You didn't take what Ingjie said seriously, did you?" Zhou Mo kept silent, his gaze falling on Chu Tian outside. Seeing this, Feng realized something wasn't right. It seemed there was indeed some gap between them. He knew Lu Ingjie better since they met earlier, so he wanted to help his comrade who risked everything for the family honor. Using a light-hearted tone, he said, "That's just how he is, his mouth speaks without thinking. I organized this gathering today precisely because I hoped all of you could have a sincere chat. You're all brothers, just lay everything out openly. Don't bottle things up." Zhou Mo said faintly, "I didn't take it personally." Feng, what Ingjie said was true, no matter how close the friends, none compare to one's own family. You should also find someone to keep you company. Tisk, why does everyone turn their attention to me now? Feng rolled his eyes, "What did I do wrong for being single?" Zhou Mo smirked slightly and said, "Once you have your own family, you'll understand how I feel." He paused for a moment, then his gaze once again landed on Chu Tian. "He's the person I cherish in my heart. I can't bear seeing anyone putting on airs against him." Chapter 174, Estrangement. You. Feng saw his discontented expression and knew that he was genuinely angry. Frustrated, he took a puff of his cigarette, then said, In the past, we were so good, but how did it end up like this?" Zhou Mo chuckled and said, "This is normal, Feng. The kind of permanently stable relationship you imagine doesn't exist because human hearts always have their biases. Do you know that?" Feng sighed again, I understand what you mean. I just feel sorry that after all these years of friendship between us, things suddenly feel off." Zhou Mo patted his shoulder lightly and said indifferently, "Friendships that can change were inherently unstable to begin with, so losing them isn't much of a loss. Just let it go." After he finished speaking, he wanted to leave to accompany Chu Tian, but Feng stopped him. "Wait a moment. There's actually something important I need to tell you today." Feng leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Yesterday, old Master Lu from the Lu family said he wanted to eat a meal made by me, so I went. But during dinner, he had 2 extra cups of alcohol. He didn't seem drunk though, as if he was deliberately dropping hints to me. He mentioned a young lady from the Zhang family who privately inquired about something from him." "Oh. What was it about?" Feng shook his head and lowered his voice. The old man didn't explain further. He only said that while on the surface the matter didn't concern you, upon deeper thought, one could trace it back to you. He realized it was a big deal, and said he's been worried about it all day. Is that so? Zhou Mo slightly curled the corner of his mouth, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. Feng continued, "I think he's trying to please both sides without offending either. Anyway, I don't know the exact details either. All he mentioned vaguely was that a transaction from a year ago between you and someone else might be uncovered." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Feng looked at him and said, "This old man is clever indeed, never revealing everything. Even if he gets caught later, he could simply say it was a slip of the tongue due to being tipsy. So, do you have any idea what he was talking about?" Zhou Mo nodded, "I have an idea. Thanks for letting me know." "Tisk, what's there to thank? We're all brothers." He glanced back at the living room where several people including Lu Ingjie were seated, and said sorrowfully, "In the future, if Ingjie does something foolish, I hope you can show some leniency. His whole life has been devoted either to his family or the country, it hasn't been easy for him." Zhou Mo also glanced at Lu Ingjie, saying, "You relax, among brothers, as long as he doesn't cross my line, I won't cause him trouble." With that sentence from you, I'm reassured, and Feng patted Zhou Mo's shoulder and said, alright, go see your wife now. Look at you, even spending this short time with me and your eyes are almost glued to her. I ask you, is this still the Zhou Mo I know? Truly love her that much, huh? Zhou Mo smiled and said, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. That's why I suggest you try finding a lover yourself. He looked seriously at Feng and said, Feng, when you encounter someone who stirs your heart, don't draw back. Because you will never know if it might be the last time your heart ever moves. You're not young anymore, and in a few years, once that spark in your heart extinguishes, your life will be set forever. Feng smiled while taking another puff of his cigarette. After blowing out a smoke ring, there was a tinge of desolation in his eyes. It's not something I alone can decide. He nodded towards Chu Tian. Alright, I get your meaning. Go take care of your lover quickly. Alright. Zhou Mo turned around and walked towards Chu Tian. Feng stayed outside, finishing another cigarette before walking back into the living room and chatting with Song Qing and He Tianhua. As Zhou Mo approached, he made a phone call. Chu Tian stood quietly by his side, listening to him finish his call before gently asking, what's wrong? I heard your tone sounded serious. Is everything okay? No issues, Zhou Mo shook his head and asked, and you, are you upset about what just happened? Chu Tian also shook his head, not really, if it's no problem for you, then it's naturally fine with me too. They are your friends, not mine. I only care about you. His words pleased Zhou Mo greatly. He squeezed Chu Tian's hand, and they exchanged smiles without bringing up anything related to others again. Zhou Mo wrapped his arm around Chu Tian's waist and accompanied him for a walk in the yard. By the way, darling, I might be a bit busy over the next couple of days. Don't wait up for me, sleep when it's time. Understand? I got it. What are you going to be busy with this time? Is it the thing from the call just now? Yep. Chu Tian, feeling pity, said, it's been such a long time since you've rested properly. Zhou Mo, being the one who was cared for, naturally felt warmth in his heart. He gently assured Chu Tian, this matter is somewhat urgent, and I must deal with it as soon as possible. Rest assured, once everything settles down, I will surely spend good time with you. I'm not asking for your company. Chu Tian reached out to caress his face and said, I just want you to balance work and rest. Don't always act like Iron Man, even Iron Man needs to recharge, do you understand? Alright, I understand, honey. Zhou Mo stopped and said to him, let's go back and rest now. I'll just inform them briefly. Should we leave early? Is that okay? Chu Tian hesitated. There's nothing wrong with it. They're all brothers, no formalities are needed. Just wait for me here a bit. No, that wouldn't be proper, would it? Let me come along and say goodbye to them. No need, waiting right here for me is fine. Seeing Zhou Mo's insistence, Chu Tian didn't argue further. Alright, I'll wait for you. Zhou Mo turned and went into the living room. He said his farewells to He Tianhua and Feng and nodded slightly to He Xiangdong before leaving directly. After he left, He Tianhua jokingly remarked, old Zhou really does protect his wife. He didn't clarify, but everyone knew what he meant. When Zhou Mo brought Chu Tian to meet them before, it showed he regarded them as close ones. Now he no longer wished Chu Tian to interact with them, indicating a clear estrangement between them. Of course, they all knew who this estrangement was aimed at. Lu Yingjie muttered unhappily, I didn't say anything, why is he behaving this way? You fool, grow up. Feng immediately glared at him. Did you not give Mr. Chu a cold shoulder, wasn't that already obvious enough? After saying that, he shook his head and continued, old Zhou says that human hearts are all biased. You favor your sister, and he favors his wife, neither of you did anything wrong. But ultimately, Chu Tian hasn't offended anyone. The problem lies on your side. Why did you treat him coldly? Do you mean to say you don't want to be brothers anymore? Tisk, that's not my intention. It's just that I feel stifled inside, can't you understand? And you feel stifled? If those things Xiao Jiao did weren't because of you, old Zhou wouldn't have handled the situation so gently. Now he has shown restraint, so what else is there for you to say? Hey, alright, I get it. It's all my fault, alright. Lu Yingjie stood up irritably and said, forget it, I'm going home. The dinner party ended in discord after all. It seemed that the once intimate brotherhood of days past could never return. A few more days passed, and Shan Yang's wedding arrived as scheduled. Chapter 175, The Horror of Blackouts. At the wedding scene, Chu Tian wore a super tight dress shirt that looked formal on the surface but had its sleeves torn off, with a black lace bow tie around the collar. He also donned a pair of black bunny ears on his head and was part of a group of muscular men dressed like him, acting as Shan Yang's groomsmen. The clothes were too tight, making Chu Tian feel somewhat breathless, but Shan Yang was highly satisfied. When he saw Chu Tian in the outfit, he leered with desire and began feeling up his pectoral and abdominal muscles. Chu Tian figured since it was Shan Yang's wedding day, he'd humor him, but this kid didn't know restraint and touched him in ways that made him uncomfortable. Luckily, Lu Qingjie appeared just in time, causing Shan Yang to completely forget about him. Compared to the burly groomsmen team led by Shan Yang, the polite professors from Lu Qingzhe's side seemed quite frail. When the two groups met, a few even blushed. Shan Yang had designed many hurdles for this wedding that made the professors flush red. Among these muscle-bound men, aside from Chu Tian who, as a married man, maintained some boundaries, everyone else was pretty relaxed. Surprisingly, a couple of them actually sparked a bit of chemistry along the way. A large number of people attended the wedding, mostly friends of Shan Yang's. After the emotional parts of the wedding ceremony passed, Shan Yang and Lu Qingzhe kissed amidst cheers from the audience. This act proclaimed the two lovers finally becoming partners for life. As one of the groomsmen, Chu Tian had followed through on all aspects of this wedding, and was quite exhausted. But when he saw Shan Yang and Lu Qingzhe crying while hugging each other, tears welled up in his eyes too. He used to think that weddings were merely formalities, but this touching moment made him change his mind. The glance exchanged between Shan Yang and Lu Qingzhe deeply moved Chu Tian. Their love transmitted an invisible warmth to everyone present, bringing tears to many eyes. In this moment, Chu Tian found himself extremely missing his Zhou Mo and began looking forward to their own wedding. That day, as a groomsman, Chu Tian drank quite a lot, to the point of blacking out. When he woke again, it was due to an urgent need to urinate, realizing instinctively that he had returned home on the way to the restroom. Upon emerging from the restroom, he noticed a soft glow lamp had been lit for him in the bedroom. He saw Zhou Mo sitting at the bedside rubbing his eyes, waiting for him. Zhou Mo's drowsy appearance reduced the sharpness usually seen in him, his struggling to open eyes gleamed with a naive light akin to that of a newborn. Such tender affection struck Chu Tian in a deep way. Clutching his chest, he rushed over to the bed and said, "My dear, you've almost killed me." Zhou Mo was indeed a little confused. Not fully understanding what Chu Tian meant, he patted the space beside him and said, "Honey, are you feeling better?" Chu Tian lay down next to him and then turned to press his body against Zhou Mo's, saying, "I feel much better now." "How did I get home?" "I fetched you back," Zhou Mo responded, using his hand under Chu Tian to switch off the light, preparing to continue sleeping while hugging him. However, Chu Tian was no longer sleepy. He was curious about how he got home, having heard from friends before that during blackouts, he would cry uncontrollably as if deeply wronged. He feared he might have made a fool of himself in front of Zhou Mo today. In the dark, Chu Tian tentatively asked, "When you came to fetch me, did I behave abnormally?" Zhou Mo chuckled softly, his voice heavy with sleepiness. "I think it's probably better if you don't know, or I worry you won't be able to sleep." "Eh? What do you mean?" His words only made Chu Tian even more curious, now wide awake. Hearing Zhou Mo fall silent, Chu Tian quickly shook his head to rouse him, urging, "Don't keep me hanging like this. It's keeping me awake. Tell me already, what did I do?" Instead of answering, Zhou Mo countered, "What do you think you did?" "Ah, well, wasn't I blackout drunk? How would I know?" Chu Tian tested the waters, asking hesitantly, "Today, I was so moved. Was I particularly emotional?" Zhou Mo laughed again. Seeing him intentionally playing tricks, Chu Tian leaned closer and used the stubble on his chin to deliberately tease him, threatening, "Are you going to tell me or not? If not, neither of us will sleep tonight." Zhou Mo didn't dodge, instead, he wrapped his hand around Chu Tian's head and said slowly, "No rush. Anyway, you'll probably see the video Dan Yang sent you tomorrow." "What? You guys recorded it?" Although Chu Tian still had no idea what exactly he had done, he already felt humiliated in anticipation. In distress, he asked, "Just tell me straight, what did I do? I can take it, really. Even if I cried so hard that the Leifeng pagoda fell down." "Cry? You think you cried? Wasn't that it?" Zhou Mo chuckled lightly, a hint of pride even evident in his tone. "Don't worry, it wasn't what you're imagining." "Then what exactly did I do? Just spit it out." Chu Tian, growing anxious, bit Zhou Mo's cheek with his mouth. After laughing softly for a moment, Zhou Mo finally gave in. "Actually, nothing much. When I came to fetch you, you insisted on introducing me to everyone as your husband, saying how handsome I was and how much you loved me." "What?" Hearing this, Chu Tian's face turned red instantly. He couldn't believe that his drunken self would be so embarrassing. His voice even started trembling. "I actually told everyone." "Alright, baby, sleep now. Everyone knows you were drunk, and no one thinks anything of it." Hearing the exhaustion in Zhou Mo's voice, Chu Tian finally calmed down. He pressed himself against Zhou Mo again, closed his eyes, and repeatedly consoled himself. Zhou Mo was right, he was just drunk, plus all he did was introduce his partner to others. It was much better than crying uncontrollably. This wasn't bad at all. And with that, he fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, when Chu Tian woke up, Zhou Mo was already gone. Checking his phone, it was already 9:30. There were several messages waiting for him on WeChat. He opened them and found wedding photos Dan Yang had sent him. At the very end was a link to a video. His heart immediately clenched with apprehension. Chu Tian quickly copied the link and clicked it open. Initially, his expression remained calm. Gradually, though, it became more twisted and agonized. By the time the video ended, he was slamming his chest and kicking himself, wishing he could dig himself a hole and sleep for 100 years. F***ck, utterly humiliated. He threw his phone aside, buried his face in his hands, and then hid under the blanket like an ostrich trying to fool itself into feeling safe. On his phone, the video repeated itself yet again, replaying last night's events. Chapter 176, Some Drunken Words. Chu Tian, who was drunk as a skunk, was being supported by the other groomsmen. He kept muttering about wanting to find his treasure. When Zhou Mo arrived, he immediately shoved the people around him away and lunged toward Zhou Mo. Sweetheart. You've finally come to get me. The drunk person had no sense of restraint, and with one strong charge, he directly slammed Zhou Mo against the wall. Then, without caring about anyone around, he held Zhou Mo's face and kissed him passionately. Zhou Mo had originally intended to push him off, but Chu Tian acted like a thug, tightly gripping Zhou Mo's hands. Regardless of the many onlookers surrounding them, he forced Zhou Mo into a 10-minute kiss. When he finally released Zhou Mo, his lips were already reddened from the intense kissing. This wasn't even the end. Excitedly, Chu Tian started dragging Zhou Mo around to introduce him, one by one, to the people nearby. This is my precious Zhou Mo. What do you think? Isn't he handsome? Ha, handsome. Handsome. Uncle Chu has really good luck. Exactly, said Chu Tian, then pulling Zhou Mo, who looked utterly exasperated, towards another person and said, Hey buddy, see this? This is my wife, his name is Zhou Mo. He's an incredible race car driver. Let me tell you, when he drives that car, it's so cool, super impressive. Know what I mean? Well, I wouldn't know. But Uncle Chu, wait, is he your husband or your wife? Don't mix them up, you'll be in trouble at home. He wouldn't dare punish me. Chu Tian, drunk and leaning against Zhou Mo's chest with his eyes closed proudly said, My big treasure always takes care of me. He never lets me feel wronged, he never looks down on me, and he also cooks for me. Hey, does your partner cook for you too? That must not happen. Uncle Chu is truly blessed. The bystanders were very cooperative, accompanying Chu Tian as he circled around the venue, hearing how much he bragged about his spouse to every person he knew or didn't know. After circling for quite a while, Chu Tian practically hyped Zhou Mo to the skies, yet it still seemed insufficient to him. So, out of nowhere, he jumped right into the center of the stage, using his phone as a microphone. He shouted loudly at Zhou Mo before all the people present. Big sweetheart Zhou Mo. Everyone's eyes turned to the stage, and those filming redirected their lenses toward Zhou Mo. This powerful figure, who usually maintained composure in front of others, carried a gentle smile throughout, despite his tie being rumpled by Chu Tian and his lips slightly swollen. His gaze remained soft like water, silently gazing at the man on the stage and nodding lightly in response. Encouraged by his acknowledgement, Chu Tian grew more energetic. He tested the phone with a couple of fei sounds and began a bold confession of love to his beloved in front of all his distinguished guests. Big sweetheart Zhou Mo, today I'm happy, and I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Oh. The audience below cheered enthusiastically and whistled fiercely. Zhou Mo nodded toward his drunken lover and mouthed silently. Mississippi. The camera faithfully recorded this mouth shape, capturing clearly the indulgence and affection in Zhou Mo's eyes. Switching back, the lens focused on Chu Tian again. Tired from standing, Chu Tian plopped onto the floor. In one swift motion, he ripped off the lace necktie at his collar and tossed it aside. His robust muscles flexed attractively, earning another round of whistles. Like an experienced old leader, Chu Tian waved to everyone, then continued watching Zhou Mo while saying, Can you hear me, sweetheart? Zhou Mo smiled and nodded. Chu Tian chuckled, sending a flying kiss towards Zhou Mo. His expression suddenly became serious. Seated cross-legged as if chatting casually, he ignored the presence of others and spoke intermittently to Zhou Mo, Dear sweetheart, I am genuinely ecstatic today. My friends are happy, and so am I, such joy is shared by all. Did you know? When I was little, I often dreamed about future family scenes. The dreams were vague, just faint glimpses of someone waiting for me to come home after work for dinner, and even that made me feel incredibly happy. But who would have thought I'd meet you? You're even better than my dreams. You know, sometimes I really think you're specifically sent down by heaven for me. Otherwise, why are you perfect in every single way? Oh yeah. I never told you this before, but your fingers look particularly handsome, and the tip of your leather shoes completely mesmerized me, they're so cool. Wow. Dan Yang, who was recording videos, let out an approving whistle. Chu Tian was completely unfazed, his eyes fixed intently on Zhou Mo as he continued speaking to himself, and another thing, why are you so good to me? Why do you never lose your temper? I've even kicked you, but you don't get mad. After finishing, he suddenly looked at Zhou Mo with concern and asked, Did I hurt you when I kicked you? Zhou Mo smiled and shook his head in denial, then gestured for him to come closer, wanting to restore his dignity a little. But Chu Tian refused to move. Waving his hand, he said, I'm too happy today, I have so much to tell you, probably all nonsense. Do you want to hear it? Zhou Mo nodded in response, letting him say whatever he wanted. Then Chu Tian started spilling out random thoughts. Let me tell you, in my entire life I haven't had any grand aspirations. All I've ever wanted is to have a loving family. I thought this wish would remain unfulfilled forever, until you came along. You made me a family and truly let me experience what it's like to have one. To be honest, being loved by a family feels amazing. The drunk man's train of thought jumped abruptly as he went on. Today's wedding has been quite interesting. Ours should happen soon too, right? I want to marry you, and I also want everyone to know that you belong to me. What do you say? Zhou Mo immediately nodded in agreement. With half-closed eyes, Chu Tian gave a smile filled with happiness. The sparkle in his eyes flickered through his eyelashes subtly. Sweetheart, the first half of my life was truly miserable. My father didn't care about me, nor did my mother love me. I was even tricked by others because they thought I was stupid. At times, I doubted myself. Thank you for saying you love me when I was at my lowest point. You don't know, you're like a ray of light that swooshed me out of hell straight into paradise. Every day when I wake up, I find myself loving you more than the day before. Tell me, what am I supposed to do about that? By the way, this morning I woke up early and stole a kiss from you. Did you know? Hey, do you remember to kiss me whenever you leave? The plum blossoms in the courtyard are about to bloom. Wait for them, I'll give you the most beautiful branch once they open. This world treats you best, only you love me. I will give you everything wonderful in the world. His childlike proclamation elicited a round of good-natured laughter from the crowd, while Zhou Mo's delighted smile was captured on camera. Chu Tian kept going. Honey, after our wedding, we can apply for a baby together, right? I want a daughter who looks just like you, she'd surely be beautiful and kind. I'll take good care of our home and make it grow strong, like a towering tree. Oh yeah, I wrote you a love letter, it's hidden inside my novel as an acrostic poem. Did you notice it? If not, I'll recite it to you now. Having finished speaking, Chu Tian struggled to his feet from the ground. Holding his phone solemnly, he began to stand up straight, as if preparing for a proper poetry reading. Just as everyone assumed he was about to start reciting the poem, he instead bellowed loudly towards Zhou Mo, shouting coarsely, Husband, I love you. I want to bear you monkeys. Ha 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 ha. Bear them here, live on sight. After shouting, Chu Tian stared blankly at Zhou Mo, laughing foolishly. The taut muscles on his body seemed ready to burst through the thin shirt, revealing a rugged and handsome face oozing with testosterone. Yet, this tough guy was delivering the softest declarations of love, creating a comical contrast that amused everyone present immensely. The whole hall erupted in laughter, and Zhou Mo couldn't help but laugh too. As he chuckled, faint laughter wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. What should have been ordinary somehow deeply moved Chu Tian. He threw away his phone, rushed over to Zhou Mo in a few steps, and hugged him tightly as he burst into tears. Sweetheart, how come you already have wrinkles? After saying that, he tremblingly held Zhou Mo's head with both hands, tenderly kissing the corners of his eyes. Then, inexplicably, he started sobbing uncontrollably. His cries were heartbreaking, as though Zhou Mo had already passed away. Holding this drunkard, Zhou Mo didn't know what to say to comfort him. He could only pick Chu Tian up in his arms and prepare to leave with him. Chu Tian complied passively as he was carried, but along the way, he kept begging Zhou Mo not to die, saying that he hadn't loved him enough yet. No matter how much Zhou Mo promised and nodded, he wouldn't stop crying, as if agreeing meant certain death. The camera followed them closely, capturing their final conversation before getting into the car. Forget it, if you die, then I will definitely die too. I can't live without you, Zhou Mo. I'm no longer the person I used to be, and I can't let go anymore. Please, don't leave me behind, I cannot survive without you. Sweetheart, don't be afraid, you'll live a long and healthy life. Chapter 177, Year 1 of Happiness. Many people filmed Chu Tian's drunken videos that day, and some were even posted online. Chu Tian was already a bit of a celebrity, and with his good looks combined with Zhou Mo's, the content turned out to be hilariously entertaining, quickly gaining immense popularity. Both of their faces appeared in the video, so Zhou Mo's identity was soon uncovered. The love story between a top tycoon and a popular web novelist grabbed everyone's attention, though many just treated it as a funny viral clip. In any case, within no time, discussions about the video surpassed 1 million views, gradually bringing up mentions of the rumored engagement between Zhou Mo and Zhongli. Based on preconceived impressions from netizens, the sequence was set: Zhou Mo and Zhongli engaged first, followed by Chu Tian's confession. Uninformed netizens automatically judged Chu Tian as someone who intruded into another person's relationship. Unaware of all this happening while he played ostrich and avoided reality, Chu Tian had already been labeled as the other man and criticized on hot search topics. However, this particular trending topic dropped quickly, replaced instantly by a serious statement from Zhou Corporation taking over the #1 spot on the hot searches list. Statement. We thank all our passionate netizens for your concerns regarding the relationship issues of our board member Mr. Zhou Mo and his husband, Mr. Chu Tian. Normally, private matters should not occupy public resources, but due to certain misconceptions by parts of the audience regarding these events, our company hereby officially declares the following. 1. Mr. Zhou Mo and Mr. Chu Tian are in a free-loving relationship, stable and officially married on September 10 this year, becoming legal partners. 2. The alleged marriage contract between Mr. Zhou and Miss Zhang occurred at the end of September, fabricated by the media. In reality, there is only a commercial collaboration between them, with no personal relationship or marriage talk. 3. To those who were previously uninformed, please note, from this official declaration onwards, all previous slanders against Mr. Chu must be deleted immediately, and personal attacks stopped. Otherwise, we will retain our rights to take legal action accordingly. That's all. Following the release of the statement, the internet was once again thrown into an uproar. Many netizens humorously dubbed it, the dominant CEO fiercely defending his partner, while others simply called out believing in love. A wave of jealousy swept through the crowds. Of course, some more hostile voices refused to believe and still posted comments like, although, however, even if you scold me, I have something to say, there's no way anyone really believes this, portraying themselves as bastions of justice, wise above all, standing alone while the rest sleeps drunk in ignorance. Their actions gathered much agreement and forwarding from other self-identified, realistic awakenings. Soon after, they received direct messages, realizing it was a lawyer's letter from Zhou Corporation. They caved immediately, apologies issued faster than the speed of light, deleting posts almost instantaneously, then turning around to blame Zhang Li for deliberately starting such rumors for her career advancement. Chu Tian was completely oblivious to all the online buzz. Those who had posted the videos also received warnings from Zhou Corporation and promptly removed the clips. It was when Chu Tian received an apology call from Shan Yang that he realized he had once again become a hit online. After the phone call ended, he opened the statement still sitting atop the hot search lists and read it several times thoroughly, also skimming through the comment section of netizens. Most of the visible remarks were now friendly and filled with envy, giving him the sensation of being blessed by the whole world. As simple as it was, every word in that declaration carried a strong undertone of protection towards him, which made him feel incredibly pleased. However, compared to everything else, what weighed most heavily on his mind was that embarrassing video from last night. It had been viewed by so many people. Unable to resist, Chu Tian began pounding his chest in embarrassment yet again, then took an oath internally never wanting to leave home for the entire year. After rolling back and forth a few more times in bed with his face buried in the covers, Chu Tian finally extended one arm out from under the blanket, picking up his phone and calling Zhou Mo. Hey, darling, you're awake. Chu Tian sounded muffled. What are you doing? I'm free right now. Did you see the news? Yes, I saw. Chu Tian wiped his face, his tone slightly complaining but more akin to petulance. You told me it wasn't that serious. And you let me embarrass myself last night, what's wrong with you? Zhou Mo chuckled softly and said, my dear, all you did last night was tell the whole world how much you love me. I don't think this is something embarrassing, I'll cherish and preserve that video. When we grow old, and perhaps my passion toward me cools down, at least we'll have a record of memory to look back on. It's a beautiful moment. You're talking nonsense, how could my feelings ever diminish toward you? Chu Tian was successfully distracted by Zhou Mo's words. He said unhappily, I didn't know you still doubted me. Sitting up, he spoke earnestly into the phone to Zhou Mo, let me tell you, Zhou Mo, I'm not the type of person who loses passion after 3 minutes. As long as you don't mess up or betray me, I'll pamper and love you for my entire life. Do you believe that? Came the deep, magnetic laugh from Zhou Mo over the phone, little treasure. After hearing this, Chu Tian was momentarily stunned, then smiled, I'm speaking serious sweet words here, can you be a bit more proper? Zhou Mo's voice carried a hint of faint amusement, But the sweet talk will have to wait until I return, you can tell me in person. Besides, I'm truly sorry, baby, it's my fault I didn't handle this well. How could it be your fault? There were so many people yesterday, all of Shan Yang's relatives and friends. You couldn't stop them, I understand. After chatting with Zhou Mo for a while, the slight awkwardness in Chu Tian's heart had faded almost entirely. Are you feeling better now? Much better. Actually, I wasn't in a bad mood in the first place. I just wanted to talk to you. Go ahead and get back to work if there's nothing else, I won't disturb you anymore. Zhou Mo could hear the change in his tone and, once he confirmed Chu Tian really wasn't upset anymore, he said, alright, I'll go back to work. I'll come home earlier tonight and stay with you. Chu Tian chuckled, didn't we just say there was nothing? Were you teasing me? Zhou Mo also laughed, when my wife calls me, it must be for nothing. Chu Tian suddenly got an idea, hey, what if I come find you? Zhou Mo paused briefly before replying ambiguously, I might be busy at the company and unable to keep you company the whole time. Are you sure you want to come? Yes, absolutely. My main job is writing anyway, where I write doesn't matter. And I can be by your side so you won't need to wake up late at night to do overtime just to come back home early. You figured it out already? Of course. What can you hide from me? Chu Tian stood up from the bed while speaking, so, should I come over? Okay, I'll wait for you. Be careful on the way. Got it, I'll be right there soon. Chu Tian immediately forgot about the vow he made earlier. He quickly freshened up in the bathroom and carefully groomed himself in front of the mirror before walking out with high spirits. Before leaving, Fang Hongying teased him about being clingy, but since living in this house for so long, his skin had thickened a little, and he could now take such jests from Fang Hongying calmly. Chu Tian had only drawn widespread attention an hour ago, and an hour later, he reappeared high-profile inside the Zhou Corporation Group. Although no pictures leaked online, news spread quickly, and soon afterward, a super topic fan page dedicated to their pairing appeared, enthusiastically shipping him and Zhou Mo. In the spacious and bright office, Chu Tian and Zhou Mo occupied separate areas, each focused on their own tasks. Even though they didn't exchange words, the quiet presence of their beloved companions greatly inspired them, boosting both their work efficiency and happiness levels. Because of his wife's arrival, Zhou Mo was noticeably much gentler than usual throughout the day. That day, the employees within the Zhou Corporation Group called it the first day of year 1 of happiness. Chapter 178, Turbulent Times. This time, the trending topic broke the protection Zhou Mo had given Chu Tian. The fact that Chu Tian and Zhou Mo were married caused quite a stir in the aristocratic circles. Naturally, Chu Tian, the man who had secured a position coveted by countless others, also sparked great curiosity among the crowd. Thus, after their marriage, Chu Tian, who had been leading a relatively leisurely life, was forced to attend various gatherings as Zhou Mo's other half on invitation from influential figures. The world of fame and fortune was, to Chu Tian, akin to the colorful murals inside Western cathedrals, dazzling from afar but merely for show. However, once truly immersed in it, he found only falsity and exaggeration. Fortunately, his Zhou family members were all adorable, devoid of any pretentiousness associated with the so-called upper class. Chu Tian was not adept at, nor fond of, socializing. Yet, from the moment he decided to be with Zhou Mo, he had already accepted this concurrent responsibility. He could only do his best not to bring shame to the Zhou family. Gradually, he blended into the Zhou family's network of relationships. Of course, there were those who could not easily accept his identity. There was a young relative from the Fang family who, considering Chu Tian to be backgroundless and an older man, held a very contemptuous attitude toward him. In public, he would pretend to be polite, but behind closed doors, he looked down on Chu Tian, speaking to him sarcastically. Occasionally, Chu Tian would encounter him at dinners hosted by the Fang family. However, he didn't want to cause trouble for Fang Hongying, so he remained silent. But Chu Tian wasn't some compliant clay figure either. When he saw that person again, he simply treated him as if he were invisible, refusing to even put up a false front of politeness. After all, his husband had said he shouldn't force himself to accommodate anyone since every compromise or concession would be tantamount to doubting and disgracing his husband. Indeed, Zhou Mo never spoke empty words. From then on, that individual never appeared before Chu Tian again. Similarly, those who used to make disparaging remarks about Chu Tian during banquets or gossiped about him behind his back later vanished from any occasion where members of the Zhou family were present. Over time, rumors spread throughout the aristocracy about Zhou Mo being overprotective of his wife. Interestingly, no one ever came forward to clear up this rumor. It wasn't until Chu Tian heard about the rumors himself and teased Zhou Mo with them that Zhou Mo stared deeply at him with his piercing gaze, yet again successfully evoking infinite affection within his lover's heart. In turn, Chu Tian generously provided the compensation Zhou Mo desired. Soon, the change of power was imminent. All arrangements were more or less finalized. After finishing up everything, Zhou Mo finally had time to celebrate their long-awaited wedding. Both Chu Tian and Fang Hongying were busy with every single detail of the wedding ceremony, leaving little time for them to pay attention to what was happening outside. For instance, the capture of a certain internet-famous CEO and a noble family's daughter. Apparently, Xu Chenyang, severely affected by Chu Tian's confession video, acted impulsively and handed over the evidence given to him by Zhang Li. After submitting the evidence, a long period passed without any response. Xu Chenyang kept track of the Zhou Corporation's news daily, but observed no abnormalities. Ultimately, Xu Chenyang did not wait for the day when Zhou Mo would be arrested. Instead, he ended up captured himself. The reasons included fabricating evidence to defame government officials, stealing state secrets, and illegal bribery. His bribery charges stemmed from some transactions introduced to him by Zhang Li, which led to whistleblowing complaints against him. That person has also been suspended for investigation. The items provided by Zhang Li turned out not to be Zhou Mo's weakness but instead part of a secret experiment conducted in collaboration with the government by Zhou Mo. This information was nearly kept entirely hidden from everyone except Zhou Mo and that specific collaborator. It was crucial, and no details of the internal affairs leaked out. Moreover, unlike her resigned exterior, Zhang Li considered herself intelligent, ambitious, and skilled, making her a better successor for the Zhang family than her brother. Thus, she aimed to topple Zhou Mo to prove herself. She intended to use Xu Chenyang as a pawn under the guise of cooperation, intending to play both sides and act as a double spy. Unfortunately, her scheme only harmed Xu Chenyang and destroyed her own future. Thankfully, due to the Zhang family's connections and their insistence that Zhang Li was unaware of the truth, mistakenly believing Zhou Mo to engage in political and commercial collusion, wanting to exercise civic duty through supervision, after much negotiation, Zhang Li was eventually cleared of charges. However, her actions severed ties with the Zhou family. Under several of Zhou Mo's moves, the Zhang family's strength was swiftly halved. With these developments unfolding around him, Chu Qian and the Zhou family continued preparing for their grand celebration, unbothered by the external drama. Zhang Li still refused to give up, attempting to use Liu Jiao's situation to make Zhou Ma and Liu Yingjie turn against each other. Thus, she personally went to tell Liu Yingjie that Zhou Ma had ordered her to deal with Liu Jiao and let someone tempt her into falling into depravity. Seeing that she still had the audacity to mention this matter, Liu Yingjie didn't care that she was a woman and slapped her so hard that her face swelled up. You still have the nerve to try and drive a wedge between us? Do you really think I don't know all of this was your idea? Liu Yingjie was so angry he almost couldn't resist pulling out his gun to shoot Zhang Li, fortunately being stopped by his wife. He pointed at Zhang Li, yelling, "How can you be such a cruel woman? If it wasn't for Zhou Ma timely discovering your intentions and having your people captured, Jiao would have almost become addicted to drugs. I'm telling you, if that had happened, I wouldn't care who you are from the Zhang family, I'd absolutely shoot you dead." Upon hearing this, Zhang Li lowered her head and laughed crazily for a long time. "Ha, Zhou Ma, you're truly impressive as always. So it seems like everything has been within your control, making me just a joke then." Zhang Li's attempt to cause trouble naturally resulted in another strong retaliation from the Zhou family. In the end, only Zhang Yuan had to come and apologize, promising to tread carefully in the future. Only then did the two families superficially reconcile. But years later, the Zhang family lost all its influence in the capital, never regaining their former glory. Xu Chenyang wasn't as fortunate as Zhang Li. He actually got news before being captured but was still arrested while trying to escape abroad. Xu Chenyang, after all, was somewhat of an internet-famous CEO. His arrest immediately turned into big news. Although later on, the Xu family managed to clear him of more serious charges using the same excuses as Zhang Li and even shifted the blame onto her, there was undeniable evidence for his bribery offense. This time, Xu Chenyang was definitely going to prison. Netizens were highly engaged in both these incidents, keeping the discussions heated online. However, Chu Qian, busy personally inspecting the wedding venue on a small island in the Pacific Ocean these past few days, simply had no time to pay attention. It wasn't until Dan Yang called him and informed him of this news that he slightly paused and said, "Oh, that is indeed regrettable." After hanging up the phone, Chu Qian didn't dwell on this event anymore. To him, Xu Chenyang already felt like a relic from a previous life. Every time he mentioned him, Chu Qian's heart no longer stirred even the tiniest ripple. Although Xu Chenyang getting entangled in legal troubles at such a young age saddened him, everyone must pay for their actions. Since Xu Chenyang decided to take the wrong path, his current fate was self-inflicted. He didn't bother asking Zhou Ma if his hand was behind it because he understood very clearly, Zhou Ma was his love. Even if he used conspiracies or tactics, Chu Qian would remain unwaveringly by his side. What was right or wrong wasn't what he wanted to talk about. But for him, Chu Qian, loving someone meant showing them absolute favor. His mood was completely unaffected by Xu Chenyang. A week later, a warm wedding secretly took place on the Zhou family's private island. Chapter 179, I'm Happy, the Grand Finale. A family wedding is usually a top-tier scene of fame and wealth, but to make Chu Tian happy, the Zhou family decided to keep this wedding banquet low-key, only inviting their best friends from both sides and a few elders from the Zhou and Fang families. This day was blessed with perfect weather, a cloudless sky. A warm sea breeze blew across the small island, carrying a hint of salty moisture from the tides. This wedding didn't have complicated procedures. As the parents, Zhou Mo's mother and father expressed their gratitude to everyone in attendance before delivering an emotional speech. After that, the ceremony moved directly to the main event. Please welcome the two new partners. Dang 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 dang, dang 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 dang. Accompanied by the stirring bridal march, the handsome grooms appeared hand in hand, slowly making their way into the venue. Wow, Brother Chu looks so cool. Zhang Li joked to Fengzheng, but Fengzheng seemed distracted and did not respond. Zhou Mo and Chu Tian were both dressed in simple yet figure-flattering white suits, walking through a sea of lily of the valley. Under the blessing gazes of the guests, they approached the priest who had been waiting for a long time. The two new partners, please answer the questions from the priest together. Mr. Zhou Mo, do you agree to let Mr. Chu Tian be your husband, and pledge to love him, respect him, and give him loyalty and trust all your life? No matter whether in health or disease, you will never leave or forsake him until the end of your life. Zhou Mo's eyes were fixed on Chu Tian. The moment the priest stopped speaking, he responded immediately in a deep voice, I do. His unusual urgency was noticed by his family and friends, who chuckled warmly. The priest then asked Chu Tian, Mr. Chu Tian, do you agree to become the husband of Mr. Zhou Mo and commit to giving him equal care and loyalty? No matter illness or difficulty, you will never abandon him and walk alongside him for the rest of your life. I do. Chu Tian tightly held Zhou Mo's hand, his palms sweating from nervousness. Unable to control it, his voice became unusually loud, like during military training, which made everyone laugh again. It seems both newlyweds are quite nervous. Next, please exchange rings. The ring is a perfect circle, it symbolizes marriage as well as eternal love. By wearing this ring, you are pledging yourselves exclusively to each other for life. Chu Tian continuously glanced at Zhou Mo. When he turned around, Chu Tian followed suit, although they had rehearsed before, everything now slipped his mind. In fact, after taking the vows, Chu Tian basically couldn't hear anything around him anymore. The same lightheaded feeling he had felt before getting married crept over him once more. Now, all he knew was that he must firmly hold Zhou Mo's hand, with almost nothing left in his mind. This caused Zhou Mo's efforts to slip his ring onto Chu Tian's finger to be fruitless, as Chu Tian would grip his hand even tighter when Zhou Mo tried to loosen his grip. Their relatives and friends burst into laughter, but Chu Tian hadn't heard a single word. He just stared blankly at Zhou Mo until he heard Zhou Mo whisper into his ear, "Baby, quickly put the ring on me. I'm waiting to kiss you." It was like a distant song suddenly echoing in silent waters, pulling Chu Tian back to reality. He realized people were laughing and that he had been gripping Zhou Mo's hand the whole time, thus realizing he'd made a fool of himself again. But anyway, everyone present was close to them, and besides, he had already embarrassed himself more than enough before. Chu Tian thought he had toughened up his face. He took the ring from Enfeng, the older unmarried groomsman, his hand surprisingly steady despite the excitement, and smoothly slid the ring onto Zhou Mo's ring finger. "I now declare you officially partners. You may now kiss each other." "Oh yeah. Go ahead, brother Chu, kiss him. Do it." Shan Yang and Zhang Li cheered from below. Chu Tian's chest heaved heavily, his eye rims unknowingly reddening. Before the wedding, he could never have imagined that this ceremony would move him so deeply. Although he and Zhou Mo had already lived a life akin to that of an old married couple, at this moment, he felt like a naive young man freshly fallen in love, thinking of no one but the person right in front of him. Zhou Mo really looked handsome today. Chu Tian smiled and looked silently at Zhou Mo with tears in his eyes. Zhou Mo's deep eyes were unusually soft and slightly wet, indicating his inner emotion. Chu Tian could even see his own reflection in those eyes. In Zhou Mo's eyes, he was full of confidence and free from any shadow, the best version of himself that Zhou Mo had seen in over 30 years. And this best version of him was entirely shaped by Zhou Mo. Chu Tian involuntarily began recalling their first meeting in his mind. Back then, the miserable him, who had been mistreated by the whole world and with a broken heart, suddenly intruded into Zhou Mo's life. Then, he was gradually lured into this wolf's territory step by step. Zhou Mo healed his wounds, glued his heart back together, allowing him to fall in love with this wonderful world again. Zhou Mo used his infinite tenderness, respect, and love to weave soft barriers, making Chu Tian willingly be kept by him and never wanting to leave. Time really flew by. They had transformed from being originally distant and courteous to becoming soulmates now, inseparable from each other. Then, today, under the witness of family and friends, they became genuine legal partners. Everyone knew that this man, almost too perfect, belonged to Chu Tian. Thinking of this, Chu Tian's breathing quickened. After hearing Chu Tian's heavy breathing, Zhou Mo smiled faintly at the corner of his lips and leaned close to ask quietly, "Honey, do you need me to give you some time to prepare mentally?" "The one who needs to prepare is you, sweetheart. I'm about to kiss you," Chu Tian said as he suddenly grabbed Zhou Mo's neck and bent him backward, giving him a deep kiss amid cheers and hoots from the crowd. Considering the presence of elders and children, he kindly covered their mouths with his palms. "Wow, Brother Chu is so aggressive. Brother Chu is mighty. Ah. This kid, why is he so alert right now? Huh, Brother Chu is so formal." After the kiss, holding hands, the two turned to face everyone. Chu Tian happily waved the bouquet in his hand toward the crowd and shouted loudly, "Everyone. We're married. Zhou Mo belongs to me." For his bold declaration, Zhou Mo just indulgently looked at him and smiled. His eyes shone with crystalline light. "Huh, it's yours. No one dares to fight you for it." Shan Yang laughed as he collapsed into Lu Qingzhe's arms. "Brother Chu, congratulations on your marriage." "Thank you." After saying this sentence, Chu Tian choked up slightly. He bit his lips hard and continued, "Everyone, after living for 32 years, I finally have my own home. I am extremely happy today. You may find me somewhat silly now, but I hope you can understand, because I am simply too happy." He turned his head and met Zhou Mo's gaze that had been fixed on him all along. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Today, although my blood relatives aren't here, I don't feel sad at all because I have your blessings and companionship. I have Zhou Mo's love, Aunt Ying's and Uncle Da's care, and also Grandpa's concern and attention. They treated me even better than they treated Zhou Mo, giving me warmth that I've never experienced before." Shouting toward the direction where Fang Hongying and the others were seated, he said, "Dad, Mom, thank you." His words moved Fang Hongying in the audience to tears, her eyes turning red. She wiped her tears silently and nodded in response to Chu Tian. Zhou De and Old Master Zhou also looked warmly at Chu Tian. As Chu Tian spoke, his eyes became increasingly moist, and he gripped Zhou Mo's hand even tighter. Zhou Mo also tightly held his hand, letting him feel his support and encouragement. "Baby, don't cry, it breaks my heart." Hearing this, Chu Tian smiled at him and said, "I am blissful. Why would you feel heartbroken? These are happy tears, joyful tears, you know that, right?" After speaking, he turned his head and wiped the corners of his eyes, and when he turned back, his face was already glowing with happiness. "Everyone, thank you all for witnessing our wedding together. I am currently very happy, very content. I sincerely hope that my happiness can be passed on to you all, and I hope you will all be as happy as me. Chu Tian joyfully waved the bouquet in his hand and shouted to the guests below, catch the bouquet, singles come on. The end. Chapter 180 Sidebar, Anfeng and Feng, Part 1. I'll do it. I'll do it. Zhongli was the first to rush forward, and the other single individuals also gathered around. Feng watched the lively group without moving, quietly sipping a mouthful of champagne. Though he envied Chu Tian and Zhou Mo quite a bit, he still didn't have much thought on marriage. He still enjoyed being single more. At this moment, Song Qing, who was brought over by Anfeng, excitedly pulled Anfeng, whose face clearly showed reluctance, over. Brother Feng, let's soak in some good vibes. Seeing their tightly clasped hands and Anfeng's indulgent yet helpless smile, Feng, who had been glancing at them sideways, looked deep into his eyes. Anfeng's appearance today was very different. He cut his hair short, with those naturally curly locks curling closely against his scalp, looking like a doll. Without the long hair to block, his especially innocent big eyes were exposed, and besides that, he shaved off all his facial hair. Adding to his originally pallid complexion, at a glance, he seemed younger by almost a decade. People might even believe he just graduated from university. Feng Zheng's gaze couldn't help but stay fixed on Anfeng's figure. Previously, when they met, Anfeng always dressed casually, either in cotton t-shirts or white tank tops paired with big shorts, looking like an old man living at a hut on corner. Today, however, he wore a perfectly tailored black suit, making his whole figure seem taller, as if his entire aura had changed. Wow, Brother Feng, you caught it. Huh, looks like our family will soon be holding a wedding. Song Qing happily embraced Anfeng, affectionately rubbing her cheek against his. Anfeng also smiled at her with crescent-shaped eyes. Feng Zheng turned his head and finished the champagne in his glass in one gulp. Alas, I'm destined to be a bachelor my whole life. Zhongli cheerfully walked back and said to Feng Zheng, hey, why didn't you go? Since I'm not getting married, why would I rush to catch the bouquet? Feng Zheng's tone had a slight trace of displeasure. What are you complaining about? If you don't want to go, then don't go. Why are you so moody? You're the moody one. Feng Zheng kept bickering with Zhongli, while his peripheral vision couldn't help but keep observing Anfeng's movements. Ever since he sent that WeChat message last time, he discovered that Anfeng had blocked him. He wisely refrained from contacting him again, but he would often think about the person, to the point where he hadn't gone out to indulge himself for quite a while recently. Even though he clearly knew something was wrong with him, he stubbornly believed he missed Anfeng's cooking and refused to confront his true feelings, until he saw Anfeng and the young man standing beside him showing such intimacy in front of everyone. It felt like there was a brick stuck in his throat, genuinely clogging up. How long has it been, and he had already found a new love, even bringing him to Zhou Mo's wedding to openly display their affection and compete for the bouquet together. What is he trying to imply? Does he intend to marry that man too? Feng Zheng gritted his teeth and scrutinized Song Qing carefully. Humph, this guy still looks like a schoolboy. Looks like he just graduated, right? How could Anfeng bring his hands on someone so young and inexperienced? What is so great about these greenhorns? Besides being younger, does he have a maturity level that can match me? Can he be funnier than me? As Feng Zheng's gaze continued downward, he silently criticized internally, look at those thin legs, probably no capabilities in that area either. So apart from being young and good-looking, what else does this person have going for him? Hey, who are you glaring at like that? Who else could I be glaring at? Of course, it's the groom. Feng Zheng turned his head, forcibly suppressing those strange little emotions inside him, pretending to eat and drink leisurely. His ears, however, were working diligently, collecting any sound he wanted to hear. During the banquet, Chu Tian and Zhou Mo brought the group of best men to toast with the guests. Feng Zheng's heart was hanging anxiously, until he heard Chu Tian's voice behind him, everyone, thank you for coming all this way. Let's have a toast. When Feng Zheng stood up and raised his wine glass, he realized his palms had already started sweating. As soon as he turned around, he saw Anfeng, who was holding his drink and whose face was slightly red. Anfeng always flushes easily after drinking, giving people the impression that he can't hold his liquor well. Apart from Zhou Mo and a few others, very few people knew Anfeng's actual tolerance for alcohol. Feng Zheng didn't know either. When Feng Zheng saw Anfeng also saw him, and Feng Zheng instantly tensed up inside. Anfeng's eyes directly passed over his face before shifting towards the others. It was as if Feng Zheng was just another unfamiliar guest. Feng Zheng's heart felt blocked again. He drained his glass, and as he lowered his head, he saw Song Qing leaning close to Anfeng, her face filled with concern. Brother Feng, your face is so red. Are you drunk? Let's go back to the room and rest. Chu Tian heard this and turned to look at Anfeng too. Yeah, that's true. Brother Feng, why don't you go back and lie down for a while? We're about finished here. Anfeng stood up, showing no signs of intoxication, but his mood was clearly not good. He simply nodded and leaned slightly on Song Qing, saying, alright, I'll rest for a bit. Okay, I'll send some food over later. Brother Feng, let's go. Feng Zheng watched with his own eyes as Song Qing draped her arm around Anfeng's waist and they left together in a display of affection. Who's that guy? Brother Feng's boyfriend? Feng Jing joked, asking Chu Tian. Chu Tian teased back, what boyfriend? Their family. To Feng Jing, this was no different from saying they were a married couple. TSK, just a few days ago, and now it's already forever. Feng Jing pressed his tongue against his cheek, trying to ease the sour feeling that had unexpectedly flooded his entire body. But it didn't work at all. Just as the figures of Feng and Song Qing were about to disappear from his line of sight, he suddenly slammed his wine glass onto the table, excused himself hastily to Chu Tian, and then strode quickly after the two. Feng and Song Qing had just arrived at their room when Song Qing was abruptly pulled away by someone before she could react. The door slammed shut in front of her, and along with Feng, a figure as swift as the wind disappeared into the room. She blinked repeatedly, taking a moment to process what had happened, and then began furiously knocking on the door. Brother Feng, what's going on? Are you alright? A muffled sound came from inside, followed by what sounded like a scuffle, as if they were fighting. Song Qing, worried for Feng's safety, started kicking the door with her foot. Brother Feng, wait. I'm coming to save you. No. I'm fine. Don't worry. Feng's voice trailed off faintly from inside the room, little Qing, go back first. Are you sure you're okay? Who's that guy? Song Qing still couldn't put her mind at ease. There was no reply from Feng. Feng Jing pushed him lightly, his raspy voice whispering into his ear, Brother Feng, you really know how to play games, sleeping with me one night and then jumping straight into bed with a younger man. Are you this desperate for male companionship? As Feng Jing grabbed the back of his neck, forcing him to look up, Feng merely gave him an unconcerned smile. Isn't that true? There are so many men in the world, if one doesn't work out, just move on to the next. What's wrong with that? Humph. Am I not good enough? Feng Jing was driven mad with anger, gritting his teeth as he asked, do you think I'm worse than that scrawny-legged chicken? Don't tell me you've forgotten how you nearly passed out moaning beneath me. Facing his fury, Feng smiled faintly and replied indifferently, of course I've forgotten. If I can moan beneath you, I can do the same with others. You're nothing special. You dare. That sentence instantly enraged Feng Jing. He barked loudly toward Song Qing who was still yelling outside the door, go away. I'm the one who gets to have him. Go cool off somewhere else. Silence immediately fell outside the door. Chapter 181, Special Episode, Feng and Feng Jing, Part 2. After he finished speaking, he heard Feng chuckle. He turned around and said to Feng, Brother Feng, your new partner isn't good enough, right? He's already scared, can we really depend on him? Feng looked at him meaningfully and replied, I don't need to rely on anyone, as long as he works well in bed, that's all. Humph, how could someone so thin work better than me? Feng Jing smiled on his face, but his eyes were filled with hostility. Feng crossed his arms, looking at Feng Jing lazily and said, you're indeed not bad either, but as for him. He flashed a playful smile. After seeing the obvious change in Feng Jing's face, he added, I can only say they each have their own strengths. Upon hearing this, Feng Jing couldn't hold back his anger any longer, damn it, today I'm going to make you relive just how much better I am than him. He suddenly threw Feng over his shoulder and walked a few steps before throwing him onto the bed. He was about to pin him down. However, just as he lunged forward, Feng kicked him away with a single leg. Ouch! The pain caused Feng Jing to immediately crouch down, his face turning red. You actually dared to kick me. Do you want me to be childless? Feng sneered, I kicked you because you deserve it. Aren't you straight? So what are you doing right now? Hearing this, Feng Jing stiffened slightly. Then, he awkwardly turned his body, facing Feng with hesitation, saying, well, it's just, because of you. What did you say? Feng didn't hear clearly and delivered another kick to Feng Jing's back, sending him reeling several steps forward. Turning fiercely, Feng Jing shouted loudly, why do you always kick me? Isn't your precious little puppy something? You pamper him, but treat me like grass you can stomp on whenever you want. TSK, who do you think you are to throw a fit? You just barged in and forced yourself onto me, keeping my guest out. If you continue, I will call for help. Call if you want. Feng Jing stepped closer again and abruptly embraced him before kissing him forcefully, refusing to let go no matter how Feng resisted. Only when a sharp pain shot through his lips did he finally loosen his grip. Are you insane? Feng slapped Feng Jing hard across the face, what did you say before? You told me not to contact you, didn't I respect that and leave you alone? Now why are you here again? Do you think my place is a hotel? You come and go as you please. Feng Jing's ears rang from the slap, but he pushed his tongue against his burning cheek and glared angrily at Feng. What are you staring at? Planning retaliation? Rest assured, I won't retaliate. Feng Jing firmly gripped Feng's neck, leaning close and growling by his ear, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, today I intend to let your little boyfriend outside listen carefully to what we're up to. Humph, you dare speak such nonsense. Do you think I, Feng, am someone you can bully at will? I know you aren't. Feng Zhang gazed into his eyes, his posture sagging as if deflated, his head drooping weakly against Feng's shoulder as he admitted, "Brother Feng, I admit it, I've changed, but only for you." "Well, that's quite sudden, isn't it?" Feng taunted coldly. "Not so sudden, truthfully, I've been thinking of you these days, but I didn't dare to face this fact." "So why are you accepting it now?" "All because of you. How could you start seeing someone else so soon without giving me even a moment to adjust? You're too ruthless." Feng Zhang felt his heart ache bitterly while speaking. "Of course, I'm not stupid enough to hang myself on the same tree." Feng Zhang covered his mouth. "Don't curse, it sounds weird coming from your face." "Tisk, what's wrong with my face? Don't like it? Then look somewhere else. Go away." Feng shoved him again. "It's not that I don't like it, it's just, you seem." Feng Zhang hesitated before continuing, "A bit cute." Hearing this, Feng also felt somewhat uneasy. He absolutely hated being called cute, which was precisely why he deliberately dressed so ruggedly. However, hearing it from Feng Zhang, he inexplicably felt a faint joy. Realizing this made him feel both embarrassed and angry. He shoved Feng Zhang forcefully, "Get out of here with your notion of cute, I'm a real man." He pointed towards the door, saying, "I don't care whether you're straight or gay like a mosquito coil, it's none of my business. My head is spinning right now, and I want to rest. Please leave." Feng Zhang stood still at his spot. There was a strong sense of aggression in his eyes as Feng felt himself heating up just by locking eyes with him. "This is the Zhou family's territory, don't mess around here. Leave now." He waved impatiently at Feng Zhang and then turned to walk towards the bed. The look in Feng Zhang's eyes darkened. When he saw Feng lying down, he brazenly walked over and hugged him. "Hiss, what are you doing?" Feng tried to struggle free but failed. "I'm not doing anything, but I'm definitely not leaving. Should I leave so you can cozy up with that scrawny guy? Think again." Although Feng Zhang didn't dare to cause trouble on the Zhou family's ground, there was no way he'd allow Feng to continue getting close with anyone else. He firmly embraced Feng and muttered into his ear, "Brother Feng, I've been bent for you. You're responsible for me, or should I go put up banners outside your house tomorrow?" "Tisk, go ahead if you have the nerve, I couldn't care less." Unable to break free, Feng stopped resisting. Anyway, it felt quite comfortable lying in these arms, and deep down, he didn't want to push him away either. Why should people always make things hard for themselves? Sensing Feng's compliance, Feng Zhang breathed a slight sigh of relief inside. He cautiously asked, "It's probably not proper for us to be alone when your boyfriend is waiting outside. Don't you worry he'll leave?" "Humph, if it's improper, why don't you just leave?" "On what basis should I leave? And what gives you the right to stay?" Feng Zhang paused for a moment before saying quietly, "Because I like you." After uttering these words, everything else seemed to flow smoothly. "No matter how far you've gone with him, you haven't pushed me away, which means something. I know this. So, please end it with him. In the future, I'll be with you." Feng remained quiet for a long time, recalling the conversation he had with Zhou Mo. After a while, he finally said, "He's my cousin, there's blood relation. How can we separate?" "Cousin, huh?" Upon hearing this, Feng Zhang became ecstatic. He turned Feng's body around to face him and asked, "So why did you say those things earlier and confuse me? You were deliberately teasing me, weren't you?" Feng raised an eyebrow and said, "Who cares about teasing you? I just don't want to tangle with a straight man like you, got it?" Realizing his own fault, Feng Zhang didn't dare to meet his gaze directly, merely murmuring softly, "This time, let's call it even. You tease me once, and I tease you once. It's fair, okay? Tisk, boring." Feng closed his eyes, turning his back and ignoring him. Feng Zhang snuggled closer again, whispering into his ear, "Then what exactly is our relationship now?" "What relationship?" "Shut up, I'm going to sleep." "Alright, let's sleep first, but after sleeping, you must clarify the nature of our relationship." "Damn it, are you stupid or something? I didn't mean this kind of sleep." Oomph. Chapter 182, Epilogue, Our Future, Su Chenyang Story. 10 years later, Su Chenyang relied on his own strength to bring the Su family back to the center of Beijing's elite circle. 10 years ago, he was almost sent to jail for bribery. It was his father who took the blame for him and served a 4-year sentence. To make matters worse, a piece of land the Zus had purchased at great expense turned out to have historical relics underneath it, leading to an indefinite halt in construction. This was certainly adding insult to injury for them. On top of this, negative publicity surrounding their family caused the shares of Su Corporation to plummet several times. The once mighty Su family crumbled spectacularly. Mia, who had always been proud throughout her life, aged what seemed like 10 years overnight due to the successive blows. And Su Chenyang suddenly transformed from being one of the top rich second generations into one with debt. They moved out of the Su family's luxurious estate and rented a simple 2-bedroom apartment. After losing the status of the heir to the Su family, Su Chenyang quickly realized how different the world around him had become. The sycophants who once surrounded him disappeared without a trace, leaving only endless cold eyes and humiliations. Fortunately, Feng Zhang often helped him privately, which allowed him to get through the toughest times. In this harsh reality, Su Chenyang matured overnight, finally letting go of all his delusions. From then on, his sole focus was to restore the glory of the Su family before his father was released from prison. 10 years later, Su Chenyang managed to buy back the Su family estate. His father had already been released from prison, and his mother's face lit up with smiles once again. And today, after reclaiming everything he lost, Su Chenyang finally smiled as well. That evening, he called Feng Zheng, wanting to celebrate together, but Feng Zheng said he needed to spend time with his wife and children. After hearing this, Su Chenyang joked, "You're such a decent guy now, I remember you saying that marriage was like a grave. Who doesn't have their reckless moments when they're young? Listen, man, a happy home with a wife and kids is the best comfort there is. You should hurry up too. Your family has stabilized, so it's time for you to find someone special." Su Chenyang chuckled softly and replied, "Your weight gain after marriage scared me enough to reconsider." "What weight gain?" "That's called happiness fat. Besides, don't tell me, but your future wife may not cook as well as mine does. Even if you want to gain some happiness, it might not happen." "That's true." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Feng's voice in the phone. "Feng, come over for dinner." "Oh. Coming right away." Feng Zheng hurriedly told Su Chenyang, "I'm hanging up. My wife cooked my favorite dompa pork. I need to eat some before Foman comes over." Su Chenyang smiled while looking at the disconnected call, then drove aimlessly around, lost in thought. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. He paused, got out of the car, and walked over. Yi Han. The busy figure by the flower shop froze, then slowly turned around. Seeing the visitor, he smiled and said, "Chenyang, it's you. Long time no see." Su Chenyang observed Yi Han, whose demeanor had grown calm and gentle, feeling both surprised and curious. For him, all past experiences had become mere fleeting memories. Now seeing this old friend again brought him genuine joy. "Do you run this flower shop?" he asked. "Yeah, just opened recently. Didn't expect to bump into you. Want to come in for a bit?" "Sure." Su Chenyang stepped inside the shop and looked around. "This store looks nice. Give me a business card later, I'll let our company order flowers from you from now on. I'd really appreciate that." Yi Han's eyebrows curved slightly as he looked earnestly at Su Chenyang and said, "I'm truly grateful to you." "For what?" Su Chenyang laughed and followed up, "Tell me, how have these years been for you?" Yi Han smiled and recounted, "It's been okay. After selling my house, I went to Lucia. A year later, there was this very kind-looking person pursuing me. He was exceptionally good to me, and I thought I'd found my true love, so we got married. At this point, he paused, smiling wryly before continuing, "Later I found out he was only after my money and approached me intentionally. After we got together, he would use various excuses to ask for money and even hit me." Su Chenyang frowned deeply, asking, "Why didn't you report it to the police?" "Reporting wouldn't have done any good," Yi Han responded. "The police can't live in my home, and once they left, he would have gotten even more violent. Besides, divorce wasn't something he wanted either. Maybe it's fate. I suppose it's fair, those who do bad things deserve consequences. So now I'm fine." Yi Han said lightly, "After he got drunk and fell into the river, that was it for him. I finally felt a sense of relief. Luckily, I'd saved up some money on a long-term deposit earlier so I could afford to open this flower shop. This is all thanks to you." Su Chenyang felt quite moved after hearing this. He was about to say something when someone outside called out, "Boss, I want to buy flowers." "All right, just a moment." Yi Han apologized as he looked at Su Chenyang. Su Chenyang smiled and said, "It's okay, go ahead with your work. I have things to do too, so I'll leave first." "All right, see you later." After bidding farewell to Yi Han, Su Chenyang wandered aimlessly again by himself. Suddenly, he bumped into a child. He quickly reached out to steady the little one. "Little buddy, watch where you're walking." "Thank you, uncle." When the little girl turned around, Su Chenyang was stunned for a moment because she looked extremely like Chu Tian. His heart felt like it had been struck by something, and his head started buzzing. "Are you Zhou Meng Meng? How many times has your father told you not to run so fast outside?" The voice from behind made Su Chenyang tense up completely. He found himself unable to move. The moment he heard Chu Tian's voice, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Over the years, Chu Tian had been the most secret and untouchable corner in his heart. He knew he had never forgotten about him. But now, Su Chenyang realized how selfish and unreliable his love for Chu Tian once was, so he understood and accepted Chu Tian's choice. He never expected that they would meet again. "Sir, I'm sorry. Did my daughter bump into you?" "No." Su Chenyang turned around and finally saw the person he had thought about for so many years. 10 years had passed, and there was an added air of maturity and stability in Chu Tian, but he didn't look any older. He was still in great shape, and Su Chenyang thought he looked even more attractive than before. This was the charm time had given him. "Chu brother, it's been a long time." Chu Tian was also quite surprised to see him. He chuckled and said, "Mr. Su. Wow, it's really been a long time. You've changed so much, you look more mature." Su Chenyang also smiled, you haven't changed much, still as handsome as ever. Is that so? I like what you said. Chu Tian beckoned to the little girl nearby, Meng Meng, come here. Your dad and big brother are waiting for you. Oh. Zhou Meng Meng walked over to Chu Tian. Su Chenyang clenched his fists tightly inside his pocket while remaining calm-faced, saying, your daughter. She's beautiful, just like you. That's true. Lucky her skin doesn't resemble mine, otherwise she might have cried. Talking about his daughter, Chu brother laughed tenderly. There were a few laughter lines at the corners of his eyes, but they didn't make him seem old, they instead balanced out his masculine aura, giving him a sense of tranquility and contentment with life. He raised his head and nodded at Su Chenyang, we should be going now. My wife is waiting for me. Okay, see you, brother Chu. See you. As Chu Tian walked away, Su Chenyang couldn't help but call out again, brother Chu. Chu Tian turned around and calmly looked at him. Su Chenyang smiled and said, brother Chu, I've always wanted to apologize to you. Sorry, it was my fault for not treasuring you enough back then. Chu Tian waved it off casually, it's no big deal, it's all in the past now. I should thank you, thanks to you, I met the love of my life. I'm doing well now, and I hope you are too. Yes, I will. Chu Tian left without looking back again, and this time Su Chenyang didn't say anything else. His gaze followed Chu Tian until he saw him take his child to a black sedan across the street. He noticed Zhou Mo waiting by the roadside, along with a boy who looked very much like him. He watched Chu Tian say something gently to Zhou Mo, then lean over to kiss his forehead. After that, with Zhou Mo's help, Chu Tian got into the car and vanished from his world in the blink of an eye. This time, they had bid each other goodbye properly. Su Chenyang didn't realize when he had started crying his eyes out. In the following decades, he occasionally encountered Chu Tian a few times. He watched as Chu Tian aged from middle age to old age. Time altered his appearance and took away his youth, but one thing remained unchanged, the faint happiness always present in his eyes, with that man standing carefully beside him, protecting his waist. From being full of spirit to having grey temples, they had walked through life hand in hand. He knew that Chu Tian had lived a happy life, and Zhou Mo had genuinely been good to him. The obsession in his heart had long faded away, but his heart felt as if it had died and could no longer flutter for anyone. Later, Su Chenyang fell seriously ill. He never married throughout his life and was lying alone in the hospital during his illness, cold and desolate. One day, he had a dream in which he went back to the night he was setting off to Hawaii, and at that time, he was still lying in Chu Tian's arms. He suddenly sat up and hugged Chu Tian tightly, crying and kissing him while repeatedly calling out, Chu brother. Chu Tian just smiled, patted his head, and kept responding to him. After decades, he finally once again experienced the feeling of being loved, he wept loudly in Chu Tian's arms. Wah! Chu brother, I miss you so much, I regret it so much. I regret it so much. What are you thinking about? Aren't I right here? Yes, you're here, it's so good. Su Chenyang clearly knew it was a dream, but he still chose to immerse himself in it. He held Chu Tian tightly and softly pleaded, Chu brother, can you kiss me again? Please. All right. In the dream, Su Chenyang finally got the kiss he longed for from his lover. Drip. An eventful yet fleeting lifetime turned into a flat straight line with this cold warning sound. From then on, there would be no more joy or sorrow. The old man in the bed had his eyes closed tightly, but there was a smile lingering on his lips. Chapter 183, Spin-off Little Feng's Wife Chasing Road. Since Feng Zheng had a candid conversation with Feng at Chu Tian's wedding, both of them went back to their own business and didn't see each other for several days. But little separation is better than new marriage, and Feng Zheng thought he had successfully become single again. In front of Zhongli, he was all sunshine, walking proudly with all sorts of hints in his words. Unfortunately, Zhongli's brain wasn't good enough to understand his boasting. Until now, when Zhongli and Feng Zheng talked about the honeymoon photos that Chu Tian and Zhou Mo posted, two mature and handsome men stood side by the sea, holding hands, even if it was just a silhouette, but there was still a sense of happiness bursting out of the screen. Zhongli enviously said, Hey, I have to say, seeing Brother Chu and Mr. Zhou being so affectionate makes me suddenly feel very lonely and isolated. When I'm alone at night, I don't even dare to look at the moon. Tell me, should I also seriously try to fall in love? Feng Zheng was very enthusiastic when he chatted about this topic, nodding repeatedly, of course. They always say life is short, you will live too long alone. I'll tell you, you are so simple-minded because you haven't tasted the bitterness of love. Why don't you find someone who knows hot and cold while you're young and still good-looking, and settle down earnestly? Zhongli looked at him angrily and said, You're talking nonsense. What's different between you and me? I haven't tasted the bitterness of love, have you ever? Have you ever encountered love? Feng Zheng smirked, put his hand on the sofa, and confidently raised his eyebrows. I haven't tasted the bitterness of love because my love is sweet. And not only have I encountered love, I am currently enjoying it. Tell me, aren't we different? What the hell? What did you say? Zhongli was so excited that he rushed forward and grabbed Feng Zheng's collar, incredulously saying, I said, why have you been acting like a peacock showing off lately? You actually got over it without telling me? Feng Zheng lazily waved away Zhang Li's hand and proudly laughed. Why are you so shocked? With this appearance, this condition, this quality, and this personality, isn't it natural to be single no more? You bastard. Zhang Li roared red-faced. What's going on? Weren't they all doing fine as playboys? How come the brothers around him were all rushing into the grave of love one after another? Good job, good job. He even thought at least he would have a fellow comrade by his side, regardless of what. As it turns out, this comrade was no longer human. At the first chance, he betrayed the organization. Zhang Li felt a sense of indignation as if he had gotten the last place in an exam. He grabbed Feng Zheng's shoulder and shook it forcefully, yet his tone sounded as if it was breaking apart. You must be lying to me, right? You're such a slick talker, heartless and unscrupulous. Why do you deserve to get a partner before me? Ha! Don't insult me. I call that sweetness and rationality. My wife loves me to death. Do you understand anything? Feng Zheng disdainfully shrugged and shook Zhang Li's hand off. He stood up and placed the final straw on Zhang Li's already shaky shoulders. Brother, you are actually pretty good as a single person. You can continue playing around, like your car racing obsession. No one will stop you from going wild. It's not like us who have partners, we are restricted. We don't need anyone to tell us, when we do something dangerous, we hold back automatically, right? Because we fear making others worry. So, being single is pretty good. Try to think positively. Go to hell. Now Zhang Li heard the bragging tone in this guy's voice clearly. He couldn't help but shiver. This is Feng Zheng. He isn't Su Chenyang, a sap. He is womanizer Feng Zheng. If he could succumb to love, does that mean love has such magical power? So, who is that woman? Is she the actress in your company? Don't say random things. Feng Zheng quickly denied, there is nothing between me and her. We are purely employer-employee relationship. Stop talking nonsense, or my wife might hear about it. She is quite jealous. His frequent mention of wife made Zhang Li sick to his stomach. He smelled it, the suffocating sourness in the air. You'd better stop boasting right after you start dating. She was just deceived by your hypocritical act. Sooner or later, she will discover your true face. Zhang Li gritted his teeth as he spoke. He absolutely refused to admit that he was feeling jealous. Rest assured, the past is the past. Now I've calmed down. I'm serious. My wife knows what kind of person I am. She is not as fussy as you think. Pfft. Zhang Li spat in disgust. The sight of his own brother's beaming face was simply too ugly to bear, so he leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes, asking dejectedly, so, who is she? You've been showing off for so long, but don't you plan to let me meet her? I'm afraid I might scare you if I tell you. Go to hell. Can a humanoid robot even scare me? Oh, he's Brother Feng. Feng Zheng's calm sentence felt like a thunderclap that startled Zhang Li into jumping up from the sofa. You mean? Feng. Brother? Feng Zheng knew this would be his reaction. He nodded calmly. Yeah, are you dumbfounded? Not really, let me sort this out. Zhang Li waved his hands in shock, his eyes darting wildly. There's only one Brother Feng we both know, right? Wait, Brother Feng. Zhang Li paused, his tone difficult. He's a man, right? Or what? Feng Zheng rolled his eyes at him. Does he look like a woman to you? He doesn't, not at all. Zhang Li was utterly stunned. He stared blankly at Feng Zheng, suddenly clutching his chest tightly as he stuttered. So you're also. What? Me what? Feng Zheng knew this dimwit could sometimes have wild thoughts. He stepped back, looking disdainfully at Zhang Li, saying, don't fantasize about me like that. Would I ever fancy someone like you? You'd better not. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Zhang Li huddled helplessly in the corner of the sofa, his eyes glazing over. How come you all end up liking men? Should I try finding a guy too? No way. Definitely not. Feng Zheng immediately stopped the fool. You should stop now. This is an exception, truly, because my wife is charming. My nature is still inclined towards women, so you shouldn't even consider it. But what if? There's no such what if. Don't think I don't know you. Feng Zheng feared that this silly buddy might actually start seeking men due to his influence. He knew that with women, his buddy wouldn't get hurt, but with men, it wasn't guaranteed. He didn't want to harm his brother this way. Fortunately, Zhang Li seemed to mention it casually, and soon stopped obsessing about this issue. He instead struggled to accept the fact that his good brother found a partner, a man, moreover, someone like Mr. N. So, since you found your significant other, we should at least share a meal together, right? Why don't you give Mr. N a call? Today, I'll foot the bill, let's reintroduce each other properly. Sure, no problem. Feng Zheng took out his phone and dialed N Feng's number. As soon as the call connected, no one answered, then it got cut off. Feng Zheng stared at the phone screen, baffled. What's wrong? No one picked up. It's not that, maybe he accidentally pressed the wrong button. Feng Zheng tried calling again. This time, it sounded different. Beep 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 beep. That harsh mechanical tone left Feng Jing dumbfounded. What? Had he been blocked by his wife? Chapter 184, Little Feng's Pursuit of His Wife, Part 2. No way, this is too sudden. Everything was fine before, wasn't it? Feng Jing couldn't make sense of it no matter how he thought about it. However, the reality was right in front of him. He belatedly realized that Brother Feng might not have planned to be with him. So it turned out he was used that day. Feng Jing's face immediately turned ashen. Seeing his expression, Zhongli suddenly became excited. Hey, what's wrong? Did you have an argument? Feng Jing gave a forced smile and pulled at the corners of his mouth. It's none of your business. I've got something to do. I'll talk to you later. I'm leaving. Zhongli shouted after him with amusement. Don't go. Why are you in such a rush? It's not like your wife left you, did she? Shut up. Feng Jing didn't have time to banter with Zhongli. He grabbed the car keys on the table and strode off. He walked bravely along the way, determined to claim justice for himself. However, as soon as he arrived in front of Feng's house, all the confidence he had suddenly melted away. He stood at the door, repeatedly going over the events between him and Feng. After much deliberation, he felt that his only mistake was recognizing his feelings slightly late, and he hadn't done anything unforgivably evil. Moreover, he worked hard serving Feng for several hours that day. If nothing else, his effort deserved recognition, but Feng had just turned his back on him so easily. Thus, he believed he had the upper hand. Once he understood this, Feng Jing finally regained some confidence. He straightened his tie, then knocked on the door. Who's there? Song Qing opened the door, sticking her head out. Feng Jing extended his hand, smiling mischievously as he introduced himself. Oh, cousin, hello. We haven't formally met yet, have we? Let me introduce myself, I'm Feng Jing, your brother's boyfriend. You can just call me Jing. Upon hearing this introduction, Song Qing recognized Feng Jing immediately. That day, he waited outside for a long time but never saw anyone come out. When he met his brother later, his brother looked thoroughly refreshed, struggling even to stand properly. Frankly speaking, Song Qing was extremely shocked at the time. He never imagined that his brother, who seemed so manly, would actually be in the subordinate position. He had asked his brother repeatedly, but his brother wouldn't tell him who the man was. Now, he had finally found the culprit. He looked Feng Jing up and down critically. This guy was familiar, he was Mr. Chu's friend. He looked quite handsome, big eyes, high nose bridge, full forehead, glossy earlobes, clearly someone blessed with fortune. However, his smile was a bit sleazy, and his attire somewhat flashy. In short, he didn't seem very reliable. Song Qing inwardly marveled that his brother, who appeared so proper, could take such a fancy. He extended his hand politely to shake hands with Feng Jing. Mr. Jing, hello. My name is Song Qing. Feng Jing glanced inside the courtyard, asking, Little Song, where is your brother? Oh, my brother has been sick these past 2 days. He's resting now. What? He's sick. When did this happen? As soon as Feng Jing heard that Feng was ill, he quickly entered the courtyard, anxiously heading towards Feng's bedroom. Upon hearing this, Song Qing felt Feng Jing was even less dependable. What kind of boyfriend doesn't know that his partner has been sick for nearly 3 days? My brother didn't seem in a good mood the other day. He drank alone in the yard and caught a cold after sitting in the wind for a while. Didn't he tell you? Feng Jing hesitated for a moment, not in a good mood. Yeah. In fact, he has been unhappy since coming back from the wedding. After finishing, Song Qing realized something belatedly. He looked at Feng Jing and said, could it be related to you? Did you hurt my brother? How could that be? We're fine together. Don't overthink it. Feng Jing quickened his steps, reaching the doorway of Feng's room within a few strides. He stopped, turned around, and whispered to Song Qing, Cousin, go ahead and do what you need to do. Your brother is under my care. Oh, Song Qing agreed but didn't leave. He stood there with crossed arms, resembling a gatekeeper. Feng Jing knew that his image in his cousin's mind probably wasn't great. Embarrassed, he touched his nose and gently pushed open the door. Inside, it was dim. Feng lay on the bed, still asleep. He took a glance and then quietly asked, How is your brother now? Has a doctor seen him? Yes, the fever is gone, but he doesn't have much appetite. He hasn't eaten much today. Hearing this, Feng Jing furrowed his brows. Not eating won't do. Is there any food at home? There is. The anti-cooked porridge which has been kept warm on the stove. Then could you bring another bowl? I'll feed him some. All right. Song Qing turned and went to the kitchen. Feng Jing turned around, tiptoed quietly, and sat down by Feng's bedside. Feng had buried half of his face in the blanket. His complexion still bore a sickly flush, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. Even in sleep, his eyebrows remained furrowed, making him appear quite uncomfortable. Feng Jing gently pressed his fingers against Feng's furrowed brow. A weak slap landed on his hand, followed by Feng's irritable nasal voice. What are you touching? You're awake. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Jing grabbed Feng's hand. There was a mix of complaint and awkward tenderness in his tone as he said, "Brother Feng, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you tell me you were sick?" Hearing Feng Zheng's voice, Feng's emotions became complex. He kept his eyes closed because he hadn't decided yet with what kind of attitude he should face Feng Zheng. If he said he didn't want to see Feng Zheng, that would definitely be self-deception. However, after days of contemplation, he still believed there was no future for him and Feng Zheng together. Feng Zheng was a straight man, and Feng was very clear about that. Even though the other day he declared confidently that he had bent, sexual orientation was something deeply rooted, and how could it be easily swayed? Without putting much effort into finding out, Feng already knew many rumors about Feng Zheng's past. Feng Zheng was youthful and full of energy, good-looking, came from a wealthy family, but also intelligent and capable. Moreover, he had an excellent personality, making their interactions pleasant and easy. Such a high-quality rich second-generation person would naturally have plenty of admirers willing to throw themselves at him, regardless of any uncertain future. Feng Zheng indeed had the capital to play the field among lovers. This type of person was originally not the one Feng would fall for, yet he couldn't explain exactly which part of Feng Zheng had drawn him in. In short, it had made him lose his heart. His heart had been like still water for several years, but now this sudden infatuation felt more like an old house catching fire. At first, he intended to forcibly extinguish this flame, but then Feng Zheng came looking for him again. The boy was rather skilled at wearing him down, saying flattering things that he actually listened to, leaving Feng unable to defend himself. Those few hours of warmth on the island were truly wonderful. He had even begun to faintly experience the kind of happiness Zhou Mo had once described to him. But so what? Feng Zheng wasn't Chu Tian. He was someone without a fixed nature, while Feng himself was no longer young. The realization of one's aging comes in an instant. When Feng found himself hesitating about love and unwilling to take the initiative anymore, he knew he wasn't young anymore. In his youth, he could afford the time to waste and love extravagantly, but now, he couldn't do that. Rather than seeking excitement, he desired stability instead. However, obviously, Feng Zheng couldn't provide him with that. Keeping his eyes closed, Feng responded calmly, "Why should I tell you? Who are you to me anyway?" Chapter 185 Extra, Little Feng's Wife Chasing Road 3. Upon hearing Feng Zheng's words, he was immediately dissatisfied. "Hey! What are you talking about? Brother Feng, I tried my best that day, and you even promised to make me official after we slept together. We can't break promises like this. Don't make me really put up banners. Put it up if you want, don't bother me." Feng finished speaking and turned over directly, facing away from Feng Zheng. This attitude left Feng Zheng dumbfounded. It wasn't like this when Feng initially turned him straight. Back then, Feng was humorous, considerate, and always attentive to him, looking at him with eyes that seemed to have hooks pulling him in all the time. What's going on now? He didn't become a treasure yet, but he was already treated as trash. Feng Zheng couldn't bear it anymore and turned Feng over, lightly pinching his chin and gritting his teeth. "What do you mean, Brother Feng? Are you playing games with me?" The noise woke Feng up from his sleepiness. He finally opened his eyes. Looking at Feng Zheng's flushed handsome face, although his tone was still weak, his words were firm. "What? Isn't your famous name known outside? Can you not handle such games?" "What fame? Who told you what?" The degree of Feng Zheng's voice had weakened significantly. Feng coldly snorted once and turned his head while saying weakly, "I'm not that free." Feng Zheng let out a sigh of relief. "Then what do you mean? Didn't we clarify everything the other day?" At this point, Feng's headache was almost unbearable. But Feng Zheng kept nagging incessantly by his ear, making his irritation rise even further. He sighed heavily, turning to look at Feng Zheng and said slowly, "I don't want to talk about these things right now. I'm sick. Can you be quiet for a moment?" After hearing this, Feng Zheng became slightly nervous, and his next sentence came out much quieter. "I didn't mean to disturb you. Why didn't you tell me you're sick and joke around like that? Hey, why did you block my call just now?" Even though Feng Zheng blabbered on, Feng didn't respond at all and simply closed his eyes again to continue sleeping. Seeing this, Feng Zheng obediently shut his mouth. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door twice, and Feng Zheng got up to open it. Song Qing was outside holding hot porridge prepared to enter. "Porridge is here. Is my brother awake?" "Awake, give it to me, I'll feed him." Feng Zheng took the bowl directly from Song Qing, smiled, and said, "You go busy yourself. Having me here is enough." Song Qing glanced at Feng inside the room. Since Feng didn't say anything, he also smartly retreated from the room. After closing the door, Feng Zheng placed the porridge on the bedside table. As the porridge was still scorching hot, he planned to let Feng rest a little first and wait for the porridge to cool before feeding him. Hearing their conversation, Feng turned his back toward Feng Zheng and spoke, "Leave the porridge there, I'll eat it later by myself." "I'm fine, you can leave." "How can I leave? You're sick, I should definitely stay with you." When Feng Zheng heard Feng asking him to leave, he felt quite uncomfortable. This was when people were most vulnerable when they were sick. Generally, everyone would wish for their loved ones to be by their side. Wasn't it like how Big Brother Chu got won over because he was taken care of by someone powerful during his illness? So what was up with Brother Feng now? He personally came here and was being driven away. Could it be that he was still mad at him? Feng Zheng had never sincerely liked anyone before. When his dating partner had any conflicts, he would buy them a bag or some jewelry, which worked like magic medicine. However, this trick clearly didn't work on Feng. Although Feng Zheng usually understood how to guide others perfectly, love truly hit him personally when he realized he was completely lost, suddenly turning from an experienced flirt into an amateur boy. He approached Feng, hugged him from behind, and Feng slightly raised his shoulders, but without any intention to escape. With a solid embrace, Feng Zheng's heart finally calmed down a bit. He used to know that relationships would bring insecurities, so he avoided having one. He didn't want his emotions controlled by others, but he ultimately couldn't escape. Now he was helplessly falling deeper into it. Sigh. He deliberately sighed close to Feng's ear, but Feng ignored him. Feng Zheng didn't continue disturbing him. Instead, he embraced Feng silently, letting his gaze fall on the void as he drifted off into deep thoughts. Now his mood was actually pretty complicated too. Holding the person he liked in his arms felt indeed good. The feelings he had when he thought he and Feng were already together days ago were truly sweet. But inexplicably, he also felt somewhat uneasy inside. Su Chenyang had gone to great lengths for Brother Chu. Now he had brought himself down, losing everything. His love was indeed dramatic, but it left their onlooker friends with psychological scars. Love, without a doubt, this is a beautiful word. But this word needs a lot of things to support it. Like time, like money, and also patience, loyalty, responsibility, and the future. Of these things, some he had, some he didn't. Therefore, he had always been very self-aware and had never meddled in such affairs before. But now, unable to resist, he dipped his toes into the waters of love. Only after taking just a few steps, he felt a little at a loss. He had never properly dated anyone, and he didn't know how people in love should interact. For instance, if the person you love ignores you, what should you do to please them? It was truly troublesome, and if it were earlier times, Feng Zheng would have long since said goodbye to that person. But now, despite Feng showing not a shred of good attitude toward him and speaking not a single kind word, Feng Zheng still did not want to leave. Feng wasn't soft when held, he was nothing like the women who were typically delicate and gentle. Yet strangely enough, Feng Zheng thought of him as equally fragile as those small and frail-looking women. Was it because he was sick? Feng Zheng placed his hand on Feng's forehead and carefully gauged his temperature. Feng's eyes twitched slightly. He still did not open them, nor did he say anything to ruin the mood. The warmth from Feng Zheng's palm was somewhat distant to Feng, because his mind was now particularly confused. He merely thought Feng Zheng's hand felt a bit like cotton that had been thoroughly warmed by the sun, soft, fragrant, and calming. This situation was quite terrible, because his rational mind wanted to reject, but his body couldn't. His body was far more honest than him. It yearned for an embrace, yearned for gentle touches, and yearned for Feng Zheng's scent. Feng mockingly curled his lips and silently cursed himself for becoming increasingly incapable, unable to resist even such a warm temptation. Feng Gu, why is your forehead still so hot? Have you taken any medicine? The deliberately lowered voice of Feng Zheng sounded unnaturally gentle, prompting Feng to involuntarily open his eyes and turn his head to look at Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng hadn't expected him to suddenly turn around. Staring into Feng's big, watery eyes, his heart immediately softened. He suddenly laughed, Brother Feng, don't talk nonsense. You're looking amazing right now. If we go out together, others might think I'm the one seeking youth instead. Upon hearing this, Feng's body tensed momentarily before breaking into laughter. However, his laugh carried a hint of coolness, so according to you, I'm just an old cow, am I? That's not what I meant. Don't overthink it. Feng Zheng realized what he'd said wrong and hurriedly tried to mend things. What I mean is, your eyes are especially beautiful. In the future, stop keeping long hair, this way suits you much better. Feng's tone became sharp, I love long hair. What's it got to do with you? Feng Zheng froze for a moment, and upon seeing his reaction, Feng closed his eyes and stopped talking. The atmosphere between them immediately grew cold. Chapter 186 Epilogue, Xiao Feng's Wife-Chasing Journey 4. Feng, who always spoke with a sharp tongue, made Feng Zheng feel a bit unaccustomed. He now profoundly missed the previous Feng who had been the one to take initiative. At least back then, their interactions did not require him to exert any effort. At that time, Feng was cheerful and talkative. He treated Feng Zheng like a younger generation member under his care. He would cook delicious meals for him, help analyze issues when he encountered problems, point out directions, initiate kisses voluntarily, and pull him into some passionate affairs, giving him the sense of being guided by an elder. Things were different now. Feng was no longer willing to lead him, so Feng Zheng could only fumble around blindly. Hey, Brother Feng, calm down. I'm not good with words. Can't I just stop talking? Feng Zheng smiled in an appeasing manner while moving closer as if preparing to kiss Feng. Feng turned his head away to avoid it. Leave me alone. I'm still sick. I know. What do you think I am? I'm not going to do anything. Just kissing you should be fine, right? Feng Zheng shamelessly moved forward again, ignoring Feng's evasions as he planted a kiss on his lips. After the kiss, he smacked his lips and commented, "Wow, your stubble is getting pretty thick. It's time to shave." The speaker had no intention, but the listener was affected. And Feng discovered he was particularly mindful of the gender that Feng Zheng had once belittled him about. With a cold laugh, he said, "What, have you just realized now that I'm a man who grows a beard? Does it disgust you? Hey, that's not what I meant. If I really cared, why would I still kiss you?" Feng Zheng truly didn't understand the current situation. Why was everything he said wrong? Didn't Feng dislike him this much? He sat up and looked at Feng, saying somewhat dejectedly, "Brother Feng, what exactly do you mean now? Why do I feel like you're so repulsed by me?" Feng also felt a bit confused about how he had become so sensitive and awkward. He thought himself quite unreasonable. Not just Feng Zheng, even he felt how delicate he had become lately, as if whatever Feng Zheng said seemed like disdain towards him. He detested this version of himself. What's the point of dating anyway? Shouldn't it bring joy and happiness? But before their romance had even begun, he had already started losing confidence and becoming overly cautious. Was there any need for such feelings to begin at all? To hesitate when one should act decisively invites disorder. Being indecisive was not how he conducted his affairs. He deeply inhaled, not daring to look Feng Zheng in the eyes. Instead, he turned away and said, "If you know that, well, Xiao Feng, it was wrong of me to flirt with you earlier. I apologize. But clearly, we two aren't suited for each other. Let's not waste each other's time. You should continue being straight and go ahead being your playboy." "What do you mean?" Feng Zheng forcibly turned Feng's body toward him. No longer playful, he angrily shouted, albeit with a sense of wronged feeling, "What kind of person do you take me for? I've already been seduced by you to bend like coiled mosquito coils. Now you tell me to be straight. What the hell did you do all those times? Feng, what are you so damn awkward about?" Feng's head became dizzier from being shaken by Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng's furious breath sprayed onto his forehead, making him feel even hotter. He wanted to turn his head away, but Feng Zheng wouldn't let him. He used his hand to firmly grip Feng's chin, forcing him to face him. "Why do you keep dodging? Feeling guilty? Enough. Are you done yet? I said it doesn't work between us, and that's that. Go to hell." Feng forcefully swatted Feng Zheng's hands away, almost exhausting all his remaining strength with this action. Lying in bed, he panted heavily. Feng Zheng instinctively wanted to support him when he saw his condition, but remembering the hurtful words Feng had spoken, he retracted his hand. He had never been told to leave so rudely before, as if he were some irritating fly. Yes, he liked Feng, but Feng's attitude towards him had severely wounded his pride. If this was the inevitable accompaniment of enjoying the pleasure of dating, then he evidently wasn't cut out for love after all. Even though after seeing the relationship between Chu Tian and Zhou Mo, he had longed for a stable, harmonious relationship similar to theirs. But everyone has their own fate. He might simply be born unsuitable for falling deeply in love. Anyway, he could never cling to someone desperately like Su Chenyang, gambling away everything for so-called love. He had tried cautiously handing over his heart, but it was cast aside immediately. That was that. Feng Zheng didn't understand why Feng suddenly changed his mind, but he no longer cared to know. Anyway, he thought this situation was quite disheartening. "Fine, rest assured, I'm not someone who will harass you endlessly." Feng Zheng didn't say anything more. Instead, he quietly got up from the bed and silently put on the suit lying next to him. Upon hearing his movements, Feng's heart suddenly jolted painfully, causing his stomach to spasm along with it. He knew that Feng Zheng should be giving up now, which was originally what he wanted. But he couldn't feel any joy about it. This time of letting go seemed much more painful than the last. Why? Was it because of Feng Zheng's casual mention of liking him? A playboy who flirted in every bar, how could one little comment from him actually get inside Feng's head when he was already this age? Feng recalled all the rich romantic history of Feng Zheng before now. This, must have been said to countless others, but none stayed by his side for over 2 months. That was Feng Zheng's view on love. What Feng wanted, Feng Zheng simply did not have. So, cutting losses early was the right thing to do. Feng kept convincing himself in his mind, yet his ears involuntarily picked up every sound Feng Zheng made. By the time Feng Zheng dressed, he had readjusted his mood. It was just ending a relationship after all, he'd done this so many times before. Though this time, he'd invested some feelings, there was nothing unusual. It wasn't a big deal, losing love. Whenever he snapped his fingers, people were ready to accompany him again. He shouldn't embarrass himself by lingering here like this. He finished putting on his clothes, looked at the back of Feng's head, and opened his mouth several times as if wanting to say something. In the end, however, he only faintly spoke, "Brother Feng, whether you believe me or not, I originally planned to seriously date you this time, like Brother Chu and Mr. Zhou. I was aiming for marriage. Didn't expect to be toyed with by you, looks like I'm still too young." He bitterly laughed and immediately turned around, refusing to look at Feng anymore. Feng listened quietly as Feng Zheng's footsteps grew increasingly distant until they stopped by the doorway. He instinctively slowed his breathing. Feng Zhang's steps merely paused for a second, then the door opened, and he walked out without hesitation. The door closed, and the bedroom fell silent once again. And Feng faintly heard Song Qing speaking to Feng Zhang. "Brother Zhang, why are you leaving so fast?" "Oh, I've got something to take care of. See ya, little Song." Song Qing's tone carried a touch of discontent. "Eh? What about my brother? Aren't you his boyfriend? He's sick. Is there really anything more important than taking care of him?" "It's not true." "Huh? What? I'm not his boyfriend. Just kidding with you earlier. Anyway, I really have things to do, gotta go." "Eh? Wait, what do you mean?" Their voices gradually faded as they moved further away. And Feng could dimly hear Song Qing shouting at Feng Zhang. But soon, the noise ceased. Feng Zhang should have left entirely. This way was good. Without hope, there wouldn't be disappointment. And Feng exhaled a long breath. But this sigh seemed to be pulling directly from his vital essence, wrenching at his heart as it came out. He closed his eyes, forcing his mind to blank out and stop thinking about anything. Once a decision was made, there should be no regrets. Chapter 187, Little Feng's Wife Chasing Journey 5. Feng Zhang experienced his first breakup, and he was depressed for several days. But Zhongli, that clueless fool, kept asking him when Brother Feng would have time to eat together. Annoyed, Feng Zhang simply told him he'd been dumped. At first, Feng Zhang thought Zhongli would laugh at him. Unexpectedly, Zhongli patted his shoulder and consoled him. "It's fine, buddy. We're still young. Fate can't be rushed. We should eat and drink as we normally do. You're the son of the Feng group, dating isn't any harder than breathing, right?" Feng Zhang lazily leaned on the armchair and said, "Oh, so you've changed today. Surprisingly, you know how to console someone." "What are you talking about? Don't I always care?" Zhongli exclaimed. Feng Zhang stared at his face with an understanding expression. "TCH, okay, you've set the stage enough. So, who caught your eye this time?" "Ah. Truly my brother, there's nothing you don't see through." Zhongli laughed, hugging Feng Zhang's shoulders roughly. "Hey, a new girl just joined your company. She looks quite cold but acted in a recent fantasy drama. What was her name?" "Feng Ran. I think she's special. Could you introduce us?" "Knew it, you're up to no good." Feng Zhang rolled his eyes and refused outright. "Forget it. She was signed personally by Shen Hui. He has high hopes for her and plans to push her hard next. Don't go messing around with her, got it?" "What do you mean messing?" Zhongli wasn't pleased. "This time, I'm serious." For the 10,000th and first time, Feng Zhang didn't even bother to comment on his seriousness. He turned away, unwilling to deal with him further. "If I say no, then it's no. Now go away, I'm busy here." "Not like this. Are you even my friend?" Zhongli circled in front of Feng Zhang and tried desperately to let him see the sincerity in his eyes. "Let me tell you, this time I'm genuinely smitten. I feel she's my destined other half. This concerns a brother's lifelong matter. You shouldn't disrupt this pair. Or I'll get mad." "I wish." Feng Zhang pushed him away irritably. "All these lines of yours. I'm tired of them. Can't you come up with something fresh?" Zhongli became agitated. "You're being too hasty. Maybe I messed things up in the past, but this time I'm truly smitten. Why should you dismiss me because of what happened before? It's unfair to me." His words made Feng Zhang pause momentarily. The sudden depression swept over him swiftly, accompanied by a vague sense of injustice. His mood plummeted instantly. He looked at Zhongli expressionlessly and asked, "This time, are you really serious?" Zhongli quickly raised his hand and swore, "I swear, I am totally serious this time." "So, are you going to help or not?" "Fine. I'll ask her." Zhongli brightened up immediately. "Great. Then tonight, how about it? Let's organize a small gathering and all of us relax together." Feng Zhang cooled his excitement promptly. "Don't celebrate prematurely. I'm just responsible for passing on the message. Whether she comes or not is up to her. My company isn't involved in pimping, alright? I know. Just tell her. I don't have any frivolous intentions. It's merely inviting her for dinner. If she's worried, she can bring some friends. I don't mind." This time, it seemed like his brother was somewhat serious. Feng Zhang teased him. "Alright, you're pretty considerate now." "That's true. I already told you I'm serious this time." Having achieved his purpose, Zhongli bid farewell efficiently. "Then you keep busy, remember to ask her later for me. I'll take off first." "Alright." After Zhongli left, Feng Zhang sat on the chair staring out the window into the bustling capital city for a long while. Though he had many possessions, a loving family, close friends, several office buildings in the city center, and more money than he could spend. He almost possessed everything that others envied. Yet at this moment, his heart felt hollow. A subtle yet strong craving emerged from his chest, as if urging him to quickly retrieve his lost heart. He had never felt such sensations before, neither this intense longing nor the bitterness of unrequited love were familiar to him. Similar to emptiness, but much harder to fill. Is this what it feels like to be heartbroken? Feng Zheng couldn't figure it out. Why did this emotion linger so strongly? But one thing he realized clearly was that his liking for Feng might be stronger than he previously thought. He tried to review his unreasonable feelings, examining where exactly he'd lost his heart. Wherever it was lost, he would find it again from there. Recalling things, however, can be truly detrimental. It comes with a built-in beautification function, regardless of how indignant he was the day they broke up. During these past few days, all he could think about were the good sides of Feng. Feng might have been a man, but the sense of fulfillment he felt when embracing him was something that no woman had ever given him before. That feeling was like a bone-melting cotton palm, soft and light, yet capable of seeping into every one of his meridians, leaving him unable to escape. During these few days, he often couldn't help but reminisce about their brief time together. Besides remembering Feng's appearance in bed, what came to mind more vividly was the image of him cooking in the kitchen. Even though Feng always dressed rather casually, those eyes of his were simply too beautiful, with long, thick eyelashes. When he would lower his gaze while chopping vegetables, there was an ineffable softness to his downturned eyes. Softer than any woman he'd ever seen. When he smiled at him, those big eyes clearly reflected his own shadow, as if, in Feng's world, there was only him. He must have been deceived by those eyes, which led to him foolishly falling head over heels. Reality proved that in Feng's eyes, he was nothing, just a convenient massage tool to call on when needed, and to lock away once done with. Now, looking back, apart from inviting him for sex, Feng seemingly never expressed liking for him. Yet it was he himself who failed, getting bent out of shape after just a little teasing from the other guy, willingly presenting his feelings like a fool. He truly deserved to be taken advantage of. What an idiot. The more Feng Zheng thought about it, the angrier he got. His anger eventually gave way to a sense of injustice. This abstract emotion was akin to being tortured by slicing, one slow cut after another, not letting him die but making him suffer endlessly. This must be what they call love. It tempts people to take a bite with its sweet wrapping, but when you consume it, it's bitter. No wonder Su Chenyang ended up so miserably in love, acting as if he'd lost his mind. Having personally experienced it, Feng Zheng finally started to understand Su Chenyang somewhat. For people like them, who are born with everything, how could they endure the torment of unattainable desires? Even Feng Zheng himself was no exception. If the person wasn't Feng but just some ordinary chef without connections in this capital city, then he estimated he wouldn't hesitate to confine the person against his will. He wouldn't let himself be tormented by such cravings. But Feng wasn't just any ordinary chef. Not getting him meant letting go. With Su Chenyang's tragic precedent, Feng Zheng dared not allow himself to get further entangled. He even dared not to mimic Su Chenyang's self-destructive behavior. As adults, surely they shouldn't be incapable of handling heartbreak. Feng Zheng rubbed his face, forcing himself to step out of this negative state. He walked over to his desk and made a call to Secretary Jean, asking him to arrange for Feng Ran to join dinner tonight. Feng Ran quickly confirmed her availability. Feng Zheng sent a message to Zhongli, arranging for them to meet at the hotel Zhongli owned later that evening. Chapter 188, Xiao Feng's Wife Chasing Road 6. Feng had been resting at home for a few days. Although his illness had improved, he still looked listless. Song Qing was worried about him and felt that his brother seemed lifeless. It happened that a few of his friends had returned from abroad and invited him out for dinner. He thought since his friends knew the situation well and were all good-looking in their own ways, if his brother liked men, it would be better to let his friend have a try. Thus, after much cajoling, Feng finally agreed to go out with him. In the private room of the Intercontinental Hotel, Feng Zheng looked bored while Zhongli flirted with Feng Ran like a peacock displaying its tail. Zhongli was well dressed today, exuding charm in every gesture, and both Feng Ran and her girlfriends couldn't help but laugh at his jokes. In the past, he would definitely have enjoyed participating, but today he didn't seem to have any interest. Feng boss, let me offer you a toast. I hope you will continue to take care of me in the future. The speaker was one of Feng Ran's girlfriends, Chu Lan, also a newly signed artist under his company. Unlike Feng Ran's cool and composed appearance, Chu Lan was strikingly beautiful, with an excellent figure and very outgoing, naturally suited for the entertainment industry. She moved closer so that Feng Zheng could see her impressive figure clearly from his angle. Feng boss. Can you give me some face, please? She edged even closer, her hand naturally slipping onto Feng Zheng's arm. Her intentions were obvious, and Feng Zheng saw right through her. After sizing her up briefly, this woman was exactly his previous type, beautiful, considerate, skilled at socializing, and with clear purposes. She wanted what he could provide, without worrying about her clinging to him. She was perfect for passing time. But Feng Zheng found himself still not interested. Nevertheless, no matter what, he wouldn't make a young girl lose face. He still lifted his glass, clinked it against hers, and drank it down in one go. Chu Lan noticed Feng Zheng's lack of interest in her, but fortunately, Feng Zheng was gentlemanly and did not explicitly reject her. A little idea sprang up in her mind. She and Feng Ran graduated in the same year. Now, Feng Ran had become famous after filming a fantasy drama, already gaining recognition in the circle, while she had yet to seize a good opportunity. With Feng Ran now being pursued by the heir of Yao Hui Group, if she didn't work harder, she would be left further behind. And Feng Zheng was her chance. Compared to those fat, greasy middle-aged men, at least Feng Zheng was young and handsome. Although rumors said he was a bit of a playboy, he was also generous. As long as she followed him, she would certainly obtain the opportunities she wanted. Chu Lan naturally poured another drink for Feng Zheng, flattering him, "Feng boss really has a great alcohol tolerance. If I drink just 1 cup of this liquor, my head will spin." Feng Zheng gave a slight smile, "Then you shouldn't drink. Girls should be careful outside." "I know, but isn't Feng boss here? Won't you protect me?" Chu Lan looked at him with a bright smile. Feng Zheng curled his lips slightly without replying, but tipped back his head and finished off another glass. In the adjacent private room, Feng eventually realized under Song Qing's relentless persuasion why he had been invited out today. This guy saw he was heartbroken and decided to set him up on blind dates. Feng observed each of these boys in front of him, each with tender, youthful vitality radiating from them, and found himself extremely uneasy. While it wasn't true that he had never indulged in such younger relationships before, these boys were too young for him to handle. He feared it might cost him years of his life. Beside him, the youngest boy was the younger brother of one of Song Qing's friends, only just turning 19 years old. He was as delicate as a bud waiting to bloom. The boy raised his glass toward Feng, and when he smiled, his dimples made him look exceptionally adorable. "Brother Feng, I've just returned from abroad and don't have many friends. My brother is busy and doesn't have time to accompany me. In the future, can I come find you to hang out?" Feng smiled as he clinked his glass against his. "Of course." He then turned the glass toward others, saying, "You're welcome to visit too. I'm decent at cooking, I'll treat you to my food someday." Song Qing seized the opportunity to promote his brother. "Yes, my brother is the descendant of an imperial chef. His meals will leave a lasting impression once you taste them." Naturally, everyone else joined in with compliments. "Wow, Brother Feng, I didn't expect you to have such a distinguished background. Your food must be amazing. I'm looking forward to it already." The boy's eyes brimmed with sincere admiration, and his smiles exuded youthful energy, making their interaction pleasant. Feng was happy to make a new friend. "Next time you have free time, come over." "Great. I'll definitely come. Brother Feng, I propose a toast to you." After saying this, the young boy was about to drink the wine in his cup in one go. Feng directly took the glass from his hand and poured its content into his own. "Drink less alcohol, kid. You should have some tea instead. I'll do it for you." "Oh." The young boy obediently agreed, his bright eyes glistening as he looked at Feng, resembling a little dog yearning for its master's caress. When Feng met his gaze, an ominous feeling surfaced in his heart. He subtly increased the distance between them, yet the young boy seemingly didn't understand his implication and brazenly edged closer. Moreover, his brother had adopted an indifferent attitude towards it all. Feng couldn't deal with him anymore and excused himself, saying he would go outside for a cigarette. At the end of the corridor outside the private room, there was a viewing terrace where one could overlook the central area of the capital. Feng lit a cigarette and quietly smoked. Not long after, he heard the voice of the young boy calling from afar. "Brother Feng. Are you here?" Feng turned around and saw the young boy approaching him. "Brother Feng. I'm here to keep you company." This child truly acted proactively, making it difficult to fend off. Feng put the cigarette behind his back and said, "Why did you come? It's all secondhand smoke here. Don't let it affect you. Go back inside." "It's fine, I actually smoke too." Qi Rui grinned and walked up to Feng, stretching out his hand. "Brother Feng, give me one too." Feng didn't comply. "Does your brother know you smoke?" "He knows. I'm already 19 years old, I'm an adult. Smoking is not a problem. Brother Feng, don't treat me like a child." "Alright then." Feng didn't say more and handed a cigarette over to Qi Rui. After receiving the cigarette, Qi Rui placed it in his mouth and then boldly moved closer to Feng, intending to light it with the cigarette he had in his mouth. Living abroad really made this kid a bit hard to handle. Feng took a step back and removed the cigarette from his mouth, saying, "No need. I have a lighter." "Huh, Brother Feng, why are you so funny? I won't eat you." Qi Rui laughed uncontrollably, leaning forward and slightly resting on Feng's chest, as if unable to straighten up due to laughter. Feng was caught in a dilemma, whether to push or not to push, when suddenly a somewhat sarcastic voice emerged beside them. "Hey you two, even when you're dating, you should pay attention to the occasion. There are still other people around here." Chapter 189, Xiaofeng's Wife Chasing Road 7. At the sound of this voice, Feng's body stiffened momentarily, and the two of them looked over in its direction. In the night, Feng Zheng was wearing a wine-red suit, handsome and dashing. No one knew when he had arrived, and he was lazily sitting on the corner-round sofa resting. Seeing Feng looking over, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, but there was not a trace of humor in his eyes. "Brother Feng, are you feeling better?" All of them were decent individuals with good reputations, even if they couldn't be lovers, things shouldn't get too ugly. Therefore, appearances had to be maintained. Feng also smiled and said, "Thanks for your concern, I'm almost fully recovered." He took a puff of his cigarette, the swirling smoke obscuring his emotions as he casually leaned his hand on the railing and laughed, saying, "What a coincidence, here to eat." Indeed, what a coincidence. Feng Zheng stood up and slowly walked toward Anfeng. Anfeng instinctively slowed his breathing. When the two were only a step apart, he forgot how to breathe altogether. After several days without seeing each other, Feng Zheng seemed to have lost some weight, his demeanor slightly dispirited, unlike the jovial Xiao Feng who used to love making jokes. Watching him like this, Anfeng felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He couldn't clearly explain what it was about Feng Zheng that attracted him, but whenever this person was around, he just felt different from everyone else. Not until this person stood in front of him again did he realize that infatuation with someone could happen repeatedly. He was the special one. Even though Anfeng had already decided to let go before, now feeling Feng Zheng's presence, his breathing and heart rate became uncontrollably erratic. Like an old house catching fire, it spread rapidly. He hid his hands behind his back and clenched his fists tightly. "Who is this? Your new boyfriend?" Feng Zheng stopped walking after reaching the two of them. He glanced at Qi Rui beside him with obvious scrutiny, as if examining some marked for sale item. He then joked sarcastically, "So you like this kind of young boys? He looks so refined. Can he satisfy you?" Though Feng Zheng was smiling, every word he spoke was barbed. After finishing, he took another step toward Qi Rui, causing Qi Rui to frown. Seeing this, Anfeng stepped forward to block Qi Rui from Feng Zheng, fearing that Feng Zheng would say something nasty to Qi Rui. The pungent smell of alcohol emanated strongly from Feng Zheng. They were at fault when they separated, so it wasn't unreasonable for Feng Zheng to throw a few barbs at him. However, their issues should not involve innocent third parties. "This doesn't concern you. You're drunk, go rest early." Anfeng's protective action towards Qi Rui pierced Feng Zheng's heart sharply. His hand, inside his pocket, clenched into a tight fist. It was all for naught that Feng Zheng drowned his sorrows in drink tonight. Over these past days, he had neither eaten nor drank well. But look at Anfeng, turning around and cozying up with some young pretty boy right away. Making him look like a joke. Feng Zheng mocked with a bitter smile, eyeing Anfeng warily and replying politely, "Much appreciated for your concern, but no trouble, please move aside." Anfeng was slightly taken aback and stepped aside accordingly. Feng Zheng strolled by the two, hands in his pockets, posture upright, showing no attachment as he walked past and left. Anfeng stared at Feng Zheng's retreating figure somewhat absent-mindedly. "Brother Feng, who's that? Why is his attitude so strange?" Qi Rui curiously asked. "A friend." Anfeng had no mood for conversation. He turned around and gazed at the night scenery outside. Then, from afar, came the enchanting voice of a woman. "Director Feng, I was just about to come find you. Ran and Director Zhang are going to sing karaoke. Director Zhang mentioned that you're drunk, so he got you a room to rest. Shall I accompany you there?" Then came Feng Zheng's voice, "No need, I can manage myself. You go along with them and enjoy yourselves. Let's call it quits. I'm also drunk, my head feels dizzy. I'll stay and rest here for the night. Come on, I've got your room card. Let me escort you there." This woman was so forward, and her intent didn't elude Anfeng as soon as he heard it. Someone like Feng Zheng, a carefree playboy who had been through countless relationships, surely understood it all too well. "Brother Feng, where's your lighter? Could you lend it to me for a moment?" Anfeng tightly squeezed the cigarette between his fingers, all his focus fixed on waiting for Feng Zheng's response. He didn't even hear Qi Rui calling his name. There was a fleeting silence in the corridor, then Feng Zheng's light laughter followed. "All right then, let's go." He agreed. Unable to control himself, Anfeng crushed the cigarette harshly into a lump. "Hey! Brother Feng! Your hand! Let go quickly." Qi Rui hurriedly pried open Anfeng's hand. Anfeng snapped back to his senses and only then realized that the palm of his hand had been burned red by the cigarette. The fiery pain spread from his palm, yet this little ache could not rouse his numb, cold body. The moment he heard Feng Zheng's reply, he instantly regretted it, so much that it hurt his gut. He had finally opened his heart to someone, but because of his hesitation and fear of loss, he had driven him away with his own hands. And then? Was this current outcome really what he wanted to see? Cutting off any possibility of tragedy happening seemed noble in theory, but wasn't the result he ended up with now just as tragic and laughable? Qi Rui was still yelling about going to the hospital, but Anfeng couldn't hear any of it. His heart had already followed Feng Zheng and that woman far away. Are they in the room right now? What are they doing, right now? Anfeng helplessly imagined in his mind the intertwined kissing scene between Feng Zheng and that woman. He pulled his hand back, standing there motionless like a lost soul. Qi Rui figured out that the man earlier had made him act so abnormally. He cautiously asked, "Brother Feng, were you and that man lovers?" The word lovers stunned Anfeng. He didn't know if he and Feng Zheng could ever be considered to have had such an intimate relationship. He stared at the corridor without speaking. Qi Rui continued, "That person seems to be heading for a hotel room with another woman, Brother Feng. Aren't you going to do something? Do something?" Anfeng repeated slowly and deeply. Yes, Chi Rui's lips drooped slightly in disappointment. Although I don't want you to follow them, it seems like you're really upset. If you don't follow, I'm sure you'll regret it when you go home. Do you think I will? Yes. Chi Rui circled around to stand in front of Anfeng, grinning at him and saying, my mom said, the world indeed doesn't lack people, but everyone is unique. If you want something unique, you have to hold on to it tightly so that no one can take it before you. Because once it belongs to someone else, you won't find another one even if you search the entire universe. After Chi Rui finished speaking, he winked mischievously, sounds very regrettable, doesn't it? Chapter 190, Xiaofeng's Pursuit Road 8. Anfeng stood motionless for a long time, then smiled bitterly and said, it is quite regretful. Then why don't you chase after him? Anfeng hesitated. Indeed, he wanted to chase, but he felt like he had no qualifications to do so. It was he who first provoked Fengzheng, and it was he who first cowardly gave up. There were never any shortages of people around Fengzheng, there was no reason for him to still be waiting after being played with by himself. Besides, even if he did chase, what would be the result? Even if Fengzheng was willing to accompany him again for a while, how long could Fengzheng persist? Judging by the speed at which Fengzheng changed lovers, Anfeng estimated that it would be fresh for at most 2 months. The end result remained unsolvable, why bother entangling repeatedly? Seeing his constant hesitation, Chi Rui sighed, then pulled Anfeng's hand and started running forward. Anfeng's soul was wandering aimlessly, and he was easily dragged away. Of course, he could resist. Chi Rui was thin and small, and would definitely not be his match. However, he knew what Chi Rui intended to do, and he did not want to resist. Just pretend that he was forced, without any alternative, give himself an excuse. He had to admit, his heart was fluttering due to this helplessness. Chi Rui pulled him quickly to the elevator entrance. One elevator displayed that it was on the 17th floor. Chi Rui pulled Anfeng into another elevator. They soon arrived on the 17th floor. On both sides of the long corridor were distributed 8 rooms. Chi Rui looked at the closed doors one by one with some distress. Oh dear, they didn't say which room they were staying in, how are we supposed to find them? By this point, Anfeng's rationality came back online. However, his rationality and his emotions were strongly in disagreement, engaging in a fierce debate. Rationality urged him to leave quickly, without looking back. But his heart held him firmly in place. He couldn't move his feet, he couldn't leave. This was the feeling of liking someone. You can't see hope, yet you still sink into it while remaining awake. Anfeng took out another cigarette from his pocket, placed it in his mouth, but did not light it. His heart was in turmoil. Today, he was very off, no, ever since he fell in love with Fengzheng, he had been very off, becoming less and less like himself. When did he ever become so timid? When did he ever not dare to fight for what he wanted? Is the person standing before me now still Anfeng? At this moment, he once again recalled the words Zhou Mo had once said to him. When you meet someone you like, don't shrink back, because you don't know if this might be the last time your heart beats. Yes, what if? What if this really was the last time his heart beats? And the person had already agreed, only to be pushed away by himself. In the rest of his life, how much regret would he have? Anfeng took the cigarette out of his mouth and crumpled it in his palm, accidentally poking the wound on his palm. The pain made him shiver. Chi Rui seemed to have already become disappointed by his weakness, as he actually started knocking on each door one by one. Sorry, I'm looking for my friend, I seem to have remembered the wrong room number, sorry for the disturbance. During the time Anfeng was in a daze, he had already tried 2 rooms. When he knocked on the 3rd door, a familiar voice came from inside, who is it? Anfeng's steps moved involuntarily. By the time he realized it, he was already at the door, his breathing and heartbeat fluctuating restlessly, waiting, fearing. He noticed Chi Rui looking at him from the corner of his eye, and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed about being seen as a joke by a kid. Chi Rui saw him like this, covered his mouth and secretly laughed, then quietly said, Brother Feng, this is as far as I can help you. Next, it's all up to you. Be brave. After saying that, he turned and ran away. Anfeng had no time to thank him when the door opened. Fengzheng had already taken off his suit jacket, unfastened his tie, and several buttons at the collar of his shirt were also undone. Evidently, he was in the middle of taking off his clothes. Seeing that the visitor was him, Fengzheng clearly paused for a moment. However, he quickly reacted, standing at the door and asking, Brother Feng, how come it's you? Are you here to look for me? Anfeng answered while glancing into the door. The suite here was big, he couldn't immediately spot what he wanted to see. His gaze returned to focus on Fengzheng. Fengzheng was also looking at him, probably because he had drunk too much alcohol, his eyes looked somewhat harsh. Still pretty much like when they were in bed. The person in his heart was just within reach, and if he didn't seize the opportunity, he would be spending an intimate night with someone else. At this moment, a man should not let go of the person he likes. As for later, forget about it. He should focus on today before worrying about the future. Once he thought things through, the burden in his heart disappeared, and Anfeng regained his state. His attitude seemed somewhat casual, lazy yet carefree. I have something to say to you. Won't you let me come in and sit for a bit? He acted as if nothing had happened between them. Feng Jing couldn't figure out what Feng was up to, but he had no intention of inviting Feng in. Instead, he asked, "How did you know my room number?" "Oh, I didn't know. A friend of mine helped by knocking on doors one by one." Feng took a step forward, getting closer to Feng Jing. He nodded toward the room, his tone suddenly becoming low and heavy. "Am I interrupting anything good?" Feng Jing stared into Feng's eyes, his gaze slightly mocking. "Unfortunately, you are. I've got someone waiting for me in the room. If you don't have anything urgent, maybe we can talk after I finish here." Feng appeared not to notice Feng Jing's resistance. He took another step forward until their breaths almost intertwined. Both were familiar with each other's scent and aura. This close distance naturally brought to mind some fiery scenes. Feng Jing narrowed his eyes, wanting to step back, but Feng abruptly grabbed his neck. Startled, Feng Jing found himself being kissed. "Sorry, I can't wait." "Ugh." Startled, Feng Jing attempted to push Feng away, but Feng clung tightly, his fervent tongue forcefully trying to pry open his mouth, much like old times, ignoring that it was him who deemed it inappropriate before. Feng Jing became angry. This guy kept coming back to him, only to push him away again, now finding him despite having someone else. He grabbed Feng's chin hard, causing him to cry out in pain. Feng Jing then shoved him backward and said, "What's your problem? Is it because your little boyfriend can't satisfy you that you're coming here to mess around?" His words were harsh, but Feng simply wiped away the moisture from the corner of his mouth nonchalantly. He chose to follow his heart, but also prepared for irretrievable consequences. After all, there's no turning back once you start. With his face already laid bare, how could Feng Jing's few sarcastic remarks even affect him? Leaning against the doorframe lazily, Feng massaged his jaw which had been pinched. He said, "Little Feng, I've figured something out. Want to hear it?" Feng Jing looked at him silently, expressionless. He probably already guessed what Feng had realized. Why bother? And why should he care? Did Feng take Feng Jing for some plaything? This guy really thought he had no temper. Feng Jing wouldn't allow himself to be summoned or dismissed so casually. Feng Jing feigned a polite smile and said, "Brother Feng, go tell your little boyfriend your story. Honestly, I'm not interested, and I'm really quite busy right now. You may excuse yourself." Chapter 191 Epilogue Feng Jing and Feng, 9. "If you're talking about Qi Rui, he's a friend of my younger brother. We just met him tonight, so it's not the kind of relationship you think." Feng explained, then looked into Feng Jing's eyes and said, "Now, may I come in?" Feng was always like this. When he wanted something, he pursued it relentlessly, and Feng Jing kept falling for it every time, yet he never learned. Just like right now, he had been upset for days because of this person, but one explanation from him almost made him forget how this person had toyed with him. But it was almost, he didn't dare to forget how this person had treated him. So what? What difference does that make? "Brother Feng, don't you remember how you spoke to me before?" "I do remember, but I regret it." Feng looked straight at Feng Jing's eyes without any hesitation and said each word clearly. "I feel like I shouldn't give up the present that's within reach for some uncertain future. So, Feng Jing, please ask the woman in your room to leave. If we're going to do anything tonight, it has to be with me." His firm and determined tone made Feng Jing extremely angry. Just by saying, "I regret it," how could everything go back as if nothing had happened? Was Feng Jing someone who could be easily manipulated? Clutching his teeth, Feng Jing said angrily, "It's your problem if you regret it. I'm not interested in you anymore. You won't get anything for free from me again." He attempted to close the door after finishing his sentence. Seeing how red in the face and furious he became, Feng suddenly chuckled. "Pfft. Don't be so worked up. This time it's not free." His hand shot out to block the door. Ouch. A sharp, scorching pain erupted from his palm, making him shake his hand repeatedly in discomfort. Feng Jing immediately retracted his strength upon hearing Feng's reaction. He glanced at Feng's hand and said somewhat guiltily, "We're both respectable people, don't try to fake injury now. I didn't use much force." Feng stared at the burn wound on his palm. It had already developed a large blister due to lack of treatment. The blister burst while blocking the door, causing pus mixed with blood to trickle down from his palm. When Feng Jing saw this, he panicked, shaking his fingers and exclaiming, "Holy crap, there's actual blood. Forget it, I can't believe you're made of tofu. I swear I didn't use any force." While speaking, Feng Jing hastily pulled over Feng's hand to examine it closely. Once he noticed the gruesome wound on the palm, he realized it wasn't caused by him. The wound obviously caused immense pain, yet this person acted as if nothing happened, never treating it properly. Frowning, he asked, "What's wrong with you? How did you get this wound?" Feeling Feng Jing's concern in his eyes, the slight uneasiness in Feng's heart finally subsided. Thankfully, though this young man was still angry at him, he still cared about him to some extent. That was enough for Feng, it was all he needed. Withdrawing his hand nonchalantly, Feng replied, "Nothing serious, just got burned accidentally." "Just burned accidentally? Are you Iron Man Wang Jinsi or something?" Feng Jing exclaimed as if he were experiencing the pain himself. "If you've got problems, will you help me tend to the wound?" Feng looked at Feng Zheng with a smile, his eyes glowing warmly under the orange light, brimming with sentiment. Being gazed at like this, Feng Zheng felt as if he were truly loved. Deep down, Feng Zheng knew it was an illusion, a mirage. Feng's intentions were unpredictable, every time he used Feng Zheng as a massage therapist and discarded him afterward without any hesitation. This person was impossible to hold on to, and taking things forcefully wouldn't work either. The best solution would be minimizing their contact, which they called cutting losses in time. However, considering all that he did to find him late at night, his jealousy over trivial matters, and those possessive words he said, it did slightly alleviate Feng Zheng's grievances these few days. Looking down at the blood on Feng's palm, Feng Zheng hesitated for a moment and came to a decision: he couldn't ignore this person. The feeling of desire always lingering right in front of you, but you dare not obtain, was too painful. Since his childhood, he had never experienced such torment. Feng sensed his hesitation and understood that Feng Zheng was like him, needing a push to take a step forward. Smiling, Feng hooked Feng Zheng's neck, leaned in, and kissed his lips gently, teasingly persuading, "Let's not overthink. Life is short, better seize happiness while we can. Don't you think?" Feng Zheng reflected briefly on his words. It was true. Seizing happiness in time had always been his guiding principle. Only, once he had also dreamed of a long-lasting peaceful relationship, together with Feng. Since Feng doesn't want it, then let it be. This way is fine too. Since Feng treated him as a massage stick, he would regard Feng as just an ordinary lover. Anyway, it was not a loss for him. After thinking it through, Feng Zheng didn't hesitate any longer. "Alright, brother Feng really lives up to his name, far more insightful than us young ones. Since you're so generous, I won't decline either. Please come in." He opened the door for Feng. Feng strode into Feng Zheng's suite and quickly scanned around but found no one else. Turning his head toward the transparent glass bathroom, it too was empty. Surprised, he turned back and asked, "Where is she?" "If you're looking for Chu Lan, she's in the next room." Feng Zheng pressed Feng down onto the bed, leaning over him and said with a smirk, "Sorry, my playboy skills aren't up to standard, disappointing you, huh?" It turned out he had refused. Feng's stiff body finally relaxed completely. He let himself be subdued by Feng Zheng, though Feng Zheng's tone was still sharp, and Feng's mood was excellent. Lifting his hand, he caressed Feng Zheng's face, his eyes full of pleasure, not disappointed at all. "You've done well, and I should reward you." Feng Zheng stared deeply into his eyes and didn't dodge, though after hearing his words, he feigned disdain. "Reward? Don't flatter yourself, you just enjoy life as it comes. There's nothing here that I want from you." With that, he tried to get up and leave, but Feng noticed and immediately hooked his neck, pulling him back onto him. Their breathing intertwined, their gazes locked, their breaths mingling right under their noses. In an instant, both of their breathing became heavier. "Leaving now, Xiao Feng? It hasn't been long since we last met, are you already weak?" Feng Zheng took a heavy breath, almost gritting his teeth, saying, "Brother Feng, you'll have the chance to see if I'm capable later. Can you bear this a little longer? Your hand is still bleeding, I'm not that beastly." "Oh, is that so?" Feng smiled and released his grip. Feng Zheng softly huffed, muttered, "Wait there." Then got up to grab his phone and made a call. Feng also sat up on the bed, quietly listening as Feng Zheng called the front desk to request burn medicine. After hanging up, Feng Zheng turned around and saw that Feng had been staring at him the whole time. Feng was 35 years old, 8 years older than him, having eaten more salt than the meals he'd ever eaten, yet his eyes were incredibly deceiving. Even though his heart was harder than anyone else's, his gaze could be so soft. Whenever Feng Zheng was looked at like that, he always forgot how bad this person truly was. He turned away, deliberately ignoring Feng's gaze, calmly undressing to take a shower. But even without looking, he could always feel that burning glance lingering behind him. Indeed, the fact was exactly that. When Feng Zheng was undressing, Feng stared at him as if watching a theatrical performance. Feng Zheng had a tall stature, fair skin, but he wasn't frail. On the contrary, his muscles were perfectly toned, a simple act of taking off his clothes showcased the attractive curves of his back. The vitality of youth truly nurtured one's charm, and it was precisely this youthful essence that gradually rekindled Feng's dormant heart. Who wouldn't prefer their own vitality? That's why he didn't want to let go. While he was lost in thought, Feng Zheng had already finished undressing. Preparing to change out of his suit pants, his well-developed back muscles caught the eye with such power that one couldn't help but stare. Feng clearly indicated his approval. "Not bad for a man who has managed to charm so many big stars, General Feng." Feng Zheng paused his hand movements upon hearing this and retorted, "That's right, if I didn't have these tricks up my sleeve, would I make you old-timer crave for more?" Feng had endured Feng Zheng's jabs all night, and now finally showed a crack on his face. "Old-timer?" He laughed heartily, but his eyes gleamed like they wanted to devour Feng Zheng. "Is that how you see me?" Chapter 192, Extra Chapter, Feng Zheng and Feng 10. Feng Zheng turned around, locking eyes with Feng's. A fleeting moment of bone-chilling terror ran down his spine, making him shiver uncontrollably. He steadied himself and looked again, only to find that Feng was as usual, lazily half awake and looking at him indifferently. An illusion, probably. He relaxed a little. Feng Jing felt a lump in his chest and couldn't help but provoke Feng with his words. Isn't that right? You're 8 years older than me. By the time I was in elementary school, you were already in college. If we had met back then, wouldn't I have had to call you uncle? Your logic isn't bad. If it makes you uncomfortable, feel free to call me uncle from now on. Feng's mood tonight was surprisingly agreeable, taking all of Feng Jing's provocations in stride. Naturally, Feng Jing noticed Feng's unusual tolerance and felt a smug sense of triumph which made him even more audacious. Never mind that. Isn't your interest in me just about what happens in bed? If I called you uncle, what would that make me? And if anyone else accidentally heard, wouldn't they report you? Feng slightly narrowed his eyes, his lips twitching faintly. This kid really knows how to fight back now, though he used to be friendly or at least respectful, maintaining a proper boundary in both actions and words, full of insight. But now this boy has become sharp-tongued, everything out of his mouth being impossible to listen to. Is it because he's taken advantage of my affection for him to turn unruly? Seems like kids shouldn't be spoiled too much, once they are, they go wild. You're worrying too much. You're not young enough to send me to jail, Feng stood up from the bed and slowly walked toward Feng Jing. He gripped Feng Jing's chin, speaking lightly, but you're correct. Our relationship right now is maintained by nothing more than what happens in bed. While saying this, he lowered his head to glance at his watch casually and said, I've been out here long enough already. Later, I have to take my younger brother and others out to eat. For washing up and business matters, I'll give you 10 minutes. That should be sufficient, no? 10 minutes. Feng Jing gritted his teeth, forcing out a bitter smile. Are you mocking me? Aren't you well aware of how much time is needed? That's right, because I know exactly how much is needed, so I say 10 minutes will do, Feng's eyes sparkled with mockery, immediately reminding Feng Jing of a particular occasion. His expression stiffened momentarily. It was their first time together, it was during a perfect moonlit night while they were enjoying some drinks and discussing life philosophies. In the midst of the conversation, Feng suddenly kissed him and asked whether he had ever been with a man. Confused, Feng Jing answered that he hadn't, prompting Feng to ask whether he wanted to try. At that point, Feng Jing had foolishly questioned, How do we try? Then, Feng led his hand past his waist, guiding it slowly downward. At the time, shock, fear, excitement, hesitation, all these emotions rushed into his mind simultaneously, causing his brain to crash entirely. Joking aside, Feng Jing always saw Feng as a senior figure, a personage above reproach. How could he possibly entertain such thoughts about him? However, when Feng straddled his lap and took the initiative to kiss him so ardently, making him completely unable to resist, leading him in a manner that was both sensuous and untamed, Feng Jing instantly became aroused, and later. Well, it was his first experience with a man. Although the steps were familiar, the sensation was indeed different. Everything starts with uncertainty, becoming smoother with repetition. So naturally, his less-than-perfect performance the first time was understandable. Back then, Feng Jing got overexcited having pinned down a big strong guy like Feng under him, and ended up barely lasting a minute. And he'll never forget the astonished look and hesitant expression on Feng's face that night. Subsequently, he practically fought tooth and nail to prove his capability to Feng, which ultimately made Feng succumb to his charm and seek him out repeatedly. This guy deliberately brought up his embarrassing moment, wasn't this intentionally provoking him? Even though Feng Jing knew Feng did it on purpose, he still fell for it. Alright, Mr. Feng, I get what you mean. Don't worry. I'll make sure you're attended to very comfortably today. Forget about continuing with plans tonight, if you can manage to get out of bed tomorrow, it'd be due to Feng Jing's undeserved reputation. Feng crossed his arms, laughing lightly, quite the big talker, aren't you, boyfriend? You. Infuriated, Feng Jing grabbed Feng around the waist, ready to teach him a lesson. At that moment, their room door knocked, indicating that the medicine delivery might have arrived. Just wait. Don't beg me later. Feng Jing threw out a harsh word, then picked up the bathrobe beside him, putting it on before turning around to go open the door. Feng watched his retreating figure and regretted his earlier sharp words for a fleeting moment. However, since the words had already been said, he wasn't about to back down. He'd lived for many years after all, and while Feng Jing had behaved acceptably in the past, it was not as if he could not handle this kid, even with today's fiery attitude. Wasn't he still no match for an adult? Soon, Feng Jing returned with the medicine. He nodded toward Feng, indicating that he should sit on the bed. Feng complied without hesitation. Though just moments ago they were filled with tension, once Feng Jing saw Feng's hand injury again, his movements turned noticeably gentler. He opened the box and took out a cotton swab, beginning to disinfect the wound. He did so rather clumsily, clearly, he didn't do such things often. But he was diligent, careful, and focused. Feng looked down at Feng Jing's serious expression, his heart softening unexpectedly. This kid truly deserved his attention, though sharp-tongued, his heart was good. After disinfecting the wound, Feng Jing began applying burn ointment. The room was eerily quiet, giving off a strangely warm and cozy atmosphere, which made him somewhat uneasy. He broke the silence by asking, how exactly did you get burned like this? So perfectly centered. Is it perfectly centered? And Feng glanced at his wound and smiled lightly, just happened to. I didn't hold the cigarette steady and got burned. Holding a cigarette? How can you not hold that steady? Feng Zheng raised his head, frowning as he looked at Feng. Are you trying to fool me? Don't say it if you don't want to. Alright, I won't lie to you, and Feng couldn't help but ruffle Feng Zheng's hair, causing another flare-up of anger from him. What's your problem? Are you patting your son? Amused, Feng said, alright, sorry, I'll stop. As he retracted his hand, Feng added, didn't know you have such a short temper until now. Upon hearing this, Feng Zheng paused momentarily, then coldly snorted and raised his head, looking at Feng expressionlessly, saying, if I don't act a bit annoyed, you'd probably think I lack feelings altogether. Hearing this, the smile faded from Feng's face as he quietly stared at Feng Zheng's crown for a while. Then, slowly, he spoke, young Feng, it was Brother Feng's fault earlier. Let me apologize to you again. Chapter 193 Epilogue Feng Zheng and Feng 11. Don't even think about it. Feng Zheng said without looking up, I was stupid before, mistaking your casual play for something serious. Now that everything has been laid out clearly between us, there won't be any misunderstandings anymore. Rest assured, I'm not someone who can't handle this, so no need to apologize. I still need to. Feng felt a sour pain in his chest upon hearing these words. Luckily Feng Zheng was right there in front of him, they still had tonight and the future, so he soon calmed down. After some consideration, he finally spoke up, whether you believe me or not, I've never intended to toy with you. Haven't you? Feng Zheng finished applying ointment to Feng's wound, then put away the cream. He stood up and looked down at Feng coldly, forget it, we're nothing more than fuck buddies. These talks don't make any sense. You stay here by yourself for a while. I'm going to take a shower. Wait a minute. Feng held on to him tightly. Feng Zheng turned around, expressionless, what? Can't you wait even a moment? At first, on the island, when you said we should be together, I did take it seriously, his sudden confession made it impossible for Feng Zheng to leave. Standing in place, Feng Zheng looked quietly at Feng. He wanted to hear what kind of explanation this man would come up with. Feng grasped Feng Zheng's wrist and then switched to holding his palm, their warm hands overlapping softly, touching just like two hearts pressed against each other. Compared to those fervent embraces, such a simple touch made him feel even more touched. He raised his eyes and began slowly. You have said it, you're 8 years younger than me. Our age difference is too large. You are still in the stage where you're filled with curiosity towards the world, whereas I have reached a period of tiredness. All I want to do now is live quietly in my own small courtyard, planting flowers and feeding birds. I surely have to consider if you and I being together actually suits each other. Perhaps you've never thought about this, but I must. As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and placed it into his mouth, preparing to light it up when suddenly Feng Zheng seemed to remember something. He couldn't help but taunt, why? When you're with others, you seem quite attentive. But when it's me, you don't care that I'd inhale your secondhand smoke. His words carried deeper meanings. Feng thought of the incident that occurred on the balcony earlier. He chuckled lightly, then retracted the cigarette and crushed it back into his hand. If you really mind, I can refrain from smoking in front of you in the future. This action somewhat satisfied Feng Zheng. He swung their intertwined hands and gestured for him to continue. Feng bowed his head, fell silent for a moment, then lifted his head again and said, after I returned from the island, I had someone look into some things about you. Feng Zheng's face stiffened instantly. Feng continued, your female companions, added with the female celebrities rumored to be dating you, wouldn't even fit on one page. No one lasted longer than 2 months with you. So what? Feng Zheng cut in, who doesn't have a past? My previous relationships were all consensual. I was single, with no obligations of arranged marriage, and I was young. Do you expect me to live like a monk? The tone of his voice was somewhat hasty, as if an offended cat with every hair bristling. Feng chuckled and raised a hand, signaling him to calm down. Don't get agitated, I'm not judging you for anything. You're right, everyone has a past. Neither am I immaculate, I was young once too. That's why I fully understand how you feel. However, the idea of being together that you expressed and what I assumed it meant might not be the same thing. How could it be different? Feng Zheng threw off Feng's hand forcefully, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Yes, I used to be a bit of a Casanova, but I have never promised anyone else that we would be together. The only time I confessed to someone, and begged for a formal commitment, was with you. And you reject my feelings just because of my past. Not fair, why should you have that right? Feng found himself speechless faced with this accusation. Looking at his innocent eyes, Feng Zheng felt even more aggrieved, and he anxiously pulled his own hair. I'm truly flabbergasted by you. You're better off toying with me. Oh, when I said I wanted to be with you, you started hesitating. What about before? Didn't I already let you know what kind of person I was? Why didn't you check out my romantic history before sleeping with me? Feng Zheng, please calm down. How can I possibly calm down? Feng Zheng paced restlessly at the same spot. He didn't know why he was so angry. Normally, he never thought there was anything wrong with his past, but now that Enfeng brought it up, it felt like his past had suddenly become embarrassing. A strong sense of humiliation made him lose control over what he said. He blurted out, "I've finally recognized you as my real deal, and you still look down on me for it. What's wrong with me? You're much older than me, you're also a man, yet I don't care about these differences either way. What gives you the right to despise me? Is that so?" Enfeng's lips curled into an awkward smile. "Then if you really didn't mind, why would you bring it up in the first place? Don't twist my words." Feng Zheng waved off his gesture irritably. "Don't use being timid as an excuse. If you were so afraid, then why did you come to me in the first place? Were you never thinking of taking responsibility for me?" Feng Zheng's neck turned red from yelling, veins bulging, looking quite terrifying. His chest heaved dramatically as he glared fiercely at Enfeng. Enfeng hadn't expected Feng Zheng's reaction to be this intense. The youth always seemed cheerful and easygoing before, who knew his anger could be so frightening. It seems that his own actions indeed hurt him, and Enfeng deeply regretted it. However, regrets were useless. Words spoken couldn't be taken back. He decided to confess today to give them another chance. But from the current situation, it appeared that Feng Zheng wouldn't readily give him a second one. "I'm sorry." He offered a powerless apology. "I admit that at first, I didn't think too much. I just found you pleasant enough. I initially planned to go with the flow. But when you asked me to commit officially, I naturally needed to take this seriously." He sighed and continued, "Honestly, at my age wanting to love someone again with all my heart, fully entrusting myself to another person is quite risky." Looking straight into Feng Zheng's eyes, he completely opened his heart. "I'm worried that after only maintaining 2 months of novelty, I won't be able to get over you for a long time. You know, I have always lived alone, my life is stagnant like stagnant water. But you jumped into my life, and the dead water came alive again, so did I. However, if someday you choose to leave, I fear that I might stop at nothing to keep you by my side. In that case, the one who gets hurt will definitely be you. Stop scaring me, am I some kid who can be frightened easily?" Feng Zheng stuck out his neck, pretending not to care, but he had to admit, Enfeng's sincere confession made him feel gratified. Apparently, in this relationship, he wasn't the only one playing soliloquy. It turns out Enfeng liked him so much that he was even hesitant to move forward for fear of making a mistake. This sounded about right. Still, even though Enfeng admitted his feelings, Feng Zheng couldn't forgive him so easily for pushing him away and disapproving of him. Feng Zheng crossed his arms defiantly and asked sternly, "So what? If you've considered everything clearly, then why are you still here with me?" Chapter 194 Feng Zheng and Enfeng's encounter. "Yes, I also know I shouldn't come back to you. You mother *****. But I can't control myself." Enfeng said bitterly with a laugh, "When I see you, everything goes wrong. When I heard you agreed to go with that woman, I regretted it so much that even though my hand was burned and formed a big blister, I didn't feel it, my soul has been following you." Feng Zheng stared at the wound on Enfeng's palm, trying to say something, but in the end could only mutter, "Don't blame me. Even if I act wild for 10 more years, I will never be as smooth-talking as you are. Who knows how promiscuous you were when you were young?" Enfeng laughed sarcastically, "Then why don't you go investigate me? I'm not the type of person who looks before and after." Feng Zheng pulled up Enfeng's injured hand, his tone still a bit rigid. "So, is this injury because of me? It's got nothing to do with you, it's my own problem." Enfeng tried to pull back his hand but was held tightly by Feng Zheng, so he stopped struggling. Feng Zheng looked into his eyes, filled with inquiry. "So what are you telling me all these for now? What do you think I mean? I don't care what I think, I want you to tell me straight." Feng Zheng took a step forward, closing in on Enfeng. "Brother Feng, I am not someone you can summon or dismiss whenever you like. You should know that I never lack companions. If you want to be my casual hookup, it can happen today, but from tomorrow onward, you might need to line up, understand?" Enfeng looked at him calmly, his voice slightly hoarse. "I'm not interested in being a hookup partner, would you like to be my boyfriend?" "I don't want to." Feng Zheng huffed, "But if you desperately want to, I may consider it." "Oh. So you need some time to think about it too. Are you going to think more?" Feng Zheng flared up immediately, "Then why did you say those pretty words earlier? I just told you my concerns, the reasons for my retreat, but that doesn't mean these concerns have disappeared." Enfeng took a step closer, their breaths mixing together, only needing one of them to lower their head to kiss each other. "I've told you my concerns, so what do you have to say?" Feng Zheng opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to continue. Enfeng's words had sunk in, and he understood how cautious Enfeng was regarding this relationship. He acted so carefully that Feng Zheng started hesitating himself. He was certain right now that he liked Enfeng and wanted to be with him. He thought he might like him for quite a while, but no one could predict the future. He was afraid that if he gave his assurance now and later changed his mind, he would truly become a scum. After contemplating, he replied, "Since you can ponder for so long, shouldn't I also take time to seriously think about it?" Upon hearing his reply, Enfeng felt a slight disappointment. But for someone like Feng Zheng to carefully consider a long-term relationship was already a breakthrough, so he was willing to give him some time and patience. He smiled and said, "All right, take your time to think, but during the period when you haven't decided yet, you must promise me not to touch anyone else. Otherwise, you'd better directly reject me and let me put an end to this idea. Feng Jing deliberately asked, if I don't look for others, then who should I go to fulfill my needs? Me. And Feng pinched Feng Zhang's face affectionately, as long as you behave well, I can satisfy all your needs. How about it? Deal. All my needs. Feng Jing wrapped his arms around Feng's waist restlessly, Brother Feng, you sound very confident. What if you fail to satisfy me? Feng looked at him without fear, then let's try and see who can't satisfy whom. Humph, I hope your words won't prove as hard soon. After saying this, Feng Jing lifted Feng onto the bed. Feng resisted him with a leg when he moved closer, isn't it bath time? Afterwards. Feng Jing firmly grabbed Feng's hands and raised his injured one above his head, stay still afterward. This hand should remain still, understand? Feng chuckled lightly, if I could control myself, that only means you can't arouse me. Hey. Do you really want to ask for trouble today? Huh, come on, let's see how much suffering you can bring me. Can't your damn mouth stop? Feng Jing seized Feng's lips fiercely, almost as punishment. After Feng cried out in pain, Feng Jing instinctively loosened his grip. But Feng was simply too restless. He had been passionate and initiative enough already, and tonight he was even more determined to make Feng Jing lose control. Feng Jing indeed lost control as he had wished. At the beginning, Feng Jing could still be mindful of his hand, being very careful, but later he completely forgot about it. Unlike those shy and reserved women, Feng knew exactly how to drive a man crazy. He was simply a demon in disguise. Feng Jing spent the entire night holding back a breath to fulfill his grand promise of making Feng unable to get out of bed the next day. And the next day, Feng couldn't get out of bed, but neither was Feng Jing in much better condition. No joke, when he went to pee, his legs were trembling so badly that he almost couldn't urinate. But at least he managed to get up to pee, whereas Feng hadn't woken up yet by then. Feng Jing was quite satisfied with his performance. However, he couldn't let Feng see this pathetic side of him, otherwise, who knows what kind of teasing remarks would come from this guy later. Thus, after an electrifying night, Feng Jing shamelessly fled. Feng didn't wake up until 1 p.m., driven awake by hunger. Upon waking up, he looked around and realized Feng Jing was nowhere to be found, yet there was lunch Feng Jing had bought for him on the table. He pulled open the blanket, intending to get out of bed, but just a slight movement made every single muscle in his body ache horribly, especially his waist and legs, which were sore to the point they wouldn't move at all. Still, he felt fairly clean overall, apparently Feng Jing had helped him bathe. When he tried to support himself off the bed with his hands, a sharp pain surged through his palm, reminding him that his hand had been injured. Lifting his hand, he saw that fresh medicine had been applied to the wound. That was considerate at least. Feng slightly curled the corner of his mouth. He picked up his phone and, sure enough, found Feng Jing's message. Brother Feng, I have something urgent to deal with at the company first. I've ordered you lunch. Remember to eat when you wake up, and if it gets cold, order another meal. Don't get your wound wet. There were only these few words in explanation, leaving Feng a bit unsatisfied. He lowered his head and glanced at the alarming marks all over his body, recalling the craziness of last night once again. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to light up a cigarette, but his cigarette box was already empty. On the pillow lay the new shirt Feng Jing had bought for him. Feng took the clothes and put them on extremely slowly. After resting on the bed for a while, he forced himself up to eat something, then lay back down in the hotel for the rest of the afternoon. It wasn't until evening that he returned home. Chapter 195 Bonus Chapter, Feng Jing and Feng. The next day when Feng Jing arrived at the company, the receptionist told him he had a flash delivery waiting on his desk. Feng Jing looked utterly puzzled, who sent what? I don't know what it is. It's wrapped very tightly, and it looks like something fragile. The sender is a Mr. N. Oh, okay then. When Feng Jing entered the office, he indeed saw a square box on the desk. On closer inspection, the sender's phone number belonged to Feng. He hadn't expected a present so early in the morning. Whistling lightly, Feng Jing carefully opened the package. Not long after, an extremely exquisite piece of porcelain appeared. Feng Jing's smile froze immediately. This scenario felt all too familiar. Taking out his phone, he took a deep breath and called Feng. Hey, little brother Feng, did you receive the thing? Feng sounded casual and irritating. Through gritted teeth, Feng Jing said, Brother Feng, what do you mean by giving me this? Are you paying me for prostitution or something? TSK, we can't calculate it that way. We are law-abiding citizens. We can't be doing illegal things. This is about mutual exchange, understand? Feng Jing snorted coldly, oh. You gave me something, but what have I given you in return? Emotional value. Feng chuckled briefly. Little brother Feng, your performance the other day was decent, though it must have been tough on you. Now, as we don't have any formal relationship, brother Feng doesn't feel right benefiting from you. This vase isn't particularly valuable, but it's a token of appreciation and compensation. So just take it, alright? Feng. What do you mean by this? Feng Jing roared angrily, do you take me for some gigolo? Feng director, meeting time. Jean's secretary pushed the door open and heard Feng Zheng's angry outburst. He stood frozen, his face changing colors rapidly. Boss. Is our company recently not doing well? Listening over the phone, and Feng burst into laughter. Yo, Feng director, better explain yourself. Don't scare the employees. Feng Jing felt a lump in his chest. Irritated, he shot Jean's secretary a glare. You don't need to care whether the company is performing well or not, but your job status after today is uncertain, Feng Jing said heavily, looking at Jean's secretary. Xiao Jean, did you hear anything earlier? No. No. I didn't hear anything. Jean's secretary waved his hands frantically and backed away quickly, closing the door behind him. You go ahead with whatever, I'll guard the door. After Jean's secretary left, and Feng continued laughing on the phone. Annoyed and embarrassed, Feng Jing snapped, what's so funny, huh? It's all your fault. You made me lose face in front of my employee, and now you need to take responsibility. And Feng broke into another bout of laughter, which turned Feng Zhang's ears red. Are you done? I'm not telling jokes, is this really so funny? Sorry, but you look just like a little kid shouting, make me responsible, before Feng Jing could flare up, and Feng changed the subject. I'm planning to make dompa pork tonight. Want to come taste it? Do you think a bowl of meat can get rid of me so easily? Feng Jing said this while thinking of the delicious flavor of the dompa pork and Feng cooked before. His mouth began to water. How about adding an 8 treasures duck? Stop it. Pretending to be impatient, Feng Jing said, you've got a blister on your palm that size of a grape, and yet you're trying to show off. Nobody cares if you cook or not. I'm not coming anyway. Oh. And Feng said cheerfully, that's fine. Chi Rui also wants to try my cooking. If you don't come, I'll invite him. You dare. Feng Jing paced around furiously, if you dare let that guy come, do you think I won't kiss you in front of him? His threat seemed ineffective, instead, and Feng's tone sounded even more anticipatory, that sounds quite stimulating. Maybe we should give it a try. You. Feng Jing realized there were times when he wasn't matched for Feng. This old man was shameless, unrestrained, and none of Feng Jing's old tricks against women seemed to work on him. In the end, all Feng Jing managed to mutter through clenched jaws was, you'd better wait obediently for me. If I find anyone else in the house when I arrive, you're dead. With a light tone, Feng teased, youngster, your tone is getting pretty bold. Last time I checked, there was no clear relationship between us, so why shouldn't I have friends over at home? Upon hearing this, Feng Jing instantly understood Feng's intentions. With years of experience in the dating scene, Feng Jing naturally wasn't unclear about Feng's little trick. He was forcing his hand. Feng Jing fell silent. Feng followed with a brief silence and then laughed casually, alright, I won't mess with you anymore. Anyway, I've told you what's on the menu for lunch. You can come if you want, or just forget it, I'm hanging up. And with that, he hung up crisply. Feng Jing stared at the darkened screen, feeling quite irked. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window to calm himself, he then placed a call to Chu Tian. Chu Tian answered quickly. Hey, Feng Jing, came the reply, accompanied by the sound of keyboard tapping, what's up? Realizing he had interrupted Chu Tian during his writing, Feng Jing hurriedly apologized, sorry to bother you, brother Chu. Did I interrupt your train of thought? From the other end came a light laugh, not at all. With Mr. Zhou around me, ideas flow endlessly. Go ahead, what's up? Envious, Feng Jing remarked, wow, even after working together, you two are still in the honeymoon phase, your relationship is too good. Stop teasing me. Get to the point, or I'll hang up. Not so fast, I'm getting there. Feng Jing licked his lips and made up his mind, brother Chu, there's something I need to tell you, and you might be shocked. Sure, go ahead, and I guarantee I won't be. Feng Jing knew Chu Tian was the most successful in love among his close circle, and given how things might turn out between him and Feng, keeping this secret from Chu Tian would be impossible. Thus, without further ado, Feng Jing blurted out straightforwardly, remember when I mentioned sleeping with a guy before? Yes, I remember, so what's next? The typing sound disappeared on Chu Tian's end as his tone turned serious, did you sleep with him again? You could say that. Quite a few times already. Few, can I still consider you straight now? Probably not, Feng Jing nervously touched his nose, saying, are you not curious about who it was? Judging by your tone, someone we both know, right? Chu Tian meticulously went through their mutual social circle of single men, eliminating several names, including Zhongli. There weren't many options left, but oddly enough, his thoughts never once veered toward Feng. I'm stumped, just tell me already. Let's see who's capable enough to sway the charming Feng director. Chapter 196 Extra, Feng Zhang and Feng 14. Feng Jing said directly, it's brother Feng. There was a second of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by the sound of a cup being knocked over. Then Feng Jing faintly heard Zhou Mo saying, be careful, what happened? Then came Chu Tian's voice, extremely shocked, you slept with Feng. The phone again transmitted the sound of a cup being slammed down. Feng Zheng felt extremely awkward inside. He knew that telling people about his relationship with Feng would definitely scare a lot of people, just as Mr. Zhou had been surprised too. Anyway, that's how it is. I've been thinking about seriously being together with him recently, but he thinks I was unreliable in the past and rejected me kindly. Chu Tian and Zhou Mo exchanged a glance. Zhou Mo frowned tightly, which showed clearly that he didn't have much hope for the situation between Feng Zheng and Feng. Chu Tian asked Feng Zheng, so what about you? What do you want by making this call? Do you want me to be your spokesperson? No. Feng Zheng said hesitantly, didn't he come back to find me later? He expressed his concerns, and I understood his worries. In short, both of us like each other now, but it's just that neither of us has taken that final step. So, I was wondering if you could give me some advice. Chu Tian looked up and saw Zhou Mo sending messages to someone, probably asking Feng about the situation. Not to mention Zhou Mo, Chu Tian himself was also startled. In Chu Tian's eyes, Feng was an exceptionally unique, individualistic person, and very insightful, and he truly couldn't imagine that he would fall for Feng Zheng. Of course, it's not that he thought Feng Zheng wasn't good enough, but Feng Zheng was indeed a playboy, and too young. Anyway, he couldn't believe these two had actually hit it off. So what are you really thinking, Feng Zheng? Feng is Zhou Mo's brother. If you're only playing around like you used to. I'm not. Feng Zheng hastily declared his stance, I really want to seriously be together with him. Wanting? Didn't he already reject you? Feng Zheng sighed, Brother Chu, honestly, I'm pretty shaken. I've never been so upset over feelings before, I think I've truly fallen. So why are you still hesitant then? Judging from what you've said, wasn't it Feng who first took interest in you? If you take the next step, wouldn't that solve everything? But he told me he's afraid I'll change my mind in the future, he's so serious about this, shouldn't I consider carefully too? It's just that I can't guarantee the future things, and, Feng Zheng scratched his head anxiously, to be honest, this is my first time properly falling in love, I don't even know if I can handle it right. I don't have confidence in myself. Chu Tian chuckled, saying, then you shouldn't be telling me all this, you should tell Feng. At his age, he dares to take a risk liking you, I think he's summoned up a great deal of courage. Since he dares to move forward, what do you have to fear? Isn't it that I'm afraid of him getting hurt? As long as you don't want him to get hurt, then he won't. In the end, doesn't it depend on how much you care about him? So ask yourself, are you genuinely serious about him, wanting to build a long-term relationship with him, even marry? I think I am. Then why do you worry so much? No one can guarantee the future, and even I dare not assure that I will spend my whole life with Zhou Mo. Chu Tian hadn't finished speaking when he sensed Zhou Mo's gaze looking at him, he hurriedly added, don't we have to live day by day to find out? Gradually walking day by day leads to forever. Life is exactly this slow process. You shouldn't lose the present because you're entangled about the future, it's absolutely the stupidest approach, understand? After hearing this, Feng Zheng's restlessness inside gradually subsided. He smiled, saying, no wonder I always say, it's still my brother Chu, absolutely a relationship expert. With just these words, I feel as though I've awakened suddenly. Chu Tian laughed, alright, you just wanted to find a reason to convince yourself through me, do you think I don't know that? Pfft. Nothing escapes you. Feng Zheng looked down at the tip of his leather shoes, and after a moment of silence, he asked, Brother Chu, do you think we suit each other? Chu Tian chuckled, back when I was with Zhou Mo, there were quite a few people who thought we weren't suitable for each other. But I knew he cared for me, and I only had him in my heart too. So, the rest of the opinions, I couldn't care less about them, Feng Zheng. After all, this is a matter concerning your entire life. Even Brother Chu finds it hard to give you advice on this. I'll just say one thing, let everything be decided by your heart. I got it. Thank you, Brother Chu. I'll treat you to dinner another day. No need for that. You, go for it. After hanging up the phone, Secretary Jean knocked on the door, reminding Feng Zheng that he had to attend a meeting. Feng Zheng looked out the window, gazing down through the glass at the bustling masses below. Whether they were elite professionals in suits, blue-collar workers in uniforms, or even street vendors, everyone's hustle and hard work was for their families and loved ones. Loved ones. This term was unfamiliar, even heavy, to Feng Zheng. Yet when applied to Feng, it seemed to unexpectedly imbue a soft power within him, giving him the courage to step out of his comfort zone and dare to try a brand new lifestyle. He still couldn't promise what the future held, but as Chu Tian had rightly said, the future is built one day at a time. He couldn't control the man he would become in the future, but at least he could control who he was yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And during the time that he can control, he must follow his heart without reservation. As the minute hand moved slowly, it soon reached 1 o'clock. Feng sat on the sofa, staring absent-mindedly at the food on the dining table across the room, which was gradually losing its warmth. Earlier, Zhou Mo had asked him about the situation between him and Feng Zheng, telling him that Feng Zheng was seeking advice from Chu Tian. Feng hadn't wanted to let his friend know about his relationship with Feng Zheng before, simply because he felt somewhat embarrassed having fallen for someone much younger at his age. Fortunately, his old friend's concern was measured. After confirming Feng's feelings, Zhou Mo didn't probe further, which made Feng feel relieved. Feng deeply inhaled from his cigarette, his eyes somewhat blurred. Feng Zheng's actions had ignited a sliver of hope in him, so while waiting for Feng Zheng to come over, he also carried some anticipation in his heart. But, judging by the circumstances, his expectations seemed doomed to be dashed once again. He pressed the lit end of the cigarette into the ashtray until it went out, then he stood up and walked to the dining table, quietly eating the food that had now almost no heat left. When he was halfway through his meal, there came an urgent knock at the door. Feng turned his head toward the entrance, but hesitated and took no action. Knock. 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 The knocking was very forceful, sounding like the person outside was extremely anxious. Feng eventually put down his bowl and got up to open the door. Chapter 197, Epilogue. Feng Zheng and Feng 15. The door opened, and Feng Zheng was panting heavily, leaning against the doorframe. Upon seeing Feng, he almost collapsed, clinging to him like he had no more strength left. Feng instinctively caught him, feeling the intense heat radiating from his body. He furrowed his brows and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you all sweaty?" "Ugh, I'm exhausted." Feng Zheng didn't answer his question, instead gasping for air while casually draping an arm around Feng's shoulders and leading him back inside. "Is my meat still here? Did someone else eat it?" "Oh, I thought you wouldn't come, so I ate alone." "What? You already ate it?" "There are a few bites left." "That's fine." Feng Zheng quickened his steps, reaching the dining table in just a couple of strides. There were still plenty of dishes on the table. His favorite dompa meat was untouched, with one bowl nearly finished and another untouched bowl clearly prepared for him. Feng Zheng sat down without any decorum, grabbing the rice and shoveling it into his mouth. Judging by his actions, he must have been famished. After watching him for a moment, Feng finally walked over and sat at the dining table. He didn't pick up his chopsticks but quietly observed Feng Zheng. He couldn't quite figure out what Feng Zheng was up to, nor did he know what conclusion Feng Zheng had reached after talking to Chu Tian. All he could do seemed to be wait for Feng Zheng to give him a final answer. After eating a few bites, Feng Zheng noticed that Feng hadn't touched his food, so he placed a piece of meat on his bowl. "Why are you staring at me? Eat." Feng stared at the meat in his bowl, then looked up at him. Eventually, he couldn't help but ask, "Why did you come so late? Was work very busy?" "Not really." Feng Zheng kept his head down, focusing on eating. "I went home to grab something, and it delayed me a bit." Seeing how eagerly Feng Zheng was eating made Feng feel a little better. He asked, "What did you get?" "Huh, this." Feng Zheng nonchalantly pulled a box from his pocket and placed it beside Feng's hand. When Feng saw the box, his chopsticks nearly slipped from his grip. He hesitated, afraid to take it. Feng Zheng appeared to be focused on his meal, but in reality, he was sneaking glances at him. Seeing that Feng didn't touch it, he grew anxious. "It's for you, aren't you going to check?" "For me?" Feng repeated, his eyes fixed on the box. He was hesitant to open it. This small, square red velvet box inevitably sparked curiosity. Could it be what he thought it was? As Feng extended his trembling hand, he maintained a calm exterior, naturally opening the box. Inside was an emerald ring of imperial green, surrounded by extravagant diamonds. Clearly jewelry intended for women, Feng's lips twitched. Could it be that this guy gave him something meant for wooing a woman? "Are you sure this is for me?" Feng put the ring on his pinky finger and turned it around mockingly, asking Feng Zheng, "Does it look good?" Feng Zheng wiped his mouth calmly with a napkin and said, "Not really suitable for you." "Then why give it to me?" Feng removed the ring, about to place it back in the box when he heard Feng Zheng say, "No choice, my grandmother bought it for her granddaughter-in-law without realizing the granddaughter-in-law would be a man. It's too late to exchange it now." He took another bite of dompa meat, enjoying it as if he hadn't noticed Feng's dumbfounded expression. "If you don't like it, just keep it. Since it's yours now, you can do whatever you want with it." Feng curled his fingers, clutching the ring tightly in his palm again. He looked at Feng Zheng, his large eyes filled with confusion, making him appear like a naive college student. "What do you mean by this?" Feng Zheng swallowed the meat in his mouth, finally raising his head to look directly at Feng. "Don't you think I'm not serious about you, worrying that I'm just playing around?" His tone was light-hearted, but his eyes revealed unprecedented seriousness, causing Feng's heart to race. Feng opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Feng Zheng continued, "I thought about it. No matter what I say or how I promise, in your eyes, it would probably still sound like sweet talk. I've realized that I indeed can't predict the future, but my yesterday, today, and tomorrow, I can guarantee those. All I can offer you is my commitment to these 3 days. As for the future, we'll only find out what it holds after we go through many tomorrows together." Feng Zheng's gaze fell on the ring and continued, "This ring is a keepsake from my grandmother, and I wouldn't joke around with it easily. I wonder if it could add some points to my favor and increase your trust in my feelings. If not, then let's go register our marriage." "What are you saying?" Feng was caught off guard by Feng Zheng's sudden declaration. His breathing hitched, and his scalp tingled with a mixture of excitement and tension. His mind tightened under extreme stress as he shakily asked, is marriage something so trivial that you decide on it like this? Trivial? Feng Jing shrugged carelessly, I don't think so. In fact, I've never even considered getting married before, until you made me feel that it wasn't so bad. Of course, if you don't want to marry me, then consider I never said it. Unlike you, I prefer seizing the moment. And Feng's fingers trembled slightly as he fumbled through his pocket to take out a cigarette. Just as he prepared to light it, he remembered something and put down the lighter, simply letting the cigarette rest between his lips. Are you sure? Won't you regret this? I'm not certain, Feng Jing said. As I said, I can't predict the future now no matter what I say about it. But similarly, neither can you. After putting aside his casual demeanor, Feng Jing looked incredibly convincing. And Feng actually found him remarkably dependable at this moment. Our future, Feng Jing said, is either you regretting it, or me regretting it, or we both don't regret it and live happily ever after. There's only a 1/3 chance of things turning out well. Are you willing to take the bet? Feng Jing sat upright, crossing his hands on the table. He fixed his gaze on Feng and asked, Brother Feng, do I deserve for you to take this risk on me? Feng locked eyes with Feng Jing in silence for a long time, maybe a minute, maybe 5. Neither of them spoke a word. With a click, Feng closed the ring box. He had made up his mind. What Feng Jing offered was exactly what he wanted, and he knew it clearly. At this point, perhaps he should be rational and give them more time to adjust. The child was still young, prone to impulsiveness when making decisions. Being older than Feng Jing, he ought to be reasonable and steady. Rationality told him that. But opportunities were fleeting, and he didn't dare gamble on whether there would be another chance after this hesitation. After all, he was no longer young. He couldn't afford to wait years for Feng Jing's next impulse. As Feng Jing had said, he could only guarantee 3 days. No one could foresee what might happen tomorrow. So, at least for these 3 days, they loved each other. At least for these 3 days, they belonged to each other. Since Feng Jing dared to offer, he dared to accept. He shouldn't be less brave than a young kid. Feng stood up and walked toward the room. Where are you going? Feng Jing's solemnity lasted barely 3 seconds before he began shouting anxiously behind Feng, hey, you took my wife's ring. Give me some sort of answer. What's your meaning? Where do we stand right now? Chapter 198 Epilogue Feng Jing and Feng 16. Feng did not answer but instead walked into the inner room, approaching his safe. Feng Jing saw him entering the password and turned around out of respect, looking back only after he heard the door open. Hey, don't give me another antique. This ring of mine isn't for bartering with you. If you... He didn't finish his sentence before seeing Feng retrieving his household register from a pile of documents. He suddenly fell silent. Feng placed the ring box inside the safe and locked it, then turned to Feng Jing with a light tone, are you done eating? Feng Jing nodded blankly, I'm done. That's settled then. Let's go. Huh? Where to? To your place. What for at my place? Do you carry your household register with you all the time? No, I don't. So that's right then. Let's go take it from your place. Huh? Feng Jing asked in a dazed manner, take the household register, to do what? His stuttering was quite interesting. Feng stepped forward, his hand brushing Feng Jing's face, smiling at Feng Jing who seemed to be dumbfounded already, then kissed him heavily on the lips. Feng Jing smacked his lips and tried to move closer for another kiss but was evaded by Feng. There's something we need to do. We can kiss when we come back. Feng Jing just looked at him without speaking. Feng leaned close to Feng Jing's ear and said seriously, didn't you say you wanted to get married? Are you scared now? Feng Jing didn't expect Feng to be so decisive again at this moment. Wasn't he hesitant earlier and unwilling to believe him? Are you sure we should marry today? How about it? Do you want more time to think? TCH, whoever hesitates is a grand kid. Feng Jing took the lead, pulling Feng's hand forcefully and walked outside. The two held hands all the way there. After getting in the car, neither of them spoke. Feng Jing was driving while Feng sat in the passenger seat looking down at his phone, seemingly checking something. They were like strangers, with no exchange whatsoever. Until they went to Feng Jing's house to fetch the household register. Until they arrived at the marriage registration office. Until they took pictures, filled out forms, recited vows. Until a fresh, red booklet was in their hands. Congratulations to both of you. Wishing you 100 years of happiness. Feng Jing and Feng took the red booklet and looked at each other. Feng Jing stupidly asked, that's it? Feng carefully held the red booklet in his hands, not daring to apply any force. Yeah, that's it. So. Feng Jing looked at Feng a bit confused, what are we supposed to do next? Upon hearing this, Feng also became lost in thought. I don't know. Don't you have work? Why don't you go to work first? What about you? I'll head home. That's it? Feng Jing sounded a bit disappointed, isn't marriage supposed to be a big event? Why don't we make it more ceremonial? Feng thought he made a good point. After considering, he said, then how about we go home and consummate our marriage directly? Feng Zheng's mouth twitched a bit, isn't it a bit too much in broad daylight? And Feng shrugged, then what do you want to do? I don't know. This is my first marriage, I don't have any experience. In that case, I guess neither of us has experience. Both of them looked at each other and started laughing. Feng Zheng held this small booklet with just one page and turned it over repeatedly in his palm, feeling a strange emotion rising within. How to describe it? Once this booklet was in his hand, it felt like he instantly reached some kind of elevation. He felt an added weight of responsibility on his shoulders, and Feng seemed to transform in his eyes as well. But Feng Zheng couldn't exactly articulate what had changed. Anyway, looking at Feng now made him feel that Feng seemed softer, gentler, and more deserving of being tightly embraced. He came to realize slowly and glanced at Feng, aren't you really my wife now? Seeing Feng Zheng's completely clueless expression, Feng couldn't help but laugh, you've only realized it now. Though I'm a man, if you want to call me that, I have no objections. Goodness me. What a surreal day this is. Feng Zheng's hand started trembling suddenly. He pulled out his phone eagerly and dialed Zhang Li's number. Feng stood nearby, watching silently what he would do. The moment Zhang Li answered the call, Feng Zheng couldn't wait to say, brother, let me tell you something, super amazing. Zhang Li asked lazily, what is it? Did you see Ultraman? Feng Zheng gave a light humph, my story is way more amazing than Ultraman, don't be scared when I tell you. Are you driving? Zhang Li replied, no, come on, what thing could possibly scare me? Tell me already, I'm curious. Feng Zheng glanced at Feng, cleared his throat softly and said, I had lunch today, didn't I? Ah, how amazing can having lunch be? What's so special about that, did you have dinner by mistake? Feng Zheng adjusted his throat again, then said, after finishing my lunch, hey. I got married all of a sudden, isn't that amazing? Ha. Zhang Li took a while to react, then asked, brother, are you sleepwalking? Feng Zheng smirked proudly, told you it was amazing, right? You wouldn't believe it, would you? Just wait, I'll send you a picture of my marriage certificate, it's still warm from being just issued. As soon as he finished talking, he enthusiastically dragged Feng over to take a photo of their wedding certificate and immediately sent it to Zhang Li. After seeing it, Zhang Li hung up the phone cursing and ranting. This kid can't even handle this kind of joke, he must be jealous of us. Feng smiled watching Feng Zheng's series of childish actions. Just in time, he stopped him before he could post on WeChat moments. At least you're an heir to the Feng family, it's best not to expose your marriage too casually. Why don't you consult with your parents first? Feng Zheng thought for a moment, that works. Feng started to worry again, hey, we got married without telling our parents, do you think your parents will agree for us to be together? Feng Zheng wrapped his arm around his waist and led him outside, wife, now that we've already gotten our certificates, aren't you considering this too late? Feng looked up at him, then tell me, how should we tell them? Feng Zheng turned and looked at him for a moment, then directly called his father right in front of him. Feng tried to stop him but failed. When the call was picked up, Feng held his breath and dared not exhale. Then he heard Feng Zheng speak with a very casual tone, saying, Dad, are you busy? If not, I've got something to inform you. He paused for a second and continued, oh, I just got married, to a man, remember the descendant of the imperial chef I told you about? Feng almost choked on air, coughing non-stop. Feng Zheng looked at him and switched the call to speakerphone directly. There was no sound from the other end of the phone, apparently old Mr. Feng was still processing this explosive news. After a long while, a voice finally came through, old Mr. Feng's voice was trembling, you're incredible. For one meal, you sell your whole self out. Feng couldn't help himself and quickly turned away his face. Feng Zheng rolled his eyes exasperatedly, Dad, what are you thinking? Is your son the kind of person who has no ambition? I love him, true love, do you understand true love? I may not fully understand, alright, bring him home another day, we'll have a family dinner, maybe then I'll understand. Feng Zheng understood and laughed, alright, let him cook that day. Old Mr. Feng very seriously indicated, well, if he doesn't mind the trouble, that's also acceptable. Feng Zheng directly rejected, in your dreams. My wife only cooks for me to eat. Hey, you ungrateful son. Now that you found a wife, you forget your dad. Wait until your mom disagrees, I definitely won't speak up for you. Not helping anyway. Mom knows right from wrong, she would never disagree. That's all, I'm hanging up. Hey you. Old Mr. Feng rushed to shout into the phone, so are you coming back for dinner or not? Not returning. Feng Zheng hung up directly. The end.